on a truck running at high speed. This young man, filled with panic, suddenly woke up. At first, Eugene thought he was dreaming, but very quickly he realized that this was his past body, and this scene seemed to be exactly the same as one that he had experienced in the past. The truck was originally running smoothly on the road, but the driver suddenly had to slam on the brakes because a herd of orcs had appeared in front of them. The driver hurriedly banged on the truck bed to signal and shouted loudly, "Orc monsters! Ahead! Everyone, prepare your weapons and get out here." Very quickly, the people around Eugene all took out their guns and jumped out of the truck bed. And on the opposite side, the monsters also quickly noticed them and charged forward frantically. "Everyone, listen up. We don't have enough ammo, so only shoot when you're absolutely sure." "Got it." An older man, who seemed to have the most combat experience, spoke up. But just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. The whole group looked in the same direction in horror, wanting to see who had jumped the gun and fired so early. Then they discovered that the shot had successfully headshot the first orc with incredible accuracy. And the one who fired that bullet was none other than King Eugene. When he took down the first orc, the remaining monsters became even more aggressive. But Eugene remained calm and continued to fire. This time it was to consecutive shots and both hit their mark. The fourth orc approached him at a very close range. So close that he couldn't shoot. Fortunately, Eugene had extensive combat experience and quickly backed away to escape. If it had been someone else, they probably would have been crushed by its weapon. After creating enough distance, Eugene fired again. This fourth bullet also hit its mark. He even fired it while jumping in midair. This proved that the accuracy of Eugene. Every shot was almost 100%. Only one was left, but it couldn't escape the same fate as its comrades. Just like that, Eugene single-handedly wiped out a whole group of orcs that the entire team working together might not have been able to defeat. For that reason, everyone now had an expression of disbelief on their faces. It made sense. How could they imagine Eugene being strong enough to face 5 orcs alone? As for Eugene, after that brief fight, he gradually came to believe that this was not just a dream. Because this feeling was too real to be a dream. Just then, the older man from before suddenly approached Eugene. But instead of praising him, he criticized him loudly. "Hey Eugene, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Eugene didn't even bother with him because his mind hadn't finished processing the fact that he had been reborn into the past. Just like that, Eugene lowered his head and silently walked forward. Seeing that he didn't respond, the man became even angrier. "Hey, you brat. When someone talks to you, you should at least answer, you little punk." Eugene's strange attitude caused a stir among everyone. They curiously asked each other what was wrong with him today. First, he single-handedly fought the orcs, stealing everyone's spotlight, and now he's sitting huddled in a corner, constantly holding his head. But how could they understand what was going on in Eugene's mind? He himself hadn't even fully accepted the fact that he had regret. Bastin, what returned with Eugene was surely a sky-high grudge against Lee Southeast June and Park Shanghai. If the heavens had given him a chance to live again, then in this life, he definitely won't let those two bastards get their way. Just then, Eugene received a notification that he had awakened as a player. Immediately, 3 classes appeared before Eugene: Immortal Warrior, Emissary of the Underworld, and Silent Hunter. Come to think of it, this day in his previous life was also the day he awakened. But these 3 class choices were completely different from the past. Among the 3 classes appearing before him, the one called Emissary of the Underworld particularly caught his attention. It was a class granted the power to use various poisons and curses. A class that allowed players to create an army of shadows from dead monsters because it was granted powers that were more biased compared to other Holy Light classes. The consequence was that only a single player monopolized most of these powers. In his previous life, Yen Jiaji, also known by another name, the 5 Poisons King, once received the favor of the Emissary of the Underworld and seized all its powers, becoming the strongest player. In the previous life, if Li Seijian was a hero, then Yonjaji was a monster in Yujin. To defeat that monster had to research and analyze this class thoroughly. He never expected that after being reborn, he himself would have a faithful encounter with this fearsome class. And without much hesitation, Eugene chose it. He had decided in this life it won't be Yonjaji, but he himself will become a monster to take revenge on all those self-righteous bastards. After players appeared, another concept followed, guilds. It was used to refer to groups that brought benefits to players. At that time, the Phoenix Guild used all means to seize money and power to climb to the second position among the guilds in Korea. Through the dark image of the Phoenix Guild, the noble ideals of the Messiah Guild led by Lee Sejun shone even more brightly. After that, Eugene made a decision opposite to his choice in the previous life. He went to the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. The person in front of him placed a contract on the table, which clearly stated the guild's conditions along with the promise of additional payment every time a dungeon was cleared. Eugene read the contract very carefully. To be honest, this amount of money wasn't enough to buy the items he needed, but there was no other way. After all, he couldn't join the Messiah Guild. How do I prove my status as a player? Isn't the only way to check the player's status window? Eugene asked. The other person suddenly gave a mysterious smile, then pulled something out from his breast pocket and placed it on the table. He said these were skill scrolls specifically for the emissary of the underworld. Eugene just needed to choose one of them and tear it. If he was truly a player, the man could verify it with his own eyes. Eugene looked at the skill scrolls on the table and quickly spotted one called blood poison. The condition to learn it was to have the emissary of the underworld class. This was a skill that could turn the player's blood into poison. The higher the player's level and the skill's rank, the more potent the blood's toxicity. So, this is where you get these things. Eugene thought to himself, blood poison was a very complex skill. Although the skill itself was simple, if combined with the blood golem skill, its effectiveness would be maximized, becoming a very worthwhile skill combo. Eugene then chose blood poison. Then, he decisively tore it into immediately. He acquired the skill, which meant Eugene had proven his player status and his class to the other person. Just like that, Eugene successfully joined the Phoenix Guild and began his journey of conquering dungeons in this life. That night, he had a dream. In that dream, Eugene sought his old comrades from his past life. Back then, he was given a new nickname, Hunting Dog. Although it didn't quite fit his holy light, every time he went on a dungeon expedition, he acted just like a bloodthirsty hunting beast. This appearance made all of Eugene's comrades fear him. And that day was no exception. While his comrades were gossiping about this unpleasant nickname, Eugene's steely voice suddenly rang out, startling them. Our hunt has begun. Get ready for this hunt. Hunts like these were tough, but they gradually allowed Eugene to build trust in people. Unfortunately, it was only a dream. When he woke up, it was almost dawn. He looked at the clock on his phone. Eugene remembered that he had died and been reborn once. And because he had returned to the past, his wicked enemies were still out there and Eugene was truly eager to know if he would meet them again soon. The next morning he had his first dungeon conquest of this life. The meeting point was one national park. The party consisted of 5 people and the other 4 members had arrived early. Among them was a bald man named Josie Hope who had hunting experience for times and was thus especially trusted and followed by the other 3 members. But when is the last person arriving? Josie asked. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the ear-piercing sound of tires screeching on the road. The gazes of all 4 people simultaneously turned in that direction, and they saw an old, worn-out car appear. It's that brat's first hunt today, yet he's the last to arrive. He has no manners for a newbie. The blond man in the party clicked his tongue and said with a tone full of annoyance. At this moment, Eugene got out of the car. That's right. He should be grateful we let him join the party. And what's with that beat-up car? The only woman in the party couldn't help but criticize. Looking at that state, he probably didn't even receive proper support items from the guild. Even if it's his first hunt, he'll probably just focus on staying alive so he doesn't get killed. Let's just ignore him and go. And just like that, on his first hunt, Eugene was isolated by his own party. Even Josie, as the party leader, advised the other members to just ignore him. Just pretend our party is short one person. It seemed he was already used to being alone. So, when he saw the four of them happily talking and laughing while excluding him, Eugene's heart remained calm. Before officially entering the dungeon, the five-person party was briefed on the basics of the place they were about to conquer. It was a Renki dungeon called the Goblin's Lair, a single floor with an entry condition of level 10 or below, and the completion condition was to eliminate all goblins within the dungeon. Do you have any questions, or does anyone want to back out? If you do, speak now. If not, please check your spatial bags one more time. The person in charge said. Eugene acted as if he didn't see the glances full of meaning that his four teammates were giving him inwardly. He sneered. They were people he didn't know the faces or names of anyway. Might as well ignore them. After all, I can clear this crappy ear dungeon by myself. After finishing their preparations, the five of them approached the dungeon entrance. 3 of the 5 people here were conquering a dungeon for the first time. So, they couldn't help but be overwhelmed by its magnificence. And after stepping through that gate, they entered a completely different world. It was a forest, vast and quiet on all sides. And each of them had their outfits changed. 2 equipments suitable for their class. This isn't some virtual reality. It's real. Don't let your guard down. Whether it's in here or out there, we only have one life. Josie, as the party leader, immediately reminded his members. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Eugene break away from the party and go off in his own direction. He carefully observed the surrounding trees. Based on those traces, he judged that the number of goblins in the dungeon was not small at all. Seeing Eugene being so quiet, Josie Hope took the opportunity to bully him. So, he assigned him the task of scouting the surroundings while the 4 of them set up camp. This was clearly pushing the most dangerous task onto him. But Eugene didn't even bother to argue and agreed immediately. I thought he'd be difficult. Who knew it'd be easier than expected? He doesn't even know it's dangerous and just agrees like that. What an idiot. The others muttered. All right, let's get ready to hunt. Now all the items will be ours. Just then, Josie drew his sword. His real goal was to get rid of Eugene so he wouldn't have to share items with him. Of course, Eugene wasn't stupid enough not to realize that, but coincidentally, this suited him just fine. After all, he didn't want to go with those idiots. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Messiah Guild, all the key members were gathered in the meeting room because that day the guild had a new member who was also entrusted with carrying out this mission. The room door opened and Zhang Xiu, an influential member of the guild, gritted his teeth and thought, TK, so it's that unlucky brat. A pleasure. I am Suzuki Aji, the person who just entered spoke. There are so many familiar faces, so I probably don't need to introduce myself, right? This person's voice was full of arrogance. So much so that even Lee Se-jun had to praise his spirit. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lee Se-jun. What will I have to do from now on? AG replied curtly. This attitude made Zhang Ji, who was sitting next to him, angry enough to slam the table and shout, "This brat is really..." Try talking to the boss so rudely one more time. Even though the other person was threatening him, AG didn't seem to waver at all, merely glancing over Leslie without even bothering to turn and look at Jill. This made the man even more furious. He really didn't understand why his boss would bring such an arrogant person here in this room. Besides Lai Jan, there were many other prominent names. For example, not Hajiro, nicknamed the god of the bow, or Sukaharan, nicknamed the sword god. But until now, all of them had remained silent. Only Ganji, who couldn't control his emotions, spoke up. But the angrier he got, the more arrogant AG became.
What? Are you mad? Do my words and actions irritate you? Or is it because of the body size mismatch incident last time? Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge over that. What did you say, you brat? Jianji roared again. All right, you've come to the right place today. The people around could only sigh in exasperation as they all realized that Ji was starting his old trick of bullying the newcomer again. It's just that this Suzuki Aji wasn't an easy person to provoke. But just as the two sides were about to clash, Sejun lost his patience and spoke up. That's enough. Stop it. Zhang Ji turned his head and met the high school gaze of his guild master. His anger instantly vanished, replaced by an invisible fear. Although unwilling, Ji still had to sit down solemnly. Inwardly, he thought, just wait, I'll definitely teach this arrogant bastard who looks down on everyone a lesson. That's enough questioning. Park Shinhai spoke up to continue the meeting. The matter I mentioned before, if it's just about finding the location of the material. 3 days, before she could finish her sentence, Aji replied decisively. After hearing that, Li Ji nodded. If it's 3 days. That's not bad. As for what 3-day plan they were discussing, that will be revealed later. Returning to the Goblin Dungeon, where Eugene had just separated from his teammates. In his previous life, he had also heard details about it. And after surveying the surroundings, Eugene found that what he had heard seemed to be true. While scouting, an ironic feeling welled up inside him. Now that Eugene thought back, he found it ridiculous because whether it was the scouting or the fighting style, it was all taught to him by Suzuki. Back then he thought the man was teaching him for his own sake, but it turned out it was all for the Messiah Guild. Eugene had followed that ruthless killer for a long time and eventually became a loyal hunting dog for the Messiah Guild. But they probably never thought that that teaching would now become a blade pointed back at them. Just then, Eugene finished surveying a tree and jumped to the ground. As his feet touched the ground, something suddenly whistled through the air towards him. Eugene dodged to the right, successfully avoiding it. Monsters had appeared, 3 extremely aggressive goblins. Eugene quickly opened his inventory and took out a dagger. His hot blood began to boil. These goblins were quite similar to the ones in the 7th floor dungeon he frequently entered not long ago. Now, they were just subjects for him to test his newly learned blood poison skill. With that thought, Eugene used the dagger to cut his palm and fresh blood immediately gushed out. And when the 3 goblins started to attack, he used that very blood-stained dagger to counterattack. Eugene was more than capable of finishing them off with this weapon, but he chose to only stab the goblin's arm to test the skill. Immediately, he received a notification that it had been afflicted with blood poison. A second later, the goblin that had just been stabbed by Eugene's dagger whimpers with pain. It turned around and attacked him again. Eugen looked visibly disappointed. It's already been hit with blood poison, but the goblin is still strong. It seems the skill's effect isn't that great. Probably because my level is still quite low. Seeing that one wasn't enough to deal with Eugene, the other goblin's comrades quickly rushed in his reinforcements. This time, he had truly run out of patience. Eugene spun the dagger in his hand. Then he threw it straight ahead, hitting the charging goblin right between in the eyes, causing it to collapse, falling face down to the bewilderment of its comrades. In reality, the pattern of battle against goblins was very clear. They weren't difficult to deal with, but the longer the fight dragged on, the more of them would gather, which would be a bit of a hassle. He looked at the swarm of goblins flocking towards him. Eugene immediately changed his tactic. This time he didn't use the dagger. Instead, it was another weapon, a goblin chief's whip. When the effect of the goblin chief's whip was activated, this crowd of goblins was simultaneously terrified, and that effect made Eugene very satisfied. Preparing in advance was the right call, he muttered. At the same time, the foolish party members who pushed Eugene away were also in trouble. A surprise attack from a group of goblins. Each and every one of them was extremely aggressive since 3 of them had had no experience. They fell into a panic. Only Josie,
considered the one with the best practical combat skills, stepped up to block the first wave of the goblins' attack. In the eyes of the three rookies, he looked as majestic as a hero at that moment.
"What are you doing? Don't be scared of these low-level goblins," Josie shouted loudly. "Come on, focus. There's no need to fear this mob of goblins."
In truth, he himself was stressed to death, but to maintain his hero image, Josie could only motivate himself, thinking he was determined and had prepared this longsword. And after all, those goblins were just walking chunks of meat, not dangerous. However, disaster soon struck this bald man as his longsword somehow got stuck in the corpse of the goblin he had just killed, and he couldn't pull it out.
Josie quickly panicked.
He used all his strength, but couldn't pull the blade out. Meanwhile, while the goblins were already starting their second wave of attacks, and this time Josie wasn't lucky enough to show off in front of the rookies anymore, as he took a direct hit from a goblin and fell down. These monsters may be low level, but they showed no mercy to the players.
Joss's bald head was bleeding profusely.
He was in so much pain, his whole body felt as heavy as if it were crushed by rock. And his vision was blurring. But seeing the goblins charge at him again, his fierce survival instinct urged him to flee. So he started running and shouting for help.
"Help! Help me! Don't just stand there watching, you idiots. Do something."
Faced with that situation, the three rookie players, though terrified, were forced to charge forward because Josie Hope had fallen. If they did nothing, they would all die together. In contrast to that struggle, Eugene alone facing 7 goblins and even a much larger number was completely at ease. Every time he swung the whip in his hand, he took down several of them at once.
Some were even so scared that they started to run away. But Eugene had no intention of sparing any opponent. The whip in his hand lashed out again.
Its speed was faster than the goblin's retreat, successfully wrapping around its neck several times. Eugene tightened his grip slightly.
It instantly killed the monster.
After that, he received a notification that the emissary of the underworld was interested in him. And at the same time, he received a new title, the Notice One.
"The standard is lower than I thought."
Eugene smiled with satisfaction. "I didn't expect just killing a few familiar goblins would be enough to attract the attention of the emissary of the underworld." Thinking about the people who entered the dungeon with him, Eugene began to lament. Only idiots would swing around those heavy swords to deal with goblins.
This is enough. Wasting time in a place like this is an unbelievably stupid act.
Without even thinking, Eugene knew those 4 were struggling badly, and reality proved his thoughts were correct. After joining forces, the 4 of them had temporarily resolved the crisis, but all were injured, some seriously, some lightly, and their mood was extremely heavy.
"Hey, that new guy. I wonder how he's doing." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, clearly asking about Eugene. "If he hasn't returned to report anything, he's definitely dead," Josie replied.
At this point, the rookies' trust in him had greatly diminished and was almost gone.
They started to blame Josie for sending Eugene away.
If it had been 5 of them working together earlier, the situation would have been much different. Josie didn't back down either, so the 2 sides began to argue fiercely, and their verbal dispute only stopped when they suddenly heard a loud grinding sound. Instinctively, they all jumped up, stood back to back, and swung their weapons in 4 directions. Because the sound just now clearly came from the goblins, they feared they were about to be ambushed again. The sound did indeed come from the goblins, but they weren't attacking Josie's group. Rather, they were screaming pathetically as Eugene slaughtered them.
His monster farming process was truly chill.
Eugene continuously caught the attention of the emissary of the underworld, and this time he even received a new skill called Skeleton Soldier.
Eugene quickly opened his inventory. He didn't think he would get this skill so soon.
In his previous life, this was the army of death considered to be the limbs of the 5 poisons King Yinji. It was one of this man's core skills. But on the other hand, the skill also had a fatal flaw that allowed Eugene to defeat him before. That is, the user could only use the corpses of monsters they personally killed to create undead soldiers. This was the fatal limitation of this skill. But even so, at least with the time Eugene had, he was confident he could master this skill. And so Eugene tore the scroll in half again to successfully learn the skeleton soldier skill. Since it was a newly learned skill, the number of soldiers he could currently summon was only one. But Eugene only needed it to help him distract the enemy. That way, the hunt would be much easier. And so, he silently created an undaged goblin. To be honest, watching it transform before his eyes like this, he felt a little nauseous. But looking closely at its eyes full of hatred, it suited Eugene just fine. The sky was clear blue. A few clouds lastly drifted over the green mountain peaks. Amidst this peaceful scene, the sharp cold sound of metal quietly rang out. At this moment, Kim Yujin was quietly leaning against a tree, silently observing the scene before him. He gently rubbed his chin, a look of disappointment flashing in his eyes, just as I thought. Not what I expected, Kim Yujin muttered. Because my magic power is still low. This is all I can manage. The goblin skeleton turned its head slightly upon hearing those words. Its movements were still clumsy, but had life. In its deep dark eye sockets, a faint light flickered like the first sign of a soul. He approached it, his hand reaching out to place on its head. I have a weapon to use as my mainstay now. Suddenly, Kim Yujin's gaze froze. Anyway, that the scene before him couldn't help but surprise him. Is that a player? A question arose in his mind. Why is a human body hanging like a toy like that? A stream of thoughts continuously appeared in Kim Yujin's mind. The common point of all monsters, from goblins to dragons, is that they are all entities harmful to humans. There's no reason for them to go easy just because someone is a new player. Then the two of them quickly walked towards the goblin's lair. He thought to himself, so there's no reason for me to distribute my compassion to monsters. At the same time, in another place, the sky was pitch black, darkness swallowing the entire forest. Before a small fire, a group of people sat quietly resting, the faint light flickering, illuminating a corner of the silent forest. A large wound was visible on Josie Hope's forehead, blood still trickling down. He cursed in anger. Damn it, those damn goblins. Beside him, Sunmi trembled, sobbing in fear. Mo asked worriedly, Brother Josie, what should we do now? He lowered his head, his voice low. I think we were too careless. He gritted his teeth and said decisively, we can't die like this. Josie Hope frowned, growling. After all, they're just goblins. Suddenly, he shot up, shouting angrily, we can't die disgracefully here. Ma was stunned, so shocked she was speechless. She also stopped crying, gently wiping the tears still on her eyelashes, her eyes fixed forward. Hajin was startled, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks, calling out the name in confusion. Yosi Ion. The man shouted, his voice full of frustration. What's wrong with everyone? It's tough, but we can do it. He pointed towards Josie, stammering. No, not that. The man raised his eyebrows, his gaze immediately following the boy's finger. What do you mean? Mello was terrified, her voice trembling. On your head right now. Josie Hope asked curiously, what are you talking about? What's on my head? At that moment, above the man's head, the words level up appeared, glowing with a dazzling light. Josie couldn't believe what he was seeing. Level up now. It's not in the middle of a fight. How could this be? The only case where my level increases while I'm sitting still. The man kept his composure, saying stiffly, is a party member fighting? Josie was stunned, his voice full of surprise. If that's the case, does that mean that new guy is still alive? At this moment, Kim Yujin held a torch in his hand. The flickering flame illuminating the dark cave. At his feet, the goblins guarding the entrance had been defeated, lying scattered on the ground. Currently, the cave entrance was blocked with wood, Kim Yujin said lightly. In my experience, the most effective way to kill goblins is. His face was full of smugness, not just this. Kim Yoo-jun gently released his hand, and the torch immediately fell. It plunged straight into the pile of wood in front of the cave entrance. In an instant, the fire flared up fiercely, the red glow swallowing the entire entrance. The two of them stood calmly waiting in front of the cave entrance. Their shadows stretched long on the ground. The smell of smoke had seeped deep into every nook and cranny of the cave.
A goblin sniffed, its eyes flashing with vigilance.
They panicked and shot back towards the cave entrance, their bodies tense with fear. When they saw the billowing black smoke spreading in, they couldn't help but tremble, their eyes filled with panic. Soon the air in the cave was depleted. A few goblins clutched their necks, gasping for breath, whimpering in pain. They collapsed, writhing on the ground in extreme discomfort.
One of them quickly pointed towards the cave entrance, signaling urgently. In that moment, the goblins seemed to snap out of it. They didn't hesitate for a moment.
They rushed towards the cave entrance, each step accusing all their strength. Outside, the fire continued to burn fiercely. Suddenly, the pile of wood shifted, accompanied by loud banging sounds. Kim Yoo-jun stood still, his eyes staring intently at the fire. Soon from the gaps, the enraged faces of goblins appeared, struggling to save their lives. Their roars echoed, filled with resentment, their eyes shining with a ferocity as if they wanted to tear apart the person in front of them. He stood silently, the corner of his lip curled up slightly as he quietly enjoyed the result. He had created with his own hands, Kim Yoo-jun said mockingly. The debt for the funerals of the players who died by your hands will now be paid in one go. Right amidst the blazing red sea of fire, countless desperate arms reached out, trembling to grasp at life just an inch away. In a flash, all were swallowed by the flames, leaving behind the crackling sound and the smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air. The fire blazed fiercely, lighting up a corner of the forest.
Suddenly, the system's notification rang out. The emissary of the underworld is very pleased with your cruelty.
Very quickly, the goblins were burned to ashes.
He frowned, his eyes fixed on the pile of ashes in front of him. Kim Yoo-jun let out a cold snore.
Oof. That's strange. He tightened his grip on the whip in his hand. I thought at this point, I could at least witness it once.
Then Kim Yoo-jun turned to leave in disappointment, a little annoyed. What a nuisance. Is it hiding somewhere else?
Just as the goblin's skeleton turned its back, a faint cracking sound was heard. The ground under the pile of ashes slowly broke apart as if something was awakening beneath. Hearing the sound, it was startled and turned its head back. In the blink of an eye, the ground exploded, and a giant goblin launched out from underground. The goblin's skeleton stood there, stunned, letting dirt and rocks rain down on it.
The goblin was furious to the extreme, its mouth puffing out hot breaths. He immediately turned back, swinging his whip down hard. How lucky! Because this place was getting boring. Kim Yoo-jun gritted his teeth. I'm so grateful you appeared from under my feet.
At this moment, the giant goblin was overflowing with killing intent, his eyes burning with rage. It was the goblin champion boss.
He continued to speak.
Many rookies have lost their lives in this dungeon. Kim Yoo-jun continued.
It's all because of this goblin.
He quickly spread his hands, channeling his spiritual power, his eyes looking down for rookies. Meeting a goblin champion in a goblin dungeon is like meeting the god of death. With just a wave of his hand, a brilliant light flared up following Kim Yoo-jun's movement as a thought arose in his mind. However, in an instant, the light vanished to reveal a sword resting in his hand, his heart resolute.
From now on, there will be no more victims.
The goblin's skeleton turned its head slightly, its cold eyes fixed on the sword. It slowly stepped forward, making a crunching sound in the silent space. The goblin's skeleton's action immediately caught Kim Yoo-jun's attention. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's waiting for an opportunity." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier froze, its whole body rigid. It slowly turned its head, its eyes flashing with a cold light. Kim Yoo-jun spoke with interest, the corner of his lip curling up.
Look at it.
He continued, its expression has changed.
Kim Yujin stepped back, leaning against a tree, watching calmly. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he calmly waited for the impending battle.
The goblin champion let out an angry hiss, its eyes glowing fiercely, filled with killing intent. At that moment, the skeleton soldier pushed off the ground with its leg, gaining momentum.
Then, it leaped up, charging towards the enemy. The skeleton soldier's speed was astonishingly fast, quickly closing in on the opponent.
The champion rushed forward, its club swinging, roaring to threaten its opponent. Rushing behind the enemy, it suddenly spun around, its legs sweeping the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A decisive sword strike came down and blood spurted from the champion's foot. He froze, his eyes trembling slightly, a thought echoing in his mind. That is, Kim Yujin recalled the battle with a giant dragon, its entire body burning in a sea of red flames. Waves of fire raging as if to incinerate the entire space. The man screamed in horror.
How can we defeat it? He suggested. Attack its legs.
Kim Yujin quickly drew his sword.
Knock it off balance.
Then our chance to win will come. He frowned, his eyes burning with steely determination, ready to face the danger ahead. Without hesitation, Kim Yujin leaped into the air, his sword slashing straight at the dragon's leg. His attack was like a fierce storm.
Its giant legs continuously spurted blood, and a terrifying shriek echoed everywhere. The scene before him made Kim Yujin even more certain. That way of moving, I'm sure of it.
At this moment, the champion knelt on the ground in pain. Its winning club stuck into the ground, helping it maintain balance.
The goblin's skeleton attacked relentlessly, repeating the same moves as before. It dodged behind the opponent and then, quick as a flash,
lunged forward. He was stunned and thought to himself, this fighting style. Instantly, one of the goblin's skeleton swords plunged straight into the dungeon boss's head, causing it to log out of the world immediately.
Kim Yujin couldn't help but be shocked. Exactly like me. He thought deeply.
I knew that skeleton soldiers would inherit a part of my fighting abilities and magical power. But Kim Yujin thought excitedly. I didn't know they could copy my fighting style. He recounted enthusiastically before returning to the past. I had used every type of weapon in the world, even in the Messiah Guild. No one could solo 1v1 with me. Kim Yujin's next words made the skeleton soldier stunned. But I like it, he muttered. Perhaps my plan will have to change. A ting sound rang out, and immediately the system appeared floating in front of Kim Yujin. The flickering light startled him. He quickly opened the notification. Exclaiming in surprise, this is at this moment it displayed the words, Lord of the Underworld. Congratulations on completing a hidden achievement. You have received a legendary skill as a gift. Kim Yujin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Legendary rank. He was overjoyed, smiling brightly. I never thought I'd get it here. Scene change on the watchtower. A man shouted in panic. The dungeon has been cleared. Hans shot up, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes wide. What? Before he could compose himself, he quickly opened the door and rushed out. Everything in front of him left Hanok stunned. From within the spatial gate, players slowly walked out. A sense of astonishment surged within him. It's true, the players have returned. Hansek's mouth hung open, cold sweat breaking out. That means the dungeon was really cleared in one day. Isn't that impossible? At this moment, the players were being checked for injuries by medical staff. He rushed towards them exclaiming happily, everyone has returned safely. Not seeing the figure he expected, Hans paused, his eyes scanning the crowd. He scratched his head, his voice showing a mix of confusion and worry. Why are there only 4 people? Where is Mr. Kim Yujin? The crowd was silent. No one spoke. Everyone's face was heavy, their eyes avoiding his. Hans gently pushed up his glasses. His voice choked.
I see. So, Mr. Kim Yujin.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind. His heart stopped. A glimmer of hope rising within him.
Someone's coming out.
As the figures slowly became clear, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. From within the glowing spatial gate, Kim Yujin walked out, hands in his pockets, his expression strangely calm. Hanek was speechless for a moment, then blurted out, "Mr. Kim Yujin."
He walked away decisively without looking back even once.
He hurriedly chased after him.
"Wait, Mr. Kim Eugene." Josie Hope was stunned. "He's still alive, that bastard. How the hell did he clear the dungeon by himself?"
Seeing Hans trying to talk to him, his heart suddenly boiled with intense jealousy.
Joss's face darkened. "Are you kidding me? How?"
A single thought formed in his mind.
Who is he?
In the following days, the newspapers were filled with news. The world's economic growth rate has been negative for 4 consecutive years. The European Union proposes a third 30% increase in remuneration for players who clear monster layers. USA. The Special Act for Players is passed. Players are exempt from 10% income tax.
Are the players' demands just going to be met like that?
On the big screen in the city center, the news anchor's voice echoed through the bustling streets.
The ambitions of players worldwide are growing larger and larger. According to analysis,
only players can close dungeons, leading to players demanding special privileges for themselves. However, at a time like this, the Messiah Guild in Korea has not made any demands after clearing a 5-floor dungeon. The news reported, "Messiah Guild, the first guild to conquer a 5-floor dungeon," the anchor exclaimed. "Lejun, he has saved the world once again." He continued, "After clearing the 5-floor dungeon, the organization backing the Messiah Guild.
The Handsome Group has also recorded a surge in its stock price."
Meanwhile, Josie angrily turned off his phone, gritting his teeth and swearing, "Damn it, that Messiah Guild." He slammed his phone on the table, growling, "The news is full of them.
It's driving me crazy." Josie complained in frustration.
"Now we're all being called trash who only care about money."
Hasang replied with a faint smile.
"Who cares?
It's not like this is the first time."
He asked curiously, "By the way,
how was the dungeon this time?" The man snapped angrily.
"Don't mention it, Kim Yujin.
Because of that new guy. We all nearly died." Hasang was surprised. "What happened? What's wrong?"
Josie frowned, pointing to his head wrapped in white bandages.
"You see my head? It's because of that psycho." Hasang was briefly confused. "If so, is that rumor true?"
The man held his forehead, confirming angrily.
"That's right. He used the excuse of being a new player wanting items to lure the goblins into a trap." Josie continued.
"I had to charge him to save him, and this is what happened."
Hasang shouted in surprise. "What?"
"Hey, if that's the case, you should report him to the guild and demand he be punished." The man shook his head, saying, "Forget it.
Let's just consider it stepping in crab."
"He must have done it for the money," he said indignantly, "no matter how desperate he is."
"How could he do that?" "We can't let it be.
I have to go tell everyone around so that Brat can't continue doing this elsewhere." At the same time, in a quiet house, Kim Yujun's eyes were fixed on a photo hanging on the wall. He rubbed his chin, pondering, "Unlike the past, I can't rush to meet that young guy." Kim Yujun set a goal for himself.
"I must build enough strength before attracting his attention."
To do that, he stood silently looking at the wall covered with photos and information, papers overlapping each other, red strings connecting one to another.
Intertwined like a web of lies.
Kim Jin tore off a piece of paper at the end of the connecting thread between me and him.
"I'll start there."
Scene changed to a skyscraper.
A shocked voice rang out. "The Orc Hunter Dungeon."
Secretary Nam hesitated, his voice full of worry.
Could it be that because of the recent rumors in the guild? You want to overwork yourself to save your image? He was stunned. And rumors. I don't know much about that. Actually, it's just because I need money.
Chairman Lee's eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him. His gaze deep as if trying to see through the other person. Because of money, he advised, his voice serious.
Mr. Kim Yujin, your life is important. Money is good, but shouldn't you protect your life first? Chairman Lee made an offer.
If you need it urgently, you can borrow from the guild subsidy. Kim Yujin decisively raised his hand to refuse.
No need. Just arrange the time for me. I know what I'm doing.
In his heart, he guessed, they're probably spreading nasty rumors about me again.
On the contrary, that's better. Hunting alone is best for me.
After Kim Yujin left, Secretary Nam quickly reported, it seems the rumors about this Mr. Kim Yujin are true. He crossed his arms, looking out at the city, snorting, rumors are rumors, but it seems he doesn't know about them. But what's the status of the dungeon floor Mr. Eugene intends to enter?
He continued to present after a specialized team entered and was wiped out.
No one has registered for the past month.
Chairman Lee turned back. Who was the specialized team? Secretary Nam answered nervously. It was a promising person from Park Yong-won's faction. What should we do?
He said sarcastically.
Even a promising person from Park Jang-woo's faction couldn't handle this dungeon and he wants to go in alone.
He spoke. This new guy's fate is entangled with death. Feeling someone was bad-mouthing him, he instantly turned around. Chairman Lee's voice continued to echo, but we can't be sure, so first send adequate support. Kim Yoo-jun sneered, if you want to kill a hero first. At this moment, his phone screen stopped at a name, Park Young-won. Kim Yoo-jun continued coldly, you have to join hands with the evil faction. After that, he drove off and soon arrived at Chunshin City Hall. As soon as Kim Yoo-jun got out of the car, a man rushed over.
You're Kim Yoo-jun, right?
Hanja's face was drenched in sweat, his voice full of doubt.
But did you really come alone? Seeing him remain silent, he thought to himself, mocking, a dirty personality who only knows money. So, of course, he can't find any teammates. Then, Han Jang quickly led the way now. Please enter the dungeon immediately.
This way. He glanced at the person next to him, muttering and cursing in his heart.
Idiot. Is he really planning to go in alone?
Whatever. It has nothing to do with me. Whether he lives or dies is his own problem.
The spatial gates slowly open. A brilliant light spreading, illuminating a dark area inside the dungeon.
As soon as Kim Yoo-jun stepped inside, the gate immediately closed.
At that moment, the system displayed an information panel.
Or counter.
Dungeon Floors 1. Dungeon difficulty rank C max entry 3. Entry condition level 13 or below. Completion condition eliminate the orc hunter.
He thought to himself, with my current level, it's clearly impossible to attack this alone. Kim Yoo-jun quickly drew his sword, his whole body tense with vigilance. But if I can use an orc as a sacrifice to perform the skeleton soldier skill, things will be different. In a flash, an orc appeared, charging at him like lightning. Kim Yoo-jun frowned, a sharp glint in his eyes, full of determination and danger. Just as the orc's club slammed down, he quickly slipped past its body, dodging with precision. Kim Yoo-jun's hand spun on the ground, gracefully pushing himself up. He swung his sword, sharp glints of light emitting from the blade, cutting through the air, slashing straight at the enemy. However, the result was not as expected. The sight before him left him stunned. Kim Yoo-jun realized with concern. Even though it's a normal orc, its skin is very thick, so it's just a scratch. He looked towards the club, it had just slammed down there. The ground was shattered into pieces. A thought crossed Kim Yoo-jun's mind.
Moreover, if its strength is only that much, one hit could send it to the grave.
Even so, I just need to deal with this one and then summon a skeleton soldier.
His heart was full of hope. Then clearing this dungeon alone is not impossible.
Kim Yujin immediately charged forward to attack. The space around him seemed to slow down under his astonishing speed.
The orc's eyes widened, tensing its muscles, trying to catch the opponent's figure.
Seeing the time was right, it slammed its hands on the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying.
Dust swirling thickly.
A piece of rock suddenly grazed his face, and fresh blood immediately gushed out.
Kim Yujin quickly circled behind the orc.
Step by step, he rushed straight towards the enemy. Very quickly, he closed in on the orc. His eyes burned with determination. Kim Jin aimed straight for the wound he had just made. One sword struck down, landing right on that spot. He attacked continuously, sharp flashes of light constantly flaring up around its leg. Everything happened so fast that the orc couldn't react, only able to stand still and take the hits. A moment later, Kim Yujin landed softly, his feet steady on the ground, his presence imposing.
It stood there trembling in so much pain that its whole body shook.
Its eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening. In a flash, dark red blood gushed out, staining the surrounding space.
He turned and walked towards the orc.
The beast had lost its legs and had to sit down. Even so, its eyes burned with hatred, staring intently at the figure before it. Kim Yujin raised his sword, growling.
"It's not so scary anymore, is it?" A precise stab pierced straight through the opponent's body.
Fresh blood spread on the ground.
The orc collapsed, dying with its eyes open. Immediately after, the system displayed information. "You have summoned a skeleton soldier." A clear morning, sunlighting the tall buildings adorned with bright signs. Power lines criss-crossing the sky.
Bustling streets marking the beginning of a vibrant new day.
In an office, two men were chatting. Scene clicked his tongue. And praise. A talent. Truly a talent.
Lai frowned, looking suspicious.
What has Sin been looking at so intently all this time?
Don't tell me Sean is planning to bring back some strange business item from some corner of the world again. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, a soft laugh escaping, containing a mix of amusement and calculation. Sechin threw a stack of papers on the table, pushing it forward.
"If you're curious, take a look at this."
As soon as he saw the words on it, he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment.
Lina shouted in shock, "What is this?"
He couldn't believe his eyes. A newly awakened player not long ago single-handedly cleared his first dungeon. He spoke, his voice full of interest. "I heard he's already entered his second dungeon. This time, he went in all by himself from the start. Isn't that like a slap in the face to the title of a newly awakened and rather audacious brat?" Lai was stunned, pointing at the documents.
"Sechin, can you believe that?"
"I had such a hard time at the beginning."
"Don't tell me Sechin believes the synonymous. Unverified report," he continued.
"Sechin isn't usually like this, but in this case, Sechin seems a bit too naive." At this moment, Ju brought water. Her high school voice making Li Jina shiver.
"Is there a problem with my report?"
He whipped his head around, startled, his face pale with fright.
Li Jina quickly made excuses.
"This report was prepared by Secretary Li, no wonder.
It's absolutely perfect. Where did you find such rare information?"
She placed the tray of water on the table, the water sloshing out, and said in a cold voice, "That's my job."
Sechin took a sip of coffee.
"The information was collected by Secretary Li, so it's 100% trustworthy." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes caught the coffee packet in the tray.
"If we don't trust Secretary Li, who can we trust?" Sechin roared in frustration. "I can't trust this either. I told you I don't like instant coffee. Stop buying it." Ju calmly enjoyed her coffee, ignoring his shouts. "What on earth is this, huh?"
She slowly opened her eyes, her face calm without a ripple of emotion. Ju stated plainly, this coffee was brought from the meeting with the Phoenix Guild last week, and this report is made from recycled paper.
Sean's tone immediately changed.
He chugged a few gulps, praising it as he drank.
This coffee is lightly sweet and delicious. Instant coffee is really the way to go. An aura of magnanimity seemed to radiate around him as he spoke with sincerity. Indeed, in this world, if you can't trust Secretary Lee, who can you trust?
Lee Gina looked on with undisguised contempt.
He sighed inwardly. So stingy and deceitful.
His eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him, silently judging. That's why at this age he's still. The coffee was gone, leaving only the crumpled paper cup on the table.
Sechin suddenly remembered and asked, "By the way, Secretary Lee, how is the dungeon acquisition process going?" She immediately reported, "A few decent dungeons have appeared. But the price is still too high. So I'm still looking into it." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but be surprised. Dungeon acquisition. Lina asked, "Sean, aren't there still dungeons left from the ones we bought before?" His eyes lit up as if he were looking at a great deal. "What are you talking about? You have to enter dungeons now. So sooner or later, we'll run out." He loudly protested. "Ho, what's this about? I just got out of a dungeon yesterday. You have to give me a break."
Sin waved his hand, looking profound.
If a person rests too much, they'll become lethargic. And for those who work hard, suddenly resting will make their bodies ache even more. This Sean is only thinking of you.
Lai gritted his teeth.
What?
Ju picked up her coffee cup, the hot steam gently rising, dissipating into the air with a heavy sigh.
Over at the dungeon, the orcs roared threateningly,
their eyes glowing with killing intent. They all charged towards the skeleton soldier. With just one swing of its club, its bones were shattered. The fragments flew everywhere and fell scattered on the ground.
Kim Yujin quickly cleared the orcs. He sat on their corpses,
his eyes fixed on the bone fragments on the ground, complaining. "My soldiers are so weak because my skill level is still too low." Then Kim Yujin quickly jumped to the ground, but then his hand immediately touched the corpse of an orc. "The 5 poisons King Yuan Aji, whom I faced in my previous life, taught me a lesson I'm sick of." In that moment, magic flared up in Kim Yujin's hand, seeping into the monster's body.
A blinding light radiated, startling the orcs, who didn't understand what was happening.
A moment later, the system's notification rang out.
"You have summoned a skeleton soldier."
At that moment, from the orc's corpse, the flesh was suddenly torn apart. And a bony hand burst out, unexpectedly, reaching out. Its teeth chattered together like a hunting machine just activated. Soon, the figure of the skeleton soldier appeared majestically, dark demonic energy rising around it, coiling into cold mist. He said coldly, "If my magic power allows, the number of skeleton soldiers assigned to me." His voice continued to echo as the same as the number of sacrifices on this battlefield. Hearing these words, the orcs were stunned, their eyes blank. They had no idea that death was near, just waiting to pounce on them. In an instant, screams of agony filled the air, spreading throughout the dark dungeon. The system continuously displayed, "You have leveled up. All your stats have increased. Blood poison skill has increased to level 2. Kim Yujin was disappointed, snorting, "Is that all? Leveling up this much in a dungeon is a bit inefficient. I need to quickly deal with these basic orcs. And start looking for the orc hunter." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, his mind full of questions. Kim Yujin focused on the dungeon map he had just drawn. "I thought it was a creature that ate its own kind, so it would be the leader of them all." He frowned, muttering, "But maybe it's just mixed in with the orc pack." He thought to himself, "The remaining traces are." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier bent down, its eyes fixed on the drawing on the ground. Kim Jin blurted out in surprise, "What's this?" "This one?" Seeing it stare intently, he asked curiously, "You look at this and know something?" Kim Yujin scratched his head in confusion.
Could it be?
He told himself. Anyway, I have a rough idea of where the orc hunter is.
Kim Yujin stood up instinctively, calculating in his mind if it's there. There won't be any that can be chosen as sacrifices.
The skeleton soldier can be used. He gently tapped its head with a wooden stick. His voice firm.
Only this one will do.
After that, the two of them turned and left, searching for the special orc in this dungeon.
Anyway, I have to think of a new way. After the battle, the smell of blood quickly attracted a flock of crows.
Seeing the corpses of his comrades lying scattered on the ground, the orc chief gritted his teeth. His eyes red with rage. A fierce roar erupted from its throat, causing the crows to fly away in panic. The orc chief bent down, its rough hands gripping the head of a comrade and dragging it across the ground. The pulling force was so strong that the wound on the unfortunate one's face was torn wider, fresh blood staining his face. The fresh blood left a long trail on the ground as red as its eyes filled with hatred.
In a dark, damp corner of the dungeon, the orc chief sat silently amidst the pile of his comrades' corpses he had just dragged back.
It tore at every piece of flesh that was still warm, chewing greedily. Behind a rock wall, Kim Yujin held his breath and watched. His gaze was as taut as a bowstring fixed on the moving shadow in front of him. Kim Jin tightened his grip on the bowstring. He thought to himself, the boss monster in the dungeon has physical abilities far superior to other normal individuals. Attacking these things without a plan is foolish, he told himself. But I just need to get one blood poison arrow into it.
Kimuja nodded to the skeleton soldier to attack.
Without hesitation, it quickly left its hiding place, stepping straight towards the enemy. As soon as it heard the noise, the orc chief immediately turned its head. It sniffed, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, letting out a series of threatening growls. In the blink of an eye, the orc chief, holding its club, charged straight ahead. The skeleton soldier tightened its grip on its sword, lunging towards the opponent like a storm. It quickly swung its sword. Its face filled with killing intent. The orc chief quickly blocked the blow. The sound of clashing weapons ringing out shrilly. Its eyes were bloodshot, glaring at the enemy with hatred. Suddenly, the orc chief bit down hard on the skeleton soldier's shoulder. It struggled to escape the enemy's sharp teeth. Meanwhile, he drew his bow, certain that these bloodshot eyes prove it's the orc hunter that eats its own kind.
Kim Yujin aimed straight for the target.
A thought flashing through his mind.
Moreover, the place to shoot it besides its thick hide.
The arrow flew from his hand as if guided by the thought in his head, its only weak point.
It shot like a bolt of lightning towards the enemy.
Now the orc chief realized, but it was too late. There was no chance to dodge. It stared wide-eyed, watching the arrow fly towards it helplessly. In a flash, the arrow pierced straight into the orc chief's eye, knocking it backwards.
The orc chief
quickly bent its knees, trying to keep its balance, its feet sliding on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, the orc chief stopped, its sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. It quickly reached up, grabbing the arrow in its face. In a flash, the arrow was pulled out and thrown to the ground. The orc chief was furious, panting heavily, glaring at the enemy with hatred. In that moment, the system displayed a notification. The orc has been poisoned by blood poison. He frowned and thought, the weaker the spot, the faster the poison spreads. Kim Yujin sneered, his eyes full of smugness and mockery. His attitude was like adding fuel to the fire, igniting the orc's rage even more fiercely. At this time, the system displayed the words, due to blood poison.
The orc's stamina is continuously decreasing.
The poison quickly seeped into its blood, making the orc chief dizzy as if its life force was being drained. Seeing it collapse to the ground, Kim Yujin remarked, the damage of blood poison at level 2 isn't that high. But he curled his lip and continued, at this level, it's quite usable. While the orc chief was still dazed, the skeleton soldier raised its sword.
Kim Yujin declared coldly, this is the end for you.
In an instant, the blade was stained with fresh red blood.
The orc chief collapsed to the ground, its breath ceasing, its life ending. Immediately after, the system sound rang out repeatedly, announcing, "You have defeated the orc. Hunter, you have cleared the dungeon. You have leveled up. In 1 hour, you can return."
He gently kicked the pile of dry bones on the ground, muttering softly, "It eats everything, regardless of whether it's human or orc. I wonder if there are any of Park Hee-young's faction members in this pile." Under his kick, the scattered bone fragments rolled away, clattering against each other like the echo of the dead. Suddenly, Kim Yujin's eyes accidentally caught something. This in front of him, a bare skeleton, its ribs severed, jutted out like a cold warning of death. Kim Yujin touched it, certain that this wound was not caused by an orc. He observed carefully, thinking, from the looks of it, being stabbed in the back seems to be the act of someone used to killing in dungeons. A thought in Kim Yujin's mind, I can't determine if it was a planned murder or just a spontaneous act, but if it's the Park Young-won faction of the Phoenix, it might be someone who simply kills for money and items. He sighed. There's not much time left in this dungeon. Where can I find a trace of him? The bright moonlight pierced through the dark night of the dungeon like a guiding light, lighting up hope for Kim Yujin to get close to Park Yaman. Anything that can be used as a pretext is good enough. Suddenly, a strange light flared up on the cliff face in front of him, flickering in the darkness of the dungeon. He raised his hand, squinting against the blinding light. Kim Yujin quickly went to check. It turned out there was a cave here. Kim Yujin squatted down, carefully observing the inside. The cave entrance was just big enough for one person. Right at this moment, before Kim Yujin's eyes was a dry skeleton sitting huddled in a corner, its hands still gripping a sword. He silently affirmed, "This person's weapon is very clean, and the body is not damaged like the others, it seems." Seeing the scribble marks on the rock wall, Kim Yujin became even more convinced that while his teammates were being eaten, he escaped here alone and just counted the days waiting to die. Seeing the badge on the skeleton's robe, contempt welled up in his heart. Those who can do such despicable things are indeed from the Phoenix Guild. Kim Yujin's lip curled into a sneer, especially if it's someone considered a prospect of the Park On-one faction. Then the stream of thought continued in his mind. There is no more suitable grave for him than this place. Suddenly, from the skeleton's body, a notebook fell to the ground. Kim Yujin was startled. "What's this?" He didn't hesitate and immediately picked it up. Kim Yujin quickly opened the notebook. A diary. He quickly flipped through the pages, muttering, "It seems there's no valuable information." Suddenly, Kim Yujin's eyes stopped on a page. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the blacklist of Park Yong-woo's faction." Kim closed the book, his voice full of excitement. "Finding this is really lucky. I can use this effectively." The system sound suddenly rang in his ear. "The emissary of the underworld praises your brilliant achievement. He has sent you a skill scroll. Legendary skill." Hearing this, Yujin was shocked and immediately exclaimed, "Legendary skill." Yujin's mouth curled into a slight smile. "So this is where you get this thing." He fixed his eyes on the paper he was holding. The content on it read, "Eye of Anubis. Acquisition condition, emissary of the underworld. Skill level, level 1 or higher. Skill effect. Can see the memories of the dead." When he read the last line of the paper, Eugene sneered smugly. He curled his lip and read the words aloud. Can see the memories of the dead. After that, Eugene didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity. He decisively tore the paper into shreds. "This is a stroke of luck I didn't have in my past life." After he had completely torn the paper, the system sound began to ring at the same time. Notification. You have acquired the Eye of Anubis. You have achieved the successor of the Underworld achievement. Eugene stepped towards Ingyu's skeleton sign as he carefully raised his hands to touch the skull. The dead tell no tales. Then Eugene's hands gently touched Yonyu's dry skull, slowly pulling it closer to him.
Yujin's mood suddenly became excited. His eyes simultaneously emitting a strange light that is now a thing of the past for me. The magical power within Yujin's eyes began to gather, quickly twisting into a fierce vortex. All the magical power deep within his eyes slowly poured out. At this time, the system continued to ring with a notification. You have opened the eye of Anubis. Immediately, Yujin's magical power surged uncontrollably, shooting directly into Yongyu's eye sockets. Following that, everything around was suddenly swallowed by the blinding light emitting from his and the man's eyes. All of Yongyu's memories from when he was alive appeared clearly before his eyes. One by one, piercing screams echoed in his ears. Those damn works! In the midst of the chaos, someone screamed for help from him. Yongyu, help me! Faced with his comrade's cry for help, Yongyu not only didn't help, but on the contrary. He gritted his teeth and showed his annoyance. Damn it! Yongyu didn't hesitate to abandon his comrade who was on the brink of death. He just ran off. The cowardly Yongyu could only tuck his tail and run for his life. After running for a long time, he was lucky to find a small cave. Yongyu screamed in fear, holding his head, I can't die here. Killing people is illegal. The brutal images in his memory appeared in flashes. In the end, Yongyu seemed to have gone mad. He laughed loudly and screamed. The time will come when that person becomes the master of the Phoenix Guild. Immediately after, Yongyu's memory was left with only one thing. The image of a man with fiery red eyes sitting leisurely on a throne. He screamed the man's name, Park Yong-won. At this moment, all of Yong's dark past memories were seen through by Eugene. The dark magic was quickly absorbed back into his eyes. Eugene gritted his teeth, absorbing all of the man's memories. He tried to endure the intense pain being transmitted into his body through his eyes. After he finished absorbing Yongyu's magic and memories, the man's skull was finally useless. Eugene threw it hard onto the ground. He held his head clearly in pain as if he wasn't used to seeing the memories of the dead. Eugene gasped, exclaiming in his mind in shock, this is the memory of the dead. Eugene calmly stared at the skull rolling at his feet. He thought to himself, seeing someone else's past is truly not pleasant. And it seems to consume more magic power than I thought. At this moment, satisfaction was clearly visible on Eugene's face. He wiped the sweat from his face and silently plotted, the preparations are done. If I approach him with the information from this guy's past and the list I picked up earlier, that no matter how cautious he is, it won't be a problem. Scene change. A grand building appears against a clear blue sky. Next, a blood-soaked hand suddenly appears in the silent space. The knuckles still clenched into a powerful fist. Looking down at the ground, a skinny man was lying there, looking as if he was enduring terrible pain. Young Wan's voice was heard immediately after. You let another player attack that dungeon. The man's face was beaten to a pulp by the bodyguard. He screamed in fear, trying to explain, I was wrong. Just in case, I will definitely handle that brat. Young Wan replied indifferently. Handle him? You couldn't even do anything about the dungeon that the new guy went into alone. How? He immediately turned to Secretary Kim standing beside him. Do you have anything else to say? Ha? Secretary Kim, when she heard Young Wan mention her name, understood his intention. She quickly bowed her head to apologize. I'm sorry. I will handle it immediately. Yen lazily read the newspaper. On it were the words, a plus-rank single-floor dungeon discovered. Immediately, 2 bodyguards appeared and forcibly dragged the man outside. He shouted loudly, wait, wait. Please don't kill me. Please give me one more chance. No matter how much he begged, he remained indifferent. Youngwon silently read the words written in the newspaper, bidding competition among guilds for the A+ rank dungeon. 150 players can enter. After a bit of struggle, the room door was slammed shut by the 2 bodyguards. The man was finally dragged outside to be dealt with.
Youngwon slowly turned to another page.
The headline immediately caught his attention.
Korea clears A+ dungeon with one level 20 player. He looked surprised.
A newbie cleared a whole dungeon alone. It seems this guy is pretty strong, though it's not a big deal. Youngwon was a little curious, but his reputation in the guild isn't very good, is it? Secretary Kim beside him nodded and replied, yes.
Then she carefully recounted the whole incident in detail for him. In his first dungeon, he alienated his team members. There are rumors that he monopolized all the rewards, but this has not been verified yet. Youngwon speculated based on the information he had just heard. Actually, setting aside the suspicions, if his reputation in the guild is like that, it will be difficult for him to succeed further.
He can't just keep acting alone forever. The phone rang unexpectedly, interrupting the conversation between the two.
He spoke coldly.
Speak. The voice from the other end of the line immediately rang out. A person named Kim Yujin has come looking for you, saying he wants to meet you. Youngwon couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing that. Look at this.
He's walking into the tiger's den himself.
This kid is really interesting. Scene change.
A secretary's serious voice suddenly spoke up. In the bidding for this A+ ranks, single floor dungeon, our Phoenix Guild has been allocated a total of 20 slots. This arrangement is relatively satisfactory for the guilds, but he carefully reported the situation he had compiled. Currently, the three factions, including Park Young, are in a fierce mental battle to compete for those 20 dungeons. The secretary helplessly presented what had been troubling him for days.
The biggest problem is that even if we divide 6 dungeons equally for each faction, who gets the remaining 2 dungeons?
The chairman slowly spoke. There are 3 factions, yet only 2 dungeons are left over.
What a headache.
The secretary's face was a little troubled.
He gently nodded and replied, yes, that's why we haven't reached an agreement yet. The secretary pushed up his glasses with one hand and analyzed seriously.
Because if it's an A+ dungeon, the possibility of getting valuable items is quite high, and since it's a single floor dungeon, the possibility is even higher. The chairman put both hands on his chin, sighing in frustration and replying, no one is willing to give in.
Everyone is arrogant about their abilities. If only we knew what was in which dungeon.
The chairman was quickly pushed into a stalemate because he couldn't think of a solution.
He annoyedly loosened his tie. What a headache, he asked curiously. But are there no individuals who don't belong to any faction willing to take on those 2 dungeons?
The secretary replied in a low voice, yes, so far there haven't been any. The chairman also knew that was obvious. He leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, that's right.
Who would dare if you go in without a faction? Who knows what will happen in the dungeon? Just as he was at a loss, a notification bell suddenly rang. There's a call from Mr. Park Young-won.
When the secretary heard his name, his face immediately darkened.
Young-won, the situation is already complicated enough. What does he want now?
The chairman slowly picked up the phone and said, I'm listening. His expression suddenly changed.
The chairman suddenly shouted, huh? He couldn't hide the surprise on his face.
The chairman immediately stood up and asked carefully, Kim Yujin.
What? What do you mean?
The secretary was a little surprised to hear that name, Kim Yujin. He tried to maintain his composure and replied, first, I understand.
I'll contact you again if there's anything. The secretary couldn't help but be curious. After seeing the chairman finish the phone call, he immediately asked, Chairman, what happened? The chairman calmly recounted Young-won's proposal. He requested to give Kim Yujin one of the 2 remaining dungeons without letting the other factions know.
The chairman analyzed carefully. Kim Yujin is someone with a bad reputation and always acts alone, and he said the other factions don't pay much attention to him.
The secretary showed his curiosity. If so, has Kim Yujin now joined Park Jang-won's faction? He bowed his head and sighed, who knows? He might just be using him for this dungeon as a pun. He pushed up his glasses and slowly voiced his thoughts. What about the other dungeon? If they do that, the other factions will probably fight fiercely for the remaining dungeon.
The chairman already had a plan. He calmly explained, if we give Kim Yoo-jun one dungeon, Park Yong-won's side will help by not competing.
Then we only need to deal with the other factions.
The chairman calmly sat down, resting his chin on his hand. He's a great strategist. I didn't expect him to even prepare a pawn like Kim Yoo-jun.
Now, he had many questions that needed to be answered. Perhaps he will owe us for this and demand appropriate benefits later. But then again, who is Kim Yoo-jun? What is his relationship with Park Yong-won? Scene change. Secretary Kim was confused by Yong-won's decision. Master, how could you just accept Kim Yoo-jun's proposal like that? Yong-won answered plainly.
He brought that and suddenly made a proposal.
So, I found it interesting. Besides, I didn't have anyone usable at the moment.
And most importantly, he said with a sinister smile, a person like that, we use him. And if we don't need him anymore, we just discard him like a pawn.
Isn't that right? Time rewinds. An hour ago, Eugene brought a notebook to meet Yam-won.
He slowly picked it up, glanced at it, then turned to ask him, you know what this is that you brought here? Eugene answered calmly, yes, I wanted to find out what it was, so I looked at the contents inside. He tilted his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression.
So, why did you come here? Are you here to demand money for you to keep this a secret?
He lowered his head, a slight smile on his lips.
Just with this? Young-won's face suddenly darkened. He looked up at Ejuan with a sharp gaze that could intimidate anyone. Threaten me, Young-won. You think so? The two bodyguards behind him prepared to act.
Eugene immediately spoke up to explain.
It's not a threat. I came to make a proposal.
Eugene was very straightforward. The A+ rank single floor dungeon has been a hot topic recently.
I want to attack it.
His words stunned Yong-won for a moment. Then he quickly regained his composure.
Young-won couldn't help but burst out laughing.
He held up the notebook and pointed it straight at Eugene's face.
This guy is really funny.
After a hearty laugh, Young-won's face suddenly became serious.
He asked carefully, do you know what that dungeon is like to dare say that? Eugene casually scratched his head, nonchalantly answering his question. Yes, I know.
It's the dungeons that most guilds in the country, including the Phoenix Guild and the Messiah Guild, are fiercely competing for besides their allocated ones.
Young-won growled, confirming again.
You know that, and you still intend to charge into that battlefield. Then he suddenly slammed the notebook in his hand onto the table.
You must be out of your mind.
Young-won gave a sinister smile, nodding in agreement.
Fine, I will grant your request, but I also have a proposal. Scene change. Gyeonggi University. Eugene snuck into a lecture by an expert analyzing the situation inside the dungeon.
He projected a data table onto the large screen behind him and pointed at it with a loud voice. If we look at the content of the dungeon report, we all know that in this dungeon, there are at least over 1,000 orcs. The content was projected onto the large screen in great detail.
The tail, a plus rank orc horde floor, is one boss orc. Attack condition, hunt 1,000 orcs and the boss orc. Entry condition, below level 20. Max entry, 150 people. Mission reward, eliminate all 1,000 orcs. Orc boss hunter.
Eugene bowed his head and thought silently for a moment. He stood in a corner, recalling everything that had happened before he returned to the past. The number of survivors in this attack was he stood silently, leaning against the wall, trying to remember. I don't remember the exact number, but it was about 7 people. About half the players lost their lives. Eugene rubbed his chin and analyzed.
The players chosen for this position were all elite soldiers from various regions.
Considering this, it's unreasonable that more than half the players died just because of a battle with monsters. He stared to the expert giving the lecture. At that time, there wasn't enough evidence, so there was no way to just let the matter slide. But Eugene's face immediately became stern. He was very certain of his reasoning. Whatever the situation, it's highly likely that some of the players committed murder because it was a good opportunity to reduce the number of competitors and steal items. Eugene turned and quietly left the meeting room. And in this dungeon, he remembered exactly that the highest value reward would be given. The reward for defeating the orc boss monster is the Fong of the Lord Orc. Eugene also remembered clearly who the reward belonged to. The reward went to the guild with the most contribution, the Messiah Guild. He vividly remembered the image of SE receiving that reward with a very bright face. Now remembering his expression at that time, Eugene felt something was unusual.
At that time, I didn't know anything.
But thinking back now, there were many forced things.
It's possible that Brat was already corrupt back then.
He gently pushed the door open and slowly stepped outside. Eugene walked alone down the corridor, continuing his reasoning based on the anomalies he had found. Even if Li Jun was behind it, it wasn't necessarily directly done by the Messiah Guild. Eugene narrowed his eyes, using all his brain power to find the truth. I can't rule out the possibility that they planted spies in other guilds. If I were to guess their next move based on my memories, Eugene slowly walked out of the place. In his heart, it seemed he already had the answer.
Perhaps it is. Scene change. Players began to gather in groups in the middle of the street. Lights flashing continuously around them. A voice suddenly rang out, pulling everything into order. Now the players are entering the dungeon.
The surrounding space was packed with admiring spectators who were constantly cheering and taking flash photos of the players preparing to enter the dungeon. A total of 4 guilds participated in this game, each choosing a symbolic color for themselves. First up, the Messiah Guild. All members were dressed in elegant white suits.
Next is the second guild, the Phoenix Guild. The members chose a bright red suit representing strength and majesty. Next is the third guild, the Lion Guild.
They chose a yellow suit combined with a black shirt inside,
creating a powerful presence like a lion holding its head high. Finally, the School Guild.
They wore black suits combined with a mask of the same color, further emphasizing the mystery of the people belonging to this guild. Eugene stood silently amidst the bustling crowd. He slowly followed behind the players from the forges. Eugene was the last person to enter the dungeon first of all, then he slowly took off his hood. Eugene gave a sinister smile.
The Fong of the Lord Orc that you all want to get your hands on, I will steal it for you. In just a moment, all the players entered the dungeon one by one.
A flash of light covered the entire forest, which was shrouded in darkness. After entering the dungeon, its members suddenly got separated from their guild.
The girl looked around in confusion and asked, "Where is our guild?"
He sighed and tilted his head.
"There are too many people, so it's hard to find them." Meanwhile,
someone suddenly shouted, "Messiah Guild, line up in front." As soon as his shout was heard, all the members of the guild immediately fell into a neat line in front of the other players' eyes.
A player from another guild, after witnessing the scene, exclaimed in admiration, "That's Messiah for you. Look how quickly they formed a formation. So cool."
The man standing behind him said with some annoyance, "Don't praise them for no reason." Carrying a sword on his shoulder, he slowly stepped forward. He sneered and said, "Even if you start first, it won't make a difference.
There are at least 1,000 orcs."
He pointed in another direction and shouted, announcing, "Orc over there." Just as the other members were standing around in confusion, this orc, someone's footsteps suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. The man bravely ran very fast to the orc's location. He charged forward, directly blocking in front of everyone.
The man looked at the orc and ordered the remaining members, "Our Messiah Guild will handle it." Everyone be on guard.
Immediately, the sound of the system unexpectedly rang out.
Warrior skill activated.
The beast has been provoked. The shield in the man's hand simultaneously emitted a large sound wave, attracting the orc's attention. It heard the loud noise and vigilantly turned back.
The orc immediately activated its frenzy mode.
It raised its fist high and charged at him. He quickly used his large shield to block its attack. He used all his strength to hold the shield steady. The man stood firm on the stone ground after the orc's powerful impact. Its expression suddenly changed. A look of surprise flashed in its eyes.
The man sneered.
He looked at the orc with a sharp gaze.
Is that all you've got? Elalanina stood to one side, observing.
Her eyes and hands suddenly emitted a strange light as she muttered a spell.
Next, countless large vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, tightly wrapping around the orc's arms and neck.
The system rang with another notification.
Skill of the holder of the root of knowledge. The beast has been bound. Elalina continued to chant the spell loudly.
The light emitting from her grew stronger, and at the same time, the vines around the orc's neck tightened even more. The orc struggled violently.
It grabbed the vines wrapped around its neck, its eyes desperate.
The orc screamed in pain. Its painful sound tore through the silent atmosphere. A wave of power unexpectedly surged back towards the other members. That wave of power shifted from the air to the ground, continuously shaking the ground beneath the players' feet.
They screamed in panic, "Well, what is this? An earthquake?" A man immediately stood up, pointed towards the forest, and explained, "It's not an earthquake.
There's something in the forest behind us." After hearing his words, everyone's eyes followed the direction his arm was pointing.
Everyone felt extremely scared. They held their breath, each of them tightening their grip on their swords, ready to fight at any moment.
Immediately from within the forest, more than a dozen giant orcs suddenly jumped towards them.
One of the vanguard orcs launched the first strike.
It aimed straight at a member of the Phoenix Guild. He gently drew his sword and slashed a few times. A stream of dark red blood immediately gushed out. His sword cut cleanly into the orc's arm. The other players also charged forward to fight one by one. The orcs went berserk, charging like arrows towards the players. Everything around immediately became chaotic. On one side were humans and on the other were frenzied monsters clashing with each other.
Only the Messiah Guild did not fight with physical force. They stood outside the battle circle using magic to control the orcs.
All the players present fought with increasing fervor, their minds gradually becoming more excited. When they saw the orcs being controlled by the Messiah Guild, all the remaining players also came at the same time, gripping their swords and charging in. Now is the time.
Then cheers immediately echoed everywhere. Everyone shouted in unison forward.
All the players from the same guild began to join forces, combining seamlessly to deal with each orc.
No one knew of Eugen's presence.
Standing alone on a large tree branch nearby, Eugene carefully observed everything that was happening. Indeed, no one even noticed I disappeared.
Eugen suddenly gave a sinister smile. Now let's slowly make my move.
Kim Eugen stood calmly on high, observing the battle and thinking to himself, this is still not far from you guys yet. Then he quickly moved with the purpose at this level.
I can find the location of the boss orc.
As he rushed along, he calculated in his head, the condition to pass the stage is to defeat all 1,000 orcs and the boss orc.
The guilds. To minimize human losses will first reduce the number of orcs, according to what Kim Eugen knew. After the 1,000 orcs are defeated, that's when the search for the boss orc officially begins. A cunning, calculating smile appeared on his lips until then. That is the time limit I have to obtain the fang of the boss orc. At the same time, in the orc's hideout, an orc was kneeling in the middle of the great hall before the orc leader. Lord Orc said nothing, just stared at the culprit with sharp eyes. Blood trickled from the mouth of the guilty orc. And at the same time, a huge blade was raised.
A thud sound was heard. The head of the guilty orc had been severed. The head rolled in front of the other orcs, causing them to be terrified. At that moment, Lord Orc slammed his hand on the arm of the throne. It stood up, holding an axe in its hand. Next, it let out a roar, followed by responding roars from its orc subordinate. After a warning from Lord Orc, the subordinate orcs began to return to the battlefield. This scene made Kim Yujin, who was hiding in a corner observing, admire him. Dealing with the orcs who want to retreat from battle is a good move. Now his gaze turned to the Lord Orc. Is that the boss orc? Though it looks stronger than I thought, but a sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. It's lucky that I came just as it was urging its subordinates to the battlefield. Looking at the huge Lord Orc sitting alone on its throne, Kim Yujin realized his opportunity had come while all the others are busy fighting head-on. He had a plan with a happy smile on his face. I must attack towards the boss orc, which is currently alone. Back on the battlefield, after wiping out a troop of orcs, several members of the guilds arrogantly declared, "Orcs are nothing to be afraid of. Let's just push forward." Unlike them, Yoni was very serious. Thinking the number seemed smaller than expected. There must be a separate main force. At that moment, someone's shadow suddenly appeared next to him. It turned out to be Henry. He quickly reported the situation he had scouted. "Sir, a large number of orcs are heading this way." Yoni hurriedly asked about how many. Henry said in a low voice, "I estimate around 900 to 1,000. It seems to be their entire force." This confirmed Yonk's initial thought as expected. So without hesitation, he loudly ordered everyone to advance. "Let's end this today. To face the main force, we need to regroup." However, his enthusiasm was met with an annoyed attitude from those from different guilds. "Hey, who do you think you're ordering around from the crowd?" Ronan from the Lion Guild stepped out and loudly declared, "We are not errand boys for the Messiah Guild. Our Lion Guild will attack as we please." Despite that, Yoni still tried to persuade the stubborn group right now. "A large number of orcs are advancing towards us. Competition between guilds is important, but if we don't work together," he concluded seriously, "in this dungeon, we all might lose our lives." Unfortunately, Ronan didn't listen and even mocked him. "What? Not confident enough? If you're so scared," then he glanced at Yoni and said contemptuously, "You shouldn't have come here in the first place." After saying that, he led the people from his Lion Guild forward. Henry, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh. Those people have all lost their minds. To not waste any more time, Yoni quickly gave an order. "Let's find a safe place to rest for a bit and prepare for the next battle." At the same time, Kim Yujin's skeleton soldier had been summoned. He was currently preparing for a 3-on-1 fight with the Lord. With the skeleton soldier's subordinates. Suddenly, 3 figures who didn't know life from death appeared in front of it. So, the Lord Orc was a bit confused. But then it also stood up and prepared to fight with all its might. Kim Yuan and his subordinates quickly got into a tense state, ready to fight the Lord Orc. At this moment, the 2 skeleton soldiers charged forward. Without hesitation, the Lord Orc immediately used its skill. The Fong of the Lord Orc has been activated. The moment the 2 skeleton soldiers were about to reach the Lord Orc, suddenly, it glanced at them. Then it mercilessly slashed one skeleton soldier to pieces. That scene made Kim Yujin a little surprised and exclaimed, "Impossible." Back to the Lord Orc, it was aggressively charging towards the remaining skeleton soldier. Of course, that skeleton soldier wasn't scared at all and even roared back. Suddenly, the Lord Orc swung its axe towards the skeleton soldier. But unfortunately for it, the skeleton soldier skillfully dodged. However, with its sharp eyes that could grasp every moment, the Lord Orcusily landed a direct hit on the skeleton soldier. The situation made Kim Yujin realize the skeleton soldiers can't last as long as I thought. So, he decided to use the arrow in his hand. Kim Yujin aimed his bow and arrow at the Lord Orc. There's only one chance. He had to take advantage of this moment.
Now is the time when the remaining skeleton soldier attracted its attention. The moment the Lord Orc swung its axe at the skeleton soldier was also the moment Kim Yoo-jin shot his arrow. The Lord Orc quickly detected the danger flying towards it. Unexpectedly, at that seemingly impossible moment, it still managed to dodge. This made Kim Yoo-jin somewhat unable to believe it. It dodged a monster much stronger than what I've heard before. Now, the skeleton soldier had approached one of the Lord Orc's legs. Then it swung its sword and slashed the Lord Orc once. But instead of injuring the Lord Orc, the sword in the skeleton soldier's hand shattered. Before Kim Yoo-jin's astonished and panicked eyes, the Lord Orc swung its axe up and brought it straight down on the skeleton soldier. A loud thud was heard. The skeleton soldier's bones flew all the way to where Kim Yoo-jin was standing. Looking at the bloodthirsty Lord Orc in front of him, he could only exclaim, "If it goes on like this, it's going to be tough." At this moment, he had no choice but to do whatever it takes. I have to revise the plan. Looking at the thong on the Lord Orc's neck, Kim Yoo-jin was a bit hesitant to attack immediately. It had the thong of the Orc King, so a direct confrontation was almost impossible. So, he quickly decided to retreat to advance later. It's better to retreat for now. I don't have much magic power left either. With that thought, he quickly turned and fled. But a strange thing happened that he couldn't understand. Why isn't it chasing me? Suddenly, the Lord Orc moved, making Kim Yoo-jin think it's mind. No. Seeing the Lord Orc's slow movements made him realize. So that means chasing after cowards cost a lot of calories, huh? This made him a little pleased. Perhaps that's true. As expected of any dungeon, but that's good. I can run away with peace of mind. As he accelerated his retreat, he confidently declared, "But when we meet again, you'll regret letting me go." While Kim Yoo-jin was fleeing, his figure was spotted by some people from a certain guild hiding in the shadows. Who's that guy? Ronan misunderstood Kim Yoo-jin to be a member of the guild and thought resentfully. So, it's not just the Lion Guild that's sitting out of the battle. At that moment, Ronan's close subordinate whispered in speculation. Leader. Maybe that guy found the Orc leader before us. Ronan pondered and said, "Perhaps that's true. But maybe not. Moreover," he said contemptuously, "there are no clues to guess whether he came back because he found the Orc leader or not. We don't know. We shouldn't trust anyone unless we see it with our own eyes." Although he himself wasn't strong, this guy's greed was extremely large. The items dropped from the 8th dungeon boss must belong to the Lion Guild at any cost. Suddenly, Luna's subordinate became unusually agitated. Then he suddenly fell down along with the others in the Lion Guild. This situation left Ronan stunned and unable to react. He shouted in panic, "What's happening?" He immediately entered a state of tension and thought to himself, "What the hell is this? I've never heard of a monster other than an orc appearing here. No, maybe." Suddenly, red eyes appeared from the dark. Nessun stared at Ronan, scaring him so much that he froze and realized, this is not a monster. However, he still roared, "Who are you? Show yourself. Do you think you can do this and get away safely? The fate of people like this is to meet their maker." At the same time, in a cave lit by fire, Kim Yoo-jin had safely reunited with members from other guilds. He looked around to check and felt relieved. It seems no one is paying attention to me. Good. But when he saw everyone's sad faces, he was a little puzzled. But what's with this atmosphere? It's like walking into a funeral. Then his eyes noticed many graves had been formed, which made him wonder, why are so many dead on the first day? Kim Jin's face was now full of curiosity as he didn't understand what had happened. Something's not right. Only elites entered here, and all were fully equipped. Did the guild start fighting earlier than I expected? Suddenly, the sound of an argument rose. "Hey, why you guys look so ragged? Your side isn't any different." "Of course, it's different.
A member of the Pixu Guild asked in confusion.
My Pixu Guild is still going strong. By the way, is there any information about the other guilds? A member of some guild spoke up.
From what we heard, it seems the Lion Guild suffered the heaviest losses. A group went into the forest to loot, but also disappeared.
The members of the guild started gossiping. It's not just one or the people missing. Is it that bad?
It's also possible that the corpses were disfigured beyond recognition.
Orcs eat people, too. They talked about not wanting to be eaten by orcs and then being reprimanded by the captain. Gross. I'd rather die than become monster food. Don't jinx it. That's a bad omen.
Yes, sorry, senior. Sitting by the burning fire, a member's voice rose. But still, it's a strange. A member wondered. Normally there should be a corpse left somewhere or someone who escaped and then died from their injuries. The person next to him agreed.
You think so too?
I hope someone among the missing survived. Kim Yujin sat far away and listened silently to these people talking to gather more information.
Whatever. We should stay alive first. If we die, good items are useless, right?
The information from their mouths confused him as well.
This is an A-rank dungeon, so this could happen. But for so many groups to be wiped out in one day is not normal at all.
The fact that there was another enemy lurking out there made him feel uneasy.
There's definitely something fishy going on.
My plan might fail if the overall forces are weakened.
Tomorrow will be a busy day. The sky has brightened.
The sun has risen. The orc army is still diligently marching. Their numbers are extremely large.
This terrified the members from different guilds who exclaimed, "How can there be so many?"
There were moans mixed with curses.
We keep killing them, but they just keep coming. Shut up and focus you.
An army of guilds battles the orc army. An orc roared loudly, and then the battle between the two sides raged fiercely. The commotion from the battle caught Kim Yoo-jun's attention.
It seems it has begun.
However, he didn't care much about that because he was busy looking for something to deal with the Lord Orc.
But this is the problem.
I can't land a fatal blow on the orc leader with what I have.
Moreover, from yesterday's battle, he also realized that using skeleton warriors as bait wouldn't work.
They are too fragile.
Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, can skeleton warriors shoot arrows?
So, he decided to summon a skeleton soldier to test it out.
Summoned a skeleton warrior.
A moment later, Kim Yoo-jun came to the Lord Orc's place again.
Seeing it still sleeping peacefully on its throne, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You still look so comfortable today, huh?"
So, he decided to make it uncomfortable.
Then, let's start round 2. As before, the Lord Orc activated its skill. The Fong of the Orc King has been activated. Its power was increased manifold.
A loud thud was heard as it leaped and charged towards Kim Yoo-jun. Just as the Lord Orc was about to attack him, something suddenly flew towards it. This startled it a little, but then it also quickly raised its axe and blocked it. The arrow fell to the ground after colliding with the iron axe.
The Lord Orc's eyes angrily glanced towards the one who shot the arrow.
That person was none other than the skeleton soldier. Angry at being sneak attacked, the Lord Orc threw a rock towards the skeleton soldier. But luckily, the two skeleton soldiers quickly dodged. As they dodged, they continued to shoot arrows.
Arrows flew towards the Lord Orc one by one.
But it could still block them. Just as it was busy dealing with the skeleton soldier, Kim Yoo-jun from who knows when was already right above its head.
So the skeleton warriors can use bows and arrows, too.
A triumphant smile appeared on his lips.
The plan is going smoothly. Kim Yoo-jun leaped high into the air.
Just as he was about to land on the Lord Orc's head, it began to sense the danger.
However, any action now was too slow.
Kim Yoo-jun gave the Lord Orc a slash from above. He also cut off the Fong of the Orc King that it wore around its neck. The moment the Fong fell to the ground was also when Kim Yujin had quickly caught this treasure he had long desired. Power began to transfer to him. You have obtained the Fong of the Lord Orc. At the same time, the Lord Orc's various powers began to plummet. Boss Orc's physical damage decreased. Boss Orc's defense decreased. Boss Orc's agility decreased. Suddenly, the Lord Orc knelt down. Luckily, Kim Yujin had managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit by the pile of rocks. And the reason the Lord Orc suddenly knelt was because a poison arrow was stuck in its leg. The boss orc has been hit by blood poison. And the ones who caused it were Kim Yujin's skeleton soldiers. The current situation made him very smug. Now I've got its Fong. The attack was effective. The Fong of the Lord Orc was given some more information by the system. Fong of the Lord Orc. Item rank legendary. Required level 1 or higher. This is the Fong of the Lord Orc. The Fong of the Lord Orc has immense power effect when equipped. Physical damage plus 30, attack power plus 5%, physical defense plus 5%, plus 10% damage when attacking orcs. After learning the uses of this treasure, Kim Yujin didn't hesitate and decided to use it immediately. Now there's only one thing left. Immediately the system indicated, you have equipped the Fong of the Lord Orc. A triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Equip weapon. He gently wiped his bloodstained sword and declared, time to cut your head off. As for the Lord Orc, it was busy fighting crazily with the two skeleton soldiers. One skeleton soldier took the opportunity to focus and shoot an arrow at it. This made it angry and roar loudly. The Lord Orc went crazy, swinging its arms wildly to knock away the arrow shot at it. Suddenly, its eyes became full of confusion. It turned out it had been hit by an arrow right in the stomach. Immediately, the system indicated the boss orc has been hit by blood poison. Suddenly, someone's shadow flashed by. Kim Yujin unexpectedly appeared right behind the Lord Orc. As soon as it saw him, it angrily charged to attack. However, he easily dodged and jumped onto its arm. His whole body was suspended in midair and then he did a somersault in the air. Taking advantage of that moment, one of Kim Yujin's hands gripped the sword's hilt. The other hand pressed hard on the pommel. Quickly, he plunged the sword into the Lord Orc's arm. The system quickly displayed a notification. The boss orc has been hit by blood poison. Realizing he had been hit by his move again, the Lord Orc looked at him with eyes full of resentment. Before it could counterattack, Kim Yujin mercilessly slashed away its axe. He gave a thrilled smile. The axe flew straight towards a skeleton soldier. It seems this was within Kim Yujin's calculations. It seems that skeleton soldier didn't dodge at all, but instead showed a ready face. It quickly caught the axe. At first, it looked at the axe with a confused expression, but then it suddenly threw away the bow in its hand. The skeleton soldier seemed very excited about the new weapon in its hand. Which made Kim Yujin a little pleased and affirmed, it's the perfect weapon to take your life. At the same time, elsewhere, someone had safely landed on a high tree branch. He looked around in confusion and wondered, what's that sound? Usually, orcs don't make sounds like that. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the place where the sound came from with the thought. So, someone is fighting the boss orc nearby. Discovering that someone was already fighting the boss made this person a little angry, and he thought to himself, damn it. Who is it? I have to find out quickly and report back to the guild. So he rushed faster and faster. And when he got out of the dense forest full of tall trees, this person quickly landed on a rock ledge quite far away. The sight he saw before him left him speechless. It turned out he discovered Kim Yujin and the skeleton soldiers playing cat and mouse with the Lord Orc. Two skeleton soldiers, one player. Seeing only one player like this made him a bit confused and he tried to look for another figure but saw no one. I don't see any other players around here. So he was quite surprised and confused to see only Kim Yujin. He's challenging the boss or alone.
How is that possible?
That also made him scared, and he decided to report to the guild immediately. With that thought, he quickly turned to leave. But there was one thing this guy didn't know. Kim Jun had already noticed his presence. While he was rushing back to his guild's location, surprisingly, an arrow was stuck straight in his back. This made him a little panicked and exclaim, "An arrow!" But regardless, he couldn't run any further and collapsed to the ground. The sneak attack left this person bewildered, looking around fiercely and wondering what happened, who did it. He remembered Kim Gujin and panicked, thinking, no way was I discovered.
It's him. Is he stopping me from reporting that he's fighting the fox boss?
Suddenly, a bright light appeared next to this person, making him glance over.
A figure appeared out of nowhere.
This person was none other than a member of the school guild. Staring at the poor man with eyes full of killing intent. The man himself was horrified,
realizing this person was from the school guild.
Before he could even say another word, he was dealt with. The youths from the school guild stood calmly before the corpse of this unfortunate man. As for him, he was gone forever, never to return. After killing the man, the school guild youth carefully crossed his name off the list and checked the number of people left to deal with.
5 more to go.
He looked at the long list of people he had dealt with and couldn't help but complain.
What's the point of wasting so much effort fighting orcs? It's better to just go PK during that time.
Suddenly, another member of the school guild in a tree loudly reminded the
Listen up, newbie. Half of that guy's items belong to me. Make sure you divide them properly.
The member below heard this and replied wearily.
Got it. You don't have to worry.
Then he suddenly asked, by the way, are you really going to kill that guy from before? The high-ranking member of the school guild replied nonchalantly, he's not on the list, but if I get the chance, I still want to kill him for his loot. The Skull Youth worriedly said that since he could take on the orc chief alone, he was pretty much a monster himself. Isn't that dangerous? However, the high-ranking member insisted, but after finishing that orc, he'll be completely exhausted, right? Killing him then will be a piece of cake. Having said that, this person left.
I'm out of here.
Finish up the rest and follow me. The other youth heard this and muttered, there's nothing left to finish. Next, he picked up the corpse of the man he had just killed. Then, he decided to drag the body away to dispose of it. If I just toss it over to the orcs, they'll take care of it for me. At that moment, someone stepped out from behind a large tree in the forest. That person was none other than Kim Woo-jin. He had been eavesdropping and observing every move of the school guild members. Back to the battlefield of the orcs and the members of the various guilds. They had wiped out the orcs that were 100 times their size. Han looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel smug.
The progress is faster than I thought. Just then, one of his subordinates spoke up.
At this rate, we can clear this dungeon soon.
Han excitedly agreed. Exactly. But from now on, we don't need to get close.
And if there's a chance, gradually fall back from the formation. This statement made his subordinate a bit curious.
Yes. What do you mean, leader?
An arrogant thought flashed through Han's mind.
The minions are about to be cleared out.
So from tomorrow, everyone will start looking for the orc chief. Then he gave a smug order, get ready for the main event. At that exact moment, a system screen suddenly appeared before the players. Han was also startled by this. A line of red text appeared. The content of the text was, "You have defeated the orc chief."
This made Han unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming, "What?"
The others were so shocked they shouted loudly, "What the hell is this?
Someone tell me I'm seeing things. Damn it. Some unlucky bastard did it."
While receiving the notification, he was bewildered.
How is this possible?
The main forces of all the guilds are gathered here.
Henry next to him asked quietly, "Leader, what's going on? Does this mean the Lion Guild members who left earlier succeeded?" Gene Key shook his head and replied, "Let's not talk about it anymore." His eyes were filled with doubt. "I thought that Lion Guild was all talk." At the Orc Lord's location, its halberd was now stained red with blood. Gujin had successfully used its own weapon against it. He used the Orc Lord's halberd to send it to the afterlife. At that moment, Kim Gujin received another notification. "You have leveled up. You have received the Orc Chief Hunter achievement. The reward is a skill scroll." Seeing that he had gained another skill, he checked it out of curiosity. A new scroll. Hope it's something useful. As soon as he saw his new skill, he was so surprised his eyes widened. This is an unexpected skill had been sent to him. Death God's Notebook. Skill Rankayan Notebook containing the power of Osiris, able to store 5 under effect. The souls of the dead sealed in the Death God's Notebook received the power of Osiris, increasing all stats by 5%. After reading the skill's effect, Kim Gujin immediately thought of another one of his skills, but there was one difference between the two. "So, this is like that pouch, but for storing my monsters. Moreover, the ones put in here get a small power boost." To test how strong this thing was, he decided to try it out while it was hot. No sooner said than done, he quickly stored the 2 skeleton soldiers in the Death God's Notebook. Power surged from the notebook, sucking the 2 skeleton soldiers inside. Even Kim Gujuan had to clench his teeth and hold the notebook tightly in his hand. A thunderous explosion echoed with thunder crashing and dust flying everywhere, making Kim Gujuan exclaim, "So dramatic." Seeing the 3 words Orc Skeleton written in the book, he felt quite satisfied. "From now on, I don't need to kill the first one anymore. I can summon soldiers as soon as I enter a dungeon." A smug smile appeared on his lips with this. The biggest weakness of the skeleton warrior necromancer is a thing of the past. At the same time, in the forest, a group of people was moving faster than ever. It was Han's guild. His rushing towards the Orc Lord's location made his subordinates confused, and they asked leader, "Where are you running? The Orc chief has already been defeated." Annoyed by their constant questions, he turned his head and shouted like, "I don't know that." His close subordinate heard this, but was still confused. Then why? So Han had to grit his teeth and explain why he was rushing towards the Orc Lord's location. "You idiot! We at least have to go see the situation for ourselves so we can report back. If you just go back and tell Sir Park Young-won like this, do you think you'll survive?" The moment the subordinates heard this name, everyone shivered in fear. Park Young-won. In the end, the whole group ran like their lives depended on it towards the Orc Lord's location. As for the people from the school guild, they didn't expect things to progress so quickly either. "Damn it! I didn't expect the Orc chief to fall so fast." So, the leader decided. Change of plans. Forget about the guy who soloed the Orc chief for now. Deal with the targets on the list first. One of the members heard this and asked, "But what about the newbie who stayed behind to clean up?" The white-haired guy in the group sighed in annoyance and replied, "I told him to follow us after he's done. I'll have to discipline him after this mission." The leader didn't hesitate to remind the group what they needed to do if they were exposed. "If our identities are revealed, the higher-ups will be in trouble. We must avoid that at all cost. In the worst-case scenario, be prepared to log out yourselves." With the current situation, he had to quickly urge his subordinates, "We don't have much time left, but we still have to act as secretly as possible." Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Wait, someone's coming. Looking behind, they saw it was the new member of the group. His panicked running confused the whole group. "Newbie, why is he running for his life?" That the answer came immediately as the skeleton soldiers were chasing the new school guild member from behind. The white-haired guy quickly recognized the skeleton warriors and thought to himself, "Did he provoke that guy?" Now the new member was running straight towards where the school guild members were gathered. This action made the white-haired guy so furious, he screamed, "You bastard! Are you crazy? What are we supposed to do if you lead them here?
Then he hurriedly asked the leader for his opinion.
Leader, what now?
We're exposed because of this moronic newbie. On the verge of being discovered, the leader quickly thought, that guy decided to attack us.
Does that mean he knows something?
If we waste any more time here, the other guilds will come and then we'll all be dead for sure. Even if we have to abandon the mission, we must kill this guy and erase all traces. While he was busy thinking, the newbie suddenly pulled a sword out from his cloak.
At the exact moment the leader turned to ask his comrades, "Is everyone ready?"
The newbie ruthlessly sent the entire group on their way. The white-haired guy fell to the ground with a fatal slash.
The others didn't fare much better.
The current situation was that the Skull Guild was completely wiped out with only the leader and the newbie remaining.
This made him so surprised his eyes widened as he wondered, what the hell is this? Did the newbie betray us?
Suddenly, the newbie took off his mask, revealing that he wasn't a member of the school guild, but Kim Woo-jin himself. Upon seeing his arrogant expression, the leader was so shocked he exclaimed, "This guy is back to a few minutes ago." Kim Woo-jin's eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at the new member of the school guild. It seemed he had figured out why the number of players had decreased. So, these guys are the reason only half of the players returned alive.
After checking some of the new school guild members' memory, he was a bit disappointed for not finding what he needed.
But in this new member's memories, there was no information related to the Savior Guild. Then Kim Woo-jin's gaze shifted to the person killed by the new school guild member. He quickly realized that in his past life, that guy was only listed as missing. Without much thought, he quickly stripped the new member of all his clothes. He put them on and decided, looks like I'll have to meet the leader of the Skull Guild in here. He planned to search for the information he needed, but before that, he needed to deal with the Orc Lord first. If I'm lucky, I might find information about the relationship between the Skull Guild and the Savior Guild. But first, I have to deal with the Orc Chief. Back in the present, the leader looked at Kim Woo-jin with a fierce and confused gaze, wondering, who the hell is this bastard? Where did he come from? The school guild members were staring at the skeleton soldiers with terrified eyes. Seeing the two of them looming towards them, the school guild members screamed in fear, "Get away! Get away!" As for Kim Woo-jin, he felt quite satisfied that the whole group was present.
I'm lucky again.
All the people from the newbie's memories are gathered here. While the two skeleton soldiers were busy dealing with the school guild members, Kim Woo-jin was busy suppressing the leader. No more playing cat and mouse with this group. The skeleton soldier growled and raised its halberd high. Seeing this, the school guild members screamed in horror.
No.
But even if they begged, it was useless because they were already caught. Sent to meet their maker, the leader of the school guild was frightened by Kim Woo-jin's ruthlessness. This bastard. He shows no hesitation in killing people, which means this isn't his first time. Although scared, he still boldly said, "I don't know who you are, but you won't get anything out of me."
Knowing he couldn't beat Kim Woo-jin,
he decided to take a gamble.
Damn it. Even if I survive and escape, I'll just become a hindrance to the leader. This is the only way.
Thinking this, the leader pulled out his sword and ended his own life. His action left Kim Woo-jin a bit stunned.
Self-destructs.
After regaining his composure, he said sarcastically, "That was intense, but also useless." Looking at the skull leader's corpse, he suddenly felt something was off.
Shouldn't I be thanking him?
He just proved he knows a lot of valuable information. To not waste any more time, Kim Woo-jin immediately used the skill to activate the Eye of Anubis. A memory appeared of a house where, amidst the sound of running water, someone's voice could be heard talking. This global change will be an opportunity for the Japanese Empire to take a great step forward. The voice came from a hidden room in the house. "We will cooperate with the Savior Guild to build an organization to expand our influence." Two men sat seriously discussing with each other.
Miyamoto, no, I'm Song Jun.
Please go to Korea.
Join the Skull Guild and contribute to our nation.
Among them was a man with an obscured face, persuading the other. If we can seize the dungeons and items of both Japan and Korea, he was promising him Siang Jun.
We will build a mightier empire than ever before.
It will be called the Yamato Empire. Now, two men suddenly appeared at the door and were introduced by the mysterious man as Songjan. I will now introduce the ones who will guide you, the angels of Japan who will help us build Yamato.
Imang Jun was astonished and stammered. You are.
Upon seeing the two who entered, he was so shocked his jaw dropped. Then he hurriedly bowed and greeted them loudly.
It is a great honor to meet you both.
He thought to himself, I can't believe I'm meeting the Sword Saint.
And Baosan here.
Back to the recent memory of the school guild leader questioning his subordinate.
There's one person we need to deal with when the A+ dungeon appears. What kind of person is he?
He was then told about a Korean dungeon broker.
Swan is good, but lately he's been getting in the way of our Japanese brokers. We must deal with him at any cost. And then a name was called out. I think Korea also has a pretty weird broker. What was his name again? Okan.
After checking and grasping the necessary information, Kimujin casually dropped the skull leader's corpse to the ground with a look of disdain.
I was hoping it wouldn't be like this, but it seems I was wrong. It's truly disgusting.
He gritted his teeth filled with anger and resentment. Even in the darkest of times, we still trusted and fought together.
Familiar images of Not-Hiro and Sukaharakan appeared in his mind.
The Sword Saint.
The Bao Sate, even the two of you as well.
In his previous life, as Kim Gujin remembered, before I returned, I conquered many dungeons with them. He had always looked at them with admiration for saving the world, always at the forefront.
I wanted to be like them.
To him, they were his inspiration. Not only his teachers, but also his spiritual support.
Not only that, they were the people he trusted the most. Precious comrades he could entrust his life to.
He had always trusted them in any situation. But now everything had changed.
Even in the fiercest battles, I always thought that way. Even now, Kim Woo-jan knew that even they were on the same side as Li Jan. So, he decided to ruin all their plans. This time, I can't let them do whatever they want. So, the next target is Okan, right? He muttered. A dungeon broker. The fact that this Anchan person was assassinated suggests he must be very talented. To be put on the priority assassination list.
It seemed he was about to figure something out. I didn't hear anything about him in my past life, which means the assassination was successful if this Yamato group replaced him. Li Jun would gain some advantage, and so he decided to look for some clues to investigate.
As long as he is on the assassination list, assassins will keep coming for him like moths to a flame. Maybe I can find some clues to weaken them. Moreover, he planned to kill two birds with one stone.
And I also need a broker to find dungeons for me, so it's convenient for both of us. Now that the work here is done, it's time to leave the dungeon.
In the real world, a few people were talking in a car. Senior, is it always this quiet around the gate?
The person called Senior found the question rather ridiculous and answered with some dissatisfaction.
Monsters can't come out of the gate, so of course it's quiet. But as soon as the dungeon is cleared, this place will become chaotic, so you better rest a bit.
The junior heard this and said in surprise, when the dungeon is conquered, everyone will rush to interview the players. The senior replied with a straight face, that's not the reason, you idiot. It's because the players fight each other over items. This made the junior so surprised, he yelled. They fight each other just like that? The senior explained wearily, except for the Savior Guild. Everyone will try to get as many items as possible. Anyway, we'll deal with it then. For now, just get some sleep. You won't get to rest for a long time. Suddenly, the junior pointed somewhere and stammered, Senior there. Seeing his subordinate talking too much, the senior got annoyed and yelled, Damn it, you bastard.
Why are you so annoying? What is it?
But the junior just stared blankly and kept muttering, the gay.
So the senior also looked in confusion in the direction the junior pointed.
They both saw Kim Woo-jin covered in blood walking out. They were so shocked they screamed, a player. Immediately medics appeared and rushed to give Kim Gwin first aid and a dungeon has been conquered.
Tend to the injured first.
The noise annoyed Kim Woo-jin.
Players are starting to come out. Bring the stretchers here quickly.
On another side, two gangs were about to clash for some unknown reason.
Senior, there's a commotion over there. Damn. Why is the situation even worse than last time?
A few days later, the news from that day was all over the newspapers. News, politics, economy, society, world news.
31 dead news. No one from the school guild survived. All dead. Daily news. Who defeated the orc chief? Dungeon reward disappeared. Conflict erupted between members of the guilds. The news made someone so angry he crumpled the newspaper. Yang Wong gritted his teeth and uttered, "How the hell can't we find the bastard who defeated the orc chief?" A newspaper lay on the table with the headline, "Who defeated the orc boss?"
An angry voice echoed in the space, "And you expect me to believe this now?" The members of the Lion Guild knelt on the ground in a single line. Ronald, representing them, looked up and promised, "I'm sorry, sir. This incident was so sudden that I promise this won't happen again."
Ian Wong lowered his head, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Next time? The time and money I invested in you and my disappointment. How are you going to compensate me for that?"
He leaned his arms on the table, his words exuding a threat.
"This isn't a charity to give trash like you one chance after another." Ian Wong gritted his teeth hard and gave an order within 1 week.
"Bring me 5 times the investment money.
When I give you a chance, you better take it. It's for your own good."
From inside the mansion, a very panicked voice came out 5 times.
After the members of the Looneying group had left, Ian Wong turned to the person standing next to him and asked, "Kim Gujin, is that guy being treated in the hospital?" Secretary Kim quickly replied, "Yes, they said he was injured in the dungeon this time."
Ian Wong heard the answer and frowned, turning his head.
Seriously, none of them are useful. Injured in a 1-floor dungeon.
Secretary Kim hesitated slightly and denied about that the injuries from the dungeon weren't caused by monsters.
Ian Wong slowly glanced at her. "What? So, you mean he was attacked by players from other guilds? Is that information accurate?" Secretary Kim began to analyze.
"If we have time, we can investigate to see if it's true, but I think it's better to believe his words for now."
Liang Guan stood up from his chair, put one hand in his pocket, and walked towards the door. "All right, let's go to the hospital. That guy isn't stupid enough to spread rumors, right?"
Secretary Kim replied as she followed him.
"Yes, I told him to keep his mouth shut." Elsewhere in a hospital, someone was giving instructions. "Well, Kim Woo-jin, you just focus on recovering well."
Nam Sang stood in the hallway being the person in the hospital room and said, "And if you remember anything, please contact the guild." He turned and walked away, scratching his head and sighed deeply, "This is trouble."
Why can't he remember anything? Saying, "How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups?" In front of the elevator, the screen above showed a down arrow in the floor number 4. Nam Sang looked up and thought to himself, if he's like this, why did Park Yong-won's faction request Kim Woo-jin to participate?
Just as he stepped into the elevator, the one next to it also opened.
Ian Wong stepped out with Secretary Kim.
He also noticed Nam Sang. The two of them arrived in front of a hospital room before Secretary Kim opened the door. He and one shared his judgment with her. Looking at the expression of the guy who just passed, Kim Gujin probably knows how to keep his mouth shut. The room door was pushed open, making a sound that caught Kim Gujin's attention, and he glanced towards it.
Yayan entered the room and asked, "It's been a while. How's your body?" Kim Gujin didn't answer him, only thinking to himself, "He's here. Drops of clear white liquid dripped from the 4 bag into the plastic tube.
Kim Gujin sat on the hospital bed and recounted, "There's almost no information about the people from the school guild, but from what I heard, it's really suspicious." In his mind, he recalled the things he had seen. "I have confirmed that they participated in the Boss Fox attack." Kim Gujin glanced to the side and continued, "The fact that they were all wiped out means the items were taken by another." Some details from the past battle flashed through his mind.
Kim Gujin added one more thing.
"The last thing I saw was them using the Silent Hunter stealth."
Ian Won was sitting on the chair next to the bed, speculating. "If it's stealth, I know it well. It can completely conceal the user, so it's very useful. So, it's true that they were only targeting players fighting the orc boss." Kim Gujin lowered his head, his gaze becoming pensive. "Yes, if it weren't for the blood poison, I probably would have died there, too. If the one who attacked me had intentionally been hit by my bleeding poison, I might now be." Ian Won heard his words and commented, "In that case, you were quite lucky. Anyway, since the Skull Guild has been wiped out, no one else knows what you witnessed." Kim Gujin asked him, "Even so, I have to be careful for a while." "But did our Phoenix Guild not gain anything at all?" An unhappy expression appeared on Ian Won's face.
He gritted his teeth. "Just thinking about it makes me furious because of that Skull Guild.
This whole incident was nothing but losses." He rubbed his chin, secretly planning. "I can't let this go.
Even just to compensate for the damages, I have to bring the School Guild to light."
What I got from Kim Gujin is more useful than I thought. Kwon slammed his hands on the armrest of the chair and asked loudly, "I see. Is there anything you want?" Kim Gujin acted as if he didn't understand and asked back. "Want something? What do you mean?"
Ian Jae-won stood up from the chair.
"You can stop pretending to be innocent."
He turned around and stated confidently, "Because of our deal. You probably followed the players and told me about it, but you must have some conditions to give me so much information." Kim Gujin was silent for a moment, then directly stated his request.
"If that's the case, I want to find someone." Ian Won felt a bit confused and asked further. "Someone who are you looking for?" Kim Gujin asked him back. "Do you know about the broker on Chan?"
"I've heard rumors that this person is very capable, but my connections are limited." So Ian Won glanced away, repeating the name he just heard.
"Oskin, how do you know that person?"
"Well, whatever. If you get a call from an unknown number in the near future, just answer it." He and Secretary Kim turned towards the door, preparing to leave, and suddenly uttered a cryptic sentence. "He's an arrogant fellow who chooses his clients, but his skills are undeniable."
Ian Won stopped in his tracks and gave a warning look to the person sitting on the bed.
He continued, "And one last thing, let's just say, just in case, you must keep this matter absolutely secret. If rumors spread, you'll be the only one in danger." Kim Gujin lowered his head, looked at the back of the person standing at the door,
and replied, "Yes, I understand."
The room door slammed shut before Inan and Secretary Kim left.
He left behind a promise. "All right, see you later." Kim Gujin just bowed his head in silence.
He swung his legs off the bed, slipped his feet into the slippers on the floor, and thought to himself, "For now, everything is going according to my plan.
They don't suspect me at all. Parkwon doesn't know anything about the connection between the School Guild and the Messiah Guild."
Kim Gujin stood in front of the window, looking out, thinking if he starts digging for information in that direction, Li Jan or the Bow Saint and Sword Saint will be noticed by Park Yong-won. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Park Yong-won has no idea about the wounds he caused himself, so he'll have a tough time for a while. While Park Yong-won and Li Jin are battling wits, I can focus on developing my strength.
A black car
of bright headlights was speeding down the road and a voice came from inside. Although the scale of the School Guild is large, it doesn't have a corporate backer, so there's only one possibility. Ian Won sat in the back seat looking at the screen of his phone. Taking items obtained in the country abroad will amplify the investment amount. He observed the red arrows on the map and formulated a plan.
We need to look into the black market linked to foreign countries. If we go there, we can meet the merchants who deal with them. Ian shifted his gaze outside the car window. This matter will inevitably involve businesses that are in cahoots with them. Today, Kim Goo-jin left the hospital.
He put his hand in his pocket, searching and wondering.
It's about time he contacted me, right? Not yet. Just then, his phone rang.
Kim Goo-jin took it out and prayed silently in perfect timing. He held the phone to his ear and a voice came through.
I heard you wanted to make a deal with me.
Kim Goo-jin's eyes widened as he realized this is Okan.
He replied, yes, I'm looking for a dungeon.
Second stated his condition.
I need to know your abilities before I can decide.
Kim Yoo-jin asked him, you mean my abilities?
Second didn't explain and just said, I'll send you the details in a message.
The call was then hung up by the person on the other end. Kim Woo-jin also saw a message sent to him. The message content was, clear out the kobolds. Number of floors 1, dungeon difficulty C+. Maximum players for entry condition below level 28.
Clear condition exterminate 100 kobolds. Dungeon location Pongan Sanseo District, Jeojiang City, Jiangxi Province.
After reading, Kim Goo-jin confirmed it himself. They said he chooses his clients and it's true. Even though it's a one-floor C++ dungeon, he uses a dungeon as a test. If I can make a deal, it will be very helpful. At the same time, in a bustling neighborhood in the city, a tall building was adorned with many colorful signs. In the room, Legion pointed at the phone and asked curiously, "Hi, which poor soul is it this time?" The man sitting opposite him replied, "It's just a new client applicant."
Ian introduced him and gave me his number.
Legion lowered his head, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh.
Kwon, what happened last time, and now you're doing this again? What if this time it's someone trying to kill you? Sechin stood up and declared confidently, it's fine. A truckload of common folks wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
Legion leaned back in his chair, warning worriedly, and if you work under Park Yong-won, you'll be even more aggressive.
Hang Sechin denied his speculation.
If it was under Park Yong-won, he would have made the deal himself.
He walked to the desk and pulled out the bottom drawer. Anyway, if he can't pass the test, it doesn't mean anything.
If he wants to kill me, he just needs to be good enough.
Second dropped the phone he was holding inside, smiling excitedly.
If he's that capable, then the phone fell with a thud. Surrounding it was a pile of different phones, his voice echoing, "One day, we'll be able to clear all the dungeons and end this game."
What we need is someone like that. Legion's face lit up.
He cheerfully gave a thumbs up and pointed to himself.
Hi, why would you say that? It hurts.
If there's someone like that, it's right here, Second bluntly remarked. You still have a lot to learn, Legiana cried out in disbelief.
Huh? What about me, Hang? He assessed. You're the type that's just good at surviving. So attacking a dungeon alone would be too much for you. Second smiled with interest. I gave him a kobold dungeon as a test.
So let's just see how it turns out.
Legion shook his head and squinted, asking, kobolds? Isn't that a bit too much? Hang Shan said. Matter of fact, exactly.
It's not mandatory, so if he's not confident enough, he'll probably give up. Legiana clasped his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and looked up at the sky.
Sigh. You really have no intention of doing business, do you, Hyang? But did you forget that I burn through energy quickly? I'm starving to death right now.
Sean heard this and angrily scolded him.
You just ate a whole bunch of food I ordered. What nonsense are you talking about now? On another side, a pale yellow car was slowly approaching a giant pit. Inside the pit was a dungeon gate.
Kim Goo-jin calmly got out of the car and firmly closed the door. Kim Gujin turned his head to observe the surroundings, then wondered a cobalt dungeon.
Is he not trying to make money? He didn't make the task easy at all. Using a dungeon that's oversized for a normal player like this.
As he slowly slid down into the pit, he thought to himself, but it's only difficult for those who don't know how to deal with kobolds. Nearby, a pair of binoculars was held up to someone's eyes. Ju reported the situation. I'm near the dungeon in Per River. Yen, she lowered the binoculars in her hand and glanced forward, informing the person on the other end of the phone.
Mr. Kim Woo-jin is approaching the dungeon over here. Ju's voice came from the phone speaker to the two people in the room. I'm starting the timer now. Second was startled. And looked at the device making the sound. What? He's already there. He picked up the phone on the table and asked the person on the other end. What an impatient person. So, what is he prepared? Ju replied. It doesn't look like he brought anything special. Second gritted his teeth. I don't know whether to call him reckless or stupid. Lai looked up and asked, isn't he just a madman in the end? Second just grunted and didn't say anything. Liga said contemptuously, but who knows? Maybe he doesn't need to prepare anything because he's so confident. Second continued his thought. That's also possible. In his mind, he thought, what if that confidence isn't just talk? At a Japanese-style restaurant, someone's voice sighed. Still haven't grasped the situation yet? It seems the Savior Guild is only so-so. In a room, a voice rang out. Don't say that. Calm down. Kim Jhan of the Savior Guild waved his hand and analyzed.
You know how hard it is to predict what will happen in a dungeon because there are so many chaotic factors. It's a bit pitiful to come back empty-handed, but at least the losses weren't great. The person sitting opposite him repeated the last two words he heard, not many. Not Hajiro asked him sternly. 5 of my disciples are dead. And you say the losses weren't many. Kim Jan was a bit stunned by his attitude, stammering a denial. No, that's not what I meant. Sukaharan, who had been sitting quietly next to Not Hajiro, finally spoke up. Lejun probably knows about our relationship with the school guild, right? Isn't that why he assigned the dungeon to us first? Kim Jun was stunned and cursed silently. I said the wrong thing. Sukaharakan in front of him continued. Of course, it's true that you can't predict what will happen in a dungeon. He frowned and asked. But are you telling us to believe that something like orcs could take out our people? A look of panic appeared on Kim Jun's face when he heard them declare that this matter could not be easily dismissed. Immediately, he placed both hands on the floor and bowed respectfully to the two of them. I am deeply sorry. I should have thought more carefully before spouting such nonsense. Please give me a little more time. I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Sukaharam pursed his lips and picked up the sake bottle on the table. No need. We've already started investigating on our own. Don't be so tense. Want something to drink? Kim Jun's eyes widened. As if he had realized something in his words, he raised his sake cup. Sukaharan explained as he poured sake into the cup Kim Jun was holding. Even though this happened, we are still allies with the Savior Guild. I just wanted to show you. Sukaharan's eyes glinted menacingly. How offended we feel. The sake poured into the cup became more and more overflowing and spilled onto the table. Sukahara can glance down at the table when comrades have a disagreement. They just need to sit down and have a few drinks together. He suddenly asked a cryptic question. Then everything could be forgiven, right? The hand holding the sake cup of Kim Jihan trembled, causing the liquid inside to slush. Not Hiro had already left the room and Sukahara followed him. He left only one sentence. Of course, if we are still comrades, Kim Jihan maintained his posture of holding the sake cup, answering dizzily, yes, that's right. The room door was pulled shut with force.
Only Kim Jun was left in the room.
He gritted his teeth and thought, I was too complacent in front of the Bao Saint and the Sword Saint. I need to think of a countermeasure immediately.
A black car was already waiting in front of the restaurant. Not Hero asked the person on the other end of the phone, are you done with it? What about our side's casualties? He listened to the report from the other side and replied, all right, I understand. Once in the car, Sukahara-kin looked at the person next to him and asked, is it just as we suspected?
Not Hajiro crossed his arms and admitted, yes, it wasn't done by anyone on the assassination list, which means it wasn't among the known skilled individuals.
He recounted, the next target will be the Phoenix Guild. They are the only ones left.
Sukahara-kin pondered, if the culprit isn't on the assassination list. Not till Hajiro continued his thought. Then, he belongs to a faction we don't know about and is intentionally hiding his strength for some purpose. Elsewhere, the night sky was covered in a dark blue hue near the Cobalt Dungeon, per river.
In a tall building, Bumpum put both hands in his pockets and speculated, if a player entered the dungeon today, we'll have a few days of peace, right, Zoe? Sitting on the sofa. Asked him, what are you talking about? He went in there alone.
He predicted with extreme confidence, and I've never seen a player come out of there. That guy will be dead soon, and the gate will open again shortly. Jang had only managed to say a few more words, maybe even in a little while. When at the pit behind him, a powerful beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky.
Bumpong pointed towards it. Man, you're spot on.
Jay turned his head in confusion. No, that's the beam of light from the pit gradually faded. He stared at the scene before him. That's when a dungeon has been conquered.
Bump exclaimed in disbelief. Hud, did you say? GM grabbed the binoculars with lightning speed and put them to his eyes. That dungeon can't be completed even with the maximum number of people.
Bumpun reached out and pulled him, calling out, Boss.
GM lowered the binoculars and asked unhappily, what are you still doing? We have to find where the one who completed it is. Bumbun's mouth dropped open, pointing in one direction. No, I think I found him.
He pointed his finger at the yellow car speeding down the road. There. Jim watched the car drive further and further away and desperately screamed, we're done for. At the building with all the signs in the city, a very loud voice echoed, what?
You're telling me you lost him? Scene angrily kept yelling into the walkie, you took the money, so you should do your job properly.
You took my money, did a sloppy job, and now you're making excuses. Ju, sitting at the computer desk on the other side, had to tilt her head and cover her ears.
She calmly called out to the person who was relentlessly scolding on the other side. Boss Second replied in an annoyed tone, what?
Ju told him, I haven't paid them yet.
She stood up from her chair and asked him, didn't you say they were your compatriot? Second asked back in confusion.
Hud, but we decided to pay them. Ju asserted, no, they just came to help us. Satsun crossed his arms and confirmed one more time.
Really?
Ju looked at him.
Really?
Instead, you said you'd buy them a round of drinks. Sean shrugged, making up an excuse to avoid it.
What a shame. Because starting today, I'm quitting drinking.
Ju slung her bag over her shoulder and walked towards the door. You don't have to worry about Kim Won.
I'm leaving now. Second felt curious. Where are you going?
Secretary Lee didn't answer and just said if he intends to work with us, he'll contact us soon. Sechin watched the back of the person who had just left and commented, so cold. An image of Ju clutching her backpack, sitting alone on the ground appeared in his mind. Come to think of it, it was around this time last year that I met her. Lee Gina returned from outside carrying a bunch of things. Boss, what's wrong with Secretary Lee? I told her to eat something before leaving, but she just ignored me. Sechin sat down on the chair, closed his eyes.
Just let her be. She probably has something to do today. A second later, he opened his eyes again and glanced at Lee Gina.
Also, Kim Gujin finished the dungeon, and it only took half a day.
He has potential. But when he saw the pile of stuff he was holding, he got furious and cursed. You dog! How much money did he spend at that convenience store? For Legaiona calmly continued chewing his food. Come on, boss. Don't make that face. Second order. Do you want to die? Go return it right now. Legion used a pleading tone. Don't be so stingy with the little food, boss.
Over on the side, Kim Woo-jun's yellow car had reached a section of road with a sign.
In the car, he sat in the driver's seat, one hand on his cheek.
His brow furrowed in deep thought. Earlier, after conquering the dungeon, Kim Gujin climbed out of the pit and walked towards his yellow car. When he arrived, he saw a handheld walkie-talkie and a piece of paper on the hood of the car. Kim Gujin raised an eyebrow, picked up both items.
What's this?
Back to the present, he reached out and touched the object on the passenger seat.
A handheld walkie-talkie. So, he's trying to be clever, huh?
The note said, if you return from the dungeon, please contact us with this walkie.
Business hours are 9:00 a.m.
Beyond time, Kim Yoo-jun praised, this guy is pretty good. The red car was parked in a spot in the underground parking lot, its headlights flashing blindingly.
In the car, Kim Jun leaned his hands on the steering wheel, his face covered in sweat, cursing to himself, damn it, I can't just go back and face the leader like this. The image of a person flashed in his mind, and he wondered. Do I really have to ask Jang Jio for help? The phone in the storage compartment vibrated and the screen lit up. A ringing tone echoed.
Kim Jun held the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end.
It's me, Kim Jun. What's wrong?
Suddenly, he shouted, the school guild.
Who?
The red car quickly drove out of the parking garage. As Kim Jun said to the person on the phone, understood.
I'll be there right away.
Over here in a pub, Ian Wong gave an order.
It's best to handle the problem quietly like ways. I don't need to explain the reason, do I? Jang Hanin sitting opposite him replied, yes, I know.
Have you talked to the person I need to protect?
Yang Wan answered,
not yet, but now that I've discussed it with you, it will be soon. After hearing the answer, Jang Han decided, then I'll explain the situation to my subordinates as well.
Yang Wan agreed with his arrangement. All right. Anyway, we just need to keep him alive and get him out of there.
I'll take care of the rest.
Neither of them noticed that on the second floor, a figure had appeared at some point, silently watching them all this time. Kim Jun stared down at the floor below and wondered, Park Yang Won, what is he planning?
I wonder how much he knows about the school guild. Suddenly, a man slowly approached him from behind and asked, I'm wondering the same thing. Park may have extensive connections, but to the point of knowing about the school guild.
Do.
Man pursed his lips and raised a question. He used the excuse that he needed to know more about the Skull Guild for work, but he also said some strange things.
Earlier in a private room, Zong Man with Yang Wan.
He leaned on the table and declared, even if it's you, Mr. Yang Wan, asking me to share information about the Skull Guild will be a bit difficult, Yang Wan.
Sitting in front of him replied, you're being more cautious than usual. All right, then. His expression was full of confidence as he asked, what if I told you I know the secret about the school members who died in that dungeon?
Back in the present, Kim Jun couldn't believe it, and confirmed with a gaping mouth.
Did he really say that? He lowered his head, his face covered in sweat, thinking, if that's true, this is no longer a problem I can handle on my own.
I'll also be in trouble if I report this to the leader. So, Kim Jun turned his head to look down at the lower floor.
Who is that person talking to Park Yong Won?
Zhang Man crossed his arms and introduced him.
Zhang Han.
He has done a lot of business with Park Won. He also directed his gaze at Zhang Han sitting below. Adding some more information, he's the type of mercenary player who doesn't belong to any guild and will do anything as long as the pay is right.
At this moment, At the seats on the lower floor. Jong Hanning had respectfully bowed and seen Park Young Won off on the upper floor.
Kim Jun said to the person beside him, "Thank you very much for cooperating with the Savior Guild and sharing this information." Jang Man calmly said to him, "After all, the Savior Guild has done me a favor." In the end, Kim Jun just lowered his head, his face contorted, and didn't speak anymore. Below, Jong Han returned to his seat. At that moment, Kim Jun approached him and extended an invitation.
"Let's talk for a bit."
Jang Hani looked up and realized he was Kim Jun of the Savior Guild. Kim Jun also sat down on the opposite bench, his hands clasped together.
"I don't know what you heard from Park Young Won, but I have a proposal for you."
He seriously uttered a job related to cooperating with the Savior Guild. Jang Hanine smiled, pretending not to understand.
And asked back, "What are you talking about? Can you be a little more simple?"
A sharp glint flashed in Kim Jun's eyes. "I'm talking about a very profitable business for you, and you still don't get it.
This is going to take a while."
Elsewhere, a black car had stopped behind the white line on the road, waiting for a red light. In the car, Secretary Kim, sitting in the passenger seat, reported the situation to Ian Won, who was in the back. "I have secured a public dungeon as he requested, but it seems your method this time is different from usual," she asked, turning her head.
"Won't things get more complicated if you get involved yourself?"
Ian Won rested his head on one hand, not looking at her, but staring at his phone screen. "The Skull Guild must take action because I've caused such a commotion, and they will probably be hasty and disorganized."
He saw the caller ID on his phone displayed as Kim Woo-jin and asked, "Now that the location and supporting actors are ready, shall we set the stage for the main actor?"
Back in the pub, Kim Jun sat alone at a table near the entrance. He bit his nails and wondered to himself,
"Park and Won, what the hell is he planning?"
Kim Jun recalled what John Huning had said because he requested 5 people, including me, to protect that person.
"It seems he is extremely important. His name is..." He noticed the information on his phone.
Kim Gujuan, level 16, Phoenix. Kim Jun's mind was filled with doubt. He was on the list to participate in the A+ dungeon, but there's no way he could have stood against the veterans of the Skull Guild alone. This bait is so obvious, I don't know if I should intentionally take it or not. The next morning, a yellow car was parked in front of the gate of a villa. Kim Gujuan sat in the car and spoke to the walkie-talkie.
"I guess I passed the test, right?" The person on the other end confirmed, "Yes."
"And faster than I expected."
"You were hiding your true abilities, weren't you?"
He didn't wait for an answer and continued.
"Never mind. It's not like I'm suspicious or anything. Just personal curiosity." Kim Gujin explained, "I showed my abilities because you asked me to." The voice from the walkie came through. "I see. Anyway, you said you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I've placed a list of the dungeons I've found in locker number 19 at Ean Station.
Stop by and if you need anything, just contact me."
King Jun got out of the car and informed the person on the walkie.
"Understood, but I have a few things to do right now, so I'll contact you again in a few days." Sechin on this end also replied to him, "All right, I'll be waiting." Lia, sitting on the chair, felt suspicious.
"Boss, are you really going to do business with him? Has your gut feeling ever been right?"
She smiled and turned to him, asking back,
"Has your gut feeling ever been right? And isn't the brokerage business all about living on risk?"
Over at Kim Gujin's place, he lowered his head, looking extremely worried.
"Syrian Won, I find this a bit dangerous. You're asking me to use myself as bait." Ian Won didn't hide it and admitted frankly, "You understood correctly."
He tilted his head, resting his arm on the chair, and said, "I'm not sure how what we talked about became a rumor, but it's only a matter of time before the rumor reaches the Skull Guild." He thought to himself, "Looks like the kid is starting to get scared, but I don't really care." Kim Gujin lowered his head in silence.
Ian Won's voice reached his ears. Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?
He extended his hand towards him, coaxing, I've personally hired an elite team for you.
So, how about trusting me and entering the dungeon with them? Kim Goo-jun looked up and faced Yayan, asking.
But you're still playing with my life.
Is there a compelling reason we have to do this? He made up an excuse.
I'm sorry about that, but I owe them a few favors.
And I'm the type of person who can't rest easy when I'm indebted to someone.
Finally, Kim Goo-jin opened his mouth and made a request.
I understand.
If that's the case, there's no other way, but I want a raise.
Ian-won smiled triumphantly, and in 3 words, he took the bait.
Kim Goo-jin also smirked cryptically.
Ian snapped his fingers, signaling the person behind him. No problem.
Secretary Kim stepped forward and placed a brown piece of paper on the table. The boss has prepared something for you, Mr. Kim Yoo-jin.
Yang-won asked again. If you're stronger, your survival rate will naturally be higher, right?
Kim Goo-jin glanced at the paper that Secretary Kim pushed towards him, realizing it was a skill scroll.
After some time, he left the villa.
As Kim Goo-jin walked, he thought he feels guilty. Before I came back, Park Young-won went to meet the Yamato faction, and he looked towards the building and thought with a sigh, following the path of a traitor.
What a timely decision. But it doesn't matter anymore. Kim Woo-jin took out the paper he had just received from his pocket. I didn't expect him to give me this. He's more useful than I thought.
Inside a stone cave, continuous sighs echo through the space.
Why are we so pathetic? At this rate, I wonder if we can pay off all our debts before we die.
Han, who was leading, heard the sigh and annoyingly turned his head and shouted.
Shut up and keep walking.
He crossed his arms and reminded the others that bastard Park Jang-won was already lenient with us. The first subordinate complained.
But that's still too much, boss. The second subordinate also feeling wrong. And chimed in. It's not our fault. And how the hell are we supposed to know who that was? How much longer do we have to help in this dungeon?
Hong coursed and turned to continue walking forward. I don't freaking know either. If you have the energy to complain, go kill some monsters. In a dark corner of the stone cave that no one noticed, a monster with sharp teeth was watching their every move. At night, on a cable-stayed bridge, a train was passing by. Under the bridge, a car was parked and a group of people were gathered. The man held his phone to his ear and replied to the person on the other end.
Everything is ready. Yes, I will do that.
He lowered the phone and pressed the end call button on the screen, which showed the caller's name as Park 1.
Jong Han looked up and asked the person in front of him, so, all we have to do is hand Kim Yoo-jin over to you, right? That person confirmed, yes, that's all. Jang Han-yang smirked.
And shifted his gaze to the suitcase full of money.
But that seems a bit little, doesn't it? Considering we're about to lose an important client. A little more compensation would be appropriate, right?
Kim Jun waved his hand and assured him. If it's a matter of money, you'll receive a lot more once the job is done.
I can also find you other clients if you want.
Jang Han-yeon made another request. Instead, I prefer to make a contract with the Savior Guild.
If you can do that, I don't think I need any extra payment.
Kim Jan directly refused.
I can't do that.
I can't make decisions concerning the guild's interest on my own.
Jang Han didn't argue further and just replied nonchalantly. Understood. All right then.
A moment later, Kim Jong got into the red car and left. John Hanyang's men bowed respectfully behind him. He straightened up and exclaimed.
We've struck gold. We're going to be rich after this.
A companion behind him uttered a sentence. I didn't think there was this kind of person in the Savior Guild.
Jang Hanyang smiled. He's only human. Not everyone is Li Shan, right?
He turned his head and declared to the others. But what the hell does that have to do with us?
We just need to seize this opportunity and live it up after we get paid.
Elsewhere, a flash of life faded and a group of people stepped out from it. A voice echoed in the space.
The dungeon has been conquered.
The person in the black suit rushed towards the three people who came out of a light and someone shouted, "All members of the Skull Guild survived."
Secretary Nam's jaw dropped as he watched the Skull Guild members slowly walk past him, wondering to himself, what happened to the Phoenix Guild members? Are they all dead?
He was completely stunned, thinking to himself that they were all elite members from Park Yong-won's faction. A moment later, Secretary Nam seemed to have snapped out of it. Turned his head and called out, "Excuse me, please wait a moment."
He asked the members of the Skull Guild, "You know what happened to our guild members?" Secretary Nam pleaded with them in a very sincere tone.
"At least, please tell me what happened so I can inform their relatives."
"Please." Hans of the Skull Guild froze.
He pulled down the mask on his mouth and smiled wickedly.
"That bunch.
I chopped them up so small they're unrecognizable." After saying that, Hong Rei got into the car and the black car sped away.
Matsumoto sitting in the car was tapping on his phone and reminded him. "Did you forget what the leader said? Be careful. Don't cause a scene." Hongi snorted and replied, "I know." Kimatsumoto held the phone to his ear and said, "This is Matsumoto. We just finished our work, but why is there more?"
On the other end of the line, Kim Jan urgently ordered, "I found the target. It will be a good opportunity as long as I use the Skull Guild correctly." He rubbed his chin and said to himself.
Makamoto's indifferent voice came from the screen. "Get here immediately. And why should we listen to your orders?"
Kim Jan raised his voice threateningly.
"There's no time. If you miss this opportunity, what will you tell the leader?" Only then did Makamoto reluctantly agree. "All right, let's go there and discuss it further." After hanging up, a message was sent to his phone just a second later. The message content was, "Hunt lizard soldiers to floors difficulty D plus max. Players 10. Entry condition under level 29. Clear condition to feed all lizard soldiers."
At the same time, over at the luxurious mansion, Ian Won stood with his hands on his hips in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calculating. So, there's a foreign faction in Korea.
I've always thought it's a waste of talent if I only operate in Korea.
Ian W. looked at the gold watch on his wrist and thought, even if the plan doesn't go well and Kim Gujin dies, at least I'll get information about the Skull Guild.
Now then, it's almost time.
Over here in front of a black tent, many people were already waiting. Kim Gujin stood on this side, silently, raising an eyebrow and quietly observing them from a distance. John Hunyang was the first to spot him, waving and calling out, "Bye, over here."
He extended a hand and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm John Hunhee." Kim Gujin also nodded and stated his identity. "My name is Kim Gujin."
Jang Hyuni replied friendly, "All right, let's do our best to clear the dungeon." There was supposed to be another team, but it seems they're late. Just as he finished speaking, a white car drove up behind Kim Yujin, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jang Hunin smiled at the car.
"Here they are." 4 people from the school guild got out of the car, all wearing mysterious black masks.
Kim Gujin narrowed his eyes and glanced at them.
He suddenly asked, "Excuse me, but where is the restroom?" John Hun, hearing the question, offered, "The restroom? I was about to go to. Let me show you the way."
A blue sign hung on the wall with the word toilet and a symbol representing the male gender printed on it. Jang Han crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, asking, "So, you're the one we have to escort?"
Kim Gujin didn't answer but asked back, "So you're the team Park mentioned?" Jong Han stood up straight. "It's almost time. Let's talk more on the way."
As he walked, he explained his arrangement. "The ones who arrived later don't know we're on the same side. So first, we shouldn't let them see us together in the dungeon." Kim Gujin asked, "Are you telling me to go alone?" Zhang Hun Yang waved his hand to reassure him.
Don't worry, we won't be too far from you. Someone will always be secretly following you, he continued. Anyway, it's highly likely there will be an ambush on the second floor.
If we start fighting as soon as we enter, it will be very difficult to complete the dungeon. Kim Yujin, walking beside him, just lowered his head, his thoughts unknown. Zhang Hunying stated with extreme confidence, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Just trust us and go inside." He glanced at him, then replied, "All right, I'll do as you say." Zhang Han Yang said with satisfaction, "Good.
Then you'll go in first. If we go in together, it'll be suspicious." Kim Gujin didn't say anything more and, as instructed, turned and entered the tent alone.
Behind him, Zhang Han watched his back, a cunning glint in his eyes, thinking, "This is going smoother than I thought." Inside the forest, numerous large trees grew close together with sunbeams piercing through the gaps and shining down on the ground. In the clearing, the group had split into two sides. On the right was Zhang Hunying's group and his subordinates. And on the left were the people from the Skull Guild. An information panel appeared. Attention to reach the next floor. Eliminate the hiding goblin to avoid a large-scale confrontation. Someone spoke up. It seems the first floor is more about exploration. Zhang Hunyong sternly instructed the remaining members of his team. The completion condition isn't difficult, so let's split up here and search our own. Next, he pointed at Kim Gujin and said to him, "Since you seem to be alone, we'll have someone go with you." Jing volunteered himself.
"Boss, let me go with him."
Zhang Hunyang immediately approved.
"All right, Ginguk." He loudly ordered the other members, "Now is not the time for chit-chat. Kill the goblin as quickly as possible and proceed to the second floor."
Finally, the two groups split up, leaving only Kim Gujin and Jingguk behind. Before walking far, Zhang Hunyong secretly glanced back and gave a slight nod. Kim Guji received his signal and nodded back in acknowledgement. Next, he glanced over at the Skull Guild group. He thought to himself, "So, the battle will begin on the second floor." Makamoto closed his eyes and asked curiously, "Why don't we just take care of King Gujin now? It'll be a big problem if he dies, right?" Jahan simply explained, "The team I hired will keep him safe. There won't be any problems. The problem is when things don't go according to plan." He uttered the next few words, and Kim Gujin runs away. Makamoto spoke disjointedly, "What you mean to say is?" His gaze was probing. "You don't trust our abilities, which is why you had to come in here yourself." Jae Hung calmly denied. "No need to be so sensitive. That's not what I meant." He added silently in his head, "I'm only here to clean up Zhang Hunyang's crew after this is over." In the opposite direction, Zhang Hunnang sat under a tree and asked his subordinate, "So, what's Kim Gujin doing?" The hooded subordinate replied, "He's hunting orcs, and he looks pretty good. He's using blood poison to pick them off one by one." Zhang Han and I rubbed his chin and thought, "Blood poison, huh? Anything else?" The hooded man asked, unable to understand. "Why are you so worried?" The bald man also felt unhappy. "Boss, you think we can't handle one guy?" Zhang Hunying said to them, "No, it's because everything is too simple that I'm suspicious." He analyzed as he stood up. Parky and Wan and Kim Jun are not the type to spend a lot of money so easily. "Is Jing still following him?" Someone answered, "Yes, why are you going to him?" Zhang Han hatched a plan. "If we go with him, he'll trust us more. And when he lets his guard down, catching him will be a piece of cake." Zhang Hunian's group slowly advanced deeper into the forest. In front of them were scattered white skeletons. The subordinate turned his head to search. He was definitely here just a moment ago. Where did he run off to? Zhang Huni made a guess. If he ran, there must be tracks. He glanced around, observing the surroundings based on the smell of blood. He was definitely here. But why can't I see Jinguk anywhere? On the ground in front of them were the corpses of a few hyenas.
Zhang Hanning spoke up. I don't know what happened. He focused his gaze forward and exclaimed, something's not right. The hooded subordinate seemed to see something and pointed, shouting, Boss, over there. In the distance, Ginuk was lying motionless with a pool of fresh red blood beneath him. Near him, Kim Woo-jin was unconscious, also with a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Zhang Hanning loudly signaled the other subordinates, check on Jinguk first.
The rest of you watch the surroundings while Bzik heals Jinguk. The subordinates received the order and immediately fanned out to keep watch. While Kim Min-sik ran quickly to Jinguk's side, suddenly he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Jinguk, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his mouth wide and blood gushed out incessantly. Kim Min-sik, covered in sweat, screamed, This is bad.
The neck wound is severe. Jinguk's eyes fluttered open and he coughed continuously.
Kim Min-sik pressed down firmly on his neck and ordered, Stay still.
I can't stop the bleeding if you keep trying to talk or move. Jinguk's whole body trembled.
He used all his strength to raise his arm
and point in one direction.
Kim Min-sik glanced in the direction of his finger and saw Kim Woo-jin lying on the other side.
Beads of sweat rolled down Kim Min-sik's face incessantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, We're handing him over to Kim Jun anyway. We'll deal with that later. Your life comes first. The client can wait. John Hun, who was standing in the distance, turned his headly and asked, What's wrong? What happened? How is Jen Guk?
Kimik replied as he used healing magic on him.
He's in critical condition. At this rate, he's really going to die, boss. Jang Huning gritted his teeth and wondered to himself, what the hell happened?
We all knew we were on the same side, so there's no way they would have ambushed us.
Wait.
He suddenly remembered the words Kim Jan had said. This is related to the Savior Guild, so be careful.
Make sure no one knows about this. Jang Hanam was startled as he realized he plans to silence all of us.
On this side, Kim Min-sik's entire body glowed with light as he frantically called out, Stop spacing out, boss.
Gingak is losing too much blood. He announced, Just my healing magic alone is not enough.
He stopped mid-sentence. A skeleton soldier had appeared behind him. He seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. The moment Kim Min-sik met the skeleton soldier's eyes, it swung its arm and slashed. A second later, dark red blood spurted from his body into the air. Kim Man-sik's hands were covered in large and small bloodstains. Seeing this, the bald man was stunned and screamed, Kim Min-sik.
Zhang Yang was also stunned, analyzing in his head. They inflicted that kind of wound on Jinguk because they wanted to take out our healer first.
They targeted the healer first, which means they are very experienced in PK.
He glanced at the bald man. I think Kim Jun tricked us.
I should have been more careful. The request was too suspicious. At this moment, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared from nowhere, surrounding the three of them in the center. At the same time, over with the Skull Guild members, Kim Sik reminded the others, don't overdo it.
Conserve your strength.
Hong stepped on the corpse of a hyena and praised, these guys are good. They know I'm handsome, so they just charge at me. Kim Sik waved his hand a few times in mockery.
I doubt that's it.
It's more likely because of your disgusting smell.
Next time you enter a dungeon, could you spray on a little less perfume? Hong raised his arm, sniffed himself, and retorted, What do you mean by that? Do you know how much money I spent on this perfume? Kim Sik calmly pointed behind him. You idiot! I've told you so many times. Monsters have a keen sense of smell. Look over there. Your fans are coming again. A pack of hyenas was rushing towards them from behind. Hong Jae stood still and asked confidently, As long as I welcome my fans enthusiastically, what's the problem?
The hyena opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and drool dripped out. Before it could bite its target, a hand reached out and grabbed its neck.
Hong Jae gripped the hyena's neck with one hand and its leg with the other, lifting its entire body into the air.
He narrowed his eyes, a red glint of killing intent flashing within them. Hong Jae forcefully swung his arms to the sides, splitting the hyena's body in two.
Another hyena had already extended its claws and was lunging to attack. As its claws were descending, a fist shot up from below.
Hong Jae landed a punch on the hyena, his head shattering and blood splattering everywhere. The hyena's body completely collapsed to the ground in front of him. Hong Jae's face was splattered with blood as he glanced to the side. There, a hyena was staring at him with its mouth wide open. Elsewhere, inside a forest covered with tall trees, sunlight pierced through the green canopy, shining down on the ground.
Zhang Hanning had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and uttered each word. "You bastard! Why did you betray us?" Kim Gujin looked down at him. "You talk about betrayal.
You're about to meet your maker, and you still won't be honest," he said contemptuously.
"I've seen so many players who only use their given power for their own benefit. But I'm not surprised anymore. But this time, your greed has crossed the line." Kim Gujin asked him, "You once said that the value of each person is different, right?" Zhang Hun Nyanging looked up and cursed, "What about it?"
Back in the past, a lamp on the table cast a pale yellow light, and a voice echoed in the space.
"Why is someone from the Savior Guild here? What's so special about that Kim Gujin guy? Parky and Woan and Kim Jun are interested in him."
Zhang Hanning pursed his lips and explained. He said he wanted to keep Kim Gujin alive to ask him a few things. The subordinate in the hat felt indignant. "If he's not dealt with, you won't get to have your fun, boss."
Zhang Hun Yang pulled down his sleeve, showing them the tally marks on his arm. "You mean this? Let's save it for next time. We're not short of people to hunt."
The bald man excitedly pointed to a spot on his arm.
"You've dealt with quite a few, haven't you? This one is from those three who begged us to save their lives last time, right?"
he said excitedly.
"The more requests like this, the better.
Even with just 3 of them, we earn more than completing a dungeon."
John Honeying smiled cunningly. "You think everyone's life is worth the same. Everything has a different value." He and his subordinates turned to leave, his final words echoing in the space.
"And we only kill if they offer the right price."
At a table they didn't notice. Kim Gujin had heard everything.
Back in the present, he materialized a sword in his hand.
"And now I'm quite curious."
Zhang Hun, unable to escape, could only look up at him.
Kim Gujin slashed without hesitation. "How much is your life worth?"
As he turned to leave, Zhang Hun's head fell to the ground at the same time.
"How much? I wonder."
"I arrived in a dark, gloomy forest." Kim Gujin frowned and sat in front of the goblin. "So, it's hiding in the same place as the last time I came to this dungeon." "My past life," he said coldly.
"Now, let's go down to the next floor." Kim Gujin left a final sentence. "Shouldn't keep my school comrades waiting."
And then he raised his sword and finished off the goblin. The system displayed a notification. "You have completed the first floor of the dungeon." Immediately, a column of light shot up into the sky, drawing the attention of Jun's group. The others exclaimed. "The first floor has been cleared."
"How the hell?"
Jun turned his head to look behind him and thought.
John Hanin should have given a signal if he had found the goblin. Machimoto asked suspiciously.
"This kind of reaction, this probably isn't your plan," he said thoughtfully. "The first floor was completed completely unexpectedly. It seems they've already gone ahead to the second floor and are waiting to ambush us."
"That's obvious."
Their group started rushing towards the column of light. Jan frowned and thought, damn it, did they figure out my plan to eliminate them to be betrayed by them first really?
Kim Gujun was standing in front of a giant gate.
He gently touched the gate and then Kim Gujun pushed lightly and the gate opened.
Light from the other side shone on his face. The system displayed teleporting to the second floor.
The scene changes to a company building.
Secretary Kim suddenly speaks up items.
Most players buy a lot of them every time they prepare to enter a dungeon.
Ian Won, sitting on a chair, asked back, "Is there a problem?"
Secretary Kim read the report. He bought a large number of test tubes, which I found a bit strange. She said, I know that blood, bodily fluids, skin, and various parts of many types of monsters are very valuable, but in the dungeon, there's nothing of value, so I reported it to you.
Ian Won frowned slightly and said, buying containers for materials while using his life as bait. What the hell is that Kim Woo-jun thinking?
In the forest, Jonah's group gradually approached the gate.
Machimoto said softly, it seems they got to the second floor first. It's highly likely they're waiting in ambush, so be prepared.
Hong Jae, standing beside him, patted Jun on the shoulder.
Thanks to someone, we finally get to have some fun. Should show some gratitude, right? But he thought resentfully, you bastard, Jin Hanyeong.
You will pay for embarrassing me. The entire gang gripped their swords tightly and slowly stepped through the gate.
The system announced, teleporting to the second floor. The gate emitted a blinding light.
But deep in the lake, a monster had its eyes closed. Suddenly, it opened its bright red eyes wide as if it had been awakened.
Matsumoto looked surprised. What's this?
I thought they would attack as soon as we appeared, but it seems not.
Hungrez stepped forward and broke the tripwire at his feet.
They were so scared they all ran and hid, didn't they? Han sensed something was wrong and paused for a second.
A volley of arrows flew towards them.
Hunj blocked them with his hands and then the arrows shattered and they were all filled with blood. The other members were also splattered with the blood contained in the arrows.
Hongs looked at the blood on his hand and asked, what the hell is this? Is it blood?
They looked at the puddle of blood on the ground and asked each other.
The arrow head is attached to a test tube. What kind of trick is this? Someone picked up an arrow and wondered to themselves, I don't get it. That was a perfect opportunity for an ambush. Hong Rei complained, it stinks. Kimujin appeared from nowhere. Sorry about the smell. I thought a smell like this would suit you. Hong Rei yelled, you bastard. Stop showing your face. Where is Jong Hanayon? You think you'll get away with messing with us like this?
Meanwhile, Jae-hun silently called his name, Kim Yujin. Kim Gujin frowned and thought, just as I expected. This guy still thinks I'm on the same side as John Hanon.
He smirked and said, what do you mean show your face?
I knew you were going to take care of Jung Huning and his gang after this anyway, but I didn't think you'd follow us all the way here.
Kim Jun of the Savior Guild. Kim Gujin said, but let's skip that.
Now is not the time for small talk.
Mong Midi quickly noticed that something was wrong with the lake behind him. What is that thing? It's coming this way.
A gigantic lizard warrior emerged from the water. It targeted a blonde-haired member of the group. Unlucky for him, the lizard warrior quickly bit his head off, killing the blonde guy on the spot.
Hong Jae's eyes widened in shock.
Joan couldn't help but be horrified by what had just happened.
The lizard warrior came ashore, its mouth still clamped tightly around the unfortunate man. Machidi turned to look at Gujin and shouted, you dog, what have you done?
He held up a tube of blood and said, this red stuff on you is from that goblin.
Guji smirked and said, and it's also the favorite food of the lizard warriors.
And since I went to the trouble of smearing a whole bunch of it, you will naturally become a feast for the lizard warriors. Makamoto screamed and cursed at him. You son of a bitch. I'll kill you. He furiously charged towards Gujin. Hongs turned and called out to him, Makamoto, hey, don't leave us behind. Makamoto immediately raised his sword to attack Gujin, who also raised his sword to block the blow. He yelled, I'll gouge out your eyes and shove them up your ass. He sneered and challenged, keep talking big.
Suddenly, Gujin noticed something.
He looked at the pattern on Makamoto's sword and thought the sword saint sword. Gujin looked up at him and said, "Seeing the blood rush to your face, I thought you were just a common soldier, but I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the sword saint."
Makamoto exclaimed in surprise. "What?" he stuttered. "How did you?" John looked around to find someone. "Where is Jong Hanayon's group? Kim Woo-jin isn't the problem."
He stood there thinking, our side only has 4 people left, but that's still more than enough to complete this dungeon. But Hong used his axe to block the lizard warrior's wide open mouth and yelled, "What the hell are you doing, Kim Jun?"
He yelled, "Give me a hand."
Jun frowned and thought, if Jong Hun appears at the exact moment our forces are scattered like this, the lizard warriors stood tall before the 2 of them. Jun thought, the ones who will die will be our side. 2 swords clashed, creating a sharp, cold sound.
Makamoto asked doubtfully, "How did you know?" Guji smirked and replied, "Just a guess, but it seems I guessed right, huh?"
Makamoto got angry and swung his sword at Yujin.
"Shut up." He raised his sword to block. So easy to provoke.
I have to admit, I have a talent for pissing people off. He also partly thinks I'm not good enough to sword fight him.
But you're dead wrong.
Wu Jun suddenly bit his lip.
Mong Midi brought his sword back and prepared to slash upwards.
He swung his sword in an arc, forcing Gujin to jump back to dodge. Makumoti stared at him and then Gujin used a trick, spitting blood from his mouth. His blood splattered on Makamoto's face. He sensed something was wrong and retreated.
"Damn it."
Makamoto wiped the blood from his face and cursed him.
"You coward, spitting blood in my face." A notification appeared.
"You have been afflicted with blood poison.
Vitality is continuously decreasing."
He gritted his teeth and thought, I have to kill you, you dog.
This is it.
Machumo too lightly twirled the sword in his hand. He raised his sword high and immense power was gathering in it. Wu Jun was genuinely a little surprised and looked at him. This move it really is it. He remembered Shan and Ken, the special skill of the Butcher of Holy Life. Ma Jiang Midi pointed the tip of his sword at the ground. Then he flicked it, creating a slash that shot towards Gujin. The system announced, Holy Light Slash, a skill of the Holy Light Butcher is targeting you.
He narrowed his eyes and focused intensely to block the attack.
The slash from Makamoto left a thick cloud of dust. He slumped over slightly from exhaustion.
I still haven't mastered it.
The burden on my body is too great.
Machimoto gripped his sword tightly.
I should have captured him alive. Suddenly, Gujuin appeared right behind him without him noticing. He turned his head in horror. Impossible, he dodged that move.
Gujuin unleashed a flurry of slashes on Makamoto, who couldn't believe it and wondered, how can a nobody dodge my full power attack?
He coughed up blood, his eyes wide in disbelief.
Machumi remembered the past when he was practicing by slashing upside-down scarecrows. Matramiti collapsed well. I finally managed to use master skill. But with my current ability, I can only use it once. Kin approached and said coldly. The dog has finally learned it.
He said, but you still shouldn't use it in a real fight. You only used it once and your hand is already trembling like that. Kim pointed at him and said, high damage means a lot of stamina consumption and a huge burden on the body. If you use this move in a real fight and your opponent exploits that weakness, you're dead for sure.
Machimoto seemed to want to retort.
But Ken quickly said first, the time will come when you meet enemies who won't die from your full power attack and when you're exhausted after using the move. Gujin swung his sword across Makamoto's body, Ken's teachings echoing in his head.
The one who dies will be you. Finally, Makamoto fell. I've met him, master.
Hong saw this and shouted, Makamoto.
However, he let his guard down.
The lizard warrior used its head to ram straight into him.
Hong slammed hard against the tree.
The attack caused such a severe injury that Hong's coughed up blood. Ji, who looked at him, thought they said he was a disciple of the Sword Saint. But why are they all so useless?
Moreover, none of Jung Hun's group has shown up yet. Vita has no chance.
Finally, Jin decided on a truce.
I propose a truce. We don't have to fight to the death like this. Gata said to Gujin, it would be better to call a truce and focus on completing the dungeon.
If we continue like this, we'll all become monster food, he smirked and said.
You don't have to worry about me, he exclaimed in shock. What? Wuan said. If you guys disappear, it'll be even easier for me to clear this dungeon. Yan looked astonished. What the hell is that? A skeletal hand emerged from the ground.
The entire skeleton soldier gradually appeared.
The system announced, skeleton warriors summoned. Gujin looked at him contemptuously. And why should I believe you? You were just clamoring to take me down.
Jahan's eyes widened as he looked at him.
Blood poison and now necromancy, too. Why wasn't any of this in the report?
A tall figure was looming behind him. The lizard warrior opened its mouth wide. It snapped its jaws shut, but luckily for Jun, he managed to dodge. However, the lizard warrior quickly ran behind him. Jihan covered his face with his hands and closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. But the lizard didn't attack. Zhong opened his eyes in fear and looked. Hong slammed his halberd into its tail. He spoke up, the watchdog of the Savior Guild. Hong's roared, "You have time to stand there begging him for your life, but you don't have time to help me." The lizard warrior took the opportunity to escape, using its tail to wrap around and tighten on Hongri. And then he was completely within its grasp. The lizard stared at Hung with wide eyes. He wasn't afraid and shouted back. "Let me go, you stinking lizard. Your stench is about to make me puke." The lizard warrior tightened its tail even more. And Yan just stood there thinking, help you with what? Faith and hope. He looked up at it and calculated, damn it, what should I do now? How do I get out of this situation? Young gritted his teeth and thought, I can't handle this lizard on my own. So he cowardly decided that retreat was the best option. And then Jaehan turned his feet, preparing to run. I'll play the hero in hiding until they clear the dungeon. He turned around. In the meantime, I'll slowly figure out the next step. Survival is the top priority. I can't die a meaningless death in this place. As he was running away, he noticed something. Yan turned his face back and thought, something just passed by. A skeleton with a sword stabbed the lizard's neck and he thought, a skeleton soldier. The system displayed, Lizard Warrior has been afflicted with the blood poison effect. Jahan looked at the skeleton in horror and thought, it's just a skeleton. How can it move like that? It's almost on par with a high-level player. The skeleton soldiers quickly gathered around the lizard. And what's more, there were 5 of them, not just one. Wait a minute. If Kim Yujin is this strong, then got a thought that meant he had also dealt with Zhang Hunei's group, which was why they hadn't appeared yet. The lizard opened its shark jaws wide and the mystery of how the entire Skull Guild was wiped out in that dungeon. The tail of the lizard raised high also became clear. Yan broke out in a cold sweat. I have to get out of here at all costs to report back. But how? The lizard warrior chased closely after him. Why is it ignoring the skeletons just to chase me? A skeleton stepped forward to block it. The skeleton used its sword to cut the lizard warrior's leg multiple times. It stared at the skeleton soldiers with wide eyes and then the lizard collapsed to the ground with a thud. The system announced due to the effect of blood poison, the lizard warrior's strength is continuously decreasing. Jahan let out a sigh of relief. We got it. However, the lizard warrior slowly got back up. It lowered its sharp eyes to look at him. Jun thought in horror, still not down, what the hell did it eat to be so tough? And then the lizard turned its eyes to look at him, and it startled him with a hiss.
He thought in horror, impossible. Why does it keep targeting me? It's as if the skeleton soldiers are completely invisible.
June tucked his legs in and ran. The skeleton soldiers chased after and attacked the lizard.
Gujin, on the other hand, stood leisurely watching. With so many people acting as bait for the lizard, the battle has become much easier. He looked at him and said, I bet you still don't understand what's going on, do you?
Wuan said nonchalantly, at a time when people still rely solely on levels and items to conquer dungeons. He remembered some things from the past.
Mizzen was holding a handful of mushy mud. She complained loudly, why do I have to smear this stuff on myself?
Jordan replied, I don't know the tales either, but I heard that lizard warriors have very poor eyesight. He pointed to his eye and said playfully, so, naturally, we have to camouflage ourselves and take advantage of that.
Jordan turned around and called out loudly, am I right, Kim Eugene?
He smiled and turned his head back, replying, no, you're not.
Back in the present, Wu Juan wondered to himself, I wonder if they're okay.
The lizard warrior raised its hand about to slap Yun.
He thought, I can't keep running like this.
In front of June was Gujuan for some reason. It seems the lizard warriors only target players. Got to run towards him with all his might.
June targeted Wu Juan. Well then, I can't take this alone.
Come get a taste of this with me, you bastard. He looked at him with utmost contempt.
A skeleton stood out to block June. He jumped up.
Yan swung his sword and shouted, just a dry skeleton trying to block my path. Then he leaped over the skeleton's head.
However, June's eyes suddenly widened. Still more.
Another skeleton flanking from behind swung its sword and slashed him. Yan lost his balance and fell to the ground. Goddess stared wide-eyed at the ground. And then the mask he had been wearing was slashed apart.
The skeleton, after delivering the blow, sidestepped to the side. He sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to move even in. The lizard warrior was closing in fast.
It lunged and sent him flying with its head.
Gujuan stood there watching, his face expressionless. Jihong crawled on the ground. Damn it, my leg.
He turned his head in horror towards the lizard. Luckily for him, the skeleton soldiers had stabbed it with their swords, causing it to fall. Before the lizard could finish off Jihan, he thought gleefully.
They killed it. I'm alive.
Wu Jing calmly walked over. Thanks for distracting the lizard for me, he said coldly.
But it's time to clean up. Jun stammered. What do you mean clean up?
Suddenly, he cried out, begging him, wait, let's negotiate.
What do you want? Just help me get out of this dungeon.
Gujin pointed behind him and said, all right, if you want to be saved, you should be asking the guy behind you, not me.
Jae Hung turned his head back and exclaimed, what? The lizard warrior was still alive, baring its teeth. Wu Jun spoke up. You must be very curious why it's only chasing you.
He pointed at its eyes and said, those eyes work like thermal binoculars.
Clearly, in the lizard's vision, since Jahan was alive, his body would generate heat.
Therefore, it naturally had no interest in the cold skeletons. He looked at the lizard in horror. And then the lizard warrior pounced on him. The news reported, breaking news. A 2-floor dungeon has been discovered. Online news sites simultaneously published articles.
World News. Dungeon boss is a rattlesnake. News.
The monster that players all over the world have given up on facing.
Rattlesnake. Daily. The MIA Guild has abandoned the dungeon. On TV, a news anchor was reporting. Special announcement from the Phoenix Guild. Breaking news.
The Phoenix Guild refuses to participate in the new dungeon.
In the headquarters living room, Secretary Kim and Young Hwan were watching the news.
She said in a low voice, I can't believe this happened right when you were planning to conquer a 6-floor dungeon.
The timing couldn't be worse.
Secretary Kim scrolled through her tablet, reading the news just as I predicted. Public opinion of the Phoenix Guild has plummeted. The public is throwing stones at the guild like rats whenever a strong monster appears.
What is this? Why are they all refusing to enter the new dungeon?
Scared to death, but acting like heroes on TV. Bunch of cowards knew this would happen.
The trash from the Phoenix Guild are scared witless.
Now we can only trust the Savior Guild.
Ian Wong frowned and said, "What's the use of listening to the complaints of the rabble right now?
We need to focus on that 6th floor dungeon."
The TD continued with the news broadcast.
New development, the Savior Guild announced.
It will need time.
Official statement from the Savior Guild.
Breaking news.
The Savior Guild postpones participation in the dungeon.
Emergency press conference.
Because this is a matter of great importance. We will organize the dungeon conquest after taking the time to prepare thoroughly.
Online, the public commented enthusiastically.
We could only trust the Savior Guild.
Comments 11. The goddess Park Shanghai has spoken. Comments 8.
If you're Korean, support the Savior Guild.
Comments 14. I'll wait.
I'm counting on the Savior Guild. Elsewhere, Second was scrolling through the comments online, so even the Savior Guild has to postpone its participation. Gina eating noodles said, of course, it's not called the Serpent of Death for nothing.
France, America, Japan.
It's been 2 years since it first appeared, but there's no significant information about it, he said excitedly. And not a single player who decided to hunt it has ever returned alive. When that thing appears, the dungeon's difficulty is just for show. Sechin scratched his chin and thought, and that thing has appeared in our country, and there's no information about it either, he pondered. The public trusts the Savior Guild without a doubt.
But did the Savior Guild really make that announcement without any ulterior motives? Suddenly, Sikhan noticed something and continued browsing the web. Wait, could it be? He gave a faint smile. Look at these bastards. He asked the person sitting opposite him, what do you think would happen if all the guilds just postpone entering this dungeon? Gina looked up and replied, what else?
The daredevils will gather, but they won't stand a chance, he said while chewing his noodles. And after a while, the government will want to clear that dungeon as quickly as possible, and other countries will also open up their dungeons. Sean continued to browse the web and said, that's right. Simply put, it will be a large-scale dungeon raid. And if at that moment someone appears and kills the snake, Gina replied, well, that person would become extremely famous. Or wait, you mean so the Savior Guild is intentionally stalling for time with a purpose? Second said cautiously, I'm not sure, but with their level. And then he held up his tablet showing an analysis of the Savior Guild's data for him to see. There is definitely a reason for postponing the clearing of that dungeon. And the longer it's left, the more people fear will grow and the number of items in the dungeon will also increase. At that point, whoever can defeat the rattlesnake will have both fame and fortune. The system announced, you have obtained the Lizard Warrior Hunter title. You will receive a skill scroll as a reward. You have leveled up. The skeleton soldier stabbed the Lizard Warrior, finally defeating it, the system announced. The blood poison skill has ranked up. The skeleton warrior necromancy skill has ranked up. The emissary of the underworld has bestowed upon you a portion of his power. Yujin approached the lizard and said, thanks to the skeletons having no body heat, the battle was much easier. He glanced over and thought, but since I've started getting involved with the Savior Guild. Wu Jun looked at his reflection in the lizard warrior's eyes. I won't be able to act freely in the near future. He also turned to glance at a nearby skeleton. Wu Jun picked up Makamoto's sword and thought, whatever, I'll deal with it as it comes. The system displayed information. Sword forged from armored turtle shell. Rank unique. Required level 20 or higher. A sword forged from the shell of an armored turtle. Extremely difficult to destroy.
Affect physical damage plus 109. Strength increases by plus 11 when equipped. 20% chance to increase damage on each attack.
He looked at the sword with a frown, a weapon that once belonged to the sword saint.
The effects aren't bad.
Gujin handed the sword to a skeleton, which respectfully received it from his hand from now on.
It's yours.
He walked past the skeleton. It examined the sword in its hand, the blade reflecting the skeleton's deep hollow eyes.
Gujuin approached Makamoto. Now, let's have a little chat, shall we? The system announced, activating the skill eye of Anubis. In the real world, a column of light shot up into the sky. A guard shouted, "The dungeon has been conquered." A staff member rushed over and asked, "That's great, but what about the others?"
Gujuin put his hands in his pockets and replied quickly, "They're all dead except for me."
The staff member asked in alarm, "What? What do you mean? Can you explain more clearly?"
"I need to write a detailed report for the guild." Wu walked past the staff member. "You just need to write that the lizard warrior was much stronger than expected."
"Excuse me,"
the staff member called out loudly.
"Mr. Kim Won."
He stepped through the rooftop door and took out his phone to talk.
"Yes, I've handled it just as you said,"
he said seriously, just as Mr. Park Igwan predicted. "One of the people who targeted me used a unique grade sword that once belonged to the Sword Saint."
Gujuin continued his report.
"As you know, the Sword Saint is a core member of the Savior Guild and also the leader of the Yamato faction."
The Yamato faction of Japan. That must be the headquarters of the school guild. He glanced to one side. Wu Jun looked at the TV in the room and said,
"Other than that, I couldn't find out anything more, but if you give me some time to investigate further, there might be new information."
"All right, I'll contact you later." He opened the door and went outside. Gujin's eyes were still glued to the TV. As expected, someone had placed a listening device behind the TV. Gujuin put his hands in his pockets and casually walked out onto the rooftop.
Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the door and smirked. Not long ago, Makamoto went to a coffee shop to meet a man from the guild.
Recording. "You don't trust me?"
The man quickly replied, "No, of course not. We have to be especially careful because you'll be in contact with someone. The guild has been watching," he said.
"I've installed it behind the TV. I'm just letting you know in advance." Matsumoto pulled up his mask and replied, "All right."
Guji smirked and thought, "Damn, Skull Guild, prepare to dig your own graves at this rate."
I wonder how the Skull Guild will deal with Park Yong-won. The phone in his jacket pocket vibrated. Wu Jun picked up his phone and saw the caller's name was Park Yong-won.
"Speak of the devil," he said to him.
"I've heard the news."
"So, everyone was killed except you.
Are you just that lucky? So, do you have anything good for me?" Gujin replied, "I couldn't find any more important information because I had to focus on staying alive.
But I think I know where the Skull Guild's headquarters is."
He got out on the street and opened his car door. Yangwan replied excitedly, "Not bad. Come to my house tomorrow. I want to hear the details." Wu replied, "All right, see you tomorrow."
He put the car key in the ignition.
Gujuin's destination was the train station, locker number 19 at Yashan Station.
He stood in front of the locker and said, "This Oskin guy is really cautious."
Gujuin opened the locker door. He probably knows he's a target, too.
Then he bent down to look at the item in the locker, which was a list of dungeons, he thought.
"I hope this list doesn't disappoint me."
Wujin took the document to his car to read. "I didn't expect it to be this much." He had a very surprised look on his face. No wonder even the Savior Guild considers him a threat.
Gujuin flipped through the pages, reading and thinking. Both the quantity and quality are excellent.
I remember the information from the dungeons I participated in when I was in the Savior Guild.
He realized something.
I finally know where all that stuff came from. Oken, he wasn't being hunted for no reason.
Suddenly, some information caught Gujuan's attention. This is that page read albino lizard egg. Albino lizard egg to floors. Difficulty a max players 8. Entry condition below level 30. Completion condition. Collect the albino lizard's egg. Completion reward.
A skill scroll.
A title. Wu Jing couldn't help but be impressed. I can't believe he even has this. He thought. There's not much information about the albino lizard egg. Even I haven't found its origin or any information. Wu Juan pondered thoughtfully. I wonder what's inside.
Suddenly, he seemed to frown. I guess I'll have to find out for myself.
He reached for the walkie. These are the things that only Li Sane knows. A clue that leads me closer to the truth. Gujuan looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand and made up his mind.
This dungeon, I must conquer it successfully at all cost. The walkie on the other end rang. Ian Wang sat there listening to him speak through the walkie-talkie.
Hello. Hello. Can anyone hear me? This is Kim Eugene.
He smiled slightly. Kim Woo Jin, our first deal has finally arrived. In the morning, Wu Jun drove to the guild headquarters as promised.
Yang Wan asked him while reading the newspaper.
So, in short, you're saying Zhang Hunang's group and the school guild took care of each other?
Gu Jin replied, yes, there was a pretty strong guy among the school guild members. He presented based on their swordsmanship and equipment. They are definitely related to Japan. Aho frowned and said, Japan, huh? There are a few Japanese factions with considerable influence.
He slammed the newspaper on the table and said, as soon as we're done with this dungeon, we'll have to look into this matter carefully. The newspaper read, Parkian one of the Phoenix Guild to attack the 6th floor dungeon.
Can the Phoenix Guild conquer the 6th floor dungeon?
The Prime Minister had a discussion with Parkin Ian Wan. He crossed his arms and told Gujin, and the fact that you survived twice in a row while all the Skull Guild members died.
They will start to keep an eye on you. Ian Wan said, refrain from acting alone until I return.
And Secretary Kim, she scrolled through her tablet and reported the money has been transferred to Mr. Kim Woojuan's account.
EM1 immediately said, you heard her. That's your compensation.
He picked up the newspaper and said to him, after I'm done with this dungeon, I'll contact you again.
Gujuan bowed his head and said, thank you, sir.
After he left the headquarters and went to his car, Wen suddenly broke into a very smug smile. When he returns from the dungeon, he remembered the listening device behind the TV.
Now those bastards know that Park Jang-won is backing me. They'll focus their attention on him, not me. Gujuan opened the door and got into the car.
I'll wait and see how interesting Park Yong-won's reaction will be after he gets out. He reached for the walkie and thought. Now that all the necessary issues are settled, that warning about not acting alone. Right in a place that looked like a warehouse at a container designed as a house.
Ju was on the phone with someone. The preparations are complete, sir. But I don't know if Mr. Kim Woojin.
She turned to the person sitting at the table next to her.
Will agree to this.
Second, on the other end of the line, laughed and replied, don't worry.
If there's a problem, I'll talk to him. Gujuan approached the container.
At the same time, Ju replied, yes, understood. He was about to open the door but stopped because he heard people talking inside. Ju said to the other person in the room, Mr. Lee Gina, the boss said to get ready. He replied, annoyed, Secretary Lee, I told you to call me sir in public. He also said, I've told you so many times I don't like being called Mr. Lee because it sounds like a disease.
What if someone hears it and thinks I'm something?
Gujuan heard the name and suddenly thought, Lee Jane of the Phoenix Guild.
Could it be? Is it really him?
He decisively opened the door and stepped inside.
Gina and Ju were already in the room. Woo Jin glanced at her.
Ju said flatly, "A supervisor will accompany you because you have chosen a dungeon that is not suitable for your level." She handed him the contract and said, "If you agree, please sign this contract."
You can ask me anything you need to know.
Wu looked at the person sitting opposite him and thought, the immortal lie, the player who cannot be killed. He thought to himself, when I was a hunting dog for the Savior Guild, he escaped from me twice.
The third chance never came. I never thought he would be involved with Oken.
Wu Jun sat down and said, "This is the first I'm hearing about needing a supervisor, but in short, I have to enter the dungeon with Li Jinny, right?"
Gina glanced at him annoyed.
"Hey, you heard me talking to Secretary Li."
Wu Jun wasn't fazed. "I'm sorry.
You prefer to be called sir, right?" He seemed to have been hit where it hurts and stood up straight, shouting, "And you're smirking, too."
You really did hear me, you bastard. You dare to look down on me?
Wu Jun glanced at him askance and thought, still as hot-tempered as ever. Then he spoke up first.
All right, let's drop it. Can I talk to Mr. Oskin?
Ju pointed at the walkie-talkie and said, "Sure, you can use that one."
Wu Jun picked up the device and said, "Hello. Can you hear me?" Man on the other end of the line replied, "Yes, what's up?"
"Don't tell me you don't like the supervisor who's going with you."
Wu Jin said it wasn't about that. He voiced his concern. What if the supervisor dies in the dungeon? You can't know what will happen in a dungeon. Gina frowned and thought, is this pervert threatening me? Second burst out laughing. You don't have to worry about that.
He's more than capable of protecting himself.
You don't need to worry about him. Wu Jun frowned and replied, seriously, I understand. Just as he finished speaking, Gina was looming beside him.
He roughly snatched the walkie-talkie from Gu Jin's hand.
And then Gina started complaining a second.
"Boss, I think our new client is crazy. If he doesn't meet our expectations after entering the dungeon, I'll deal with him."
Is that okay? He got angry. Okay, my ass. I told you to eat in moderation in the office. Gina shouted back. How can I be full with just one bowl of udon?
I need to consume 10,000 cake all a day.
Second yelled.
Then go buy a can of cooking oil and drink it. 1 liter of cooking oil has 9,000 kilocalories.
Now turn off the walkie-talkie for me. The battery is about to die.
Ju scratched her chin and interrupted everyone.
So the discussion is over. I'll lead the way to the dungeon entrance. Wu Jun replied, yes, please. The group left the room and Gina made a preemptive strike. Don't try anything funny, he said uncomfortably. I don't tolerate anyone with ill intentions towards me in a dungeon.
Of course, no one has ever escaped either. Wu looked at him and thought, based on what I know from my previous life, he's not bluffing.
He smirked slightly.
I didn't expect to meet the Immortal Legion here.
Why am I getting so lucky? He's going to be extremely useful. Ju looked out the window while talking on the phone. Yes, they just left. But is it really okay?
She asked worriedly.
What if Mr. Leah doesn't come back? Sean replied, seriously, if that happens, then Kim Woo-jin, we will also consider him an enemy.
In the forest, a bright light appeared. The system displayed a notification.
Attention! To proceed to the next floor. Defeat 111 demon wolves. Gina, wearing armor, raised his hand and said to Gujuan, you had fun teasing me earlier, didn't you? Now I'll do my best to ignore you.
He looked extremely smug.
111 demon wolves.
Let's see how you catch them all by yourself. I'll just sit here, drink tea, and wait for you to beg me for help.
And then Gina sat down on a rock next to a tree. All right, let's begin.
Wu Jun looked at him speechless.
Gina opened his item window and casually took out a piece of cake. I already feel sorry for you. What? Can't do it alone.
He took a bite of the cake and said, "After all, I'm a merciful person." Gina said with a very confident expression, "Get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness if you want my help. Then maybe I'll decide to help a little."
Wuan silently looked at Gina
and thought he probably received the blessing of the river Styx. Only those who take the tenacious fighter as their guardian deity can obtain that legendary skill. Gujin thought even if his head is chopped off or his heart is gouged out, that person is immortal, cannot be killed.
He ignored Gina's bragging and turned to walk away.
He probably thinks he's extremely lucky to have an immortal body, but if you've met me, the system announced skeleton warriors summoned. Suddenly, Gina stopped eating and looked extremely surprised. A skeleton appeared and bowed respectfully to him.
Wu Jun glanced back and smiled faintly. Then I'll show you that it's just a joke. A ferocious roar echoed. The skeleton holding a Japanese sword quickly defeated a wolf. Gina sat and commented as if he knew everything. This kid can fight. What's his name, Boney?
He said, I was wondering before, but now I understand. In front of the two of them was a pile of wolf corpses scattered on the ground.
All handled by the skeleton alone.
Gina casually said, this is why you can go solo in dungeons. He finally had to look at the problem seriously, even seeing it with my own eyes.
I still can't believe it.
Gina recalled the scene of the skeleton dealing with the wolves, a rattling skeleton. I thought it was just a burden, but it can wield a sword just like high-level players. Not only that, the higher his level, the more skeletons he can summon. He rolled his eyes at Gujin.
Becoming this bastard's enemy is extremely dangerous. Gina looked at his back and couldn't help but think. As the boss predicted, he's no ordinary person. He scratched his chin and thought, I have to report this to the boss as soon as I get out. Gujuan turned back and asked, how was it? Gina was startled and quickly replied, pretty good. I guess you don't need my help.
Huh? He closed his eyes and said, after I'm done here, I'll report the results to Mr. Second.
Wu Jun replied, all right. Gina opened her eyes and exclaimed, yeah. Then he stood up and asked, did I hear you wrong? Did you just show disrespect to me?
A dark energy appeared behind him.
Gina quickly detected it. The system announced, Skeleton Warrior has been summoned. An entire legion of skeleton soldiers appeared and surrounded Gina.
He asked with a smirk, these cute skeletons seem a bit under the weather all of a sudden.
Don't they? What did you do? Gina was a bit surprised and wondered. There are 5 of them.
Gujuan scratched his chin and looked at him, taunting.
What was that you were saying earlier? That you just sit there and watch if I didn't beg for help? Gina scratched his head and laughed, replying, why would you say that? I was just joking.
He said, of course, I was just kidding earlier.
My bad. I didn't mean to test you.
Gina slowly walked towards him. Suddenly, he took a run up and leaped forward.
That's right. I told you.
Gina got into a fight and raised his leg to kick Gujuan.
My fault, you bastard.
He opened his mouth and smiled contemptuously at him.
And then Guji quickly grabbed Gina and threw him to the ground. Light from above shone down on the forest. Gina lay on the ground, looking up at the sky and exclaimed, huh? Wu Jun stared at him and said, attacking the summoner directly instead of the skill could try.
Then Gina quickly flipped over and sat up as if he had predicted everything. This bastard has been hiding his personal skills until now. What is his purpose in approaching us? Is it me or is it Boss Second? He smirked and said, I don't care what you want, but you won't get anything out of me.
I'm very good at keeping secrets. Gujuan wasn't afraid and ordered the skeleton soldiers to surround him. Is that so? Doesn't look like it. He hurriedly shouted, you dog, let me down. The skeleton soldiers all pointed their swords at him. Gina froze on the spot, unable to move. Finally, Gujin decided to tie Gina up and hang him from a tree. He shouted angrily, "Let me down." Gujuan stood on the ground and looked up at him. Gina was so angry. "How long have you been hanging me here?" He flailed and yelled, "Give me food." "Food? Are you trying to starve me to death here?" Then Gujin used his sword to cut the rope tying him up high. Gina immediately fell to the ground with a thud. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, I'll give you one chance." "Get ready." Gina asked confusedly, "What?" Wu Jun replied, "I've shown you my abilities. Now it's your turn." He asked in confusion, "What the hell is going on all of a sudden?" Gujuan said coldly, "Go be bait so my skeleton warriors can get a clean shot. And I'll let you go." Gina stubbornly retorted, "As if I have to listen to whatever you say." Guji gripped the rope that was tying him. "Don't you? You don't want to?" he threatened. "Then let's go back up there and play some more." Gina trembled with anger and thought this paw-faced guy is crazy. Although reluctant, he was forced to say in a very hesitant voice, "You are absolutely right, sir. I have no further comments. After all, I am a first-class tanker." Everyone got to work. Gina running for his life to lure the wolves. He readily punched them to death. However, more wolves came, gathering in a pack and clinging to Gina. He punched and cursed. "Why are there so many?" Soon, a whole pack of nearly dozens of wolves pounced on and pinned down Gina. He could only raise his hand for help now. A wolf was about to pounce on Gina, but it caught a scent and immediately turned its head. Behind it was a skeleton about to finish it off. The skeleton raised its hook high. Then the legion of skeleton soldiers swung their swords, slashing through the wolves. One hit a tree trunk. One was slashed and sent rolling. Gina gathered his strength and threw off the wolves that had been pinning him down. Gujuan stood in a corner, lightly scratching his chin, and let out an "oh." He stood on a tree branch and watched as the wolves were dealt with one by one. Gina was also enthusiastically punching the wolves. His fist was covered in their blood. Gina panted, surrounded by the corpses of wolves, lying scattered everywhere. Gina panted and glanced to the side. The system announced, "You have leveled up." He looked up and saw Gujin standing on a high branch, looking very indifferent. He stared at Gina and commented, "Not as good as in my past life, but not too far off." He calculated he'll be very useful in the future. The howling of wolves still echoed throughout the forest. Gujuan started to jump down from the tree and charged off. Gina was so tired he was out of breath. A new wave of wolves kept charging at him. Gina looked at Gujin, furious. "He won't even let me rest for a bit." Next, a wolf was kicked to death by Gina. One was slashed to pieces by a skeleton soldier while other skeleton soldiers were busy slashing at wolves. Gina, on the other hand, was panting heavily from exhaustion. He used his hand to wipe the blood from his face. Surprisingly, a wolf was gnawing on his leg, making Gina sigh in helpless frustration. "What's this? There's still one left." After saying that, he immediately kicked the wolf away. It let go of his leg and rolled over to a nearby skeleton soldier. "Hey, Boney, here's your share." The skeleton soldier seemed to get the signal and immediately took care of the wolf. The announcement rang out. "You have completed the first floor of the dungeon." After finishing the job, Gina bent down to talk to the skeleton soldier. "You guys are being overworked just because you got the wrong boss, you know." He glanced askance at Gujin, who was standing leisurely by a tree, unlike someone else. "You guys are the hardworking." He raised his hand and said, "So, how about a high five?" The skeleton soldier stared at him with its deep hollow eye sockets. Then it turned its head and walked away, leaving Gina feeling extremely embarrassed. He yelled, "Just a dry skeleton. And you dare to ignore me?
Gina lowered his hand onto its head, but the skeleton tilted its head to the side to dodge.
He shouted angrily, "What? You're dodging now? Besides ignoring me, what else can you do? Come on, let's fight today. We have to settle our ranks." Gujuan stood in a corner, carefully observing him.
He's so different from what I remember in my past life. He thought a strong person who fought the Savior Guild head-on with an immortal body that Li Gina was one of the strongest I had to acknowledge.
Gina in reality was arguing with the skeleton soldiers. "What the hell?
You're determined not to let me touch you."
Guji recalled the past event in combat.
"If you flame my flesh, I will pull out your bones to make full use of my immortal body." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. Even I wouldn't dare approach him easily because of his self-destructive fighting style. But looking at him now, there's no trace of that evilness. Obviously, something must have caused him to change. I have no memories of Oskin in my past life, but it seems the two are extremely close.
Perhaps Oskin's death awakened the Legion of the past.
Gwyn concluded, this means that if Oskin continues to survive, there's a high chance the Savior Guild will deviate from the path of my previous life.
And then he looked up and continued to observe Gina. He also looked back at him.
I'm still not sure of his intentions. But Gina recalled the recent event. He always brought in the exact number so that even if I was surrounded, I wouldn't die, he thought. And it's definitely not a coincidence that the next wave always arrived right when I had just recovered.
This isn't just about analyzing monsters in dungeons.
It's on the level of someone who understands every detail of every problem. This is no longer just the ability of a high-level player.
Gina narrowed his eyes, not wanting to admit it. But he surpasses me in every way. Afterwards, Wujuan approached Gina and said, "Good job. Let's go down to the second floor." He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?"
He gave a half smile and said, "The second floor will be much easier than here."
The notification appeared, teleporting to the second floor.
As usual, a column of light appeared,
piercing the sky. Gina sighed. "I'm so tired. I thought I was going to die."
He called out to Gujin.
"I've been working like a dog all day. At least let me rest for a bit." Meanwhile, Gujuan took out 4 tubes of blood from his inventory. Gina saw this and asked, "That doesn't look like medicine."
"What the hell is that?"
Wujuan asked back, "Are you confident you can crawl fast enough?" Gina looked at him confused. "Crawl? What are you talking about?"
All of a sudden, as soon as he finished speaking, Wujun smashed the tubes of blood on the ground.
Gina looked around in confusion. "What are you doing, Kim?"
"Wujun," he smirked and said, "you better start running for your life."
A hellish echo resonated from afar.
Gina immediately turned his head to look behind him.
An albino lizard rose from the ground.
It fixed its bright eyes and sharp jaws on him.
Gina said annoyedly, "This pot-faced bastard. I haven't even had a chance to relax yet in the real world." Second was reading a newspaper. Things are about to get busy. The newspaper's headline read, "The South Korean government approves foreign guilds to participate in the A+ rank Rattlesnake Dungeon."
He said softly, although I expected this would happen if the Messiah Guild withdrew, but Second looked up and asked Ju, "How long will the list of participating foreign guilds be?" Holding a cup of tea, she replied, "We finished gathering the information this morning.
We are currently comparing and analyzing it." He responded, "Good.
There's still time before Gina returns, but hurry up."
Ju asked worriedly, "Is something wrong with Mr. Lee Jana?" Back in the dungeon, where rocks and dirt were flying everywhere, Gina was running for his life, thinking to himself, "What?
The Razid was chasing him relentlessly.
Why am I the only one being chased?"
The skeleton soldiers pursued from behind, swinging their swords to strike the Razid.
Gina glanced behind him.
"I don't know the reason, but it seems like this time I just need to be the bait." He gradually slowed to a stop. Then he turned to face the gigantic Riyadh.
Gina gritted his teeth in anger. How is this any better than the first floor? You bastard. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll beat you to a pulp.
The Rosad tried to bite him, but Gina blocked its jaw with his hands. Meanwhile, Gujin stood leisurely on a high tree branch, observing the situation. He grunted, confused.
Dust and smoke billowed up.
Gina used his legs to brace himself and avoid slipping. He struggled with all his might against the Rosad.
Gina smirked and said, "Don't drag this out."
Behind the Rosad, a skeleton soldier charged forward with its sword. He smiled and said,
"Let's end this quickly."
The skeleton soldier intended to stab the Razad with its sword, and then it precisely stabbed the monster.
The system announced albino Razad has been afflicted with hemsis.
Taking the opportunity, the other skeleton soldiers leaped up in unison, plunging their swords into it.
A notification appeared.
Blood toxin has reached its maximum level.
Gina looked at the skeleton soldiers and thought, those skeleton soldiers are like elite, meticulously trained soldiers.
Usually skeleton soldiers summoned by others are only used for attacking or stalling for time.
But the system announced again, albino Razad's stamina is continuously decreasing due to hemsis. The monster riffed in agony.
It swung its tail at a skeleton soldier, but the soldier dodged it. It thrashed its tail about, but the skeleton soldiers all easily dodged. The Rizad stared intently at a skeleton soldier. It opened its blood-red eyes wide, looking at its prey. The skeleton soldiers were standing right in front of it.
However, the Rosad ignored them and looked elsewhere. Gina wondered in surprise. What's going on? Can it see them? Is that why it's only chasing me?
He looked up at Wu Jun standing on the tree branch.
What kind of magic did Kim Woo-jun use? He remembered what he had said. You better run fast. Gina's eyes widened. He knew from the very beginning.
Immediately, he was painfully struck by the Rosad. The blow was so powerful it made Gina's eyes bulge. Then the Rizad threw him straight into a tree trunk. The force was so strong that the entire tree snapped in half.
Wu Jun witnessed Gina then the tree toppling to the ground. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke, Gina quickly got back up.
He gritted his teeth through the pain, pressing a hand to his hip where he was.
The system announced, the blessing of the river Styx has been activated.
Then Gina stood up straight, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Wu Jun thought with satisfaction. An injury of that level will heal instantly.
He gradually approached to face the Rizad. It was drooling as it looked at him. Gina gritted his teeth and cursed, making me waste calories for nothing. He began to cast a spell on both of his hands.
Then Gina summoned two gauntlets to punch the enemy. He immediately charged forward. Gina took a stance, pulling his right hand back. He put all his strength into this punch. Then Gina landed a punch right on the Rizad.
It stared at him with wide eyes.
The Rosad was dazed by the punch and knelt down. The skeleton soldiers immediately closed in.
One skeleton soldier was right on the lizard's tail. Seeing this, Gina thought in horror, these guys are treating me like bait, too, just like their master. That skeleton soldier stabbed its sword into one of the Rizad's hips. Another skeleton soldier simultaneously stabbed its sword into the other hip. The Razad screamed in pain as it was stabbed.
The system announced him has spread throughout the albino Razad's entire body.
A third skeleton soldier leaped into the air right above the Razad's head. That skeleton soldier delivered the final blow, stabbing the monster right in the head.
The Razad collapsed completely.
Finally, the notification appeared.
Albino Razad has been eliminated. Gina let out a sigh of relief. The system announced, you have leveled up. With that done, Win jumped down from the tree. The system successfully displayed achieved the albino Razad hunter accomplishment.
You will receive the catalog as a reward.
The rank of the Himosa's skill has increased by 1. The rank of skeletal soldiers has increased by 1.
The emissary of the underworld admires your cold. The emissary of the underworld will bestow a portion of his power upon you. Hu Jin let out a smirk. The scene changes to another place where a giant troll is roaring.
It's so strong that in one hit, a skeleton soldier is obliterated.
It quickly deals with the surrounding skeleton soldiers. A skeleton soldier charges forward and stabs the troll with its sword. It loses its balance and tumbles to the ground. The remaining 3 skeleton soldiers take turns stabbing the troll. Yenjobs watched and remarked, "Stupid skeletons. Instead of focusing on 1 or 2, you should increase their numbers." The system announced 50 trolls have been defeated, leveled up, achieved the Troll Hunter accomplishment. It is still not enough to gain the attention of the emissary of the underworld.
He looked up. Yuan Jobs thought resentfully.
I took down 50 trolls by myself and still haven't gotten his attention.
Who the hell is the one getting that damned Halo's attention?
Back in Gujin's dungeon, he held his sword and stared at the rad.
Gina thought, confused. This idiot. I'm starving to death. What's he still hesitating for? Then he spoke up. Hey, Kim. Wu Jin, it's all over. Let's get out of here. Gina urged him on. Could there be something else? Wu Jun said softly. The most important thing is still left. Gujin touched the rad's body.
He walked along its body, measuring it with his hand.
Gujin spoke up. Around here, right?
Then he used his sword to make a horizontal cut. A line was sliced across the Razad's body. Hujin sliced it open and reached his hand inside.
Finally got this thing. He pulled out a brightly glowing egg. The system announced. You have found the albino lizard's egg. You have completed the dungeon. Gujin held it in his hand and thought.
The Messiah Guild was so careful as to completely hide what's inside this egg.
Now I have the chance to find out what it is. Gina suddenly spoke up. Now that I remember, the condition for clearing this dungeon was to find a certain item, right? He frowned and asked. I was tossed around all day and completely forgot. Anyway, what are you going to do with that thing?
Gujin tapped the egg with the hilt of his sword, shattering it.
Gina exclaimed in surprise. That aggressive. You don't even know what it does yet, and you've already broken it.
The eggshell fell to the ground in pieces.
Something was glowing inside the egg. This is. Gwyn wondered. A skill scroll?
He crumpled the paper and gritted his teeth.
Just for this, Gina asked curiously. What the hell is that? A skill scroll inside an egg.
Wu Jun glanced at the paper and cursed under his breath.
Damn it.
The paper read, Tower of Apis requirement. Emissary of the Underworld level requirement level 1 and above. Effect, resistance to all types of poisons.
Gwyn wondered, how can his skill be here?
He thought of one person, the Poison King. The Poison King, who played with all sorts of poisons, yet was never harmed by them thanks to the power of Apis.
Gujin remembered the crimes he committed.
A despicable man who enjoyed taking what he wanted from others and then killing them with poison in the most barbaric way possible.
He remembered what happened before. When his cruelty reached its peak, the Messiah Guild declared they would execute the Poison King.
Gujin recalled, many members of the Messiah Guild, including myself, joined the team to subjugate him, but too many fell during that campaign. He thought with wide eyes, even now, I clearly remember every comrade who died because of that bastard's poison.
The albino lizard's egg.
I knew nothing more than the fact that the Messiah Guild once possessed it.
Gujin stared at the egg.
And thought, I also don't think I could have obtained the skill anywhere else, and the Poison King definitely couldn't have stolen it.
He frowned.
The only remaining answer can be that the Messiah Guild itself gave it to the Poison King. They slowly turned the Poison King into a villain so they could righteously become saviors. He gritted his teeth, so angry he wanted to tear the skill scroll to shreds. Lean, once again, you have shown me that my comrades' sacrifices were just stepping stones for you.
Gujuan decisively tore the scroll, but now this thing belongs to me.
The story of you stepping on their corpses to rise up will never happen again. The system announced, you have obtained the power of Apis.
You can resist all types of poisons. Gujuan suddenly thought of someone. Eli, Sean, I will definitely.
His face was now filled with killing intent.
Tear you apart with my own hands.
Gina broke into a sweat looking at Eugene.
Why did his mood suddenly turn like that?
He's the one who gets to enjoy the fruits of his labor. A moment later, he spoke up.
Let's get out of here. Gina was looking at him in utter confusion. I understand him less and less. The portal appeared once again.
The two of them returned to the container room.
Gina excitedly reached for the bag placed on the table. As expected, Big Bro Second is so thoughtful. He whined, I'm starving to death.
However, inside the bag were only 2 bottles of water and a phone.
Seeing this, Gina yelled. Damn, sheepcate old man.
What the hell is this, 2 bottles of mineral water?
Then what the hell did he put them in a bag for? Elsewhere, Second picked at his ear.
He glanced at the walkie-talkie on the table.
I wonder who's bad-mouthing me. Mirror keeps twitching. Then Second suddenly smiled faster than I thought.
He turned on the walkie-talkie and said, even though it was one with low difficulty,
you cleared a dungeon in less than 3 days. Anyway, how was it? Wuan replied, not too bad. More importantly, did anything happen outside? Second put his hand on the computer mouse and clicked a few times.
He opened up some online news sites and responded to him. Still no new information about Park Yong-won's forces entering the 6th floor dungeon. However, it's been announced that the Great Ancient Guild and the Frontline Guild, 2 of the world's 5 largest guilds, have decided to form alliance, Second added. Oh, and also the Dragon Hunter caught a golden dragon in a 5-floor dungeon.
Gujuan pondered golden dragon when the first one appeared. People were only interested in its hide. The hide is extremely tough and has excellent heat resistance.
They expected that armor made from golden dragon hide would open up a new horizon for players.
He thought of something else.
But it was the golden dragon's gastric juices that changed history, not its hide.
At first, people didn't know its use because who would have thought that stuff could do anything?
But by chance, its ability to remove seals and curses was discovered. Eugene recalled the scene of C stabbing him with a sword. Lai's Bammel sword was also unsealed using the golden dragon's gastric juices.
He calculated its value is beyond expectations. I have to get it before someone else discovers its effects. Second said over the walk. Those are the only big news stories in the past few days. Is there anything else you need to know? Wu Juan replied. That's enough. He continued, good. Then I'll get the details from the supervisor.
There's a dedicated phone there for contacting us.
He picked up the phone. Second instructed, it can't be wiretapped, so it'll be much safer. Gina, don't you wander off anywhere. And come straight back to the office. Hearing his name, he flared up. Can't you let me blow off some steam, big bro? Whose fault is it that I'm being treated like an errand boy? Second retorted, because I'm your big bro. I'll reward you with a bowl of rice. So get your ass back here right now.
Then Gina stood up and snatched the walkie-talkie from Gujune's hand.
All you're good for is pointing fingers. 1 bowl isn't enough. It has to be 10 bowls. He opened the door and left the room.
Before leaving, Gina glanced at Gujin and thought, don't tell me I'll have to stick with this bastard for the foreseeable future.
Woo Jun, knowing he was being glared at, glared right back. Gina slammed the door in frustration. The next morning at the office, Gina slumped onto the sofa and whined. I haven't even had enough sleep yet. Why do you drag me here so early in the morning? I already submitted my report yesterday. Second. Holding documents said, I called you because of that report. We need to speed up the plan. He placed the documents on the table. Here, read this. Gina complained. What's so important that you can't even let me have breakfast? He suddenly became extremely surprised. What? He held the document in his hand and screamed, Are you kidding me? Are you telling me to go in there alone? The document read, Hunt the rattlesnake. Floor is 2. Difficulty A+ rank. Capacity, 99 people. Entry condition below level 35. Clear condition. Kill the rattlesnake. Clear reward. Sage stone. Additional information. A total of 58 Koreans and 41 foreigners have confirmed their participation. Second said irritably, What are you shouting for? Who said you have to go alone? Of course. You have to go with someone of comparable ability. Gina scratched his chin and asked comparable ability, the dragon hunter or an agent. Don't tell me it's Lee Jan, but his level is too high. He can't enter a 2-floor dungeon. Is there anyone else as crazy as me who's under level 35? Second said proudly. How could you forget about Kim Woojin? Gina broke into a cold sweat and yelled, Kim Woojin? I don't want to go with that lunatic again. He waved his arms and legs, shouting, I told you yesterday. Besides his high skills, he's definitely crazy. There has to be some camaraderie between people. That guy has a personality problem. He even used me as bait for monsters. Gina closed his eyes and said, If you make me team up with that guy one more time, I'll go on a hunger strike. Second was about to take something out of his breast pocket. I'd be very grateful if he went on a hunger strike. And then he took out a voice recorder. It was playing. But Gina had said, the kind of teammate I need is someone who won't get in my way when we fight together. The voice was extremely resolute. I don't care about personality at all. Do monsters attack people because of personal issues? No. So, ability is the most important thing. If there's someone like that, just bring them here. But there's no way he's stronger than me. After hearing it, his face turned pale. Wait, big bro. Second smiled. Sound familiar? Gina rubbed his head helplessly and exclaimed, You even had the time to record that and you kept it until now. You play so dirty. He put the voice recorder away and said, Whatever. I've already signed you both up to big pieces of bait. Gina shouted in alarm. You've already registered us. Wait a minute. What do you mean bait? Second stared at him with a scheming expression. That night, at the ruins on the outskirts of Seoul, Woo Jun was standing and sharpening his sword. He used his hand to place the blade on the sharpening machine. Then Gujun took it out and wiped the blade with a cloth. The blade is quite damaged. I guess I really need a proper sheath. He glanced at the case next to him anyway. Wooen pressed the lock on the case. Woo-Jun wondered, oh, second, who else thinks like this? Who did the skulls want to kill anyway? I want to meet them once. Early in the morning at the office, Gina asked Second a few things. Hyung Nim, are there any spots left in that monster's dungeon? The government has already opened it up to foreign guilds. At the same time, Ju was walking up the stairs toward them with a case. Second said confidently, don't worry about that. The secretary and I have already prepared everything. Gina asked doubtfully, since foreign guilds are given priority, it won't be easy to find spots for me and Kim Woojin, right? Did you spend money this time? Hang. The office door opened slightly. Second looked towards the door and said, "Is it necessary to spend money?" He asked Ju. "Did you just get back? Was everything hammered well?"
She held the case out in front of her and replied, "Yes, I have completed the agreement with Russia to enter the dungeon.
I have also delivered the items you mentioned to Kim Woojin." Gina exclaimed in surprise.
Russia, Ju said calmly.
"The mask you ordered has also been made."
Second smirked slightly.
"Good. You've worked hard." Social media reports. Audio comic news. Sports, weather, society, politics. 41 foreign players confirmed to participate. News. 99 players complete recruitment. Daily newspaper.
A world first.
Will they succeed in clearing the new dungeon? At a place called Espangri and Nansen.
Outside the meeting room, a sign read Ramokos of Russia.
Gina squeezed the mask in annoyance. "This damned mask." He sighed. "This is so inconvenient for eating and drinking." Gina picked up a piece of bread and glanced at his companion. "Kim Gujin." "No, Isaac. Are you okay?" He teased him. "Are you so nervous that you're just stuffing everything into your mouth?" Gina said while chewing, "Nervous? I've never known what nervous is."
Gujin, in the guise of Isaac, also quietly took a bite of bread and said, "I guess so."
"Your leg is shaking. Have you never been in a dungeon of this size? Why is this bastard so calm?"
Gina, in the guise of Spa, spoke up.
"Aren't you the one who's nervous? I've already asked about everything, so why are you shaking?" He replied, "Of course I'm nervous." Gina immediately said, "Oh, really? Is that right? Don't worry too much. Just trust me." Woo Jun looked at the screen in front of him and thought, "I can't believe it.
I never expected this to fall into my hands."
Gina glanced at him and said, "Including the previous incident and this one. You won't forget to buy meat, right?
After all, we're a team in this match. We have to fight together," he warned. "So, you can't pull any weird stunts like last time."
"Got it."
Isaac was reading the item information on the screen.
Picture Reaper Mask. Item class Legendary. Can be used from level 1 and above. This is the Picture Reaper Mask.
You can effectively communicate with and control the undead monster.
Monsters you summon.
Magic power increases by 10% when used. Mana recovery rate increases by 10% when used.
He was impressed. "I can't believe OC had this." The night before, Woo Jun had received a call from Second. "I've heard all about your performance in the dungeon. You want to join the Needles dungeon?" He replied, "Let's see."
"It seems dangerous to just go in there like that."
Second burst out laughing. "So you don't want to go in there easily?" "I knew it.
I heard you're pretty good at controlling skeleton soldiers."
Back in the present, Woo Jun sat and pondered.
The king of the invincibles. Even Yenjobs craves it, but he can't get his hands on what I have right now. He thought, I've never seen what he uses, so I don't know what kind of power effect it will have. But Legion's voice cut him off.
"Hey, Kim Gu." "No, Isaac, are you listening to me?" He gave a tight smile.
It's clear that the time to exterminate the Messiah has been moved up. Then an employee opened the door and called them Muko's guild players. Please prepare. He placed his hand on his knee. Then the two of them left the room together. Woo-Jun thought to himself, I have to test the Picture Reaper mask thoroughly on the first floor. The dungeon system announced to advance to the next floor. You must survive for 5 days. The other conquerors yelled out, What? A survival mission? Damn it.
This is the worst. Everyone was cursing. Someone held their head and groaned. Gina in his Spaka armor spoke up. A survival mission?
Although on the surface, it seems we just need to survive for the specified time. He said, but that means the number of monsters will be huge to the point where even surviving won't be easy.
Gina turned to ask Eugene, what should we do? He replied, let's test it first. Gina wondered. Test.
He suddenly remembered being surrounded by wolves and trembled slightly.
Don't tell me. Gina screamed internally in frustration. He's going to make me do that again.
His face fell as he said.
Don't you remember what I said? Are you going to do it again? Test? Woo-Jun replied, if you get a new item, of course, you have to test its performance, right? Gina clapped his hands in applause item. That's right. We have to test it.
Then Woo-Jun turned away and said, first, let's move to a quiet place. In a corner of the forest, the system announced, a skeleton soldier has been summoned.
A skeleton soldier appeared before the two of them. Gina greeted it cheerfully. Hey there, hello. He exclaimed excitedly, look, it even has armor prepared. He approached the skeleton soldier and poked it. Hey, now move it. You're being stiff again. Woo-Jun took a mask out of his inventory. He put it on his face. The system displayed its information. Picture Reaper Mask. Item class Legendary. Can be used from level 1 and above. This is the Picture Reaper Mask. You can communicate with and control the undead monsters you summon. Effect. Magic power increases by 10% when used. Mana recovery rate increases by 10% when used. The screen displayed achievement owner of the Picture Reaper obtained. Woo-Jun thought to himself, just the increase in magic power isn't bad. This suddenly he saw a thread running down from above. It connected to the skeleton soldier's head. Woo-Jun couldn't help but wonder. A thread. The thread started from the mask and shot out from his finger. Woo-Jun looked extremely surprised. The system announced. Connection established. His eyes suddenly widened. A bright light flashed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gina grabbing his head. Gotcha. You little thing. He rubbed its head with a very amused expression. What's wrong? Huh? Suddenly, the skeleton soldier stared at him and snapped. Get your hands off me. Gina in the guise of Spa suddenly screamed. The skeleton soldier can talk. The skeleton soldier moved its whole body awkwardly. It waved its arms and legs missile. Gina asked confused. But why is it moving so strangely? After taking a few steps, it fell to the ground. Seeing that, he yelled, is it dead? Then Gina touched its head with his foot. Woo-Jun, in the guise of Isaac, said annoyedly, hey, get your foot off. He pondered, this is not as easy as I thought. Far away, a group of people were asking each other, Jan, what's our plan? Should we wait here first or go scout and then come back? Jan replied, I don't know how many monsters there are, so we can't move rashly. He glanced around and said, first, let's stay here and observe the situation for a day or two. Everyone else is gathered here. In this case, joining forces will be beneficial for survival. Their group looked over at the other groups. Maybe those people gathering over there are thinking the same thing as us. John pushed up his glasses and thought smugly. Anyway, in this dungeon, there's no influential force like the Messiah Guild. In a situation like this, it's always advantageous for those with a good head on their shoulders. Our guild must convince them to let us be the center of the hunt. Night fell across the forest. Gina lunged forward with a punch. The polite punch. He punched the head off an orc. He smirked at himself. What's this? I was so worried because it was a survival challenge. But if we're just counting heads, are there only these weak monsters? No way. I'm much stronger than this.
Behind Gina, the skeleton soldier swung its sword and wiped out till they collapsed under its blade.
Gina looked at the skeleton soldier, his face clearly crestfallen.
He looked at Gujin controlling the skeleton soldier and clicked his tongue, thinking, that bastard is just a ridiculous monster.
Gina recalled what happened a few minutes ago.
The skeleton soldier started walking erratically. At first, even walking was difficult.
It would walk a little, and then fall flat on its face. But before long, it started to run. Now the skeleton soldier was leaping around artistically. Now he's moving very fast.
Gina stared at Yujin, wiggling his fingers. The skeleton soldiers he summoned were already tough to deal with, and now he's directly controlling them.
On top of that, he gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't this too unfair? One person struggles and fights in danger,
while the other leisurely dances around. It's so stupid."
Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. A much larger skeleton soldier was being summoned.
The system announced a skeleton soldier has been summoned.
Gina looked at the large one in astonishment. I can't believe it. He wondered, can he use a summoning skill in that state? Gina thought to himself.
He can use a skill while connected to the skeleton, but the mana consumption is 3 times higher. Although it's a given, he can't use potions.
The small skeleton soldier spoke up, asking, "How are you doing?" He crossed his arms and said irritably,
"Hey, when you talk to someone, you should at least look at them."
Gina clenched his fist.
It's a strange feeling to be ignored by these bones.
Do you need to be taught some manners, too? Gujyuan's voice came out challenging. Oh, really? Gina stared straight ahead. Gujyuan took off his mask, standing right behind him, and suddenly asked, "Are you satisfied now?"
Gina jumped and turned to look at him.
"Geez, you scared me." Wujin asked, "So, how's your body now?"
He gave a forced smile and waved his hand, sober enough to educate those who don't know what manners are.
"Not talking about you, talking about the monsters," Gujyuan replied coldly. "That's a relief."
"Then, let's officially begin now," Gina shouted, confused. "We've been killing a bunch of monsters already."
"What are you talking about?" he asked in bewilderment. "Huh? What do you mean officially begin then? What were those orcs from before?" Gina clapped his hands and stuttered. "What was it?" "Right, anemia? I have anemia."
Then he started holding his head and complaining.
"I'm suddenly so dizzy. What's happening?"
Suddenly, a sword was pointed at Gina.
He yelled angrily. "What are you doing?" Wujyuan said half jokingly.
"I heard you were anemic, so I thought I'd give you some iron."
Gina screamed. "Iron? Supplements? You're not going to cut me with a sword, are you?" Wujun said calmly. "Well, it's still iron entering the body."
He shouted in frustration.
"How can you even say that?"
Gujin, controlling the skeleton soldier, said, "You look so energetic.
Your anemia must be better. I was just thinking of giving you some iron." Then he turned and walked away.
"There are still many things to prepare.
Follow me." Gina was provoked to the point of madness. "I'm an idiot. What do I do now?"
In front of them was a leafless tree and then it was chopped down, falling to the ground with a crash.
Wu Jun and Gina were working hard, chopping down trees. He looked at him and couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is Kim Woo Jin thinking? Did he come into the dungeon to chop trees instead of monsters? On another front, a goblin was charging forward.
A group of conquerors was chasing it in unison.
Heard it. Into the middle.
A brown-skinned person with a sword slashed the monster.
A veteran uncle chopped down several goblins. Day 3 in the dungeon.
Early in the morning, the group of conquerors was still enthusiastically killing monsters.
A certain uncle asked doubtfully, "Why is it so bland? A survival challenge shouldn't be like this, right?"
John June standing beside him.
"It is strange. The number of monsters is too low." He glanced around and said, "This is a survival challenge in a dungeon.
Instead of being chased, we're comfortable.
This isn't right. Even if it's risky, we have to go explore a bit." In the end, Gujuan and Gina had used the trees to create a barrier fence. The system announced, "Level has increased.
The emissary of the underworld is pleased with your brilliant growth and has sent a scroll as a gift." Gujin, in Isaac's form, held the paper in his hand and wondered how this paper, the Red Skeleton Soldier Command Absorption Condition, emissary of the underworld absorption level above level 20, effect strengthens the abilities of skeleton soldiers, and increases the number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned.
The higher the rank, the more effective the skill. He looked at it and let out a chuckle.
Wu Jin decided to tear the paper. The system immediately announced Skeleton Soldier Command has been acquired.
Gujuan stood on the fence and called down.
"Let's go slowly," Jinha and Spasa's form asked in surprise.
"Ha? Why so suddenly?"
He tapped the wooden fence and said, "This place is fine.
Why do we have to go? Do you know how hard it was to make this yesterday?"
Gujuan jumped to the ground and said that the situation had changed, so the plan had to be revised.
Gina asked, bewildered situation.
"What situation did some formidable monster appear?"
Gujin chuckled and looked behind Gina.
Over there was the corpse of an orc.
He walked over and touched it. The system displayed, "Skeleton Soldier has been summoned." Skeleton Soldier has been summoned. This completely astonished Gina. He looked at the newly appeared group of skeleton soldiers and exclaimed in admiration, "What?" Gina asked. "Weren't you only able to summon 6 of them?" Wu Jun turned around and said, "That was true before." He smirked and said, "But now it's different."
On another front, a figure dashed through the forest. Jin Jun looked behind him in panic. Then he ordered his teammates to change direction.
"Everyone this way."
Everyone looked around and saw many monster corpses.
They exclaimed in surprise, "Works." John Jun turned and asked, "How many in total?"
Then he pushed up his glasses and thought, this wasn't a battle. This was a massacre.
Who the hell did this? I've already recruited all the somewhat competent ones to my team. Did I miss someone?
Suddenly, Jin Hong pointed in a direction.
"Young Jan, over there. I found something else." He glanced in the direction he was pointing. Then Jan Jun followed Jin Hong. "What is it now?"
He was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Below the hill was a massive structure built of wood. Needless to say, this was the work of Gujin and Jinha.
Jan Jun exclaimed in awe, "This is a maze."
Then he jumped onto the wooden wall to observe.
Jan Jun and his teammates looked down at the ground inside the maze.
Below, there was an enormous pile of monster corpses.
He looked horrified.
They made a maze out of wood to lure the monsters into a trap.
John Jun looked into the distance.
The number of corpses over there is quite large. Then he looked back at the maze, but it can't compare to what's inside the maze. John Jun thought to himself, who in the world came up with this plan?
This method is completely different from anything I've seen before.
He broke into a sweat, pushing up his glasses as he thought. This is why they could live comfortably for several days, even though it was a survival challenge. On the other hand, Gina spoke up. "It was my misjudgment. I should have pulled in all the remaining players to participate. Using a trap to defeat them this easily. Even if it's not my style, I still think it's okay." He complained. "Why do we have to move? Doing this is exhausting." Juan said, "Do we really have to do the exact same thing again?" He lightly patted a skeleton soldier's head and said, "Don't worry, we don't need that anymore.
Woo-an explained, our firepower has been enhanced. Traps and mazes are a waste of time.
Gina said excitedly, from now on, hunting directly will be faster.
That's what gives you the taste of battle, right?
Of course.
Horse. Suddenly, Gujun summoned a sword. Gina saw this and thought he was about to do something to him.
So, he waved his arms and legs and said, all right, this time I'll show you my true power.
Woojin said, because I'll go first, Jana exclaimed in surprise. Ha! And then he summoned his gauntlets and said, if that's the case, I'll go all out, too. I don't know what you're planning.
But I can't stand a clumsy guy standing in front of me.
A moment later, Gina was out of breath.
He reached out and called, hey, no, here they come. Gina said with difficulty, can't we take a short break? A skeleton soldier hurried over to him.
Gina immediately gave it a dismissive glance.
The skeleton soldier shook its head as if it were looking down on him, and then it just walked away.
Seeing this, Gina shouted angrily, get back here. Are you mocking me? Come here. Gina stood there cursing while the skeleton soldier had already run off.
He ran a hand through his hair and cursed inwardly.
Damn it, that dog Kim Woojuan has monstrous stamina.
No, his fighting style is different from mine. Gina thought to himself, when I fight, I take them on one by one, so it consumes a lot of stamina, but he just attacks overwhelmingly and then leaves.
It's very effective. Gina stared straight ahead. June noticed his gaze and stopped. He turned back and asked, what's wrong? Weren't you going to show me your true strength?
Jinha wiped his sweat and thought, he still remembers that.
He said, I am. A wave of monsters appeared one after another. Gina charged in to deal with them. Let's kill them all at once.
Wu Jun stood to one side, observing him. If this is the lead, Jinha I know, he'll try to copy the moves I just showed him.
Jinha worked hard, punching monsters away. Gujuan thought to himself until now. No one has guided him on this.
He watched him dodge a monstrous attack, believing in his immortal body and running non-stop.
Perhaps this fighting style isn't effective. Wu Juan frowned.
As time goes on, he'll become a little more useful than he is now. Suddenly, he smiled smugly. No, he has to become more useful. On the 5th day, sunlight peeked through the leaves, illuminating the lush green forest. On the ground lay the corpse of an unlucky hyena in a pool of blood. The system announced 24 hours remaining until the end of the survival mission. Gina panted, looking towards Gujuan, sweat pouring down his face, thinking to himself, why is he pushing this hard when the mission is just to survive? Woo-an looked at the system panel. You have leveled up. While Gina was utterly confused, did the monster steal something important from him? The system gave him a level up reward. The emissary of the underworld is quite pleased with your swift nature. You have received a skill scroll as a reward. Gina protested this labor exploitation. He yelled, hey, Kim Gaijun, this is torture, not a dungeon crawl anymore. I've been punching and kicking for 8 hours straight. I'm a person, not a machine. And he heard him say, then take a break. As if granted a pardon, Gina was overjoyed. His eyes sparkling. Really? Where are we resting? On his break, he took out the food he brought and devoured it, his mouth never stopping. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier approached, making him pause for a moment. Out of a sense of karma, Gina offered the food in his hand to it. What? Want a bite? He waved the food in his hand. Come on, raise your hand and I'll give you some. Surprisingly, the proud skeleton soldier actually listened and held out its hand. Gina looked at it in astonishment. Then, he chuckled. So, the little bonehead has finally decided to open up to me, huh? Gina boasted, see that Kim Woojin? This is what you call camaraderie. He was even moved to the point of tears welling up in his eyes. So touching camaraderie is something that can't be described with words.
Gina asked caringly, "Are you hungry, Kim Gujin?"
But he suddenly fell silent because he saw his comrade, the skeleton soldier, giving the food in its hand to Gujuan.
What?
Realizing he'd been tricked, he stood up and questioned.
So, you were controlling it this whole time? Damn it. You enjoy messing with people that much. Gujuan smiled and said, "I wanted to see what this camaraderie tastes like, too."
Poor Gina looked like a young man who had been scammed by Gujuan. He put his hands on his hips and let out a string of curses. Damn you, making people work their asses off, not even treating them to food, and now you're eyeing other people's stuff. If you're that despicable, you'll go bald like Big Bro Second in no time.
Gujin thought to himself as he ate. What did he just say about being bald? This is the first time I've heard about OC's appearance.
Suddenly, a flare exploded in the sky.
Gina saw it and squinted. Is that a distress signal? The time limit isn't much longer. He was a bit dismissive. We've slaughtered that many monsters.
And those guys still can't hold on.
Wu Jun said flatly, "It's not a distress signal."
Gina looked at him, smirking as he asked, "Then what is it?" He took off the bone mask from his face and calmly analyzed because the survival time limit is almost up. We're about to be teleported to the second floor, and they're gathering people to decide the order of battle against the snake.
Gina crossed his arms and mocked. What? Even if they all team up, they might not win. And now they're planning to take turns fighting it. Unbelievably weak. They're arrogant.
Gwyn coldly stated, "You and I have significantly lowered the difficulty of this floor. So, they've been able to relax for the past 5 days. Of course, they're feeling full of confidence."
Gino was confused. What? There's more. Would you check the new item he received?
I'll check the scroll I was awarded and then we'll head over there. When Gina saw the item in his hand, he was extremely surprised.
Ha!
That he couldn't help but shout.
It's a real golden scroll. Woan smirked with delight. This is the main skill Yuan Jocks frequently uses.
On the scroll was the skill's description.
Corpse explosion condition. Emissary of the underworld. Level requirement level 30 and above. Effect. If mana is transferred into a monster's corpse, that corpse can explode at any moment.
The scene changes to a clearing where everyone has gathered.
By the time everyone had assembled, it was already dark.
On a high rock, John June shouted loudly, "Everyone, listen up." He began his speech. Almost all the survivors have gathered, so I declare.
In a short while, the survival mission will be completed, and we will be teleported to the second floor. The Allied forces, including the Pixu, will hunt the thorn snake first. Does anyone object? Gina glanced at Gujuan and whispered just as he said.
These guys are crazy. They're really going to take turns on the high platform. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, John June continued since no one objects.
I will say this beforehand to be cautious. Remember not to interfere with our hunt.
At this point, he paused slightly and then emphasized.
If you deliberately interfere, we will execute you on the spot. Gujuan thought indifferently. A threat, huh? Nina asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" You have a plan, right?
Suddenly, someone pushed him.
A muscular hunter ran up and shouted, "Do you understand what he's saying?" Gina had a short temper. He gritted his teeth and thought, is this guy crazy? Can he speak Korean?
Before he could physically retaliate, his arm was stopped by Gujin. Gina turned his head to see him shaking his head.
Signaling not to make a big deal out of it, Gujuan signaled that he would not interfere with their hunt. All right, good luck, the troublemaker smirked. Good. Then he turned and walked away. Gina didn't understand. He asked in a dissatisfied low voice, "Why did you stop me?" Gujuan decided to enlighten his partner. "Are you planning to fight all of them by yourself?" Jay didn't understand. "All of them?" He pointed out. "Look at the red band on his arm.
That's to identify that they belong to the same team.
And look around. You."
Gina looked around and noticed that apart from the two of them, most people had red bands tied on their arms.
He tried to save some face. "I noticed that too."
He understood in his heart. So this is why no one objected. After clearly distinguishing friend from foe, Gina began to feel worried.
"There's no one not wearing a red band. Wait, does that mean we can't fight them?" Gujuan just smiled mysteriously. "Do you really think so?"
When the time was up, the system announced to all hunters, "You have completed the survival mission."
Teleporting to the second floor. In the forest of the second floor, a giant thorn snake was moving.
Its long tail dragged along, scraping the ground.
The hunters hid behind tree trunks, waiting for an opportunity to attack.
The snake looked around cautiously, as if it could sense the danger in the air. Some of the weaker ones trembled slightly as they saw the snake looking around.
It didn't even dare to breathe loudly.
The thorn snake continued to move, its giant tail randomly whipping the ground, but its path of movement had already been ambushed from the front.
Jun saw that the time was right and gave the order, "Fire." The whole team obeyed.
The mages focused their attacks on the thorn snake from a distance. The surprise attack caught it off guard.
It struggled and thrashed, causing the ground to explode. Countless large and small explosions occurred. The booming sound echoed through the night.
Gina and Gujuan stood nonchalantly on a cliff, monitoring the situation.
Gina couldn't help but ask, "Are you really just going to stand here and watch the show? At this rate, they might actually beat it."
Wu Jun replied emotionlessly, "No, that's not going to happen."
Gina didn't understand what Gujuan meant. "Why not? Isn't a number of people like that enough?" Instead of answering, he asked him a question. "When you encounter a monster, what's the first thing you do?"
He crossed his arms and pondered.
"The first thing I do?
Well, I just run up and slash them because I don't know what they'll do. It's hard to deal with unexpected situations if you go all out from the start."
Hyujin nodded and pointed at the thorn snake. "Exactly. So, that monster over there."
At that moment, the snake took a fireball to the face.
"Are you also planning to just give it one slash?" Hearing this, Gina's face went blank for a few seconds.
Then he stammered. "Well, of course.
Isn't it better to take it down quickly with manpower?"
Gwyn crossed his arms and looked at the distant battlefield. Of course, it would be good if that happened.
But if it were such an easy task, why hasn't anyone escaped this prison yet? Do they lack manpower? Did the ones who failed not have the same strength as the rest? At this moment,
seeing the snake get hit, Jun observed the situation and prepared to give an order.
He was excited. "Good. Everyone, advance."
However, the snake had no intention of fighting. It turned its head and fled. Its huge body rushed forward, passing over the heads of the hunters. Seeing this, a team member announced, "The snake is escaping." Jun felt this hunt was too easy. "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we catch it. I'll become the first player to kill the venomous snake." The thorn snake slithered away swiftly, its massive body leaving a very clear trail.
But then its eyes widened, surprise evident on its face.
A head sharp jagged rocks blocking its easy path.
Someone had intervened. Master of Earth skill destruction activated. Large sharp rocks jutted up high from the ground.
The thorn snake ignored the obstacle and charged straight into it. In terms of hardness, its body was harder.
The rock shattered and the snake charged through as if nothing was there. Gina stared wide-eyed.
Those guys, it seems they were prepared.
They even knew the venomous snake would escape. However, Gujin's perspective was different. He calmly said, "It's starting." Gina was bewildered. "What?"
"It's just starting, but it looks like it's almost over." Gujuan instructed, "No, that venomous snake never attacks head-on. And those sharp thorns on its body.
Don't you find it strange?" On the battlefield, John ordered, "Don't stop the attack. Focus on its head."
The snake raised its head, seeing countless magical attacks aimed at it. Booming explosions echoed as the thorn snake roared in anger. Suddenly, behind the archers and mages, a shadow rose up. The snake's tail swung high, looking as if it was about to slam down on them.
A mage noticed. "Ha!"
As expected, the snake swept its tail towards the group of ranged attackers. The ferocious snake observed from a distance. Its long and large body allowed it to easily attack from a distance like this. However, something unexpected made the snake look back. A loud impact was heard and the thick dust made the Mitch cover his mouth and nose. A warrior shouted loudly, "Group up. We need to continue the attack. We've been assigned to protect this area." The Mudge looked in that direction and a glimmer of light flashed past his eyes. Over there, a group of warriors with shields was blocking the snake's tail. This prevented it from hitting the main damage-dealing group. The Mid propped himself up with his hand on the ground, his hand trembling. He used it as a pivot, pushed himself up, and ran. "That's right. Let's end this." Ranged attacks continued to be hurled towards the snake's head. The sound of explosions echoing ceaselessly. John June commanded, "It's starting to slow down formation. Get ready." The remaining group began to form up, but in the snake's eyes, they were just like ants gathering in one place. Its red eyes shot through the smoke and dust like a laser. The thorn snake suddenly reared up, towering like a skyscraper. Seeing this, John June was a bit surprised as the snake had always been running away. Next, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The snake's head swelled up like a cobra's and the sharp thorns all pointed in every direction. John June hurriedly ordered, "Seize attack. All units, defensive posture." As soon as he finished speaking, the thorns on the snake's body shot out, aiming straight for the group of hunters on the ground. A rain of thorns fell, and the entire group ran for their lives. The sound of impacts boomed. Dust and smoke filled the air, and casualties were unclear. On the thorn snake's body, only black holes remained where its thorns used to be. Looking utterly grotesque, it let out a ferocious roar. The sound wave spread throughout the forest, forcing even Gina and Gujuan on the cliff to take a step back. Wu Jun was only slightly surprised. He thought the thorns were coated with a deadly poison, but he didn't expect them to be just ordinary thorns. Gina thought to himself in a daze, "What a powerful attack." But that was all there was to it. After the sound wave spread, the snake made no further movements. The dust gradually settled, revealing John June still safe and sound. His glasses were cracked, and he was still in shock. "What's going on?" "That's it." It took John June a moment to regain his composure. He thought the snake would have some secret weapon, but it was just a wide-area attack, and it wasn't a big problem. A warrior near a giant thorn pushed himself up using it. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the thorn shattered. He tried to break it with his hand. The thorn was hollow with a shell as brittle as an eggshell. Are these thorns from the venomous snake's body? He didn't think it would be so easy to break. When he looked again, he understood. Looking inside, it's empty. The ferocious snake roared, but it no longer had any thorns or anything on its body that could threaten them. Jan Jun made a loud decision. All right, the snake has no more thorns. He seized the opportunity. Attack now before it recovers. The hunter swarmed forward, no longer afraid of the thorn snake. This time, the melee fighters with swords and shields joined the battlefield.
John June pushed up his glasses and thought smugly, what is this?
Whether it's killing a snake or whatever, it's not a big deal. Seeing victory right before their eyes, the warriors charged forward.
Suddenly, someone stumbled.
A blonde-haired warrior saw and shouted, "Hey, you stop."
He passed his teammate and asked worriedly, "What are you doing?" "Don't hesitate. Move."
However, what he saw was his teammate covering his mouth, coughing up blood. Then his teammate collapsed to the ground with a thud. This abnormality left him stunned for a few seconds, forgetting to even move. Behind him, there was the sound of heavy armor falling to the ground. Another teammate fell backward, eyes wide, coughing up blood. The blonde-haired warriors saw his teammates falling one after another. He froze.
Ha! The next second, he felt nauseous.
The system sent him a notification. You have been poisoned by the thorn snake. The tankers in the back saw this and froze.
It's poison. Retreat quickly. Someone quickly reported back to the rear. Hey, John, the damage here is heavy. Many tankers are unable to fight.
John June was stunned, muttering, "Poison." He looked at the hollow thorns stuck in the ground.
What on earth should I do?
There were no signs at all.
Could those thorns be poisonous?
The tankers started running back while John June stood in place, his whole body trembling.
If all the tankers collapsed instantly, it must be a deadly poison. At this moment, up at a tree, a skeleton soldier's eyes glowed, observing the entire battle.
The group was in a panic, trampling over each other to escape. The screams were chaotic.
Get out of the way. Move. Take me with you. Gujin, sharing the scouting skeleton's vision, saw this and sighed. What a tragedy. Gina watched from a distance, not understanding why the group was fleeing. Oh man, this is so frustrating. Why are they suddenly running away? Win explained.
They're retreating because of the thorn snake's poison.
Hearing that, Gina shouted. Poison? What do you mean?
The thorns it shot from its body are poisonous.
Gina kept making guesses. Or is there poison inside the thorns?
But he wasn't guessing right. Wu Jun said, "No, the wide area attack just now also damaged the rear. If the thorns were poisonous, the people in the back would have collapsed before the tankers."
Gina was like an eager student. Why is that? When did everyone get poisoned?
Then he remembered when the snake roared loudly, sending sound waves spreading throughout the forest.
Damn it.
He said the strategy was very advantageous.
It's not the death snake, is it? Gina had no opinion of his own, only knowing to ask. So what? What do we do now? Team up with the rest of them over there. Wu Juan stood up. No, he said menacingly. We figured out the source of our prey. We should also move slowly.
Behind them, the team of skeleton soldiers had finished dealing with a group of aggressive goblins.
Seeing that Gujuan intended to approach the snake, Gina was scared. What? You're going over there? Are you crazy? Without turning his head, he flatly ordered, I just need to get to that snake.
You stay here and prepare for something else. Gina breathed a sigh of relief, but he also smelled a rat.
Phew. That's a relief. Wait, no. You bastard. I didn't come here to be your errand boy. Hyujin smiled at him. Is that so? Good. In that case, you can just go. It has nothing to do with me.
Seeing him discard him so easily, Gina's attitude changed immediately. He shook his head vigorously.
That's not what I meant.
I just voluntarily stayed here to work hard on the task he gave me.
That's what I meant.
The thorn snake still stood tall in its spot, not making any moves.
The night wind blew gently.
and a colorless poison gas gently wafted out from the empty holes on the snake's body. A figure was hidden behind a tree trunk near it. Gujin silently assessed colorless, odorless, tasteless, and not clearly visible. So the players couldn't notice the reason the entire attacking force failed before. Now the question is answered. He looked at the unfortunate people lying scattered on the ground. By the time they sensed the danger, the damage was already irreparable, but I'm different.
Gujuan reached up to adjust his bone mask. The system announced, the power of Apis is being activated.
You will not be poisoned by the thorn snake. The thorn snake's poison enhances the effect of him sis.
Seeing the last notification, he smirked.
I didn't expect the power of Apis to be able to enhance the hemosis technique as well. This is great. Suddenly, Gujin's peripheral vision caught something. He looked down at a spear that had fallen on the ground. Wu Jun sat down on the ground, opened the system, and looked around a bit.
He examined the items in his inventory window. Wuan pondered, its body is so big, its skin must be very thick.
I'll deal with it one thing at a time instead of confronting it directly.
He smirked. That will be more effective.
At this time, on another side, a young man with a red band on his arm punched a tree trunk hard.
John June couldn't stop blaming himself. Damn it. I don't know what to do. Everything that happened is my fault. He asked his teammate how many people got out.
Jin Hong turned his head and replied,
I don't know. I glanced around while running away. Maybe about 30 people. Anyway, everything is a mess right now. He pleaded. John June, go save them.
There might still be many survivors, but John June thought differently.
We'll wait here. We need to gather the remaining people.
He pushed up his glasses. Those who are still there are all dead. Jin Hong shouted angrily, wait right now. We don't even know if the remaining number of people can attack, especially with the extreme lack of tankers. John June said decisively, let's go find the bodies.
We can't lose any more manpower. Instead, it would be better to reform the members and try again. I've given up on the thought of succeeding, but going back. There is just an act of feeding ourselves to that snake.
Jin Hong held his head and cursed. He pointed at the weary people gathering. Clearly, there are still people left. However, because they were affected by the snake's poison, everyone felt unwell. They were all holding their heads.
Jin Hong questioned, is there no other way but to abandon our comrades like this? How can you even say that?
Jan Jun clenched his fist. He thought to himself, although he says we'll re-equip, the result is still very clear. Fighting without a tanker is like having to attack without any protection. However, at times like these, one must think clearly. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed from the distance again. The group snapped to attention. This sound. A team member panicked. See, could it be coming this way? To be safe, John June immediately gave an order. Quickly determine the snake's location. A team member skilled in scouting immediately used his momentum to jump into a tree. With his agility and swift feet, he found a sturdy branch high up. Looking out into the distance, searching for the snake's position, the scout was instantly stunned. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, the people below grew impatient. What are you doing? Report the location quickly. The scout struggled to find the words. Although it's hard to believe. There's a player fighting the thorn snake. This news stunned John June. What? Jin Hong was skeptical. He impatiently confirmed. Is that really true? Explain more clearly. Hurry up. The scout pointed towards the snake. I already told you someone is fighting the thorn snake. If you don't believe me, come up here and check for yourself. John June was petrified upon hearing the news. I can't believe it. In that hell, there's someone breathing so easily.
Jin Hong was stunned, asking incredulously, "Really?" John June broke into a sweat.
And thought because of that snake's poison, it's impossible to even get close. To confirm, the entire group also jumped up to high branches to observe, and they really saw the snake being attacked by someone. They all had the same thought without saying it.
How is this possible?
John June quickly realized the problem.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, then could it be? The poison is gone now. If not, then why? He clenched his fist. Right now, if we. But everyone is exhausted after struggling.
For a moment, John June made up his mind.
We're going in. Jin Hong's eyes widened. Go back there. You just said doing that would be suicide. John June lost his patience and yelled, "Didn't you hear the report?
The thorn snake's poison is gone."
He was eager to correct his mistake.
This is a great opportunity to make up for the mistake earlier.
He encouraged everyone.
If we don't work together to catch it now, we might not get another chance.
On the distant battlefield, the now thornless thorn snake was roaring fiercely.
Its body was continuously being shot by arrows,
the dull thuds indicating they were having no effect.
On the contrary, the skeleton soldier's attack was annoying it, but the skeleton soldier below was emotionless without a hint of fear, only continuing to fire arrows on Gwyn's command. Thanks to the skeleton soldier's distraction, he moved freely round to the back of the snake. He thought to himself, as expected, arrows and spears can't penetrate its thick skin. At this moment, the snake was unaware of the approaching danger.
Gujuan was carrying 2 sharp spears and jumped onto its body. But there is an easy way to avoid touching its skin and infect it with blood poison.
The thorn snake was continuously harassed by the skeleton soldier's arrows. It was furious, its red eyes filled with rage. It immediately opened its mouth and charged towards the skeleton soldier. The 2 skeleton soldiers below saw the snake wanting to engage in close combat and immediately became alert. The thorn snake lowered its head, its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow these 2 annoying skeletons. However, the skeleton soldiers were very agile. Both leaped into the air, avoiding a powerful attack from the snake. The snake lost its momentum, its head slamming into the ground, sending dust flying. And at this moment, Gujuan had already run very close to its head, yet it was completely unaware. Taking this opportunity, he spun the spear in his hand. A determined gaze, thump, Gujin plunged the 2 sharp spears into the snake's black holes. The system sent a notification. Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood toxin. The soul-tearing pain made the snake immediately turn its head to look at him, the culprit who had just injured.
Gujuan spoke to it as if talking to an old friend.
The thorns disappeared and these holes appeared. I'll place a spear coated in blood poison right here.
Inside the holes, a faint poison gas emanated.
He ignored it and said in human terms, "You could call them pores.
It must hurt a lot, right?" It's unclear if the snake understood, but it opened its mouth wide to him. Gujuan smirked. You intentionally ran away and pretended to be in danger just now, didn't you? That's the only way humans would let their guard down and get closer.
The snake immediately lunged at him. He took out a new spear and held it, chuckling to himself. The players it tricked probably never expected this, even in their dreams.
Gujuan raised the spear high.
Those mediocre thorns disappeared, leaving only these holes. He threw the spear in his hand forcefully as he saw the snake's head getting closer.
The truth is,
a lot of poison gas is being released. This time, the spear was aimed straight at the snake's eye. With a thud, the snake roared in pain.
Its eye had been injured.
The system continued to send notifications. Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood toxin. Continuously poisoned, it ripped in agony, its body contorting, kicking up dust.
However, its actions caused no harm to Gujin.
He nimbly jumped back and forth between tree branches, moving to another side. He looked back,
tauntingly asking, "You seem a bit clumsy for your size. How do you feel being poisoned?" On another side, a goblin collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gina and the guys of Spa looked towards the battlefield and complained. "He told me not to do anything conspicuous, but he's causing a commotion himself. He gritted his teeth in defiance, and he's making me move monster corpses here. Why treat a talent like me so poorly?" At least Gujin was kind enough to leave a few skeleton soldiers to assist him. But Gina couldn't swallow his anger. He raised his middle finger in front of a skeleton soldier. "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Eat this." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier opened its mouth. And it was Gu Juan's voice. "Report the situation." Gina flinched and immediately pulled his hand back. "Oh my god, you scared me. When did you get here?" Wen ignored the middle finger and flatly asked. "Have you finished the task I asked of you?" Gina forced a smile. "Of course, just this part left to finish. But are you sure that Snake will come this way? How do you know its path of movement is this way?" Wen coldly said. "There's no time to explain. Finish it quickly." Gina shouted in frustration. "No. Hey, you work me like a dog." And not a single word of explanation. He didn't care. The skeleton soldier in front of Gina suddenly went silent, disconnected. Wu Jun calculated, "Once that side is ready, we can begin." He dashed through the forest, heading towards his intended target. On the battlefield with the thorn snake, a skeleton soldier was holding a sword, hacking at the snake's body. Suddenly, it turned its head as if sensing something. The skeleton soldier's eyes flashed with the nimble blue light. Connected, Gujin was now controlling the skeleton soldier. He let the sword in his hand drop with a clatter. He turned his head to look at the sharp gleaming spears behind him. Then he immediately stepped forward and grabbed a spear. Wu Jun controlled the skeleton's body, holding the spear and charging forward quickly. His target was the hateful thorn snake not far away. After building up speed, he jumped high into the air. Then Wu Jun controlled the skeleton's body, zigzagging between the tree branches. Thanks to his sudden appearance, he successfully ambushed the snake, plunging the spears into two of the pores on its body. The snake writhed in pain, not expecting to be ambushed by the enemy. The system announced, "Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood toxin." The snake immediately turned its head and found the skeleton soldier that Gujin was connected to, but he was decisive. Disconnected, the soulless skeleton soldier returned to find that its master, Gujin, had put it in a tight spot. In front of it now was the massive mouth of the thorn snake. However, nearby, another skeleton soldier took a running start and leaped up. This skeleton soldier also held two poison lace spears. It launched itself into the air, aiming for the snake's head. The next second, the two spears were once again plunged into the pores right on the snake's head. This action both saved its comrade and made the snake bow its head. The skeleton soldier that had just attacked suddenly spoke in Gujin's voice to suit your name. "Thorn snake," he emphasized. "I'll help you with a little makeup." With that said, Wu Jun controlled the skeleton soldier to stab the spear into the thorn snake's pore continuously without stopping. Yet, the snake could do nothing. The system announced, "Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood toxin. Thorn snake's abilities have decreased." At this point, the black holes on the snake's head were filled with countless spears, looking like newly sprouted thorns, but only it knew how painful those thorns were. It fled in panic. Not far away, a skeleton soldier took a poison spear in its hand and stared at it. This was the skeleton soldier Gujin had possessed. He prepared to swing the spear again. "It's so big it takes a long time for the poison to take effect, huh?" After speaking, he threw the spear forcefully towards the snake. Immediately after, he connected with the skeleton soldier clinging to the snake's body. Connected. The skeleton soldier's mission was to catch the spear that was thrown. Wen controlled the skeleton soldier to nimbly jump up.
The gloved bony hand caught the spear. Next, he gathered his momentum. He swung his arm, aiming for a pore on the snake's body. With a thud, the spear was forcefully embedded. The system continuously displayed notifications. Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood toxin. Thorn snake's stamina has decreased. Thorn snake's resistance has decreased. The intense pain made it struggle relentlessly, but because its opponent was too cunning, the snake could do nothing but roar. It tried to shake its head violently to throw the skeleton soldiers off, but they clung tightly to the spears, gripping the pores, and couldn't be shaken off no matter what. So, the snake decided to flee, no longer daring to confront Gujin as it fled. The skeleton soldier controlled by Gujin took the opportunity to jump off its body. He grabbed onto a nearby branch. Can't take it anymore. Time to run. Ha! Gujuin disconnected from the skeleton soldier, returning to his original state. The snake, with its eyes barely open, blindly fled. On its path lay the scattered corpses of several goblins. It never expected that its tragedy had only just begun. As soon as it arrived with a boom, a powerful explosion occurred. The corpse explosion skill of the emissary of the underworld has been activated. The snake's head was blasted. It dazedly lifted its head from the thick black smoke. It shook its head to clear away the black gas, trying to regain its senses. Then the snake ran in the opposite direction. Anjin, borrowing the skeleton soldier's vision, saw it flee and chuckled to himself. Running in the opposite direction is also useless. As expected, its new escape route also had a pile of goblin corpses waiting as its roaring head passed over the pile of corpses. Wu Jun continued to detonate them. The corpse explosion skill of the emissary of the underworld has been activated. The snake only had time to see the flames erupt right under its eyes. This explosion was no different from a devastating blast. The continuous booming echoed. The blinding flames lit up a whole section of the sky. The system sent notifications. Thorn snake has been afflicted with blood toxin. Thorn snake's resistance has decreased. Thorn snake's health is decreasing. Scene changed to an office. A newspaper is slammed onto the desk with a hot headline on the front page. Wiped out. Fourth floor dungeon attack failure. Second smirked meaningfully. So this is how the personal army raised by Park Yong-won ends. It's getting more and more interesting. If he gets out of the 6th floor dungeon, Park Yong-won must be heartbroken, right? Mr. Taken instructed Secretary Lee, rent a car and send it to the Thorn Snake dungeon. Ju was taken aback. Ha! Already they've been in there for less than a week. Second smiled and said, it's not that I want to spend a lot of money for them to wear masks. If the people around them don't notice anything, they can coordinate and show their true strength. Secretary Ju tilted her head to look at him. So, like usual, we can't rent any car from the junkyard. Their identities are now Russian nationals. She immediately stood up. We must prepare a diplomatic vehicle so they withdraw immediately if something happens. Hearing the word diplomatic, Second broke into a sweat, his heart aching. Diplomatic? If so, how much more money will that cost? So, he solemnly called out to Ju, wait, hold on, Secretary Lee. Can anyone go on a diplomatic mission without a car? Knowing her boss's stingy nature, she replied, no. Then she slammed the door. Back in the dungeon, Gina stood on a cliff observing the whole scene. Seeing the snake being forced to run in the exact direction Gujuin had arranged. He thought in amazement, that guy didn't just predict its escape route, did he? He's using the explosions to block and herd it into there. Gujuin and his group of skeleton soldiers stood surrounding the snake. Finally got it into the right position. The snake shook its head, clearing the black smoke from its head. Its body was now covered in wounds, tattered. The system indicated blood toxin has spread throughout the thorn snake's entire body. Gujuin smiled. Although it looks energetic, it's too late. Below, the skeleton soldiers were still shooting arrows into the snake's body in groups. In pain, it angrily turned its head to glare at the skeleton soldier. But the skeleton soldiers were no pushovers. They continued to shoot. The snake, furious, turned its head back again. But when it turned to the right, it was attacked by the skeleton soldiers on the left. It flinched and glanced to the left. Gujin saw they were having too much fun and restrained them. No need to use all your strength to attack since the blood poison has spread throughout its body. The longer it takes, the more its stamina will decrease, only adding to its suffering. At the same time, John Jun led his team, rushing like the wind towards the snake. As he ran, he was puzzled. So far, only screams have been heard. It's clear that most players have been trapped by this dungeon. Anjuan was truly curious in the end. What kind of person is he? While running, all players in the dungeon received a notification. Thorn Snake has been killed. Everyone was stunned. What? The Thorn Snake has already been dealt with. One person felt relieved. Now we can get out of here alive. Another person inquired. Is it that person? Before leaving. Maybe he'll take the Thorn Snake out. Du Jun's eyes widened. No way. Hunt that monster. Jin Hong saw him stop and immediately turned back to call. And Zhang Jun this way. Hurry up. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately ran. That's right. I can't leave without some benefit. Jin Jun changed his objective. I have to see that person's face. Over here, Wu Juan received another notification from the system. You have achieved the Supreme Thorn Snake Hunter accomplishment. The emissary of the underworld bestows a portion of his power upon you. Second notification, Supreme Thorn Snake Hunter Achievement Rank Unique. Achievement effect all stats plus 20. Thorn Snake Hunter Achievement Rank Rare. Achievement effect all stats plus 3. Next was a skill notification. The rank of the blood toxin skill had increased by 1 level. Rewarded with a proficiency stone. A light from the sky shone down on Gyujin. Level has increased. Finally, a personal mission for him. Notification. Find and collect the yellow dragon within the thorn snake's body. Looking at the giant snake's body in front of him, Gujuan sighed to himself. What a pain. At this moment, John Jun's group ran up. However, they were blocked by a figure. Gina, disguised as Spa, stood in the middle of the road. Using English, he shouted at them. Back off. Jin Hong was stunned. What? Why are you blocking the way? John Jun tried to persuade him. Hey, we're not here to harm you. Gina didn't speak, but held up his hand, signaling them to stop. You are not allowed to pass. A team member from John Jun's side turned to ask his comrades who didn't know Korean. Does anyone speak English? John Jun cautiously raised both hands to show peace. Hey buddy, I just want to take a look. He expressed his sincerity. We are not bad people. However, the response he got was Gina's coldness and 3 large skeleton soldiers that sent a chill down his spine. These are skeleton soldiers. Looking at the skeleton soldiers, John Jun understood. Because if they're skeletons, they wouldn't be affected by the poison gas, although it would be effective against the thorn snake. That's unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. The player gathering was infiltrated, but it's impossible that the thorn snake attack failed. There's still something he can't grasp as he was thinking that he needed to check the thorn snake's limbs directly. There was a sudden tremor in the distance and the birds in the forest flew into a panic. Jin Hong and his teammates stared wide-eyed when they saw the cause of the commotion. A team member from John Jun's side turned to ask his comrade that is even Gina. Gujuan's teammate had to turn his head to take a look. Behind them, the snake lifted its head, but its flesh and blood were dissolving, leaving only a giant skeleton. Jun struggled to find his voice. That is the thorn snake. He thought in terror, don't tell me he's planning to summon a skeleton.
While Gina was distracted, Jun dashed forward.
He lowered his body, evading Gina's line of sight with the determination to see who it was.
Jun didn't think twice, running at full speed, swiftly passing by Gina. However, in the next second, a shadow flashed before him. Gina wrapped his arm around, easily grabbing Jun by the neck and throwing him down. He was shocked by the speed and strength of this blonde Russian man. With a thud, Jun was thrown down, his body sliding across the ground. When he stopped, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What? What was that move?"
Gina, in his role as the gruff Russian,
angrily repeated his threat in English. "I told you back off."
Jun saw that he couldn't break through this defense and told everyone, "Damn it.
Let's check when we get out." I remember his face. At this moment, on Gwen's side as the snake transformed into a snake skeleton.
A golden yellow orb appeared right under its head.
The dazzling golden orb spun in midair carrying abundant energy.
Gujin in the guise of Isaac smirked, "That saved we the trouble of searching." At the same time, the system announced skeleton summoning has failed because the skill is too low to create a skeleton. The giant snake skeleton gradually cracked and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Due to the large and heavy bones, the commotion it caused was quite significant.
Dust was kicked up, obscuring the view.
A moment later, the wind blew the dust away and a figure gradually appeared.
In Gujun's hand was that orb.
The system announced possess Master of the Yellow Dragon.
Master of the Yellow Dragon rank 1 legendary can be used at level 1.
The person who can carry the Yellow Dragon has magical power effect plus 50 when using mana, increases mana recovery speed by 20% when used. Outside the dungeon, a white car was parked right at the gate.
Inside the car, someone was typing on a computer. Setting up a headline, "Thorn Snake Attack Fails." The person spoke up. "It's been a week, but there's no news, huh?"
His colleague rested his head on his hands.
"There's no news from the beginning.
No one expected it to succeed."
A reporter chimed in. "That's right.
If it succeeded, it would be a huge shock." The colleague shook his head wearily.
"Everything is fine, so it would be great if it ended quickly. We can't stay here forever.
As reporters, we have to move on from this." Suddenly, an announcement came from outside the car. The battle was successful. The chubby reporter immediately opened the door and rushed out to get the news. He was extremely surprised.
How is this possible?
In front of them, countless reporters from various news outlets had surrounded the entire pathway. The sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly.
Someone shouted loudly. "Who is the person in charge of management here? Is no one in charge?"
Jun and Jin Hong, having left the dungeon,
were frantically looking for someone. Kirin Guild support team. "Damn it. Where are you?" Someone spoke up here. "Over here." Jun shouted at his team. "Stop all the Russians.
Those guys hunted the thorn snake.
Stop them later. We can't let them get out."
Jin Hong recognized their faces when he saw the 2 Russian figures disguised.
Gujin and Jana. "Step out."
He quickly shouted.
"There they are. It's those guys from before."
"Those guys."
"Down the thorn snake."
The group of reporters continuously took pictures and asked questions.
"Please answer an interview here. How do you feel right now?"
Meanwhile, Jun was blocked by the reporters. He could do nothing but shout and watch Gujun leave.
"Stop them. Stop them from leaving."
Pushed by many people, he cursed in frustration.
"Move. Didn't you hear what I said?"
By the time he managed to get out of the crowd, The black car with the distinctive blue license plate had already carried Gujuan and Gino away. Jan Jun looked at the license plate so angry he could spit blood.
Hey, those guys. Damn it. You can't stop a diplomat's car. In the car, Gina happily bounced his leg. Hey, Mr. Second spent some money. Now I can finally rest comfortably on this soft cushion.
He took off his disguised mask, revealing his handsome original face.
So, who appeared from where?
They caught the giant thorn snake.
Right. Isn't that a great thing?
Seeing Gujuan tapping on his phone without answering, he got annoyed and nudged him.
If you're going to work me like a dog, shouldn't you at least tell me what's going on?
He completely ignored him and called someone.
This is Kim Gujin. Yes, I just got back from the battle.
The person who answered the phone was Second. He was sitting in front of his computer scrolling through the news.
Kim Woo-jin, no. Isakov, how does it feel to be a hero? Woo asked back. Yes. What's the atmosphere like right now? Second laughed and said, right now, all the headlines are focused on you. The battle to destroy the thorn snake. Hunting the thorn snake. The question is, who is Isakov? Isakov, the most discussed topic. A new skill appeared. Anyway, it's not a waste to use your reputation for a debut. Second was hatching a new plan. So, how about cultivating the value of Isaac Ivanov to operate on a bigger stage?
If you don't mind, I have a proposal, he thought to himself.
That name will be very useful for requesting entry rights into certain dungeons.
Even so, he was going to propose a first, but since he asked first, it's more comfortable.
He suddenly became polite with Second. That's great. Then, I'll be counting on your help in the future. Second shared, good.
While you were in the battle, something very interesting happened.
Do you know Jinhimi, one of Park Jae-ong-wang's close bodyguards? The team led by Jinhimi was wiped out while entering the fourth floor.
It's not strange for players to die while in a battle, but it doesn't look like anything special.
But I've analyzed the documents in my own way.
It seems there was a spy who infiltrated Jinhimi's team, and I have information on the players who received support from the Yamato Federation.
Second held the bank statement and praised.
Although I expected it, the Skull Guild has dealt a sharp blow.
Woo Jun was confused. Why are you telling me this? Second calmly said. There's no use hiding it from me.
Because I understand the relationship between you and Park Yeon-wong as well as the relationship with the Skull Guild.
Woo Jun thought to himself. So you started biting at Park Yeon-won by eavesdropping. Ha! By the way, OC is no ordinary character either. The diplomatic car stopped at the meeting point. Arrest stop. Gujuan opened the door and got out. Let's stop here. Gino was stunned. Ha! Stop now.
He started talking to himself.
Oh, did Mr. Second say he would treat us to a meal because we worked hard? Gina couldn't stop talking even if he didn't say it.
I'm craving the tofu at this rest stop.
What are we stopping here for? Gujuan patted a beat-up car. Next, I'll be traveling in this car.
Seeing the car that was older than him, Gina couldn't believe it.
What?
His large body was not suitable for sitting in this car. As soon as he got in, he had to sit with his legs cramped.
Gina angrily cursed Second. So that's it. Damn it.
I was wondering why he would lend us an expensive car. He cursed without catching his breath.
But no matter how you look at it, look at this wreck. It doesn't even look like a car towed from a junkyard. It's so annoying. What kind of car is this dirty? Does anyone in the world still drive a car like this? Gujuan felt a bit offended and said flatly, "This is my car." Hearing that, Gina's expression changed instantly. He laughed awkwardly.
Ha, in our country, A car that runs smoothly without leaking a single drop of oil is naturally the number one car. Of course, the person who drives this car must be an intelligent
and patriotic man.
Remembering they still hadn't eaten anything, Woo Jun said, "Come to think of it." He said he left money for food in the glove compartment.
He suggested, "If you're hungry, let's eat and then go." Gina opened the compartment in front of him. Inside was an envelope.
He picked it up, his eyes shining with anticipation.
No way. Money for food. Will the sun rise in the west tomorrow? Until he turned the envelope upside down. Only a few loose coins fell out. 25,000 won. This amount of money wasn't enough to eat anything decent.
Woo started the car and drove off.
As expected of Oken, the headlines kept reporting. The first thorn snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. Who is he? Is Isaac Ivanov a necromancer? Will a new skill branch appear? Will foreigners continue to enter Korean dungeons?
The online news sites were also buzzing.
News, politics, economy.
Society World News exclusive interview with In Jongdon, a member who participated in the thorn snake hunt. Below the video were countless disgruntled comments. The big-nosed Russian bastard took the A+ rank. He said he was attacked.
That bastard. Why open the doors to foreigners? What nonsense. I knew this would happen. Our country's players are all talk because they can't do anything.
If that's the case, they should have given it to the Messiah Guild.
Ju read the comments and remarked, the public discourse has shifted from curiosity to negativity, especially in June. This person's interview content is making public opinion worse. She requested permission to act regarding your instructions.
Sir, I will begin now.
Second nodded and smiled. Good. We have to have a response to the internet.
It exploded again when world news sites reported new information, exclusive interview with Isaac Ion.
New update. Isaac given.
I have always greatly admired the Messiah Guild.
Isaac given. My idol is Lee Sean. Isaac given. I want to do things that others don't. Just like the Messiah Guild. Public opinion began to shift. If his idol is Lee Sean, Isaac probably isn't a bad guy. Just as I thought. You can't just listen to one side. I support Isaac.
Lee Jun is a respectable Korean.
I acknowledge you. Why haven't we sent him a fan letter yet? Reading the news. Hyujin smiled meaningfully.
He praised internally, "Oh, second, truly amazing."
This isn't just changing public opinion.
After making a statement like this, the Messiah Guild can't just sit still. He looked at his phone, sighing at his opponent's unwise move. If you're not going to recruit him, you should at least act in a way that shows it by using public discourse. I didn't expect the Messiah Guild to throw bait at someone else. Looking at the pile of weapons in front of him, Woo Jun looked forward to it. I'm really hoping for the Messiah Guild's reaction until those guys get close. I have to prepare thoroughly. Suddenly, his phone notified him of new news.
He immediately clicked to see. A notification popped up. Breaking news. Park Jae-ong-won clears the 6th floor dungeon. See more. Woo Jun smiled. It's finally here.
At the press conference, Yong-won confidently faced the countless dazzling camera flashes. The sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly. Secretary Kim rushed over.
She said in a low voice, "Director, there's something I need to report."
Yang-won said softly, "If it's not urgent, just leave it for later." Secretary Kim leaned in close and reported, "It is urgent.
Jinhim's team has been wiped out in the dungeon." This news made Yong-won smiling.
Smug face hardened.
He frowned. He immediately motioned for his male secretary to step forward and take over. He waved goodbye to the press and left, letting his representative announce on his behalf. The press conference will conclude here. We need to take Mr. Park Jang-won to the hospital for a health checkup. The representative for Phoenix shared an accurate press release will be arranged and distributed at the Firebird Guild. As for him, he left the scene in a huff. We'll get the details in the car. Then he got into his private car, which started at engine and drove away. In the car, Secretary Kim reported, a few days ago, an anonymous person sent a confusing Phoenix bank statement to the office. Anonymous origin unknown. Can it be trusted? Secretary Kim was a little worried. I can't understand the intention behind sending that document, but the document is not entirely unreliable. According to the investigation team's report, they went back to the dungeon to assess the situation. Most of the participants in the team who died from injuries were not attacked by monsters. Jinhyun's team was the only one that entered that dungeon. So, it's impossible for it to have been caused by another guild. Hearing this, Yang-won understood the problem. He angrily snapped the tablet in his hands in half. So, that means they planted a rat in my personal guard. It seems the Skull Guild has taken a bite out of me. That night, at the Messiah Guild headquarters building, inside the council meeting room, someone spoke up. What should we do about Park Yong-won from now on? Shin Hai coldly spoke. If you want to use him as a sacrifice for public opinion later, then just leave it. It seems you've been acting a bit too much lately. The person being addressed was Sukhaharan. He replied, well, I'm working with the school guild. I'm trying to handle this trouble. Shinhee stood up and slammed the table. What did you say? This is not the time for reckless actions. What happened in the Lizard Warrior dungeon last time? He pointed at the empty chair. If you want to handle things, do it properly. If even Kim Jun gets dragged into this, he'll surely die. Are you trying to expose the relationship between us and the Skull Guilds to the whole world? Ji spoke up with a warning. Although you guys don't care how things operate below, this time's matter cannot be ignored. The man looked at the empty chair. Feeling regretful, Kim Jae-chan, that kid revolved around the theme of having no ability and, in the end, couldn't die by his own name. Shinhee crossed her arms and concluded, our Messiah Guild can no longer cooperate with the Skull Guild. He ordered, stop all joint business with the Skull Guild immediately. Sukahara slammed the table in protest. We can't do that. The guild master is currently upset. We can't follow your arbitrary decision. Shinhai wasn't compromising. He clarified one thing. You probably don't understand, but these words are the master's will. Hearing that, Sukhaharan's brows furrowed tightly. He seemed unwilling but said nothing more. Not Hajiro squinted at Shinhai, wanting to say something but holding back. Finally, the meeting ended, and everyone went their separate ways. The two Japanese men walked together. Sukahara asked in a low voice. Look, Hajiro, what do you think? He lowered his voice. This time's matter is unacceptable, right? Sukahara nodded. That's right. Perhaps it's time for us to go a different path from Messiah. The next day, at Yang-won's private residence, Gujun chatted with him. If it's Jinhyun's team, weren't they a pretty capable team? I didn't expect something like this to happen. Yang-won frowned and said, to be honest, I was looking for a business plan to make a profit after digging into the skulls. Now the story has changed. I have to wipe them all out to feel satisfied. Hearing that, Gujin remained silent. A moment later, he said hesitantly. Then in his mind, he recalled memories from his past life. Park Yong-won, he was more ambitious than anyone. 10 years from now, Park Yong-won brought and sold items to Japan and would then go into exile there. Those who didn't know the full story cured Park Yong-won as a foreigner, but the real reason he moved to Japan was because he was afraid everything of his would be swept up by the Messiah Guild. Even if he turned his back on his homeland to protect his life and property, he can't ignore the current situation. Woo Jun made a request, let me join your personal guard. He stated his opinion. You probably want to use me to hunt them down. But I don't intend to be the kind of person you can use and then discard. These words made In-won laugh. He thought to himself, join my personal guard. Look at this kid. He tapped the table, thinking, Kim Woo-jin, I didn't expect this kid to come here. If needed, even if threatened, he would place them under his wing. What is he planning to do? Whatever. If I can destroy the school guild, his true intentions don't matter. Thinking this, Yang-won slammed the table and made a decision. Well said, he asked. So, what you mean is you'll handle the school guild for me and in return I have to protect you, right? Gu Juan nodded. Yes, if you need me, then you have to do that. It just so happens I also have a debt to repay at the school guild. Yang-won smiled, pleased with himself. Good. That's the answer I wanted to hear. After the agreement was made, Woo Jun left the villa. Calculating in his mind, from now on, all responsibility for what you do. He looked up and gave a meaningful smile. Young-won, you will have to bear it all. Thank you very much. The next day, at Young-won's office building, in the office, he met the president. Secretary Nam reviewed his contract and announced, since the contract conditions have been adjusted to the highest level, I will proceed for you. Hearing this, Woo Jun stood up and nodded to both of them. Yes, I understand. I look forward to working with you all. Then, he left the office and closed the door. Secretary Nam adjusted his glasses. Kim Woo-jin, how did he get into Park Young-won's personal guard? It hasn't even been half a year since he joined the guild. He frowned. I've worked for many years, and even now, no matter how good my resume is, it seems it's not enough for me to get into the personal guard. The president pondered. I'm not sure, but it must be related to something we don't know. Park Young-won is definitely not someone who acts without reason. In the elevator going down, someone asked, have you heard? The kid who betrayed his old colleagues got into Park Jang-won's personal guard. Woo Jun with his hood up stood among a group of people gossiping about him. I heard too. How could that kid get into the personal guard? I guess he was lucky enough to get a rare item. To be honest, I'm a little jealous. Damn it. Stepping out of the elevator, the group still hadn't stopped. Jealous of what? Anyway, he's just a freeloader trying to stick around here. Gu Juan paid them no mind. He took out his phone and dialed the number, a meaningful smile on his face. I can't deny that luck is on my side, but that's not important. The hunt has only just begun. The phone on the table rang and vibrated, displaying the caller's name as Kim Guja. Second answered the phone joking. Who could this be this time? Could it be Mr. Isaac Chang? It must be something urgent for you to contact me during such a busy time. After hearing Gujin's request, he frowned. What a fake ID. Gina was sitting opposite Second, yawning out of boredom. That bastard. What is he plotting this time? Seriously? He heard Second say, well, it's not that I can't do it. He explained, however, it's a bit difficult to control the people in charge of the guild and the dungeon. All right. I'll prepare it immediately. Hanging up the phone, Second shared the information. He wants to use a fake ID to enter a dungeon. I guess we'll find out his intentions soon enough. Gina scratched his head, still looking quite sleepy. But Hung, you don't know the details. So why are you helping him? Don't tell me you completely trust that Kim Gujin guy now. Second smiled meaningfully. I don't trust people. I'm just trying to figure out who his sword is pointed at. That will decide whether he's someone I should align with. Knowing his target is the deciding factor because a person's desire does not lie. Scene change. A white car with a powerful engine is speeding down the road. In the car, a burly man asks, you said Kim Woo-jin is tracking the school guild.
Tom looks at him and nods in confirmation.
That's very possible.
He stated, it seems Parking is also determined to have a proper match with the school guild.
Tyson rested his chin on his hand and analyzed.
Most of the Skull Guild members are also entering the dungeon today, so it will be a good opportunity for both Park Yeon-won and Kim Gu-jin.
However, we can't rule out the possibility that Kim Gu-jin will form a party and create a fake ID. Joe said calmly, I don't care about that.
His goal was singular.
As long as Kim Gu-jin enters the dungeon.
And so the car sped towards its target destination.
Evening at Yongjan Island in Chan.
The dim street lights illumined at a clearing nearby. There was a registration booth.
The person in charge asked, "What's your name?" Woo Jun stepped forward using his newly created fake identity. Lai Zhonghan.
The person in charge began to instruct, Mr. Lai Zhonghan, you came alone, right? Please register here. We don't have a guide in the dungeon, so you can read this instead. He took the instruction sheet, containing the dungeon information. Two-headed ogre floors 2 dungeon difficulty D rank dungeon capacity 61 people entry condition must be below level 40 clear condition defeat the two-headed ogre clear reward none. Yujin was a bit surprised even though it's just a D rank dungeon.
The capacity is 61 people. The dungeon management is also lax.
There's no better place to deceive people in here. He returned to his car, pondering for a moment. I expected this, but this dungeon is clearly a trap to lure me out. Just then, the bright headlights of a car shone directly at Gujuan. Opposite his old beat-up car were 2 prominent white cars.
Someone got out. Gujuan curiously looked at this group.
I expected a few skilled individuals, but this guy is. In Second's office, Ju received the news, unable to hide her surprise.
What? Zhang Ji who? Second looked up. Why is that name here? Ju immediately reported, I've also checked the list. I think he's participating in the dungeon under the alias Jang Onuk. Second asked, is that the same dungeon on Yongjan Island as Kim Gujuan? Gina didn't seem to know who this person was, so he asked, Zhang Ji, who? Who is that? Second reluctantly held his head.
There's a troublemaker among the rookies under level 50. He's a member of the Knights of the Round Table Guild. We're screwed.
Back at the parking lot on Yongjan Island, Gujin had gotten a clear look at his opponent's face, Zhang Zhou.
He glanced at the guy. I didn't expect the Messiah Guild to send Zhang Zhou this early, but come to think of it, that guy is also one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table, they were a group of players who possessed legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur. The guild also included their followers. The Knights of the Round Table fought on behalf of the fallen government to protect those who suffered. Like the Messiah, as time passed, the knights became weakened and became the guards of Park Jinhai. Those who possess Merlin's magic, and they were the initiators of the Messiah. Later, Gujin discovered that everything was just a fantasy. They applauded. The weakening of the Knights of the Round Table was obviously the work of
Poison King.
There must be many Knights of the Round Table who were his victims.
Gujuan silently analyzed.
The Guan necklace that Zhang Ji who possesses now must have been taken from its original owner.
A Knight of the Round Table.
If it's those guys, then they would be capable of doing something like that. They were also the ones who stayed. While lost in thought, he opened the system panel.
Control Stone C, cannot be traded.
Effect improves a skill from rank D to rank C.
It seemed like an ordinary stone, but Gujuan didn't think so. However, it is still a dangerous item for anyone who possesses it. I don't need to hold on to this power right now.
The system sent a notification. The control stone has been used to control a skeleton soldier. Control skeleton soldier skill rank F increases the ability to summon skeleton soldiers and increases the number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned. The effect increases as the skill level increases. Effect increases the ability of skeleton soldiers by 20%.
can summon an additional 5 skeleton soldiers. Gujin got out of the car and closed the door. He heard his opponent say, "We're going into the dungeon. Everyone get ready." A moment later, everyone entered the dungeon.
As usual, the mission board appeared, announcing, "Please eliminate 3,000 monsters to move to the next floor."
A player complained, "What? 3,000 monsters?" Someone sighed. "This is awful. I'd rather kill 1 or 2 strong monsters. It's much easier." Tyson glanced at Geo beside him. 3,000 monsters.
It's not dangerous, but it will take us quite a bit of time. Joe drove his sword into the ground and coldly ordered Taisong, "Good.
It'll be easier to attack Kim Gujin from behind and disguise it as an accident." Amidst this chaos,
Now don't waste any more time and find where he is. Beside them, Shang Jun pointed towards the school guild.
"Commander, those guys."
Ji, who turned his head to look, slightly surprised.
The school guild.
They joined the dungeon dressed like that.
Don't they understand their situation right now? He saw someone pointing in a certain direction.
But he signaled that there was something happening on the other side. So the whole guild immediately moved in that direction. Gio sneered inwardly.
They can't even solve a problem by themselves. Yet they continue to mess things up. What a bunch of incompetent bastards. Then he suddenly remembered Noto Hajiro and Sukaharan.
They were probably warned not to get involved in this.
How dare they disobey the boss's orders? I'll kill them after leaving this dungeon.
Ji, who instructed his teammates, "Don't worry about the school guild.
We just need to do our job.
No matter what happens, we must deal with King Dujin with our own hands." He slammed the heavy sword in his hand down. His face was grim and full of killing intent.
"Inform me as soon as you find him."
His skill is blood poison, so don't be careless when approaching, and you can kill anyone who dares to interfere.
I will take responsibility for this.
In the forest, there was the sound of swift movement.
A black-haired figure dashed by like the wind.
He sighed to himself. I didn't expect to have to attack the Skull Guild right from the first floor.
King Yujun, that bastard. We're not usually this determined, are we?
After running for a while, Sunho stopped by a large tree trunk. He peeked out to observe the situation.
Park Yong-won's royal guards are also participating in this dungeon.
His pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes wide with shock. Because Sunho had seen skeletons fighting monsters.
Skeleton soldiers. It seems one of their members brought a necromancer. How cunning. He looked around worriedly. But why haven't I seen Kim Woo-jin yet?
Just as he thought that, a figure approached. Sunho glanced behind him, breaking into a cold sweat. The figure was none other than Gujin. Sunho's hand was on the hilt of his dagger, ready to fight. He swiftly drew his dagger and attacked Gujin.
Thump!
There was the sound of a weapon hitting flesh, and hot red blood splattered. In just one move, the weapon in Sunho's hand was knocked away, and a long gash was cut across his chest, shattering his armor. He raised his hand to surrender, his voice weak as he pleaded, "Stop.
Why are you suddenly doing this? There seems to be some misunderstanding.
I have nothing to do with the Skull Guild."
Gujin pointed upwards. Nothing to do with them?
The person up there told me, "You're a member of the Skull Guild." Sunho heard this and looked up.
Huh? The person up there.
A corpse was dangling in the wind from a branch jutting out above his head. When he saw the person's face clearly, Sango gritted his teeth and thought, "There's no way that guy could have said that."
They didn't know each other.
They had met in the bathroom before. The blonde guy had given very clear instructions.
Matsumoto has failed. That's why even if I'm in danger, you are not allowed to step in. At any cost, you must survive and report everything that happened in the dungeon to the master.
Remember that this is priority above our own lives.
Bearing a heavy responsibility, Sung-ho forced himself to shout, "What are you talking about? I've never seen that person before. Why are you doing this?"
Gujuan didn't bother listening to his nonsense and continued with another slash, causing him to collapse to the ground.
Feeling his life slowly slipping away, Sung-ho remained tightly. "I really don't know anything." Woo Jun had no intention of getting any information from him either. He said coldly, "You people are more trustworthy dead than alive."
At the same time, the system announced the Eye of Anubis has opened. On another side, a skeleton soldier swiftly passed by a warrior. Two skeleton soldiers with sabers charged towards Jio. He gripped the hilt of the large sword in his hand. Then he swung the sword horizontally, intending to shatter the skeleton soldier's withered frame. But he never expected that one skeleton soldier would gather momentum and jump high while the other slid along the ground. Both dodged the attack.
Their reactions slightly surprised Jio. Both skeleton soldiers did not linger with him.
They swiftly ran off to fight monsters, leaving him to his own thoughts.
They dodged my attack. It's just a skeleton soldier. This is the first time I've seen a skeleton soldier move like.
Suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere.
Guji swiftly slid to his feet.
He held his sword ready, intending to slash horizontally at Joe's legs.
However, he reacted too quickly, immediately retreating backward.
Gujin looked at him indifferently.
It's hard to tell what he was thinking. Joe smiled brightly for having blocked his move. Gujuan held his sword tightly, frowning slightly.
This Jang Jio guy, he's gotten stronger. I didn't expect him to be even faster than I thought. Immediately, he spun his sword, easily withdrawing it from the deadlock.
Gujuan slashed down hard.
The movement was fast, precise, and so swift that only an afterimage could be seen.
However, the last blow did not injure Joe.
His massive, heavy sword blocked the vertical slash.
He sneered. "What kind of trick are you playing, buddy?" Joe didn't seem very happy. "Is the strength I was expecting?" "Only at this level." Woojuan didn't press the attack.
When his attack was blocked, he immediately retreated to a safe distance. He calculated, although I anticipated it, it's not an easy fight. Even though I've reserved my strength for this moment, it's still not easy to deal with him. Suddenly, the system sent a notification to both fighters.
The persistent fighter is interested in this battle.
Jio felt a spark of interest.
It's been a while since I've seen a Halo notification. Woo Jun didn't say a word.
His expression remained indifferent and uncaring.
Then another announcement came.
The representative of the Dark World was interested in this battle. Ji, who stuck his sword into the ground, remarked on his opponent, "If you weren't a worthy opponent, there wouldn't be such an announcement.
You're a noteworthy Halo user to hug. How interesting. Killing you must come with a big reward." Gujuan didn't bother to answer.
He frowned, seriously facing the fight and thinking to himself, it's not as easy as it sounds. Meanwhile, outside, a hand picked up a delicious slice of pizza.
It's all about making a living. Come on, eat up. It's nothing special.
Why bother?
The person sitting opposite Gina said, "You call this not special?" He asked while eating pizza. "Hi, what kind of player do you think Kim Eugene is?"
Mentioning him, Second Face felt slightly displeased.
"Why do you even ask when you already know? He's a player much stronger. Stronger than you." Gina's pride was hurt. He threw the half-eaten pizza slice back into the box. "Seriously, I have feelings, too.
You know, even if you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have eaten it."
Second kick. The empty box is under the table. "Not eating, huh? Yet you sat there and finished 5 pizzas."
Gina flared up, his voice rising.
"I paid for it. So, I can't even eat." Is this really that much? Second waved his hand, signaling for him to calm down. All right, I get it. What are you trying to say? What kind of player is Kim Gujuan?
Putting his pride aside for a moment, Gina shared, that guy is a more despicable player than anyone.
Second was confused. Despicable. Recalling Gujuan's tactics, Gina remarked, he's someone who absolutely never accepts defeat in a fight. If there's no chance of winning, he absolutely will not fight. Absolutely.
Inside the dungeon, black mist rose with the eerie, chilling sound of the wind.
The changing surroundings made Ji look around cautiously. What? The black mist began to take shape.
The system announced that skeleton soldiers had been summoned.
Gujuan calculated. Even if I can't win, I have to summon all the skeleton soldiers. Countless skeleton soldiers appeared.
The most noticeable were the two largest ones next to Ji, who looked around.
What those? Aren't they still skeleton soldiers? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just how many are there? Are you saving your strength to fight me? After summoning the army, Gujin alone rushed forward to attack. Geo focused. Good. This makes it even better.
The clang of weapons clashing rang out unexpectedly.
The small sword in Gujuan's hand could withstand many blows from Gio's massive sword. Behind them, the two large skeleton soldiers began to move. Gio smiled. This is interesting.
He charged in aggressively.
Come on, all of you. I'll take you on.
However, the skeleton soldiers completely ignored him to attack someone else behind his back. Ji, who now realized something was wrong and quickly turned his head.
What? Taking advantage of this opening, Gujuan retreated to maintain his distance. Zhou realized, they're not aiming for me. But by the time he understood, it was too late.
Behind him, terrible screams rang out as a few players were intercepted and attacked by the skeleton soldiers.
An injured team member named Injong cried out for help. Captain, save me. If more skeleton soldiers keep coming, we won't be able to hold on. Gio cursed silently. Useless bastards. He tilted his chin at Yubjin. Hey, you dog. Playing such a dirty trick. Gujuan smirked. Dirty. Where is this dog barking from? Wuan didn't hesitate to provoke him.
Still haven't grasped the situation.
You dog do no puppy. These words enraged Gio. He decided to use a buff. You picked the wrong opponent. The system announced the activation of the Sun's Blessing skill from the necklace. The necklace on Gio's neck lit up. A warm, powerful aura enveloped his body. Wuan smirked triumphantly to himself. He finally used it. At this very moment, a few skeleton soldiers approached Gio from behind.
Before he even turned his head, he could sense the enemy's position. As fast as lightning, he spun around and unleashed a sword strike, taking care of both skeleton soldiers at once. With a loud crash, the skeleton soldiers were shattered, their bones breaking and scattering everywhere. Wu Jin had maintained a safe distance. He assessed Ao's necklace. This is one of the artifacts of the Knights of the Round Table. The skill's effect is as amazing as expected. Now that I've seen him use it, it's time to start the next phase. Without hesitation, he decisively gave the order. Retreat. Gujuan's tactics were so strange that Gio couldn't understand them at all. What? Retreat? And his skeleton soldiers were very obedient. They immediately withdrew, freeing Gio's teammates. Gujuan himself also left. Ji, who watched his retreating back, his mind racing. Is Gujuan trying to run away again because he thinks he'll lose this confrontation? But I need to eliminate him before other guilds clear the dungeon. He turned back to assign tasks to his team. I'll go after him. You guys find the skeleton soldiers and then follow me.
His teammates looked on in disbelief. Captain. In the dense forest, Gu Juan's figure sped away. As he ran, he silently mocked his opponent. Zhangjiu, you haven't changed at all, have you? You still don't care about your subordinates.
It must be because he's so confident in his own strength.
Of course, that doesn't help with something like necklace.
It's an item that can maximize all of its wielder stats, but for someone who doesn't even know how to use such an amazing item properly.
He smirked contemptuously. What a waste.
Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from behind.
Ji, who was closing in on Gu Jin.
He glanced back, calculating for a moment. Even so, I can't ignore the gap in our stats.
Jiu was extremely confident.
Seeing him as weak prey, Kim Yoo-jun, no matter how far you run, you're still in the palm of my hand. As he gave chase, he thought, now that I've used the sun's blessing, you can't possibly escape from me. Because of his confidence and underestimation, he didn't even notice the corpse at his feet.
Gu Jin seized the opportunity, activating the corpse explosion skill of the emissary of the underworld. Earth-shattering explosion roared and scorching flames rushed towards Jiu's face.
Much to his astonishment, black smoke billowed out and a heatwave spread along with the sound of the explosion. The explosion was so powerful that Jiu's team members could see it from a distance and Zhang worried, what was that?
What was that explosion? Sun rallied everyone. Don't panic. The captain isn't someone who can be defeated that easily. We just need to quickly wipe out these skeleton soldiers and then join him.
Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow struck him in the chest. The impact forced him back several steps before he could stop. The system announced, "You have been infected with poison blood." The arrow was an attack from a skeleton soldier.
Soon broke the arrow, saying through gritted teeth. We can't underestimate them as mere pawns to buy time. We'll need to give it our all. Back to the explosion where Ji Hu was.
The dust settled and he cursed angrily, damn it, that dog. He looked around yelling in anger.
Stop running like a coward and show yourself. Gu Juan, hiding behind a tree, came out to provoke him. So what if I'm a coward? It's obvious I'd lose to you in a straight fight. So if you want to catch me, you'll have to run faster.
Having said that, he turned and ran again, luring Ji Hu gritted his teeth.
What?
If I catch you, I'll tear you in half with my own hands. The chase between the two began once more.
To catch Gu Jin,
Jiu didn't hesitate to activate the sprint skill of the immortal warrior. His heavy body shot forward like a blur. In an instant, he had his sword ready to slash at Gu Jin's back. In this precarious situation, he still looked quite calm and casual. Ji Hu thought victory was in his grasp.
Die, you brat.
But he never expected the ground beneath his feet to suddenly give way. The sudden turn of events startled him, and he looked down.
Ha!
Ji fell into a pit, a trap that Gu Jin had planned in advance. As for him, he safely avoided the man.
The accompanying gift at the bottom of the pit was the corpses of goblins. Obviously, what happened next was a massive explosion. Gu Juan didn't leave.
He stood waiting to see the results of his work.
When the dust settled, a faint figure emerged.
Jiu was so angry that veins popped on his forehead, his face contorted.
I can't take it anymore. Stop screwing around. Gu Juan looked down at Jiu in the pit, not hiding his sarcasm. Screwing around. You still lack understanding of tactics. You think I'm playing tag with you because I'm bored.
Meanwhile, Jiu was losing patience, thinking irritably.
There's more. What is he talking about?
He lectured him, forming a strategy based on the opponent's weaknesses, the terrain, and considering every scenario as a fundamental of battle. Someone like you who only knows how to rage and trust in his own strength is just an incompetent commander who brings danger to his teammates. These words made Jiu pause.
Wait, isn't this an unpleasant memory surfaced in his mind? It was when he left a dungeon amidst gossip. Isn't that the famous assassin Gang Ji of the Messiah Guild? Isn't he the only survivor this time? How many times has this been from what I know?
He was clearly surrounded by monsters. At that time, he had furiously confronted the gossips.
Shut your damn mouths. Who dares to talk nonsense? Ha! If you have something to say, don't say it behind my back. Come here, then I can destroy you.
Suddenly, a figure holding a folding fan stepped out from the crowd to speak like that.
It's clear you have no pity for the deaths of your subordinates. He tapped the folding fan on his head, mocking Jiao. No wonder your brain is full of mush and has no feelings.
It's so obvious just from the fact that you camped at a location I warned you countless times was very dangerous. Overwhelmed by emotion, Ji immediately lashed out, wanting to crush Suzuki A's head like an orange.
Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me? However, Suzuki AI was not afraid at all.
He just frowned slightly, watching his movements carefully.
Immediately after, he bent down, dodging Jiao's violent lunge.
Then he smoothly moved towards his leg, lightly kicking his supporting leg up high. Losing his balance, Jiao fell face first to the ground. Extremely humiliated, he quickly stood up, making excuses by blaming others. The others in the party died because they were weak.
It's not my fault.
Then Suzuki Aji affirmed, no, you killed them.
Everyone knows that. He approached, looking straight into Jiao's eyes.
His next words made him even more panicked.
You're just an incompetent commander who only brings danger to his teammates. The memory ended, leaving behind a jumble of resentful thoughts. That's right, I remember now.
Kim Gujin's strategy was strangely similar to Suzuki's, which perhaps made it even more unacceptable.
Whether it was Kim Gujin or Suzuki, he swore he would personally kill them all. Wu Jun suddenly spoke, cutting off Jiao's thoughts and flashbacks. It's time.
Jiao, confused, stood up with his sword.
What are you planning to?
Gwyn kindly explained the trap he had set.
Let me tell you this.
My skeleton soldiers don't need verbal commands, which means I didn't need to shout retreat.
But I did. Why would I do that?
Ji, who felt his brain was too small to understand Gujuan's dirty schemes.
He thought to himself, what is it? This bastard? Did he do it on purpose to lure me out? Gujuan looked at the dump mounted Ji, who sneered. Looks like you finally get it, huh? If I'm not mistaken, the sun's blessing is gradually wearing off, right? Jiao instinctively looked at his system window. Sun's blessing. 30 seconds remaining.
Ji, who felt extremely confused and panicked inside.
How does this bastard even know the skill duration of this item? To cover up his confusion, he shouted loudly. You do? Who the hell are you? Gujuan curled his lip contemptuously. You still don't know who I am. How pathetic. All right, let me tell you. I am.
But before he could introduce himself, the system's voice rang out.
The sun's blessing effect has ended. The necklace on Jihan's neck dimmed and disappeared. The system notified him. On's necklace is going to sleep.
Win indifferently looked at the fool Ji, who looked like the necklace's effect is gone, too. I'm very grateful that you were fooled like an idiot from beginning to end, constantly being provoked.
Jiao cursed angrily. You dog. Gujuan glanced around. Looks like they're done with their work, too.
Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from behind.
Gujuan's group of skeleton soldiers had returned, surrounding the stunned Ji in the pit.
He kindly reminded him, you were so focused on chasing me that you didn't even realize where you are now.
Gujuan explained, this place is quite close to where I first ran into you guys because we were just running in circles. He also had some news for Jiao.
As such, my skeleton soldiers have killed all of your lackeys so they could get here quickly. Finishing his sentence, he patted the head of a skeleton soldier next to him.
Hearing this information, Ji-hoo was stunned. My subordinates have been eliminated.
He trembled with rage. He had never felt so frustrated in his life.
You bastard! How dare you look down on me?
Ji-hoo tensed his body and the ground beneath his feet cracked, activating the skill sprint of the immortal warrior. In a flash, Jio jumped out of the pit, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He launched himself forward, bringing his sword down vertically on where Gujin was standing. Yet, he just stood there as if unable to react to Jio's speed. However, the one who was wide-eyed with astonishment was Ji-hoo himself. His sword had been blocked by a large skeleton soldier.
No matter what he did, he couldn't hit Gujin. He was not at all afraid and provoked. Don't get so agitated. Haven't we just begun?
Outside the dungeon, a car sped along, seemingly in a hurry.
Gina drove, sighing wearily. Seriously, isn't he making me do too much work? He looked at Jio's photo on the seat next to him and ruffled his hair. Why do I have to go check on him?
Earlier in Second's office, he had suggested, "Hey, Gina, I need you to go to the two-headed dog dungeon."
He didn't really want to go. Huh? Why do I have to go there? Second said, I've thought about it.
I'll only be at ease once we've checked on him. Although Gina was often exploited, he seemed to trust Gujin's abilities very much.
We don't need to check on anything.
I bet he'll get out and survive just fine.
Are you really worried that he'll lose to Jiang Ji, who after all?
Second touched his chin thoughtfully.
Actually, it's the opposite.
If Jiang Ji loses just as I predicted, there are a few things we need to confirm for our next plan, he analyzed.
I guess it's the same for Kim Gujin's side since he's a smart guy.
I bet he also wants to know each person's objective. Second thought seriously, just like the reason why we created the fake alias of Isaac Ivanov or the connection between Park Jang's faction and the school guild, as well as, pausing for a moment.
Second continued, the reason we continue to help Kim Gujin despite knowing the Messiah Guild is behind everything.
This is just a small part of the grand plan to destroy the Messiah Guild. As he spoke, he handed over an envelope containing information.
Even if Kim Gujin kills Jiang Ji, it's very difficult to fully understand his true intentions.
But at the very least, we need to confirm whether he will continue to cooperate with us in the future.
That's why Gina took the documents and drove to the two-headed dog dungeon.
In the dungeon, the sky began to darken, and the atmosphere became gloomier and more terrifying than ever. The ground was littered with the white bones of skeleton soldiers. Evidence that a fierce battle had just taken place. Jio, tired, leaned on his sword, panting heavily.
Damn it!
His body was gradually slowing down due to the effect of the poison blood. He was seriously injured with blood stains on his body and was glaring at a skeleton soldier preparing to attack him, and there were too many of them. The scythe-wielding skeleton soldier jumped up, bringing its weapon down forcefully.
Jio looked at it in disbelief.
Are these just skeleton soldiers?
Unbelievable. Bam! The scythe came down.
He struggled to block it, and the shock wave caused the ground beneath Ji-hoo's feet to sink. While he was struggling with the skeleton soldier, a black shadow
passed him.
Joe's eyes widened, forced to be on guard, but the more he did so, the weaker his position became against the skeleton soldiers. A smaller skeleton soldier ran behind him and struck him from behind.
Joe spat out a mouthful of blood, the system announced.
Poison blood has spread throughout the body. He clenched his teeth in pain, a sense of helplessness and resentment welling up inside him. Joe swung his sword, but the two skeleton soldiers nimbly dodged it. He suddenly felt his center of gravity drop, as if he had fallen into a pit again.
However, only one leg was stuck in the rocks. He cursed, "Damn it, I can't move my leg."
Throughout the fight, Gujin had been completely indifferent, observing from the sidelines. He can hold his own quite well against 12 skeleton soldiers.
Now there are only 2 left.
It's a pity I can't increase the number of soldiers with the Master Stone. watching Ji struggle with the last two skeleton soldiers.
Jun told himself. Now that he's completely afflicted by the poison blood, I don't need to play around with him any longer.
Jio felt insulted.
He roared. Fight me. I said, fight me. God damn it.
In the forest, only Jio's roars could be heard.
Don't just stand there. Fight. Time passed until he was exhausted and collapsed on the ground.
He still stubbornly groaned. Fight me, Jio whispered, taking small steps.
I can still fight.
However, the poison had seeped deep into his body, and his eyes rolled back. Then Jio, who took his last breath, departed from this life in the dungeon, dying with his eyes open out of sheer resentment.
The system announced, the emissary of the underworld laughs at your easy victory. The emissary of the underworld has shared some of his authority with you. The rank of the skeleton soldiers has increased. The opponent is dead. Wu Juan walked over to look at his body.
He opened the system, collecting the items on Jio's person. In his hand was a high-value spoil of war.
On's necklace. Equipment rank legendary, can be equipped from level 22 and above. An item belonging to On, one of the Knights of the Round Table.
It holds the blessing of the sun. Effect when equipped: plus 40 health, plus 40 strength, plus 40 magic power. When equipped, increases attack by 10%, increases defense by 10%.
Increases stamina by 10%. Can use this blessing skill once a day. Gujuan was quite satisfied with this harvest.
This was the first time he had obtained a piece of equipment from a Knight of the Round Table.
Anyway, he was planning something. If it's someone like Zhang Ji, who he would definitely show his face, right? To find out more, he used the Eye of Anubis.
A few of Jio's memories appear before his eyes. He was on his way somewhere when he met Suzuki Aji and was mocked by him. I guess it was difficult for you to get this far with a head like yours.
He walked past Jio.
Of course, I'm talking about your subordinates, not you, he replied coldly.
If you're a hunting dog, then buzz off.
Ji, who uttered a threat, added, since I'm on my way to see my master, I'll spare you this time, but the next time I see you, I'll smash your dog mouth.
Suzuki AI wasn't afraid at all. He looked rather amused. I'll be waiting.
Then the image changed.
Gujuan saw Ji, who entered the meeting room of the Round Table Guild.
He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. I am a new member of the Round Table Guild.
Zhang Jio. It is an honor to meet such a great hero.
When he looked up, Wu Jun saw the face of the person sitting in the center seat, and it was none other than Lion. Kim Gujin gritted his teeth in anger,
cursing silently.
So this is your disgusting face. He thought to himself, if the Savior Guild finds out that Zhang Ji who is dead, they won't let it slide easily. Kim Gujin affirmed to himself.
Anyone who supports Lee Se-jun's ambitions and turns their back on justice, I will destroy them all.
Elsewhere, orcs were lying next to each other, snoring loudly. Behind the bushes, a group of people were hiding. A man grumbled in frustration.
Damn it! How much longer do we have to wait? Uncle Jin frowned and reminded him. Shu, keep it down.
You won't catch this two-headed dog by being impatient, he continued.
We have to wait until it takes the bait.
Then we all jump on it at once.
That's the only way to minimize casualties.
Suddenly, the system announced that the two-headed beast had been defeated.
Uncle Jin stared at the text on the screen, not believing his eyes, and stammered, "What? The dungeon has been cleared." Everything was over. Kim Yujin quickly exited the dungeon and casually walked to the parking lot.
His eyes happened upon a familiar figure. Lai had been waiting there for who knows how long. He waved his hand.
"You're out." He asked, "What are you doing here?" Lena joked.
"Oh, just doing some grab driving for extra cash.
I saw some commotion and came over to check it out."
He held up the folder in his hand.
Also, I have this to give you. Let's get in the car and talk. They quickly got in the car and left. Soon, the car stopped in a secluded place. At this point, Lina handed the folder to the side. The boss wants us to enter a new dungeon together. He asked curiously, so, what happened to that guy, Jang Ji-hoo? Kim Yoo-jin didn't rush to answer, taking the folder. A thought arose in his mind. I had a feeling. So, they already knew. He thought to himself in Jang Ji's memory. He entered the dungeon with a fake name and identity. The nose second must also know the reason I requested a fake identity. Yet he still accepted it.
Seeing the other person remain silent, he glanced over annoyed and spoke coldly.
You fought him in the dungeon, didn't you? Was that guy strong? Kim Gujin sneered. Yeah, definitely stronger than you. Lina angrily shouted, what did you say? Still provoking me, you blindfold. Do you need this young master to show you his true skills to open your eyes?
He slowly flipped through the pages. Jang Ji, who alone was surrounded by 12 skeleton soldiers and managed to take down 10 of them by himself. If you want to prove you're stronger than him, Kim Gujin turned to the side, his voice cold.
It's simple. I'll set it up for you right now.
Hearing these words, he became scared, sweat covering his face, and he quickly changed the subject.
Hey, on second thought. A true master should be humble, not boastful. Let's get back to the main topic. Where were we?
He angrily slammed the folder on his thigh. The one-horned fox dungeon in Buckian has been raided 12 times, all resulting in failure. Kim Yoo-jun's eyes were glued to the information inside.
Hunt the one-horned fox floors 2. Dungeon difficulty day. Capacity 40 people. Condition below level 40. Clear condition. Hunt and collect the horn of the one-horned fox. Clear reward title and still exclusive to the one-horned fox hunter.
Lai's face was grim.
Since you finished reading, it'll save me the trouble of explaining. This time, we'll act publicly and use Isaac's identity again. You probably already know why. So, what do you think?
A thought flashed through his mind, sending me to the one-horned fox dungeon right after I took down Jang Ji-hoo.
Then there's only one reason. He immediately replied, okay, I agree.
The deal was made. They returned to the parking lot. He put his hands in his pockets. Silently, watching Kim Gujun's car slowly disappear. A moment later, Leg Iona took out his phone and made a call to report. I just came back from Kim Gujin's place. Didn't I tell you there's no need to worry? A guy like him would never walk into his own death. The person on the other end of the line asked hastily, yeah, right. You're the best. So, what about my proposal? He replied, he agreed immediately and has already studied the dungeon information thoroughly.
Second exclaimed excitedly, that's great, Gina. From now on, you must focus and be on high alert. He continued, since Kim Yoo-jun has accepted our offer, this move is irreversible.
Second thought to himself, I still can't fully trust Kim Yoo-jin, but if we want to go against the Savior Guild, we have to take this risk. His eyes were glued to the headline in the newspaper. Savior Guild granted authority to take over hard-to-clear dungeons within the capital area.
Second mused. There isn't much time left.
Only 2 years, 3 years at most. If no organization strong enough to counter the Savior Guild emerges within that time, they won't hesitate to reveal their true colors. Soon, Kim Gujin had returned to his apartment. He stared at the paper in his hand, memories of his past life gradually surfacing in his mind.
Come to think of it, that was after I cleared the one-horned fox dungeon.
Lee Jun's secretary stood before Kim Gujin, his voice full of arrogance.
I have observed your performance in the dungeon. You seem stronger than the rumors. Do you want to join the Savior Guild?
Kim Gujin frowned, his voice full of annoyance.
If you want to recruit me, at least have the guild master show up in person.
Hearing that, a man immediately stepped out of a car.
I'm starting to like you. He spoke up.
We need your strength to save this world.
Li Jian proposed. Become my ally.
The thoughts continued to echo in his mind.
Li Jian. That was the first time I met him. Suddenly, Kim Woo Jin's phone vibrated. A message appeared on the screen. He quickly opened it to read.
You have been approved to participate in the One-Horned Fox dungeon raid in today's. Feel free to showcase your talents. A hint of surprise flashed in Kim Woo Jin's mind.
Showcase, huh?
The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Just like before, the Savior Guild will definitely be waiting there this time, too. Kim Woo Jin closed his phone, thinking to himself.
All right, fine.
He quickly opened the system, thoughts racing through his mind. I will become the brightest star of the day for you all to see.
Oh no, its eyes are given off.
Kim Woo Jin selected the spiked snakeskin, musing.
I'll need to prepare a lot of things for this performance.
Instantly, the item appeared before his eyes. He continued to be lost in his thoughts.
But anyway, I've cleared it once before.
Kim Woo Jin was excited, a smile blooming on his lips.
This will be the perfect stage for me to perform.
The next day, warm sunlight streamed throughout the Bucking Sports Stadium. The guide announced, "Attention players, please gather.
It's almost time to enter the dungeon." A man spoke calmly.
Are you fully prepared?
Legion replied enthusiastically. Been ready since I was in the egg, he continued arrogantly.
I am the one who conquered the spiked snake dungeon.
A feat everyone thought was impossible. A dungeon like this is a piece of cake.
However, as soon as he stepped into the dungeon, a bone-chilling cold washed over him, making Li Jin shiver.
Well, this cake is frozen, and eating it will make my teeth ache. At that moment, Kang Yanji's voice rang out.
Use cold weather gear, especially the low-health mages and clerics.
Stay alert and protect yourselves.
She warned in a stern voice.
If you get left behind, you'd better fend for yourselves. No one has time to protect you. Try not to be a burden to others.
Kim Woo Jin stared at the person in front, silently praising her.
She seems to have a lot of experience. Sometimes the environment can be more dangerous than the monsters. Legion shivered uncontrollably. His teeth chattered as he asked in a low voice, even someone of my rank feels cold. What's the temperature here? He immediately urged Gina, let's go. He wondered why the hurry.
Kim Woo Jin didn't say a word and immediately sped off.
Seeing this, Legiona also hurried to follow.
Soon, the two arrived at a deserted place surrounded only by white snow.
He spoke in an annoyed tone, wouldn't it be more logical to stick with the Savior Guild for now?
Splitting from the group in this harsh weather, he mocked, what's wrong?
Is it so cold that you've shrunk and can't do anything? Lai became angry and yelled, no way.
He stood with his hands on his hips, panting, his voice full of anger.
My nickname is the Siberian Brown Bear. This temperature is just a breeze to me. Look, does my face look like I'm cold? Kim Woo Jin said, seriously, good. You should also know that this dungeon is even more brutal than the spiked snake dungeon. Hearing this, his will immediately plummeted.
Cold sweat poured down his face.
Tougher than the spiked snake. By how much? He replied flatly. Try it and see.
Meanwhile, the system continuously displayed notifications, equipping a caravan's necklace.
You don't feel the cold of winter.
Equipping the Grim Reaper's mask, you can mentally link with summon monsters. Kim Woo Jin urged, well, then let's move a little to warm up.
That should make it feel less cold. Legina held his head inside. All right, fine. But remember to treat me to something delicious this time. He continued, so, what are you planning to do this time? This is a survival mission. So, are you going to build a defensive line like last time? He quickly replied, "No need," Legina exclaimed with satisfaction. "That's great. Less manual labor." But at that moment, the system announced, "Summon skeleton soldier." The sight before him left him astonished. What the? In a dark magic circle, skeleton soldiers appeared. Their eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with murderous intent, ready to attack at any moment. Legina teased, "Are you going to a ball? Why are these schools so dressed up today?" His voice continued to ring out, "You have a province, but you're so stingy. You only gave them leather armor." But after a closer look, Luigi realized, wait a minute. This is Spike's snakeskin. He roared in anger. "Damn it, we both went through the same hell, but you hogged all the snakeskin." A thought flashed through Li Jin's mind. One set of this armor is already worth a fortune, and this guy equipped every single one of his skeleton soldiers with it. Kim Gujin glanced at him and said coldly, "I sent your share to the office." Lina cursed in agony, "Damn it, that it's all going into that bald old man's mouth." At the same time, Second picked his ear, muttering, "Who's cursing me?" By now, Kang Yong-ji had also noticed that the people had split from the group. "Is it the Russians?" she asked loudly. "Has anyone seen Isaac and his teammate?" Kim Sun replied awkwardly, "Sorry, I was busy setting up the camp," but before he could finish, Kang Yong-ji snapped. "Sorry for what? Did you forget the higher-ups' orders?" She frowned thoughtfully. "Clearing the dungeon is secondary. What's more important is to see if we can cooperate with that Russian eyes given off." King Yong-ji immediately left, but before she did, she didn't forget to remind him. "Finish setting up the camp before I get back. Protect it carefully." Kim quickly tried to stop her. "Why not send a scout? Why do you have to?" Kang Yong-ji gritted her teeth. "Leave me be. If anything happens, blow the whistle. I need to test them myself to see how strong they are." On Gujin's side, a pack of ferocious wolves surrounded them. They bared their sharp teeth, drool dripping from their mouths. Looking at their prey with hungry eyes, the skeleton soldiers quickly charged forward to fight, scattering the wolf pack. Legion and nimbly unleashed a move, slamming his hands on the ground. Splinters of ice shot up, aimed straight at them. Then the skeleton soldiers swiftly brandished their swords and charged into battle with fierce momentum. With each slash, the wolves yelled in pain. Fresh blood spurted out, staining the white snow red. The sight before her left her stunned. "What is that?" Ken Yong-ji was flabbergasted. "Are those skeleton soldiers? They on a whole different level than any I've seen before." Kim Sun whispered, "Captain, what do we do now? Should we go help?" She gritted her teeth, spitting out each word. "Can't you see? This has become their hunting ground." King Young-jae continued, "If we go to help now, we'll get in their way." At this moment, she was furious inside. These guys are way out of my league. Kang Yong-ji trembled with anger, her hands clenched into fist as expected of the player who cleared the Spick Snake dungeon. "I must go back and report this. We have to recruit him at any cost." Suddenly, Kim cried out a signal. Kang Yong-jae whipped around. Her face instantly filled with panic. A long whistle is an emergency distress signal. Something's happened at the camp. Without hesitation, they both rush off. Hearing the noise, Kim Gujin glanced quickly in that direction. By now, the aggressive wolves had charged straight towards the camp. A man screamed in terror. "They've breached the defense line." The people fought desperately, swinging their weapons wildly in the blizzard. One person cried out in despair, "Damn it! Where did so many come from?" The person next to him tried to reassure him, "Hold on until the captain returns." Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps tore through the white snow.
In the sky, a flickering black shadow appeared.
It descended with terrifying speed, heading straight for the wolf pack. In an instant, a deafening explosion rang out.
Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and dust filled the sky. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a figure standing tall in the newly formed crater. A team member's eyes widened in joyous relief, exclaiming.
Captain King Yong-ji shouted in frustration, "What are you staring at? These are just first-floor monsters. Shut up and get back into defensive formation now."
She immediately gave the order, fight, while gradually retreating to the camp. The injured fall to the back on a nearby mountain peak.
Witnessing its pack being brutally beaten, the alpha wolf threw its head back and let out a long mournful howl. The cry echoed through the mountains and forest, sorrowful and fierce.
Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. Then more and more violently, a man suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately leaped onto a nearby tree to observe. That is the sight before him left the man speechless.
Countless wolves were pouring down from all sides of the mountain towards the camp.
He screamed in terror, "It's a monster wave!
A huge wave of monsters is flooding towards us."
King Yinji's face turned pale. Her heart filled with worry.
Damn it! The team's defensive formation has already collapsed and there's still a bigger attack wave. On another mountain peak, watching the horde of wolves as numerous as ants, frantically rushing towards the camp, Legiona spoke up. "If we just leave them, they'll all die."
He was stunned, his voice full of panic.
"Hey, don't tell me we have to go down there now."
At the same time, Kim Gujuan silently recalled last night's phone call.
Second asked Nachong. "I was also a bit surprised. Is that you wanted to find that skill scroll? Luckily, I was still able to buy one. Did you get it?"
Kim Gujin looked at the paper in his hand and replied softly.
"It's here. Thank you." The paper displayed the information.
Force field skill level effect.
Unleash a force field that has the effect of strengthening allies or cursing opponents.
The radius of the force field increases with the skill level. A moment later, the system displayed a notification. You have learned the skill force field.
Kimo Jing glanced to the side and said coldly, "Just watch me and do as I do. It's tiring to explain everything." Meanwhile, the people below were completely surrounded by the wolf pack.
King Yinji's face was stained with blood, her eyes flashing with anger.
Damn it! Now I understand why the 12 previous raid teams failed. I underestimated this first floor.
Suddenly, in the midst of the wolf pack, a shocking explosion erupted. Smoke and fire engulfed a corner of the sky, scattering them.
Someone joyfully exclaimed. "Reinforcements!" She snapped. "Are you crazy from the cold? Who else is in this dungeon besides us?" Kang Yinji's gaze shifted towards the cliff. She had a slight suspicion. She secretly guessed, unless. Back to a few minutes ago.
In his hand was the corpse of a wolf. Kim Gujing coldly flung its corpse down below without a hint of hesitation. The corner of his mouth lifted into an arrogant smile. Very quickly, the system sound was heard once again, activating the corpse explosion skill of the emissary of hell. Successive explosions shook the ground. Thick black smoke engulfing the wolf pack. In just a moment, the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing corpses lying motionless on the ground. Lai rushed forward, the wind whistling around him, causing the smoke to swirl with each step. With just a wave of his hand, the snow under his feet shot up like sharp knives, flying straight towards the enemy. The skeleton soldiers also charged forward wildly, fighting relentlessly with a momentum that seemed to want to flatten the wolf pack. System announces, activating the blessing of the sun. Immediately after, the chain on Kim Woo-jin's neck suddenly lit up brightly. It continued to display information. Open link with the skeleton soldier. Very fast. His body and mind were completely synchronized with the skeleton soldier. As a unified entity, the system continued to report using force field.
You are linked with the skeleton soldier. Mana consumption increases sharply. In an instant, the bodies of the skeleton soldiers lit up. Magic wrapped around them as if adding more power. Their killing intent filling the sky. The dark eye sockets open. A magical vortex swirled, emitting a cold, sharp light that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Faced with the magical transformation of the skeleton soldiers, Leino was utterly stunned. His eyes widened and cold sweat dripped down. He couldn't believe what was before his eyes. They roared with eerie sounds, showing off the power they had just received. Lai frowned, curiously wondering, what is this crazy aura? He looked around, glancing at the remaining skeleton soldiers. This is new. What are these skeleton soldiers up to? A stream of thoughts rushed through Legion's mind. Did that god give them an overdose? The skeleton soldiers roared madly, their cold eyes filled with murderous intent. They tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. One slammed its sword into the ground. A thunderous explosion echoed, and the wolves were thrown into the air. He stood stunned, thinking to himself, no way. They fight like ancient warriors. Kim Gujuan has good stuff, but doesn't share it with me. Kim Gujin transmitted his voice full of ridicule. What's there to be so shocked about? This is just a basic formation for group battles. Instead of focusing on single target buffs, using a force field to turn the sun's blessing into an area of effect buff will be much more effective. In Kim Woo-jin's hand, the alpha wolf's corpse was stiff. He silently observed the fierce battle below. Then, with just a flick of Kim Gujin's hand, the corpse flew down. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification, activating the skill of the emissary of hell. Corpse explosion. Instantly, a world-shaking explosion erupted, its red flames illuminating a corner of the sky. King Yang-jae was stunned. The explosions formed a wall that stopped the monster tide. Is this the true power of the spike snake hunter? Seeing that the situation was saved, she immediately ordered. Their attack rhythm has become chaotic. The opportunity is here. All advance. Scene change. At a high-rise building in the middle of a bustling street, a voice echoed from inside. We will step in to rescue the Savior Guild at the last minute. Second's lips curled up in a smug smile. Exactly. They call themselves heroes. Would they dare to turn on their saviors? Moreover, under the pressure of the media, they will have to repay us handsomely. He stood with his arms crossed, boasting arrogantly, get it? The ancients called this killing two birds with one stone. Just snidely remarked, it's good if it succeeds, but is that even possible? She expressed her concern. The Savior Guild also has many strong players at that level. For this plan to succeed, one must possess strength that surpasses them. Do you really believe Kim Woo-juan is that strong? Second affirmed, absolutely. Based on his rate of power progression and the skills he has recently shown. I'm willing to bet everything this time. Hearing these words, Ju's hand stopped typing on the computer keyboard. She couldn't help but be astonished in her heart. Everything. Ju quickly slid her chair away from the desk. You rate him that highly? He was certain. Of course. So, while Gina and Kim Woo-juan are in the dungeon, Second's voice was filled with determination. We need to protect their identities at all cost. The enemy is in the open. We are in the dark. That is the truth. Back in the dungeon, the sharp sword plunged deep into the wolf's body. Fresh blood spurting out. Kim-sun spoke, his voice weary. Is that the last one? Another team member gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing towards Kim Gujuan. If it weren't for that Russian guy, we'd all be dead. Kan Youngji quickly approached, extending her hand and sincerely thanked him. Thanks to you, our entire team survived. Seeing in their silence, she was startled and quickly tried to smooth things over.
If you can't speak Korean, he replied in a broken accent.
It's our job. Don't worry about it. The two of them immediately turned and left, despite Kong Yangji calling after them. Wait a minute, Lina whispered. Hey, we're just leaving like that. What about our plan? Kim Yujin replied calmly. We just wiped out the largest pack.
The rest are not a concern, his voice continued. Staying with them will only make it easier for us to be exposed. Now that they've seen our strength, they won't dare to shamelessly claim this dungeon as the savior guilds anymore.
What are you waiting for? Let's get farming.
He was startled, his face tense.
Hey, wait. Don't tell me you're going to do it like last time. But the only response Li Jina got was a cold laugh.
The two continued on, exploring every nook and cranny of the dungeon this time. After a long battle, he panted heavily, thinking angrily to himself, damn it, I'm going crazy.
Teaming up with this crazy pervert. At the same time, the system sound chimed, you have leveled up.
The eyes of both of them were fixed on the notification panel in front of them. Kim Woojin was extremely excited inside.
I've reached level 35. I've achieved my goal.
The system reported continuously, the emissary of hell has used his privilege to grant you power. The blood poison skill has increased by 1 level. He reached out and touched the screen, checking the power of his current skill.
On it, the words appeared. Blood poison skill level X skill effect turns your blood into poison.
You can use mana to refine the toxicity and create mystic blood.
Kim Gujin pondered. Level X blood poison and mystic blood.
This will make my plan progress more smoothly.
Lai asked curiously.
Hey, why the serious face?
Constipated. He stammered. No, it's nothing.
But before we proceed to the second floor, there's something extremely important we need to do.
He yelled angrily. What the hell now? What is your plan exactly?
Kim Yoo-jun replied flatly.
Dinner. Going to the second floor will consume a lot of stamina. Lai was stunned. Hey, really?
A while later, a fire was lit and the fragrant aroma of grilled meat spread throughout the dungeon.
Legina picked up a leg, munching away. See, this is how teammates should be. Here, have a piece, buddy.
He glanced over, his voice full of curiosity.
There's something I've been wondering for a long time. Even with an immortal body, you can still feel pain, right? So, in the middle of a battle, could you pass out from too much pain?
He took a big satisfying bite of meat.
No way that's happening. Who do you think I am? Could the Great Legioner really pass out in the middle of a battle?
However, Kim Woo-jin's next sentence made Li Jin freeze up.
Yeah, that's good.
In case you get your guts pierced by the one-horned fox, how long can you hold it?
He questioned, what the heck, man? Did I do something to offend you? Seeing his cold gaze, Luigina quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling. Whatever it is, let's take it slow. Why so tense, man? On the second floor of the dungeon.
The team members were beaten to a pulp. The monster here moved as fast as lightning, zipping past them so quickly that no one could get a clear look at its shape. A man drew his bowstring, his eyes scanning the area. Sweat beat on his forehead.
Damn it, it's so fast. How the hell are we supposed to fight it?
Immediately after, the monster seemed to change direction, charging straight towards him. The man immediately sensed something was wrong, his entire body tensing up with vigilance. In an instant, his entire body was inside the monster's huge mouth.
Very quickly, it disappeared again. Witnessing that, Kang Young-ji worried.
At this rate, the whole group will be wiped out.
Am I supposed to just give up and die?
She gritted her teeth, a series of thoughts swirling in her mind, trying to find the most viable solution.
Is there any way to hold back the one-horned fox?
Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Stopping right next to Kong Young-ji, she was startled, her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening.
Liana, hiding his identity, spoke in broken Russian.
I Russian, spasibo.
I kill fox. Spasibo. Ken Young-ji wondered to herself. The Russian guy, is he alone? Only now did she realize Lina was casually walking towards the one-horned fox. Ken Young-ji shouted in panic, "Hey, wait! Facing it alone is just suicide."
At this moment, she could only see its eyes shining brightly and filled with the chilling coldness that was unnerving.
Despite the warning, he calmly walked forward. The one-horned fox bared its sharp teeth, letting out menacing growls. In the blink of an eye, its figure vanished, leaving only a cloud of snow as proof that the one-horned fox had been there. Very quickly, its sharp teeth were close to Legina. His cloak was immediately torn with a large hole. Lina was secretly amazed. It's so fast. The one-horned fox shot around Lina like an arrow. Its body flickering so fast it couldn't be seen, leaving only a white blur that blended with the pure snow. He raised his hand to block its attack, his heart filling with anger. Just as he said, its damage isn't high, but it's extremely agile. Damn it. Right now, I can only defend. There's no opening to counterattack.
But just at the most dangerous moment, Li Jane's footsteps suddenly faltered.
His body losing balance.
His eyes rolled back and only a silent curse popped into his head.
Damn it, what a great time to trip.
Not missing the opportunity, the one-horned fox immediately charged.
Its entire massive body rammed straight into Legiona. The impact was so strong that he was sent flying backward, completely unable to react.
Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, his eyes blurred, and his head spun in a daze.
In that instant, the only thing echoing in Li Jane's mind was the conversation from last night. Kim Gujin rubbing his chin. In a thoughtful tone, the one-horned fox's attack isn't the problem. Its speed is the headache. The skeleton soldiers will be crushed in one hit, so they're useless.
Using traps to surround it would take too much time, he replied irritably.
You're basically telling me to hold it down, aren't you? No wonder you were suddenly so nice, even letting us rest for dinner. He taunted. So, is that a bit too much for you? A moment later, Legiona's gaze gradually regained focus.
He reached out and grabbed the one-horned fox tightly. Taken by surprise, it panicked and darted away, dragging him along. Legina gritted his teeth, trying to plant his feet in the white snow, but the monster's strength was too great. In an instant, the one-horned fox dragged him across the snow, leaving a long white trail.
With snow flying everywhere, Legina quickly activated the blessing of the river sticks. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard! This hurts like hell, but I've got you now, you sneaky fox." Lina pinned its head to the snow. He put all his strength into his arms, not giving the one-horned fox any chance to escape. The sight before her made Kong Yanji's jaw drop in horror. He's holding the fox down by using his body as a punching bag. But immediately after, her heart sank. But it can't go on like this forever. If no one deals the finishing blow, holding it down is useless. Suddenly, an arrow flew from somewhere, tearing through the air. It shot straight towards the one-horned fox with dizzying speed. The beast immediately recognized the danger, its face filled with tension, its whole body twitching in a hopeless attempt to dodge. The one-horned fox was helpless to do anything more. Its eyes flashed with despair in the face of imminent death. In an instant, the system displayed a notification. The one-horned fox has been infected with blood poison. Only now did Kong Youngji startle and whip her head around. Kim Gujin had been standing there for who knows how long. His hands still in the posture of drawing a bow. Immediately after, the skeleton soldiers rushed forward to assist. She stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down like rain. King Yang-ji thought to herself, are they both really under level 40? The skeleton soldiers surrounded the one-horned fox from all sides. continuing with swinging their cold sharp blades down with overwhelming momentum.
She realized compared to these two monsters were nothing.
This is a completely different level.
Very quickly, the system displayed a report. You have successfully finished off the one-horned fox. Outside the dungeon, the space gates slowly opened, signaling that the players had completed the challenge.
The reporter snapped pictures furiously. Someone asked curiously who cleared it.
King Young Jae of the Savior Guild or Isaac?
The person next to him spoke up. Whoever it is, we have to get an interview.
Suddenly, a car drove into the middle of the crowd.
Someone wondered, why is there a diplomatic car here? Another person exclaimed. It's Isaac's car.
Inside that car, Kim Woo-jun took the horn he had just hunted out of the storage box.
He picked up his phone, dialed the number. Mr. O.C., I want to issue a press release. He immediately agreed. You finished earlier than I thought, okay, but what's the announcement for?
Kim Goo-jin said, just tell the media that if the Savior Guild is truly in need. He continued calmly, then we are willing to donate the one-horned fox's horn to them.
Hearing that, Lee Jin roared furiously. Have you gone crazy? After all that hard work and bloodshed all day, now you want to give it away. On the other end of the line, Second nodded in praise. I see. Good idea. He angrily shrieked. Hey, if you don't need it, give it to me. Who gives it away to the Savior Guild? You people are all crazy. Kim Goo-jun reminded him.
Also emphasize the part if the Savior Guild is truly in need.
He immediately agreed. Okay, I'll do it right away soon.
The news spread rapidly across websites and newspapers.
Isakov, if the Savior Guild is truly in need, I am willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox.
Isaac Ivanov expresses goodwill to raid dungeons with the Savior Guild. Kang Yong-jae of the Savior Guild.
Without Isaac Ivanov, clearing the dungeon would have been impossible.
His eyes were glued to his phone screen, silently praising them. These guys are quite efficient.
The news came out really fast. Just then, his phone vibrated. Park Jae-on was calling.
The next day, Kim Woo-jin was at his office.
On the TV screen, the news was broadcasting and a series of theories were being proposed about Isaac Ivanov's identity. Park Jae-on grumbled, Isakanov, his name has been all over the news lately, huh?
He glanced at the person opposite him.
Anyway, back to the main point. You work more efficiently than I thought.
Park Jae-hong continued, the Skull Guild, it seems they have ceased all operations in Korea and packed up to return to Japan. I'd like to hunt them down to the very end, but for now, this result is satisfactory enough. He snapped his fingers, signaling to Secretary Kim, since you've completed the deal, you should receive a worthy reward. She quickly placed a piece of paper in front of Kim Goo-jin.
Park Jae-hong's voice continued, don't get complacent. Keep training hard. Do well, and there will be more rewards. He bowed his head and stared at the paper in front of him. It was a skill scroll blood mist. Professional requirement emissary of hell level requirement above level 40 effect create a screen of mist with your own blood. He said seriously as a member of my personal guard you must strive to contribute. Kim Yoo-jin immediately replied understood sir. Suddenly a news report on the TV caught Park Jae-won's immediate attention. Breaking news. The Savior Guild has officially issued a statement. The Savior Guild is very grateful for Isaac's sincerity but they will only accept the sentiment instead. The Savior Guild wants to send a small gift to repay him for saving their members' lives. He exclaimed, those damn fools stubbornly holding on to that cheap face will only bring them harm, right? He said nothing. In his mind, an image of the news release that Second had issued for him appeared. If the Savior Guild is truly in need, I am willing to donate the horn of the one-horned fox. Kim Goo-jin thought smugly. If I had stayed silent, they would have definitely used the media to pressure me into handing over the horn.
But that trick only works on those who are considered enemies of the Savior Guild.
A stream of thoughts continued to surface in his mind. Not only did I save their members, but I also showed my goodwill by offering to give them an item.
Now, they certainly can't tarnish my name to protect that noble hero image. If they really need the one-horned fox's horn, Kim Gujin was certain that they would have to pay a huge price.
How much they lose will depend on their sincerity.
Returning to reality, he picked up the paper, thinking to himself, giving me a level 40 skill scroll, it means they want me to grind.
Kim Gujun suggested, could you find me some suitable dungeons to level up, sir? Park Jang-won immediately approved.
Dungeons, a small matter, he said generously.
Contact some brokers and send me the bill.
You don't need to worry about the rest. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips.
Thank you, sir.
At the same time, Liino was eating a snack while watching the news. The Savior Guild expresses his desire to send Isaac Ionov a gift to show their gratitude. They truly are a generous organization, always ready to provide strong support to individuals dedicated to the cause of salvation.
He chewed loudly while speaking angrily.
That sneaky bastard, Eugene.
He deliberately wanted to release that announcement because he knew this would happen, didn't he? He's completely cleaned them out. He gets to keep the horn and gets an extra gift from the Savior Guild. Luigina threw the rest of the snack into his mouth. I wonder what they'll give him. I'm so curious, Second replied immediately.
The summon golem skill.
He was stunned and sat up straight. Ha! How did you know that, Hang? He replied calmly.
Well, they made an agreement before announcing it to the media.
Second's face lit up with amusement. Whatever the gift, money talks. If someone offers you the summon golem skill, there's no reason not to take it.
Lai continued to unwrap his snack.
Wait a minute.
He shot up, pointing at himself. His voice roared with anger.
And what about my share?
I also shed blood, sweat, and tears.
You know, how come I don't get a single piece?
I should at least get 1/3 of the loot. He quickly brought over several boxes of choco pies and slammed them on the table. Here, this is your share.
Second shamelessly exclaimed.
I know you love to eat them. His next words made Legion tremble with anger. So, I brought the whole warehouse of snacks back as a gift for you.
He angrily pointed at the pile of snacks in the corner of the room.
This is a gift people sent because they think we're the representative office of the Russian Guild.
It's not like you bought. So, what's the big deal? Where are my skills and equipment?
Despite that, a box of snacks was quickly opened.
Lai ate like a hungry tiger. What have you been studying so intently just now? Second said flatly. A dungeon purchase order from Park Jang-won.
He was surprised. Park Jang-gon, I thought you stopped dealing with him. You even cursed him out, calling him a petty person who only cares about his own pocket.
Why are you doing business with him now?
And I heard he already has the Phoenix Guild in the palm of his hand.
Why does he need a dungeon broker?
His eyes remain glued to the document in his hand. He said he wants to acquire some dungeons to train his new confidence.
Sounds like he cares a lot about his subordinates, doesn't it? Leg Iona wondered, new confidence? Who? Second replied, it's your best friend.
He was startled.
Kim Gujin. Liga said sarcastically, I see.
The two of you are planning to team up to crush Park Jong-kwon.
What a bunch of scammers.
He gritted his teeth in anger.
Scammers.
People call that knowing how to do business.
That's business, kid. You should ask Kim Yoo-jun to teach you about this someday.
Suddenly, he pushed a piece of paper in front of him.
Okay, this one looks good. Lee Jin quickly picked up the paper. Survival mission. Second asked, what do you think? He expressed, well, a dungeon where the sole objective is survival is quite rare. This could sell for a lot of money. The paper stated 240 hours, floors 2. Difficulty B rank, capacity 25 people. Entry condition below level 40. Clear condition, survive on the second floor for 7 days.
Reward C rank skill stone for surviving players.
Legina returned the paper. Survive for 7 days in AB rank dungeon. This is the perfect place to level up by selling your life. He was stunned. Why are you giving this to me? He looked bewildered. What? Second explained. What's with the hut you're going to? He was like a dead man.
The paper in his hand fell as he heard his words.
If you work, you eat, if you don't. Lena hastily tried to negotiate. Wait, boss. I've changed my mind. This isn't the most suitable one. Also, second coaxed him. You're finally starting to know how to evaluate dungeons, huh? Come on, I'm doing you a favor. Just go.
In the end, he couldn't refuse and had to participate in that dungeon. Legina grumbled in frustration. Damn it, I have to escort the sicko through another dungeon.
Rumor has it.
Kim Gujin suggested first.
Let's take a stroll and check things out, shall we? Scene change. Hansung Group, the #1 financial conglomerate in South Korea.
They became the most influential corporation in the world by sponsoring the Savior Guild.
In the CEO Park Shanghai's office, a voice exclaimed in surprise, Zhang Ji, who is dead. Assistant B reported, yes, he entered a dungeon, said he was going to capture Kim Gujin and hasn't returned since.
Park Shanghai gritted her teeth in anger.
Why does he always do things no one asked him to and own that necklace? She hesitated and then said irritably, well, it was taken, wasn't it? Find it and bring it back at all costs.
Park Shanghai gently touched her lips, deep in thought. Finding someone in the guild to replace Zhang Ji isn't difficult, but owning that necklace is truly important, she thought to herself. The series of failed actions by the Skull Guild initially seemed insignificant, but now it's becoming a headache. It's escalating the tension between us and the great swordsman and the great archer. Park Shanghai let out a soft sigh.
The seemingly perfect alliance now has a crack.
At this moment, his hateful face appeared in her mind. The source of all troubles is Park Jang-won, that bastard. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have eliminated him sooner. Park Shin-hai bit her lip tightly, calculating in her mind. Now he has become the powerful. I have to slowly wear down his forces. She asked curiously, that newest member of Park Jang-woo's personal guard, what about him? Assistant B replied, you mean Kim Gujin? He was so hands. He could barely breathe, slightly loosening his collar. Well, we are trying our best to deal with him, but Park Jang-won is protecting him fiercely, so we can't get close. Assistant B continued to report. Not only that, he is also investing a lot of resources in buying skill scrolls and equipment to train Kim Gujin. Park Shanghai waved her hand. Enough with the excuses. She spoke in a cold voice. I just want to know if you have a plan to eliminate him yet. That's all. He spoke up. We have sent a team to capture Kim Gujin. Park Shinhai said coldly. Led by whom? Assistant B replied respectfully. It's Suzuki, ma'am. A thought arose in her mind. Suzuki Aji is the one who carries Lancelot's ring. So he can be trusted. Park Shin-hai questioned. Where are they now? He reported back. They are currently waiting for orders in Kaesong City. At the same time, on the dungeon side, the system's voice rang out announcing, you have leveled up. You have reached level 40. The emissary of hell is very impressed with your progress. You receive 8 additional inventory slots. Kim Gujin was excited. Level 40. Finally, I can use the gift I received. At this point, Leino was tired, panting heavily. He gently wiped the sweat from his face, unable to help. But cursed silently. Kim Gujin, the more I travel with him, the more I feel like he's a pervert. I'm sure only he can level up so quickly and leisurely. Setting up traps after analyzing the terrain seems simple, but is incredibly effective. He not only knows about the type of monsters and their numbers in each dungeon, but he also knows their exact locations and even the most effective way to hunt them.
He knows everything. Lai's eyes narrowed, absolutely certain. It's as if he's experienced it all before.
His eyes were glued to the paper in his hand. Now, even if I fall into a tiger's den, I can escape with my life. The system's sound echoed continuously. You have learned the summon golem skill. You have learned the blood mist skill. He suggested, now that we've reached our goal, let's just clear the dungeon and get out.
All right.
However, King Gujuan did not agree with that idea.
On the contrary, now that I have new skills, I have to risk my life to grind even more. That's the only way to accurately estimate our strategy.
Leino was fed up, his voice full of frustration.
Oh, for God's sake. After some time, the two of them finally conquered that dungeon. The space gate opened once again. At this point, his legs were trembling.
He no longer had the strength to stand firm and could only crawl out step by step.
Ju cried out in alarm, "Mr. Li Jina, what's wrong? Are you okay?"
She quickly knelt down to support him, her voice full of worry.
"Where are you injured?"
Lai's face was gaunt with no trace of vitality. He could only utter one word, puke. He wasn't bothered at all, his voice cold.
"I have to go now."
Ju was confused.
"Yes."
He face planted onto the ground, muttering, "I need food."
She handed Kim Gujin a phone.
"You can contact him with this." A familiar voice came from the other end of the line.
"This is Secretary Li. What's the matter?"
He said flatly, "It's me, Kim Gujin." At this time, he thought to himself, he's probably in Kaesong. Kim Gujin's voice continued.
"There's a place I want to go."
Very quickly, the call ended. Second silently looked at the phone, a question rising in his mind.
Why Kaesong? What is he planning?
After the gates appeared, North Korea, which was isolated from the outside world, was forced to open its doors to receive assistance.
That place was Kaesong.
A city where entry and exit were unrestricted, and if you could clear a dungeon, you could do whatever you wanted. Therefore, the Kaesong Special Zone became a den for players with criminal records. The entire city was quickly shrouded in greed.
Scene change. Kaesong night has fallen. Darkness covers everything.
An old dilapidated bus clatters and rattles on a deserted road. At this moment, Kim Gujin was in disguise, pretending to be scared of the thugs standing in front of him.
Sohan asked drunkenly, "Hey kid, this is the first time I've seen you."
Just started as a porter.
He pretended not to understand what a porter. He described, well, you know, like a scarecrow who just follows along to carry loot back from the dungeon.
Kim Gujin, frightened, pushed up his glasses, cold sweat breaking out on his face now. Sohan smirked, his voice confident.
"Come on, no need to deny it. Anyone here can tell. You don't look like you've been beating people up to end up here. Did you scam some rich kid? No need to hide it. We're all in the same boat here."
He spoke in a disparaging tone, "But you seem a bit green.
Most of us here are criminals. If not murderers, then rapists. We're outside the law only because of this player tag." So, continued. "It's pretty convenient. Isn't it this identity? As long as you make money, you have a chance to turn your life around. Being a player is awesome. Anyway, your turn to talk. How do you end up here?" He explained.
"I was betrayed by the person I trusted the most. He seemed interested in Kim Woo-jin's story.
Ouch. Betrayal, huh?
I don't know who that backstabber is, but I'm sure you hate them a lot.
A moment later, Sohun turned to leave. Well then, if you need anything, just call me.
His eyes turned sharp, reflecting his current mood. That's right, the price for betraying the whole world. He sat quietly in a corner, typing on his phone, a sleazy smile occasionally appearing on his lips. On the screen, Sohun received a chat from his accomplice.
How are the porters? He loudly typed a reply. No one suspicious.
They're disposable. A while later, the bus finally arrived. The wheels screeched on the ground, the sound echoing for a long time. The driver shouted loudly, his voice full of disgust. We're here. Get out.
At the same time, at Second's office, Lai's voice echoed outside the building. Kaesong is in North Korea.
He rubbed his full belly, casually, picking his teeth.
He really went there. That monster is always doing crazy things, isn't he?
That place is a gathering of all the worst kinds of people.
What does he expect from that lawless place? Second looked at the long bill in his hand, his face clearly showing his annoyance. The crazy one.
He pointed straight at the person opposite him and roared in anger.
Is you bastard. You came right at dinner time to get a free meal, didn't you? He raised an eyebrow, his voice annoyed. I remember Kim Goo-jin mentioned something about sharing the spiked snakeskin. Second, startled, quickly softened his tone. What? Oh, so when did Kim Goo-jin go to Kaesong? Legina pouted. That's enough. You're talking nonsense. You changed the subject because you got caught, huh? Second Fong Kammiz, but cold sweat poured down his face. Why did he have to go to Kaesong at this time? It's really inconvenient. That person is also in Kaesong right now.
He froze.
That person who?
His face was full of seriousness.
There's a monster even more fearsome than Kim Goo-jin. Second continued. He's probably around level 50 by now. At that level, no one is his match.
A thought arose in his mind.
I hope I'm wrong.
It's not good if those two clash so early on.
Legiona couldn't believe what he was hearing and immediately refuted. Stop exaggerating, old man.
There's someone more perverted than Kim Goo-jin. If there was, I would have known his name by now.
What's his name? He calmly replied, You've definitely heard of him.
Suzuki, the hunter of the Savior Guild.
At that very moment, in Kaesong City, Suzuki AI was on the phone. Understood. I'll go prepare right away. Lehman asked worriedly, Is there a problem, boss? Suzuki Hai spoke.
The Queen wants us to take care of the next target.
He was bewildered. Who is the next target?
At the same time, the driver's voice came from behind, full of anger.
Get the hell out, he growled. Kim Goo-jin.
Lee Nin was surprised.
Kim Goo-jin? Never heard of him.
Suzuki Aji said, she specifically told us to be on high alert.
So, he's definitely not someone to be taken lightly.
He gave a sicko panic smile.
Whatever. If there's an order, we just carry it out. He reminded, a new kill order has been set.
So, we need to quickly clear this dungeon and start investigating him.
All right. How are the porters?
Kim Jun reported, the foreman messaged back that there's no problem.
We'll proceed as planned. Suzuki Orge. Good. Then go get ready.
Kim Yujin had overheard the entire conversation. He silently watched them without blinking. Suzuki, I didn't expect to meet you again in this situation.
If it were me from a few days ago, I would have definitely avoided you like the plague. A stream of thoughts swirled unceasingly in Kim Yujin's mind.
A crazed hunting dog ready to destroy everything on the Savior Guild's orders. By the time he reached level 100, his range of activity was limited due to his high level. He thought to himself, therefore, the Savior Guild needs to train another hunting dog to do their dirty work for them. This is a truth I only discovered later. If it weren't for that reason, that bastard wouldn't have come to recruit me directly. Underestimating Suzuki is truly foolish. Even now, Park Shinhai might have already given him Lancelot's ring. If the situation continues, he will become an unstoppable monster. Can Gyujin determine his immediate goal? I must stop that while I still can. Time to enter the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the next requirement is to defeat the red orc to proceed to the next floor. In another corner of the dungeon, fresh blood splattered, mixed with resentful screams. Hearing the scream, Suzuki Hai exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell was that?" Kim Jun said fearfully, "A new porter killed our man and fled." He quickly asked for instructions. "Captain, what do we do now? Should we chase him?" Seeing the wound on the cold corpse, Suzuki's face contorted. He killed him with a single decisive and precise blow to a vital point. He turned the unfortunate man's head, thinking to himself, this guy is no amateur when it comes to killing. Seeing that the situation seemed to be getting dangerous, Suzuki AG immediately ordered a halt to all plans. Deal with all the remaining porters. Lin Bin respectfully obeyed. Yes, Captain. Very quickly, one man drew his sword from his storage box. The blade reflected the dim light in the dungeon. A weapon also instantly appeared in another's hand, gripping it tightly, ready to strike. In just a moment, another one also grabbed his sharp scythe. The steel flashed, signaling that a battle was about to erupt. Immediately after, they surrounded the porters, advancing step by step. Their eyes filled with killing intent. Sohun, terrified, stammered. "What's going on? What are you guys planning to do? We porters don't even have weapons." "Calm down." Before he could finish his last words, he was slashed countless times. Fresh blood spurted out before the horrified eyes of the remaining people. The man shouted in panic, "Everyone run!" However, it was all in vain. A bloodbath erupted, staining the ground red. Cries of agony echoed throughout the dungeon, blending with the clash of weapons to create a chaotic scene that was suffocating. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. He approached Suzuki AI. "They're all taken care of. Can we split up and search for him now?" he said coldly. Running away after killing only one person means he wants to play guerrilla style. He's alone. He'll definitely pick us off one by one if we split up. His plan is so obvious, yet you still want to fall for it. Suzuki Aji gave the next objective. First, we need to investigate more about him. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. He quickly glanced towards the source of the sound. Seeing the giant monster in front of him, Suzuki Hai was stunned. A golem, he confirmed. So, his constellation is the emissary of hell. Suzuki has silently guessed without a sacrifice he can't summon a lich. So this golem is most likely just a diversion to buy time. In that case, he quickly instructed change of plans. We will chase after him. But we have to deal with this golem first. Instantly the system displayed activate skill of the Guardian of the Fountain of Wisdom. Imprisonment. Janek's magic had just erupted. Vines immediately shot out from the ground, extending as fast as lightning. They quickly wrapped around the golem's arms, temporarily restraining it to help his teammates execute their next attacks more easily. Under Suzuki's warning, the underlings quickly changed their weapons. Golems are of very high resistance to light physical damage. Everyone switched to heavy weapons. He shouted loudly, "They're not dangerous at all. Just aim for their legs and we're done." The underlings furiously attacked the golem's legs, giving it no chance to fight. Back in his hiding place,
The scene in front of him made Kim Gujin couldn't help but praise.
They know how to switch to appropriate weapons for the situation along with excellent coordination skills.
Moreover, they know exactly where to attack.
Soon, both of the golem's legs had been shattered. Kim Jong quickly leaped up, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. He raised his weapon high, aiming straight for the golem's head. In a flash, a shocking explosion echoed, and the monster's head was blown to pieces.
Dust swirled in the air, obscuring everything around.
Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out.
Junik wondered to himself, what's that sound?
An arrow shot from nowhere, flying towards him at dizzying speed. In just a split second, it was inches from his face, making Janik's heart feel like it stopped beating. In that hair-raising moment, Suzuki AG appeared in time,
blocking the arrow and saving him from danger.
Junik, still in shock, his face pale, stammered, "I'm sorry, Captain." He criticized irritably, "Don't let your guard down just because he's alone." At this moment, a thought echoed in Suzuki A's mind, aiming straight for the healer. While the whole team was busy dealing with the golem, he was extremely curious. Not only is he familiar with this fighting style, but he's also extremely skilled.
He has long-range attack and summoning abilities. Who the hell is this bastard?
Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out, startling Suzuki Aji and making him whip his head around.
Another attack.
Seeing a black mass rushing towards them, Kim Jong cried out in panic.
Who are they players? Where did they come from? Aren't we the only ones in this dungeon?
Lai Ming quickly drew his bow.
Let me hold them back. Form up now.
The arrow whistled through the air like a bolt of light. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, activating skill of the silent hunter, Scattershot.
Instantly, the arrow exploded in Lehman's hand, scattering into countless smaller arrows that shot towards the black mass ahead.
They whistled through the air, drawing sharp curves as they aimed straight for the black mass ahead. But when the arrows reached them, they passed through as if flying into empty space. The black mass didn't even try to dodge, letting each arrow pass through its body.
Lehman's jaw dropped in astonishment. They're charging straight ahead instead of dodging. What the hell?
The skeleton soldier's glowing red armor shone brightly amidst the thick black smoke like an inviolable flame in the darkness. One lunged forward, closing it on him. Lehman screamed in terror, "It's a skeleton soldier." A sword slashed down. He leaned back but still couldn't completely avoid it. A sword slash grazed Lehman's face, leaving a trail of fresh blood. He immediately jumped backward, maintaining a safe distance from the skeleton soldier.
Lehman wiped the blood from his face, surprised. What kind of skeleton soldier moves so nimbly?
The battle raged fiercely. The two sides clashed violently, the piercing sound of metal on metal ringing out. Kim Jan fought back desperately, silently cursing, "Damn these annoying mobs."
Because they don't have to worry about injuries. Their attacks are overwhelming. He was so angry, he gritted his teeth. I've never met a skeleton soldier that fought so skillfully.
Suzuki Aji quickly deployed the skill of the Holy Light Executioner, Severance. Sharp blades of light erupted, sweeping towards the skeleton soldier, cutting its body into countless pieces. He thought to himself, the skeleton soldiers are mimicking their master's movements.
Suzuki Aji muttered, so that means the one who summoned these must be very strong.
The battle was still incredibly fierce with both sides evenly matched.
He told himself, this can't go on. The sword swung once more.
In an instant, the skeleton soldier's body was split in two, saving Kim Jan from imminent danger. He was stunned and whipped his head around. Captain Suzuki Aji gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't underestimate these skeleton soldiers.
Treat them like experienced players and give it your all."
He instructed, "They're wearing heavy armor, so aim for the gaps."
He replied instinctively, "Yes, Captain." Kim Jong continued to fight, shouting, "Did you all hear that?
From now on, focus your attacks on the joints of their armor." He unleashed a continuous series of skillful slashes, precisely aiming for the vital weak points on the skeleton soldiers' bodies. the teammates behind him immediately began to seriously follow the commander's orders.
Suzuki agilely
Soaring through the chaotic dust and smoke. A cold thought flashed through his mind.
I can vaguely feel him. He's hiding somewhere on this battlefield.
Before that thought could finish, Suzuki AG's eyes suddenly lit up as he discovered something unusual.
If I can eliminate the player who summoned these skeleton soldiers. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a different figure stood silently as if separate from the flow of the battle. He was overjoyed, cheering silently in his head. Found you, Suzuki. Agi instantly broke his feet, dragging on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Suzuki AG's entire body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of him. His icy gaze filled with killing intent. A cold sword strike came down, slicing through the air with a terrifying sound, as if wanting to cleave space itself into. Suzuki Agi stood majestically like a swordsman who had just finished a perfect performance. However, beyond his imagination, there was no cry of pain. Before Suzuki Agi's eyes, only a cloak cut in half remained. The piece of cloth slowly fell to the ground, revealing a figure standing still in the middle of the battlefield. He was stunned, his eyes wide. A school mask. Suzuki Agi silently guessed. Could this guy be the spike snake hunter eyes given off? An unlucky skeleton soldier fell to the ground and skull-crushed dead. Is a door. Kim Jun reported to Suzuki only two skeleton soldiers left. But then he saw Gujuan in his Isaac persona, a blonde-haired guy wearing a school mask. It's Isaac Ivanov, the spike snake hunter. Kim Jan wondered to himself, isn't he a big fan of the Savior Guild? Why is he here? Guj turned his head and looked around, calculating, it's time to switch to plan. Immediately he led the two skeleton soldiers, one big and one small, away. Suzuki AG frowned, feeling that this situation was not good. Retreating. Is he trying to wear us down? He's a necromancer. It would be very disadvantageous if we give him enough time to prepare. Kim Jong questioned unhappily. He killed 4 of our men. What are you waiting for? Let's chase him. Suzuki decisively refused. No, we can't act rashly until we understand his plan. Kim Jan didn't listen. He immediately rushed forward. Wait for what? He's clearly exhausted. Suzuki calculated if we play by the book, once he loses all his summoned soldiers, chasing him would be a reasonable choice. But he hesitated, what if summoning isn't his trump card? Thinking of this, he shouted, stop. It's a trap. Just as he finished speaking, a bright light flared up. And a deafening explosion came from the direction Kim Jong was running. It was Gujin's skill activating the skill of the emissary of hell. Corpse explosion. A cloud of black smoke from that direction also enveloped Suzuki A's group. Lai Min and Jun covered their mouths and noses, extremely cautious. What is this strange smoke? Suzuki ordered. Everyone stay focused. Our vision is currently limited. We can't predict what will happen. In the hazy smoke, a faint figure appeared. It was Kim Jun. The explosion had injured him all over. He groaned, sorry, I was too rash. System announces, you have been poisoned. With both internal and external injuries combined, Kim Jong coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Suzuki Agi saw it clearly and became wary, coughing up black blood. Janzik hurriedly ran over. Just wait. I'll come heal you right away. However, he was stopped by Suzuki's outstretched hand. Don't. His blood has turned completely black. It's too late. Janik looked at him startled. Captain Kim Jong couldn't stand firm and staggered to the ground. Black blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. He trembled in fear. It's just a little poison. I'm fine. Get over here and heal me, please.
Like a final burst of energy before death, Kim Jan used all his strength to run towards his teammates.
I don't want to die a meaningless death. Like this.
However, his wish was not granted because a flash of light appeared. It was the cold glint of Suzuki's blade. He decisively sent his subordinate to the afterlife. Watching Kim Jan fall, he reviewed the information he had. There has never been any information about Isaac using poison, but for him to use a poison strong enough to kill my subordinate almost instantly like
that, Suzuki AG wondered why he didn't use poison from the start.
Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind.
Could it be?
The wound on Lehman's face began to throb and the blood that flowed out was black. Some of the other team members' external wounds showed a similar situation.
Lehman felt something was wrong. I didn't pay much attention because of the explosion, but why isn't this red mist dissipating?
At the same time, Suzuki received a notification. Lancelot's ring has activated its strong poison resistance feature. He shouted, "It's poison!
Everyone, get away from the mist."
By the time he realized this, it was too late.
Junik felt dizzy, his body swaying. Oh no, I'm done for.
He received a notification. You have been poisoned. Your vitality will be continuously drained due to the effects of a potent poison. Not just Junik, but all the team members without poison resistance began to fall.
Suzuki now understood everyone's been poisoned, so this was his main goal.
He used the poison mist to break the guild's defense. At this very moment, a skeleton soldier suddenly attacked him from behind. Suzuki Agi frowned and glared behind him, preparing a counterattack. However, the two skeleton soldiers ignored him and continued to move forward. He realized, no, it's not aiming for me. It wants to kill my subordinates. At the same time, Suzuki also predicted what would happen next.
So that means will.
Thinking of this, he turned around. As expected, he saw the figure of Gujuin as Isaac. The clang of cold weapons clashing echoed. In an instant, the two had exchanged countless blows. After that, the two temporarily separated, maintaining a safe distance.
Suddenly, a special announcement rang out.
The executioner of Holy Light is interested in this battle.
Suzuki was secretly surprised. A notification from the constellation.
It was the same for Gujin.
The emissary of hell is interested in this battle. He cautiously used a power-boosting item.
As expected, this guy is much smarter than that Brutio.
Wu Jun had planned to distract him and finish him off with a single blow.
If I'm not careful, this could all fall apart, activating the skill of Necklace, the Sun's Blessing. Meanwhile, at Second's office, night had fallen and only one floor was lit.
Ju reported, "We've located Kim Gujuin." As expected, he's in that dungeon's second side. So, he really plans to take out Suzuki if that's the case.
He's definitely targeting the Savior Guild. Kim Gujuin will be a valuable ally, but that's only if he returns alive.
Ju sought instructions. What should we do? Second said, Sakar Lee, perhaps it's time we use them. She hesitated to confirm. Are you talking about? Second nodded.
Yes, the very thing you spent months of effort to find the power of the Pharaoh in the dungeon. Suzuki A's team members lay on the ground, breathless.
Gujuin slumped tiredly to one side. His last large skeleton soldier had also been cut down by Suzuki.
He turned back to look at him and asked coldly, "Now it's just the two of us.
Do you have any more tricks?" Blood dripped from the corner of Gujin's mouth. I focused the Sun's Blessing on myself.
Yet the power gap is still this large.
He's even stronger than I remember.
His body was covered in wounds of various sizes, blood flowing out. He blamed himself. I was too confident, thinking I could handle Suzuki alone.
He didn't attack right away.
Appraised him.
You're the first one to give me this much trouble. I commend you. However, you must have realized it too, right? You lost too much blood. This fight will be over soon. The system sent a notification to Suzuki AG.
You have been poisoned.
But then a second notification appeared.
Lancelot's ring activates blood poison resistance.
He looked at the ring.
If it weren't for this ring, I'd be lying dead with my subordinates by now.
He thought to himself, I'm also reaching my limit.
Suzuki slowly stepped forward, still very cautious. If I lose any more blood, I'll be the one lying down. He raised his sword high, preparing to take Gujuin's life farewell. In this precarious situation, some images flashed through his mind. Park Jae-jang-won had warned him before because your blood is poisonous. If you're seriously injured, surgery and blood transfusions will be nearly impossible. So, Secretary Kim handed him something. The boss prepared this for you. Kim Yukjin Park John explained. When you get stronger, this might not be very effective, but until then, this could save your life.
Woo Jun looked at the yellow paper on the table.
This memory was like a lifeline for him right now.
His eyes widened. The skill scroll I received back then.
Immediately, Woo Jun used all his strength to dash forward.
His unexpected action surprised Suzuki. A corner dog lashes out. Ha! Woo Jun wasn't holding a weapon.
He used his bare hand to touch the open wound on Suzuki's body. The system announced the activation of the skill of the Emissary of Hell.
Blood siphon.
The blood from his body gushed out, swirled, and entered Gujin's body. The sudden shock of losing blood caused Suzuki AI to fall backward, but both had reached their limits. The two exhausted men collapsed.
Suzuki received a notification.
You have lost too much blood.
All stats have decreased sharply. As for Gujin,
his vitality gradually recovered. A red stream of spiritual energy circled his body. You have recovered 5% of your vitality.
The bleeding status has ended.
Regaining his strength, Woo Jin walked over to him. A guy like you should be smart enough to realize Lee Sijuan's true nature.
So, are you still planning to follow him now?
He struggled to laugh.
Mr. Isakov, what was the reason you attacked us? Everyone says this world is coming to an end, but I think differently.
Gujin quietly listened to him ramble. With that power, we players can rule the world. That's the real truth. Finishing this game, that's the foolish.
It's going against common sense.
He had no interest in knowing his thoughts, so he removed the ring from Suzuki A's finger.
Lancelot's ring quality legendary usage condition.
A legendary item gifted to Lancelot by the Lady of the Lake. It protects the user from all adverse conditions such as poison, curses, and insanity.
Effect plus 100 magic power when equipped. Resistance to all adverse effects. As soon as he lost the equipment, he received a notification.
The effect of Lancelot's ring has disappeared. You have been poisoned.
Resistance has dropped sharply due to excessive blood loss. Gujuin said coldly.
Truth and reason belong to the strong, so accept that you will die at my hands. The poison seeped into his body, combined with excessive blood loss. Suzuki coughed up blood in pain. Finally, in the gloomy forest of the dungeon, only his fading coughs remained.
The system sent a notification to Gujuin, unlocking the Eye of Anubis.
The dungeon was cleared. A figure walked out and the gate gradually disappeared. Stepping outside, Gujin, in his disguise identity, noticed something ahead. In front of him were military officers into military vehicles to welcome him. The man handed him a walkie-talkie.
We've been waiting for you, comrade.
Take this.
A gleeful laugh came from the walkie-talkie.
So fierce.
You managed to take down Suzuki. Don't you dare tell me you killed him by accident without knowing who he was. Yukjin replied indifferently. What's so great about killing a train-hunting dog of the Savior Guild? Hearing such arrogant words, Second was momentarily at a loss for a reply.
He was silent for a moment, then said, "No problem, but I didn't think you play this big.
At first, I just thought you were an eccentric client. Anyway, I understand your intentions."
This time, it was Gujuin's turn to be silent, but he didn't need to say anything because Second continued to be honest.
"We share the same goal as you. So, when you return from Kesang, how about we meet up to discuss official business?" Gujuin took off his glasses, listening to Second's proposal. "This is a sensitive issue, so I suggest we meet in person. Communicating remotely like this forever isn't good." He readily agreed.
"All right, I have no reason to object as long as the reason is to take down the Savior Guild."
At the city cemetery, a few drops of early morning dew still lingered on the leaves. A woman walked up to a colarium niche.
Ju sadly reached out and opened one of the niche doors. Inside the niche was an urn of the deceased. Along with a photo taken with Ju when she was still a student, she pursed her lips.
Her thoughts unreadable.
Ju didn't say a word, stood for a moment, and then left immediately after. At the same time, in the dungeon, the sky was pitch black.
A fire blazed, illuminating a corner of the sky. Someone put a whistle to their lips and blew hard. A piercing whistle sound rang out.
The hunters heard it and told each other, "It's the retreat signal.
Everyone fall back."
But among them, one figure walked in the opposite direction of the retreat against everyone else. Straight towards the blazing fire. He was a tall and sturdy man walking slowly as if he had no fear.
It was Gina.
His eyes were full of determination and he muttered, "Spasima." The golden ring on his hand flashed. He suddenly remembered the conversation between him and Gujin.
"So you want me to hold that firefox? Are you crazy?"
At that time, he had taunted.
"What's wrong?"
"Scared.
You have an immortal body, but you're afraid you can't stand the heat." Gina defended himself. "Of course not. I'm not scared. I just want to know if your plan is feasible." Gujuin reassured him and threw something to him. "You just need to hold it for 5 seconds. I'll take care of the rest. Take this, too." Gina instinctively caught the thrown item. The system announced,
"You have received Lancelot's ring." He opened his hand, stunned.
"What the hell is this golden ring?" Gujin instructed. "Just take it for protection."
Gina's mind raced and he started to feel scared.
"What do you mean? Are you proposing to me?"
"I respect your sexual orientation, but Gujuin had no intention of playing along with him."
He turned to leave. "Stop messing around. Put on the ring and listen. That's Lancelot's ring.
It can protect the wearer from adverse effects, but it can't protect against burns."
Hearing this, Gina couldn't help but exclaim. "Then what's the point?" Gujuin reminded him.
"But if that fox's fire has the ability to cause adverse effects, this ring will save your life."
"Remember, this isn't a dungeon." Gina felt anxious, sweat streaming down his face. "A dungeon where any crazy thing can happen."
"He promised to treat me to a lavish meal until I was full if I could hold the fire."
"Fox for over 5 seconds. You're so cheap, you dog." After making up his mind, Gina immediately launched himself forward with a curse. "Spasima."
He charged towards the firefox and the firefox charged towards him.
The firefox missed its bite and Gina took the opportunity to grab its neck.
On their first meeting, he gave the firefox a warm neck hug. The firefox didn't like being hugged by the neck like this. It tilted its head back and roared in anger.
Its eyes lit up and a scorching flame erupted. The fox's whole body began to catch fire.
Gina started to feel apprehensive. The fire erupted extremely quickly. He screamed as he was burned. System announces the firefox's flame places the curse of darkness on you.
You have been blinded.
Fortunately, thanks to the ring gave him, another notification appeared. Lancelot's ring activates resistance to the curse of darkness effect. At this point, Gina could only grit his teeth and hold on to the fox tightly.
I'll hold it at all costs and then eat until you go bankrupt, you sneaky bastard. Boom.
The flames erupted more fiercely than ever.
I wonder if Gina is okay.
On this side, Gujuin took out a weapon, blood weapon, learning condition, emissary of hell.
Level requirement, level 1 or higher. Skill quality D. You can create a weapon with your blood. The type of weapon that can be created depends on the user's stats. Immediately after Tajin is suffering. Wujuan launched himself from where he was standing.
He held a spear named Blood Weapon and ran straight towards the firefox. Amidst the scorching flames that could incinerate everything, Gina gritted his teeth and held onto the fox's neck without letting go. The fox opened its mouth wide and roared, but it had no idea that Gujin was waiting for this very moment.
Outside, a newspaper was placed on the table.
On the front page was news related to the dungeon.
Japanese government approves Savior Guild's dungeon conquest. Japan's A+ Firefox dungeon now belongs to the Savior Guild. Second wasn't very happy.
He thoughtfully analyzed for the Savior Guild to hold Japan's national treasure.
An A+ dungeon also means they are holding on to some weakness of the Japanese government. He held his chin.
Since the appearance of Isaac Ivanov, the Savior Guild has started to act more bold. It's highly likely that they have leveraged not only over Japan but also China and the US.
Just then, Ju opened the door and entered the office. Good morning. Second turned to look at her.
You're here.
His gaze swept over Ju from head to toe, suddenly noticing something. On the secretary's normally spotless high heels, there were mud and dry grass today. Jizu immediately sat down at her desk. I'll get the report you asked for yesterday right away. Just a moment. Second walked to his desk and picked up the desk calendar. No need to rush. It's not office hours yet. Just take it easy. He looked at the marked content on the calendar. Today is Secretary Lee's birthday.
He blamed himself a little.
I was so absorbed I forgot to pay attention to the time.
She must have just returned from that place.
Second raised an eyebrow thinking to himself, it's her birthday.
I should give Secretary Lee a little surprise. So he smiled and said, Secretary Lee, let's have steak for lunch. Jizu looked at him in surprise.
Really? Your treat, boss? Did you just get a discount coupon or did you hit your head? Second's integrity was questioned, and he got angry. Hey, what kind of person do you think I am? She didn't explain further. No comment. That night at the Korean International Airport, two figures emerged, pulling their luggage.
Gina was still lost in thought, if Kim Gujin hadn't given me Lancelot's ring, I probably would have died.
He looked at Gujin walking ahead.
I didn't expect that Fox's fire to have such an effect. Having just gone through a literal fiery battle, Gina had immense respect for Gujin, and yet he anticipated everything and prepared thoroughly. Recalling the system notification at that time still gave him chills. The Firefox's name places the curse of darkness on you.
You have been blinded. Gina gritted his teeth resentfully.
I thought I was close to catching up to him, but the truth is, suddenly he heard the person in front of him say, let's go our separate ways. He placed his hand on Gujin's shoulder, reminding him, separate ways.
Did you forget what you promised me?
He turned his head in confusion.
Promise what? Gina smiled smugly. You said if I could hold the fox for more than 5 seconds, you'd treat me to a feast. Remember? Gujuan didn't deny it. That's right.
But in reality, you only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. His cheap trick made Gina furious.
What are you trying to play dirty? 40.9? What are you talking about? It was at least 50 seconds. You like to bullshit, don't you? You punk.
Gina pulled his luggage and chased after him.
Hey, you sneaky bastard. Where do you think you're going? Gujuan insisted for 4.9 seconds. Gina gave an alright, fine. 5.9 seconds. At least you can't back out of the deal. You damn monkey. Gujuan ignored him, still stubbornly saying 4.9 seconds. Elsewhere, someone was reading a newspaper. The headline was, Isakanov has successfully cleared the Firefox dungeon.
This person was no stranger.
It was Park Jang, he exclaimed. Isaac Ivanov, what a character. At first, I thought he was just a clown.
He asked the person opposite him.
What do you think? Gujin nodded. Yes, I think so, too.
At this moment, Secretary Kim hurriedly entered.
Chairman, I have something to report. Realizing Park Jang-won was with a guest, she hesitated. Since you have a guest, I'll come back later. Gu Juan glanced at her.
Not sure what could make her so rushed.
Park Jang-won said, It's fine. Go ahead and report. What is it?
Secretary Kim reported, Yuan George, the person we were trying to recruit recently, has joined the Savior Guild. Hearing this, he slammed the newspaper on the table.
Huh, the Savior Guild? Secretary Kim said, It seems the Savior Guild beat us to it based on Johan's influence.
Europe over here.
Wu Jun was deep in thought. Yen joined the Savior Guild.
So soon I remember it was much later before they started working together.
He reconsidered. Could it be that my killing of Suzuki has accelerated things?
I need to observe the situation and adjust my plans accordingly. On this side, Park Jang-won sighed in disappointment. I wanted to use Yuan George as an undercover agent to monitor the Savior Guild, but now he's an enemy. He crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and then said, We'll have to implement Plan B.
Gujin suddenly spoke up and suggested, In that case, what do you think about the Isaac given you just mentioned? Park Jae-on raised an eyebrow slightly. Recruit Isaac.
It would be great if he joined our side, but I have no information about him.
It won't be easy. Secretary Kim shared some news. According to rumors, Isaac has been
frequently appearing at the black market recently to buy the skill scroll for the White Frost Knight.
Park Jae-on remarked, That's going to be a lot of work. That's a very rare skill.
After thinking for a moment, he suddenly chuckled. So, he's looking for the White Frost Knight skill.
Park Jae-on smirked. This seems to be much more convenient than we thought.
On the other side, Wu Jun also smiled, having achieved his goal. At night, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the high-rise building of the Savior Guild. A figure was standing by the window gazing at the moon when Shinhai approached to report Suzuki is dead along with all of his subordinates. The person standing by the window asked coldly, And the workshop? Shinhai bowed her head and replied, The Kesang workshop has been completely destroyed. Without a trace, Se-young coldly suppressed his rage. So who is the audacious one who dares to challenge us? Shinhai, as if knowing he was angry, replied with a tremble. There's a source that a subordinate of Park Jae-on was discovered using a fake identity in Kasong. It sounds a bit unbelievable, but I think Park Jang-woo's side directed this attack. Sean turned around and continued to ask, So, how did you handle this matter? Shinhai bowed her head as if she had made a mistake. If you're asking about the Park Jang-wang case, she replied cautiously and carefully, then I have already deployed a retaliation plan soon. At the same time, Park Jang-won signed a contract unaware that he was being plotted against. His foolish efforts against the Savior Guild will be the end of him. After speaking, Shinhai turned on the 3D screen on the meeting table. There is one more problem, she pointed at the screen. We have recruited this person to monitor Isaac. Shinhai introduced. He is an ambitious player who has expanded his influence throughout Europe. His constellation is the Emissary of Hell and his specialty skill is Skeleton Soldier. Basically, he can create a huge number of skeleton soldiers, enough to become an army.
No matter how powerful the enemy is, they are helpless before his army. The players who have witnessed the terrifying power have called him the Underworld King, a person who frequently appears with a skeletal horse and a skeletal dog. Yen George, a cold young man with blonde hair and a rather large burn scar over his right eye. Shinhai sat down in her chair and continued to air. Our side has decided to team up with Yen instead of that mysterious Isaac guy. He will be easier to control because his ambitions and goals are already very clear. She expressed her concern. Although Isaac has told the media that he has good intentions towards our guild, we have suffered too many losses because of him. So I will use Yen George to monitor Isaac in case of the worst. Suddenly Cian came over and placed his hand on her shoulder, startling her. He gently squeezed Shinhai's shoulder. That's right. The greater the ambition, the easier it is to control. She panicked and glanced at Sejuan, sweat pouring down her face. Against the light, Sejuan looked 1,000 times scarier than his handsome and polite appearance. He spoke in a low voice. The Underworld King, huh? He looked at the mug shot of Yuan George. I like that name. Then Sejuan left, leaving behind a warning. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Here. Shinhai's spirits sank as if she had just received a death sentence. On another side, Park Jang-won stepped out of the convention center. Outside, Secretary Kim was already waiting by the car. The car's wheels rolled, speeding off into the night. Park Jang-won got in, silently, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Secretary Kim noticed his unusual silence and asked, Chairman, is something wrong? Did something go wrong with the negotiations with the Pioneer Guild? He pondered. No, the negotiations went smoothly. Park Jae-angan analyzed, those Pioneer guys have been wanting to enter the South Korean market for a long time. But as rivals, their pride won't allow them to bow down to the Savior Guild just to do so. So, a deal with us is their best option. Secretary Kim understood this, but seeing his tense face, she suggested sharing the burden. Cooperating with one of the top 5 guilds in the world will give us an advantage in controlling the development of the Savior Guild. Is there something else that's bothering you, sir? He tapped his fingers on the window ledge. Yes, nothing in this world is free. At least he's still a fox. He always has a bad feeling in his gut. If someone eagerly brings him a gift, there's bound to be a scheme. Park Jae-won rested his hand on his chin. Looking outside, calculating in his mind. If the Pioneer Guild plans to play him, he will turn their own pride against them. After thinking, he ordered, call Kim Gujin to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild, someone exclaimed in surprise, What? The Pioneer Guild. That voice belonged to Gujin, he said unhappily. So from now on, I have to work with the Pioneer Guild. Park Jang-won wagged his index finger. No, it's not working with them. It's just having them protect you. So, you can grind freely, he shared. They said they will enter the dungeon in days, so you should prepare well. Gujin could only reply. Understood. After finishing his business, he stepped into the elevator and went down to the first floor. As soon as he left the Phoenix Guild, Woo Juan thought to restrain the Savior Guild. He has no choice but to rely on a third party, but this plan seems a bit too show. There's no way that Deminis Park Shanghai can't see through Park Jang-won's plan. He took off his striking red vest and held it in his hand. Cooperating with the giant guild of the US, the Pioneer Guild at this time. Based on the current situation, it's highly likely that the Pioneer Guild and the Savior Guild have already secretly colluded. Gujuan took out his phone and dialed those seconds number. But making wild guesses isn't a good idea. I need to gather more information first. A few days later, in the area near the gate leading to the dungeon wasn't an abandoned factory. In the waiting room, Woo-on sat silently in a corner while some other members were whispering, I'm so excited to meet the Pioneer Guild. I heard they're sending one of their strongest members this time. Heel felt excited about this collaboration. This expedition has their protection. We're really lucky. Being in Park Jang-won's personal guard is amazing. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a creaking door echoed. Jamie smiled and entered the waiting room. Sorry, these meetings are really long. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Jamie Kim, a member of the legal department of the Pioneer Guild.
Please have a seat. I have a few things to announce.
He started the meeting with Gu Juan's group. So, the Pioneer Guild will do its best to ensure your safety, Jamie said, flipping through the contract. We will set out some terms and hope for your full cooperation. From now on, you will not be allowed to enter the dungeon without an escort from a Pioneer Guild member, and once inside the dungeon.
He growled warningly. Don't do anything. Gu Juan stood up and asked hesitantly, wait a minute, what do you mean by don't do anything? You mean?
Jamie pointed to the cooperation contract between the Phoenix Guild and the Pioneer Guild.
You must be mistaken, he said.
But in the contract, the sole purpose is for you to level up safely. There is not a single line in the contract that states we must guarantee your rights and freedom.
He patted Han Buell's shoulder.
So what I'm saying here is not advice. If you don't follow the rules, it will be quite troublesome for both sides. He forcefully pushed him to sit down.
So sit down and shut up. I'll explain it more simply. Jamie frowned, saying arrogantly, don't even dream of lifting a finger in the dungeon. Just stay still and let my guild feed you.
Having said that, he asked, now if anyone has any objections, please speak up.
I will personally inform Mr. Park Jang-won that the contract will be void.
Due to your side's refusal to cooperate. Seeing no one voice any objection, he walked out of the door satisfied.
So, it's all agreed. We will enter the dungeon in 30 minutes. Gu Jin indifferently realized the opponent's plan.
So, they want to manage Park Jae-won's people under the pretext supervision.
Just then his phone rang and he immediately stood up to answer it. Yes, Kim Gu Jin here. How can I help?
The person on the other end warned.
I'm afraid the plan will have to change significantly. Second held the document in his hand, stopping him. It's best not to enter that dungeon.
I've already investigated it and it seems the Savior Guild and the Pioneer Guild are secretly colluding just as he predicted. He shared the intelligence. The Savior Guild's actions have been quite unusual lately. But to join forces with the largest guild in America is not a sure thing. We need to investigate further to know if they've only colluded with a few members or if they've taken over the entire guild.
Second suggested, how about we just skip that dungeon? If you want, I can find you a safer one. Wu Juan laughed and replied, you're underestimating me a little.
He glanced at everyone he was discontentedly talking to each other and whispered a second over the phone.
You have to enter the tiger's den to catch the cub, right? He yelled back, are you crazy? Walking into a blatant trap like that is too risky. Gu Jin just smiled and replied, if I didn't take risks, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Besides, it's not convenient to talk now for now. Let's just know that they are colluding with each other. Second was convinced. That's true. We need to come up with a new plan right away. Gu Juan took the opportunity to make a request. I only want to request two things.
First, provide me with all information related to these Pioneer guys immediately.
Second, handle the aftermath from me. Hearing these two requests, Second was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he laughed and replied, all right, fine.
If you're determined, then go all out.
I'll definitely clean up everything for you.
Suddenly, where they were sitting, a light began to glow.
A second later, the system immediately announced, you have leveled up. The group began to ponder for a moment. Next, Giant turned to ask Gunku, what? You leveled up again?
He replied with a look of boredom.
Yeah, I've leveled up twice already.
And then he let out a long yawn and said, this is the third dungeon already, and I still can't get used to sitting around doing nothing.
He continued nonchalantly, this isn't so bad. We just have to sit around, and we still make money. Plus, these expeditions end pretty quickly at this rate. We'll soon be going on expeditions with Mr. Park Jae-won. Gung-gu also knew about this. That's right. I heard Mr. Park Jae-won is preparing for his 6th expedition. Ji-hun said with a surprised tone. Really? But there hasn't been any official announcement yet, Gung-gu quickly explained. Although it hasn't been announced, I heard they've already started recruiting key members. Hearing this, King Doo-jin thought to himself, it seems the Pioneer Guild is speeding up their dungeon expeditions to get ahead of Park Jae-won because their plan will be much easier to execute when Park Jae-won enters a dungeon. After a while, the system status window appeared again, announcing that the dungeon expedition was complete. Upon receiving the notification, Gung-gu stood up, stretched, it's finally over. Just then, Sam Oliver approached and grumbled, did I give you permission to stand up? Why are you moving on your own? He fainted. Friendly smile and said, what do you mean? There was just an announcement that the dungeon expedition is complete, which means it's over. Jae-hin chimed in, that's right. We should get along with each other. Why be so arrogant? However, the guy retorted, don't misunderstand. We're not here to become brothers. Let me remind you, in a dungeon, you are not allowed to do anything without our order. This remark made Kim Gu-jin glare at the other person with a resentful look. Early the next morning at Second's place. Currently, he was on a call with him. Being forced to sit still like that must be annoying for you, right? But Park Jae-won is really something because he's so cautious. They don't dare to do anything. However, it's highly likely they'll have a chance to act soon. Park Jae-won must be getting anxious. He released the press statement much earlier than I expected. At this point, Second threw the newspaper with the headline, Park Jae-won challenges the 6th floor dungeon again onto the table. On the other end of the line, Kim Gu-jin said in a determined voice, because it's very important to lay the foundation as soon as possible. He has no other choice but to do so. Just then, someone brought a report for Second to see, but he continued his conversation with him. As soon as Park Jae-won enters a dungeon, those pioneer dogs will show their true colors, but I don't need to tell you that you can handle it. Kim Gu-jin didn't understand something and asked the other person directly. What about the information I requested? He replied while looking at the report. Don't worry, you'll get it tomorrow and I'm sure there will be a lot of interesting information. Scene change. On the street outside, landscaping staff were pruning trees. Scene change. Kim Woo-jin was looking at the other person with angry eyes. It took a while before he spoke. I thought Osin would be here today. Jo bowed her head, avoiding the other person's question as she replied, it's been a while, Mr. Kim. Moreover, she remembered Second's earlier instruction. I have to meet Kim Gu-jin in person at least once. Secretary Lee, is there something you want to say? Ju said directly. I can go to the meeting tomorrow. This made him feel confused. You'll go? She repeated with a determined expression. Yes, this is also important to me. That's why Second avoided him. Back in the present, Ju had come up with a reason to tell Kim Yoo-jin, I'm sorry. My boss had something urgent come up at the last minute. After saying that, she hurriedly searched for something in her handbag. After a few seconds, Ju took out a stack of documents and said as she handed them to him, the plan will proceed as intended. Kim Yoo-jin could only reply, I understand. He quickly reviewed the documents and then Kim Woo-jin showed a look of surprise and thought to himself, this is not only did it contain information about the key members of the Savior Guild, but it also revealed which guilds they were close to. At the same time, Ju felt tense, so she drank some coffee to calm herself down. A second later, Ju shared what she knew with King Gugan. Based on the information we've gathered, the Savior Guild has currently infiltrated not only the Pioneer Guild, but all 5 of the world's top guilds. First, we must eliminate the Savior Guild's henchmen.
At this point, she looked towards the landscaping staff who were trimming trees outside.
In a moment, they had cut down that tree.
At the same time, he turned back to ask Ju, "You mean we should start by cutting off the branches first?" She immediately confirmed, "Exactly. That is the only way for us to see a glimmer of hope."
Ju handed the other person a file folder regarding the previously mentioned fee. "This should be enough, right?"
After Kim Woo-jun opened the folder to look, he was startled with surprise.
Ju kindly reminded him, "The information in that document is priceless.
It contains a list of the equipment used by the Savior Guild and those who are likely spies for the Savior Guild within the top 5 guilds. It includes the legendary equipment that the spies possess." He smiled and acknowledged this.
"I agree. This payment is more than enough." Kim Gujin continued to review the documents.
A few minutes later, he stopped at the profile of a man named Sam Oliver.
Equipment Pival Spear.
Kim Gujin suddenly remembered the guy's disgusting face and thought to himself, "Sam Oliver, the guy who's monitoring me. I've heard his name before, but I didn't expect him to be the owner of Pearl Spear." At this point, he decided to ask Ju for a favor.
"That's right. Please convey a message to the super busy Mr. OC."
She was a little surprised.
"What is it?" He pointed at Sam Oliver's picture and said, "I'd like to place an order." "Same as last time?" Ju, looking hesitant, asked loudly, "Same as last time? You mean?" Scene change. That night at Sam Oliver's place, seeing him distracted, Du Young called out loudly, "Sam, are you listening?" "Hey, Sam, I've been asking for a while now. How many names do we have to fix today? What's wrong with you? You're so distracted." He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was lost and thought today it's one name. We just need to make sure we eliminate one. The other 4 can be killed or spared. It's up to us."
He turned back to tease the other person.
"What? Just one?
I thought you were worried about having too much work to do."
"Good thing I'm on the same team as you. Calling you Lucky Sam is no mistake. You really are a lucky guy." Sam Oliver also acknowledged this.
"Yeah, I heard other teams have to handle 4 to 7 people."
A thought suddenly crossed Sam Oliver's mind. "I thought I was lucky too until Director Naomi called me."
At the same time, he recalled a previous conversation with Naomi. While looking at a document, she said, "Since Park Janu is absent due to a dungeon expedition, let's proceed today."
Sam Oliver had asked her director. "That's not the only thing you wanted to say when you called me in privately, is it?" Naomi also told the truth. "That's right. Have you been taking good care of Pearl's Spear? The person named Kim Guju in your monitoring is at the top of the kill list.
Other guilds have tried to assassinate him many times, but have all failed.
We didn't lend you that spear just for fun. Is that clear?" This remark angered him. Sam Oliver gritted his teeth and thought, "I must succeed at all cost. I've put in so much effort already. I can't let them take Spear back."
A moment later, he shouted an order, "Start entering the dungeon." The system window quickly popped up, announcing, "Survive for 4 days to proceed to the next floor."
After reading, Kim Woo-won secretly observed Sam Oliver. "Damn it, a survival mission.
If that bastard senses something and runs away, we'll have to chase him for 4 days.
And if by some means he survives and reaches the 2nd floor, things will become extremely complicated. So they plan to make their move on the 1st floor. If that's the case, I'll make my move too." Dawn walked over and whispered to Sam Oliver. "Sam, when do we make our move?"
He whispered back, "No need to rush him.
Let's handle it quickly.
Separate him and stage an accident to kill him."
Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. "Hey, where are you going?" The two turned to look. Someone was calling out to Kim Woo-jin.
He didn't answer, just glanced at the person. This look from Kim Woo-jin made Sam Oliver feel tense.
Finally, he decided to give the order. "Quick, get him."
Seeing that no one was moving, Sam Oliver urged loudly.
"What are you standing there for? After him. Quick." Woo cursed in anger. "Damn it." In an instant, the group was surrounded. Jihan felt confused. What's going on?
All of a sudden, Donggu didn't know the reason, so he just replied, "Beats me."
That bastard Kim Gu-jin must be in deep trouble. Besides being a bit suffocating, what could be better than this situation? The atmosphere is getting tense again.
While they were discussing, someone suddenly approached with a spear.
Immediately after, this person attacked. Next, everyone quickly gave chase while shouting to each other, "That damn rat! Where did he disappear to?" They couldn't see him. Huang got furious. "Damn it, we lost his trail. We can't see far because of the trees." "Hi." And Jan loudly suggested, "Should we split up to find him? He probably hasn't gotten far." He turned back and scolded the others, "Are you crazy? This is a survival mission swarming with monsters. If we carelessly go alone, we'll be the ones in danger." He clicked his tongue and then asked, "So, what do we do now?" Huang quickly gave his opinion. "Let's go back first. It's best to ask for Sam's opinion." He quickly spoke his thoughts, "That bastard. Don't tell me he realized our intentions and took off." The other guy laughed loudly and said in a disbelieving tone, "There's no way that happened." After they left, Kim Guji quickly jumped down from a tree. He opened the system.
Kim Woo-jin took out a leather ring, observing his surroundings as he said, "I have had a chance to try this because their guard was too tight, but I can finally use it now." He remembered the previous battle and thought to himself.
The loot obtained from the A-rank Firefox dungeon, the Supreme class.
The system provided information about the ring. Supreme class ring, rarity, legendary, no loot requirement, a ring with the power to help a person surpass their own limit. Its value is a measurable effect. When the ring is equipped, all skills increased by 1 level. Equipping the Supreme class ring, all skills have been increased by 1 level.
Vampiric skill has increased by 1 level.
Corpse explosion skill has increased by 1 level.
Bloody skill has increased by 1 level. Bone soldier skill has increased by 1 level.
The bone soldier skill has surpassed its level.
Bone soldier is now at S rank.
Skill effect: summon a bone soldier by sacrificing the corpse of a monster the caster has defeated. Extra skill effect can summon bone soldiers from the corpses of any type of monster you encounter. Kim Gu-jin looked satisfied and thought to himself, "Finally, I can summon a new type of bone soldier." While he was checking the information, a pack of wolves arrived and, with sharp senses, Kim Gu-jin detected them. Seeing them slowly approaching, he thought to himself just in time, "I should consolidate my strategy a bit." Scene change. After searching for a while without finding him, they started to talk among themselves.
Did he get away? Damn it. This is a total mess. Dunn asked Sam Oliver loudly. "Hey Sam, was there a leak in the information or could there be a traitor among us? How else could this have happened?" The man disagreed and retorted.
"If our plan was exposed, he would have asked others for help instead of running away. No, if it was exposed, he wouldn't have come here in the first place."
Huang Ge looked tense and said, "So, what do we do now? Are we just going to wait here until he shows his face?" Sam Oliver quickly advised him, "Calm down.
Since we're here, we should follow the characteristics of a survival mission.
There's no need to waste energy fighting monsters. Let's just quietly search for him." "Did you kill them all?"
He answered honestly, when things don't go according to plan,
you have to eliminate everything before it gets out of control. Let's move before the monsters are drawn by the smell of blood. A moment later, while moving, Sam Oliver constantly muttered in his head. Just as director Naomi's information suggested, this guy is no easy prey. But no matter how I think about it, I still can't understand the current situation. A few seconds later, he saw the corpse of a monster on the path and was surprised, thinking to himself, is that a monster's corpse? Did he hunt monsters while running away? Sam Oliver was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat as he thought of a possible scenario, whispering, "Don't tell me." Right after that, a loud explosion was heard nearby. Dust and smoke immediately spread to their location, and Sam Oliver figured everything out. Now it all makes sense. We are the ones being hunted. The guy quickly said, "It seems we've fallen into a trap. Prepare for battle." Dujin, having been hit, shouted, "Damn it, Sam. I'm hit. Heal me." The man saw what appeared before him and was scared to the point of sweating, asking himself, "A bone soldier." As soon as he thought that, another loud roar echoed. At this point, Hungu was also getting frantic and yelled, "Damn it, do something. I can't see anything. The dust is too thick." As soon as he finished speaking, he was blown backward. The moment Hungu fell with an arrow in his chest. Sam Oliver lost his cool, "Damn it. At this rate, we'll all be dead before we can even fight." With an angry expression, he slammed his staff into the ground, and it was called Silent Hunter skill, Earth Wall. Just a few moments later, a bone soldier launched an attack towards him. However, Sam Oliver was also very sharp-eyed and had already noticed it, thinking to himself, "Behind me." Having identified its position, he charged in to fight the bone soldier. Very quickly, Sam Oliver was knocked back by the bone soldier. He revealed an angry expression as his staff was cut in half. Finally, Sam Oliver had to throw the broken staff to the ground. The guy looked at the bone soldier with an annoyed expression and said to himself, "I can't believe I have to use this here." Sam Oliver quickly took out Perkel's spear. At the same time that the system provided information, Perkel's spear rank legendary requirement. Level 1 and above. Physical damage 255. The weapon of Pal, a Knight of the Round Table. Wounds caused by the spear are very difficult to heal. Effects. Physical damage increases with level plus 30% basic attack damage increases armor penetration. Kimujin was hiding behind a tree, observing the situation while thinking to himself. Prival Spear, the third legendary item of the Round Table. I'm quite familiar with this because I've faced another player who used Pearl Spear before with its armor penetration effect. Even unique great armor can't block it. Moreover, wounds caused by it cannot be healed for a certain period of time. Thinking of this, his gaze suddenly became serious. Kim Gujin quickly cast a spell, muttering to himself. But a few minutes later, Sam Oliver wore a surprised expression as he saw the scene before him. Currently, all the bone soldiers suddenly retreated, which made him feel confused and ask himself, why did they all retreat at once? A second later, a skeleton monster suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw it, Sam Oliver became tense. And this skeleton monster had the form of a wolf. It was currently staring intently at him. Sam Oliver couldn't clearly see its path and cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's moving fast. The bone soldier was now running at an incredible speed. Out of options, he attacked continuously with a thought. I thought I would have the advantage in speed. Even though Sam Oliver was attacking at his fastest possible speed, he still couldn't harm it. He was so angry, he gritted his teeth and thought, at this point, I have no other choice but to wait for it to charge at me. Only then will it be within my attack range. With Perkel's spear, one hit is all I need. After a moment, the bone soldier didn't evade, but actively charged towards Sam Oliver, making him extremely tense as he shouted in his mind, "It's coming." Immediately, Sam Oliver activated the Silent Hunter's finishing blow skill. He launched himself towards it. Sam Oliver's spearhead was advancing towards the bone soldier. However, it also dodged to the side.
This made him think in disbelief, impossible it dodged it. The second time he was attacked, the bone soldier still managed to dodge. The more this happened, the angrier Sam Oliver became. It's just a bone soldier. As he thought this, he felt a sense of dread. When it suddenly rushed forward and bit his arm, Sam Oliver became enraged and screamed in his mind. How can it read my attacks? After biting him, the bone soldier even threw him into the air. Kim Gujin disconnected. The system immediately responded, "You have been disconnected." He thought to himself, although they have sharp fangs and claws. Beast-type bone soldiers are not stronger than human-type bone soldiers. Human-type bone soldiers can freely use various weapons like swords, bows, and shields thanks to being bipedal, something beast-type bone soldiers cannot do. However, conversely, due to the body structure of human-type bone soldiers, they can never match the agility of a four-legged beast-type bone soldier. Sam Oliver was now on the ground. But the bone soldier wouldn't release his arm. With a pained expression, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, I can't die here. Even if I lose an arm, if I can just get my hands on Perkel's spear, I still have a chance to win." Thinking that, Sam Oliver reached out his hand, intending to retrieve his weapon. But coincidentally, at that moment, someone approached. As soon as he saw Kim Gujuan, he became furious. Meanwhile, Kim Gujuan picked up the spear and said, "No matter how good a spear is, if it can't hit its target, it's useless. I don't know why you're targeting me. But since it's come to this, there's no point in talking further, is there?" Knowing that danger was approaching, Sam Oliver loudly tried to negotiate. "Wait, I was just forced to follow orders. If you let me live, I'll cooperate with you. I'll tell you everything I know. Besides, if you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Frontier Guild. Can you bear the consequences?" Hearing this, Kim Gujin just smiled faintly. Scene changed to Naomi's location. Jamie Kim had just arrived and announced loudly, "A serious problem has occurred, Miss Spell." Naomi replied nonchalantly, "A serious problem. What is it?" He ran over and said with a panicked voice, "You have to see this immediately." Naomi inserted the USB into the machine. At the same time, Jamie quickly reported the situation. "All our agents guarding the gate entrance have been eliminated, but the perpetrator's identity." As he was speaking, a voice from the computer rang out. "Stop! Stop that bastard! What are you doing?" And in front of Naomi was a video clip. The people were firing their guns forward. A few seconds later, Sam Oliver suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, he dealt with the other two. Jamie loudly confirmed, "It's none other than Sam Oliver." She couldn't believe her eyes and screamed in her mind, "What the hell is happening? Impossible. Why would he? Have I been too strict with him?" Then Naomi heard the sentence, "Hey, confusion, it's all done. You better keep your promise to me." It made her so angry she trembled. The man standing next to her added fuel to the fire. "I never expected Sam Oliver to betray us." She didn't answer him, but instead looked worried and thought, "This is bad. Why, King Gujin? If the information Sam Oliver knows about me gets out, I'm definitely done for. I have to eliminate them myself before they find out." Scene change. A car is currently parked on the side of the road. Inside the car, Legend said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to worry about. It's been cleaned up." Sam Oliver looked satisfied as he replied, "That's good. The current job is done. We'll proceed to the next step." Hearing this, the man became curious. "Are you planning something else again? After provoking the Frontier Guild like that? Shouldn't you be lying low and hiding for a while?" At this, the other person casually took off his mask. It turned out to be Kim Woo-jin, who had been disguised as Sam Oliver all this time. He answered honestly, "Yeah, I'll do that. In a dungeon, there's no better place to hide." Kim Gujin recounted his previous conversation with Ju. "What?
I said, I want to place an order just like last time.
She replied with a look of dissatisfaction.
Don't tell me you want.
However, Kim Gujin firmly said to her, a mask of Sam. Returning to the present with an excited look, he quickly took out his phone and said, there's a suitable place for a conquest in a 2-floor dungeon right now.
Liga, get ready. The man pointed at himself and shouted in amazement, me, why? I don't need to hide. So why do I have to go into a dungeon with you?
Ignoring him, he just made the call.
This is Kim Gujin. Has the Frontier Guild made any moves yet? On the other end of the line, Second told him directly, there's no movement yet.
It seems Director Naomi plans to handle this herself without reporting to her superiors. Kim Gujin immediately objected in that case.
We can't say the entire Frontier Guild is involved in this. The man half agreed, half disagreed.
It's not certain, but Naomi's spell is likely the Messiah Guild spy we're looking for. He suddenly remembered Sam Oliver and thought to himself, the Frontier Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world.
It seems the Messiah Guild hasn't reached its core yet.
Even in Sam Oliver's memories, there was no information about the executive board except for Naomi.
A moment later, Second admitted something. Anyway, things have gone off track because Sam Oliver betrayed them.
Director Naomi will try to find a way to resolve this before Parkin gets out. If Parkin finds out, this won't end simply.
Remember to hide well in the dungeon. In the meantime, I'll learn Naomi's spell using Sam Oliver's fake identity.
Kim Gujin casually told Second his plan.
I was already planning to hide in a dungeon. The man replied with a surprised tone, oh, really? Have you thought of a dungeon yet?
He didn't hesitate to tell him directly, of course.
It's an A-rank dungeon in Taiwan named the Ice Forest Bloodbath. Hearing this, Second showed a displeased expression and replied, what?
Why choose that place?
That dungeon has had 23 failed conquest attempts. Because Kim Gujin had it on speaker, Legion heard everything.
He was so scared he trembled, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, this guy must be insane, dragging me into a dungeon like that. Meanwhile, Sek Cham was still protesting.
Do you know that this is the dungeon the Messiah Guild failed to conquer 4 times? And other guilds have already given up on it.
In the end, he just replied quietly, I know. In his mind, King Gujin calculated. Even before I traveled back in time, it hadn't been conquered. If I remember correctly, the number of failed attempts was 43. Many people tried, but all failed. In the end, most of Taiwan's territory was invaded by monsters because they couldn't prevent them from pouring out of the gate, as the gate had a level limit. Even Li Shan of the Messiah Guild couldn't do anything about it. I also can't conquer this gate if I go past level 60. There might be something in there that could help in the fight against the Messiah Guild to deal with the Messiah Guild. The information I already have is not enough in the end.
Second replied helplessly.
With your personality, you'll go no matter how much I try to stop you.
Right. Legion was visibly tense, still cheering for the man in his head.
No, don't give up, Mr. Second. And the next sentence pushed him to the path of despair.
Fine, let's be crazy one more time.
At that, Li Jin could only curse silently.
Damn it, no. Second asked with concern. What do you think your chances are? Kim Gujin answered honestly. Theoretically, it's less than 10%.
The man pursed his lips silently.
He must be talking about the failure rate. He laughed and said, 10%. That's more than enough. Then Legiona turned to stone. Sadly, saying in his heart, it's over. Only a 10% chance of returning alive.
His consciousness was fading, so Legion didn't hear the following words.
Kanuji brought up another matter.
As long as I have Perkel's spear, I'm more than capable of fighting on the 2nd floor.
Second agreed to help. All right, I'll arrange it. Using Isaac's identity will be simple. Do you need anything else? Kim Yoo-jun made a suggestion. How about we use the power of the public to ask the Messiah Guild for equipment support? Even the Messiah Guild couldn't handle this gate, so why should we do it for free? The next morning, news about him was widely reported from newspapers to online media with various headlines. Isaac Ivang's next target is the 2-floor dungeon in Taiwan, the Ice Forest Bloodbath. Isaac Ivang's challenge. Can he complete a dungeon with 23 failed conquests? Isaac Ivanov requests support from the Messiah Guild. Will the Messiah Guild respond to the request for support? If they do, this will be the first time they agree to Isaac's challenge of a dungeon the Messiah Guild had previously attempted and failed to conquer. What will the Messiah Guild say? Following that were netizens' comments, "What the heck?" Requesting support from the Messiah Guild. Is he insane if it's Isaac? The one who once saved the Messiah Guild. It's different. The Messiah Guild is busy conquering dungeons. They will definitely support him. There's no way they'll refuse, right? This is to save the world. Of course, the Messiah Guild will gladly help. A mysterious figure after seeing the news on their phone thought to themselves, Isaac Ivanov is going to enter the dungeon in Taiwan. Excellent. We can't miss this opportunity. Additionally, what everyone was most interested in right now was that the Messiah Guild would support Isaac Ivanov. The fact that the Messiah Guild promised to provide unique equipment to Isaac Ivanov is a hotly debated topic. After reading, Second smiled faintly and said, "Not bad." Li Jana was also present and questioned him. "Second, what do you mean not bad? What good is just one piece of unique equipment? It should at least give us legendary equipment. We're going to complete a dungeon they failed to conquer." The man wasn't angry. Instead, he explained in a low voice, "You don't understand. This isn't a simple matter. With this situation, the Messiah Guild will have to give us an expensive item to save face. But most importantly, this has set a precedent." The man didn't understand and asked, "Prek? What do you mean?"
Just then, Ju arrived with the suitcase and chimed in, "It's exactly as it sounds.
The price for completing a 2-floor, a plus-ranked dungeon that the Messiah Guild failed to conquer is one unique item.
If someone conquers a more difficult dungeon for the Messiah Guild, they can't just pay with unique equipment anymore."
Legion was startled and replied, "Now that you put it that way, I understand.
It means from now on, we can get legendary equipment by completing 3-floor or higher dungeons that the Messiah Guild has failed to conquer." At this point, Second had to praise her intelligence as expected of Secretary Lee. "You explained it in one sentence and made Jean understand."
Here is the detailed travel itinerary range for Sam Oliver and the associated cost.
At the same time, Ju also reported the detailed situation to him. "We followed your instructions and leaked clues for the Frontier Guild to follow Sam Oliver's trail.
This should save us a lot of time." Second listened and replied happily, "Good, well done. We should be on our way soon. Shouldn't we?" He saw the suitcase and became curious. Secretary Lee, are you working outside today?" Ju smiled and pushed the suitcase towards Li Jana. Second pointed at him and said with an annoyed tone, "Who are you kidding? Why would Secretary Lee go there?"
"You, Jana, are the one who has to go to the dungeon in Taiwan."
Li Jana shouted in panic. "What? Right now?" Scene changed that night at Liga's place. He was showing a document to the other person with the content Ice Forest Bloodbath. Number of floors 2. Difficulty A+. Maximum entry 80. Requirement level 60 or below. Completion condition.
Defeat the aggressors in the Ice Forest.
Completion reward C, attach list. Legion said with a sarcastic tone, "Wow, we have quite an influence, don't we?"
After the Messiah Guild failed, no one dared to challenge this dungeon. But as soon as you spoke up, a whole bunch of people quickly gathered.
Don't you find that interesting?
Kim Gujin gently placed the document on the table and replied, "Most of the participants are players from guilds that have failed to conquer this dungeon before. From the outside, it looks like they've come to avenge their fallen comrades, but not everyone comes with good intentions.
A dungeon with a maximum entry of 80 people.
Which has been failed 23 times. That means the equipment of nearly 2,000 players is buried in there. Among them, there must be at least one piece of legendary equipment. I'm sure there are those who are more interested in personal gain than in conquering the dungeon." Suddenly, Secretary Choi entered and reminded him, "Please prepare.
There's 1 hour left before we enter the dungeon." Kim Gujin didn't speak. He just waved his hand as a signal. Then, seeing Kim Gujin stand up, the man quickly ran over and asked, "Mr. Isakov, do you need anything?" Seeing Kim Gujin whisper into Secretary Cho's ear, Lee Jin was scared to the point of sweating and thought to himself, "This bastard, what is he planning to do?" A few seconds later, with a panicked expression, Secretary Choi suddenly shouted, "What? You're going to do that personally?" King Jun didn't answer, just calmly walked outside. Scene changed in Naomi's place. After the other person reported, she angrily slammed the table. "Impossible. What do you mean the leads have disappeared?" Jamie stood beside her trying to explain to Naomi. "Based on what we've seen, it's clear Sam Oliver has support. Even our intelligence can't track his location." She was completely surprised by this information. Support? How annoying. She gritted her teeth and ordered, "Do whatever it takes to locate both Sam and Kim Gujin. If that's not possible, kill them." Naomi was determined to job him. "I can't let them meet Park Yong-won." Early the next morning at Second's office, Ju found him. "There's a problem." He looked surprised. "What kind of problem?" However, she just replied, "I think it's best if you see for yourself." Ju showed Second his speech with the title Isakov's surprise statement in Taiwan. And the person on the podium was Kim Woo-jin, with Secretary Choi next to him reading the translation. I will now translate Isaac Ivanov's statement. Thank you all for participating in this conquest. I am honored to accompany you, but I have only one goal, and that is to end this to save the world. I will do everything to achieve this goal. So don't get in my way. She quickly asked for Second's opinion. What should we do now? This wasn't in the plan. Blocking this video is very difficult because it is already spread all over the world. He gritted his teeth in anger and replied he won't forgive anyone who gets in his way. This is clearly a declaration of war from him. This guy knows how to hunt red. Scene changed to inside the dungeon where there are many people. Jungkook said loudly, "Don't get in his way." Damn it. Does he think we're just a burden? Sejang standing next to him quickly added, "If it's Isaac, that makes sense. He's on a completely different level." Jungkook asked loudly again. How can you be so sure? So he answered honestly. I saw it with my own eyes in the Firefox dungeon. It's indescribable. Next time, see for yourself. They're monsters at the front. Legion looked annoyed and whispered to him. Hey, Kim Gujin, why did you do that? Everyone is staring at us. Because of your unnecessary provocation. Kim Gujin remained calm. There are those who cannot be convinced with just gentle words. He glanced at them again and listed him, especially those who gathered to take the equipment of the dead players. The only way to deal with that type of person is to display your power and crush their will. Right after that, King Gujin summoned a bone soldier and the system responded, "You have summoned a bone soldier." He gently placed his hand on the bone soldier's head. At the same time, the other bone soldiers were also at work. At this point, King Yujin whispered into Legion's ear. So they won't dare to do anything. Bosm saw the scene and became furious, thinking to himself. So this is Isaac's rumored bone soldier. This is crazy. I have to collect that equipment before he finds out. With that thought, he loudly ordered, "Let's move. Let's start searching over there before it gets dark." Very quickly, night fell. That night, they decided to light a fire and rest in the forest. They constantly discussed Isaac Ganov. He's truly a monster. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it.
I was annoyed when he said not to get in his way, but now I know why. I told you trying to help would only get in his way. Then DJ Oak turned to Boss Kim and asked, "Boss, we've been searching all day, but we've only found the bodies of 2 players who came here." The man offered his speculation. Initially, I suspected that other guilds might have taken the equipment, but after searching all day, I've come to a different conclusion. Although there are many monsters on the first floor, I haven't seen any strong ones. In other words, it's highly likely that players level 50 and above didn't die here. What we're looking for must be on the second floor. The man quickly offered his guess, so Van Gogh's necklace is on the second floor. Before he could finish, Shanho interrupted, "Be quiet." The next second, he suddenly jumped up high. This action by Chanho drew everyone's attention. He spotted a skeleton on a tree branch. Jinho stood on the branch and looked around, thinking to himself, "I clearly heard a noise from here. Did I mishar it next?" He kicked it aside and grumbled, "What's with the skeleton down below?" Boss Kim felt confused. "What's going on?" Shanho immediately landed, bringing the skeleton with him, and said, "Sorry. It must have been the sound of this thing swaying in the wind." After saying that, he threw the skeleton at the base of a tree. The guy ignored it and continued to plan. "We have to get that equipment for the Cunning Guild, even if it means going against Isaac." It turned out that the skeleton was Kim Gujuan's bone soldier. He smirked slightly. "I placed a bone soldier there just in case, and I've already gathered useful information." Van Gogh's necklace, huh? I have no memory of this, but if the Conling Guild from China, one of the 5 largest guilds, send a team to it. It means at this point he decided to disconnect and the system confirmed. "You are disconnecting." Kim Gujin received something else and thought to himself, "This thing is definitely not an ordinary piece of equipment." Seeing it slowly disintegrate, Kim Gujin felt puzzled and thought, "Although I don't know what effects it has, I must get Go's necklace." Leon was anxious and asked him loudly, "Damn it, this is taking longer than we expected. Don't tell me we're the only ones fighting while the rest are all doing other things." Kim Gujin confirmed, "Your guess is correct because more than half of them are ghouls craving the treasures of the dead." The man held his head in frustration and replied, "I was happy when I saw so many players gathering, but in the end, we have to carry everything ourselves. When will I ever get a rest?" He let the other person know some information. "When we get to the second floor, we'll have some time to rest." Legend's face lit up. "Really? Why are you being so nice all of a sudden?" However, he remained silent and didn't answer. A moment later, the system announced, "You have entered the second floor of the dungeon." As soon as they entered, they were met with a fierce storm. Hammy was annoyed by the harsh climate here and grumbled to himself, "Damn it, it's colder on the second floor than I thought." Jungkook was so cold he was shivering and complained loudly, "My limbs are stiff from the cold. How am I supposed to fight like this?" Boss Kim also felt uncomfortable and said to himself, "The temperature here is really low. But this chilling sensation isn't just from the cold. It's from the terror radiated by a monster." Even Lai Jana was shivering from the cold and whispered to Kim Gujin, "Terror? Impossible. I don't see any monsters around here. There's no way a monster in a 2-floor dungeon could radiate so much terror." He told him, "Honestly, this might be harder than I thought." On the other hand, Kim Woojin was still analyzing in his mind, a living creature's body will be paralyzed when exposed to the terror a monster radiates. Although this doesn't last long, in a life or death battle, even a split second means death. Since this is a 2-floor dungeon, it can't be a dragon. But besides dragons, there aren't many monster species that use terror.
Could there be a monster so strong that its terror can be felt from such a distance? A moment later, Mike spoke up. My guild will scout the surrounding area first.
His men immediately agreed.
That's right. Let's check the surroundings first.
Seeing everyone leaving together, Legion felt confused and thought to himself.
Check my ass.
That's called treasure hunting.
What a bunch of hungry ghouls.
He turned to urge him.
Are you just going to let them be like that? Aren't you afraid of our combat forces being scattered? Kimuji didn't pay much attention to them and just replied, those types of guys are useless in a fight anyway. It's better to plan as if they don't exist. Hearing that, Li Jin agreed. You have a point. He then ordered the others.
Let's move to scene change.
Everyone started to go deeper into the forest. After searching for a while, Chanho reported loudly, Boss, it's not here. Boss Kim immediately replied, this corpse doesn't have it either. Let's move to another spot. At the same time, someone was secretly watching them. That person was currently standing behind a tree. This person was Mike.
He looked dissatisfied and thought, someone got here faster.
We have to hurry. In a flash, Mike returned to his team and ordered loudly, check them. Following his order, everyone opened their system window to check their storage.
And when they found equipment, Jungkook said excitedly, Captain, there's a bunch of equipment here.
Look, Ti Huang found some, too. This one has some, too. This made Mike feel confused, and he thought to himself, they didn't touch this equipment? They must be looking for something specific. Who are they anyway?
He ordered his team members loudly.
All right. Take that stuff. It's likely many others are getting ahead of us. Let's move as fast as possible. We can't let them beat us to it. Scene changed to Legion's location.
He was looking at Kim Gujin with a disappointed expression. Seeing him checking a corpse, Legion grumbled angrily to himself just a moment ago.
He was saying all sorts of things about ghouls.
And now he's checking corpses back and forth. The system displayed a notification.
The Eye of Anubis is closing.
At this moment, Kim Woo-jun also had some gains.
I finally found a member of the Conling Guild. The comrades who lived and died with him died in the west. He beckoned Li Jin to go with him. This way, follow me. Although somewhat reluctant, he quickly followed.
And when he saw Kim Gujin checking corpses again, he gritted his teeth and cursed silently.
Damn it, what the hell is this bastard planning to do? Then they quickly moved on again. As before, he checked the body.
At this point, Kim Gujin decided to open the Eye of Anubis again. The system announced the Eye of Anubis is opening. At the same time, Boss Kim was surrounded by monsters and screamed in frustration.
Why is this type of monster in a 2-floor dungeon? This is absurd. Everyone run.
In the end, only he remained to fight the monster.
Amidst its roars, Boss Kim successfully made the monster bleed.
Meanwhile, the ring was suddenly dropped. And what's more, it landed on the monster's horn. Due to carelessness, he was knocked backward by the monster.
Boss Kim fell head first into the snow.
While his vision was still blurry, he looked towards the monster and said with a regretful tone, Kunlun's treasure, Van Gogh's necklace. I have to inform the brothers.
Scene changed to Kim Gujin's location. He closed his eye.
The system immediately confirmed the Eye of Anubis is closing. In his mind, King Gujuin muttered to himself, I've gathered enough information.
Liga walked up in front of him.
He expressed his dissatisfaction loudly.
I don't need to know how good the item is. How can you be so disrespectful to the dead? I've been trying to hold it in. Kim Gujin suddenly called his name. Li Jina. He became even angrier and shouted, what was I wrong? Even Mr. Second, who loves free stuff, wouldn't act like you. Kim Gujin just quietly praised him. You're quite kind-hearted. This compliment left Lee Jin stunned and he unconsciously replied with a surprised, huh?
Kim Gu-jin casually built a grave out of stones. He explained his plan to the other. Alright, I'll explain the plan before the battle begins.
This statement confused him. Huh? A plan?
As soon as he finished his sentence, Kim Gu-jin quickly cast a spell.
In a flash, the skeleton of a sawtooth wolf appeared before him. Completely horrifying. Liga, this is the system, quickly responded. A sawtooth wolf has been resurrected as a bone soldier.
He suddenly changed his attitude, became friendly, and made a suggestion.
Can I ride this one? Kim Gu-jin also agreed. Of course, you can.
As soon as he got on its back, Lee Jin said excitedly, "This is awesome.
When did you prepare this?"
Then, when he held Perkel's spear in his hand, he couldn't believe his eyes.
I thought you could only summon human-type bone soldiers. Ha! A spear. The system immediately provided information about it. Pearl Spear quality legendary requirement level 1 and above. Physical attack 255. This is the spear used by Pearl, a knight of the Round Table. Wounds caused by this spear are very difficult to heal. Effects. Physical attack increases with level. Plus 30% basic attack damage increases armor penetration. Legion pointed at the spear and said hesitantly, "Don't tell me your plan is for me to sit on this bone soldier and charge at the boss with the spear." Kim Gu-jin retorted, "You figured it out without me even explaining." He started walking away on the cold snow, leaving Lee Jin riding on the back of the sawtooth wolf. Scene changed to Boss Kim's location. He suddenly heard Gigi Oak's terrified scream, "Boss, there's something strange here." Boss Kim quickly walked over to him. Is this someone's grave? DJ Oak offered his own judgment. It doesn't look like it belongs to our clan guild, but maybe we should dig it up just to be sure. This answer made Boss Kim fall into deep thought. However, he warned everyone, "No, why waste our energy if it's not one of our brothers?" After saying that, the three of them quickly left. In the middle of the frozen forest, Jin's surprised voice rang out. A merman. The next second he exclaimed, "It's not that simple, is it? Its skin is too thick. So, it won't take damage from normal weapons." Gwyn calmly replied, "The bigger problem is that it has already become a hunter." Ja was even more surprised by this. What? What's that about now? He slowly explained, "Did you know that when a dungeon attack fails, the monsters that died will be respawned and replenished to their original numbers? However, among them, the monsters that survive gain experience and become smarter and stronger. Although in repeated battles, not many monsters survive until the end. There are exceptions, boss monsters." Pausing for about a second, Gwyn continued, "When a dungeon is not completed, the boss monster accumulates combat experience each time players fail to attack." At this point, he lowered his voice. At some point, they learned that players often gather near corpses. And that would be used as bait. That's how it is. A monster that has survived 23 times. After hearing Gujuan's words, Jay still couldn't believe it and asked again. "So, you're sure the boss monster is a merman? Can a merman radiate such a powerful aura? You've never even met it. So, how can you be so sure?" He replied calmly, "I stopped hunting and have been gathering information until now, haven't I?" In a flash, the other quickly retorted, "Is that so? I thought you were just imitating the actions of the collectors." Suddenly, Jana thought to himself, "Anyway, even if I saw it, I wouldn't have a clue what was what." At that moment, in the snow-covered forest, the excited voice of a team member from Mike's group rang out. "Leader, come take a look. There are tons of player corpses here." The others heard this and ran over happily. Lucky? How did we get so lucky? With high alert. Mike immediately realized something was very strange. It's rare for corpses to be gathered in one place like this. If other collectors had gathered them, there's no way everything would still be intact like this. Also, the blood stains. The pattern is a bit strange. It seems like the bodies were dragged here from somewhere else. In just a moment, he had a judgment in his mind. Could it be? Mike rushed over and shouted, "Everyone stop. This is a trap." Then his team member asked confusedly, "A trap?" "Leader. You said it's a trap. What's going on?" Meanwhile, an unknowable fear was approaching. The next second, the team member was surprised to find his body couldn't move. As he felt a terrifying power rushing towards him, he thought in fear, "Huh? What is this?" Just as Mike had predicted, a nearby team member died on the spot. The others also quickly perished. Seeing this, the remaining team member trembled continuously before the overwhelming power. He scrambled backward in horror. What entered this team member's sight was the image of the merman, aggressively raising the weapon in its hand. Immediately, it slammed its weapon down, crushing him to a pulp. Even after taking quite a few lives, it seemed the merman was not yet satisfied. Its eyes glinted with bloodlust. From behind the merman, Mike quickly rushed into attack. He soared through the air with a sharp sword, always ready to strike. As soon as he landed and completed his move, Mike revealed the look of shock. It turned out he hadn't injured the merman at all. Instead, Mike's sword had broken into. He gritted his teeth, worriedly, thinking, a unique grade sword can be broken so easily. At the same time, an unknowable fear was approaching. Mike thought resentfully, "No, I can't die so meaninglessly like this." From a distance, both Gujin and Jine had noticed the merman's presence. They charged forward at an astonishing speed, but it was too late. The merman had bathed in Mike's blood. Then it aggressively flung his body away with disgust. The scene quickly caught Gujin's eye. He calmly said to Gina, "Lujana, follow the strategy we prepared." The man gritted his teeth full of worry. "Damn it, easier said than done. I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, Jana charged towards the merman. "Let's go." His resounding voice caught its attention. Jana was determined to run straight ahead. Seeing this, the merman angrily gathered its power. The next second, it unleashed its energy and attack. The merman's dark magic immediately enveloped Jana completely. An unknowable fear was approaching. Lancelot's ring has dispelled the fear. Luckily, Jana was ready to defend with Lancelot's ring. Looking at it, this is pretty epic, isn't it? The trembling fear has completely disappeared. If it stays this good, then before he could celebrate for long, he suddenly realized something was strange. It turned out Jin's mount was showing signs of not cooperating. Why did this thing suddenly stop listening? He panicked and thought, it's moving on its own, isn't it? Wait, this is too close. The next second, the mount shot off like a lightning bolt, ignoring the terrified Jinnah. Because the mount's speed was too fast, the merman couldn't hit it. While it was still struggling to find him, Jana was already right behind the merman. Suddenly, Gujuan's voice came from the mount. "Just charging like that. Hold on tight." His presence greatly surprised Jana. "What? You're controlling it. Wasn't that incredibly dangerous just now? I could have died." Despite his grumbling, Wu Jun continued to move all over the place, as if to distract the merman. Before he knew it, Jana was very close to the merman. Taking this opportunity, he struck, powerfully, stabbing the spear in his hand into its body. This scene made Jana wonder in confusion. The merman's body can be pierced like pudding. The merman's recovery ability is rapidly decreasing. Seeing this, Jana immediately spoke up to ask, "Okay, the item is good, but at this rate, it'll take some time, won't it? When are the bone soldiers going to be deployed?" Eugene replied in a calm tone, 10 more wounds like this, then I'll know what to do." Blood weapon. Acquisition condition representative of the dark world. Acquisition level 1 and above.
Skill rank C can create weapons from the user's blood.
Depending on the user's ability, various weapons can be created. In the quiet, icy forest, a loud sound suddenly echoed. It turned out Boss was trying to withstand an incredible pressure.
He thought in surprise to be able to continuously exert such strong pressure.
Has the boss monster's attack already begun? The timing was faster than Boss Kim thought.
I have to hurry.
The next second, Chanho shouted.
Leader, I found it.
Take a look at this.
We have the Conland Guild's code.
He said. A strange line of text appeared. Go meet the brothers in the west and find Clan's thing.
The content of this coded message greatly confused Boss Kim.
The west. There's nothing there. Is there? A moment later, he suddenly thought, could it be? Scene changed to Gujuan's battle. Jana and the merman. The merman's power is rapidly decreasing.
Under Gujuan's relentless assault, it was nearly exhausted.
The merman's resistance is rapidly decreasing.
At the same time, blood poison is spreading throughout the merman's body.
Jana exclaimed in surprise.
Perival Spear.
This thing is truly amazing, isn't it?
I can't believe it can so easily pierce through the merman's thick skin. Right after, he said excitedly, if you combine Pal Spear with blood poison art, you'll be unbeatable in dungeons. Hearing this, Eugene calmly replied, that might be true for a 2-floor dungeon. At this point, he thought to himself, however, in a 3-floor dungeon, there are much stronger monsters.
This alone won't be enough. Moreover, if I want to face the most evil monster, I have to become even stronger.
Next, the system displayed a notification.
Merman has been dealt with.
You have obtained the achievement. Violent Hunter of the Frozen Forest. The representative of the Dark World has given you catalog. Even with the reward in his hand, Gujin still didn't realize this is just glancing over.
Gina exclaimed in surprise, a catalog? A golden light? Another reward from my halo? The content of his sparkling paper appeared berserker.
Acquisition condition representative of the Dark World.
Acquisition level 20 and above. Skill effect.
The target receiving the skill created from the halo receives the following effect.
All stats 20%. Life force decreases over time. Just after reading, Jana immediately started wailing. This is so unfair. What is my halo doing? I work so hard. Why didn't I get anything? Does even my halo discriminate against me? What is this so sad?
Even this can't be changed.
My halo is really. Ignoring his continued grumbling, Gujuan went and took the ring from the merman's horn.
Van Gogh's bracelet has been acquired. Night had fallen and news reporters were constantly chattering in front of Gujuan's fancy car.
Completed. The dungeon is completed. Isaac has succeeded. Isaac is in that car.
They exclaimed with relief. Now Taiwan is saved.
Freedom.
This scene made Chanho extremely anxious.
What do we do? We left the dungeon without being able to retrieve Vano's bracelet. If that item falls into someone else's hands, it's going to be a really big problem. Boss Kim also realized the situation was becoming more dangerous than ever. Right now, the only option is to report back to the guild and wait.
If we're in a situation where we've lost a legendary item in a dungeon, the next second, the man fell into deep thought.
Will the Cunningling Guild leave clues and code for the next brothers?
So, if you don't know the code, finding the bracelet is almost impossible. However, if someone lucky manages to bring it out of the dungeon, I hope it's not that monster Isaac. Unfortunately for Boss Kim, that precious bracelet had fallen into Gujin's hands. Bingo's bracelet. Item rank legendary level 1 and above can use a bracelet used by an ancient giant containing the power of harmony effect.
Can remove the ring wearing limit of the equipped arm. Cannot remove a ring once worn on the hand. While reading the bracelet's information, he thought happily. I can't believe things like this were hidden away.
Finally, there's a benefit before going to the third floor dungeon. Players can use a maximum of 5 pieces of jewelry, 1 necklace to rings and bracelets. Even if you wear more, the item effects are only applied to the limited number. However, Veno's bracelet is a balance-breaking item that destroys the basic system, allowing the effects of all rings worn on 5 fingers to be applied. One of its drawbacks is that you can absolutely not remove a ring worn with Van Gogh's bracelet because this item was originally meant for wearing 1 ring on each hand. Depending on the situation, skilled players often change rings strategically. After fully understanding how to use the bracelet, Gujuan became even more cautious. However, from now on, he had to carefully decide which rings to wear. Ja, sitting next to him, asked curiously, "Yo, why have you had such a serious expression all this time? Did you do something wrong?" Right after, Gujuan slowly replied, "No, I was just thinking a bit." Before he could finish his sentence, a phone call came in.
"Hello, go ahead." On the other end of the line, Second asked urgently, "How are you physically? Can you return to the country right away?" Gujuan's tone remained calm as ever. "Yes, we can." "What's wrong?" he quickly announced. "That person just came back." In the office, Second recounted in a low voice, "Although Taiwan is Taiwan, Korea is in an uproar right now. There's news with the headline, 'The Return of That Man, the one who was brought up by Isakov.'" Hearing this, Wu Jun vaguely guessed, if it's that person, could it be Park Yong-won? Just as he suspected, the man confirmed, "Yes, that's right. This will change Park Yong-w's reputation." Pausing for about a second, Wu Jin replied softly, "I understand. I'll be there right away." The better Park Jae-won's reputation, the more useful a shield it would become for Wu Jin. As soon as he hung up the call with Sechin, Gina excitedly suggested, "Since in Taiwan, how about we eat something? Beef noodle soup, xiaolong bao, or luru fan in a flesh." He threw a bucket of cold water on him. "We have to go back to Korea right now." Gujin's bluntness made Gina freeze, not understanding a thing. "What did you say?" Even on the plane, he couldn't help but shout. "We came all this way and we can't even eat one Taiwanese dish." Like an old man, he advised, "Just make do with the airplane food." The next morning, in a large mansion. Inside the mansion, Yayanwan squinted his eyes, looking dangerous. He asked angrily, "So the Frontier Guild dared to play me?" Park Yong-won. Wu Jun calmly replied, "Yes." The next second, he continued in a low voice. "Although I barely survived, my injuries made it difficult to move. Moreover, this is a situation where I don't know who to trust." Mr. Parkan was hiding in the dungeon and waiting. At the same time, Secretary Kim was holding a file. She quickly handed it to Ian Wan and explained, "This is the content confirmed based on Mr. Kim Gujin's testimony on the day of the accident. Although almost no evidence remains due to the fire, if we base it on the testimonies of the survivors who went into other dungeons, the Frontier side started the fight and attacked first. The Frontier Guild said it was a simple accident." After listening, Yayan Wan thought angrily, "These damn bastards doing such ridiculous things while I was away." A moment later, Ian Wan affirmed with certainty, "They're definitely trying to control our forces." Gujin, sitting opposite him, asked softly, "What should we do now?" With an extremely sinister tone. He instructed, "We have to make them pay for daring to touch me. So, there's something I need you to do for me." As soon as Ian Wan finished his sentence, Secretary Kim brought in a heavy suitcase. Scene changed a second with sparkling white teeth and a radiant smile. His smile made Jana wonder, "How can you smile so brightly this early in the morning?" Even so, Second continued to smile and replied, "Because I've managed to seize many things from my rival." Hearing that, the man grumbled in frustration. "That rival is part Yangon, how can you get back the skills you've already transferred? Although money is nice. Have you forgotten how hard it is to find skills from now on?"
As if he had already guessed what Jana would say. He replied excitedly. You don't need to worry about that because the person who will get our item back has already gone to Park Yong-won's office. This news immediately surprised him. Oh, what's that about? A moment later, as if he had guessed, Jana lunged forward in a panic. Could it be? Second just smiled without answering. Back at Yongwon's mansion, Gujun gently pushed the door open and stepped out. Holding the suitcase from before, he slowly left the house. Right after, Woo Jun quickly took out his phone. It turned out he was calling someone. This is Kim Gujin from the other end of the line. A happy voice rang out. All right, did that end well? Woo Jun quickly replied, yes, I just got back the Cirque Skeleton Night Skill book. He told me to deliver it directly to Isaac. While Yayan-won was reading the newspaper, Secretary Kim's voice was heard. I'll call you back later. I'll talk to the director about it now. Yes, you've worked hard. The next second, he asked curiously, is that Kim Gujin? As soon as she hung up, she quickly replied, yes, he's delivered the skill book to Isaac. He also asked what his life would be like from now on. Hearing this, Ian Wong calmly said, he's a sharp one. Because of Isaac's appearance, he probably feels his position is gradually being shaken. The newspaper headline read, Fix Guild promises full support to Isaac Ivanov. His tone was full of calculation. Anyway, he has worked hard, so let him debut in a 3-floor dungeon. Kank is enough. Just send him with the other kids. If the support is appropriate, he'll be satisfied and know his place. If not, then see if there's anything else attractive. Scene changed to the Phoenix Guild's base. John Hong's curious voice rang out, so, what's his name? Miho quickly replied, it's Kim Gujin. Without a second thought, she began to criticize. Just hearing the name Kim Gujin makes me think of a weakling. In a flash, he refuted John Hong's assumption. Rumor has it his abilities are quite decent. He's also completed a few dungeons to be recruited by Mr. Park. John Hong of the Phoenix Guild immediately denied it. If he's that good, why doesn't he go clear dungeons himself? That's why we're being told to take him on a tour of this 3-floor dungeon. At this point, she couldn't stand it and fidgeted. So annoying. But fearing John Hong would get furious, Miho gently advised, it's the guild leader's order anyway, so just calm down. Ignoring his advice, she continued to grumble. Unless Park Jae-hwan becomes the guild leader. The political side of our guild is constantly changing. Anyway, I'm definitely moving to the Messiah Guild. Alright, what are that Kim Yujin guy's halo and abilities? Finally, Min-young spoke up. His halo is representative of the dark world, and his main ability is blood poison art because blood poison art also affects allies. He's been working alone until now. Next, John Hong asked loudly, what blood poison art? Can't he summon a skeleton army like Isaac? He slowly replied, besides poison arts, no one has seen him use any other abilities. She became even angrier. Seriously, not only is he no help, he's even a burden. This is so frustrating. While John Hong was still muttering, Gu Juan's car arrived. When is that kid finally going to get here? This scene quickly caught Min Ho's eye. He's here. She criticized without any courtesy. The latest one to arrive. As soon as she turned her head to look, John Hong's eyes widened in surprise. From John Hong's perspective, she thought to herself, are people still using such an old car? The next second, John Hong quietly praised a commendable spirit of saving, specially ignored. This comment of hers left Miho speechless, stingy. The system notification appeared. Hunt 1,000 monsters to proceed to the next floor. While reading the notification, Woo Jun thought to himself, even though it's a 3-floor dungeon, they are still instructions for Kank Park and Won is concerned, so there's no other way even though it's a waste of time. Opposite him, John Hong said loudly, hey, you said this is your first time participating in clearing a 3-floor dungeon, right?
There's nothing for you to do here.
At this point, she threatened in a low voice, so shut up and listen to me.
Otherwise,
whether it's a mouse or a bird, I'll kill it all.
First, let's catch a few monsters to see what you're made of. Despite John Han's disdain, Wu Jing calmly asked, "How many monsters should I catch?" His calm attitude irritated her greatly. Look at this brat. He's talking back to John Hong.
If I give you the details, are you sure you can do it?
So, just do it until you can't anymore.
Wu Jun still replied gently, I need time to prepare.
The next second, John Hong turned away and muttered, I know. Just do what you have to do.
Her obvious discriminatory attitude made him think to himself.
Interesting.
The next morning at Second's office, Jenna started, Kim Gujin, I heard you went into a dungeon again.
Another dungeon full of ghosts.
His excessive laziness made the man unable to hold back. Jenna, you should stop coming here to play and focus on leveling up.
Hearing that, Jenna sighed tiredly. I don't like it at all.
Without him, I can finally rest comfortably.
Do you have any idea how tiring it is to go with that Kim Yujin guy? Second quickly retorted, weren't you the one who cried when you didn't have a worthy teammate? Suddenly, a shocking news alert appeared on his phone.
Seeing this, Jen quickly picked up his phone to look. It seems Ju also received the same news. On the screen, a notification appeared.
Emergency alert, Dungeon Damage Management Office. At 16:33, an unidentified monster escaped from the dungeon in the nearby area. Many buildings have collapsed. As of now, the damage is still ongoing. So, all citizens after reading, he asked curiously, where is this news from? Are things like this still happening these days? The last time an accident happened was years ago? The Messiah Guild has also been managing it. Before Jana could say more, Second gritted his teeth and gestured. You idiot.
Finally, he realized he had misspoken. In a flash, the man tilted his head to the side as if to check on Ju's situation. She was still sitting pensively at her desk. Ju's hand holding the phone gradually clenched into a fist. Suddenly, a memory of her school days flashed in her mind. Sitting in class, a bored Ju rested her chin on her hand. On the familiar desk, her name was taped on. The next second, everyone in the class opened the window to look outside. A loud noise from a distance caught the students' attention. It turned out the high-rise building opposite the school had exploded. The scene quickly caught Ju's eye, leaving her endlessly horrified. Unable to hold back, she let out a loud, painful scream. Back in the present, Ju was still dazedly reading the news. A moment later, she shot up. I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back. Even though the computer screen was still lit, Ju hurriedly stepped out. On her desk was still a photo of Jae-soo and Jae-soo. The closing door quickly made Gina hold his head in guilt. Second scolded in frustration, you guy, you have to be careful with your words when she's here. Then he replied hesitantly, no, I didn't know, but you said before that you knew her father. What kind of person was he? Suddenly, the man became pensive at Jenna's question. A past image flashed by. Taken asked with curiosity, I heard you made a decision. Will it really be okay? Jin-soo smiled and replied, what? It's a lie to say there's no risk, isn't it? Even so, what other choice is there? This Republic of Korea is where our families live. So, we have to accept the risks, don't we? I have to create a world where my daughter can go to school safely. The good times didn't last long as Second's pale face spoke of the harsh reality. As he spoke, he remembered the image of Jin-soo passing away in silence. That person was a fool addicted to difficult work. And to his daughter inside the dungeon, John Hong stood majestically on the defeated orc. She thought to herself, maybe because this is a C-rank dungeon, there aren't any monsters that are difficult. At this rate, John Hong will be able to move to the second floor of the dungeon tomorrow without any obstacles. At that moment, Miho rushed over. "General, come see what King Gujin has done."
As soon as she heard Gujin's name, she scoffed. What? What's the panic about?
"I gave him time to prepare and he still couldn't catch a single monster."
He became even more frantic. No, it's not that. He really did something. But in short, just come and see. John Hong was very suspicious. What's with all the fuss? Lead the way.
As soon as she arrived, her eyes widened in surprise.
What on earth?
He said he needed time to make these traps. "It's a good effort, but these traps are only strong enough to scratch the monsters, not cause any serious injuries."
What on earth was Kim Gujuan thinking?
From a distance, John Hong and Miho stood on a high tree branch to observe Wu Juan's entire situation.
Right after, he sensed it. They're here. As expected, an orc fell into Gujin's trap. The next second, the hidden weapons he had installed were activated. The monster was quickly injured and it continuously roared in pain.
Even so, John Hong cursed silently in her heart.
This fool, is he crazy enough to want to die?
These simple traps won't hold if a whole horde of monsters comes. Seeing her preparing to act, Miho immediately spoke up to stop her. "General, wait, Kim Gujin probably has a plan." His plea made John Hong furious.
Does he look like someone with a plan? Kim Yujin, if you die now, how will Park Yong-won settle the score with us? Miho gently gestured, "Look over there." Following his words, the image of a horde of orcs being lured into the trap Yujin had set appeared.
This scene immediately made John Hong visibly worried. Good heavens, have so many monsters gathered already?
It's too late to save him now. Unlike what she thought, Wu Jun smirked with extreme confidence.
In a flash, he focused and released his power.
Next, the representative of Dark World's skill. Blood mist appeared.
The orc has been afflicted with blood poison.
Gujuan's poisonous smoke spread everywhere.
The orcs that inhaled it gasped.
In just 1 second, they fell hard to the ground, wiped out. John Hong's face showed clear shock. He used blood poison art hidden in the blood mist. Can poison be used like that? Miho, standing beside her, exclaimed enthusiastically. This is the most unique battle I've ever witnessed. The next second, his face turned pale as he realized. Did this kid already know how to use this method to wipe out hundreds of monsters at once? She didn't answer and just thought, Kim Yoo-jun, impressive.
John Hong's eyes sparkled.
No wonder he's Park Yong-won's favorite kid.
I must get him on my team at all cost. Down below, Wu Jun took out a bottle to collect the poisonous mist.
As he walked among the corpses of the orcs, he thought, does the blood mist skill consume more blood poison than I thought? The representative of the dark world greatly appreciates your ability. Your blood mist skill has been upgraded. The representative of the dark world skill, vampirism, is activated while recovering stamina. Gujuan thought to himself, luckily, with the vampirism skill, I have something to replenish with every time I use a skill. Seeing this, John Hong gave an order. Hey, you go find Kim Yoo-jin immediately and give him my message. Miho asked curiously right now. What message? Hearing that, she quickly replied, what else could I say? After watching his impressive fight, am I going to say he failed? He's passed the test. A moment later, John Hong approached Wuan and said, Kim Woo-jin, I'm sorry for underestimating you. You're very skilled. This is the first time I've seen someone use the blood poison skill. But if you and I cooperate, we could not only graduate from the 3rd floor of the dungeon, but even conquer it. So join my team. Without hesitation, Gujin named his price 10 million. That's the cost each time I use blood poison. This number immediately angered her. What a cost! He quickly explained, my blood poison. It's like a limited edition item when personal belongings are used during a dungeon raid.
Of course, the team has to cover the cost at the price the person asks. Moreover, blood is a consumable item, so paying that much is justified. John Hong's voice, filled with suppressed anger, rang out.
Right?
I admit that if someone gives us their precious blood, which is like gold, we have to pay for it. Next, she raised her hand and gestured.
All right, then 3 million. Gujin calmly exclaimed, what a bargain. All right then.
I'll give a discount of 100,000, making it 9,900,000. In the next moment, John Hong roared, fine, then I'll also be generous and increase it by 100,000 to 3,100,000. Not to be outdone, he shot back, 9,800,000.
Unwilling to lose, she continued to haggle.
3 million to 100,000. The scene made Min Yong, who was standing nearby, and can surprise the general, stingy.
That's one thing. Why is that Kim Woo-jun guy so full of tricks too? Woo-jun was still bargaining 9.7 million.
John Hong shouted 3.3 million.
The next morning, a loud sound echoed in the dungeon.
A system notification rang out.
You have hunted the Black Dwarf. After careful observation, Woo-jun fell into thought. The Phoenix Guild. They're well trained and their teamwork is better than I thought.
According to John Hong's calculations, the hunting speed will increase if the poison is used effectively. They have excellent leadership from a high tree branch.
John Hong shouted angrily, hey, are you still being stingy with the poison?
I'll buy it for 7.3 million.
Upon hearing this, Woo-jun speculated. The reason they have such great leadership probably isn't because of money, is it? Proceed to the next floor. Notification. You have 6 days to survive.
Unlike when talking about money, John Hong gave a serious warning.
This is the last time. As you all know, survival missions always have a lot of monsters.
So, you all need to be even more careful.
Just survive for 6 days and you'll be fine.
Everyone, do your best to level up.
Moreover, due to an unplanned expense, we have to pick strawberries here.
As soon as she finished her sentence, the members of her group thought in unison, so stingy. Despite that, Miho still made a suggestion. General, we will go find out how many monsters there are and scout the surrounding area at the same time.
John Hong immediately agreed. All right, be careful. The next second, the sound of everyone moving echoed everywhere.
The team members observed every nook and cranny of the forest from above. After searching for a while without finding anything, they quickly left. In another area, the team members still hadn't seen any monsters. This strange piece made Miho think deeply, something is strange. It's clearly a survival mission, but there are so few monsters. Moreover, the scale of the dungeon is also small. The next second, he shouted loudly, wait, everyone, gather here. Suddenly, a team member discovered this giant footprint. Although I don't know what kind of creature this footprint belongs to with a size like this.
It's not the footprint of an ordinary monster. Miho quickly made a speculation. Could it be that in the survival mission, we don't have to face many monsters, but have to try to survive from a boss-level monster for 6 days?
The team members standing near him shouted in panic. A survival battle.
In a flash, Miho roared. This is too dangerous. This type of survival mission is much harder than a hunting mission. And the survival rate is extremely low. Go inform the general immediately. As soon as the two of them left, then right at the large footprint from before, a strange cave suddenly appeared. As expected, inside the cave, a pair of fierce eyes were revealed. John Hong's calm voice rang out. You mean this survival mission is a survival type, right?
Miho quickly replied, yes, and the size of the dungeon is also strange.
The area is smaller than in usual dungeons and the structure is like an island surrounded by cliffs.
He drew an illustration as he explained. If we have to flee, we need to be careful not to get cornered against the cliffs. Hearing this, she immediately fell into deep thought. they had Kim Gujin's blood poison, so catching the boss should be easy.
But to increase the team's survival rate, they needed to avoid an all-out battle. The next second, John Hong announced loudly to everyone. Although we still don't know what kind of monster the boss is, we should prioritize avoiding it. We must give our all to survive.
As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise echoed from a distance.
John Hong quickly glanced over. Gujin's attention was also drawn.
It turned out to be a white troll that had appeared out of nowhere.
The team members immediately shouted in panic, "A white troll?" As if unable to believe his eyes, Miho panicked, "Why is that monster appearing in a C++ dungeon?"
In just a moment, John Hong regained her composure and ordered, "Everyone spread out now." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her bow and aimed straight at the white troll.
The next second, John Hong's arrow shot out like a flash of lightning.
Even so, the white troll roared aggressively and charged forward.
Instantly,
it was hit by 5 of her arrows at once. At first, the white troll's wounds weren't serious, but in a flash, the poison in the arrowhead spread around. John Hong carefully observed the white troll's condition.
"No matter how superior your healing ability is, you bastard. Getting hit by Kim Gujin's poison means you're done for."
As soon as she finished speaking, the white troll flung out the arrows embedded in its body. Without hesitation, it charged aggressively towards John Hong as if it had been provoked. As she fled from the white troll, she thought to herself.
John Hong thought Kim Gujin's poison could handle it to some extent. Could it be that the amount of poison was too little?
I clearly saw the poison spread right where the arrow hit.
Their chase quickly caught Gujin's eye.
He wondered to himself, John Hong is doing her best as a team leader.
Should Wu Jianin intervene?
After all, this dungeon is the stage for him to show his value to Park Ong-han. A moment later, the entire team had escaped the white troll and was taking shelter under a giant ancient tree.
The next second, John Hong quickly took out a whistle. Right after the call, she asked loudly, "Is everyone all right? Is anyone injured?"
The team members replied in unison, "No, the whole team is fine."
John Hong suddenly remembered, "That's a relief. Where's Kim Gujin?" Gujin's calm voice rang out. "I'm here." "What's wrong?"
Without hesitation, she said, "We probably need to increase the amount of blood poison we agreed on."
"Do you agree?"
He immediately replied, "Yes, I'm willing to cooperate, but in return, I have one condition."
"Let's go over there and talk for a bit."
With a very suspicious tone, John Hong asked, "Don't tell me you're taking this opportunity to raise the price." Hearing that, Gujin firmly asserted, "No," from afar.
Miho asked curiously, "What are those two talking about that they have to go all the way over there?" On John Hong's side, she hesitated, but that matter was as if guessing John Hong's hesitation. Gujin seriously explained, "This is a matter concerning everyone's lives.
So, I know it's not an easy decision for you. I will still give my full support even if you don't follow my battle plan. But in the current situation, whether we hunt or run, at least 4 people will be injured." As he finished speaking, he focused his power into his fingertips. In a flash, a sharp arrow was created from Gujin's hand. The Hell Messenger's blood chief skill had been activated. He said slowly, "I've condensed my blood to create this. Using it is more effective than using poison-tipped arrows like before." After some thought, John Hong gritted her teeth.
"You remember this? If my comrades die following your plan, I won't let you off."
Holding the bag of blood arrows in her hand, she turned around and announced, "Now we will discuss the battle plan." A long time later, Kim Bong and Chan were ready to fight. Suddenly, Kim Bong broke out in a nervous sweat.
"Is it really okay for us to do it this way?"
Although Chansung was also very scared, he still tried to reason. She said not to confront it, but to avoid it, to increase our chances of survival.
"What other way is there? Let's trust the captain this one time."
As soon as Chan finished his sentence, the white troll arrived just as they had hoped. The two of them shouted at the same time, "Let's begin."
The resilient warrior's taunt skill has been activated.
As soon as it caught sight of Kim Bum and Chan, it charged at them angrily, but they didn't let it get any closer to them. The other team members quickly unleashed their skills. The smokescreen skill of the manager of the Fountain of Knowledge
has been activated.
Right after that, they turned and fled according to the plan. Run before that bastard sees us from above.
Wu Jing calmly said, we should prepare now. John Hong still couldn't fully trust him.
She said doubtfully, you're using a smokescreen.
Don't you know that white trolls are resistant to fire? Gujin slowly replied, I know that.
I don't intend to use the smokescreen to damage it.
I'm just using it to obscure its vision. As long as we buy enough time for everyone to create scratches on its body, it'll be fine. While he was explaining, John Hong promptly recognized the opportunity. Now's the time.
Immediately, she drew her bow and fired an arrow. John Hong's arrow pierced through the smokescreen and stabbed straight into the white troll. This scene made Miho think excitedly, as expected of the captain. Before the old wound could heal, it took another perfectly aimed shot from her. Seeing this, John Hong's face lit up with joy. Absolutely fantastic. Wu Jun silently praised in his head. Her abilities aren't bad. When an arrowhead made of blood, she comes into contact with the wound, it will melt and be absorbed into the monster's body. So, even if the wound heals, it won't prevent the poison from spreading. At the same time, Kim Bum and Chansung continue to defend.
The resilient warrior's taunt skill has been activated.
The other team members acted similarly. The smoke screen skill of the manager of the Fountain of Knowledge has been activated.
Miho and another team member were actively wounding the white troll as if to distract it. Everything was going according to plan, which made Gujuan very satisfied. The stupid white troll. By the time it realizes it's being hit with the same attacks over and over. It will be as soon as he finished speaking. The white troll was overcome by the blood poison spreading throughout its body. Then it was taken down, creating a loud echoing sound. The system quickly announced you have obtained the achievement, White Troll Hunter. John Hong's eyes sparkled with surprise. Did we really do it? Without a single person getting injured.
You have achieved the White Troll Hunter achievement. The Hell Messenger has transferred a portion of its power to you.
The bloody skill has been upgraded.
Gujuan's incredible intelligence and strength made John Hong curious.
What are you really? He remained calm. Let's talk about that after we get out of the dungeon.
Also, the entire team used my blood poison a total of 217 times.
Remember to calculate it for me when we get out of the dungeon.
John Hong's face gradually froze at this horrifying number.
What? The dungeon is conquered. Scene changed to Ian Wan's side.
He was continuously tapping hard on the table. A moment later, Ian Wan asked in a low questioning voice, you said you would compensate for this incident, although nothing can compensate for the lives of the sacrificed guild members, but go ahead and present your case.
Naomi didn't answer him.
And suddenly fell into deep thought. At that moment, at the Phoenix Guild's press conference, reporters were continuously raising their hands to ask questions. Right after, a reporter stood up. I heard that in this 3-floor C-rank dungeon, a white troll suddenly appeared.
How did you all manage to successfully complete the survival mission without anyone getting injured?
John Hong calmly replied, this result was achieved because all members fulfilled their duties. One more thing I want to emphasize is that without Mr. Kim Gujin's blood poison skill, this conquest would have surely failed. As soon as they heard her answer, the reporters clamored, so, you mean you used blood poison to catch that white troll?
Who is Kim Gujin? Miss John Hong, please give us a little more time.
In just a moment, Gujin's name had appeared on all the famous news sites. Using poison to catch monsters, a hunter is shown a new conquest method. Phoenix Guild's young ace, Kim Gujin, his weapon is blood poison. In the parking lot, Gujin's voice rang out.
Yes, this is Kim Gujin. How is that proposal going?
On the other end of the line, Second quickly informed him.
I deliberately leaked the information that Isaac wants to conquer the Forest of Spirits to Park. Yang Wan sighed. We'll have to wait a bit longer to see the result. Pausing for about seconds, he asked wordly, is it okay to do that? Why use a foreigner's identity to conquer a dungeon in America? And a Russian identity at that.
Gujin slowly explained, if I wanted to go in there with an identity other than Isaac, I wouldn't need to use Park.
Yang Wan, realizing he was very confident in his plan, Second immediately issued a warning.
As you know, even the Messiah Guild has only entered dungeons in America a few times. America doesn't need anyone's help now after the world change.
Powerful players flocked to America.
The situation being as it is means that participating in this dungeon this time can be called very difficult. Even so, Gujin calmly replied, I know that. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the sound of someone's footsteps entering the parking lot.
Coincidentally, it was Naomi and her assistant entering along with Second's voice. But now that Naomi's spell has been caught by Park On-1, I think the Frontier Guild will agree no matter what.
However, I don't know if the third force on the same side as the Frontier Guild will allow outsiders to interfere. Hearing this, Wu Jun grasped the main point.
Are you talking about the Great One Guild?
He affirmed in his heart, Wu Jun doesn't know how the Great One Guild will react to this, but the overall situation can only lean in my favor.
No matter what, the door will be opened. Scene changed to Ian Wan's side.
He angrily slammed the dungeon report down on the table.
Next, Yang Wan asked seriously, is the content of this report accurate?
Secretary Kim quickly answered, all the players who participated in the conquest have confirmed it.
The content of the report is accurate.
This answer immediately made him fall into deep thought.
He hunted a white troll before even debuting.
She continued, although John Hong was the commander, the one who came up with the strategy was Kim Gujin.
Ian Wan asked, confused with John Hong's cranky personality.
She obediently followed along without any hiding. Secretary Kim said in an even tone, yes, what's more surprising is that she paid the additional cost for Kim Gujin. That was the cost incurred from using the blood poison.
After hearing the whole story, he smirked as if he was very interested.
I knew that kid wasn't simple from the first time I met him, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent.
This guy is quite interesting.
Knowing this, I should have started nurturing him a bit earlier.
It's not too late to start treating him better from now on, is it? After considering it, Yan asked, where is Kim Gujin?
She quickly replied, he's arrived.
He's on his way up.
The next second, he exclaimed, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Scene changed to the meeting room of the Great One Guild. Carrie's voice rang out. Even if our Great One Guild is on the same side as the Frontier Guild, we still can't conquer the Forest of Spirits.
Isaac Ivanov of Russia says he wants to conquer this dungeon, right?
Carrie Rowena, president of the Great One Guild.
What are everyone's opinions?
Hearing this, David immediately retorted loudly.
How can we hand over a dungeon that the domestic guilds failed to conquer, even when working together, to a foreigner? This is absurd. This issue affects our pride. Harry also chew.
I don't know what the people of the Frontier Guild are thinking to have already agreed to this.
Although the government is asking for our opinion, I think we must oppose this. Hasn't the government repeatedly opposed our proposal for a Ray conquest? Disregarding their opposition, Carrie calmly began, why is everyone so agitated?
The reason the government people opposed the Ray conquest from the beginning wasn't because they doubted our abilities, but because they were worried about the damage that would be incurred by the domestic guilds during the conquest.
Right.
On the contrary, this is good. We can use this as an excuse to get the government's approval.
And on this occasion, we should make a big deal out of it.
Whether it's some random Russian guy who came out of nowhere or some third force, tell them all to join. This analysis of hers left a guild member extremely confused.
What exactly do you mean by that?
With a cunning expression, Carrie said excitedly. We will offer a reward that everyone wants for this, like King Arthur's ring, for example.
Without a moment's hesitation, David angrily slammed the table in refusal. Absolutely not. Have you forgotten what a high price we paid to get it?
As if she already had a plan in mind, she gently comforted him.
Now calm down. I said we'd make a big deal out of it, didn't I? I never said I'd just give it away for free.
Returning to Gujuan's car. Inside the car, he asked curiously, this is Gina slowly recounted.
Mr. Second told me to give it to you. He said the skill suits you. I think it's some book of the dead or something. You can store bone soldiers in it. I told him you wouldn't need it, but he insisted I give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun smirked and replied, no, it's very useful. Send a message to the director for me that I'll put it to good use. The number of bone soldiers that can be stored in the Book of the Dead is limited. Holding the paper in his hand, he contemplated. Gu Jin had thought that there would be a time when he would face a formidable opponent. In a numbers game, now Gu Juan can somewhat overcome that with this. At the same time, the content on the paper appeared. Power of the Pharaoh learning condition. Hell Messenger level requirement level 1 and above. Effect can use all dead things as sacrifices. Wu Jin was still pondering. Gina kept bothering him. Kim Gujuan, are you listening to me? I asked if you can conquer the Forest of Spirits, 2 of the 5 largest guilds in the world, the Frontier Guild and the Great One Guild. Join forces to enter that dungeon and still failed. Moreover, the dungeon's name is the Forest of Spirits. There will definitely be undead. Isn't that a huge disadvantage for you since you can't use undead as sacrifices to summon bone soldiers? With an extremely calm expression, Gu Juan pointed straight at his face and said, I've considered that disadvantage anyway. You're the one who has to deal with the undead on the front line. Hearing that, Jana immediately broke out in a sweat. What? The next second, his phone rang. Wu Jun quickly answered the phone amidst his anger. This is Kim Woojin. Has a final decision been made yet? On the other end of the line, a second replied, the US government has agreed, but a small problem has arisen. He asked confused, what kind of problem? In a flash, the man recounted, it seems it's not just us. Currently, any guild that wants to can participate in this conquest. And one more thing, the guild with the greatest contribution will receive a legendary great item as a reward. Hearing this, Wu Jun began to speculate. Are they doing this because they're confident that the item will fall into the hands of their guild's players anyway? What is that item next? Second replied in a low voice, King Arthur's ring. In just a moment, famous news sites continuously publish articles. The Forest of Spirits, the dungeon that even America failed to conquer. The opportunity to conquer that gate has opened. Isaac Ivanov will conquer the Forest of Spirits with the support of Parkong One. The Great One Guild has offered a reward for the conquest, King Arthur's ring. The Messiah Guild declares its participation. The Forest of Spirits, a battle of pride among the guilds. Who will become the owner of King Arthur's ring? That very night, the plane carrying Gu Juan and Jean took off from the airport. They quickly landed in San Francisco. The next morning, Wu Jun and Jean were in a lounge, the lounge of the Moose Guild. Inside the room, Jean chewed his food while being curious. Those Great One guys seem to really want to clear this dungeon, huh? If not, why would they bet King Arthur's ring? Opposite him, Wu Jing calmly said, that's not it. They want to provoke us. They believe that they'll be the ones to get the reward anyway. This explanation of his made the man unable to hold back a loud laugh. So, they don't take you seriously at all. Ignoring Jin's continued ridicule, Win made a speculation in his mind. That can't be right. The Great One Guild isn't the type to carelessly underestimate their enemies, nor are they such thoughtless idiots as to provoke other guilds. Clearly, they have some reason to be so confident. I must find the root of that confidence. Night fell at the Great One Guild's building.
Harry slowly announced, "The entire conquest team, including Captain Ellis Heen, has finished entering the dungeon, right?"
But is it really okay to do this?
It's not that I doubt Elisa's abilities, but betting King Arthur's ring as a reward. There's a lot of talk within the guild about the president's decision this time. Carrie wasn't the least bit worried.
It seems everyone is mistaken about something. I said the reward is King Arthur's ring, didn't I? But I never said that we wouldn't use it.
King Arthur's ring has been activated. In the dungeon, the sky had begun to turn pitch black. The guilds had all gathered. Ellis's voice rang out.
Everyone has gathered, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alice Hien of the Great One Guild. Before we begin the dungeon conquest, I will go over a few points of the agreement first. A moment later, Jeannie yelled in frustration, "What the hell kind of agreement is this? No infighting. Must cooperate peacefully."
Wu Jin calmly replied, "Each time a floor of the dungeon is conquered, there will be a ranking board recording the group with the greatest contribution. So, we need to decide the priority order for attacking monsters."
Hearing that, the man became even more confused. Contribution ranking.
So, we just need to catch a lot of monsters.
What's this about peaceful cooperation? What are you going to do now?
Observe the first floor as you said before.
After careful observation, he slowly said, "From the first floor onwards, the competition has already begun.
The aces will slowly be brought out.
The Great One Guild is the same." The next second, the system displayed a notification.
The skill of the representative of the Dark World. The power of the Pharaoh has been used.
You can use unprocessed monsters as sacrifices. A skeleton warrior has been summoned.
In the distance, other guild members were discussing hastily.
They seem to be starting right away. What should we do?
With an extremely confident tone, Ellis began. Others are in such a hurry. How can we just sit still?
Next, the system appeared again.
You have equipped King Arthur's ring. You have equipped Merlin's staff. Thanks to Merlin's staff, your magic power has been increased. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been met.
The Z item effect of the legend of King Arthur has been activated.
King Arthur's ring has the ability to increase the power of the Round Table Guild. In a flash, she unleashed her energy.
Your power is full.
This scene was immediately spotted by Skeleton Warrior being controlled by Gujin. After having focused her power, Elise said, "Seriously, why wait until the second floor?
Let's show them from the first floor. Let's show them who is the strongest in this dungeon."
Having just observed the situation, he thought to himself, "So, this is the ace the Great One Guild has been hiding.
No wonder they're so confident."
As expected, they use King Arthur's ring for this conquest. But I didn't expect Alice to also possess Merlin's staff. Merlin's staff is a legendary item, a symbol of Park Sinheim, who led the Knights of the Round Guild. But from the beginning, it didn't belong to her. The truth is, this equipment was transferred from Elise to Park Shanghai. This means the Messiah Guild and the Great One Guild have some kind of relationship. It would be great if I could get it before it's transferred to Park Shanghai.
This is much more effective than attacking the Messiah Guild directly.
Hey,
seeing Gujuan in deep thought, Jana quickly called out, "Are you listening on this first floor? Are you planning to analyze their strength first or what?"
The next he immediately instructed, "No, change of plans." While talking to himself, Wu Jin decisively said, "We can't just hand over priority to Great One. They possess both King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff.
We're going all out from now on."
In the middle of the dark forest, a scorching hot fire was lit. From a distance, the sound of powerful footsteps echoed, "Mode." It turned out to be Alice casting a spell. The skill of the one who hears the sound of all things summon fire spirit has been used. In a flash, the blazing fire surrounded the monsters. Right after they were engulfed by her flames, standing next to Elise, John was silently praising.
Amazing. At this rate, we can easily clear the 4th floor, let alone the 3rd.
As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound was heard.
John exclaimed in surprise. Isaac given off.
Wu Jin politely nodded, as if greeting him.
John's face was full of surprise. We've run into him.
Alice, on the other hand, was full of questions.
Aren't they in the lead? How did he get all the way here?
At the same time, a system notification rang out. The skill of the representative of the dark world. The power of the pharaoh has been used.
You can use unprocessed monsters as sacrifice. A skeleton warrior has been summoned.
This scene had just entered John's eyes.
Then he shouted angrily.
That bastard dares to order those skeletons to handle the monsters we're hunting.
Alice quickly reached out to stop him. Hey, stop. Don't fall for his provocation. How many do we have?
The notification screen appeared.
Rank 1, Grade 1, 1500. The Hunted.
Rank to Messiah, 1130 for Hunted. Rank 3, Frontier, 1131 Hunted.
Rank 4, Moose 753 Hunted.
Seeing this, John said proudly, we're still in the lead.
Nothing to worry about. This Isaac guy is just average.
The rumors are really nonsense. Even so, Alice remained vigilant.
Let's keep up this pace. Now, let's move to the next area.
Despite her plan, Wu Jing calmly thought to himself.
No matter how fast you are, it's useless.
Hunting ability doesn't necessarily correspond to speed because they will never have the weapon that we have. After hearing his strategy, Janad gritted his teeth.
You're making me the shield again.
Wu Jun started to provoke him.
We're the only guild that can use this strategy.
Of course, because of you.
What? Don't you dare.
As expected, he took the bait.
Who wouldn't dare? If that's the case, let's do it. Let's just follow that plan. Without me, you'd be screwed.
But remember to buy me food after this conquest.
As soon as Jana left, he smirked and said, Good.
Now we'll increase our hunting speed.
A skeleton knight has been summoned. The newspapers continuously publish stories.
The Frontier Guild has bet $1 million as a reward for conquering the Forest of the Dead.
Items of the Messiah Guild.
The Forest of the Dead has become your betting board. In the office, Second said excitedly, when public opinion gathers like this, the guilds have also joined the betting.
It's a game after all. There will be wins and losses. I wonder how it will turn out. Secretary Lee, what's Isaac's return now? Ju quickly answered.
It's increased by 3.8 times. Also, Director, you should see this. The Great One Guild has revealed the items brought into the dungeon.
Hearing that, he asked curiously about the items she brought.
As if she had already noticed Second's curiosity, she replied, King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. This news quickly shocked him.
What? Using those items for a dungeon of this rank? Do they think this is a 5 or 6 floor dungeon? Wait a minute. Those 2 items are a set. If that's the case, the next second screamed in anger. Secretary, cancel all my bets immediately. Ju's voice remained incredibly calm. It's too late. They can't be cancelled.
In a flash, he realized the Great One Guild scheme. Great One, you despicable bastards.
Can't you play fair?
Oh heavens, oh Buddha, Holy Mother Mary, Holy Allah, bless and protect me.
Seeing this, she broke into a sweat and thought, besides money, what else is there to believe in? A moment later, the ranking board appeared. Rank 1, Moose, 5,700 for Hunted. Rank 2, Grade 1s, 5690 hunted. Rank 3, Messiah 49800. Rank 4, Frontier 46500. This number immediately made Alice grit her teeth in anger. Impossible, how did those guys get ahead of them? Is it because of an item? What item could be stronger than the combination of King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff?
From afar, Wynne just had to look up to see her scrutinizing gaze. Right after, Alice walked over to start a conversation.
Amazing.
What's your secret? His tone was surprisingly modest.
Just look.
In just a moment, she was provoked.
This bastard. Wu Jun didn't say anything more and just thought to himself, it's all thanks to Legion's immortal body.
No matter how strong you are, you can't gather all the monsters in one place.
That would just be a waste of time going to the next area. They just need to learn new monsters to the area we're fighting in.
Thanks to that, all that's left is to focus on fighting. This must have hit their pride quite hard, right? Next, Wu Jun said confidently, by the way, why don't you just give me King Arthur's ring now? Alice was extremely surprised by his sudden statement.
What? Wynne continued nonchalantly, we're about to clear the dungeon anyway. What's the harm in giving it to me early? It's fine to hand it over now.
That way, we can help you Great Wong Guild members reduce your losses.
Not willing to be outdone, she quickly retorted. You're that confident? Gu Juan spoke confidently. Strong items should belong to the strong. That's the only way to increase the success rate of the conquest, right?
Alice quickly replied to what he just said.
Why does that sound like you're saying you're stronger than me?
Hearing that, he calmly explained, what I mean is if there's a player stronger than me for the greater good, I'd be willing to hand over my items.
It seems Gu Juan's attitude had angered her.
It seems you've overestimated your own abilities just because you beat my team in this little bet.
It would be better if you weren't so arrogant.
At this point, Alice turned away because either way, in this dungeon conquest, the contribution will belong to our Great One Guild.
From afar,
Jay watched their conversation and thought to himself. The more fiercely the guilds compete, the better. That way, the opportunity can come to their frontier guild. He would be even happier if both of them competed and exhausted themselves. A moment later, Elisa's blazing red fire had wiped out a series of monsters.
John was also actively fighting.
The other team members were no exception.
It seems Gu Juan's challenge just now had ignited her fighting spirit. Elisa's techniques were even more ferocious than before.
The nearby monster couldn't escape her flames. The fire spread wider and wider. After wiping out all the nearby monsters, Elisa's team members excitedly chatted among themselves.
The next second, she asked, what's the current situation?
After a look, John hesitated, Captain. About that, his face showed clear worry. There's no change in position. In fact, our gap with the Moe's Guild is getting wider.
Alice immediately retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? You even know how to check.
But right after, her eyes widened in disbelief.
This is absurd.
Alice had gone all out with her firepower.
But how is the gap getting wider? Suddenly, John's happy voice rang out.
The scout has returned.
She urgently shouted. What's the situation with Isaac's side? What the hell is going on? The scout swayed and stammered. 50. His hesitation made Ellis even more annoyed. 50? What? It was over 10. TH0 a while ago.
As if he had just seen something terrifying, the scout's face turned pale.
No, it's not that.
There are 50 bone soldiers, and those bone soldiers are even stronger than those of other players. Scene changed to Gu Juan's side, failed to summon bone soldier. Reading the notification board, he thought to himself, with my current magic, is this as far as I can go? The content on the screen appeared.
Bone Soldier Enhancement. Skill rank enhances the strength of summoned bone soldiers.
The higher the skill rank, the greater the effect. Effect increases bone soldiers' stats by 50%. The number of bone soldiers that can be summoned will increase with level. As soon as he finished drinking the healing potion, Gujin thought to himself, I still have to use other skills, so I should probably save my magic. Then the system announced, your magic has been restored by mana.
The next second, Wu Jun calmly glanced behind him.
It turned out that right behind him was an army of bone soldiers kneeling and awaiting orders. In the quiet space, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out. It was Janna, panting and cursing.
Damn!
He had carried out his assigned task, which was to lure a horde of monsters close to Gujuan. Seeing this, he smirked and praised.
That guy's timing is really precise now.
As he put on his mask, the system appeared. You have been connected to the Bone Soldier. In a flash, a skeleton knight was ready to charge into battle. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Gujuan smirked confidently. Next, loud explosions rang out, signaling the start of the battle. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill has been activated. The skeleton knight's face was extremely fierce.
Not to be outdone, the monster also opened its mouth wide as if it could bite off its head at any moment. Unfortunately for them, with just one blow, the skeleton knight wiped out a batch of monsters. Even so, they foolishly continued to charge into battle. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill has been activated. Right after, a terrifying explosion wiped out all the surrounding monsters. The scores on Gujuan and Jenna's ranking board continuously increased. The dungeon's objective had been completed. After a long while, the final rankings came in. First place, Moose, 23,056 hunted. Second place, Great One, 20,183 hunted. Third place, Messiah, 18,046. Fourth place, Frontier, 16,100. Seeing this, Elizabeth spoke up according to the results. It seems there's no point in continuing to compete. Does anyone object to Isaac being the first to conquer the boss? Immediately, the other guilds chimed in. The rules were set, so let's follow them. Our Messiah guild has no objections either. At the same time, Jay thought to himself, I can't believe Ellis lost. Anyway, I should change my plan. Although this was an unexpected situation, Jay couldn't just let King Arthur's ring slip away like this. Next, Elise praised him. Seriously, I underestimated you. The first place he won. I fully acknowledge it. As they shook hands, Wu Jun replied, thank you. Before he could say more, she interrupted, but we still have to conquer the second floor. Don't forget, if you fail, the next position will belong to us. Moving to the second floor. Announcement, catch the Earth Tortoise to be able to move to the next floor. As soon as they reached the second floor, the other guild members continuously grumbled, damn it, what is this? The fog is so thick that visibility is limited. Are you telling us to catch monsters hiding underground in a place like this? They're complaining. Annoyed Ellis, who shouted, first, let's spread out and search. Suddenly, from behind the fog, Jay's cunning voice rang out, hey, Elise, loosen up your face a bit. You're scaring me. She replied without any courtesy. Get lost. I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Jay Jackson of the Frontier Guild flashed a smile he thought was very friendly. Don't be like that. I came here to make a serious proposal. Would you like to join forces with us for this dungeon conquest? Grade 1 and our Frontier Guild have a lie before. Although we failed that time, don't you feel that we shouldn't just hand over our precious American asset to some Russian fool? Hearing this, Alice asked in a low voice, join forces with you. What's the specific method? Z immediately laid out his trick. Unexpected incidents often happen inside dungeons, right? For example, while fighting a boss, a horde of monsters suddenly charges from behind. Having only heard this much, Alice loudly objected.
What? No matter what, those kinds of tricks.
Even so, he still tried to persuade her.
Listen, Alice, get a grip. This is not the time to decide what's right or wrong.
If King Arthur's ring is stolen, things won't just stop at an interrogation.
You know that, too. There isn't much time before we can start conquering the second floor.
As if he had her in his grasp, Jay smiled despicably.
You should think it over carefully. Ella sighed in frustration. I'm speechless. Do you think I'll just say, "Oh, thank you so much" after you say that? Hearing this, Jay retorted angrily.
Hey, so you're saying it's okay to just offer the ring to that Russian fool?
What will you do if that Russian fool succeeds in the conquest?
As if she had already guessed his intentions, she quickly exposed him.
If our team had gotten the priority to conquer the boss, wouldn't that dirty trick have been aimed at us?
Jay stubbornly said, well, I don't deny that, but with the current situation, if the two of us join forces before he could finish.
Elise immediately cut him off. I'll pretend I never heard what you just said.
However, if you obstruct us in the future, I will definitely not let it slide. While the two were still talking, a notification appeared: the Earth Tortoise has been defeated. Alice's eyes widened in surprise at this news.
What? Even Jay could hardly believe it.
You have successfully conquered the second floor of the dungeon.
On Gujuin's side, the Earth Tortoise had been wiped out in a flash. Along with that was Jin's tired panting.
He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, he gently asked about his condition.
Are you okay? Jar replied angrily. My ribs are about to break.
Right after, he screamed.
If it were you, would you be okay? Damn it. Only someone of my caliber could hold out like this.
Anyone else would have died 100 times.
100 times. The system quickly appeared. The blessing of the river stick skill has been activated. Your stamina has been fully restored.
While chewing food to regain his strength, Jana spoke up.
Thanks to conquering dungeons with you, my blessing of the river stick skill
has gone up 3 levels. How much do you think I had to struggle to go up 3 levels at once?
What's the reason you've been rushing this whole time? Haven't already secured the priority for the conquest?
With a calm tone, Wu Jin replied. Because we don't need to give the enemies who want to harm us the time and leisure to play tricks.
Moving to the next floor.
You have reached the 3rd floor.
A dangerous presence is suddenly approaching.
As soon as the guilds entered the 3rd floor, a pair of dangerous eyes appeared from the distance. The other members were continuously curious.
What on earth is going on? Who defeated the Earth Tortoise? We don't know either, and we didn't hear any news about who found it.
At that moment, a member of the Great One Guild couldn't stand it and covered his nose.
What's this foul smell? The fog here is even worse than on the 2nd floor.
Alice also quickly smelled the horrible odor. Jay was no exception.
Under the panicked expressions of the guild members,
the system displayed a notification.
The dark mist is gradually reducing your life force. The power of Apis has been activated. Suddenly, Jana was extremely surprised by the system's information.
You are not poisoned by the dark mist. Lancelot's ring has activated a strong resistance against the dark mist. The next second, he turned to stare at Gujin with suspicion. Don't tell me he anticipated this would happen. Elsewhere, Alice's team member was holding his dizzy head.
This is too much. We just started and were already affected by the dark mist poison. She quickly ordered loudly, everyone calm down. First, drink the antidote. While drinking the antidote, Alice thought deeply.
Although I had anticipated this to some extent and prepared for it, the antidotes are not in abundance.
At most, they'll last half a day. Who knows? Before we even encounter the monster, the entire army might be poisoned and their stamina depleted. The system appeared again. You have taken the antidote.
The poison state has been cured. A temporary immune state is being maintained.
Next, Jay slowly walked over and asked, "The situation is worse than I thought. We can hold out for about half a day. What about your side?" Alice replied, "Same here."
As if waiting for only this answer, he quickly said, "We don't have much time left."
The proposal I made earlier. Are you not going to reconsider it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you planning to wait obediently until Isaac is defeated and then your team will conquer the boss with depleted stamina? Alice, in the midst of the crisis, a surprising voice rang out. Isaac has made his move.
Suddenly, Jay's words flashed in Elisa's mind.
If Isaac succeeds, you'll lose the ring.
Even if he fails, because a considerable amount of time has passed, only we will end up suffering.
A moment later, Elise finally had to make a choice. There's really no other way. Without hesitation, Jay praised. Good. That's a wise choice.
He excitedly flashed a cunning smile. So, the chances of Zay's team getting King Arthur's ring have increased.
Sorry, Alice. Of course, he was lying when he said their team's antidote would only last half a day. Their supply was enough to last a full day.
Now, Tham was on the Frontier Guild's side. In the distance, a pair of dark hooves were getting ready, as if about to charge into battle.
Right behind it,
a strange hand emerged from the ground.
This scene quickly caught Jin's eye as if to intimidate him. Durahan opened his mouth wide and roared.
Pausing for about 2 seconds, he was seated on his horse with an incredibly sharp sword. Following that, Durahan summoned a series of minions to charge into battle with Gujin.
Their overwhelming numbers made Jin grit his teeth.
They're charging in like a whole forest.
And you're telling me to just buy time? Are you kidding me, old man?
Despite his worry, Gwyn calmly replied, "The forces obstructing us will appear anyway, so for now, we just need to pretend we're hunting monsters."
Janna retorted in frustration. Can't we just kill all those saboteurs and then start hunting monsters?
He slowly explained length. If we do as you say, it means we have to leave this front line and then the opportunity will be handed to another guild. That's the picture the forces obstructing us are aiming for. However, because of the dark mist, the more time passes, the more we will have the advantage. Jay was extremely excited in his heart.
I'm begging you to conquer the dungeon, Isaac. Her. It's begun.
As soon as he saw Gujin's move from a distance, he turned to Alice to give a signal. As soon as Jay left, she said to herself, "Alice, there's no other way." There was no guarantee Isaac would succeed from the beginning. She tried to console herself.
This choice is for the sake of everyone present here. That's right. As long as they win, they can save everyone and leave this place. At that moment, the system appeared again. The black mist is gradually reducing your life force. You have taken the antidote. On Gujuan and Jin's battlefield, Durahan's bone minions were aggressively charging into battle.
Before they could even act, a powerful blow sent them to meet their ancestors.
It turned out Janna was unleashing his skill.
Seeing this, Jin gently instructed, "Don't hit so hard.
Calm down."
While fighting, he screamed in frustration.
With this whole forest of monsters, how can I be moderate?
In the middle of the battle, a flock of birds suddenly arrived along with the sound of rushing footsteps. This sound quickly reached his ears. It turned out the monsters were charging towards Gujuan.
He wasn't scared at all, and even smirked in satisfaction. You've arrived. Right after the Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill has been activated. Gujuan's counterattack panicked Jay, who was watching from afar. What is this? The terrifying explosions continuously wiped out the monsters on their way.
Seeing this, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought impossible.
Did he prepare for this beforehand?
Wait, the direction of that explosion is the system displayed in notification. The black mist is gradually reducing your life force at that moment. A member of the Great One Guild cursed tiredly.
Damn it.
The next second he fell to the ground as if he had run out of energy. Another team member helped the others to rest while comforting them.
Try to endure a little longer. We can't die so pointlessly here. D quickly reported the situation. The number of people fighting is gradually increasing. Captain, we're about to run out of stamina.
There's no more time to hesitate. Please make a decision quickly. Hearing this, Alice was so worried she broke out in a sweat.
The antidotes we prepared have run out from now on.
We have to accept the gradual loss of our forces.
J. Jackson, that bastard. What the hell is he doing taking so long?
In the midst of the crisis, everyone's happy shouts rang out.
It's Isaac. Isaac is back.
She immediately thought happily, good.
He's finally given up and come back. In a flash, Elise loudly ordered, everyone prepare for battle. Now it's a Great One Guild's turn to show them our strength.
Ignoring her words, the other team members were still clamoring and focusing on Gujin. At the same time, he calmly began, then I'll leave it to you all.
I'll be returning to the battle now.
This statement made Alice unable to hold back her dissatisfaction.
Wait, Isaac, are you mocking us?
From the moment you appeared here, the opportunity has belonged to our Great One Guild. If you've wasted half a day playing around without achieving anything, then stop now.
It's our turn to fight. Isn't this a matter of life and death for everyone here?
Wu Jun remained calm as ever and replied, I was just bringing the heavily injured member of the Frontier Guild to a safe place. Hearing this, she caught the main point, Frontier Guild.
Heavily injured.
As she looked down at the ground, a familiar figure appeared right before Elise's eyes. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed in her mind, Jack, that idiot.
What kind of job did he do?
Even so, Alice stubbornly said, I don't care what your reason is.
The moment you came back here, it means you've withdrawn from the battle, isn't it?
Because you withdrew from the battle that the conquest was interrupted. I won't beat around the bush anymore. From now on, our Great One Guild will take charge. That's the best way to save everyone here.
With an extremely confident tone, Gujin said, you should wait your turn. We're still fighting.
Before she could reply, he had summoned a stream of power that surrounded everyone. The scene made Alice wonder in confusion.
What is going on?
Pausing for about a second, Gujin slowly continued, my colleague is still fighting now. I don't have time to argue about nonsense with you. I have to return to the battlefield to help my struggling colleague. Hearing that, a team member asked curiously, Isaac has a colleague.
Isn't it just a bunch of bone soldiers?
His teammate quickly answered, no, there's also a tall guy. As he recalled Jenna's appearance, he said, his name seems to be C or something. The other team member also remembered that guy who looks like a gorilla. A moment later, Win began, also, most of the guild members are poisoned. If they fight in that state, let alone conquering, even survival would be difficult. As if he had caught his weak point, Elise quickly reacted.
In that respect, isn't it?
Because you're poisoned that you can't fight.
It's not too late now. And over the right to conquer to us.
If both sides are equally poisoned, isn't it better for the side that has preserved its strength like us to go into battle? Wu Jing calmly replied, no, I'm not affected by this poison mist at all. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly retorted, don't talk nonsense. The next second, the other team members panicked and remembered the thorn serpent.
Hunter. That's right.
Isaac caught the thorn serpent.
Hearing this, Alice fell into deep thought. Thinking back. That thorn serpent that spewed poisonous smoke. The first thorn serpent Hunter Isaac given off. He loudly exposed the arrogant attitude of the Great One Guild. If all the guilds had joined forces from the beginning, we wouldn't be in this danger now. Deciding the order to conquer the boss was an act of arrogance.
But we still have a chance, which is to gather all available resources to destroy the Durahan as quickly as possible.
She was angry at being exposed. That bastard. Luckily, John thought for the greater good. Maybe we should stop. The atmosphere right now is no joke.
After a moment of thought, Nick spoke up in agreement.
Isaac is right.
We should have worked together to conquer from the beginning instead of competing with each other. Another person saw this and added, we randomly decided to bet an item and things turned out like this.
Tom said, angrily. That's right.
It's all the Great One Guild's fault. The other guild members also continuously gossiped and pointed fingers.
Since things have come to this, shouldn't Ellis take responsibility for her own words? What did Isaac do wrong?
He had to bring the heavily injured member of the Frontier Guild back here. So, the boss fight was delayed. At that moment, many suspicious gazes were cast on Al.
He saved an American, her compatriot.
Yet, not only did she not say a word of thanks, she was there making trouble if something happens. The people of the Great One Guild probably won't let her off. These questions made her sweat with worry.
The situation is extremely bad. The next second, Gujuan gently reminded her, the matter concerning the lives of everyone here was what you said earlier, wasn't it? Then you should think carefully about what you can do in this situation to save everyone here. Just hearing this, Alice suddenly realized. This bastard. Could it be?
Right after the confident image of him from the previous night appeared in her mind.
The stronger one should have the better item. That's the only way to increase the success rate of the conquest, isn't it?
What I mean is if there's a player stronger than me for the greater good, I'm willing to hand over my item.
Amidst Elisa's hesitation, Wuan said decisively. You probably already know the answer, right?
Everyone present here will become a witness to remember the nobility of the Great One Guild. Ignoring the chatter around her, she sank deep into her own thoughts. At the same time, the zombies were swarming in greater numbers. Jana was both worried and angry, grumbling, damn it, there's really no end in sight. At this rate, I'll be exhausted before I even face that Durahan.
Kim Gujin, when is that bastard going to come back?
As soon as he finished his sentence, Gujuan walked over and praised, you're holding up well.
Without any courtesy, Jana turned his head and cursed when he heard his familiar voice. Hey, you bastard. What the hell took you so long?
Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Jin had already started to activate his magic.
Merlin's staff has increased your magic power.
The hidden condition of the King Arthur legend has been met.
The set effect of the King Arthur legend equipment has been activated.
King Arthur's ring has increased the power of the Round Table.
Your magic is overflowing. Seeing this, Jana asked loudly. Hey, what kind of trick did you just pull to come back?
Where did you dig up those items?
He explained very calmly. I just received the gift for the winner. And this staff is a bonus item.
So now, let's break through the siege in one go and charge straight at Durahan. Next, he spoke with disdain for Gujuan's overconfidence. You only got 2 items, and you think things will change with an army of zombies as numerous as ants.
How do you plan to break through the siege?
He didn't answer and just smirked gently as if he had been ready for a long time.
In a flash, Gujuan began the battle. You have summoned a golem. The Hell Messenger's power of the Pharaoh skill has been activated.
The caster can use dead monsters as sacrifices.
A bone soldier has been summoned. You have equipped Owen's necklace.
The condition of the King Arthur legend has been met.
The set effect of the King Arthur legend equipment has been activated.
King Arthur's ring has increased the power of the Round Table. The duration of the sun's protection skill from Ao's necklace has been greatly increased.
You have activated the aura of power. In just a moment, a series of bone soldiers and golems appeared to support Gujuan.
Under Jin's surprised and panicked expression, their numbers grew even larger.
He asked decisively, "Is this enough?" The zombies were quickly drawn to the attention. In a flash, they charged towards the golems and bone soldiers that Gujuan had summoned. The zombies moved as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Gina exclaimed excitedly, "The effect is clear, isn't it? The zombies are all swarming towards the golems."
Gujuan slowly replied, "Obviously, killing a forest of zombies like this one by one would take forever.
Let's proceed with the next phase of the plan."
As soon as he finished speaking, he focused on observing Durahan from a distance. At the same time, a member of the Frontier Guild was healing Jay.
The next second, he woke up with his eyes wide in astonishment.
It seems Jay still hadn't grasped the situation.
"What? What is this?"
The team member healing him quickly said, "Don't move.
Just rest. Even with healing, you can't recover normally because of the black mist. You're lucky. If Isaac hadn't saved you and brought you here, you would have been dead." Upon hearing this familiar name, Jay's face turned pale as he thought, "Isaac saved me. Then in what direction are things heading now?" In the misty forest, John's doubtful voice rang out. "Is it really okay to walk around like this? What if we run into a monster that just escaped from the battle? With our current health, we'll be in danger." His excessive worrying annoyed Alice, who shouted, "I know that, too. Because of that bastard's spineless tongue, we lost Merlin's staff. What are you going to report to the guild? We at least have to grasp the situation to have something to say."
After saying that, she gritted her teeth and thought, "In that situation, if I didn't hand over Merlin's staff, I don't know what those enraged players would have done. Since things have turned out this way, of course, I had to offer up the item." Putting aside the guild's pride, forgetting the lives of the guild members, Isaac is truly a terrifying person.
A moment later, the two of them were standing on a distant mountain cliff. From this place, they could observe the entire battle situation of Gujuan and Gina. As soon as he saw the scene below, John shouted in alarm, "That idiot has been surrounded. I can't believe he doesn't even have basic tactics, unlike what he feared on the battlefield below."
The skeleton soldiers were fiercely fighting the zombies.
It seems Elise had figured out Gujuan's plan. He's not being surrounded.
As she spoke, the skeleton soldiers were gradually gaining the upper hand.
Then Elise continued in surprise. He has placed the golem with the skeleton soldiers between Durahan and the zombie army to cut off the enemy's formation.
She silently calculated in her head a strategy to directly target Duran once it's isolated. But if he doesn't secure a quick victory, Gujin will definitely be surrounded by them.
Why is he acting so recklessly? Down on the battlefield, Gina exhaled a cold breath and exclaimed, "This thing isn't as easy to deal with as we thought.
I thought the two of us together could handle it easily, but just touching it releases a terrible cold aura that freezes my limbs." At the same time, Durahan continued to use magic, its soul's aura growing stronger due to an unknown power.
Fortunately, its attack was repelled. Lancelot's ring pushed back the soul's aura. Gina laughed heartily in satisfaction. Having good gear is the best.
Despite this, Gujin was still worried. This alone wasn't enough to defeat Durahan.
Ao's necklace brought warmth into the cold atmosphere.
Suddenly, he remembered something before turning back time. Gujin had heard from his colleagues who had conquered the Forest of Souls that to defeat Durahan, you need an immense amount of firepower. And the source of that firepower was Lision.
Although this couldn't compare to Lision back then, but having made his decision, Gujuan immediately prepared for battle.
You have equipped Perkel's spear. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been met. The set effect of the legend of King Arthur's equipment has been activated. The piercing power of Pearl's spear has increased significantly.
The next second, he threw the spear hard at Durahan as if to distract it. Gina quickly seized the opportunity. That's more like it. Time to pull out the final card, right?
Without hesitation, he quickly focused his power into the weapon in his hands.
While Durahan was distracted, Gina rushed forward, thinking to himself, but I haven't shown my full potential yet either. Strangely, Gina attacked Durahan's horse. He didn't give it any time to rest, continuously launching attacks. During the fight, Gina received a minor injury on his face, but it didn't scare him at all. On the contrary, the small wound only made him more bloodthirsty. He swung his fist powerfully towards Durahan, but unfortunately the blow was blocked by it. The cold aura radiating from the sword covered Gina's arm in a layer of chilling ice. Despite that, Durahan continued to release more of its cold aura. Right at this moment, Wu Juan flew over as fast as lightning. He aimed straight for its head and thrust the spear fiercely. Durahan still tried to release more of its cold aura to block the attack. Back. The spear in Gu Juan's hand also began to freeze. Gina remained very optimistic. Good job. You've hooked its head. Unlike what he thought, the cold aura had spread to Gu Jin's arm holding the spear. Seeing this, Gina's face showed worry. Don't tell me even Perkel's spear can't break through that cold aura. Ignoring his anxiety, Wu Jing continued to push the spear hard towards Durahan. It seemed his persistence had annoyed it. Durahan continued to release more cold aura, but luckily at this moment, a noticeable crack suddenly appeared on Durahan's face. That crack quickly spread. The next second, its entire body exploded, creating a terrifying earthquake. The explosion was so powerful that Elise and John had to cover their faces to avoid being affected. After a moment, she tried to open her eyes. As soon as she saw the sunlight and the system notification, Elise was astonished. You have defeated Durahan. John also couldn't believe his eyes and asked, is it over? On the battlefield below, the zombies were gradually vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, Gina said, look, that huge horde of zombies is disappearing. Gu Jin's expression suddenly became one of utter astonishment. This is. While he was still staring at the spear on the ground, Gina called out loudly, hey, Isaac, what should we do with this thing? Gu Juan didn't answer him and gently picked up the ring from the ground. After observing it for a moment, he realized it was the ring of Hercules. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Ring of Hercules. Item rank, Legendary. Usable from level 1. This is the ring of the great hero Hercules. You can obtain power greater than the achievements you have accumulated. Effects, plus 10% stamina when equipped, plus 10% vigor when equipped, plus 10% magic when equipped. When this ring is equipped, additional stats can be unlocked depending on the number of achievements. Gu Juan's strange silence made Gina impatient. Are you listening to me? I asked what we should do with this. He finally spoke up. What else is there to do? The system immediately displayed. You have summoned Durahan as a skeleton soldier. A few days later, newspapers continuously reported on Isaac Ivanov's conquest of the Forest of Souls. Isaac Ivanov had hit the jackpot. To Ju's astonishment, Second cheered with joy. Online news sites were no exception. Elise Hien has yielded Merlin's staff to Isaac. Completing a great mission, the Great One Guild transfers the Ring of King Arthur to the Mukos Guild. The world's largest guild has fulfilled its promise. It seems this news made Carrie furious. He shot up and slammed his hand on the table, as if to intimidate Elise. Although unwilling, she still had to endure Carrie's wrath. More articles appeared on other news sites. Isaac Ivanov extends his thanks to Park Yong-gon. Park Yong-won's skills were the biggest contribution to the Jura Hong Kong quest. Isaac Ivanov only mentioned Park Yong-won's name. Can the Phoenix Guild walk the same path as the Messiah Guild? Park Yong-won has found the savior who can save this world. While catching up on the news, Ian Won smiled with satisfaction. He rejoiced, thinking to himself, just as Kim Woo-jin said, Youngwoo's investment in Isaac paid off.
I can't believe some fools think his guild is on the same level as the Messiah Guild. The more active Isaac is, the more the stock prices of Ian 1 and the Phoenix Guild will continue to rise.
The next second, Secretary Kim spoke up. Director, the MCO's guild is contacting us. This name quickly piqued his curiosity. The Muko's Guild.
The scene changes to the airport.
Woo Jun had just arrived and was pulling his suitcase. He calmly spoke to the person on the other end of the line. I've just arrived. Shall we proceed to the next step? The thing I asked you to make earlier. Is it finished? It turned out the person on the phone with Gujin was Sek Chan. Of course, it's done. Who do you think I am? However, its durability is still weak. So, don't overuse it. We've thrown the bait. He'll probably contact us soon.
Hearing that, he slowly replied, I stand.
As soon as Gujin finished his sentence, Gina sighed and said, Aren't you tired?
We just finished one case, and now you're already talking about another.
The job's done. I'm heading out first. I'm starving anyway. You're not going to eat with me, right? After hanging up the phone, he immediately replied to him, Yeah, you go ahead. You worked hard. Be careful. This attitude from Gujin made Gina even more annoyed. Hey, are you even human? After working me to the bone, you should at least buy me something to eat, like coaxing a child. He said gently, All right, I'll treat you to a big meal in a few days. Whatever you want to eat, I'll let you eat. To your heart's content, it seemed this answer was not what Gina expected. He stared blankly and asked, To my heart's content, I can eat whatever I want. Just as Gujin's car was leaving, he suddenly realized and shouted, But when is in a few days? A few days? Let's go now. In the city sky, the moon hung high. Inside the meeting room, Shanhai angrily shouted, What do you mean you're not participating now? Don't you know what the current situation is to be saying something like that? The conquest of the 7th floor dungeon can't be delayed any longer. Right after, Not Hiro's calm voice rang out. And this is a matter that I cannot delay either. Do you have any idea how many of my disciples have sacrificed themselves because of that guy Kim Woo-jin? Until I make that guy take his last breath, I probably can't cooperate with you on anything. His evasive attitude made her even angrier. Park has joined forces with Isaac and successfully conquered the Forest of Souls. Because of that, all public attention is focused on them. Are you planning to ruin the greater cause for this trivial matter? Sacrifice is always unavoidable here. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, A trivial matter, you say? I think worrying about some brat who just conquered the 3rd floor is the real trivial matter. Isn't that right? I mean, haven't you overestimated this person named Isaac? Sukaharen, sitting beside him, immediately agreed. I think so, too. Worrying about such a pointless thing is truly pathetic. Then, Shinhai didn't answer but cursed inwardly. These idiots. I already told them this isn't a pressing issue just because of one Isaac. The Messiah Guild's status is being shaken when the Messiah Guild has always been the only one to receive everyone's praise. And one more thing, the main problem here is his terrifyingly fast growth rate. Just like Leon in the past, just as she was about to start arguing, she slowly said, Stop. If you feel that the matter of your disciples is more important, then do as you wish. However, we cannot give you too much time. Shinhai hastily interjected. But Guild Master and the current situation. If we postpone the 7th floor conquest. Before she could finish, he shot Shinhai a cold, sharp glance, silencing her immediately. Sejin's coldness made Shinhai immediately change her mind. I understand. If the Guild Master is decided, then we will have to postpone the dungeon conquest for a while. After getting the desired answer, Not Hajiro calmly said, Thank you for your consideration. Sukaharakan disconnected while saying goodbye. Then we'll be taking our leave. The figures of the two of them gradually disappeared in everyone's silence. In the blink of an eye, a gloating voice echoed through the room. As expected, the Messiah Guild's reputation isn't what it used to be, is it?
These words annoyed Shinhai.
What did you say? It was Yuan Jocks who was taunting them. If that's not the case, then were all the rumors up until now just exaggerations?
The core members active at each level bracket have vanished, and the remaining members just do whatever they want without a care for the guild master's opinion. At this point, he smirked and asserted, truly a ragtag bunch. Don't tell me you called me here just to witness the state you're in. That argument just now was an interesting sight.
From me. Ah, she got even angrier and scolded him.
You should watch your mouth.
C cut Shinhai off again. And so what? What can you do?
As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a dark aura as if to threaten Yu Hanj. Scene changed to Yongwu's base.
Wen calmly asked, "Why did you call for me?"
Without hesitation, he asked for a favor.
Thanks to you telling me to invest in Isaac.
Things have been going well lately, so I hope you'll help me with one more thing.
If you handle it well, I'll give you a worthy reward. He didn't agree right away and asked back. The task you're assigning me is? The next second, Ian Wan smirked and said, a player has designated you as their partner for a dungeon conquest. It seems this person wants to test your strength. Hearing this, Gujin's face showed surprise. My strength? He quickly explained. That's right. The task I want to give you is to completely capture that person's attention. Make your existence indispensable to them.
Needing a moment to process the matter, Gujin remained silent for a long time.
A moment later, he calmly asked, so, who is the one that designated me? With an eager tone, Ian Wan replied, Isakov. He designated you.
In the evening, in the middle of the city, a portal opened.
Ian Wan's curious voice rang out. Did the previous meeting with Isaac go well?
Wu Jun calmly replied, yes, I received the information about the dungeon report and the test content. As if he didn't care, he said in a low voice, I'll say it again. You know how important this job is, right? No matter what happens, you must succeed. Of course, for my sake and for yours as well. As soon as Ian Wan finished speaking, a car stopped nearby.
He's finally here.
A familiar figure stepped out of the car. It turned out to be Gina in the form of Gujuan who had arrived. A moment later, Ian Wan shook Gina's hand and said, I'm counting on your help. The interpreter heard this and immediately whispered to him in Russian.
Then Gina smiled faintly and replied in Russian, which the interpreter translated.
Mr. Isaac also said, he is counting on your help.
His strangely friendly demeanor caught Yong Wan's attention. The next second, Gujin announced, we will be entering the dungeon now.
As he watched the backs of him and Gina, and Gujuan's form, he muttered, a little different than I thought.
I thought he'd be more imposing.
After stepping through the portal, they were both transported to a lush green forest.
Gina took off his mask and eagerly said, how was my acting? It was perfect, wasn't it?
That Park 1 guy seems to have been completely fooled.
With a very confident tone.
He laughed and praised himself with these top-tier acting skills.
Maybe I should quit being a player and become an actor.
Wu Jing couldn't bear to crush Gina's dream and just thought to himself, you worked hard. I'll have to avoid situations with many body doubles in the future.
Back to that night, Gina's alarmed voice echoed in the shop. That guy is showing up, too. This wasn't mentioned before. In a flash, he whispered, what if Park 1 shows up there?
Hearing that, Wu Jun also whispered back, Park Yong Wan will only be in front of the gate for greetings. As for the dungeon conquest, Ajax and I will handle it.
This answer made Gina even more confused. What do you mean? You are Isaac and Isaac is you, right?
He remained perfectly calm and explained.
That's why I said Isaac and I.
At this point, Wu Juan pointed straight at him, signaling just the two of us.
After some discussion, Gina's eyes lit up in realization. I get what you mean. In that case, just eating pork isn't enough. We need beef, too. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Of course, whatever you want to eat, however much you want to order, feel free. This unexpected generosity stunned Gina. Really, you have to keep your word. But fearing he wouldn't believe him, Gujuan affirmed once more. I already said I treat you, didn't I? I keep my promises. Gina immediately ordered more food. Sir, give me beef. Give me beef quickly. After eating his fill, Gina happily flattered Eugene. It's been a long time since I've had such a hearty beef meal. You're truly a wonderful colleague, unlike some cheapskate. If you need any favors in the future, just feel free to ask. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly recognized a familiar emblem on the bank card Gujuan was holding. Gina's hackles rose as he yelled, Wait, stop. What's this? Where did you get that card? Despite his panic, he calmly replied, Parky and Juan gave it to me to meet Isaac beforehand. Gina broke into his sweat at Gujuan's nonchalance. You dare to show off after treating me to a meal with the guilt's card. Why did looking at the scoundrel Kim Gujuan remind Gina of someone's shadow? While Gina was still trying to make the connection, Gujuan smirked and said, I'll be counting on your help in the future, too, my colleague back in the dungeon. At this moment, Gujuan's skeleton soldiers were fiercely destroying the monsters. They became more and more bloodthirsty in battle. Without Gujuan and Gina lifting a finger, his skeleton soldiers cleared the entire dungeon. You have leveled up. Amidst the corpses of the monsters, the two of them calmly walked around. The emissary of the underworld smiled at your overwhelming power. The emissary of the underworld has bestowed upon you a portion of its power. The overwhelming power of the skeleton soldiers surprised Gujuan. I didn't expect it to be this much. Gina also had to exclaim, yeah. During the fight with Durahan, I was too busy to get a good look. Seeing it like this now is truly terrifying. The next second, Wu Jun worried to himself. Although this is the first time I can use it freely without avoiding others' attention. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this powerful. Even if Gujuan used all his skills, he would still have magic left over. Leaving this much magic means he isn't maximizing the item's features in this dungeon. Gwyn could neither train nor test his firepower. Gina stood beside him, chuckling. Hey, thanks to these skeleton soldiers, my level is skyrocketing. They're doing everything on their own. It's a bit redundant for me to step in, and there are no monsters left for me to catch. I can't exactly go fight the skeleton soldiers. Can I? Hey! Wu Jun shot him a cold glare as if he was very annoyed. Damn it! This guy is so glib. The sharp look from him scared Gina, who waved his hands. Wait, hold on. Don't tell me you're planning to do that. Hey, don't do it. You better remember who I am right now. If you do this, I'm going to fail you. Hearing that, Gujuan replied in a low voice, all the better. I intended to fail this time anyway. The next second, his terrified scream echoed through the forest. Wait, hold on. In the office, Sean's phone displayed a call from Gujuan. He eagerly started. You got out earlier than I thought. How was the test? Are you satisfied? On the other end of the line, he calmly replied, I'm not very pleased hearing that. Sechin smirked and asked, is that so? Then Kim Woo Jin must have failed, right? Woo Jin continued as expected. You know everything. Did the situation change at all while I was in the dungeon? Right after, he began to recount. The Messiah Guild has announced a postponement of the 7th floor conquest. They didn't disclose the exact reason why they couldn't proceed with the conquest as planned. This information immediately sent him into deep thought.
If it's come to postponing a dungeon conquest, it seems there's a problem with their core forces. The only members who would dare to defy Lision and act on their own could only be the Sword Saint and the Divine Archer. After a moment of thought, Gu Jin made a speculation. No matter how you look at it, it seems there's internal conflict among them. Second's tone gradually became serious.
I think so, too.
A lot of annoying things have been happening lately. The most suspicious character among them is the Divine Archer. That guy isn't exactly close kin with the Messiah Guild, and he has a deep ill-fated connection with you. This is just my personal prediction, but aren't they planning to settle their personal grudges before conquering the 7th floor dungeon? Seeing Gu Jin remain silent for a long time, Sekchan curiously asked, "So, what are you going to do now?" He deadly replied, "First, I'll finish up the unresolved business. I'll have a meal first, then I'll think more."
Hearing the important keyword, Gina's eyes lit up. A meal? Me too. Me too. You're going to use that card again this time, right? In a flash, Second asked confusedly. Unresolved business. Have another schedule. Juan slowly said, "Yes, I have to go see Park Jimon." Scene changed to the Phoenix Guild headquarters. Ian Hua spoke suspiciously. "In the end, you failed. I clearly told you that you had to win no matter what." Like a true actor, Gujuan said sadly, "I'm sorry." He immediately cut him off. "No need for apologies. Give any excuses." Pausing for about a second, Wu Jun hesitantly explained. "Although he acknowledged the power of the blood poison, he criticized my skills for lacking wide applicability. But he did ask me if I could help him when he needs it." Ian One thought to himself. Help when he needs it. He's only showing a normal level of interest. A rather ambiguous result. A moment later, he pretended to recount according to his plan. "Also, I overheard Isaac talking to his colleague outside the dungeon. It seems he's gathering colleagues from guilds other than the Muko's guild." Hearing this, Ian One exclaimed in surprise, "Doesn't that mean he's about to leave the Muko's guild?" Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Could it be that Isaac intends to enter the free agent market? No, that's not it. With just this much information, I can't be sure so hastily. It should be interpreted as Isaac intending to create a new independent team. So that's why he wanted to test Kim Woo Jin. As soon as he reached a conclusion in his mind, Ian spoke up. "If another opportunity arises, are you confident you'll pass then?" Gu Jin continued to play dumb. "Another chance. Well, if you're giving me another chance, then please trust in me and give me more strength. I will definitely succeed next time." As the volcano was about to erupt, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Along with it was the system's announcement. "You have leveled up." The valiant image of the Hunter France gradually appeared before everyone. "I've completed the dungeon." Right after, reporters continuously approached France's car to plead. "Please give us a brief interview. Please look this way." Inside the car, Robert was nervously and apologetically. "I'm sorry. I know you just returned from the dungeon, but I had to disturb you. The Japanese government made a rather urgent request, so there was no other way. And a dungeon has been discovered, so they want to request a consultation from the guildmaster." While looking at the paper, France was curious. "The boss is a hatchling. What is there to consult about? Don't I just need to recommend a player suitable for this dungeon?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "A recommendation? Have you thought of any player yet?" The next second, he put the document down and said, "Of course, I do. It's been a while since I passed level 100, so I always keep an eye on players who can be active in dungeons of 4 floors or less." Robert's face was full of anxiety. But what if the player the guild master recommends ends up refusing to enter the dungeon? If that person knows their opponent will be a dragon, but... Before he could finish, Francis Shiro asserted, "That won't happen, so you don't need to worry. His confident attitude made Robert exclaim in surprise, "Is there something that makes you so sure?" Francis Shiro answered confidently, "Of course."
A few days later, news outlets continuously reported, the hunter Isaac must participate in the hatchling dungeon conquest for it to succeed.
Will Isaac Ivanov take on the challenge of being a dragon slayer?
The Japanese government is in trouble as no one wants to enter the hatchling dungeon.
Society is shunning the dangerous dungeon.
The selfishness of players is being criticized. Isaac, I will conquer the hatchling dungeon.
The 5 great guilds remain silent as before. Isakov will have to conquer the hatchling alone right now in Ian One's office.
While reading the newspaper, he thought to himself, no one wants to be a supporting character on the stage where Isaac has been cast as the protagonist.
The more reckless the challenge, the more it's seen as a sacred and noble act. The newspaper content appeared.
In the end, Isaac must conquer the hatchling alone.
Will this be okay? Ian One continued to think.
You sure know how to bring back returns worthy of my investment.
The next second, Secretary Kim announced, Kim Jun has contacted.
He said that thanks to the skill we gave him, he passed Isaac's test.
Hearing that, he smirked in satisfaction and praised, "Well done."
At the same time, Yainwan suddenly recalled the image of Gu Jing confidently, saying, "Please trust in me and give me more strength.
I will definitely succeed next time."
He pushed a piece of paper closer. This was originally a gift I intended to give you if you pass the test, but let's consider it in advance. There won't be a next time, so you must pass this time, otherwise I will be furious. Upon seeing this paper, Win was surprised. A moment later, Yang Wan picked up the phone and called, "Secretary Kim, come in here for a moment.
Contact Isaac's side and tell them to conduct another test." Secretary Kim gently inquired, "What if they refuse this offer?" He quickly replied, "What else?"
"We'll have to bribe them, of course." He continued to ask, "Yes, if it's a bribe, you mean?" Without hesitation, Ian Wan said in a low voice, "Send them both the Fire Golem and Lich skill scrolls."
After asking thoroughly, Secretary Kim immediately replied, "Yes, I understand."
Also, Isaac and Kim Gujuan will enter the hatchling dungeon together.
This news pleased him greatly. Is that so? Excellent. In a flash, Ian Wan fell into deep thought.
If you look only at the rank, it's similar to the A+3 floor Duran dungeon.
But no matter how small a hatchling is, it's still a dragon.
Because the method to conquer a dragon is very difficult.
It's understandable that everyone is hesitant. However, it's still a young, immature dragon.
So, the success rate should be a bit higher. If Isaac's team and my guard Kim Woo-jin succeed together, there's no picture more perfect than that. As soon as he finished his calculations, he gave an order.
We need to get a new article out. Call the reporters immediately.
Just as he planned, the newspapers quickly published new content.
Phoenix Guild's Master Park promises full support for Isaac's challenge. Isaac's new colleague is from the Phoenix Guild.
Isaac will conquer with the new colleague this time.
At this moment, Second was continuously scrolling through his phone, reading the news in his office.
As he read the news, he thought to himself, this Park Yong-won guy doesn't miss a thing.
He's really taking full advantage. Even if he finds out later that he's being led by the nose, he probably won't be able to say he suffered any losses. Then Second spoke up. "Secretary Lai, you've delivered this item to Kim Yoo-jun, right?" Ju calmly replied, "Yes, I've delivered it.
I also had someone check if the product had any defects by now.
He should have entered the dungeon in Japan and be using it." Scene changed to the dungeon where Gujuan's face is being pinched forcefully. It turns out Gina was curiously observing the skeleton soldier disguised as Gujuan.
I didn't expect the trick of putting a fake skin on a skeleton soldier to enter the dungeon would actually work. Mr. kept complaining about how expensive it was, but now I see it's worth every penny.
It looks even more real than just wearing a mask.
He kept looking left and right and exclaimed, "The more I look, the more amazing it is."
Have you ever seen a doppelganger in real life?
A doppelganger is a monster with the ability to shapeshift, capable of perfectly copying the appearance of another being. It usually appears in dungeons in the form of a goblin, orc, or some other monster, so it's not easy to detect. Doppelganger skin is sold on the black market for a very high price. This skin structure can be used to create items that help disguise oneself as someone else's face or appearance. Gina's over-the-top reaction made Gujuan unable to resist a threat. If you keep this up and it gets damaged, I'll tell Secretary Lai to make you pay for it. Stop fooling around. The mention of money made him shrink back in fear. I get it. I'll just put it in the item bag. I just thought it was amazing and wanted to look at it for a bit. You're being so dramatic. You're going to tell me to just be the monster bait as usual, aren't you? A system notification screen appeared. Doppelganger skin. No level restriction. A full body camouflage item that can transform into various shapes. He slowly began to speak. No, this time just conserve your strength until we get to the 3rd floor. It seems this news surprised Gina even more. Really? It turns out Gujin already had a plan. I can handle the 1st and 2nd floors by myself because I have a job for you when we face the hatchling. A skeleton soldier has been summoned from the Book of the Dead. A fire golem has been summoned. A lich has been summoned. Following the system's announcement, the Durahan skeleton soldier appeared. The lich was also ready to follow Gujuan's command. The skeleton soldier was no exception. The system appeared again. You have equipped Van Gogh's bracelet. Van Gogh's bracelet has been engraved onto your body. The number of rings that can be equipped has increased. The ring of King Arthur has been engraved. From now on, you cannot change the equipped item. The ring of Hercules has been engraved. From now on, you cannot change the equipped item. Stats will increase depending on the achievements you have obtained. All attack power will increase by 10%. Stamina and magic increased by 150. After equipping the items, Wu Jun gently exclaimed, "Not bad at all." The terrifying sight before him made Gina's head break out in a sweat. Then he asked confusedly, "What are you planning to do?" He calmly replied, "Of course, we're going to the 3rd floor without wasting any more time." At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, while hiding behind a nearby rock, Gina stared at Gujin in astonishment. He was terrified in his heart. That monster-like guy, he said he'd handle it alone. And as soon as he finished speaking, Gujin turned this place into a complete battlefield. It got to the point where Gina even felt sorry for the dungeon's monsters. This guy is no longer just a solo player. He is a one-man guild formed by a powerful army that knows no fear of death. Gina vividly remembered the majestic image of the skeleton soldiers along with the fire golem that Gujin had summoned earlier. Finally, he concluded with one sentence, "And he never gets tired." The next second, Gina's face paled as he thought, "Damn it, now even I don't dare to piss him off." His obvious stare caught Gujin's attention. "Do you have something to say to me? Why have you been staring at me like that?" Seeing that, Gina immediately denied it. "It's nothing. It's just you explained how to conquer the hatchling to me earlier, but I still don't get it." He asked back curiously, "What part is difficult?" "I told you that once the battle starts, you just need to attack its wings. I'll take care of the rest." He also added to the plan's details. "Yeah, I remember that. To prevent it from escaping into the sky, right?" This made Gujuan even more curious. "You know that. Well, but what part are you confused about?" Finally, Gina found the courage to ask clearly in that case while it's still on the ground, "What do you mean by telling me not to use too much strength and just hold on its back?" He quickly took a deep breath that pausing for about 2 seconds, Wu Jin began to explain, "The membrane of its wings is twice as hard to break when they are folded compared to when they are spread, making it difficult to attack. To make it spread its wings, you have to push it to the point where it feels threatened. In that situation, you can't focus all your firepower on the wings. Hearing this, he shouted in frustration, "So, you're telling me to climb on its back and stay there until the opportunity comes?" Before Gina could finish yelling, Gujuan signaled for him to be quiet. It turned out the hatchling had appeared nearby, creating an enormous whirlwind. With just one flap of its wings, a nearby monster was sent flying. This scene caught his eye. The hatchling suddenly opened its mouth and bit into the monster from before. Seeing this, both Gujuan and Gina remained silent and continued to observe. Suddenly, it glanced over as if it had discovered something. The hatchling looked curiously at the corpse of the orc lying on the ground. Its eyes glinted with suspicion. Following that, the hatchling let out a roar, making Gujuan praise it inwardly. "This one is smart. It has noticed the change in its nest. But even if it notices, it's too late." As soon as he finished his sentence, he used a skill. The emissary of the underworld's corpse explosion skill has been activated. Large rocks from the nearby mountain continuously fell upon the hatchling. It refused to be outdone and nimbly dodged. But unfortunately, the hatchling was hit squarely by a giant boulder. Even though the plan had started, Gina was still talkative. "Yeah, I get what you mean. But what if it successfully flies up? What then?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wujin loudly affirmed, "I can conserve enough strength to sever its wing membrane if it's in a spread wing state. Bringing it back down to the ground from the sky is your duty." Finally, he got the point. Wait. Doesn't that mean I have to fall down with it, too?" With a very provocative expression, he entrusted Gina with the important task. "I'm counting on you, colleague," he shouted and cursed. "Hey, you damn." While the two were discussing, the hatchling had escaped from the boulder. It aggressively rushed to attack the fire golem that Gujin had summoned. Under his command, the skeleton soldiers also actively slashed at the hatchling's wings. At the same time, Gina gritted his teeth and thought, "Why are its scales as hard as rock?" Annoyed, he swung down hard on its wing. "Just break already." Despite that, the hatchling was unharmed and prepared to launch its attack. It fiercely breathed fire to destroy the skeleton soldiers. After a long while, Gina shouted loudly, "Hey, the problem isn't just the wings anymore." But fearing he would ruin the plan, Wu Juan affirmed once more, "Just focus on the wings. Leave the rest to me." After that, he summoned again. The emissary of the underworld's power of the pharaoh skill has been activated. The user can use dead monsters as sacrifices. Gujin also sent the Durahan skeleton soldier into battle. The system announced again, "You have equipped the protection of the sun. You have equipped the aura of power." Immediately, the Durahan skeleton soldier was empowered. It powerfully charged forward and stabbed its sword into the hatchling's tail. As the Durahan skeleton soldier struck, a notification appeared. "The hatchling has been hit with blood poison." The hatchling roared in pain and flung it far away. Gina, standing on its wing, felt the change in the hatchling's emotions. Unable to keep his balance, his voice trembled along with him, Wait, stop." In the blink of an eye, Gina fell straight to the ground. Despite their frequent arguments, Gujin was still very worried and called out, "Lanha." As soon as the shout ended, he shot back up. Like a flash of lightning, Gina shot straight up to the hatchling's wing. While fiercely stabbing the spear into its wing, he let out a loud roar. "Damn!" It seems Gina's attack caused the hatchling so much pain that it lost control and flew straight into the sky. While dangling, he tried to grit his teeth to keep from falling. Taking this opportunity, Wu Jin instructed loudly, "Lejane, get a grip. You need to hurry before it flies any higher." Finally, Gina managed to stand up. "Easy for you to say. You try getting up to this height. Then you'll know if it's easy or hard." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had just torn its wing. "I did it." While Gina was still in shock, he was already in freefall. The next second, Gina was pinned down by the hatchling's tail. Wait, if I fall like this, I'll be crushed to death. In the blink of an eye, they both crashed to the ground, creating an extremely loud bang.
Gwen's face showed a mix of joy and disbelief. Without Lee Gina, he couldn't have even imagined this strategy. Thanks to this,
the plan was already halfway successful. Through the thick smoke, a pair of bright yellow eyes lit up. It was the hatchling, which had gotten up and continued to breathe fire. To Gujuin's surprise, it continuously launched attacks towards the fire golem. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and told himself, even if I successfully attacked its wing, a dragon is still a dragon, it's still just as threatening. I can't let my guard down until it's completely suppressed. Right after, he summoned more skeleton soldiers. They aggressively charged forward, slashing at the hatchling's tail. Without resting for a single second, the skeleton soldiers continuously aimed for the same spot and slashed. The Durahan skeleton soldier was also ready to fight. It powerfully thrust its sword into the hatchling's tail. Realizing its scales were too hard, the skeleton soldiers moved in to support the Durahan skeleton soldier. The sword finally succeeded in piercing the hatchling. This wound immediately caught its attention. The hatchling angrily turned its head and opened its mouth wide. It quickly gathered power to prepare to annihilate the skeleton soldiers. But fortunately, the fire golem managed to rush in time to hold the hatchling's head down because it had gathered too much power but couldn't release it in time. The magic gradually spread throughout its body. Right after, the hatchling had to endure its own attack, exploding in its mouth. The next second, it fell straight to the ground, smoldering. Gujin slowly walked over to where Gina was buried under the rubble. The skill blessing of the river Styx from the tough warrior has been activated. As soon as he got close, his familiar cursing rang out. Damn it, motherf. Realizing Gina was okay, Gujuin smirked teasingly. Took you longer than I thought. Don't tell me you passed out. I didn't see you get up for so long. I thought you really died this time. Hearing that, he became even angrier. A strong man like me lead die. What die? My stomach was just empty, so it took a little longer. Suddenly, Gina's tone became serious. What about the hatchling? As if to reassure Gina, he gently replied, while you were resting, I played with it for a bit, but thanks to you, I think I'll be able to hunt it down. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Gujuin held out his hand and said, You worked hard, colleague. These words of comfort made Gina so happy that he couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. Without hesitation, he firmly grasped his hand and said confidently, Of course, it was thanks to me. After standing up, Gina continued, Don't just say it. After we get out of the dungeon, you have to at least treat me to a meal. Gujin didn't refuse and said, If you want that, we have to deal with this thing first. After that, the two of them proceeded to the next step of the plan. At this moment in Japan, the Go match between Sukaharakan and Nadhajiro had entered a fierce stage. While playing Go, Sukaharan started. How many days has it been since Isaac's team entered the dungeon? Outside, Sun respectfully answered, the 10th day. Hearing that, he gently remarked, To survive for 10 days, that's truly unexpected. He immediately continued, but most opinions suggest the success rate is extremely low. Sukaharan's tone suddenly became much more scheming. Even if the success rate is low, I still hope they succeed this time because if they do, we can deal with them ourselves. This statement surprised Sun. What do you mean? He asked. He didn't answer and just remained silent. At the same time, Nadhiro slowly took another stone from the box. In a flash, he slammed the stone down on the board. Sukaharan's face gradually became annoyed. It seemed he had lost to this move from Nadhiro. After finishing the game, he replied in a deep voice, Sacrifice a pawn to catch a castle. Hearing this, Sun suddenly realized something. But in just a moment, he declared loudly, I will dedicate my life to completing this mission. Back to the battle in the dungeon of Gujin and Gina. You have defeated the hatchling. You have achieved the Dragon's Lair achievement. After reading the notification, he opened his eyes wide in surprise.
I'm a dragon slayer.
Gina excitedly patted the skeleton soldier's head in praise. Soldier, you worked hard. Kim Gujuan, you worked hard to before he could finish. He saw Gujuan's worried expression.
Gina asked, confused, the conquest is over.
So why do you look like you've lost your ration book?
Is something wrong?
Right after, he gently started, if I get out of this dungeon, then no matter what is said, it seems I will still have to die.
This sudden information alarmed Gina, who repeatedly asked, You'll die. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
Hu Jing calmly spoke up after getting out of here.
I have to conquer a 4-floor dungeon. He still didn't understand.
Of course, that's what's going to happen.
But so what?
The next second, he slowly explained, from the 4th floor onwards.
It's the stage for high-level players from level 100 and above.
It could be a group of people holding very high ranks in a massive guild. It's obvious that they are all aiming for incredible economic or political privileges, but they were not satisfied with that and wanted to aim for even greater benefits. So, they formed their own exclusive bloc.
Each side would have its own territory, not infringing on each other.
Just like that, they built up the power to do whatever they wanted and live peacefully until one day some uninvited guests trespassed into their territory. But, ironically, among those uninvited guests, there was one who was already a thorn in that person's side, completely different from before.
Wu Jun's eyes lit up as he continued. So, what do you think will happen outside the dungeon? Reporters quickly swarmed in.
Mr. Isaac, what is the secret to your successful conquest?
Everyone thought you would fail. How do you feel right now?
Mr. Isaac, please look over here.
The reporters immediately realized that's Isaac's new colleague.
Quick, take a picture.
Were there any troubles during the conquest? How do you feel about conquering in a party for the first time? Their enthusiasm made Gina think worriedly. I have to get out of here before they find out it's a dummy. Another reporter was actively asking questions to the dummy in Gujuan's form. Was there any difficulty in communication?
Mr. Kim Gujuan, but fearing things would be exposed, he immediately put his arm around the dummy.
Gina replied in Russian. No one can stop us. We are invincible.
Amidst the bustling crowd, a silent footstep suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Sun with murderous intent in his eyes approaching.
Without hesitation, he took out a sharp knife. The next second, Sun lunged forward and shouted in Japanese, Die. Seeing this, Gina's eyes widened in surprise.
With extremely fast reflexes, he threw a punch straight at Sun's face, but unfortunately, he managed to dodge it.
Gina was surprised and thought to himself, oh, wow. He dodged it.
This scene left the reporter stunned, not understanding what was happening. Finally, the dummy with Gujuan's appearance also realized. Despite that, it seems Sun was ready to perish together with it. He used all his strength to stab fiercely into his abdomen.
From a distance, Gina shouted in alarm, Kim. The next second, blood from the dummy spilled onto the ground.
The blood flowed more and more. The reporters turned pale and exclaimed, he really got stabbed.
Hey, get back.
The player who just got stabbed is a blood poison user.
What just happened? Who knows? Don't get caught up in the player's fight. Let's get out of here first. In the blink of an eye, they fled the scene. Not stopping there, Sun continued to target Gujuan.
He lunged forward with a malicious look in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud slash rang out, startling him. It turned out Sun had been eliminated by Sukaharan. Even after just sending off a member of his own guild, he remained calm as if nothing had happened. The reporters immediately recognized him.
Wait. Isn't that the Sword Saint? Why is the Sword Saint here? Camera, get back here. This has to be captured. Finally, they remembered to call for a doctor. Where's the medical team? Someone's about to die here. These words suddenly made Sukharan fall into deep thought.
An image of him talking to Sun appeared.
I'm sorry for having to assign you a mission like this. He hastily replied, you don't need to say that. Being useful to you is my honor.
Although that guy's life has no value, I will definitely kill him to comfort the souls of my comrades.
Hearing that, Sukahara can remain silent for a long time.
Right after, some bowed respectfully to him. Thank you for taking care of an incompetent person like me all this time. Back in the present, even though he was about to die, he stubbornly said, Yamato Alliance Banzai.
Sun's eyes gradually lost focus.
Seeing this, Sukharan fell into deep thought again. On Gina's side, after checking the dummy in Gujin's form, he sadly shook his head.
The next second, Gina gently covered the dummy's face with a white cloth.
Sukharan slowly approached.
Feigning condolences.
I came here on behalf of the nation to congratulate you on your successful conquest, but I never expected to witness this tragedy.
Woan immediately glanced at him with suspicion. Despite that, Sukharan continued his act. I am truly sorry.
A while later, newspapers simultaneously reported after the hatchling conquest. Kim Gujin of the Phoenix Guild lost his life due to a terrorist attack. The Korean people are criticizing the extremist terrorist in Japan. A player targeting another player is okay.
The terrorist is dead.
Investigating the mastermind is extremely difficult.
Kim Gujin is a hero of Japan.
I am deeply saddened by his death. I promise to round up the terrorist accomplices.
Sword Saint and the Japanese government expressed their regret over Kim Woo-jun's case, promising to grant a dungeon-free pass to Ajax's party.
On the ground, the newspaper with this news was
crumpled, showing its owner's great anger.
At the same time, Secretary Kim's trembling voice was heard, Director, please calm down.
Yang Wan shot up and yelled, calm down. How do you expect me to calm down in this situation? Realizing his fury, she fell silent, not knowing what else to say. He gritted his teeth and said, you know how much I invested in Kim Gujun? These bastards, they dare to touch my property? Unable to contain his anger, Ian slammed his fist on the table.
With just one blow, the wooden table spoke to. I don't care about any terrorism. I need to investigate the person behind this immediately.
No, that's not right. That's not enough. Drag those bastards before me right now.
At this moment, at Sukharan's base, he slowly began to speak.
I am very sorry for the loss of your comrade.
The deliciousness of the food on the table caught Gina's eye. Sukharan continued, if I had arrived a little earlier.
Meanwhile, Gina suddenly turned to look at Gujin with curiosity. Despite that, Sukharan kept rambling on.
Then that unfortunate event would not have happened.
He replied in Russian, it's all right. It was something no one wanted. The interpreter quickly translated for Sukharan. He says that death always follows players, so it's a normal occurrence.
Hearing that, he put on a fake smile.
The next second, Sukharan raised his glass of wine and said, we understand each other so well. You're just like one of our comrades. I have prepared the finest wine. Please drink as much as you like.
He added more cruel words that drove Gina mad with anger.
Although this is a regrettable event for someone who has died, those of us who are alive and kicking don't need to be sad, right?
He slammed his hand on the table and cursed in Russian.
Then Gina shot up. I feel sick to my stomach. I can't listen to this anymore.
A comrade who went through life and death with me is now dead.
And you talk like that.
As he stormed out, he muttered continuously, this disloyal bunch.
So disgusting. I can't possibly dine with you people anymore. If Kim Gujun saw you now, he probably couldn't rest in peace in heaven. At this point, Gina's voice became heavy. Isaac, I never thought you were this kind of person. I was wrong about you.
I'm leaving for first take care of yourself. He aggressively slammed the door shut as if to express his anger.
Sukaharan's interpreter was also scared to the point of breaking a sweat.
But in just a moment, she regained her composure and translated what Gina had just said.
Finally, Gujin spoke up. Our meal will have to end here. Thank you for the dinner and about the dungeon you suggested. I will consider it as positively as possible. The next second, Sukahara spoke with regret.
I didn't expect our conversation to end like this.
What a pity. This must be your first time conquering a 4-floor dungeon, right? Can you conquer it alone without our help? He replied coldly. Of course, I can't do it alone.
Therefore, please prepare a gift that can sway my colleague's mind. A moment later, Woo-jun left Sukaharan's base with the file in his hand. In front of him was a large screen showing the latest news.
In the news, report.
Images of protesters appeared.
The Japanese government must apologize immediately.
The number of protesters is increasing daily. Compensate for the death of King Gujin, the hero of Korea.
The news anchor was also talking about this issue.
It has been for days since the protest in South Korea began.
It seems everything is going according to Gujun's plan. He picked up his phone to call Gina. Where are you? Back with Sukaharan. He was currently lost in thought. No matter how I think about it, it's still a pity. Then he called out, Zakura, are you there? In just a moment, Zakura appeared. Yes, master. Sukahara quickly inquired, I want to pull Ayak to our side. Is there no way?
After a moment of thought, she began to analyze. Yes, in many respects, the situation doesn't look very good. From the beginning until Kim Gujin was killed,
everything went very smoothly. But as a result, Spaziva now holds hostility towards us.
It will be difficult to bring both Isaac and Spaziva to our side. In addition, because of Kim Gujin's death, Park On-won is very angry.
He probably won't let Isaac slip away as well, so confronting him is unavoidable.
Furthermore, if the Messiah Guild finds out we're planning to team up with Isaac, Shanghai certainly won't stand by idly.
In the current situation, I think bringing Ajax to our side will do more harm than good. Upon hearing Sakura's analysis, Sukahara Kenji gave a flat reply. You think so?
Although it's a bit of a shame if it's something we can't possess. Then the best way is to not let anyone else have it.
Send the name and lion's skin to Isaac. Hearing about this item, she asked in surprise, yes, that. He gently glanced at Sakura.
That much is cheap for a funeral gift to send a comrade to the next world. At this time, Gujun and Gina's car was parked in a deserted place. In the car, he angrily cursed.
I'm so pissed. Gujin's tone was very suspicious.
Don't tell me you're mad because you couldn't eat the food on the table earlier.
Gina got even more annoyed hearing that. What kind of person do you think I am to say that? Do you think I'm like this over a few bites? Food despite that, he gently asked back. So, it's not that.
At this point, he hesitated for a moment.
Well, there's a very small part of it that is. But it's not just about that.
Those disgusting bastards reached out to us with their dirty hands.
I got angry seeing that guy's face. It seems Gujin was also angered. You're right. I somewhat understand how you feel.
I didn't expect them to approach us right after causing that incident, but you timed your outburst perfectly.
I thought you were just focused on the food and would miss the right moment.
I was afraid the conversation would drag on, so I even prepared a few backup scenarios.
Suddenly, Gina's face paled as he cut him off. Wait.
So, it would have been okay to sit for a little longer.
If I had known, I would have eaten a few more pieces of sushi before getting angry. That sushi looks so delicious.
It made my mouth water.
Damn it. A few days later,
the two of them continued their act in the newspapers. Though his comrade has passed away, the hero continues his mission.
Exclusive interview with Ajax, Isaac and Spiva. Although there was a slight problem, we will always be good comrades. Team Isaac promises to conquer the 4th-floor A+ dungeon at Mount Fuji.
The dungeon that even the Sword Saint had to give up on in the past.
Can Isaac do it this time?
The Sword Saint has sponsored the legendary item, the Nehemian lion skin for Isaac's team in the office.
Second claimed, "It's a good thing we were prepared. Otherwise, it would have been a huge mess on the table." The headline of the newspaper he was reading appeared. Kim Yujin deceased. Japanese government expresses regret.
Gujuan's voice came from the other end of the line.
Yes, I didn't expect them to act so quickly either. Second said bluntly, "That means you've caused quite a bit of trouble for the Yamato alien. Doesn't it? But how are things on the other side?" He calmly replied, "Not bad."
In an instant, his tone became serious again. "Those guys are unpredictable, so it's better to be careful. Speaking of which, I heard that if you succeed in the conquest, you'll receive the Aegis shield as an additional reward."
Gujuan confirmed again.
Yes, that's what he clearly said.
Upon hearing this, Second laughed out loud.
These guys are hilarious. His laughter made him very confused. Why do you say that?
Pausing for about a second, Second gently recounted. Secretary Lee brought a very interesting document.
The document in his hand appeared.
Report on the failed conquest of the Mount Fuji dungeon 2020 to 2020. Report author is of Mari.
As if he had heard something very funny.
Second started. How can they offer something as a reward when they don't even have it in their hands? Gujuan immediately caught the point.
You mean just as he was thinking, he replied, the Igild.
It's currently inside the dungeon at Mount Fuji.
In the middle of the city, a portal suddenly appeared. The press had gathered in large numbers in front of the gate since early morning. Reporter Kim standing on high ground captured the scene below. This is the entrance to the 4th-floor A+ Hellhound dungeon.
Players from many guilds around the world are entering the gate. The pioneers are Team Isaac of the Mukos Guild Russia. At the same time, the TV editor also reported after the incident with player Kim Gujuan not long ago. Public opinion is still pointing fingers at the Japanese government. I wonder what Japan's stance is. While reporter Kim was answering, a loud sound suddenly erupted behind him.
Although the Japanese government has provided adequate compensation, but reporter Kim turned his head in alarm.
What was that? What's going on? Out of nowhere, a horrific explosion occurred nearby, causing the reporters to flee in panic. His eyes showed clear fear. This is another new explosion occurred with even more formidable power than before. The screen showing reporter Kim's image was affected.
The TV editor on air saw this and worriedly called out, "Reporter Kim, Reporter Kim." At the same time, the recording helicopter continuously flew around the explosion area. The cameraman on the helicopter also turned pale at the sight. The ground below was now a pile of rubble. It turned out reporter Kim had fainted. The cameraman worriedly went over to check on him. "Reporter Kim, are you okay? Can you get up?" Luckily, he was strong enough to sit up. "Yes, first." The next second, the cameraman sighed and helped reporter Kim up. "What just happened all of a sudden?" Suddenly, he stammered, wait a minute. The gate, it's locked." In a flash, news outlets reported a horrific disaster at the entrance of Japan's A+. 4th-floor dungeon. A bomb attack has occurred. Dungeon expert Dr. Kim Minggu on the principle that the gate will close after a certain period of time. Isakov's team has been left behind in the dungeon. The probability of a successful conquest is practically 0%. Isakov. The divine saint has finally turned his back on him. Terrorism continues.
The Japanese government is once again criticized for its negligence in ensuring security. The next morning at Sukaharan's base, he eagerly praised his strategy to isolate them inside the gate.
Sounds not bad, but if it were me, I would have sent about 6 trustworthy men in with them.
Hearing that, Sakura asked doubtfully, "But master, is it really necessary to go that far? They are new to a 4-floor dungeon. Not to mention, it's a rank. They're probably tasting hell inside the dungeon right now.
Even we failed to conquer it several times before giving up."
What? What can just the 2 of them do?
I assure you, master, they won't even have the will to hunt monsters anymore.
Pausing for about seconds, the bamboo water pipes outside began to operate. Sakura also continued her unfinished sentence. "But I didn't expect you to enjoy joking like this." Master, as if not understanding her meaning, Sukaharan asked in a high voice, "A joke?" Sakura quickly explained, "I mean the Aegis shield.
You said you give it to them as a reward while the item is currently sleeping inside the dungeon." He rested his chin on his hand and pondered a joke.
Does it look like a joke? Sukaharan's serious attitude surprised her. It's not a joke.
A moment later, he slowly began to speak. Lately, the number of people curious about the whereabouts of that shield has been increasing. A legendary item that plays a very important role in conquest. So, if the truth that we had such an item in our hands and still failed gets out, the player's caution about that dungeon will grow even stronger. The more prepared those who intend to conquer the dungeon are, the more disadvantageous it is for us.
Isn't it?
From now on, I will use the Aegis shield as a reward for anyone who wants to conquer the Hellhound dungeon.
This false information will be both bait and a trap.
In that case, any fools who dare to rush in for the reward will be buried forever in that dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Gina's voice rang out.
I was thinking, no way.
But in the end, it really is just the 2 of us who came in.
How on earth did you predict that? Are you a shaman or something that can see the future? In a flash, Wu Jun answered. Because dealing with both you and me outside the dungeon would be too risky.
Hearing that, he was so shocked he yelled.
But how did you even know there would be a bomb explosion in front of the gate?
He didn't answer and gradually sank into his own thoughts.
An image from the past suddenly appeared in Gu Jun's head.
Because before returning to the past, those who obstructed the Messiah Guild would be eliminated directly in the dungeons for those who were difficult to fight head-on.
Eliminating them by isolating them inside a dungeon was a common occurrence.
This despicable method of using bomb terrorism was one of the methods the Sword Saint had personally taught me in the past.
Gujin's strange silence confused Gina. Are you listening to me?
I asked how you knew, but not wanting him to know about his past.
He warned, all right, cut the crap from now on.
We need to focus on hunting because to catch 20,000 of them, we need to hurry.
Meanwhile, at the 5-floor B+ dungeon, the Forest of Monsters notification.
You have successfully survived for 10 consecutive days. Moving to the 5th floor, Yuan Jaco powerfully stepped on the defeated monster. He gently gestured with his hand. In the blink of an eye, his subordinates acted on his command. Then Yuan Jaco stretched his hand forward again. Seeing this, his 2 subordinates simultaneously followed suit.
You have summoned a skeleton soldier. Right after Yuan Jaco performed the technique, a bright light appeared and enveloped the entire forest.
The skeleton soldiers also gathered around him. It seems the sight made Yanj very pleased. The system displayed a notification. You have summoned the Book of the Dead. A brightly shining item appeared. The next second, the Book of the Dead was securely in Yuan Jaco's hand. He gave a satisfied smile upon seeing this book. At the 3rd floor of the Hellhound dungeon, Ljina was beaten flat on the ground. He gritted his teeth in anger and exclaimed, "Damn it, this thing is no joke." Just then, a wisp of smoke emerged from his clothes and remarked, "I didn't expect it to be this tough."
Truly unexpected. Then it casually asked, players who enter 4-floor dungeons are mostly eliminated on the 3rd floor. Do you know why? Being asked such a stupid question made Lee Jina so angry he yelled. How the hell would I know that? What are you trying to say? He couldn't be bothered to argue with the wisp of smoke because right now he was busy dealing with the thing in front of him. I don't have time to sit here and solve your riddles. After speaking, he slowly stood up to face the muscular Minotaur. Without a moment's hesitation, Legina quickly rushed forward. He landed several shallow slashes on the Minotaur. This made it angry, which was evident in its blood-red eyes. And then it violently slammed a fist down where Legina was, but luckily he dodged in time. The Minato's strength made Legina a bit scared. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura approaching him. Before he could react, a punch from the Minato slammed straight into him. Just that one blow was enough to send him flying like a ball. He finally slammed straight into a rock mountain. Then he fell helplessly to the ground. At this moment, the wisp of smoke peeked out again and said, "If you don't like riddles, fine. What can I do? I'll just tell you the answer directly. It's because most people conserve their energy on the 3rd floor to continue fighting on the 4th. It added some more information when conquering a dungeon. Properly allocating resources and stamina is indeed very important. But when facing the 3rd floor boss, an orc, saving your strength is no different from committing suicide." Hearing its words made Legion furious and he shouted, "You bastard! You knew that truth. So why did you leave me here and disappear? When are you sending the skeleton soldiers for backup?" The wisp of smoke replied nonchalantly, "That riddle just now was limited to the case of other players. As for you, I believe you can handle that orc on your own." The reason it believed Legina could handle the Minato was because you also have the neem and lion skin. So, I thought there would be no problem at all. These words seemed to wake Leja from the days of being punched repeatedly. Come to think of it, I've taken so many powerful hits, but the blessing of the river stick skill hasn't activated once. Instantly, the system displayed information from his skill. Nim and lion skin. Item rank legendary usable from level 100. This is the skin worn by the great hero Hercules. You are not easily harmed by any attack effects. Physical defense plus 100% when equipped. Magical defense plus 100% when equipped. Activates Hero's Majesty when equipped. While he was dazed, the wisp of smoke suddenly shouted, but looking at the sluggish state. I think my judgment was wrong. We need to send reinforcements. Being yelled at like that, Lina hurriedly said, No need sluggish. I was just waiting because I thought we were proceeding as usual. Skeleton soldiers. What do I need those for? Don't tell me I can't catch this thing by myself. At the same time, somewhere else, a young man was smiling smugly. As religion now, he spoke seriously to the wisp of smoke. Leave everything here to me and you go do your thing. After hearing that, the wisp of smoke quickly went to do its job, but still left a sentence. I know. If you need help, just tell me. After a brief chat with the wisp of smoke, Legion's fighting spirit had returned. As soon as it saw him stand up, the Minato immediately rushed towards him. He himself wasn't afraid and charged towards it. Neither side was afraid of the other and prepared to give each other a punch. A loud bang that shook the heavens and earth occurred. Someone had set foot in a place full of human bones. Kim Gujin exclaimed with satisfaction. And finally, it seems I found it. His gaze fell upon the inside of a cave containing a mountain of human bones. He then entered and picked up a skull wearing an iron helmet and then quickly used his ability. The eye of Anubis has opened. The memory scene of that skull appeared. Yes, the Sword Saint lent you the Aegis shield. With that, a hellhound is nothing. Even more terrifying things can be solved. Strange sounds echoed in Kim Gujin's ears. This person and his army fought the Minato, but the result was like an egg hitting a rock. Damn it. I should have used my full strength from the beginning. I don't know why I bothered with schemes. Being attacked by this group of people drove the mentor mad. And after that battle, the captain was severely injured, which caused the knights great sorrow. I'm sorry because I saved my skills. The captain had to. The captain didn't blame them at all, but instead blamed himself. You don't need to apologize. You just followed my orders. Blame me for being too arrogant. Before closing his eyes for the last time, he handed over the precious shield to the person he trusted most. You keep the shield. Kill the hellhound and be sure to return it to the sword saint for our long-held wish. After speaking, he took his last breath, causing his close knight to cry out in panic. Captain, open your eyes, Captain. Reading this memory made Kim Gujuan frown and thought. It seems the Aegis shield is on the 4th floor. He sent volunteer members. He even gave them the Aegis shield and they still failed the conquest. He started to wonder, since this is in a dungeon, is there another unsettling factor? The Aegis shield is one of the strongest defensive items at present. He thought the Aegis shield could block the Minotaur's blows, but he wasn't very sure about this thought right now. It can probably block the Hellhound's attacks to some extent. I can figure that out later. Besides that, he wanted to know Sukaharaken's attitude after this action of his compared to that. If I manage to take the Aegis shield out of the dungeon, I wonder what expression the Sword Saint will have. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's quite something to look forward to. At the same time, somewhere else, a system panel quickly appeared. Someone's eyes were intently focused on the panel. News articles appeared densely. Day 17 since Isaac's team was trapped in the dungeon. Entry is still impossible. Interview with dungeon experts. Possibility of successful conquest is very slim. Breaking news. Who will inherit Isaac's will? Flash news. Yenjox has successfully conquered the B+5 floor dungeon. Will the 10 Liches and Yen open a new horizon? The Messiah Guild provides full support for Yanj. A dozen comments from people appear. All at once. Netsons are animals. What's this about? Isn't this guy a fake Isaac? ISO. Isaac only went into a 4-floor dungeon. Ian is doing a 5-floor one. What's fake about that? Dark Mudge. Anyway, Isaac is done for now. Happy-o. Park Shanghai, a lich supported by the Messiah Guild. Long live the Messiah Guild. Now we can only trust in the Messiah Guild. Park Shanghai skimmed through those articles and then turned to report to someone. Kim Gujin of the Phoenix Guild has been dealt with by the Sword Saint. The 2 members of Isaac's team are isolated in the dungeon and the probability of them being eliminated is very high. Based on that, she concluded just in time. Yanja is also acting according to our intentions. So public opinion is turning towards us in a very positive way. Finally, she concluded with one sentence, no matter what, with things as they are. We are the ones who benefit from the conflict. However, after hearing this, Lyson gave a sarcastic laugh and asked, "Don't you find this situation very funny?" That question made Park Shinhai confused and she hurriedly asked, "Yes, is something wrong?" Li Young coldly reminded her of something. It's already been 3 years since the gate in the center of Seoul appeared. What happened there? Surely you still remember. He nonchalantly recounted. There was a guy who desperately wished for me to die. At that time, that bastard must have been certain that I would not be able to survive and leave the dungeon. The image of the stubborn Jin Su insisting on his own way appeared in his mind and he associated it with Park Shanghai just like you are now. Lyson's voice slowly continued. But as you know, I did not die in that dungeon. He suddenly felt very grateful to Jin Su. Not only did I not die, but my position has become even more solid. If you look at it a certain way, the me of today is thanks to that bastard. Sometimes I think that. His finger gently tapped on the armrest of the chair.
Then he indifferently uttered a sentence full of hidden meaning.
Isn't it both funny and gratifying?
His eyes swept over the screen and then said, "Eek, bring him."
He seemed to have a complicated feeling towards Kim Goo-jin in the form of Isaac. I have a feeling he will be like I was back then.
Park Shin-hye remained silent, just listening to Lyson.
Park Shin-hye, you must be thinking the same thing, aren't you?
Finally, he finished with the sentence.
If he can survive and come back this time, then I want to try meeting him once.
A halo of light shot up from the ground to the sky. Lena, panting from exhaustion, received a notification. You have defeated the orc.
Your level has increased.
Lying next to him was the corpse of the Minator.
Just then,
Kim Woo-jin appeared with 2 skeleton soldiers, he said with satisfaction.
It ended faster than I thought.
Furthermore, he even sneered at Lena. I was worried something might happen, so I brought the skeleton soldiers, but you probably didn't need them since you still look plenty healthy. Enraged by his teasing, Lee Jin shot up and cursed loudly.
What are you looking at to say I'm healthy? I just came back from the dead, you bastard. You were hiding somewhere and deliberately chose the moment I finished to show your face, didn't you?
Kim Foo-jin didn't pay any attention to the curses and even retorted casually, hiding.
Do you think I'm a coward who would do something like that?
Besides, I clearly told you that I would send the skeleton soldiers if you couldn't handle it. Not caring whether his friend was tired or not, he bluntly decided, in short, it seems everything is settled.
It's time to move up to the 4th floor. Ligna, being carried away by the skeleton soldiers,
became uncooperative and yelled, Wait, wait. I spoiled them too much and they're taking advantage.
Hey, get over here now. Not paying any attention to his loudmouth friend.
Kim Goo-jin smiled smugly and gave a command to the system.
Move to the 4th floor.
Somewhere, someone was reading a newspaper and said, everything is going according to plan. Heard this and immediately understood the hidden meaning in those words.
So, she asked, are you talking about the Hell House dungeon? The man sitting opposite her confirmed, that's right. Right.
Second stopped reading the newspaper and said with a smug smile, everyone thinks Isaac is already dead and public opinion is in an uproar.
This made Ju wonder, is Hellhound that strong? Stronger than Hatchling? Citron pondered for a moment and said, it's not exactly that Hellhound is strong. It's more accurate to say it's dangerous. According to what he knew about Hellhound, the hellfire it breathes from its mouth.
If it hits you once, it will never go out until the opponent is burned to ashes. Therefore, to defeat the monster, players need high-tier items among the legendary great items.
There are rare armors that possess absolute defense properties.
Without such items, in reality, no one dares to go on a conquest. Besides that, he had other information about Hellhound.
Moreover, it has a regeneration ability that overwhelms even a troll. So, its balance of offense and defense is nearly perfect at this point. Second fell silent for a long time. Ju's shy voice asked, will Mr. Lee Gina be okay?
Second frowned seriously and replied, don't worry. Although he's usually focused on food, he'll fight with all his might when it's time for battle. He was extremely confident in Lee Jia and asserted that no dungeon has ever been easy. And this time, we should also believe that they will succeed. Finally, he concluded with the sentence.
It's not just Gina on the conquest alone. Kim Yoo-jian is there too, so there's no need to worry. They will return safely as always. Back to the dungeon. A hand suddenly grabbed onto the cliff face. Kim Goo-jin with the Aegis shield on his back was trying to climb a cliff. When he reached the top, he was so tired he lay flat on the ground.
He panted and complained.
Falling into this exact spot made me waste a lot of effort finding it. No joke.
Suddenly, he felt lucky to have the skill to read others' memories. Otherwise, he would have definitely gotten lost without the eye of Anubis. Even if I had conquered the dungeon, the shield would have been buried here forever because it fell right into a crevice where the ground split. While he was drowsy napping, Legion's voice shouted, "Kim Gujin, you dog, get up and help me." At that moment, a wolf jumped up from behind him. Of course. He knew this and turned around to punch the wolf while also cursing his friend. "I'm busy as hell and you're just lying there stargazing." While he was at it, he also questioned why he was always used as a shield and the vanguard.
"And why do you always make me play this role?" Hearing this, Kim Gujin's face remained blank as he asked back, "This role? What role is this role?" That attitude of his made Lai Jin is so angry he tensed up and shouted, "Are you messing with me? You're asking because you don't know. You always get the comfortable and cool jobs, while I have to do the difficult and dangerous ones, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and grabbed a wolf by the neck. Then he yelled, "You bastard." While throwing the wolf aside, he asserted, "A meat shield has human rights, too, you know." Lena directly questioned Kim Gujin, "You think I don't feel pain when I get hurt? You've been slacking off since the 3rd floor. You were completely absorbed in finding that shield. Did you come here to find treasure?" These words left Kim Gujin speechless, unable to utter a single word. At the moment, Liana casually cursed, a sudden wave of power from somewhere approached, stunning him. "I was kind enough to endure the absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield has been activated. This item will absolutely not be destroyed." Feeling the murderer's intent behind him, he slowly turned his head to look. Suddenly, that force shot towards where Liga was standing at a frightening speed and instinctively, he put up his hands to block. After a while, not feeling any injuries, he opened his eyes in astonishment. The sight before him was Kim Gujin using the Aegis shield to block the blow for him. Despite the force of the attack, Kim Gujin calmly activated the Aegis shield's ability. "The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield has been activated. This item will absolutely not be destroyed." From the darkness, a monster with a terrifying presence emerged. It and its pack surrounded Lai Jia and Kim Gujin. After Kim Gujin's defense, Lai Jia was so surprised, he stammered. Kim Gujin smiled smugly and turned his head to introduce, "That's right, it's the Aegis shield we were looking for." "You still think I was slacking off now?" Although teased by his friend, Lai still smiled brightly and replied sycophantically, "What you said was a bit harsh. I was just a little upset, so I was talking nonsense. You found such a valuable shield. You're like a god." Not bothering to argue with him anymore, Kim Gujin handed him the shield and requested, "Well, then let's get ready to leave this dungeon." At that moment, the system displayed an information panel about the shield. Shield item rank legendary usable from level 1. The strongest shield created by Hephaestus. It is absolutely indestructible. Effect: when magic or vigor is channeled into it, the divine protection is activated. Absolute defense. Now, King Gujin seriously warned his meat shield. "Remember to be careful with the hellfire." He even emphasized, if you get completely targeted by the hellfire, you won't be able to fight anymore. Liino wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he smugly patted the shield in his hand and replied with the Aegis shield here. "What are you worried about? I'll take the lead." Just as Kim Gujin was about to say something more. "There's one more thing I need to remind you about." Then suddenly something bright purple appeared behind Lai Jawa. He looked behind him in confusion while Kim Gujin yelled in horror, "Dodge!" Once again, the purple energy attacked the two of them, but luckily they both dodged in time. Lai asked confusedly, "What was that?" "The hellhound is clearly over there." "What was that attack?" He looked around in a daze and then he was surprised to see something. His surprised voice exclaimed, "What is this?" But Kim Gujin was very calm, as if he had predicted this as expected, just as I saw through the eye of Anubis. Then he spoke up explaining, "This is the reason why those with the Aegis shield still failed the conquest. On the other side, there is one hellhound, and on the other side, there's another one exactly like it, because there are the hellhounds." Legion's face was full of confusion. That news scared him so much he screamed, "There are the hellhounds."
Then he turned his head to question Kim Gujin.
You predicted there were the hellhounds and didn't say anything to me? He had to single-handedly hold the shield to fend off the hellhound while yelling at his annoying friend. What's the point of telling me now?
As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying power of the hellhound engulfed
both of them.
Of course, they were fine because they had the Aegis shield to protect them. However, because there were the hellhounds, Lyjana was a bit scared and asked, "There's only one shield.
What do we do now?"
While he was panicking, he turned and couldn't find his best friend anywhere.
We can't stick together.
That made him furious again, and he screamed. I thought he was behind me, so I tried my best to protect him. Where did that bastard go? At that moment, Kim Woo-jin suddenly appeared in front of Ly Ja and said, just as you said, the two of us can't stick together forever.
There's only one shield, so you can handle one, right?
Although that was true, Lee Jin was still a little worried.
Even so, what about the other one?
Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin shouted a warning behind you. Startled by his shout, Lin quickly glanced around. He immediately raised the Aegis shield to block
the sudden attack.
However, due to the hellhound's immense power, he himself had some difficulty, even crying out a few times. The situation made Kim Woo-jin so worried that he shouted his meat shield's name loudly.
Legion.
The only reply was the sound of the wind blowing dust around in that dust cloud. Lee Jane's tired figure collapsed to his knees. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. It turned out one of his hands had been caught in the hellhound's flames, causing him to panic and scream, "It's on fire!" At the same time, the sisters sent a notification.
Hellfire.
The unquenchable flame has hit the target. In this situation, being so panicked, Luan had just rolled around on the ground, hoping to put out the fire. His mouth screamed, "Hey, don't just stand there gawking.
Come here and help me put this out."
Kim Gujin hurriedly instructed Lyjana, "Don't panic.
Take off your armor."
Following his words, Legiona immediately took off the piece of armor that was touched by the hellfire. Looking at his arm guard being burned by the hellfire, he was so scared he exclaimed, "The problem with this isn't the heat, is it?"
The hellhound, seeing that it couldn't kill one of the two, growled in anger. Suddenly, it let out a resounding roar.
The other wolves quickly received its command and charged towards Ly Ja and Kim Woo-jin.
With his dazed nature, Lignus still didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Did something happen?
At this moment, the hellhounds just stared at the two of them with murderous eyes. The pack of hellhounds numbering in the hundreds tightly surrounded Lyjana and Kim Gujin. Seeing them crazily running towards him, Lija had to grit his teeth and say, "In this situation, the only way is to fight while being wary of the hellfire." After saying that, he immediately took action
and sent a few wolves on their way. Seeing Kim Gujin not helping him and even planning to go somewhere else, Legiona angrily questioned, "Hey, what have you been plotting all this time? Where are you going?"
Kim Gujin didn't bother to answer him and continued to calmly kill each wolf that blocked his path. Suddenly, an old memory flashed through his mind.
Seeing this pack of hellhounds reminds me of something from before.
According to his memory, when he and his comrades in the Messiah Guild were conquering the 8th floor dungeon, the boss Busus used hellhounds as its minions. No matter how strong that Cerberus was, it ultimately fell to him. At that time, he had noticed the corpses of the hellhounds he had killed.
Thinking back after clearing that dungeon, why were they lying scattered on the ground like straw? The number of hellhounds I dealt with alone. Back in the present, as Kim Gujin focused on fighting.
He smiled smugly as he counted the number of hellhounds he had slain in his past life.
That's 23 of them. At the same time, in the real world, the news he just received made Wan's face turn cold as he asked, "You're saying Kim Gujin is still alive?"
Secretary Kim quickly presented a letter to him and said, "Yes, he sent a letter for you." Ian Woan didn't hesitate and immediately read the letter's content. His eyes hardened with each word. The letter read, "As I continuously received death threats from Japanese terrorists, I had no choice but to fake my death.
When the time is right, I will return to the guild and report everything clearly. P.S. I now need laundered money to cross the border safely. Account number 30.
Reading this, Ian-won understood the reason Kim Goo-jin faked his death.
So that's how it is.
After reading the letter, Ian-won suddenly smiled with great interest and exclaimed, "So that bastard is still alive. It seems even if you throw him in the middle of the ocean, he can still revive." Then he turned to instruct Secretary Kim, "Be careful not to leak the information for now. Just transfer the funds to him." This order made Secretary Kim a bit puzzled. "Yes," but she asked worriedly. "This person's actions are too suspicious even if his life was threatened.
Isn't it strange that he kept it a secret from us until now? Do you really still want to trust this person?" Yen didn't answer right away and just smiled. Finally, he crumpled the letter in his hand and asserted, "I never trusted him. He is just a useful tool to help me achieve my ambitions." His expression was full of calculation regarding Kim Goo-jin. "Isn't it lucky for us that the bastard is still alive? This is our chance to recover the money we invested. And as soon as I achieve my goal, he will know the price for daring to deceive me." Back to the battle with the hell,
which was howling to command its underlings.
Janina is currently very surprised by Kim Goo-jun's fighting ability. That bastard is unreal.
Kim Goo-jun's reckless actions were unbelievable to him. He dares to charge into battle against the hellhounds without any defensive weapon. I thought he was going to get himself killed. Watching Kim Goo-jun's every move left him astonished, but it turns out that's not the case at all. His movements are like in his heart, he seemed to confirm something. It's like he already predicted how the hellhounds would attack. This also made Lee Jana wonder, but isn't this his first time facing hellhounds? He was extremely curious about Kim Woo-jun's ability. So, where does that ability of his come from? After thinking for a while and getting nowhere, he had to bring his mind back to the fight. No matter how powerful the hellfire is, as long as I don't get hit, it should be fine. As for Kim Goo-jin, after fighting his heart out with the hell, his target was now the pack leader. Now only it remains. The situation now is that the hellhound has to face Kim Woo-jun's group. Suddenly he dropped the weapon in his hand and complained.
"Weapons made of bone really melt easily."
Despite saying that, a triumphant smile was on his lips, "But it's fine." Suddenly, long sharp spears appeared from the ground.
They grew like grass. Kim Goo-jun picked up one and declared, "I've prepared everything."
At the same time, the system sent information about these spears.
Hatchling bone spear item rank legendary usage condition level 50 and above. Physical attack plus 110.
This is a spear made from the bones of a hatchling.
Although its attack power is not high, its durability is truly astonishing.
The hellhound looked at its opponent with wary and murderous eyes.
Kim Woo-jun wasn't scared and instead said contemptuously, "How boring. Everything that needs to be prepared is done."
Next, he pointed the spear at it and arrogantly declared, "Now, let's just slowly enjoy the outcome." Just then, Liga rushed towards him and shouted, "Stop." He didn't understand why his meat shield suddenly stood in front of him.
So, Kim Woo-jun coldly asked, "What the hell are you doing?"
Lena, while panning, uttered some confusing words. "No, I can't just stand by and watch. A man has to have courage." He confidently declared, "Leave the other one to me."
The statement made Kim Goo-jin look at Lee Jina in a new light. Then he smiled mockingly and asked, "Are you confident you can handle it?"
Lee Jina laughed excitedly and replied, "Of course." Then he suddenly returned the shield to Kim Goo-jin, making him ask in astonishment, "Why aren't you taking the shield?" He grabbed the bone spear with one hand, his mouth firmly stating, "Because if I feel like I'm a burden to others." The fighting spirit within him burned brightly. "I'll feel very uncomfortable." At this point, Lee Jin suddenly remembered something else. He remembered that Daeju returned with severe injuries. At that time, he and Second were so panicked they had to rush out to support her. And at that very moment, he had sworn,
I also have people I need to protect. The scene of a pain Ju collapsing in Second's arms still lingered in Lina's mind every day. Ju's tears made him determined. Therefore, I need to do more. He told himself, I must become truly strong at the same time. At a fortress, many people were captured by some group. The fortress remained tightly shut. Inside, a transaction was taking place. I will pay with this. The mysterious woman in the transaction was Sakura of the Phoenix Guild. Looking at the suitcase on the table, Sakura asked with curiosity, What is this? The person she was dealing with smiled slightly and said, What is it? It's the commission fee. What else? Outside, guns were loaded and fired. Empty bullet casings fell to the ground. Blood stayed in the ground along with a casual report about dealing with the natives around the gate. The unscrupulous merchant happily opened the suitcase and said, Thanks to you, my business has become much more convenient. Shaki said nothing and just picked up the money to count it. After counting one stack, she suddenly angrily threw the stack of money into the suitcase and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Her fury made the merchant a bit scared. You think we do this just to earn some spare change? Sakura's annoyed voice questioned. It was agreed that payment must be made with items or skill equipment. The merchant, hearing this, quickly made an excuse. I am well aware of the transaction conditions with the Phoenix Guild, but recently I've been having difficulty supplying items. He wiped his sweat and stammered. Nowadays, even with money, you have to buy things on the black market. Not to mention, the remaining dungeons are so dangerous that they're impossible to enter. Just as he said, so it's very difficult for me to directly search for items in there. Sakura angrily slammed the table and shouted, Hey, you! She shot up and firmly asserted, In this lawless region of the Amazon, the words of our leader are the law. Knowing he was about to be dealt with by her, the merchant quickly exclaimed, Wait! She didn't care and grabbed him by the collar, crowing. Since when did you insects dare to be shifty right in front of us? Shakira moved her face close to the merchant and threatened. Say one more word and I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs right here, right now. Threatened by her, the merchant fearfully covered his mouth with his hands. No, don't. However, Sakura nonchalantly raised her hand. Then she stuck her hand into the merchant's mouth, causing him to mumble and beg, Spare me. I won't do it again. Please don't. It seemed as though she was about to send him to his grave. Then suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the merchant. His end was turning into a blackened mess and falling to the ground. At that moment, Sakura quickly looked behind her. Huffray stood at the door and growled, Sakura, I told you not to waste time on useless things. Seeing him, Sakura was slightly startled and called out, Later, the one who sent that merchant to heaven was Hugh Fry. He didn't feel any remorse after taking a life and even said with disgust, Why waste so many words on insects? Instead of the thing he placed on the table, Sakura was so surprised she stammered. This is a glowing card that was placed on the wooden table. Hugh Fry, known as the Thunder Emperor Hugh Fry, leader of the Phoenix Guild, sternly reminded Sarila. Keep it simple, understand? Back to the fight with Kim Gujuan's group. They had been fighting the Hellhound from evening until morning. The Hellhound itself now looked quite tattered. In front of it, Lickna was so tired he was lying flat on the ground. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that made him open his eyes with a start. The blessing of the river Styx has been activated. With his agility, he quickly sat up with the bone spear in his hand. Suddenly, a hand blocked the tip of his spear. Yet, he didn't do anything and instead stood there panting. It turned out Kim Gujuan had blocked Lai Jia's attack and raised his voice to remind him, Lai Jana, it's me. Snap out of it. Realizing it was his meat shield, Legend breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, and asked, What about the other Hellhound? Did you finish it off while I was unconscious? Kim Gujuan didn't say anything and just pointed behind him. Him. Lai Jana saw this and looked in the direction he pointed.
What he saw was the corpse of the hellhound lying on the ground.
While Kim Yujin's voice slowly echoed, I just watched. He let his meat shield now. You completely destroyed it.
The recognition from him made Lee Jin smile proudly with your own strength.
Someone was so impatient that they kept tapping their fingers on the table. Ian Won let out a cold snort and remarked, You surprised me many times. He angrily questioned King Gujin, I can't believe you dared to deceive me.
His piercing gaze was fixed on Kim Woo-jin.
And here I actually thought you were dead.
After a moment of silence, Kim Gujin sincerely replied, My apologies, but to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive those around them.
Since he had said that, Yan Wong couldn't blame him anymore. You're not wrong.
Even so, he still held a grudge. However, Yang Wong warned in a low voice, From now on, don't even think about deceiving me again. His murderous aura and pressure filled the room, intimidating Kim Gujin.
This joke didn't amuse me at all. But Kim Gujin faced it very calmly.
Then he answered, Seriously, I understand.
Receiving his confirmation, Yan Won was quite satisfied and then suddenly pulled open a drawer. One more thing.
Then he threw a stack of papers on the table on the newspaper with the headline, You and Isaac, who will become the conqueror of the 4.5 floor dark house dungeon. Now, Ian Won mentioned the person whose picture was printed next to Kim Woo-jin's fake identity.
That Yuan Jok I mentioned last time. He pointed at the name Yen Jaku and expressed his dissatisfaction. Lately, he's been annoying me. The press creates a rival and then starts gossiping.
His voice slowly commanded Kim Gujin, I don't want the situation to turn out like this. I just need Isaac to be the only star shining and polishing my name. I don't need to explain further.
Right.
At this point, Yang Wong got furious, crumpled the newspaper, and yelled, Find a way to incite Isaac and make him more aggressive.
Hearing this, Kim Gujin immediately asked back, You mean make Isaac stand out more? Ian Won didn't hesitate to confirm. That's right. We need to earn a profit commensurate with what we've invested, right?
Kim Gujin had no objection to his plan, but he had a condition.
I understand.
In that case, please release the Thunder Emperor. The condition he proposed surprised Yan Wong so much that he exclaimed, The Thunder Emperor.
He immediately asked for the reason for that condition. Why mention that name all of a sudden? Kim Gujin replied coolly. It's what Isaac wants.
The so-called Thunder Emperor he was talking about was the piece of paper with the superior skill.
Skill, summon witch.
Condition for use, emissary of the shadow world.
Usable from level 180.
Effect, summon an immortal witch by sacrificing 100 monsters. This belongs to it's what the Thunder Emperor has. At that moment, somewhere someone was practicing slashing a straw dummy. The sharp slash cut the dummy in two.
Half of it fell to the ground.
This person's voice slowly uttered, so this person asked softly. Isaac requested Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis. Killed. His student immediately bowed his head in apology for no reason.
Yes, I apologize, master.
Sukharan, of course, did not punish his student and instead thought, No, I had already compensated him with the Aegis shield.
Compensating with other items is unavoidable.
Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in anger.
But there's one thing I still can't understand.
His attitude startled Sakurab. It's.
Sukharan frowned and wondered to himself.
That is the fact that Solomon's ring is in our hands.
How could that bastard possibly know? Immediately, Sakura hurriedly denied it. No, it wasn't me.
I swear.
Sukharan didn't suspect her, but thought, I wouldn't suspect my student.
It's just that the information leaked proves there's a rat hiding among us. Hearing this, Sakura immediately volunteered to find the person who leaked the information. That person is shameless. We must find that traitor right now and deal with him along with Isaac.
However, Sukharan said, that's enough. Just leave it be. This action of his made Sakura unable to understand.
What, sir? He slowly sheathed his sword while leisurely saying with their leveling speed. There was one thing he could confirm.
Sooner or later, we will meet. This made Sakura exclaim alarm. You're sane.
Sukahara quickly attached his sword to his hip and then he commanded in a low voice.
All right, continue to wait. His confident, steely voice rang out.
Only when I've cut them to pieces with my own hands can it be called a success.
Back at the Thunderbird Guild's headquarters, Sakura asked sarcastically, What am I looking at right now? A ghost?
Her provocative voice exclaimed, Oh no, I should say zombie. Kim Gu-jun was not to be outdone and retorted immediately, It looks more like a ghost.
I operate much more easily in the other world. Hearing this, Sakura sneered again.
So you fake your death to go against the whole world to clean up a Jack's mess?
Kim Gu-jun didn't bother to speak plainly and replied cryptically, What? That's not important. Figure it out yourself.
This vague way of speaking annoyed Sakura, who said, You bastard.
Answer properly.
Then she got so angry she slammed her hand on the table.
And shouted, You know where you are. You're speaking too casually.
At this point, she switched to threats.
You've already died once. Dying again here wouldn't be a problem, right?
Kim Gu-jin wasn't scared at all and even smirked. To not waste any more time, he got straight to the point.
All right, let's not argue pointlessly.
I didn't come here to argue.
Let's get straight to the issue. Although Shakira was so angry she was about to explode, she still had to endure. What an annoying guy.
If it weren't for the commander's orders, so she tried to stay calm and asked clearly.
Go on, I'll only listen for 1 minute. Kim Gu-jin said calmly. I heard the Thunder Emperor only trades items, right?
Sakura coldly replied with 2 words.
Is that so?
Kim Gu-jin remained calm and uttered each word.
So he smiled and asked a question. Naturally, humans are also a commodity for trade, right? This question of his made Sakura a bit confused. What is this bastard talking about? And he casually suggested if I sell Isaac to the Phoenix Guild. I'm very curious about what I'll receive. After hearing that, Shakira burst out laughing and asked through gritted teeth. You didn't come here to negotiate on Isaac's behalf. You're planning to sell Isaac to us.
Suddenly, she stomped hard on the table. Then she shouted, I've tried to be patient, you psychotic bastard.
Are you joking with me? Just then, a voice rang out with operation. How interesting.
Suddenly, Kim Gu-jun felt a murderous intent behind him. Turning around, he saw that Hu Fry had been standing behind him for who knows how long. As soon as Sakura saw him, she called out in alarm, Commander.
At this moment, Hu Fry gave a bloodthirsty smile and asked, So, can I buy him by the pound?
Kim Gu-jin was not to be outdone and replied.
Let's see. That's a good idea. But you don't need an Isaac who's missing a leg or an arm, do you?
After those words, there was a suffocating silence. Hu Fry was very interested in Kim Woo-jin's proposal and requested, Your proposal is quite attractive.
Be more specific in the dungeon at night.
2 people were leisurely sitting by a warm bonfire.
Lena, while chewing food in his mouth, hesitantly asked, Hey, are you really going to do that? Kim Gu-jin didn't answer that question and instead smiled and asked back, as if he didn't know anything. What the hell are you talking about? Lena answered bluntly, You know very well. We almost died in the 4th-floor dungeon. With a casual attitude, Kim Gu-jin uttered 2 words, Is that so? This attitude of his annoyed the Legion so much that he yelled, What do you mean? Is that so? Anyway, I agree to conquering the 5th floor. But is an A+ a bit too soon?
His words made Kim Gu-jin feel like teasing him.
Whatever. A guy like you is scared of a dungeon. As usual, Leino was provoked to the point of fuming. Hey, why do you always provoke me like that? You think I'll keep falling into your trap?
His voice echoed through the forest.
Do I look like an idiot to you?
Just then, Kim Yujin made a face and gestured, "Quiet, someone's here." Instantly, Lee Jin-ae shot up an alarm and went into alert mode. His face was full of astonishment when he saw the person who had just approached. That person stood in the shadows and timidly greeted, "Hello." Kim Gu-jin was a bit surprised to see that person. It was none other than Mizun. "I am Mizun of the Messiah Guild.
We will be conquering together tomorrow."
Suddenly, her voice became a whisper and her face turned bright red.
Actually, oh. Then she awkwardly and honestly said, "I'm a big fan of yours. Since we'll be conquering together, I wanted to come and greet you beforehand." Her appearance made Kim Gu-jin a bit confused, but then he realized, "Mizun, why is that bastard here?" That's right.
In this dungeon, he remembering his past life on the day Mizun passed away.
Jordan hugged her tightly in grief, crying his eyes out. At that time, Kai-ho and Kim Gu-jin were both silent.
How desolate that scene was that year. Back in the present, Lai Jin was laughing confidently as he greeted men.
"It's a pleasure to meet you," his arrogant expression uttered. "Should I sign an autograph for my fan?"
Mizun knew he had misunderstood and wanted to explain, "No, that's of course."
He didn't listen and instead thought, "Don't make me seem like a rude person." As Lai was about to take out a pen to sign. "So, where should I sign?" Mizun suddenly shouted and ran forward. "Excuse me." She held out the notebook to Kim Gu-jin and loudly requested, "Mr. Isaac, could you sign this for me?" Without any hesitation, Kim Gu-jin actually signed for Mizun.
Lee Jin saw this scene and was so shocked he broke the pen.
The next morning, the gate to the dungeon opened again.
The Messiah Guild has arrived at this place.
Following them was the Thunderbird Guild.
On the Messiah Guild side were two people, Kim Gu-jin in the role of Isaac and his annoyed companion, Lai Ja.
Back on that day at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, are you Frey? While fiddling with two walnuts in his hand, slowly spoke. I'll say it again. Contrary to what everyone knows, he asked bluntly, are you the one who's really controlling Isaac? Kim Gu-jin. Kim Woo-jin himself didn't hide it and admitted, yes, that's right. Hearing that, Sakura was so angry. She yelled, this is insane. Are we supposed to believe such nonsense? Hu Fry raised a hand to stop her and uttered, is that so? Now, Kim Gu-jin got straight to the point. I heard you are a person with a huge collection, including many items and skills. However, due to limitations in usage requirements, there is a problem in supplying them. He smiled slightly and made a lucrative offer. I will conquer the dungeons you want on your behalf. If we use Isaac, even dungeons that are impossible to enter won't be a difficult problem, right?
Furthermore, he gave Hu Fry time to consider. If you find it suitable for both parties' conditions, then please consider it. His arrogant attitude made Sakura furious. This bastard. But Hu Fry was very calm with a hint of interest as he asked conditions. Hearing you say that, it seems there's something you really want from me. He chuckled and emphasized, that's right. But I don't do business at a loss. After that, he stood up to leave. But didn't forget to say, although I can't guess what you want. Your conditions don't convince me. If you want to get something from my hands, come up with a more attractive condition next time. At this point, he turned to leave. Although, I'm also interested in the business of Isaac. It's not that exciting. Hu Frey's blunt refusal made Sakura very pleased. Then she flew into a rage and wanted to deal with Kim Gu-jin. The negotiation failed, huh? You pretended to have something good, but it turned out to be trash. Leader, let me handle this bastard. Right. Here. Her voice was gleeful as she said, he has no value anymore anyway. After a moment of silence, Kim Woo-jun asked directly, I heard you are forming a team to conquer the one-eyed giant dungeon that appeared in the Amazon forest, right? These words made Hugh Fry stop in his tracks.
Then he uttered two words, "So what?" Kim Gujin replied nonchalantly, "I'm planning to send Isaac there to conquer it." Of course, Hugh Fry didn't believe it and even said contemptuously, "This is the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard." He didn't believe Isaac could conquer the 5th floor dungeon. "You say you'll help me conquer that dungeon?" Isaac, who just completed a 4-floor dungeon, can enter a 5-floor dungeon, and an A+ wanted that? Hugh Fray's contemptuous laughter echoed everywhere.
"Although, I've also done many crazy things at that level."
"Aren't you being a bit too confident?" In response to his contempt was Kim Woo-jun's furious glare.
Then, and Hugh Fry also gave him a chance to prove himself.
"All right, if you succeed, we'll continue our talk."
This action of his made Sakura unable to believe it, and she shouted to stop him, "Leader."
At that moment, Kim Gujin asked directly, "So, how much is Isaac's body worth?"
Hugh Fry casually said, "Wrong.
"The thing I intend to buy isn't Isaac."
According to what you said.
"Wouldn't it be wiser to spend money to buy you?"
He offered Kim Gujin to become his subordinate.
"How about it? If you agree, then work for me."
The offer was just an offer, but he also carefully stated, "Of course, I will test you because I am a suspicious person." Hugh Fry took something out and said, "The negotiation for the ransom starts here." It was a piece of paper with the content Mecha Dragon. Condition for use: emissary of the Shadow World.
Skill rank legendary effect: you can transform into a Mecha Dragon when using the skill.
Back in the present, King Gujin in Isaac's form thought to himself, "Let's proceed like this." Then a shout was heard, "I will enter the dungeon." On the first day of entering the One-Eyed Giant dungeon, the skeleton soldier and Legiana surrounded the Minator.
He dodged a blow and asked, "Hey, what are you going to say to Park One?"
Kim Gujin in the form of a skeleton soldier turned to ask.
"Say what?" Lina shouted.
"Anyone can see that we're siding with the Thunder Emperor."
"Do you think Yongwan will sit still if he finds out?"
"You're going to choose your words carefully, right?" Kim Gujin's voice spoke up.
"Not at all.
I'm just going to tell Park Jang-hwan the truth." Hearing the answer, he froze.
"What did you say?"
While distracted, the manor landed a powerful punch.
Legend and nimbly dodged. He launched a counterattack. "Well then, now I have to beat some sense into you, don't I?" Bam! After a legit slash, it collapsed.
A high-speed collision created a huge conical dust explosion in the middle of the barren desert.
In front of Kim Gujin, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring his vision.
From the midst of the fading smoke, a pair of legs slowly emerged. Kim Gujin was startled by the sight before him.
Lina walked over
and hit him on the head, then grumbled. "You're planning to tell him you agreed to the Thunder Emperor's recruitment? Have you lost your mind?"
Kim Gujin replied, "Well, we can't hide it from Park anyway, so it's best to just tell the truth."
He smacked him on the head again and shouted, "Tell the truth."
"What truth?"
"You act as if Park will just say, 'Oh well,' and hand us over to the Thunder Emperor."
"Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know that bastard's personality yet?" In the midst of the tension, a figure approached and spoke. "It seems you've misunderstood something."
Kim Gujin continued, "If we let Park Yong-won know the content of our deal with the Thunder Emperor, will he think we betrayed him or will he think we betrayed the Thunder Emperor?"
Day 23 of entering the dungeon. On the 4th floor of the Monato's labyrinth, Jordan swung his sword powerfully, attacking the goblin in front of him.
He gritted his teeth and thought. It dodged, damn it, this is driving me crazy.
Jordan turned and asked, "Cahill, how's the situation over there?" Kaiho calmly replied, "Same here." Jordan looked behind again. "Mizzen, are you still far?"
She remained silent and continued to summon a fireball in her hand from which a powerful blinding energy shot out.
The goblin was distracted by the light from Mizzen's side.
Jordan reminded everyone, "Ko, they're targeting Mizzen."
Go support her now.
The horde of goblins frantically rushed towards her at a terrifying speed. Mizzen tilted her head back and unleashed her power. Her eyes lit up, surrounded by sparks of energy.
Power erupted. An amplified stream of fiery orange-yellow energy swirled violently, ready to incinerate everything. White smoke billowed into the air. Jordan let out a breath. That was a close call. I almost died. And what's with these blood goblins?
He slung his weapon over his shoulder, stepping on a goblin, and muttering.
A high-level dungeon is really different.
You can't mess around until we reach the main hall in the center of the labyrinth.
Monsters will probably keep appearing. If there's a wide path, let's move through there.
If we keep getting attacked in a narrow passage surrounded by walls, it'll be big trouble. The place we stop must also have an escape route.
Just as he finished his sentence, Jordan's gaze fell on a goblin launching a sneak attack. Leaping forward, he shouted, Mizzen, behind you? She was startled. Mizzen turned her head, following Jordan's gaze. A goblin was swinging its blade, preparing to strike down. Swish! The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Mizzen squeezed her eyes shut, knowing she couldn't counterattack in time. After a moment, feeling nothing, she slowly opened them. At Mizzen's feet, a goblin had collapsed. Blood pooling around it. Jordan walked over worriedly and asked, Mizzen, are you okay? She replied, Yes, I am. Suddenly, he froze and thought to himself, why is that guy here now? Looking at Kim Gujin, he said in a low voice, Thanks. Because of you. The team members weren't injured. Kim Gujin raised an eyebrow and asked, Why didn't you finish them off properly? He didn't understand, huh? What was that? Kim Gujin used his sharp sword to pierce straight through the goblin, replying, confirming the kill. It bared its teeth, trembling in pain. Seeing its comrade finished off, another one nearby burst into tears. Only now did Jordan understand the situation. They were pretending to be dead. He watched in amazement as they scrambled to run away. There are so many of them. Kim Gujin explained, blood goblins are a species of superior intelligence. The powerful legs of the skeleton soldiers stomped down hard. The whole group was heading towards the goblins. It bared its teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. The scene was torn apart by high-speed purple and red streaks. Jordan witnessed everything from beginning to end. He was too stunned to speak. Kim Gujin gave a cold smile and said, I was really looking forward to going on an expedition with the Salvation Guild, but it turns out you people are just weak. Hearing those criticisms, Jordan was about to charge forward in anger. You bastard! Shut that insolent mouth of yours from me. But just then, Mizzen quickly grabbed his wrist to stop him. Jordan Kim Gujin spoke up. A team leader must be responsible for the safety of his team members and alleviate their tension. He stomped hard on the creature's corpse on the ground. If you knew what kind of species blood goblins were, wouldn't you have known the proper way to deal with them? Kim Gujin said mockingly. A team leader like you can't even do something so basic. I'm sure people will have a lot to say about the Salvation Guild. Jordan gritted his teeth in frustration, veins throbbing on his temples. A feeling of self-mockery mixed with bitterness welled up, weighing heavily in his chest. I know full well I'm not a perfect leader. But disappointment was clear in his eyes. It seems my expectations were in vain. He trembled with anger, tightening his grip on his weapon, thinking, the way he just dismisses all our efforts to save the world. Ko said coldly, Isaac, I understand what you're trying to say. Stop it, he continued. Now is not the right time for internal strife. We should be joining forces to conquer this dungeon. Mizzen stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Jordan's chest, stopping him from charging forward in anger. She nodded in agreement. Ko is right. Although we appreciate your help, what brings you here? Mizzen's voice turned cold. Each team is supposed to handle their pre-assigned area. You didn't come here just to pick a fight with us, did you?
Kim Gujin immediately pointed behind him. Actually, a small problem came up, he explained. The tanker of our team injured his leg.
Just then, Legal limped forward, forcing a smile. Is everyone all right?
She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand.
How did it come to this?
Immediately after, they rushed to support him. At this moment, although cold sweat was streaming down his face, Liga still tried to hold on.
I was a little careless,
Mizzen gently suggested. Then please sit down here, sir.
Let me check your wound. An embarrassed thought immediately flashed through his mind. I can't believe they're letting me rest. This is nice. But Ligna quickly waved his hands. I'm fine. Really? I'm fine. Inside.
He cursed himself.
Damn it. Having to pretend to be injured like this is so humiliating. He stood silently, his eyes glued to the scene before him. A thought surfaced in Kim Gujin's mind. That's right. They're different from Li Shan. They are more sincere than anyone else.
Their only desire is to save this world. Jordan walked over, his voice full of mockery. So, you couldn't manage your team members and came to us.
How are you going to teach us basic matters now, huh?
He curled his lip sarcastically.
What was that again? The commander must be responsible for the safety of his comrades.
Jordan pointed at him contemptuously. Hey Isaac, why don't you practice what you preach before lecturing others? Seeing the other party remain silent with a blank expression, he frowned.
Oh, what's wrong? Not going to be as cocky as before. Why so quiet all of a sudden?
The corner of his mouth twitched up slightly as he thought. This Jordan guy is just as I expected. His personality is exactly the same as before.
Kim Gujin retorted, I wasn't careless like someone.
It was just that my team member had a little misstep. Lina grumbled in frustration, that bastard, but he still tried to remain calm and play his part.
That's right. That's right. It was my fault. Liga slapped his injured foot hard and laughed awkwardly. I didn't listen to the commander and went ahead on my own. And this is what happened. Did you guys know there's a cliff beneath our feet? Jordan said coldly, anyway, we don't have a tanker, so we can't attack alone now. You came here to help us, right? He calmly confirmed. That's right.
But looking at your team's condition now, I'm starting to regret my decision.
How about this?
Your entire team will follow my command, Kim Gujin continued. Just do exactly as I say, and you'll get out of this dungeon safely. His eyes turned bloodshot.
Glinting with a knife-like coldness.
What did you just say, you bastard? The halberd dragged across the ground, making a piercing, screeching sound that echoed with Jordan's every step.
He roared angrily. We have to clear this dungeon anyway. If you want, I'll give you a chance to shine.
Jordan brought his face close to his, eyes blazing with a challenging tone. But I can't let what you just said slide to win the position of team commander.
If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one right here.
At the same time, news flooded online news site its Salvation Guild.
First in the world to challenge a 7-story dungeon. Who will be the ones to conquer the 7-story dungeon this time?
Yanjox, supported by the Salvation Guild, has continuously cleared 5-story dungeons.
Li Jan and Yanj of the Salvation Guild are on the rise. Team Ajax disappeared for a month after attacking the Hell. Their status is unknown.
In her office, Park Shanhai sat in deep thought, anxiously biting her lip. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling her.
Hey, what's with that expression? Are you worried?
Park Shanghai's sharp gaze immediately shot towards the source of the sound. In the shadows, Yanj sat with his hands on the table, shaking with laughter.
What's wrong? You don't know what to do without the commander here? He taunted. Is that why you're showing your worries so clearly?
At that moment, a man walked in, speaking in an annoyed tone.
Stop talking nonsense. Show some respect.
Yuan's face darkened, his cold gaze shifting towards him.
The man snapped angrily. You brat. She's not someone you can disrespect.
He jutted his chin out and said, during Lee Se-jun's absence, she will serve as the acting guild master of the Salvation Guild. That man was Chas of the Salvation Guild.
He threatened, if you act out of line again, I definitely won't let it slide.
Yuhan flashed a sinister smile.
If this Brett doesn't stop, what are you going to do?
The two face each other, eyes locked, neither willing to back down. The atmosphere was as tense as a Drambo string, with killing intent swirling around them as if a deathmatch could break out at any moment. She angrily slammed the table with a loud bang.
Enough.
Park Shanhai spoke coldly.
This is not the time to argue.
All we need to do now is help the guildmaster. Her voice continued. But according to Yen, this isn't what was discussed with the guildmaster.
Is it? Sukahara sneered, his voice filled with annoyance.
I know Lee Jun wants to be able to fight Isaac directly someday, but we've gathered here before to kill Isaac. So stop beating around the bush and focus on the main issue.
He wondered, is it true that Isaac entered a 5-story dungeon?
Park Shinhai quickly pressed a button on the controller recently. I also thought it was a baseless rumor, but it's true.
She presented, this is information I received from a guild member active in the Amazon. They witnessed Isaac entering that dungeon with their own eyes. Sukahara pried, who were the guild members with Ajax?
Park Shinhai replied, they are not members who share our intentions, so we can't give them other missions because they are untrustworthy.
He said calmly, that's fine. Sukahara frowned.
He's not the type to rush and handle things clumsily. I'll take care of this myself this time. It seemed those words hit their mark. The corners of her lips lifted slightly in a satisfied smile. Park Shinhai clasped her hands together. I'll be at ease if you handle it directly.
I wonder if there's anything I can do to help.
She pointed at Yanj, but he's quite an effective bait.
He's making. Everyone flocked to the dungeon.
He looked smug, pretending to be modest.
Why so blunt? That's really harsh. Yanj spoke arrogantly. Anyway, if we can eliminate that Isaac guy, it's not a bad thing for me.
The messenger of the dark world.
A look of self-satisfaction appeared on his face.
I'll be able to hog the spotlight all to myself. No one said another word. The atmosphere suddenly became terrifyingly suffocating.
After a moment, Sukahara exclaimed, so, where is the location for the plan?
Park Shinhai continued to press the controller button.
The location, an image of the next dungeon's location immediately appeared on the screen.
She answered, Egypt, the Sphinx's 6-story dungeon.
The knife slammed down, splitting the bone in two.
Jordan was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Mizzen covered her mouth and whispered, Jordan.
He lay on his back on the ground, and after a moment, shouted, I lose. Kim Gujin, who was leaning against the wall, stood upon hearing Jordan's answer.
Ligna, sitting in the corner, let out a breath and thought to himself, I used to be just like that.
He walked step by step towards Jordan, causing him to back away. King Gujuan spoke coldly. In that case, will you keep your promise? Scene changed to inside a giant deep blue cylindrical structure. Jordan tightened his grip on his weapon, thinking, how many hours have we been fighting like this?
No matter how many times I attack, there's no end in sight. However, he turned back and shouted, Mizzen, let's charge again.
Give me fire support. We can't give up like this.
She agreed, replying, yes, I understand.
A glowing circle appeared at Jordan's feet. The skill of the tenacious rogue. It successfully attracted the Minotaur.
Mizzen led the charge straight towards it, shouting, over here. You big-headed bull. The Minotaur gritted its teeth in anger at Mizen's provocation. Jordan, who was rushing in, saw it attack and leaned back, breaking to a halt. The Minotaur slammed a powerful blow down, shattering the ground.
He quickly rolled away from the danger zone.
Jordan roared, "Kyle," he cursed inwardly.
Damn it! That was a bad landing.
Hearing him call, Kyle leaped high into the air to counterattack. In the dim purple hue dungeon, he was soaring through the air with a cold, sharp blade.
Kyle landed, plunging his two swords into the Minotaur's body.
It roared madly in pain. Then Ko swiftly moved across its body, leaving a fatal slash with every step he took. Outside, Mizen unleashed a torrent of fire from her magic staff.
The flames flew towards the Minotaur.
Jordan nervously scanned his surroundings.
He thought to himself, "I've been so stupid. Why did I make a bet with that bastard?"
As if achieving his goal, Kim Gujin smiled with satisfaction. Lost in thought, Ko suddenly shouted, "Jordan!"
He glanced in the direction of the call.
Above his head, a sharp object was hurtling down relentlessly.
Jordan trembled, not knowing what to do. He looked down at his foot, trapped by the rocks below. Jordan panicked. "My leg. It's too late to dodge. The only way now is to block it with my body." Jordan roared with determination. "Die!"
Swish! A haunting gray and dark pink slash appeared. Mizen couldn't bear it, her eyes filling with tears. On the other side, the Minato slammed a powerful blow down on Jordan's position. She screamed, "Jordan!"
After the attack, it roared defiantly.
Jordan squinted, unsure of what had happened. Then his eyes shot wide open in shock. Beside him, long platinum blonde hair fluttered in the wind.
Ko spoke. "That took 10 years off my life."
Kim Gujin stood there stunned, holding Jordan in his arms in front of everyone present. He struggled in panic.
"What is this? Let me down now." Kim Gujin smirked.
"All right, if the princess wishes," he let go, causing Jordan to fall hard to the ground. He gritted his teeth in anger.
Jordan yelled, "You bastard! Would it kill you to put me down gently?" Mizen ran at him and asked, "Jordan, are you okay?"
Jordan nodded and replied, "Luckily, nothing seriously injured." Seeing him turn to leave, he called out, "You bastard!
Where do you think you're going?"
Kim Gujin turned his head and said coldly, "The tanker is injured, so someone has to take his place."
He growled in annoyance. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying you want to rush to the front and be a shield? You're going to charge into that mess?"
He stated coldly.
"Have a better way."
Jordan shouted angrily.
"I'd rather charge in again. If someone has to die, it'll be me." Kim Gujin said contemptuously. "Going into battle with a crippled leg is no different from suicide. If you die, who will be responsible for the remaining team members? Don't think that sacrificing yourself as the commander is cool."
Instead of wasting time on such useless thoughts, it would be more beneficial to train so that situations like this don't happen again.
A tanker isn't just a shield against enemy attacks. The key role of a tanker is to create enough time for our side to fight. I'll only do this once. Open your eyes and watch.
Scene changed to a familiar city.
A voice rang out. "Oh my, who do we have here?" Second sat in his spacious office. "Why would a shrimp visit a dragon's house like this?" The person opposite replied. "You're quite the joker. You're welcoming me so warmly. Next time be a little less hospitable, okay?" The visitor was the dragon slayer, Francois Shiro. He smirked and asked, "And what's this about a shrimp? Are you talking about me?" Second replied irritably, "That's right. Why did you suddenly come here? I don't get it. You're not the type to come all this way for no reason, right?"
Across from him, Francois Shiro cheerfully shared, "Of course, there's a very important reason."
Otherwise, why would I come to this remote and boring place? Do you think I have the free time to come see how ugly you've gotten and if your hair is all fallen out yet? Second's face immediately darkened. Francois Shiro placed the teacup in his hand on the table. He narrowed his eyes. Before I state my reason, I want to ask you something. Your promise that I would save the world, is it still valid? Second was taken aback.
He spoke in a solemn tone. When Master Li died,
you were very determined.
He tilted his head to look behind him. Francois Shiro looked at his action with confusion. He followed his gaze. Behind him was the figure of Ju bowing her head respectfully. Before he could see what was behind him, Second yelled to stop him.
Of course. You still don't understand me. If I say it, I'll definitely do it. French Shiro stopped and turned back. What?
So, it's still valid, right? He slapped his thigh and continued. Furthermore, favors must be repaid to fold and grudges must be repaid for fold for me to be satisfied.
Scene change. The monopore is roaring furiously. Jordan looked at it and gritted his teeth. This can't be happening. How can he dodge all those attacks without any physical enhancement skills?
Kim Gujuan skillfully moved around its position. He observed him silently, assessing that guy's movements.
Body as if he knows exactly how the enemy will attack. But if he just keeps dodging, he can't possibly win. Jordan's mouth fell open in surprise, exclaiming, "Look, what is he doing? Watch out behind you over there. There's no way out."
The Minato charged straight at Kim Gujin. He managed to dodge just in time, causing it to ram straight into the wall. Jordan watched with a tense face, not blinking. Legend shook his head and whispered in admiration, "He's at it again." He thought wordly, "Damn it. No matter how bad that kid's personality is, he shouldn't die here. It's because of me. I should have been the one to die. My one life should have been enough to end it all. But now I've lost all my skeleton soldiers, so I can't win anymore." In a moment of danger, a skeleton soldier was knocked to the ground. Jordan froze for a second. Wait, the skeleton soldier is still moving. The skeleton soldiers from behind continuously charged forward to attack the Minato. Its horn was stuck fast in the wall, unable to be pulled out now. The Minato could only stand there motionless. Jordan thought, unbelievable. Kim Gujin spun his sword in his hand, preparing to strike. He looked at its condition and smirked, "What's wrong?" "Can't move." A tremendously powerful impact created a cone-shaped crater with white dust and debris flying up. It stood frozen like a statue, then flinched as it saw Kim Gujin's figure getting closer. The Minotaur's blood-red eyes were about to receive the sharp incoming blade thud. The metallic smell of blood spread through the air. The Minotaur, ruler of the labyrinth, had been hit by the blood poison. Its stabbed eyes squeezed shut. The Minotaur was furious, its nostrils flaring with white steam. Finally, in its fury, it used all its strength to throw its body free from its restraints. He looked at it and assessed. It still looks full of energy. I thought I could buy a little more time. It's quite smart, so I can't lure it into the wall again. Kimujin watched its body grow larger and whispered his assessment, going berserk, perfect timing. An enraged beast will only look straight ahead. The Minato lifted its foot and charged forward. He calculated further. So, the next move is likely to gather all its strength for a fatal blow against its opponent. Just as I thought, out of nowhere, a goblin flew in and headbutted it. A skeleton soldier pulled a goblin close and used its strength to throw them to attack the giant Mantor. The skeleton soldiers grabbed the goblins and continuously threw them like ammunition. The goblins' bodies suddenly began to glow. They continuously flew and crashed into the Mantor, causing it to grimace in pain. Kangujin couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. Messenger of the Night skill. Corpse explosion has been used. The fatal blow was delivered. The brilliant, dazzling yellow energy created a blast of light, tearing everything apart at the point of impact.
Jordan's group below watched intently, their eyes glued to the scene.
The Monato's body crashed down, sending dust flying everywhere.
Its massive body lay sprawled on the ground. The skeleton soldiers didn't stop. They continued to hack away at the Monato. Each skeleton soldier attacked a different part of its body, raining down relentless blows. Kim Gujin, no longer concerned, turned and walked away.
At this moment, everything was bathed in a furious, bloody red. The scene was utterly chaotic. A skeleton soldier in heavy armor wielding a pair of blue energy scythes attacked relentlessly.
In a dimly lit place, a nonchalant young man smirked and asked, "What's the reason you told only me to stay behind?" Yuhan Jaku looked at Shinhai mockingly, "Are you trying to ask me out on a date?"
She narrowed her eyes at him, clearly annoyed. She tried to hide her frustration, inking that damn bastard.
And asked aloud, "How is that thing I asked you for before?" Yanj put his hands behind his head. "You mean the Twilight Sword?" He answered with a very flippant attitude. "Someone beat me to it." "About that, my apologies." "All right." Shinhai was so stunned she forgot to reply. She was lost in thought. The Twilight Sword. Who could it be? Does he mean someone else besides us is after that sword? Sunu spoke up. "I cannot accept that." He immediately took out a dagger from his inventory and moved with lightning speed from Shinhai's side to behind Yuhan's. He tilted his head slightly to dodge, but Sungwoo actually had no intention of doing anything to him. He just held the knife threateningly. "If I poke a hole in this handsome face a piece of trash like you will learn some manners." Yanj laughed and said, "Hey, why are you being so scary? You guys said I was your important bait." He showed no fear and poked the tip of the knife with his finger, pushing it slightly. "Are you trying to threaten me with this toy?" Sungwoo was a little surprised by Yenjak's resilience and fearlessness. He gritted his teeth, extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Yanj was still laughing and mocking them. "Don't tell me you think you can catch the big fish, Isaac, without my help, right?" Sungwoo couldn't hold back his anger and snorted, "I'll deal with you trash. Right here and go to Egypt in your place." But he was cut off by Shinhai's shout, "Stop it." Her command made him pause for about 2 seconds. Shinhai said, "He's right." Although she was unhappy, she couldn't deny Yuan Jack's words to create a pretext to lure Isaac and stir up public opinion. There's clearly no bait like Johan. Sungwoo couldn't act and could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Yenjaku took the opportunity to laugh loudly as expected. "The big boss understands me well." Shinai sighed and held her head. "All right, just do your job as the bait well." At the same time, on the 5th floor, the giant's forest, a light flashed. A few people stepped out from the dungeon's teleportation gate. The person in the lead called out, "Hey, you there?" Gujin in his Isaac persona glanced over. The team leader walked towards him, speaking sweetly. "Your strength is as terrifying as the rumors say. Thanks to you, we saved a lot of effort. We'll part ways here. Have a safe journey." Realizing he had a motive, Gujuan asked, "Is something wrong?" The team leader approached him and whispered, "It's nothing important. Just checking if you've forgotten the promise you made to the commander." Gujin lowered his voice and replied to him. "You mean handing over this dungeon's reward to you guys?" Gina stood to the side, glancing at the two whispering, her face clearly showing jealousy. The team leader smiled and nodded. "That's right. You have a good memory." So, the two of them exchanged words with Gina standing guard. Win wasn't bothered by others staring. Jordan frowned tightly, feeling unwilling, when suddenly a hand reached out and pulled his. Mizzen asked with concern, "Jordan, are you okay?" He forced a smile, trying to act like he was fine. "I'm fine. Of course, I'm fine." Kyle patted his shoulder encouragingly. Don't take what happened in the last battle to heart.
Jordan Mising clapped her hands and smiled, agreeing with Ko.
That's right. The innocent girl uttered a sentence that pierced Jordan's vulnerable heart.
Mr. Isaac is very formidable, so this is definitely not Jordan's fault. His face darkened with extreme embarrassment.
Why does that hurt even more?
Finally, Jordan let go of his obsession with the last battle.
Thank you, everyone. After talking with the team leader, Woo Juin looked towards them.
He remembered the time he fought alongside the three of them. He recalled how in his past life, he had to struggle to overcome the difficult challenge he just faced. The regret of his past life, the survival rate was once 50/50. However, this time, everyone was safe because he had prepared a plan to take them down with as little damage as possible.
The flashback ended, but Gu Juin's brow remained furrowed.
Just then, a loud explosion echoed from somewhere in the forest.
A flock of panicked birds took flight.
The team leader was startled and looked around cautiously. Jordan's group was also on high alert.
Gina didn't seem too surprised. Gu Juin, however, seemed to be expecting this.
They're here.
In the real world, there was a strange guest in Second's office, he said with a headache. Can we stop procrastinating now and get to the main point? After all, what is the reason you came here? The person currently drinking tea in front of Second was the hunter Franero. As requested, he began to state his purpose for visiting the office.
If your words about saving the world are sincere, Franero placed the glass on the table, then I have something I want to give you.
He had successfully piqued Second's curiosity. What is it? Manhwa Shiro didn't say much. He quickly took out a sword from his inventory. Second was startled by what he saw.
Even Ju had to look up from her screen to see what it was.
Franero placed a sword with a gold-plated spine and a black blade on the table. Second picked it up to examine it, surprised to realize this is the Twilight Sword. Franero nodded, sharing the news he knew. That's right. This is the item that those from the Salvation Guild are secretly searching for. And if my prediction is correct, this is the only sword that can kill Li Jan.
Second's eyes shone like stars as he carefully touched the sword. But then he remembered something.
You're not just going to give this to me for free, are you? Franz Washer shot him a speechless glare, not knowing what to say.
Night fell on an aircraft flying through the sky.
Second sat in the vehicle looking grimly out the window. Then he turned to Astu. Is he on? She nodded and replied, yes.
Ju silently placed her hands on the steering wheel. Suddenly, she called out, Director.
Ju said, you don't have to intentionally stare at me like that.
This made Second freeze for a moment. The rearview mirror in the car reflected his flustered expression.
Huh? I wasn't looking at you.
Ju spoke softly.
I asked him. Everything myself.
She recalled the scene when she saw Francois Shiro off and said a few things to him.
Ju said in a low voice, the day my father died. Second anxiously asked, what happened? He thought to himself, did she hear about what happened that day? Ju turned the key to start the car.
Second broke out in a sweat, anxiously asking her.
Secretary Lee, are you okay? Ju replied, no.
She stared straight ahead.
I'm not okay at all.
Then she drove out of the parking spot. Scene changed.
The dungeon. The expedition team was now entering a giant cave. Jordan asked impatiently, look at this. Why are we here? If we keep doing this, are the Thunderbirds just going to leave us alone?
He also said that if they wanted to increase their chances of a successful attack, they should cooperate better. A rough-looking man ran up to report.
Captain, he asked. They're already ahead of us. What should we do? Min Yong turned to Gujin, who was disguised as Aek. Look, Aek, we really have to start attacking just like before. It's better for both sides to leave the dungeon quickly, right?
He turned his face away and replied coldly, "Stop with the meaningless tricks, just like before.
Split up and find a place to hide." Min-young quickly said, "When did I ever hide? What nonsense are you talking about?" Gujuan glanced at him and said, "They are not monsters we can take lightly like this. If you want to keep your worthless life, then do as I say." Min-young cursed him under his breath. "You dog." The rough-looking man turned and asked, "Captain, what now? Should we prepare to fight?"
Min-young said as he said, "We've made it this far without any losses. Assuming I can handle the two-headed Cyclops by myself," he thought of someone. "Shira, I can defeat him and become the commander's right-hand man." At that thought, Min-young let out a small, satisfied smile.
He ordered, "Everyone, gather here now. We're going to hunt the two-headed Cyclops." Woojin paused and glanced at their group.
Then he turned to Jordan and Mizzen.
"Keep an eye on the Thunderbirds.
We'll prioritize our side."
Jordan got angry.
Mizzen had to gently advise him.
"Calm down. Calm down." Wu Jin went to ask Gina about the situation.
He gave a thumbs up and answered his own question.
"Of course, it's top-notch."
Suddenly, a voice called out, "Everyone get ready to fight."
The monsters are in that direction. Giant ants crawled out of the cave. Wu Jin ordered, "Good.
Proceed with the plan." Gina opened her inventory and shouted, "Okay, system notification.
Equip Ring of Solomon."
Gina put the ring on her finger and thought, "This is the ring the swordsman lied about and got exposed."
The system displayed information. Ring of Solomon. Item rank legendary level 100 plus can use.
The Ring of King Solomon.
If you use the ring's signature skill, Solomon's Command, you will consume mana and can control monsters of a lower rank than the wielder. Mana plus 100 attack power plus 10%.
Able to use the skill Solomon's Command.
Gina held out the hand with the ring. System notification using Ring of Solomon.
He was using a spell to command the ants to stop.
A yellow light quickly enveloped the ant.
On one side, a team member was suddenly attacked and collapsed.
Min-young was panting from exhaustion.
He glanced around and then Min-young swung his sword and slashed.
Damn it, so many monsters. Where did they all come from?
The sword slashed across the sky, taking down countless monsters. Min-young held his sword confidently and shouted,
"That's right. Good.
Come on, if you've got the guts, I'll wipe you all out." Suddenly, he tripped over a fallen subordinate on the ground. Then, Min-young fell with a thud.
Suddenly, Min-young realized something. He looked at the bodies around him and wondered, "What is this? What's wrong with this?" Min-young glanced to the side. The previous battle, I fought the Cyclops. All around him were bodies strewn about.
To escape the sudden attack of the monsters, Min-young had fled the battlefield. His sword was dripping blood. I was clearly killed by that monster.
Monster. Why are my subordinates all dead?
He was stunned for a moment. Then Min-young suddenly realized something was wrong. Then he turned his head to look behind him.
Min-young came face to face with the giant two-headed Cyclops standing imposingly right behind him. It stared at Min-young with its two pairs of bloodshot eyes. He trembled and uttered that thing.
The monster swung its giant fist down on him. It punched down with a slam.
Min-young's entire body disintegrated, leaving nothing behind.
Night enveloped this strange cave.
The two-headed Cyclops was ravenously chewing its prey. It was inside the cave while Gujuan stood at a distance watching it.
Jordan approached and asked, "Hey, Isaac." He glanced briefly at him. Jordan spoke up, "Seriously, I don't know if this is the right thing to do."
He asked back coldly, "What is it?" Jordan pointed behind him. "I'm talking about those striped ants." He looked at Gina petting the ants and asked doubtfully, "Are you really planning to bring those things along to fight?" Ko said nonchalantly to Mizzen, who was hiding behind him. "They're cuter than I thought. You should try petting one."
Jordan said, seriously, right now they're under control due to the item's effect, but who knows when they'll attack us. He said, even while the item's effect is active, there's still a limit.
What if their control is broken while we're fighting? Wu Jin bowed his head and asked, "Do you still doubt me?" He quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Wu Jin walked towards Jordan and said, "Of course. The ring's effect can't hold the ants indefinitely." He patted his shoulder and said, "But if they fulfill their role before that control is broken, and then self-destruct Guju and left him with a sentence and walked away, then there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Gina showed his excitement. "Come on, my little ants.
The signal to march has been given.
It's time for you to show what you've got."
He clenched his fist, releasing the ring's power.
A stream of light emanated, enveloping the ants. It attracted the attention of the surrounding ants.
They began to move as a swarm under Gina's control. Their target, the two-headed Cyclops.
The sound of the ant swarm alerted it. The monster stood up. Behind it, 7 ants charged forward in unison. They started to crawl up its legs, biting it.
They quickly climbed up and bit the monster all over, causing it to scream in immense pain. Wu Jing crossed his arms and watched Gina, who was incredibly excited.
"Good. Well done," Jordan thought in amazement.
The boss of an A+5 story dungeon can be dealt with so easily. The monster collapsed onto the swarm of ants.
The ants bit all the weight at the monster's eye. That eye began to glow.
The swarm of ants stopped, looking up towards the light. Suddenly, they turned and started biting each other. One by one, they tore each other apart.
Gina looked at the ring and yelled in frustration, "What the? Why are they suddenly fighting each other? Is the ring's effect over already?"
The ants continued to fight each other fiercely. The monster stood up and stomped its foot, crushing the ants.
It repeatedly stomped its foot, trying to kill all 7 ants. Ewing glanced over and said to Gina, "Its 2 eyes are called evil eyes. Each has a different ability. One of the 2 abilities is an abnormal status effect from the left I called the chaos effect."
Soon the ants were wiped out by the monster.
Gujin continued, "It makes the opponent lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Blindly charging in all at once will lead to this result." Gina asked in a panic, "So what do we do now? If we all rush in, we'll surely end up like that too, right?" Wuan smirked and said, "Normally, that would be the case." The monster bared its fangs and began to notice them. He got to the point. "I mean, if the cooldown time didn't exist." Jordan thought in confusion. Isn't this Isaac's first time facing a 2-headed Cyclops? How does he know about the existence of the evil eye and its cooldown time? Gina asked excitedly, "I see. So, are we jumping down to its level now?" Jordan stood to the side, silently judging.
He catches on way too fast. Gujin drew his sword from his inventory and replied, "No, I'll attack first alone because the right evil eye is still active." Jordan tried to stop him. "Wait, if the right eye is also an evil eye, we need a plan." Before he could finish, he was already gone. He tried to call out, "Hey, wait," Gina said. "You don't need to worry so much." He said confidently, "You still don't know what kind of person Isaac is." Gina watched in charge of the enemy with his sword and said, "That guy isn't someone who acts recklessly without a plan." He quickly closed in on the 2-headed Cyclops. It began to use its right eye to shoot a beam at Gujuan. He gritted his teeth, resisting being controlled. System warning, you have entered the range of the evil eye. Petrification abnormal status has occurred. Gujin's body began to turn to stone. Even his legs slowed down. Gujin tried to inch forward until he could no longer move. He stopped and faced the giant monster.
Wu Jun looked at it and smiled faintly. Opportunity only comes once. He used the power from the ring on his hand. System notification. Lancelot's ring has strongly resisted petrification.
The ring glowed and the stone encasing him shattered.
Gu Juan raised his hand in front of it. Now is the time.
While it's off guard because it doesn't know, the evil eye has no effect on me. And while its left eye is still on cooldown, he leaped up and stabbed one of its eyes. I'll take this chance to deal with the right eye first.
The two-headed Cyclops swung its fist towards Gu Juan.
It punched him, sending him flying to the ground. A cloud of dust rose up. A flash of light appeared within the mist. Wu Jun quickly used his shield to block.
System information displayed. Aegis shield item rank legendary. Usable from level 1.
The strongest shield created by Hephaestus.
It is absolutely indestructible.
Infusing mana or ki will activate the protection of the gods.
Absolute defense. The monster roared loudly. One side of its right chest exploded. Mizzen attacked from a distance with magic. Jordan ordered charge. Gina came forward and asked, "Is it our turn to act now?" Gwyn quietly replied, "I'll handle the right eye. Alone."
He said, "You and the others take care of the left one before the other evil eye's cooldown is over."
"We have to take it down." Gina replied loudly, "Okay." System notification. Skeleton soldiers have been summoned. The two-headed Cyclops was roaring in agony as its right chest was destroyed. Gujin and the skeleton soldiers quickly charged forward. He glanced slightly behind him.
Mizzen was attacking the monster with her magic staff.
Seeing her in action reassured Gujuan and he gave a satisfied smile. He stopped.
Then he leaped forward with a burst of speed.
Gujuan and the skeleton soldiers jumped behind the Cyclops to attack it.
Finally, the system announced, "You have defeated the two-headed Cyclops. You have obtained the evil eye of the two-headed Cyclops."
Evil eye of the two-headed Cyclops. Item rank legendary. Usable from level 1.
A crystal orb containing the power of the two-headed Cyclops' evil eye.
When used, it can throw enemies into chaos or slow their movements. Effects. Use mana to inflict chaos effect on enemies. Use mana to inflict petrification effect on enemies.
The ordeal was over and a beautiful sunny dawn arrived.
Wu Jun stepped forward.
He and Gina suddenly looked quite surprised.
So did Mizzen. She called to Jordan and pointed over there.
Suddenly a group of people holding firearms pointed them at the expedition group.
The opposing party lined up surrounding Gujin's group. Jordan thought angrily, "Isn't that the Thunderbolt Guild?"
The leader Hugh Fry and the second in command Sakula.
"What the hell is going on?" he yelled. "You guys, what kind of game are you playing?" Sakura sneered back. "This has nothing to do with you. So, while I'm still talking nicely, get the hell out of my way." She held the firearm in her hand and said with a smile, "Anyway, the boss was defeated by Isaac.
Isaac promised to give us the rewards that appear here."
Hiding behind Jordan, she retorted, "We don't care what you promise, Isaac."
But not long ago, we were the players who risked our lives to conquer this dungeon. She added, "You couldn't even join forces to save the world, and now you're threatening us like this.
What kind of courtesy is this?"
Hugh Fry smirked.
"Courtesy?" he said.
"The very fact that I haven't fired a 100 shots into you right now is me being overly courteous."
Hugh Fry tilted his head and asked, "Isn't that right, Isaac?" Wu Jun remained silent, not answering him.
The portal gate slowly disappeared.
Gujuan's group was still surrounded by Huai soldiers.
He put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "The dungeon has been cleared and no one else is coming out, which proves you don't really care about my subordinates, but let's drop it."
Hugh Fry took a few steps forward anyway. Those guys weren't very strong. The contract didn't mention anything about their lives. So, as long as I get the item I told you to bring, we're done. Woojin replied, all right. Gina quickly whispered in his ear, hey, are you really going to hand it over? He said softly, we have to give what needs to be given because we need to get what we want, right? With that, he reached out and opened his inventory. Woo Jun handed it over to Hu Fry. Gina thought with regret, I know, but the Cyclops' evil eye is such a damn waste. We work so hard to get it anyway. That abnormal status effect doesn't work on him. So, handing over the evil eye isn't much of a threat. Jordan stared at them in amazement. After that, Hugh Fry and his disciples withdrew. He asked blankly, what? They're just leaving like that?
Mizzen tucked her hair back, bowed her head, and thanked Gujin, Mr. Isaac, although it was a short time.
Thank you very much. Ko extended his hand to shake. I've learned a lot. Gujuin shook his hand back and replied, you're declined.
Jordan stood in a corner with his arms crossed deep in thought.
Woo Jun suddenly glanced at him. Jordan remained sullen, looking away. Wuan let out a small sigh. Mizeng gave a strange smile and said, I'm sorry.
He has a very high sense of pride, so he's not a bad person. Suddenly, she was surprised by the sight before her.
Woo Jun was walking towards Jordan.
He provoked, I'm sure you're not a good commander.
He flared up, what did you say?
Gujin quickly said, but he glanced at Mizzen and Ko and said, at least the group standing over there will probably always trust and rely on you.
Gujin continued, standing behind you to fight alongside you. Gujin held out his hand and said, because of them, you are a more talented comrade than anyone else. Jordan was surprised by what he had just said. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
Then Jordan reached out and touched Gujuin's hand.
Finally, the two of them shook hands in front of Mizzen, Ko, and even Gina. A moment later, Gina crossed her arms and said to Gujuin, what's wrong with you? Suddenly saying things that don't suit you at all. He asked, don't you hate the people from the Salvation Guild? Ajin just lowered his head and smiled.
Mizzen linked arms with her teammates and said, thank you, Jordan.
He scratched his head and asked, for what?
She replied cheerfully for always being our steadfast support protecting us.
Gujuin looked at them and said, when did I ever say I hated the Salvation Guild?
He thought to himself, I just can't forgive the fake Salvation Guild for ruthlessly trampling on their sacred will.
Night came at a high-rise building. News outlets simultaneously reported Isaac Ivanov spotted in the Amazon.
Isaac, the player with unpredictable movements, has conquered the A5 story dungeon.
Breaking news. Salvation Guild members have conquered the dungeon with hot news. I want to fight alongside Isaac. Yanj. The Salvation Guild has made an offer to Isaac's side.
The Salvation Guild has proposed conquering the Sphinx a 6-story dungeon with Isaac.
Will Isaac respond to Yan's offer? Experts believe. Online people were commenting one after another. Han comment report.
I thought Isaac died in some foreign land.
He was in the Amazon. He no report. Mr. Isaac, why were you there? G63. Comet report. Yen and Isaac going to a 6-story dungeon. That's a dream team, isn't it? In Gai Wang, Comet report. But why suddenly a 6-story A+ dungeon? That's dangerous, isn't it? Kung Ho and Ho Comet. Report.
This is the sacred will to save the world.
Zepio Foam. Comet report. Isaac gets resurrected just to be destroyed again. HDZFHSHF. Comet report. Watch your mouth. Those two are heroes saving the world. HSGHSLF Comet report. But seriously, bro. SHDFSKDF Comet report. Give it a rest. You keyboard warriors.
Sukuharakan spoke from the shadows.
Isaac. That guy has finally returned from the Amazon. Shinhai exclaimed in shock.
But can cut in at a time when we need to resolve such an important matter.
Why did you call me here again?
He said irritably. Don't tell me you called me here to say the plan has fallen through or to say some other nonsensical rubbish.
Shinhai smirked slightly and said, of course, the plan is still going smoothly.
So you don't need to worry.
She opened her inventory and said, it's just that I want to completely eliminate any variables that could lead to failure.
Kim looked at Shinhai with a raised eyebrow. She said, so I called the sword sane here.
I hope you can use this.
Shinhai placed some equipment on the table and said, here, take a look.
It's the helm of Hades and the boots of Hermes.
New reports published. Isaac and Yan have met at the Sphinx dungeon, 6th floor in Egypt.
Ian Won sat tapping his fingers on the chair.
He said nonchalantly, the first time you approached me like this was at the Salvation Guild.
That very interesting situation is repeating itself, isn't it?
Ian Won was meeting with Gujuan, who had removed his disguise.
All right, did you successfully make the deal with Thunderbolt?
He replied, yes, a lot has happened, but Gujuan recalled the scene of him giving the eye to Hugh Fry.
At that time, he had said, I've heard you're not one to break promises. So, did you bring the item I requested? He had said, even in a situation like this, you still negotiate and show no fear. I am very pleased with your gallantry.
Then Hugh Fry handed a piece of paper to Gujin.
Of course, I kept my promise. The paper was a skill scroll.
It read, Skill Lich Summoning requires accepting the representative of the Dark World.
Level requirement 180 or higher.
Effect, summon an immortal wizard by sacrificing 100 monsters.
Hugh Fry said, this is an item with a level 180 limit. Until then, make sure you stay alive. Wu Jun said softly, I got what I needed.
Ian Won propped his head on his hand on the chair and asked, you heard the sweet words that guy said to Ho, what's the reason you're telling me this story without hiding anything?
Wu Jun lowered his face and said softly, didn't you tell me before?
He suddenly smiled.
Wu Jun continued that I shouldn't even think about deceiving you again. Ian Won said with satisfaction. Is that so?
You did well.
Now you understand what I said. The door to the room opened. Ian Won said lastly, well, then from now on, you also know what I want from you, right? Gujin replied, I will have to report every little thing about Thunderbolt. Secretary Kim entered the room.
He added another sentence.
That's right, and one more thing. Then Secretary Kim placed a small box on the table. Ian Won requested, give this item to Isaac. Wu Jun opened the box.
He was a little surprised when he saw it.
This is the Ring of Osiris.
Ian Won stroked his chin and said, although I said it before, what I want is not a picture where Yon and Isaac are competing with each other. He said coldly, this time, you must pull Isaac in for good. As for Yanj, do whatever it takes to ensure he is dealt with.
Gujuan held the ring box in his hand as he listened, no matter how much it cost.
He smiled and closed the ring box.
I understand.
Scene changed to Cairo, Egypt. Before entering the dungeon, the guilds gathered together.
Yuanj walked over to Gujuan, who was currently disguised as Isaac.
He smirked and said, it's such an honor to be your companion like this.
Wu Jun chuckled lightly.
This was noticed by Yanj. Then Gujin smiled and shook his hand.
I'm counting on you. Then he turned and left. Yanj watched him intently. What was that just for a moment? It felt like he was looking down on me.
He turned his head back and smirked.
All right, you can laugh for now.
In the dungeon, a place full of deserts and high mountains, a member punched the head off a monster.
Gujuan's skeleton soldiers also charged forward in unison.
Suddenly he noticed someone walking towards him.
Yuanj appeared and said, they are as amazing as the rumors say.
He tilted his head and said, "My skeleton legion was lacking a lot.
I've learned a trick."
Gwyn glanced over and replied, "Your side is also quite amazing in a different sense."
Yanj asked, "What do you mean?" Gwyn closed his eyes and replied, "Aren't you?"
He looked at Yuan Jaka's men and said mockingly, "Overwhelming us in numbers."
Yanj looked at his cloaked soldiers behind him and asked back, "Are you talking about these things?" He held up a finger wearing a ring. "It's all thanks to this ring." The ring glowed on his finger. The ring of Hades. Gujin feigned surprise and thought, "The ring of Hades?"
Jako said smugly, "If I use the power of this ring, I can turn another person's skeleton legion into my own." Wu Jin was a little surprised.
"There's an item like that."
"It seems this is one of the things the Salvation Guild has been hiding."
Yuan Jaku spoke up. "Don't you worry." He grinned and said, "I will absolutely not touch Isaac's skeleton legion. The skeleton soldiers I will choose." He looked at the subordinates standing behind him and said, "Are only the skeleton soldiers summoned by the subordinates standing behind me?" Gujin thought cautiously, "I would gain nothing by ordering my skeleton soldiers to attack Yuhan." He looked at the ring because of the existence of that item.
Gujin frowned, thinking contempt is a threat to power. He looked at the person in front of him and calculated sometimes revealing your power is more effective than hiding it.
Yuan Jaku, both then and now, remains a terrifyingly bold person.
Night fell, everyone was gathered around a campfire.
Yuan Jaku sat in front of the fire roasting meat. He glanced over and said, "It's such a pity that those who belong to the underworld can't eat or drink anything, isn't it?" Then Yanj took a bite of me. He looked at the ghost hovering in the air. "I don't know exactly where you are. But you're clearly still waiting around me, right?" He spoke to them. "Here's my mind. But even if you look, you can't answer. This is truly a pity. You must be very hungry and thirsty by now." Yuan Jaku chuckled. "I wonder what it would be like if I want to catch the boss on the 6th floor. I really need Isaac's power. But before that, I can't kill him, right? If so."
Then little by little, but half of the meat fell to the ground. He rolled his eyes.
"You've been there the whole time."
A faint ethereal ghost appeared before him.
Day 21 of the dungeon attack. The volcano is erupting.
The expedition group had arrived before the gate to the 5th floor of the Egyptian dungeon.
Yanjak smirked and said, "Now only the last floor remains. We've passed through 5 floors smoothly."
He said, "I think the difficulty of this 6th floor will definitely be the most brutal."
Gujin thought to himself, just as Yen said. He glanced around. This is an A+ level dungeon, but there have been no casualties so far.
Yonjaku's soldiers are still unharmed, which means everything is a threat on the level of the 6th floor boss. Then Gujin looked at his own team and thought, and my team has also been exposed to everyone in such a situation. There's no way they would only send those guys to capture me. Wu Jin guessed that the enemy had no eyes. He thought of Shinhai. It seems Park Shanhai has taken out her treasure.
After that, Gujuan walked towards the front gate. He placed his hand on the door. Well then, Wu Jun slowly opened the door. Yuan Jaku revealed a sinister smile. "Now I will slowly." He loomed behind Gujuan.
But he had already been discovered. Gujin decisively opened the door, making his decision.
Gina stepped onto the sand of the desert, but sank down.
He was very surprised.
"What the hell is this?" "A desert terrain." Gujin spoke up. "No."
In front of them was a forest, a dense forest.
Yuan Jaku asked, "Hey, Isaac, shall we move towards the jungle first?"
Gujin glanced over and said, "Before we go, I have an announcement." He said, "From now on, until we catch the assassin targeting us, we will indefinitely halt the boss hunt." This made Yanj miss a beat. He started to stammer an assassin.
He asked vaguely, "What do you mean by that?"
As soon as he finished speaking, his skeleton soldiers went crazy and charged. They rushed in to attack Gujuan.
Immediately after, Gujuan's skeleton soldiers moved forward to block the enemy.
Gujin looked up at the sky and said, as expected, "So this is how it appears." While the skeleton soldiers were fighting, he slipped away and ran. Gina saw this and yelled, "Hey, are you trying to desert?" With no other choice, Gina had to follow Gujin. An enemy subordinate shouted, "He's running away. Get him." Yuan Jaku ordered, "Ignore Isaac and capture the golem, Delahan, and skeleton." He continued to give orders. "We must suppress special targets like those." Wuan thought, "Yuanj, he's really smart." One of his skeleton soldiers just shattered an enemy skeleton. Part of it is that the skeleton legion can be resurrected any number of times in a dungeon, but the enemy skeleton soldiers were also attacking the giant golem. Special targets like the golem or the Dullahan, the skeleton knight, and the mudge are a different story. The skeleton knight was also being ambushed because its summoning conditions are too complicated. His MJ had just used a spell to blow up the enemy. If it's destroyed here or stolen by Yohan using the effect of the Ring of Hades. Wu Jun opened his inventory. The loss to my side would be indescribable. He took out the book. If that's the case, system notification. Summoning the Book of the Dead. The mage's body suddenly dissolved into smoke. Yuan Jaku realized something was wrong. He watched Gujin's soldiers disappear and shouted, "That bastard! He's unsummoning them!" He was boiling with anger. "Isaac, that bastard!" Meanwhile, Gujin and Gina ran for their lives into the forest. A subordinate came forward and asked, "Should we pursue them now?" Yanj turned and yelled, "Are you crazy? Isaac currently has most of his forces. Are you planning to just recklessly run into the forest, and what are you going to do in that situation?" He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, how did he know about the existence of the assassins? Even if I absorb Isaac's entire skeleton legion, everything has already become a mess." Gujuan and Gina ran deep into the forest, panting heavily. Gina asked, "It seems they're not chasing us anymore." Gujuan said softly, "Unlike the enemies I've dealt with so far, Ian is not an idiot." Gina spoke up and asked, "What are you going to do now? Do you have a plan?" Gujuan replied smugly, "Of course, I do." He put a ring on his finger. System notification, you have equipped the Ring of Osiris. The system continued, it will be inscribed on the bracelet of Bangkok. You cannot unequip this item hereafter. Then the ring was inscribed into one slot, with 2 slots remaining. The system provided information, Ring of Osiris, item rank, legendary, usable from level 1. A ring carrying the power of Osiris. It contains the power to resurrect the dead. Effects, increase all attack power by 15%. Increase all ability stats by 15%. Can use the resurrection skill. Gina's eyes widened as he pointed at the ring. "No way. Where did you get this?" Gujuan averted his eyes and replied from a generous sponsor. Then he looked up at the sky and said, "Legionate, call something meaningful like that. Something that makes humans uneasy." Gujuan said, "You must be used to what's called falling by now, right?" Hearing that, Gina also looked up at the sky. Falling above them, a flock of hatchlings flew by. Good said, because I experienced it when I met the hatchlings. Gina pointed at his own face fearfully that it seems I did something wrong again, didn't I? Gujin was silent for a moment. He shrunk back in fear and asked, "It's not that thing, is it?" Meanwhile, Gujuan stared intently at the sky while Gina cried streams of tears in fear. In the distance, a high mountain stood majestically. The claws of a sphinx stepped down on the mountain. It looked down from above. A flock of hatchlings whisked through the sky. Wu Jun approached the wyvern that had been shot down and fallen to the ground. Gina stood to the side,
thinking, what's this? Is he going to ride the wyvern? Then is he planning to summon more skeleton soldiers? He thought. But aren't the two skeleton soldiers just dry bones? They can't fly, can they? Gina crossed his arms and continued to watch. Could it be that the ability of the ring he just obtained is? Wu Jun placed his hand on the wyvern's body. A purple light emanated around it. System notification, using the resurrection skill of the Ring of Osiris. After that, he and Gina rode the wyvern up to the high mountain. Wu Jun threw a spear that shot past the head of the sphinx that was there. This surprised it a little. Then the sphinx gritted its teeth and turned to glare at him. Gina, on a wyvern's back, watched carefully. Shouted in surprise. That thing, it has an eye on the back of its neck, too. Wu Jun yelled, "Come here." The sphinx gathered power in its mouth, intending to blow the two away. It then blew a gust of wind that made the wyvern sway. Gina screamed out in surprise. The wyvern had to close its eyes and endure the blast. Gina strained his eyes to look at the enemy. The sphinx flew up, intending to kick them down. Gina grimaced and yelled, "Damn it! How is it so fast?" Its paw was closing in on them. It was about to hit them. Gujuan glanced back and yelled, "You better hold on tight because this is just the beginning." Then he made the wyvern dive head first towards the ground. After that, they dodged the sphinx's attack range and flew away. Gina shouted, "Don't tell me you told me to get used to free falling because of this." The sphinx immediately flew after them. Wu Jun glanced back. He looked to his left and spotted something. Far away was Johann Jaku's campfire on the other side. The campfire crackled. He looked up and saw something. Then Yuan Jaku stood up and walked towards the suspicious area. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Yuan Jaku saw a dragon being chased by a sphinx and it was heading this way. What the hell is that? The sphinx was still chasing Gujin at full speed. Gina looked back and saw the sphinx opening its mouth. "Hey, behind you! Behind you!" Suddenly, Gujin jumped back and grabbed him by the collar. Then he dragged Gina by the neck and jumped free, falling from the sky. The sphinx lunged forward and bit the wyvern's neck. Gina cursed Yujin in panic. "You bastard!" Yanj yelled in frustration. "Damn this!" And then the wyvern and the sphinx crashed down right where he had set up camp. Dust billowed up. Yen Jaku coughed. He glanced to the side. A whole sphinx was gnawing on the wyvern. Staring at them, he frowned and thought, "If I don't prepare anything, I have no chance of winning against the boss monster." Elsewhere, Gina face planted into the ground. Gujuan saw this and called out, "Lena, all right, get up now." He screamed and berated Yujin, "Hey, you bastard. If you're going to fall like that, at least you should have given me a heads up." Gina went crazy. "So, I would know what the hell was going to happen." "You're fine. You must feel pretty safe carrying that shield yourself, right?" He remembered the scene of his free fall when Wujuan had managed to use his shield to break the fall. Gina whined. "I must be crazy to go with you." Gujuan said, "It's because I trust your abilities that I had to do that." Then he said, "All right, let's go." Gina stood up and thought, "If you can't speak properly." Before he could finish, Gina saw Eugene walk away and called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Gina yelled, "Wait for me." Over at Yuan Zhak's side, the Sphinx quickly wiped out most of his skeleton soldiers. Yuan Zhak hid behind a tree, watching the Sphinx. It truly outclassed his entire group of subordinates. Finally, the Sphinx flapped its wings and flew away. Yuan Zhak gritted his teeth. "It seems he just saved my life," but he walked over to the recent battlefield. "Not only the skeleton soldiers I summoned, but I also lost some of my subordinates." Next, he called out to his remaining subordinates, "Since things have come to this, we have no other choice," Yuan Zhak ordered. We must deal with that Isaac guy now.
A ghost appeared behind him, silent and motionless. The ghost began to carve letters into the ground.
Yuan turned to see the words. The ghost asked, "What is the meaning of this?"
Yuan replied to it, "As long as Isaac is on strike, we can never conquer the dungeon with our strength alone. In other words, we'll all die here one way or another." He gritted his teeth and said, "Since things are like this anyway, let's just go and kill that bastard first." Yan stood there and clearly told everyone, "I will be the bait to Luriak because only by eliminating me will Isaac feel at ease to resume the raid.
He won't hesitate for long."
After he finished speaking, a line of text appeared below.
"Very well, I will entrust it to you."
Seeing this, Yuan Jaku smirked and continued, "First, we should get ourselves in order."
"Shouldn't we? Haven't you been without food and drink for over 20 days because of the Helm of Hades? No matter how superhuman a player is, if they don't eat or drink for that long, they can't use their full strength." At this moment, the aura in front of him revealed glowing eyes, but did not react. Then the aura slowly revealed the living person who was taking off the helmet. Seeing this, Yuan Jaku smirked with satisfaction. In front of him now was Sukhahuran standing with his head bowed to the ground. Then he mumbled, "Now I feel like I'm alive again." Just then, Yen Jack's panicked voice rang out, "Yak, why are you here?"
Hearing that, Sukhahuran was immediately startled and turned his head to look behind him.
"What?"
But at that exact moment, Yanch had rushed past him and snatched the helmet. Sukhahuran realized he had been tricked, his whole body radiating killing intent as he growled, "What kind of game are you playing?" But Bon Jox on the other side just laughed and tossed the helmet in his hand.
At this moment, the sword Sukhahuran was holding was partially disintegrating. A moment later, he smirked and said, "You psycho. You actually fell for that. How could Isaac be here?"
After speaking, Yuan Jaku stomped his foot hard and fast.
Sukhahuran was startled and turned his head, looking around cautiously.
He was now surrounded by a legion of skeleton soldiers while Yuan Jox had vanished. The scene changes to another place where someone is gently breaking a twig.
Gina saw this and asked with great curiosity, "Why have you been leaving marks everywhere you go?"
Hearing his question, Kim Gujin smiled and replied, "Because a guest will be visiting."
After hearing that, Liga became even more curious. A guest? There are only monsters and enemies in all directions. Where would a guest come from?
But just as he finished speaking, he saw Kim Gujin smirk and mumble, "They're here." Seeing that, Ligna was startled and turned his head to look.
Indeed, a figure was approaching from behind the two of them. It was Yuan Jox.
He said nothing, just stared at them with wide eyes. Suddenly, Yanch threw the iron helmet he had just stolen into the air. The helmet tumbled down in front of the two of them. It rolled for a bit, then stopped right at Kim Gujun's feet. Seeing this, he looked down and replied nonchalantly, "So, this is the Helm of Hades."
Hearing that, Yuan Jaku seemed quite surprised. "You even know the item's name. No wonder I was wondering how you knew about the assassin's existence."
The information must have been leaked from somewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Legion shouted in amazement, "Helm of Hades, where did you hear that?"
But Kamujin didn't answer him and instead asked, "Yuan Jox, why are you giving it to me?"
Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, "You've won.
This is a gift for the winner." At this point, Ljina had picked up the helmet, his eyes shining as he muttered, "This thing is awesome, isn't it? A legendary great item. This is the Helm of Hades. Item rank, Legendary. Usable from level 100.
The Helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld.
The wearer will become a being belonging to the underworld.
Able to perfectly conceal themselves. Effects, activate stealth effect when equipped.
Cannot chat when equipped. Cannot eat or drink when equipped.
After removing the equipment, it cannot be used again for 24 hours. After reading it, he was stunned for a moment.
Ha! Can't eat or drink.
At this point, Yuan Jie gave a cunning smile and said to Kim Gujin, "I will surrender.
I hope you can guarantee my life.
Not just here, but outside the dungeon as well."
He didn't answer right away, silently thinking. Did he realize he couldn't win after just one battle with the Sphinx? This kid grasped the situation pretty quickly. Nothing in this world is free.
This guy is no pushover.
Liga, not thinking too much, continued to ask, "Even if we save you, what about your subordinates?"
When Yanch heard this, his eyes flashed with bloodlust as he slowly replied that
they're useless now anyway.
So before I came here, I dealt with them all neatly. The thing he was referring to was the skeleton army.
Not a single one left.
Legend jumped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief.
He was about to rush forward and yell, "Are you crazy?"
But Kim Gujin stopped him and said to Yanch, "All right, in return, there's one more condition."
"Han over the ring of Hades," he said in a very firm voice. As expected, Yuan Jacques fell silent.
He stood still, staring at the two of them.
A moment later, Yuan Jacques sighed and took a ring off his hand.
He smiled menacingly and muttered, "I really can't win against you." Kim Gujun silently stared at Yen, saying nothing. The scene changes to another forest during the day where the curses of a person echo.
Damn it! Sukharan dashed through the forest, thinking it was hard enough to avoid Johan's skeleton army. And then came waves of monsters. Everything is such a mess.
I thought that guy was trouble from the start.
The person he was referring to was Yanjaks.
Suddenly, Sukaharakan stopped for a beat. He had just seen something. In front of Sukharan, now were the very aggressive apes charging towards him. Seeing this, he thought to himself,
"They've caught up already."
They charged very quickly and unexpectedly slashed through the air a few times.
But Sukaharakan quickly dashed forward.
He took down the two of them with a few slashes of his sword. After slashing, Sukaharakan looked up, gritted his teeth, and thought, no matter what, this is still in a 6-story dungeon. Surviving here alone is already a difficult task, let alone dreaming of killing the boss and getting out of here. At this moment, a few more apes jumped down to where he was, their mouths wide open aggressively.
Sukharan was ready, waiting below to greet this ape. Then he put immense force into his heel and leaped forward.
Sukharan thought to himself, if that's the case, he jumped high into the air and slashed another ape to pieces.
Then how can I accept dying alone? Sukaharakan thought, gritting his teeth. Absolutely not.
He was determined to drag someone down with him. The scene changes to another place in the forest where a rather large yellow light is emitting. An artificial stream of water suddenly flowed down from somewhere onto a tree root. It turned out to be Legion or leaving himself. He thought to himself, there are countless items in the world, but is there not a single one that can help people live normally without needing to pee? Just then, Ligiana suddenly looked up.
With a swift whoosh, Sukaharakan jumped down from nowhere to his spot.
Before Liga could do anything, he had already delivered two sharp slashes. Lena was stunned, his eyes wide,
just staring straight ahead.
Just then something fell to the ground with a thud.
Sukharan stood holding his sword, silently staring at the front.
In another clearing in the forest, Kim Gaijin and Yon Jacques were sitting opposite each other by a fire. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he was startled and glanced in one direction. Immediately after, Isaac jumped up and ran straight in that direction. Yanj, seeing this, shouted in alarm, "Mr. Isaac!" Temujin ran swiftly through the forest, leaving the light of the fire further and further behind. Back to Sukharan and Lena's location, he was holding his sword, staring at the object he had just slashed in front of him.
Just then, Isaac and Yonjaku also arrived.
He saw the scene before him, but said nothing.
Then Sukharan spoke first, "You're too late, Isaac." Yuan Jaku from behind also shouted, "Mr. Spaceman."
He gritted his teeth and thought, he must have been relentlessly pursued by the monster waves.
He's a real survivor.
Sukaharakan spoke slowly, word by word.
I predicted this from the moment you betrayed me.
It seems you've won Isaac over. You useless piece of trash.
Yuanj didn't reply to him. Just glared back. Sukaharen frowned, veins popping as he growled.
I can't just stand by and let you die so easily.
Since the tanker has disappeared, you absolutely cannot leave this dungeon alone. Let me send the rest of you off on your final journey with the sword. With that, Sukahara raised his sword into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Kim Gujin smirked and muttered, "A sword dance, huh? All right, that's fitting." Liga beside him had no idea what he was planning. Just then, a notification appeared. Summon Skeleton Legion.
The sounds of clashing swords echoed continuously through the forest. Kim Gaijun and Sukaharen were locked in a fierce sword fight. He was in a stalemate, thinking, it seems his recovery condition has worsened as expected of a swordsman. At that moment, Sukaharakin glanced to the side. In the next second, a giant skeleton soldier was charging about to strike down between them. Sukaharakin's right eye suddenly flashed. He turned around. It turned out that right behind that skeleton soldier was Yonj. It seemed he was the one pulling the strings. Seeing this, Sukaharen gripped his swords tightly and charged, roaring, "Don't interfere." With that, he swung his sword and cut straight through the skeleton soldier. It split into and fell towards the skeleton soldiers in the distance. Yanj was startled and gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Sukaharen to be so strong. That one sword strike from Sukaharen created a significant aftershock, splitting the path in the forest. The dust flew thick, but the deafening sound was gone. Yanjak slowly opened his eyes and looked forward, startled and stammering. Unbelievable. He hasn't eaten or drunk for dozens of days. His condition should be at its worst. How is it possible? Just as he was standing there, stunned, Sukaharen's figure flashed past behind Yuanj. He was startled and quickly turned his head to look back. Immediately, another skeleton soldier rushed in to block for Yuanj, but it was also cut down in strikes. He clenched his jaw tight, trembling in fear, thinking this is insane. After cutting down the skeleton soldier, Sukaharakin said slowly, "The lives of you cowardly rats are really persistent." Just then, he suddenly paused and glanced down. Immediately after, Sukaharakin spat. He spat a wad of saliva. The saliva landed on the face of the skeleton soldier below before falling to the ground. At that moment, Yuan Jaku and the skeleton soldiers discover the object that Sukaharen had just cut. The inner core of the man-faced turtle. This is the inner core of the man-faced turtle. Item rank: Rare. Usable from level 1. This is the inner core of a man-faced turtle that has lived for over 1,000 years. If held in the mouth, one can survive without food or water for a long time. However, it does not alleviate hunger and thirst. Effect nullifies stamina reduction due to fasting. Even if his ignorance is strong, he'll go mad from hunger and thirst. Yanj stared, thinking he must be trying to hide this. Sukaharakin slung his sword over his shoulder and asked quietly anyway. "I said I would kill all of you here, right? So what are you waiting for? Come on, I will end your life myself." Seeing this, Yuan Jaku clicked his tongue and jumped back. He hid behind Kim Gujin, thinking, "I have no reason to step out myself if Isaac is here." Instead, Sukaharakin smirked. "Come on, let's continue. You're not planning to end it this lamely, are you? Let's fight with all we've got like men." Just then, Kim Woo-jin's voice rang out. "Are you raising your voice now, sir? I'm sorry, but the one who should be finished here is you alone. Don't think you're going to die here." Sukaharakin wasn't angry at all, just smiled and replied, "It's time. Time to die. You look like you're going crazy." You alone before he could finish. A streak of light flashed and cut through Sukaharan's arm. He was startled, his eyes wide as he looked down at his hand. Both forearms had been severed and fell to the ground,
still tightly gripping the sword. Sukaharakan stood frozen, watching his hands being severed from his body.
Kim Gujin then said slowly,
"You alone, sir?"
Sukahara concluded, unable to keep his balance, and started to fall back with a cry. He could only stand rooted in one spot, listening to him continue.
"You don't have any other comrades here, do you?" At this moment, Legina was also slowly regenerating. Sukaharan screamed madly. "No, it can't be.
You guys clearly." Lena interrupted him, roaring, "You attacked us when I saw you doing something despicable."
"Do you know how painful that attack was? Are you just someone with no basic decency?"
As expected, after he finished speaking, Sukaharan lowered his eyes, his voice cracking.
"This can't be happening." Then Sukaharan could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees. He cried out in disbelief.
"I clearly chopped off your head." At this moment, Yuan Jacques, standing behind, chuckled and clapped, muttering, "This cruelty is just too good. I couldn't have imagined what the inner core of the man-faced turtle was like. But still, what are you doing? We've never been as sincere with you as this, have we?" Shugura gritted his teeth without answering him, just glaring back. Then Yonjaku turned to Kim Gujin. "That was a good plan, Isaac. Now, let's go catch the Sphinx." Suddenly, he turned his head back to look at Sukaharan. Then Johann Jaku burst out laughing. "So weak. So pathetic. What now? If you keep your head down like this, are you begging for your life?" He didn't know that during that time, Sukaharan had bent down and clenched his sword with his teeth. He put all his strength into his left leg. The tip of Sukaharan's foot pressing hard into the ground. Then with a whoosh, he moved forward with all his might. The sword clenched in his mouth. Yanj was startled and turned his head to look. Both Lina and Kim Woojin immediately turned to react. They're still not prepared in time and let Sukaharan rush past, delivering a sharp slash. After he stopped on the other side, the three of them were still standing there. Only Yanj was staggering a bit. Kim Gujin held the shield in his hand and glanced behind him. Lina, still in shock, stood frozen, staring in that direction. Yanj stumbling turned his head and asked softly, "Isaac?" As soon as he spoke, he collapsed to the ground, his body split in two. Meanwhile, Sukaharan on the other side thought, "Aek, how did that brat get Aegis's shield? That bastard, he tricked me." He gritted his teeth and charged forward. But Sukaharakan's vision quickly blurred, leaving only the indifferent figure of Isaac. He only made it a short distance before collapsing to the ground. Just like Yuan Jacques, Yanj lay on the ground in pain, coughing up a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground. Then he roared in anger. "You bastard! Isaac, you son of a bitch! Quick, save me!" Yenjaku looked up, staring at the person standing before him. But Kim Gujin seemed very indifferent, replying, "It was my mistake. My apologies." At that moment, Lai also stepped forward and said loudly, "Hey, you don't need to act so wrong, right? The feelings of the subordinates you killed are the same as yours right now." As he finished speaking, both of them were drawn by a noise from the other side. That was where Sukaharakan had collapsed. Now he was turning over to lie on his back. Sukaharan smirked at them. "Don't preach with such a self-righteous attitude. How disgusting. Anyway, I'm waiting to see what tragic end is in store for you. Now there are only 2 survivors in this dungeon. You think you can catch the Sphinx with just the 2 of you? You ignorant fools?" Sukahara Ken muttered as he closed his eyes. Just then, Kim Woojin walked over to him and replied in a low voice. "Yes, what you say is very true. I also don't know what ignorance is in your words." To pursue the ideal of making the world a better place, he recalled fighting alongside his comrades in the past. Comrades who fought shoulder to shoulder with him, all sharing the same aspiration. There has been a misunderstanding. Kim Gujin pointed his sword at the ground and asked in a low voice, so, what about you? Even though you know it's foolish, you still harbor the dream of saving the world. As he said this, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes.
Sukharan was startled by that and jolted up.
But Kim Gujin continued, however, even for a moment. Then he suddenly let out a smirk. Sukharan suddenly screamed, "Save the world."
What nauseating words are you suddenly spouting? Even if we clear all the dungeons and end this game, do you think we can save this rotten world?
Those who have passed will send back.
There will be great chaos. Isaac, you know well what this world is like now. It's ruled under the tight control of players.
Those who have achieved great wealth and power if we become the rulers after the war ends.
What do you think this world will be like?
There will be great chaos now that we rule.
It's the opposite of saving the world.
As he was speaking, Kim Gujuan suddenly cut him off.
Wait.
Then he raised his sword and said, "I don't want to hear anymore, but this blade is too long." If you had a chance to start everything over with that, Kim Yejin gripped his sword tightly and swung down.
Blood splattered into the air. Sukharan let out one last cry.
After killing him, he slowly continued. "At that time, I hope you will become someone worthy of the name Sword Saint." At this moment, Lai Jina, observing from the side,
thought to himself,
"Come to think of it, what grudge does that guy have with the Salvation Guild?"
Suddenly, someone called his name, Lai Jia.
He immediately turned to look in that direction and was startled.
A notification suddenly appeared. The vampire skill of the Dark World's representative has been activated.
On Kim Gujin's side, he was opening his mouth to let the fangs grow long. Kim Gujin's entire body radiated a killing aura that could suffocate others. This was his vampire form.
Vampire requirement representative of the Dark World skill level legendary.
You can become a vampire, a member of the knife family, continuously consuming magic while maintaining the skill. All physical strength is significantly enhanced.
Effects: max HP plus 50%. Recover 50% HP when using items and skills. Movement speed plus 50%. The longer it lasts through the night. All stats are doubled.
Li Jin, seeing this sight, stammered in fear.
What is this form?
Just then, Kim Gujin's voice cut him off.
Now it's just the two of us. I can't see anything.
Hearing this, Li Jin was very confused and backed away.
What is this supposed to mean?
But he just smirked with bloodlust and muttered, "Now let's go." Before this night ends, the scene changes to another place where a person is opening a door and stepping into a room.
It was Ju.
She entered with her head lowered. In front of Ju now was a room that looked like someone's office. She let out a tired breath, her eyes looking down at her feet. Ju was reminiscing about the past. A man was gently calling her name.
Ju. Today is your birthday, isn't it? Hearing Li Jinsu ask, she replied, "It's not." He asked, "Then is it Ju's birthday?"
She was busy washing dishes and answered without turning around,
"No." Hearing that, Jinsu began to eat. He kept asking, "Oh, it's not. Have you gotten ready for school?" Jinsu just quietly replied, "Yes."
Jinsu praised, "Who does my daughter take after to be so smart and diligent?" She was used to this saying of his and played along.
"Who else could it be like you, Dad?"
Then Ju turned back to ask her father, "You're going on a business trip abroad for a while, right?"
"You must be very busy.
Just leave the dishes when you're done.
I'll go to school and clean up when I get back."
Ju's eyes welled up with tears as she heard this and muttered, "Jizu, when did our daughter grow up so much?
Come here. Let me give you a hug."
With that, he suddenly rushed to embrace her.
A little later, seeing Ju getting ready to leave, Jinsu asked again, "Are you leaving now? Aren't you going to eat?"
She slowly answered him, "I've already prepared and eaten my meal."
He smiled happily and said nothing.
As Ju touched the doorknob, she heard her father's voice again.
Ju, you have to take care of your health while I'm away on business.
Yes. Seeing him pause like that, Ju turned her head to look. Immediately after, Jin-soo became a machine, nagging her about everything.
Be careful of cars on the road.
And if a dungeon break happens while I'm gone, you found all the shelters to hide in, right?
I know it's annoying, but please be a little kinder to your friends. Listen carefully. Don't stress too much about your studies. Go out and have fun once in a while. Don't save up my allowance. Spend it all as a kid your age should.
And the elevator now began to descend from the 7th floor. Jin-soo waved goodbye to his daughter one more time. Be good to Shinhai, my most beautiful daughter in the world.
Have fun at school.
Ju was silent for a moment before slowly replying.
Yes. I'll go to school and come back.
A little later at a traffic light, the red pedestrian signal was on. A crowd of people was waiting on the sidewalk for the green light to cross the street.
Ju stood in the middle of the crowd listening to them talk.
Someone exclaimed, "Hey, look, Hansen Group is on the news." Another person replied, "Hansen Group. I heard their stocks have been rising sharply recently." As soon as that person finished speaking, she was startled to hear that name. She thought to herself, Hans.
Then Ju glanced up.
The advertisement billboard that the two people had just mentioned. It was a news report about the corporation. Hansen Group has become a leader in player training for the future of the Republic of Korea. Absorbed in looking at the news above, Ju didn't notice someone calling her name.
Ju.
Hey, Lee Ju. Hearing the louder call, Ju was startled and turned her head to look. The other person continued.
You're standing there spacing out on the street. What's wrong?
Seeing the person who had just called her, she let out a sigh and muttered, so it's Shanghai. Seeing Park Shanghai appear, Ju could only raise her hand and say, ah.
Seeing that, she said with frustration, what do you mean? Ah.
Then Park Shanghai looked up at what Ju had been looking at.
So you were watching that?
She also looked up at it without saying anything more. The news was still about that corporation. Hans Group is restructuring to develop players. Just then, Ju asked Park Hai, but Shinhai, what are you asking? As she crossed the street, she asked, what's up today that you're going to school so early? Hearing that, she replied nonchalantly, I'm not going to school now.
You've recently become a player, haven't you? But do you know something?
Ju asked curiously.
What is it?
Instead, Park Shinhai slowly explained, not long ago.
In the basement of my preachy father's company building, a gate formed. You knew that, right? She nodded. Yeah. She continued, this is still a secret.
Park Shinhai continued, seriously, I heard there might be a dungeon outbreak soon.
I'm heading there now.
Hearing that, Ju asked hesitantly, what will you do if your father finds out? But she replied very calmly, he's always worrying about unnecessary things. She was still quite worried for her friend. But then Park Shanhai cut her off.
I'm a player, too.
You know, he said from now on, he'll focus on developing players.
So why exclude me? Just you wait.
I'll show him I'm even stronger than that Lee Young guy.
I'll definitely prove it. Ju knew that no matter what she said, she wouldn't listen.
So she just remained silent. A little later, Park Shinhai pulled her into a photo booth and said, matter-of-factly, don't make that face.
Come over here for a minute. Today is my debut as a player.
So, we have to take a commemorative photo. So, the two of them got a commemorative photo of her first day as a player.
The memory fades and now only half of Park Shanhai's photo remains.
Ju bowed her head and muttered in a deep voice.
Park Shanghai.
She was standing in front of a board covered with details related to Park Shanghai.
Ju's eyes revealed a clear sense of hatred and determination to do something. Subsequent news reports were flooded with this news.
Salvation Guild, the first guild in the world to clear a 7-story dungeon. Jun chosen as the most influential player in the world. The dream of conquering the 7th floor is complete. Who knows when they will conquer the 8th?
Say Jun is the best mom. I want to grow up to be like Lee Jun. Someone else wondered, is there no information about Isaac and Johan? Someone below replied, it's a domestic article. Why would it write about foreigners? What a dumb question. The original commenter seemed quite angry and replied, none of your business. Why are you sticking your nose in, you dog? The other person replied nonchalantly, so what? I feel like it. The common thread was running when it suddenly cut off.
The scene shifts to a dark room. Park Shin-hye is sitting on a chair, timidly looking to the side. Not Hajiro was also present, his eyes darting around. Just then, someone sitting in the shadows asked quietly, Isaac, what about him? Hearing that, he replied with some nervousness about that. The scene changes to inside the dungeon where a golem is fighting fiercely. On another side, a sphinx is being held in a headlock by a fire golem. On the ground below, Lijana jumped in from somewhere, plunging his spear straight into the sphinx, supported by a skeleton soldier. Seeing the blood start to spurt out, Ligna gritted his teeth and shouted.
Awesome! It finally pierced through.
After stabbing the sphinx, he leaned back and fell. At that moment, Kim Gujin also jumped straight into its wound. In his vampire state, he placed his hand on the wound, about to cast something. Just then, a notification appeared. The Hell Messenger's blood drain skill has been activated. The combined skill of vampire blood drain is activated. The health recovery rate of the blood drain skill is increased by 100%. Immediately after, Kim Woo-jun also leaned back as if he was absorbing all the blood from the Sphinx. Seeing this, Kim Goo-jun smirked with satisfaction. The Sphinx seemed to realize something and gritted its teeth, wanting to turn its head. At the same time, a lot of smoke and dust emanated from its body, accompanied by a notification.
The Hell Messenger's blood mist skill has been activated.
Legina, who was fighting, was also startled and turned to look at. Both the Sphinx and the fire golem were surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. On another side, it seemed Kim Woo-jin was also enveloped in the smoke, his eyes glowing red.
In the next second, the smoke dissipated, revealing Kim Woo-jin's form. He now looked no different from a demon. A notification appeared. Blood Golem has been summoned. Back in the gloomy room, Park Shin-hye was still fearfully reporting. I sent Isaac Yen and the Sword Saint to the 6-story dungeon in Egypt. Not Hiro, sitting in the other chair, asked, who on earth had proved that to happen?
Behind him, Sun Ong-woo also spoke up, calm down, Divine Bao.
Please listen carefully to the current situation first. As soon as he finished, Not Hiro slammed his hand on the table. He growled a warning at him. I didn't ask you.
Park Shin-hye spoke up to reassure them both. That happened because of my judgment alone.
But don't worry too much. Because I've already prepared for it.
I gave him the helm of Hades and the boots of Hermes to the Sword Saint. It's true that I sent Yen as bait, but he is also a powerful individual who cannot be underestimated. No matter how talented Isaac is, the probability of him surviving and leaving this dungeon can only be 0. Park Shin-hye said with extreme confidence.
Hearing this, Not Hijiro just furrowed his brow and said nothing.
Lai Jan sitting there also rested his chin on his hand thinking about what she had just said. Just then, someone slammed their hand on the table and said, "You're being deconfident." Seeing this, Park Shin-hye turned to look in that direction, slightly surprised. At the same time, a brightly shining circle appeared in the middle of the table. Seeing this, Lee Jun smirked cunningly. The scene changes to another location where a car is stopping in front of a building. Park Yong-won got out of the car with his head lowered. Just then, someone who appeared to be a secretary rushed towards him. Director, something big has happened.
He asked her coldly, "What is it?" The secretary then whispered a report into Park Yong-won's ear.
As soon as he heard it, he was startled.
"What? That guy?"
After that, the two of them hurried into the building. The scene changes to another place where a man is gently rolling two large balls in his hand.
He is Hu Fry, and Sakura is standing behind him. A second later, Park Yong-won and his secretary enter the room.
Seeing this, Hu Fry gave a slight smirk.
Scene change. A notification appears.
You have defeated the Sphinx. This notification appeared right where Yuan Jacques had been cut in half. Immediately after, his upper body was lifted up. The two parts of his body were gradually being reconnected by a golden light.
The light emitted shone throughout the area. Another notification appeared.
You have used the skill regression of the deceased of the emissary of the underworld.
This is regression of the deceased.
Unique grade usable at level 50 or higher.
The dead deceive the ferryman Karen.
Then cross the river Styx and return to the world of the living.
Effect.
The skill activates when its holder dies while clearing a dungeon.
Cures all abnormal status effects on the body. HP and MP are restored to their maximum values. Cannot receive rewards upon successful dungeon clear. The skill can only be used once. It disappears after activation. Immediately after, the two parts of Yuan Jacques' body were reconnected. He had been resurrected by someone. A glint of hatred and determination shone in Yan's eyes.
Then he leaned back slightly, and the air around him dispersed as if a wind was blowing.
The forest in the dungeon at night hides secret battles.
The golden sunlight illuminated the entire sky. Young Wan's voice was slightly filled with awkwardness, visiting me so suddenly and saying such things.
I'm at a loss.
Hu Fry leaned in, his probing voice a bit cold, yet retaining a calm, calculating demeanor.
Why do you need more time to think?
As soon as the question was asked, the air became unusually silent. Young Wan narrowed his eyes, suspicion showing.
You want me to clear the 7th floor dungeon with you? Why should I accept this offer?
Hu Fry, while fiddling with the stone in his hand, said with a sinister smile. Li Jian is running around everywhere with the title of 7th floor clearer.
You don't want to see that happen, do you?
Young Wan's voice turned cold.
So, you want to gather forces?
Hu Fry paused, a slight smile on his lips. A smile that was hard to tell if it was sarcastic or accepting.
Well, if you want to split the forces, it will mean you'll be participating in the dungeon that Isaac and I will clear together in the future. Young Wan, sitting opposite, raised an eyebrow, his voice low and suspicious.
Participate, he replied with an icy gaze. Yes, participate.
Young Wan scraped a long line on the table, seemingly angry. The air grew thick.
Sparks appeared in Yan's eyes, his harsh voice echoing through the room.
Are you provoking me now? In my own headquarters? Is that what you mean to do? Hu Fry. A fearsome black aura gradually spread throughout the room. Sakura took half a step back as she felt the overwhelming bloodlust, muttering in a mix of surprise and fear.
Such intense bloodlust. I didn't expect him to lose his cool like this.
In contrast to Sakura's fear, Hu Fry was very calm. Oh my, what do you mean by provoking?
Bright sparks flashed on his hand.
So, you think of provocation?
He narrowed his eyes, tilting his head slightly, his voice full of sarcasm. And challenge between the people of the same level would be like the power from his hand transferred to his entire body and then gradually filled the entire room. Two torrents of power like starving beasts rushed at each other. One was enraged. The other seemed to be playing around. Elsewhere, a cup shaped like a red bird's wing was gently placed on a table. Sean took a sip of coffee and chuckled.
Instant coffee is still the best.
He frowned, shrugged helplessly, and chuckled about his strange habit. If I just buy coffee powder, it doesn't see my taste because it's too bitter, you know.
Ju couldn't help but laugh to herself.
It was instant coffee in a paper cup that he had brought back from a meeting with the Phoenix Guild. Her voice suddenly rang out, "Guild Master." Ju's voice continued, carrying surprising news.
Breaking news.
It seems the Thunderbird Guild and Park Young-won have been in contact.
Sechen's excitement showed, unable to hide the smile on his face. Oh, finally a big battle is about to happen.
He smiled faintly, his eyes lighting up with interest.
Things are getting more interesting. Let's try to guess how things will unfold from now on.
Suddenly, Sik-han looked at her with a suspicious gaze, his voice soft, but with a hint of concern.
Where are you going, Secretary Lee?
She stood up, adjusted her coat, and answered briefly.
I'm going to meet a friend for a bit. Sean's voice was full of disbelief. A friend? You, Secretary Lee? Ju tilted her head slightly, unfazed by his reaction. What's with that reaction? Seeing this, Sechen quickly raised his hands in surrender, hastily waving her way. No, go on, hurry up.
She smiled softly, her eyes softening before she left.
I'll be back soon.
Sechen watched her figure disappear behind the door and repeated with a sigh.
Meeting a friend. Ha!
The scene quickly changes to a narrow alley in Cairo, where the flickering yellow light reflects on the rough brick walls. An alley in the black market of Cairo, Egypt. Inside is a drinking establishment.
3 figures are visible under the ceiling light.
The man extended his hand, his voice.
Give me something useful.
In the shadows, only a voice could be heard.
I'm not sure, but you have to keep your promise. Thank you.
Yanj chuckled lightly, a hint of regret in his eyes.
At first, I thought you had betrayed me.
He glanced towards the person next to him, Isaac. Kim Gujin sighed, looking into the distance as if talking to himself.
Well, a promise is a promise. An image of someone's revival appears.
At that time, Yuan Jack's face was panicked as he panted heavily. His eyes suddenly caught sight of a helmet lying on the ground.
Underneath it was a note left by someone. Remember to return it after you're done. Yuan Jacques picked up the helmet, a sinister smile appearing.
If you left this behind, his voice lowered, his eyebrows knitting slightly.
That means you already knew I had the skill to return from the dead, right? To be honest, I can't beat you, Isaac. Yanj wondered, how the hell could you have known that?
He replied that. Kim Gujin smiled faintly, his voice tinged with bitterness as he recalled the memory.
It's because I had to kill Yuan twice due to that skill.
Even before a mix of anger and regret flashed in Yen Jack's eyes when he should have just let him die there. Kim Woo Jin's voice continued, how I know that is none of your business. His eyes shone with a mix of admiration and madness.
So cool. Hearing Yuan Jacko say that, Kim Gujin spat out what he was drinking.
He leaned forward, his voice full of emotion, as if admitting something he had always hidden from the judgmental eyes of
everyone there. No matter what, you're still so cool, Isaac. You're my beloved brother.
Kim Gujun frowned slightly, feeling helpless.
None of these people are normal.
Then his voice turned cold as he mentioned something else.
However, because of this, you are now officially dead. The coldness was evident in his continuing voice. So from now on, don't do anything stupid. Live in dead silence.
Kim Gujin glanced over his shoulder, his eyes as sharp as a blade.
Otherwise, the Messiah Guild will come for you. And this Yuhan Jaku fell silent, not knowing what to say. Kim Gujin turned about to leave. Well then I'll be going. Suddenly Yuan Jaku jumped up shouting. Please wait a moment, Isaac. Hearing his shout, Minsk whipped his head around suspiciously. Yuan Jack's voice was desperate, as if clinging to his last hope. Let me follow you. I'm begging you. Legion's face contorted with anger.
Then the expression on his face turned to one of utter astonishment. Kim Go-jin glanced at Yanj, looking a bit thoughtful. Elsewhere, Park Shan-hye stood by the window, sunlight streaming into the quiet office. She smiled mysteriously, lightly touching her lips, exuding confidence and calculation. In the dark office, the light from a computer screen illuminated a space. Trending news was displayed. Political, economic, social news, world news. Isaac's guild has cleared the 6th floor dungeon in India. No other survivors found unanswered questions. Why couldn't Isaac save Yen? The death of Yuan Jocks. People are lining up to pay respects to the memory of the deceased. Hearing a knock on the door outside, Park Shin-hye didn't turn her head, just glanced over. Her voice calm. Coming. The door opened slightly. The doorman's voice rang out politely. This way, please. Jisoo's figure entered, heading towards where Park Shan-hye was standing. Her gaze held no warmth. Long time no see, it seemed something had happened between them. As Ju's gaze was no different from Park Shan-hye's, Lee Ju through the frosted glass door, the figures sat opposite each other in a somber atmosphere. Park Shan-hye put down her coffee cup and began, I was worried when you disappeared without a word. Where have you been and what have you been doing lately? Your sudden contact really surprised me. Ju placed her hands on her lap, bowing her head without answering. After a moment, Ju spoke softly. I have something to ask you. Startled, not expecting such a reply, Park Shan-hye asked, Ask me. I'm sure you have a lot to ask. After all, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. But I'm still a little sad. You didn't even ask me how I've been. Not even once. Aren't you being too cold to your friend? Even though it's been 3 years, you haven't changed at all, Ju. Suddenly, she interrupted her. My father, hearing those 2 words, her whole body trembled. Ju continued her tone. I see. Did you kill him? Park Shin-hye remembered the sight of a man lying down, a pool of blood spreading beside him. She shuddered, her whole body trembling with fear. Park Shan-hye's face was pale and covered in a cold sweat. Her eyes beginning to well up with tears. A figure approaching caught Park Shin-hye's attention. He looked down at her with a cold gaze. Then the mysterious person extended a hand. Park Shin-hye's pupils widened, paralyzed and unable to resist. Her face turned deathly pale with utter bewilderment. Snapping back to the present, Park Shin-hye didn't dare to face Ju, looking away as she replied, What the hell are you talking about? Appearing so suddenly. And then you asked that question. Your father died in a dungeon accident. I don't know what information you've heard to ask me this, but Ju, I swear nothing like that happened. The information you received is wrong. She clenched her fist. Then Ju let out a sentence. You haven't changed at all either. You could never lie. She still replied calmly. What? Park Shin-hye looked at the object on the table and asked. This is a neat stack of documents appeared before her. Hands on group dungeon accident victim list. Park Shin-hye picked it up and read silently as Ju continued her story. The reason my father died. I know it wasn't because of monsters or a random dungeon explosion. I believe you have something to tell me. Seeing no result, she stood up to leave. Ju said disappointedly. Perhaps I was mistaken. Park Shin-hye bit her lip tightly as if fighting an internal battle. Her footsteps grew more distant. She shot up and shouted, Wait, what are you trying to say? You disappear for 3 years and now you show up just to ask if I killed him. What's wrong with you? Are these papers more believable than your friend's words? Because if you really think I killed your father, are you planning to get revenge on me or something at this point? What can you even do to me? Know your place. You know who I am. The position I'm in. Ju didn't turn her head. She replied, I know very well. Park Shanghai, CEO of Hansung and Vice Guild Master of the Messiah Guild. Ju turned back, her eyes filled with a threatening sharpness.
What can I do to you? You'll find out soon enough. Scene change.
Amidst the night enveloping a cold skyscraper, the yellow light from a balcony casts the shadow of a person standing silently, solitarily gazing down into the infinite void. The mysterious person clenched their fist, thinking her last will. Inside a room, two opposing forces, one is white as lightning. The other is crimson as a blood prison suddenly collided, creating a terrifying shock wave. The shock wave from the energy collision erupted outwards, causing the entire building to shake violently, accompanied by an explosion that tore through the sky. In the meeting room, Hugh Fry raised his hands to stop it.
Enough with this meaningless fight.
We don't need to waste each other's time like this. I just want us to reach an agreement before we proceed with our work.
Young Won remains silent, not responding.
He continued, right now, in this place, write a will.
Young Won replied coldly, a will? What nonsense are you spouting now?
Yu Fry smirked confidently.
Don't misunderstand. It's just a simple will.
You see, in a 7th-floor dungeon, we can't guarantee our survival. So, let's make arrangements beforehand for our guild members. Those who will fall into a panic if one of us is killed in the dungeon.
Merge into one guild if the other is killed. Hearing this, Secretary Kim exclaimed in alarm, you mean? He explained, because this is the first time the Messiah Guild is clearing a 7th-floor dungeon. The world will revolve around on them for a while. The problem is we are both in a position where we can't just sit back and watch this happen. But trying to conquer a 7th-floor dungeon with our current strength is basically suicide. Whether you like it or not, shouldn't we try to clear it by joining forces with others? Now, let's put all the lies aside and be honest with each other. You see, I'm a very greedy person. So, I have no intention of sharing the fame and rewards with others. After conquering the 7th-floor dungeon, aren't you and I the same kind of person? I came to you because I know you're the type to stab me in the back once we reach the 7th floor. Well, am I wrong?
So, what I'm saying is we should write a will before entering the dungeon.
After thinking, Yen sighed and stepped inside. A red aura appeared behind him. A voice rang out, startling Young Won. It seems you have a lot on your mind. A pair of feet emanating power slowly approached. He looked at Kim Gu-jin and thought. Young Won didn't even sense his presence. Young Won asked in a cold voice, when did you get here? He smirked and replied, I just arrived. Kim Gu-jin spoke, I was wondering why you've been so quiet lately. Park Young-won replied, it seems you just went to Egypt with Isaac, didn't you? He answered him, yes. That was a special mission you sent me on, right? Parky Young-won growled. But use this opportunity to convince Isaac and make sure he takes care of that bastard Yanj. Kim Gu-jin smiled and said it was quite difficult to sit next to Isaac and try to convince him to kill Yuan. He's very stubborn even when he enters a dungeon. It's not easy to persuade him. Hearing that, he turned towards the railing and said, well, then that's fine. It's good that you've eliminated Yen. In his mind, Park Young-won thought he not only convinced music, but also cleared a 6th-floor dungeon with him. Park Young-won squeezed the railing with his fingers and said, however. He glanced at him and said, didn't I tell you to do it quietly so that nothing would leak? Park Young-won questioned, why didn't Isaac clarify Johan's death to the press? Kim Gu-jin smiled and replied, I wonder. I also don't know what Isaac is thinking. Who could understand a genius like him? He continued, who became a media star by completing a 6th-floor dungeon in the fastest time after awakening. And on top of that, Isaac is not my subordinate. Kim Gu-jin continued, I can't tell him to do as I please, even for things outside the dungeon. Park Yang-won thought to himself, well, he's not wrong. He said in a stern voice, that's right. Yen has indeed been eliminated as I wished, so let's just drop it. He said, I'm saying this because it's been a long time since I've seen your face. Park Yeon-won glanced at him and said, if possible, I'd like our relationship to be a bit clearer. You understand?
Kim Go-jin thought to himself, the fact that he defeated the Lightning King on the 7th floor is related to him. Park Yeon-won turned around and leaned against the railing.
He crossed his arms and said, even if Isaac isn't your subordinate, it's undeniable that your influence on him is very effective.
He continued, when Isaac, the Lightning King, and I try to clear the 7th floor dungeon together,
your presence will also be very important. He put his hands in his pockets and said,
but if it's you, I understand.
Park once smiled and asked, you'll only go if there's a reward, right?
Kim Go-jin was slightly startled and exclaimed that he held out a glowing key. Suddenly, a streak of blue light appeared. From the streak of light, a spatial vortex gradually formed.
He calmly looked at him. Park Yeon-won said with confidence, now follow me to Park Yeon-won's armory.
He turned towards the vortex, but then he turned his head back and said, choose one you like among these items. As he stepped into the vortex, he said, the reward is well worth it for both you and Isaac.
Kim Go-jin followed him, a cunning smile on his face. As Kim Go-jin worked, he said, don't you regret this? Scene changed to the city streets. Oh, Sin exclaimed, what? You did that? That's not like you at all. Secretary Lee went to the main office of the Hansung Group. He placed his hand on his chin and said, aside from the fact that I value you greatly, Secretary Lee, I think what you did this time was a bit too much to overlook, you know. Sean asked her, what do we gain by provoking Park Shanghai? Ju hesitated and said, I wonder.
She said, softly.
We don't know what consequences provoking Park Shanghai will bring. Jo looked thoughtfully at her teacup and said, what can help us get out of this?
She thought of the image of a terrified Park Shin-hye as an arrow was shot at her.
In the distance was not Hyro.
He looked at her with angry eyes. Behind Hyro was a sharp sword. Park Shin-hye was too scared to look directly at him. Back in the present, Ju stood up and said, it will be decided by her choice.
Sean looked up at her in admiration.
Scene changed to the evening. Hu Fry approached step by step.
He approached the waiting car, greeted by Sakura.
Shibo opened the car door and said respectfully, you've had a long day, Guild Master. The convoy started moving.
Hu Fry inside the car asked, how are the preparations for the 7th floor dungeon coming along? Sakura, sitting in the front seat, turned her head back and replied, it's difficulty is C++.
We've been looking for a suitable dungeon for our debut.
He asked again. Difficulty C++. Where is it located and is there anything important to report? Sakura flipped through some pages and answered. It's located in Pakistan.
And as for important matters to report, there's a group of armed terrorists occupying the area around the gate.
She continued.
It's been reported that some of them are high-level players.
Sakura continued, because of this, the Pakistani government is also having trouble accessing the area.
Hu Fry smiled and asked, even if their players, terrorists, and the like are no match for us.
Is that all there is to report?
She replied, there's one more thing.
Kim Woo-jin is at the headquarters.
Hearing this, he smirked.
Scene change. A red flag flutters in the wind. Kim Go-jin was waiting in the room. Hu Fry entered and said, hey, it's been a while. He glanced at him and stood up. Kim Woo-jin extended his hand and said, long time no see. He laughed and replied, indeed, long time no see. Hu Fry growled, Park Yeon-won's dog.
He grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly, releasing a jolt of electricity.
Kim Go-jin flinched and retorted, what do you mean Park's dog? He asked again, then why would I have to come all the way here myself to see you?
Hu Fry smiled slightly as he let go of his hand.
Kim Go-jin quickly pulled his hand back. He rubbed his hand and said, I don't know how to react to such a fierce welcome from you. Sakura, standing beside them, clicked her tongue in annoyance. Hu Fry smiled and asked, "So, have you completed what I assigned you to do?" Kim Gujin looked at him and thought, that calm attitude definitely isn't an act.
Even though Park is known to the public as a sixth-floor conqueror like the Lightning King, he replied, "Of course." Kim Gujin continued, "To think in terms of raw power alone, the Lightning King is no match for Park Yong-won.
He said on the last floor of the dungeon, Isaac will.
Kim Gujin growled,
"Kill Park Yong-won," as soon as the words left his mouth. Hu Fry broke into a wicked smile.
In the evening, in the combat zone, Aya was observing from afar with binoculars.
A tank moved along the road,
creating a thick cloud of dust. Not just one, but a whole convoy of tanks was advancing aggressively.
Seeing this, Aya was extremely panicked.
He rushed off and shouted, "Commander." Aya pointed into the distance and said to Monty, "Sir, come and see." He continued, "There are some strange tanks." But before he could finish, a bullet hit him in the head.
Monty was horrified by the scene before him. He immediately ran to hide behind a rock, thinking the explosion came right after the gunshot.
Monty peeked out from behind, his mind racing. He thought, that means the shooter is a monster who can accurately hit a target in the head from 15 meters away. As he peeked his head out, he calculated, I need to know their exact position to counterattack.
Monty wondered, is that the direction the bullet came from? But before he could finish his thought, a second bullet was fired, hitting him right in the head.
The sound of the gunshot echoed through the mountain. A shell casing flew out of the sniper rifle.
Sakura smiled and said, "Target distance 1765 m. Eliminated."
Hu Fry next to her praised.
"What a magnificent gunshot."
As he lowered his binoculars, he commented, "The echo in my ears feels great."
Hui asked, "How much longer until we capture the area around the gate?"
They both looked down at the tanks that had begun to open fire. The shells were fired, exploding everywhere.
Sakura replied smugly, "Less than 10 minutes. On the other side, King Gujin along with Lee Jana and Park Yong-won were also ready. Scene change.
Many newspapers are continuously reporting on the cooperation of the Thunderbird, Firebird, and Muses guilds along with other related news.
Lee Jun silently looked at the computer screen. He spoke the Messiah Guild's reaction. Lean asked Park Shinhai, "What do you think, Vice Master?" He asked again, "Do you think we should make a statement to the public?"
She replied hesitantly,
"Perhaps it's not necessary."
Park Shanhai was startled when Lee Se-jun suddenly stood up. He walked towards her. Lee Jan pondered, this expression is so familiar.
Where have I seen it?
Park Shinhai was terrified.
She didn't dare to look him in the eye. Lee Jun continued, "All right, it was that time.
The first time I met you," Lee Jun recalled the moment when Park Shanhai trembling collapsed and looked up at him. Back in the present, Lee Jan walked past Park Shanhai and said, "Back then, I thought we were the same."
He growled, "But perhaps I was wrong."
Lee Jun suddenly placed his hand on Park Shanghai's shoulder, making her flinch.
He said softly, "That's enough reminiscing. The future is what's most important."
Lee Jan walked away and said, "Although it should clearly be that way in this case." As he walked, he said, "I have no intention of doing so."
Outside the hand building was engulfed in fierce flames. Lee Jan emphasized, "This is the act of terrorist who despised players." He glanced at her and asked, "Right?"
Park Shanhai nodded slightly, her eyes filled with fear.
Lee Jun coldly turned and walked away.
Even though he was gone, Park Shanhai still clenched her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably.
Scene change. Sikhan angrily threw a stack of papers on the table and shouted, "Damn it, are these guys crazy?" Ju immediately noticed.
She swiveled her chair around and asked him, "What's wrong?" Sikhan grumbled, "Those bastards from the Messiah Guild finally decided to open their mouths." On the newspaper was a picture of Park Shanghai with a headline. Other newspapers also reported on related content simultaneously. Sikhan slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, this can't continue.
The government is still licensing you people. You mean whenever you want? You can use the military against the people. Is that right? He said with a sense of helplessness.
No one knows what those people from the Messiah Guild are really thinking.
Sechin looked at Ju and said, if this continues, their power will just keep expanding.
Oh, Sechin clasped his hands in a pleading gesture.
Li Shan, please save this world.
Ju was at a loss for words with him.
She thought to herself. I think I've heard this speech many times before. Suddenly, Sechin called out, am I right, Secretary Li?
But then a phone rang, diverting Sechin's attention.
He ran to answer the phone. Hello.
The person on the other end spoke, long time no see.
Hearing the familiar voice, Sechin immediately exclaimed, oh my, who is this? Could it be? Continued, the renowned hunter, France replied, I'm busy, so I'll be brief. I just read the report. He asked, the golden dragon's gastric juice that just entered Pakistan before you ordered it. Did you even look up what it does?
Shan laughed and replied, oh, that he said with excitement.
How would I know? The client asked for it, so I ordered it, my friend. Fran Wager was stunned, not knowing what to say to Sechin. He yelled, you didn't know its use.
You dared to give something so precious, you crazy bastard.
Sin rubbed his ear and said, well, the client said in his mind, he thought, what a loud myth. He continued, he will kill. Fran Wagerod flinched slightly. He asked again, who? Kill who? Hello.
Suddenly, the phone disconnected and displayed.
The call cannot be connected at this location. France looked at the screen and exclaimed, damn it, what the hell just happened?
Scene changed to the dimensional gate. Kim Gujin, Li Jin, and Yanj, and Isaac's form observed seriously standing before the dimensional gate were Park and Hu Fry.
Park Yong-won glanced again at Hu Fry.
He also looked at him and smiled. Everyone has their own calculations.
A young man suddenly approached and asked, you are Isaac, right?
Li Jin and Yuan Jie turned around in surprise.
The young man said, there's a package for you. Legion was suspicious. A package.
Kim Gujin quickly waved his hand and said, Isaac, let me.
Hearing that, he immediately said, you can't, sir. The recipient must personally receive the package and sign for it. Kim Gujin frowned slightly. He growled, he's right next to me anyway. Seeing his fierce expression, the young man said fearfully, yes, sir. Here you are. Legion ran over to see. He watched as Kim Gujin quickly opened the package. Legion asked, what did you order? He replied, dragon's gastric juice. Yuan Jaku was astonished, thinking, dragon's gastric juice.
Legion crossed his arms and exclaimed, I thought it was something interesting.
That's why I came to see gastric juice. What the hell do you need that for? Yanj placed a hand on his chin and posed a question. Come to think of it, I think I've heard of it somewhere.
Rumor has it that dragon's gastric juice can help the user see the true nature of a sealed item.
He continued, dragon's gastric juice is just like a sealed item. Both are rare. I've only heard rumors until now. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Yanj teased. It seems Mr. Spacey 3 doesn't know anything, huh?
Kujin at his side silently calculated as expected.
He knows about. Being teased, Legion retorted angrily, what? Who says? I don't know. I know everything. Yen Jaka said nonchalantly, all right, I get it.
Seeing the two of them fooling around, Kim Gujin was also at a loss for words.
Legion turned and said, Kimuno, comrade, can we ignore this guy and just the two of us go in?
He said with an annoyed tone, he's the bastard who killed his own subordinate with his own hands.
How can you trust him and let him into the dungeon with us? Yuan Jack smiled lightly and said, how can he trust me?
He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo and said, "Because I'm this trustworthy." Legion turned his face away and retorted, "Someone who came back from the dead. What could possibly bind him? I don't trust him." No means no. Kujin remained silent. He just thought a soul contract. He recalled Yuan Jack's plea at that time. "Please let me follow you." Li Jana expressed extreme surprise at his statement. As for him, he remained silent. Li Jana exclaimed, "This guy, go where? Do you think we're on a trip?" Yan Jack suddenly interrupted. "I'm not sure of the situation," he explained. "But doesn't Sir Isaac have a grudge against the Messiah Guild?" "I'm bound by a contract, so I can't pull any tricks," Yan said with a crazed look. "So, I'd rather see those maggots squirm under Sir Isaac's hand," Kim Gujin said coldly. "What guarantee is there that you won't betray me? Moreover, why should I trust you and make you my ally?" Legion pointed and said, "Why are you even arguing with him?" Yanjak slammed a piece of paper on the table and once again interrupted, "I have this." The paper displayed, "Soul contract, skill rank, rare, usable from level 1. Designate a person. And form a contract to give the user's soul to that person. You can inherit a portion of the beneficial effects from skills and items used by that person. Inherit a portion of the beneficial effects from skills and items used by the designated person. Maximum of 50%. The designated person cannot be changed. If the designated person dies or declares the end of the contract, your HP will drop to 0. Yanj spoke with this contract. "I won't be able to betray you because whenever you want, I will die." Legion shouted in astonishment, "Are you crazy? What if Isaac really tells you to die?" He said softly, "Isaac had countless opportunities to kill me, but he never did." Yenjaku continued, "He's not someone who does unnecessary things. There's no reason he'd want me dead right now as long as I guarantee I won't cause trouble." Back in the present, Kim Gujin thought to himself. He's right. He considered the skill has more pros than cons, but I didn't expect him to put a noose around his own neck like this. Kim Gujin mused to himself. I can't understand him. He shouted, "Let's start the dungeon." As Kim Gujin walked, he said, "Let's go." Yuan Jaku turned away and said to Legina, "Which item seal are you going to break?" He replied curtly, "Why should we tell you?" He laughed and responded, "We're allies now." Kim Gujin glanced back and said, "You'll find out soon enough." A while later, late at night, a clearing in the forest was illuminated by the light of a fire. Both Legina and Yuan Jaku were fast asleep. Only Kim Gujin was still awake. He looked at the system screen. Notice, defeat 111,111 goblins to advance to the second floor. Remaining goblins, 20,317. Kim Gujin met the screen, calculating. The condition is exactly the same as last time. The third floor will be 333,333 goblins. The fourth floor will be 444,444 and so on. He continued thinking, and on the seventh floor of the dungeon there will be a goblin king. Just as the dungeon's name suggests. Kim Gujin swiped the system screen. His eyes focused intently. The system displayed status window. Name, Kim Gujin. Level, 176. Power, Emissary of the Underworld. Strength, 1955. Vitality, 663. Mana, 1335. Achievements, 158. Bonus points, 0. King Gujin mentally assessed. I'm now at level 176. He smirked and told himself, I'll finish this in no time. New level of the dungeon. Second floor of the dungeon. Third floor of the dungeon. The system announced. 333,333 goblins have been defeated. The gate to the fourth floor is opened. The dungeon gate shone brightly in the sky.
Park Yong-won placed his hand on the gate. He turned around and looked at Kim Go-jin, Yanj, and Lee Jina.
Kim Go-jin looked at him and smiled. Park Yong-won returned the smile. He used both hands to push the gate open forcefully. A cold aura from the space behind the gate blew out strongly. Footsteps approached, causing Kim Go-jin to glance back.
Hu Fry spoke, "Is it okay to talk to Isaac?" Kim Go-jin replied, "It's fine. I've sent him a message." "When is the plan start?" He smiled and said, "Once we enter the 4th floor, the Bluebird Guild, Isaac's Guild, and the Thunderbird Guild will continue what they need to do on the previous floor. Just keep killing the goblins."
He continued, "During the chaotic battle, you gather Isaac and the Bluebird Guild.
Fall back and give me the signal."
Hu Fry looked at his spear and said, "At that moment, with my own hands," he emphasized, "I will take Young Won's life."
Goblin Kingdom, 4th floor. The monster was struck hard on the head. Yangzi and his teammates were fighting the monsters with all their might.
He let out a breath, then turned his head and spoke.
"May I ask you a question?" Park replied, "Go ahead." Gangzi was suspicious. "Do you trust Kim Woo-jin?"
Park Wong glanced at him briefly.
Dongzi hypothesized.
He said he would turn Isaac into his puppet.
But could it be that he's the only one thinking that?
He continued, "I have a feeling Isaac is also plotting something."
Gangzi asked again. "Once the war with Muses starts, what if Isaac sides with Muse?
Then we're all screwed."
Gangzi questioned in surprise. "You're willing to bet your life on him? Do you really trust Kim Go-jin that much?"
Park Yong-won was silent for a moment, then a cunning smile appeared on his face. He answered casually, "No, I've never trusted anyone enough to entrust my life to them." He turned his back again and said, "I only trust myself, my own intuition." Gangji quickly said, "But..." However, Park immediately interrupted. "Right in this dungeon, Muses will die by my hand." He smiled and said, "And then the Thunderbird Guild will belong to us.
That's what's most important." Scene change. A pillar of light shoots straight up into the sky. The system displays,
"You have reached level 180. Legion all looked at Kim Go-jin, who was focused in the pillar of light. The system announced, "The emissary of the underworld is impressed with your skills and grants you a catalog." A glowing piece of paper appeared in front of Kim Go-jin.
He gently caught it. Lee Jin rushed over and shouted, "Hey, what did you just get?" His eyes lit up as he asked, "Is it something good?"
The paper had the words, "Banshee, acquisition condition granted by the emissary of the underworld.
Acquisition level 150 or higher. Effect summon Banshee." Kim Go-jin pushed Lee Jin away and said, "I don't know." He waved the paper and said, "I've never used it, so how would I know if it's good?"
Lee Jin was skeptical. "Really," he thought to himself, "who knows, you talk as if you know everything." Yanj and Isaac's form approached and said, "Among the top players, Isaac must be the one most favored by the emissary of the underworld." He asked playfully, "So why would you be granted powers and skills that no one knows about?" Legion gritted his teeth and said, "You really are a..."
Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Listen, it seems you don't know, huh?" Yuan Jaku looked puzzled. "Now what?" Legion said confidently, "What's so strong about Isaac?"
He was surprised.
"What the hell are you talking about?" The system displays, "You have acquired the skill Banshee from the emissary of the underworld." Legion pointed at Kim Woo-jin and said, "The strong one is Kim Woo-jin." So then he pointed at Yeon Jae and questioned, "You're Isaac, right?" He squirmed, "What the hell?" Hanjox yelled, "That's because Isaac doesn't want to show off." "Isn't Isaac hiding in that form right now?"
Kim Go-jin beside them pinched his own cheek and said, "No, this is my real appearance."
Yen Jaku looked at him with an adoring expression. He shouted, "What?"
In another development, Hu Fry suddenly called Sakura.
Seeing her panicked expression, he asked, "What's with that?" Hu Fry questioned, is it because of Kim Gujin? Sakura quickly explained, that bastard. I don't like the look in his eyes at all. Not to mention, he's currently acting as a spy between you and Park. She continued, I don't believe he truly wants to cooperate with us. Hu Fry replied, if that's the case, we just need to take out all three of them, Park Iwan, Kim Gujin, and Isaac. Hearing that, she asked in astonishment, what? But all three of them are very strong. Sakura said, Isaac can summon about 200 skeletons at once. She hesitated, wondering if Park Young, King Gujin, and their subordinates would join in. Then Hu Fry smiled and replied, they're no match for me. He continued, and even if they could fight me, they wouldn't gain anything from this dungeon. He explained, I've already whispered in the ears of the gatekeepers outside. Hu Fry continued, once I die in this dungeon, thousands of bullets will pierce their corpses. Scene change. The system displays. The wail of the banshee is resounding. All the goblins are terrified, simultaneously losing their ability to fight. A goblin kneels down. It holds its head in pain. A heavy footstep stomps down. The goblin fearfully looks up. A skeleton knight appears before it and raises its sword high. Sharp sword strikes rain down. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin along with Lai Jana and Yuan Jaku watch silently. Kim Gujin silently looked up at the and Shi Li praised. Wow, that's awesome. With this move, I don't need to be in the front anymore. Kim Gujin suddenly said, no, this isn't enough. Hearing that, he asked dejectedly, really? I have to go to the front and be the tank again? He looked over and replied, the skill's effect is gradually diminishing. In his mind, he calculated, the skill doesn't do much damage. And it consumes too much mana. Yuan Jaku was skeptical. So you won't use the Banshee again in this battle? Kim Gujin crossed his arms and said, although the skill's effect is still decreasing, if there's a way to supplement it, waving the paper, he said, then I'll still play. The paper read, Summon Lich. Acquisition condition granted by the emissary of the underworld. Usage condition level 180 or higher. Effect by sacrificing a huge number of monsters. You can summon an immortal magician. Legion in surprise. That thing, he exclaimed. Is that the thing we traded the Cyclops' evil eye for? Kim Gujin tore the paper and replied with a smile. Yes. The system announced, skill of the emissary of death. Summon Lich. Achievement. Summon Lich has been obtained. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Kim Gujin was slightly startled. Yeon Jaku and Li Jin were also extremely shocked. He asked, what the hell is going on? Li questioned, hey, Kim Woo-jin, this is what you planned, right? Despite the black vortex swirling down, Kim Gujin replied calmly, no. A bolt of lightning struck him directly. A black aura appeared. Indra stood imposingly before Kim Gujin. He looked at him and hesitated, this is something I didn't expect. Indra spoke, will you? He questioned, what will you sacrifice to me? Li Jin and Yuan Jaku were both extremely shocked by Indra. Yuanj wondered, sacrifice? Kim Gujin said coldly, sacrifice? He pointed to the goblins lying on the ground and asked doubtfully, isn't this enough? The pitiful goblins were drained by Indra's lightning. They were sucked up in a line. On the other side, Sakura looked up in astonishment. She pointed at her boss and called out, boss, look over there. Hu Fry glanced over coldly. In the sky, a vortex appeared with lightning constantly flashing down. Sakura spoke, that's where Isaac is. Do you know what's happening? Hu Fry silently assessed. What a familiar sight. He thought to himself, it reminds me of when I made a pact with Indra. Could Isaac have found a source of power on the same level as Indra? Hu Fry suddenly spoke up. It seems our plan has to change.
He turned and said, "Soker, Aura, let's go," she asked, stunned.
Yes, go where?
Hu Fry gripped the weapon in his hand and said to eliminate a potential variable.
He called out loudly, "Let's go." Scene change. Gangs stab the monster. He spoke up, "Master, did you see that phenomenon just now?" Park Young-won responded, "Isn't that where Isaac's team is fighting?" Gangs looked over and said, "Yes, it gives me an uneasy feeling. Do you think Isaac might have gotten a new skill?"
Hearing that, he replied,
"Leveling up in a dungeon and acquiring a new skill isn't uncommon." He nodded. "Yes, that's true." Park Young-won silently noted, "But that skill is definitely not an ordinary one."
Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot from the distance. It flew at an incredible speed. Park Young-won turned his head in alarm. Gangzi immediately ran over and shouted, "Master!" He used his shield to block the lightning bolt. He thought to himself, "What just happened?" At that moment, the lightning bolt exploded, illuminating the entire forest. Park Young-won fell. His shield showed a clear crack where the lightning had pierced through. Witnessing this, Park Young-won's face hardened as he asked, "What is this?" Hu Fry approached from the distance. He said, "It seems some annoying bug has interfered." Hu Fry pulled his spear out of Gang's body. Park Young said coldly, "Didn't we agree to cooperate?" He questioned, "Until we defeat the 7th floor boss." He laughed and replied, "Well, I thought about it and now I think we don't need to cooperate anymore." Suddenly, Sakura saw something. She warned, "Boss, look." Hearing that, Hu Fry glanced to the side. Park Young also hesitated. On a high hill, a dark figure stood imposingly. It was the Lich. Its body glowed red, and it held its scepter high. The system displayed, "The Lich has inherited the summoner's power." The system continuously updated. Frostmage has been summoned. Dullahan has been summoned. Fire Golem has been summoned. Banshee has been summoned. The number of all summoned creatures has doubled. Summon-like skill rank has increased as a skill effect by sacrificing a large number of monsters. You can summon an immortal magician. Skill effect is the magician cannot die as it inherits power from the summoner until the immortal magician disappears. All of the summoner skeleton soldiers and additional entities will have their numbers doubled. Suddenly a fire golem rose from the ground. Next came the ranks of skeleton knights and the army of skeleton soldiers also appeared with a rumble. Sakura smiled and said, "Boss, it seems that Kid kept his promise." In contrast to her excitement, Hu Fry looked thoughtful. He thought to himself, "No, something's not right." The situation became more tense than ever. While the Lich and Yenjox in Isaac's form were observing from above, below Kim Gujin's gaze, a formidable army gathered, ready for battle. Hu Fry looked up at his smirking face. He thought, "This Isaac is better than I thought. At this rate, he doesn't need to follow me or Park Young-won. I don't understand why he's deliberately hiding his power. He's the one who wants to fight. But no matter what you want, you won't get it because Hu Fry angrily summoned his power. He silently resolved to achieve my goal. I will stop at nothing. After Park Young-won, it's your turn, Isaac. Dunger possesses the skill Divine Punishment." Young-won was startled and glanced over. Hu Fry launched a torrent of energy forward, shouting, "Die!" Young-won stood before the tip of the spear without flinching. His body radiated a crimson energy as he declared, "I am Parkan." "Do you think I would die so easily here?" As he finished, his eyes shifted to the side. A colossal blue electric energy shaped like sharp ice spikes was crashing down to crush its target, causing horrific destruction on the ground. Young-won froze, observing what was happening. Lee Jin-oh stood in front of him, blocking the attacking power. Young-won spoke up. "Are you Isaac's ally?" Legion turned back and replied, "I'm not an ally of anyone. I am Spacey 3. That's all."
Why can't anyone remember my name? Young Wan was impatient. At a time like this, you're still.
Suddenly, something appeared that caught his and Li Jin's attention. The system announced, activating Gungmer's skill, Divine Punishment. A blindingly bright blue, a roar-like lightning bolt of unbelievable intensity tore through the darkness. Li Jin was stunned for a moment, the lightning surrounded by an icy blue energy and moving at incredible speed. Struck down with a shock wave, the impact exploded, sending sharp debris flying everywhere. The dust and smoke slowly cleared to reveal a deep crater in the center. Hu Fry gripped the weapon in his hand and said, "Another one in the way." On this side, Yam Wan put his hands in front of him to support his body. In the middle of the crater, the familiar shield lay still. He silently assessed. "I didn't expect the Lightning King to be this strong." Suddenly, the shield vibrated along with a groan, activating the grace of the 9 heavens. Li Jin angrily rose from the pile of rubble. Sakura saw his figure and shouted in alarm. "What? He's still alive after taking that hit?" Beside her, Hu Fry pondered, why would Isaac's teammate shield Park? Perhaps he intends to cooperate with Parkan to deal with me first. If though. Where is that Kim Woo Jing guy now? Just as he broke from his thoughts, a brilliant burst of power erupted suddenly. Everyone present was stunned by its force. He was startled and turned towards the source of the sound. Hu Fry nimbly dodged a beam of power that shot towards him. A sharp sigh fell to the ground, making a loud noise that caught Sakura's attention. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Captain?" Another solid object flew towards Hu Fry. What blood spurted from his head. Sakura screamed. Captain hit by a sudden blow, Hu Fry was so dazed that his whole body trembled. Amidst the brilliant energy, the man smirked mockingly. Kim Woo Jin took off his mask, revealing himself. How shallow, he thought. Hu Fry glanced over with hatred. Sakura couldn't keep her composure and gritted her teeth, calling out Kim Woo Jin. Yaman also looked in that direction and assessed softly. "What the hell is this?" Li Jina looked at him, smiled, and replied, "What do you mean, what is this?" "The Lightning King is dead." "What else?" Hu Frei's brow furrowed as if he was about to explode. Young One pointed at him and shouted, "Over there." Li Jina was startled and turned. "What?" The system displayed, "You have just taken a super attack. You have been revived. 1 HP remaining. Indra is descending." Indra's advent rank high effect increases control over lightning through a pact with the lightning god Indra. High rank effect when the host takes a heavy attack that threatens their life. The god Indra will become extremely enraged, descend to possess the host body and destroy everything around. An endless vortex appeared above and from its center. A powerful lightning bolt struck down as if to destroy everything below. A figure was thrown into the air by its force. Sakura exclaimed in confusion, "Captain!" A gigantic, brilliant blue tornado accompanied by sparkling lightning bolts appeared before her. Hu Frei's body was completely enveloped in a blindingly bright white-blue electric energy, emitting intense lightning bolts, showing the release of ultimate speed and magical damage. He roared, "O foolish mortals, look up and die." Kim Woo Jin gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, this can't be resolved peacefully." "Over here." Li Jin trembled in fear and lamented silently. "What kind of monster is this?" Hu Fry continued contemptuously, "You bugs." His hand full of power reached out. Hu Fry fired a lightning bolt and declared, "Die all of you." The scene was extremely chaotic. Everyone was trying to defend themselves or flee from the danger zone. Seeing the urgent situation, young Wang calculated with frustration. "I've never dealt with anything like this before." He made a decision and shouted, "Everyone retreat. Keep your distance from that monster now." Several of Hu Frei's subordinates cheered excitedly. "The Phoenix Guild dares to wage war against us. Captain, take them all out." As soon as he finished, he shot a lightning bolt straight at him.
Sakura, witnessing the situation, quickly thought, heavens, can he distinguish between friend and foe anymore?
Hu Fry, standing in the middle, launched that attack, sparing no one.
Yanch thought wordly, is he okay? He must be somewhere in the crowd.
Hu Fry, in a form of pure blue energy, was enveloped by lightning and sharp lightning bolts, ready to pierce any defense. The magical energy had concentrated into a monstrous head with a terrifying jagged smile.
Kimujin smirked mockingly, why do you seem so angry?
Without hesitation, he pointed to the other side. Kim Gujin's voice rang out deep and cold.
Isn't your real enemy?
Hu Fry was stunned, his eyes flashing with adoration. Not understanding what the person before him was implying, he spoke calmly as if stating the obvious standing over there.
Kim Gujin continued, I'm just doing what Isaac told me to do.
From above, Yuan Jocks in his disguise froze for a moment, his eyes showing confusion. Master. Why is he pointing at me? He said in a cold voice, stop taking your anger out on innocent people.
Go and settle it with Isaac yourself. He roared in anger. What the hell?
Hu Fry instantly jumped up, his mouth wide open, spitting out a sharp stream of magic towards Kim Gujin.
Nonsense.
The stream of light shot forward like a lightning bolt.
But Kim Gujin still didn't make a move.
In that moment, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips.
Everything seemed to be going according to plan.
In an instant, Kim Gujin took the full force of the attack. A loud explosion echoed, tearing space apart. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust and smoke billowed up. Lai Jana was shocked, his heart sinking. He cursed silently, that idiot. How could he take that blow directly without even trying to counterattack? He was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Master. He gained momentum, continuously waving his hand, launching magic towards him. The entire sky blazed brightly under his power. Hu Fry laughed heartily. A savage laugh that chilled the bone. Die. Attack after attack rained down relentlessly, his voice mingling with the roaring explosions. Die. The wave of magic swept through, sending rocks and dirt flying like a fierce storm. Hu Fry seemed to have gone mad, constantly screaming, die. There was no resistance at all. He let the storm crash down upon him. Ken Fujin still made no move to resist. His entire body was swallowed by the chaotic rain of magic. Face was such terrifying power.
Sakura's face showed clear astonishment as she silently called out, Boss.
Finally, the battle paused.
Hu Fry slowly closed his mouth, stopping the eruption of magic.
The dust and smoke slowly dissipated, revealing countless craters dotting the ground.
He mocked. It seems quieter now.
At that moment, a sight appeared before Hu Fry that startled him, leaving him too shocked to speak. At the same time, the system announced lightning energy has reached its maximum threshold.
Amidst the lingering smoke, brilliant golden lightning bolts erupted from the side. The system displayed again.
The power of the thunder god is awakening. Amidst the billowing smoke, Kim Gujin stood tall, holding an item high. It emitted a power that made space tremble. His face was filled with excitement.
According to plan. Legion vaguely recognized it.
That's when he remembered their previous conversation. At that time, Legion yelled in frustration, Hey, Kim Gujin, talk to me for a second. In a flash, he rushed over and grabbed Kim Gujin tightly.
Legion questioned, how could you follow your own plan without saying a word to me? We're teammates. You can't treat me like this. You hear me? He replied coldly. So, what else do you have questions about?
He covered his mouth with his hand so Yuan Jocks couldn't see his lips move.
He whispered the golden dragon's gastric juice or whatever. Where are you planning to use it? Couldn't you have told me beforehand?
Kim Gujin looked at him and silently guessed, Li Jie, this guy seems to have been bothered by Yen a bit too much.
He quickly opened the storage box. Remember the thing I got from Park Yang's armory? Lai Jana was surprised.
That useless artifact you brought back.
What about it?
Kim Gujin took out a bottle of yellow liquid and quickly twisted the cap open. Without hesitation, he poured it directly onto the item he had just acquired. Immediately after, a golden light flashed before his astonished eyes. In an instant, the light flared up violently, as if a great power was about to be unleashed. Then, the system sound played repeatedly.
The sealed power has awakened. You have become the owner of Mujulner. Mummer item rank legendary. Can only be used by level 111 or higher. Physical attack power 600. This is the weapon of the thunder god Thor. Capable of accumulating lightning. Effect. Increases all stats by 200 when equipped. Increases total damage by 20% when attacking. Summons lightning when attacking.
Awaken the thunder god's power upon reaching the maximum threshold of lightning energy.
A cross legion is mined. Did Kim Gujin prepare for this kind of situation?
He tightened his grip on Molnar, standing tall, ready to attack at any moment.
Hugh Fry seemed to have realized, I don't know what this hammer is, but it seems to be absorbing my attacks. He silently made a decision.
If that's the case, instantly, a long sharp spear appeared in midair. Hugh Fry immediately grabbed it without hesitation.
Kim Gujin silently watched his every move.
His face unable to hide his annoyance.
He channeled magic into the spear.
His voice full of challenge.
Taste this move.
Immediately after, Hugh Fry shot towards him like an arrow, killing intent rising in his eyes. Everything happened so fast that Kim Gujin was stunned, quickly raising his hammer to block.
He silently admired.
He realized his basic attacks were useless and immediately changed tactics.
The Lightning King is indeed on another level. Thoughts raced through Kim Woo-jun's mind.
The spear's attack range is much wider than the hammer's, and he knows how to take advantage of it.
However, but then surprisingly, he lunged towards the enemy.
Next, Kim Gujun suddenly changed direction, leaving his opponent no time to react.
A fatal hammer blow descended on the enemy's head. That terrifying power shattered one side of Hu Frei's head. Park Yeon-won froze.
A cold sweat breaking out on his forehead.
Legion's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Unable to believe what he had just witnessed, Sakura panicked, her voice trembling.
Boss, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Kim Gujin's lips. He thought to himself, I was a player once, too. He roared in excruciating pain, his scream echoing across the battlefield. Hu Frei's eyes burned with rage, as if he wanted to devour the person before him. Immediately after, he shot straight towards Kim Gujin, gripping his spear tightly. His entire body brimming with killing intent.
Immediately after, Hu Frai charged towards Kim Gujin with overwhelming momentum.
He frowned, his entire body tensing up, concentrating to the extreme. Legion's face turned pale, his heart clenched. This is dangerous. He can't dodge that in midair. Soon, the spear was close to Kim Gujin. The corner of his mouth curved up a terrifyingly casual smile. Quick as a flash, Kim Woo-jin landed unexpectedly on the ground. Escaping danger in the nick of time, his eyes accidentally caught sight of his boots.
He vaguely realized those on Kim Gujin's feet were boots of Hermes.
Item rank legendary level requirement 1 or higher boots with the power of Hermes, allowing the user to walk without touching the ground. Effect when worn, increases jump power by 30%.
Allows you to walk without touching the ground when worn.
Increases movement speed by 30%. At this point, Hu Frai seemed to understand everything.
His face couldn't hide his excitement as he thought.
I was wondering, but instantly the hole in his head quickly filled in. The thought continued to echo. Now I'm sure, Hu Frai told himself.
This guy is not Isaac's subordinate or anything like that.
All this time, Park Young had been observing everything.
Now, only one name appeared in his mind. Kim Gujin Park was now sure his suspicion was correct. I knew something was strange ever since he returned from Egypt. He couldn't help but feel angry. It seems I've let a wolf into my house. Hu Fry stared intently at the person walking before him. He spoke up. I have to admit, I misjudged you and thought you were just an ant. Hu Fry continued. But now I'll use my full power. You'll surely brag about being able to fight me on equal terms. Hearing these words from him, Kim Gujin couldn't help but be surprised. Hu Fry immediately swung his spear and charged towards him. In hell! Kim Gujin gritted his teeth, his mind fully focused on the battle. A thought flashed through his mind. Here it comes. He repeatedly slammed his hammer against the spear, retreating while counterattacking, trying to maintain distance. Suddenly, Kim Gujin's foot hit something. He glanced behind him, wondering when he had been surrounded. He laughed gloatingly. Where are you looking? The sharp spear carrying terrifying power once again shot towards Kim Gujin. Very quickly, a loud explosion echoed. Rocks and dirt flew from the side, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. Luckily, he had jumped just in time, dodging the fierce attack. At the same time, the system announced Gunger's skill Divine Punishment is being activated. Suddenly, Kim Gujin noticed something unusual. He saw countless huge rocks falling from above. He was astonished and thought he's collapsing the cliff with lightning. Kim Gujin quickly flew up into the air to dodge. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed across in front of him, causing him to react instantly. Kim Gujin dodged to the side just in time to avoid the giant spear that came at him with terrifying power. However, his arm still touched the spear's blade, and fresh blood instantly spurted out. Yuan Jack shouted in panic. Master Kim Gujin clutched his injured arm, trying to stop the bleeding. At this moment, the system displayed a report. Skill of the emissary of the underworld vampire has been used. Before his eyes, Kim Gujin's fangs grew longer and his body radiated a fierce crimson spiritual energy. He activated skill of the emissary of the underworld. Bloodbone has been used. Seeing the crimson bloodbones about to surround him, Hu Fry mocked, "You think these cheap tricks?" He immediately spread his hand and his spiritual power erupted fiercely. Immediately after, a blinding light shot straight into the crimson bone mist. Hu Fry arrogantly said, "Can have any effect on me?" From amidst the bone mist, Kim Gujin's figure descended to the ground, leaped powerfully, and charged straight at the enemy with terrifying speed. He was sure that he had dodged them all. Very quickly, Kim Gujin appeared in front of him. Kim Gujin quickly landed a powerful blow on the enemy. Hu Fry swiftly swung his fist in retaliation. I've endured enough now. He realized the danger was approaching. His voice echoed, filled with anger. Now it's my turn. Due to a moment of carelessness, Kim Gujin took the enemy's punch head-on. The punch was so fierce that his entire body flew through the air, landing on the ground like a lightning bolt, creating a deafening sound. Billowing smoke surrounded Kim Gujin, obscuring his image on the battlefield. As the dust settled, the image of Kim Gujin in pain with blood trickling from his mouth came into view. Hu Fry uttered a jerk. Feel it now. The difference between you and me. He spoke with excitement. Thanks to you, it's been a while since I've had this much fun. But it has to end, doesn't it? Kim Gujin gripped his hammer tightly, mustering all his strength to stand up. I'm having a lot of fun, too. It's been too long. His next words stunned Hu Fry. I don't know how long it's been. A cold glint appeared in Kim Gujin's eyes. Since I fought by myself, he continued without any help. A strange smile formed on Kim Gujin's lips as he fought with all his might. Against such a strong opponent, Hu Fry turned his head back and roared in anger. You talked too much. Just then, the skeleton soldiers charged forward to attack in unison, but with just one slash, he shattered them all. Immediately after he continued to unleash attacks below, killing countless skeleton soldiers. A skull flew towards Yanjox, who was in Isaac's form. Then Hugh Fry glared down at his own feet. He looked down at him and growled, "Isaac." At that moment, on another side, someone was busy doing something. Kim Gujin smirked and said, "That's why I told you." The real enemy is hearing that. Sakura hurriedly shouted, "Boss." The atmosphere was as tense as a drum bowstring. The skeleton soldiers were surrounding Hu Fry, but he still smiled slowly and said, "Someone else." Immediately, all the skeleton soldiers charged at Hu Fry from all directions. Yanj, watching from the outside, thought to himself, "While my master bought some time, I got here as instructed. Although these aren't the skeleton soldiers I summoned." Then he raised one hand high, about to do something. Yanj waved his hand forward, ordering the many pairs of eyes behind him to advance. He thought, but with this, it's enough to end it. Immediately after Yuan Jaku's command, many skeleton soldiers rushed past him, charging forward. They all headed for a single target, Hu Fry. Seeing this, he roared in anger, "You bastards! I told you that's enough." Saying this, he swung his sword back, unleashing an extremely powerful lightning bolt. This lightning bolt was aimed at Kim Gujin's charging skeleton soldiers. The lead skeleton soldier saw this, but still stared forward fearlessly. Hu Frei's attack instantly shot straight into the entire group of skeleton soldiers. After attacking, Hu Frai stared wide-eyed in that direction, but he never expected that Kim Gujin on the other side was empowering all the skeleton soldiers. Hu Frai was extremely surprised, since when the skeleton soldiers empowered by Kim Gujin advanced even more aggressively. Hu Frai roared furiously, "Kim Gujin, you bastard!" He immediately charged straight at him to attack. Kim Gujin was not afraid at all and stared intently at Hu Frai. One charged forward, the other stood still. In just a second, an explosion was imminent, but only then did everyone realize that someone had jumped in front of Kim Gujin. This person used a shield to block the lightning bolt while saying in a low voice, "Before you touch my comrade." His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked forward. "Shouldn't you take down the tanker me first?" Legion chuckled as he told him. Seeing this, Kim Gujin smirked and let out a very happy laugh. Over here, Hu Frai was swinging his scythe, continuously slashing at the skeleton soldiers. They were beaten to a pulp. As soon as they advanced, they were smashed with bones flying everywhere. The Lich was now holding it. Scepter forward, doing something. It was using the Scepter of Muses. A moment later, after the notification that the Lich's mana was full, he immediately raised the scepter high. The Lich is summoning more skeleton soldiers. Another notification appeared immediately from the group of skeleton soldiers that had just been shattered. A few more charged forward. Notifications appeared continuously. Lich has summoned more skeleton soldiers. Lich has summoned more skeleton soldiers. Park Young, one watching from the outside, furrowed his brow and thought, Hu Frai, who is almost invincible, is now on the defensive. I thought Isaac and his comrades were all participating to help Kim Woo Jin, who was in a dangerous situation. No, maybe all of this at that moment. He was chuckling as he charged forward. Park Yong Wong gritted his teeth. It was arranged by that dog Kim Gujin, and we were played like fools. Yooper was fighting against the legion of skeleton soldiers charging from all directions. They swarmed him like ants. A moment later, a pool of blood was spat onto the ground. The scene seemed to have brightened up again. Another notification appeared. Not enough mana. The lineage of the Thunder King has been eradicated. The next generation has completely disappeared. As it appeared, Hu Frai lost his power. He gasped for breath, trying to get more air into his lungs. Hu Frai staggered backwards. Around him were now piles of skeleton soldier corpses. Hu Frai exhaustedly fell against the back of a skeleton soldier. His eyes darkened, devoid of any vitality. After a moment, Hu Frai was able to grit his teeth and stare intently at the person in front of him. Just then, another person walked step by step closer to where he stood. Kim Yujin smiled faintly and said slowly in an admiring tone, "That's some incredible power, but there's no such thing as infinite power in this world.
As he finished, Hufrei chuckled and said, I find that quite funny, spouting such nonsense while you have an endless army of skeletons.
It was true. Behind Kim Yujin now was a whole group of skeleton soldiers that couldn't be killed off. He added a few more words to him, then bowed his head and replied, Then if you'll excuse me.
Immediately, the skeleton soldiers received his command and charged to attack Hufrei.
Piteous screams echoed as dust and smoke filled the entire area.
At that moment, someone nearby coughed and collapsed.
Sakura stared blankly at the ground and thought, the boss was killed. How dare he betray us?
She looked with extreme anger towards Kim Woo-jin in the distance. Then Sakura made a silent resolution in her heart. Kim Woo-jin, with these hands, I will surely avenge my boss.
Just then, Yu Hanj and Isaac's form spoke. Now then, we will need to choose the next Lightning King. But Sakura was extremely surprised upon hearing this. Her mouth gaped. The next one, Sakura silently guessed in her mind. So he intends to kill everyone if that's the case.
Then she raised her hand and hesitantly called out to the group above.
Hey! Sakura stood up and said slowly, the leader has not yet appointed a successor to inherit and manage the guild.
Therefore, Isaac will decide who will be the next representative of the Thunderbird Guild. Yanjok's and Isaac's form heard this and rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment. Seeing this, Sakura smiled inwardly. Surely no fool doesn't know that I'm the leader's right-hand woman. First, I have to survive and escape this damn dungeon.
After that, Kim Woo-jin, I will deal with you. She then shot a hostile glare towards him.
Just then, Kim Woo-jin spoke up in the air.
Hearing this, Sakura was startled and couldn't believe it. Yanj also turned around and said, Ma, no you. Sakura gritted her teeth and looked at him. Kim Gujin, what the hell are you to claim to be the heir? Impossible.
Kim Gujin smiled and walked over slowly, explaining, that's right. Before going to Egypt, I made a deal with the Lightning Emperor. They offered me an important position in the guild if I could assassinate someone.
Yuan Jaku was a little startled and wondered, assassinate? Could it be me?
Kim Gujin continued, I agreed to that deal and completed it, so I have the right to be the heir.
Isn't that right, Sakura? When the Lightning Emperor made the deal with me, you were there, too, weren't you? Don't tell me you don't remember. Sakura heard this and shouted angrily in response, what?
Those words didn't mean that.
When did we ever make such a deal with you? Seeing this, Kim Gujin glared and asked again, what? You don't remember?
As expected, she paused, gritting her teeth and thinking, because the leader is dead.
I have no evidence to prove that the manipulation using blank checks was fake.
If I can't get everyone to agree with me, a bloody battle is inevitable.
If that's the case, the Thunderbird Guild Sakura stood still, looking at. Everyone around her will be destroyed by Isaac's hands. After thinking, Sakura slowly replied, yes, that deal did exist.
As expected, upon hearing this, Kim Gujin smirked. As for her, she was so angry, she clenched her teeth and cursed inwardly, Kim Gujin, you cunning bastard. Then Sakura's voice rang out again, startling both Gujin and Yanj.
But that is Kim Gujin's qualification anyway. The one who was always by the leader's side and managed the guild was none other than me. Someone like me must be chosen to fully understand and operate the guild. It must be me to help the guild achieve a favorable outcome for this dungeon attack. Just then, the atmosphere was frozen by someone's voice. Wait.
Seeing this, Gujin was startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A tall figure in a long robe was walking towards the group.
It was Park Youngwon.
He furrowed his brow
and said loudly, who is making their own decision to choose the heir of the Thunderbird Guild since the Lightning Emperor is dead? According to his will, the Thunderbird Guild will be reformed under the Phoenix Guild.
Listen, Isaac, I'm grateful for your good intentions, but I hope you understand that the Lightning Emperor and I had a prior agreement. Yu Hanj heard this and just smiled faintly without replying to him. Just then, Kim Woo-jin walked up to Park Young-won and said with a smile, "You've arrived at just the right time." Seeing him approach, he asked, cautiously,
"What are you doing? Isn't my armory enough to satisfy you? You dare to covet my things?"
Kim Woo-jin replied to Park Young-won in a low voice.
"I think you've misunderstood.
I didn't expect things to turn out this way either.
Moreover, although the Lightning Emperor is dead, I have completed his orders. Things got worse just because of your stubbornness, Isaac."
I had no such intention.
Isaac simply wants to attack this dungeon as soon as possible.
To be able to do that, even with the Lightning Emperor dead, Isaac still wants to temporarily maintain the situation as it is. Of course, I also regret missing such a rare opportunity, but I can't do otherwise. From the bottom of my heart, I thank everyone for always supporting me as much as possible, both physically and mentally.
I'll give you all a piece of advice. Don't stand here and be stubborn and calm down, otherwise Isaac will kill you.
He moved closer, bumping foreheads with Park Young-won, and slowly said each word.
If you want to continue attacking this dungeon, then act like a man.
Immediately, the air seemed to be sucked out.
Everyone held their breath, waiting for their next move.
The scene changes to the 7th floor, the Goblin Kingdom.
It seems a fierce battle is about to take place here.
This place is divided into two large factions.
In the middle is a very large throne. That is the Goblin King.
It is sitting on the throne, staring down. In front of the Goblin King is another goblin leaning on a staff as it approaches. Then it suddenly drew a line on the ground with its foot and turned around.
It raised its staff high and roared as if announcing to everyone. Immediately, the goblins standing on one side also roared along with it.
After the roar to initiate, both sides immediately charged into a chaotic battle. On one side were extremely aggressive goblins with sharp things. Just then, some kind of spear was planted straight into the ground with a thud. Kim Woo-jin was standing there planting his scepter on the ground.
A notification appeared. Odin's spear, Gungar, and Thursday's hammer, Mjolnir begin to resonate.
Skill damage of power of the Thunder God increases by 200%.
Mana consumption to maintain the skill power of the Thunder God is head.
Immediately after, he picked up his scepter again and directed his skeleton soldiers forward. They received Kim Woo-jin's command and aggressively charged forward to confront the goblins. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce, chaotic battle, neither willing to back down.
Lie Gina was also fighting the goblins fiercely. Sakura on one side was also fighting several goblins at the same time.
Only on a nearby cliff, Yuan Jaku and Lai Jana were standing and observing the scene below. Park Young-won looked up at the two of them and thought, "Isaac, because of that bastard, I've lost face in front of my subordinates now. I'll do as you wish, but for today's humiliation, I will definitely make you pay 100,000 times over." Thinking this, Young-won tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Then he ordered his soldiers to also join the battle on the other side.
"We're charging into."
A short while later, the entire area below had turned into a deadly mass arena. The scene changes to the Pakistani highlands where a large glowing orb is present.
"Clear this dungeon." A loud voice rang out accompanied by a footstepping in. Sakura for some reason appeared here.
She stepped out of the glowing orb,
looking around with wide eyes. Sakura furrowed her brow tightly and looked ahead in silence. The battle continued to rage fiercely.
Just then another arm and foot stepped out of the gate in the glowing circle. Then not just one, but many others also came out of that gate. Meanwhile, below on the ground, a streak of light shot straight up from the ground into the sky. The scene changed. It shifted to another side where a person is standing far away observing the battle.
This person thinks the commander is nowhere to be seen. That means that was the captain.
He was about to raise the walkie-talkie to his mouth and say, "Soldiers, prepare." Immediately, a series of gun barrels were raised, aiming right into the middle of the chaotic crowd. Just then, the captain suddenly saw a figure approaching him.
Sakura frowned slightly and signaled to him, "Stop all operations." The captain was very puzzled and asked softly, "Miss Sakura, why are you?" At that moment, Sakura spoke loudly to all the soldiers, "Everyone listen up. As per the commander's orders, the Thunderbird Guild will henceforth be under a new commander," she said in a not-so-happy tone. The captain rushed over to ask the new commander. Sakura clenched her teeth, looking very uncomfortable, and reluctantly did not answer him immediately. Then she turned her head to look at the person standing behind her. It was Kim Woo-jin. He also looked back and gave a very cunning smirk. The atmosphere here seemed to freeze. No one said a word. Finally, Kim Woo-jin was the first to speak. "This is unfortunate for you all, but Isaac chose me." Kim Woo-jin continued as the successor to the Lightning Emperor. Sakura and Park Yong-won could only click their tongues upon hearing this. Just then, Kim Woo-jin added another request also before leaving the dungeon. "I want you all to do one thing, that is not to let the public know that I am the successor," he said clearly to everyone. "In other words, I want you all to keep your mouths shut," he ordered with a smirk. Park Yong-won heard this, furrowed his brow, and replied, "Do we look like fools who would announce that? But why? If I were you, I would want to announce to the whole world that I'm becoming the guildmaster." Kara couldn't stand it anymore and questioned him. "You bastard! What are you plotting this time?" But Kim Woo-jin just smiled with a glint in his eyes and said, "It's not my idea. It's Isaac's. He has planned everything until the end of this year. Whether I am the Thunderbird Guildmaster or the successor to the Lightning King, those titles are just meaningless." Park Yong-won seemed quite surprised and confused by this. Sakura was no exception. She didn't quite understand his meaning. Afterwards, Sakura took a step closer to Kim Woo-jin and ordered the captain, "As soon as we return to headquarters, summon everyone for an emergency meeting. Because there's about to be a whole bunch of damn announcements," she gritted out each word. Scene changed to the present. Many news outlets are reporting simultaneously. World news. A new guild has conquered the 7th floor of a dungeon for the first time since the appearance of the Messiah. The leader of the Thunderbird Guild has been killed. Guild. Isaac and his teammates are in deep mourning after the 7th floor raid. Thunderbird Guild, the new leader identity remains hidden. Phoenix Guild and Thunderbird Guild merge. Breaking news. Isaac announces the establishment of the Salvation Guild. At a studio, Yuan Jacques is standing in front of the camera speaking clearly. "Hello, I am Isaac Givanov. I am where I am today thanks to your enthusiastic encouragement and support. So, I want to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude. Therefore, I, the Phoenix Guild and the Thunderbird Guild, after internal negotiations, have made a decision." His speech was broadcast on a large screen in the city. Today, the Phoenix Guild and the Thunderbird Guild will merge. Furthermore, in the future, the newly merged guild will not require any support from any government. We will save the world by clearing dungeons and killing all monsters for free. Just then, a flag was unfurled right behind Daniel Hanjaks. He said plainly, "For these reasons, I hereby declare the establishment of the Salvation Guild." Immediately after that statement, everyone in the city watching the speech cheered joyfully. On another side, a man of color with the goatee was smiling and thinking, "I've finally done it." Sam was standing by the window, thinking, "We are now on par with the Messiah Guild and can fight on equal terms." Do you know how long it took? Thinking of this, veins popped on his head. To get to this stage, as he was speaking, other noises around Sechen's ears made him increasingly annoyed. Immediately after, Sechen turned his head back and shouted angrily, "Hey kid, can you eat quietly for once? Is this your house?" He was scolding Lijah, who was eating chips on the back seat. Seeing him continue to eat, Sechen pointed and scolded again. "You should at least eat neatly." Hearing this, Lijah put the blast of the chip crumbs into his mouth and replied, "Bro, I'm a world hero who conquered the 7th floor. Now, if you treat me like this, I'm moving to another place."
Unexpectedly, Sechin heard this and threw the cup in his hand straight at his head, cursing even louder.
Please get lost quickly, then. Go ahead and tell everyone you conquered the 7th floor. Who would believe you?
Seeing this, he had to wave his hand to block it and said, "Why don't you believe me?
I'm Li Jia.
Li Jina, the one on par with Isaac who conquered the 7th floor." Sean heard this and gritted his teeth, scolding him, "You idiot."
But thanks anyway. Let me know when you're moving out as soon as he finished. Li Jun's face went blank with fear. Then Sechin turned to speak to someone else. Secretary Li, this guy is moving to another office.
If someone exactly like him shows up, deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jana stiffened. Then he stiffly turned his head to look at the person Sechin had just called. Li Su immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your hard work all this time." Li Jana was extremely panicked and quickly shouted, "No, Secretary Li, it's not like that."
Sean saw this and laughed scornfully, asking, "So, what do you want now?" "Ha! National hero." Just a second later, Li Jane's frustrated voice echoed throughout the building. "You liar."
The scene changes to another abandoned building with a car parked outside. Inside the house were some items like armor, helmets, and swords.
Kim Gujin walked inside, looking at the pile of items before him and thinking, "They've gathered quite a bit, huh? The lich summoned to fight the Lightning King was stronger than I thought. But this is enough to overwhelm Li Jan. I know. I need to obtain that thing." Kim Jin's eyes became sharper.
The scene changes to a very modern and large mansion located on a private estate.
But inside the mansion, a shattered perfume bottle lay on the floor.
Young Wan was sitting on a chair, resting his chin on his hand, thinking about something. Then he suddenly spoke, scolding the person in front of him. "A bastard like you who only knows how to obey his master's orders."
He continued to threaten. "Now you dare to turn around and bite your own master. You bastard. You still dare to show your face to me." The person in front of Youngwon, instead of getting angry, slowly walked closer and said, "Don't say that. I am still loyal to my master now. The only difference is that master is not you."
After saying that, Wu Juan smirked and looked straight at Yongwon. Seeing this, he was startled and stared back at him. Wu Jun slammed his hand on the table and continued, "So, you don't need to be so angry. Deep down, you've always wanted to crush the Messiah Guild." The more Wu Jun spoke, the more Youngwon's hand holding the wine glass trembled. Now that the Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds have merged into one and are under Isaac's command, Gujuan smirked and asked, "So, hasn't that created a force to rival the Messiah Guild?" Youngwon couldn't hold it in any longer and crushed the glass in his hand. He gritted his teeth and growled a warning at Wujin. "You bastard! What the hell do you know about me to talk like that?" Hearing this, he smirked and replied, "Master, I know you will. A person with a terrible ambition for power who would stop at nothing to rise. But how miserable it is to be suppressed by Sean to the point of not being able to lift your head." Upon hearing these words, Youngwon's hand, wet with wine and blood, trembled again. "You will forever be number 2. Wuan still hadn't stopped. With a cold and strong expression, always shown to others. But in reality, deep down, you are a weak and timid person who is always afraid of everything. Now that everything is decided, you only have 2 choices. One is to fight to the end with Muses and suffer a tragic fate like him. 2. Submit to Isaac to receive glory and be praised as a hero." After saying that, Gujuan didn't even wait for an answer, and turned to walk straight out. As he was about to reach the door, he turned his head to remind him, "You should think it over carefully." The room was now left with only Youngwon sitting with his head bowed looking down. Then he leaned back and cursed, "Damn it." Youngwon's hand, gripping the armrest, tightened slightly. Youngwon's face darkened as he looked around his room, thinking, "I can't believe that Yen has lost everything like this." As he spoke, he remembered the headline of that article.
Where did the mistake begin that led to such a tragic result? It's really that ring. Youngwon stared blankly at the ceiling.
The scene changes to another city where a huge explosion is occurring. In the sky, many planes are even approaching. All of these planes are helicopters gradually spreading out in the air.
Just then, an attack shot straight up from below, hitting a helicopter below.
The city is being destroyed by very aggressive hatchlings. The people in the city saw this and all fled in terror. Just then, a hatchling suddenly opened its eyes wide and looked in one direction. The very next second, someone jumped from out of nowhere, holding a sword and stabbing it straight into its eye. Then, this person dragged the sword in a straight line from its eye all the way down.
The scene changes to another location where a news report is broadcasting live about the incident in the city.
Around 8:00 p.m. last night, many civilians were killed when a dungeon violently broke out in the capital, Paris. Although the monster was eliminated, there were numerous casualties and hunters have been urgently summoned by the government to prevent and prepare for such incidents in the future. Just the next day, many newspaper articles appeared with headlines about this incident. A seventh-floor monster had appeared for the first time in Bordeaux. Hunters are still fighting with all their might to protect the civilians in Bordeaux. The immense pressure is exhausting the hunters as they face a powerful and treacherous dragon species, and they are gradually showing signs of helplessness. More and more protests are appearing in many major cities around the world objecting to the government's incompetence in handling the current situation. Franz Washer sat at his desk gritting his teeth and holding his forehead sign.
I'm so exhausted.
The butler Robert standing beside him also sighed and replied, indeed things have become serious.
Franz Washer gritted his teeth and growled. Not only is everything a complete mess, but there are also many incomprehensible things happening here. Outside, citizens were holding up protest signs. Attack and eliminate all the monsters in Bordeaux. Some were even harsher, asking directly, where are the French hunters? Don't hide and let the citizens suffer the consequences like this.
Frank Soiro sat in the car,
looking out dazedly, and said, do they think we're doing nothing about this situation?
This current situation is not what anyone wanted, and the government is also having a tough time with it.
Robert replied to him, the time is not yet ripe. In probably a few more days, it will be time for you to scout that level 7 dungeon.
In the meantime, Francis Shiro slowly turned his head to look outside and said, we have no choice but to wait, but from what I see, if we don't take any action, the people's dissatisfaction will be unimaginable.
Robert found it quite confusing and asked, but this is the time for you to step up and solve this problem. It's definitely difficult, but you're not planning to give up this quickly, are you?
A moment later, the car stopped in front of the gate of some building complex.
Robert got out of the car and said respectfully, please go inside and talk. I will wait here. Frank Sawyer replied without ceremony. Thank you. Just then his eyes glanced to one side. HMP. Over there was Secretary Lee Jisoo bowing to greet him from Dang Saw.
Seeing this, Franero smirked and thought, she seems as diligent as ever.
After he approached, she greeted him. It's been a while, sir. Have you been well? France replied politely, thank you. I'm well.
It must have been hard for you to travel such a long way to get here.
But Lee Jisoo just bowed her head and said rather coldly, yes.
Then he stepped forward to lead the way for her.
This way, please.
After sitting down, Lei suddenly realized something.
Are we the only guest here yet?
Franwashi answered very casually, yes, for the sake of quiet.
I've booked the entire restaurant. She was very flustered to hear this. Yes, you are the kind, sir. Franz Washer chuckled and said, it's nothing at all.
Just then, both of them heard a noise and turned their heads to look at a table behind them. Gina was stuffing his face, causing the staff members standing nearby to be utterly horrified. Seeing him, Franero slightly pushed up his glasses and looked again without saying anything. At this moment, he also noticed Franero's gaze and looked up. Then, Gina held up a chicken leg, pointed it straight at France, and said loudly, what are you looking at, old man?
Is this the first time you've seen someone eat like this?
Hearing that, a vein popped on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and asked back, "Old man." Franwashi placed his hand on the armrest and slowly stood up. Then he crossed his arms and asked Gina in a gruff voice, "Who are you?
Why are you eating in the restaurant I've booked?"
By this time, he had finished eating the chicken leg. Seeing Franwashiro asked, he replied in a gruff voice to introduce myself. "I am the one who conquered the 7th floor of the dungeon with," but before he could finish, Lysu interjected, "He's with me."
This must be his first time meeting you. He then turned back and asked, "Is he your colleague?"
Before Lysu could answer, Gina exclaimed in alarm, "No, I'm yet." France, seemingly aware of the situation, smirked and said, "You did the right thing. It's good for you to bring a rookie like him along to gain more experience."
Gina was stunned and thought to himself, "Huh, rookie?"
Just then, Lee just glared back at Gina and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lee Jean, I hope you please keep quiet so we can talk."
Hearing these words, he felt as if he'd been dealt a psychological blow and thought, "What the heck? Even Secretary Lee."
Then France pushed up his glasses and quietly looked at Gina.
Without saying anything.
At this moment, we just quietly clenched her fist and coughed to get their attention. Then she said, seriously, "I would like to discuss some matters with you, sir."
"We have reviewed the data and the proposal you sent to us. On our side, we have added some clauses. Please take a look."
Franwashi took the document folder Lee Jizu handed him and read through it in silence. Meanwhile, she continued to summarize the condition for our side to contribute to the attack on the 7th floor dungeon in France is the Death Moon skill.
After hearing this, he asked back hesitantly, "So that is your side's condition?"
Lisa replied, "We've considered the Death Moon skill, and it's just a unique skill. Therefore, this request shouldn't be too difficult for your side. We have been searching for this skill for quite some time." Franero frowned and replied, "True, it is a skill of a not-so-high rank." But before he could finish, Lysu interrupted, "Please hear me out, sir.
I haven't finished. The last time we met in Korea, you gave me an item."
Then she recalled when Second held up an item in astonishment. This her face darkened as she slowly recounted.
"Our director said the following. Our side will give you a discount equivalent to the item I received back then. That's how it is." Francois understood and replied, I see."
He pushed up his glasses and smirked, "Well, at least he still has some conscience."
Just then, someone wearing high heels walked into the restaurant.
As she walked in, she said loudly, "You two are so diligent, discussing business so early in the morning." The other two were startled and turned their heads to look in that direction. It was none other than Park Shanghai and her subordinate.
Gina also stopped eating and looked up in that direction. Park Shinhai also looked back with disdain.
Lee Jizu, sitting down quietly, lifted her head to look at her.
Her eyes showed clear hostility without any hesitation or fear.
Some of them were standing, some sitting in the dining room.
The atmosphere was very tense.
Suddenly, Park Shanghai let out a laugh and slowly began to speak. "So, are you saying the Messiah Guild will temporarily halt the attack on the 7th floor dungeon in France? We'll have to compete for that job with that ridiculous rabble. That must be the newly established guild, the Savior Guild, right? Truly, there's nothing left to say. Mr. Dragon Hunter, you must be joking with us, right? The French government is asking for our help." France sat with a somber face, listening to her ramble on MMHM. Park Shanghai continued, "It's wrong for you to make arbitrary changes like this. You understand the situation in France." Gina, sitting at the back table, was gritting his teeth. It seemed he couldn't hold it in any longer. Then Gina jumped up and retorted loudly, "Hey, you said a bit too much, rabble. On what grounds do you dare say that? If you have a problem with it, then back off. Leave the conquering of this 7th floor dungeon to us." Being spoken to so bluntly, Park Shanghai got a little angry and asked, "Who is this kid to dare interrupt?" Gina interrupted her again, saying, "Well, as far as I know,
the Messiah Guild has never attacked a level 7 beer dungeon, have they? This newly appeared 7th floor dungeon in France is a rank.
Both the Messiah Guild and our guild have no experience attacking in a ranked dungeon like this.
But if our Savior Guild can successfully conquer it, Gina pointed directly at Park Shanhai's face. Then I'll wait and see what you all have to say. She frowned and retorted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?"
Just then, Ju suddenly stood up and called out in a low voice,
"Shinhai."
Seeing this, she looked up at her. Ju continued in a cold voice,
"I've already told your side."
As she finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed in Ju's eyes. Everything will be clear soon enough. Immediately after, Ju's eyes returned to normal as if nothing had happened. You just wait.
See you later. Then she politely bowed to everyone, clearly intending to leave.
Park Shinhai, still seated, watched them leave and gritted her teeth with HMPH. Her whole body trembled violently with anger. Francis Shiro on the opposite side had witnessed everything. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. The very next day, a newspaper article was published with the headline, "Isaac, after establishing the Savior Guild, joins the competition against the Messiah Guild for the right to attack the 7th floor dungeon in France over the weekend."
We saw the two guilds along with the Dragon Hunter meeting at a restaurant in Paris. This could be the start of this competition.
Another article presented a different opinion, but on the Savior Guild side, Spa has made the first moves.
Is this a move by the Savior Guild to seize the right to conquer the 7th floor dungeon in France?
He fought alone against the monsters of the city's subway station. That act has received considerable support from the people of Paris. They also reported on Park Shanghai. As for her, Park Shanhai has announced the establishment of a branch of the Messiah Guild in France, as well as declaring that she will share the French government's difficulties at this time. She also added that the French branch will include experienced hunters with high levels from 100 and above. The temporary manpower in France will be around 50 people, with more to be added later. As for the Dragon Hunter, they refused to answer why they gave up the right to conquer the 7th floor dungeon, raising questions about whether their strength was insufficient to do so. Although it's good that the fairly strong guilds, the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild, are participating in the competition for the right to conquer the 7th floor dungeon, there are also concerns about whether something beyond control might happen. As for the French government, they will announce the rights to conquer this dungeon tonight. The scene changes to a large mansion in the outdoor courtyard. A large crowd of people is now gathered. Park Shinhai is shaking hands with a man who appears to hold a rather high position. Then the two of them turn to face the many reporters in front of the hall with camera flashes going off continuously. At this time, someone in the distance was observing everything in silence. It was Francois Shiro trying to hide his identity by covering his face. Just then two other people approached and asked him, "You're here, sir. We won't be caught by the reporters, will we?" Francis Shiro, wearing a mask that covered his face and standing hidden in the shadows, spoke up. "Let's see how things go. If there's no commotion, then probably it's been almost a month, right?" He asked the person in front of him. "How are you in Paris?" Ju replied impassively. "I'm fine." Francois Euro handed her a mysterious bag. "Take this." Lijiana, standing beside her, kept turning his head back and forth to observe the surroundings. Ju bowed her head, looking inquisitively at the bag she had just received, and asked curiously, "What is this?" France slightly pulled down his mask to reveal his face and said, "Thanks to you, everything is proceeding smoothly." He remembered the words Ju had said before. The condition for our Savior Guild to conquer the 7th floor dungeon in France. Francois Euro smirked, repeating to himself the condition her side had proposed to conquer the 7th floor dungeon. Jae-soo remained silent, listening to his analysis. "As I understand it, the entire Savior Guild team will participate in this. It's also thanks to your side provoking Shinhai's Messiah Guild." Fran Washer directed his gaze towards the crowd in the distance and continued. "So, the French government had to meet some demands for the negotiation.
The Messiah Guild has also declared that they will not give up.
He smiled, raising his hand to push up the glasses on his face. Therefore, the clearing of the 7th floor dungeon is only a matter of time.
Next, Jub Boater headed to France with extreme sincerity. This is all just a plan. After all, the conquest hasn't happened yet. But thank you for this gift. Lee Jana on the side was silently fuming.
I don't get how she can be so happy when the right to conquer is gone to the Messiah Guild.
He remembered the scene when he had to disguise himself as Spiva and struggled to help Mukos eliminate monsters. Surrounded by countless cameras aimed at him, Legion put his hands on his head, screaming in silent agony. If that was their goal, why does it seem like the two guilds are about to fight to the death for the dungeon rights? Was it all just a trick? Am I their puppet?
Over here, Ju opened the bag that Franero had given her.
From inside, she took out a white envelope.
When she continued to open that envelope, she saw a Death Knight card emitting a sparkling golden light. Ju extended her hand and said to the person standing in front of her,
"Thank you for the gift.
We've been looking for it for quite a long time."
Franwa Shiro didn't say anything, just shook her hand as a reply.
A moment later, he turned and walked towards the dark alley behind them to leave. But after only a short distance, Franwa Shiro's feet suddenly stopped. The glasses on his face reflected the light as he looked at the two people standing behind him.
One more thing.
Frank Soiro narrowed his eyes and uttered a sentence.
There's something I still don't understand.
He rubbed his chin, thinking, it would be good for your side to win the right to conquer this dungeon, too. His words, full of curiosity, were directed at Legina and Ju. Why does it seem like your side isn't very interested? He pushed up the glasses on his nose and smirked, asking, there's no way your side is afraid of not being able to conquer a level 7, a ranked dungeon.
Is there?
Ju maintained her calm demeanor and replied cryptically about that.
You'll find out in about an hour.
Lee Jana behind her also looked at her in confusion.
At the same time in North York Moors National Park, a man holding a black umbrella walked under the pouring rain.
A voice echoed in the space.
We have an important announcement.
Kim Gujin held the black umbrella, smiling as he listened to the announcement's content. The Savior Guild will conquer the level 7A+
dungeon in the United Kingdom. Back on the other side, Francois Shiro was startled and exclaimed in disbelief, What? Level 7, a plus.
Ju stood parallel to him, affirming with certainty.
That's right. About 3 months ago, in a forest, a huge glowing portal appeared. A level 7C+ dungeon.
Sakura was silent, her eyes darting in one direction, hesitating for a long time, as if wanting to speak, but unable to form the words. In the end, she could only turn and walk into the blinding light of the portal to exit the dungeon. When Sakura had left, all that remained inside the dungeon were Lai Jin, Ajax, Kim Gujin, and the corpse of Hu Fry lying at his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Kim Gujin tilted his head, nodding to the two remaining members. Yanjin Li Jin received the signal from him and quickly turned to walk into the white light.
When he was alone, Kim Gujin's eyes moved as a hazy black aura emanated from within.
His finger lightly touched the back of Hu Frei's corpse's head, activating a skill. A notification window appeared in front of Kim Gujin. The eye of Anubis opened. Immediately after, his eyes turned to stark white and a black aura shot out from within them. Back in the present, Kim Gujin said to himself, I didn't think new influence was this great. He looked at the gate at the bottom of the cliff, thinking to himself, a level 7A+ dungeon in England, and he managed to keep it completely hidden from everyone. Kim Gujin flashed an excited smile, exclaiming to himself, I'm so lucky.
At this moment, the phone in his pocket was vibrating continuously.
Kim Gujin pressed the phone to his ear.
A voice came from the other end asking, What do you think of the weather in the UK?
On the other end of the line, Sakan sat in his office.
Speculating. Even when it's sunny there, it starts raining right away, right? The weather is so unpredictable.
Kim Gujin replied to him, It's nothing.
I can adapt wherever I go. Second laughed and remarked, "You Russians are really adaptable. I guess you're all Europeans after all." Kim Gujin didn't continue on that topic and asked about something else. "Is the work going as planned?" Second looked at the computer screen in front of him and confidently assured, "Of course, when I do something, you can rest assured." A series of article headlines were displayed on the screen. World News. The Savior Guild will conquer the level 7 AA plus dungeon in England. Reapel News. Can the Savior Guild succeed? It's still a question for the future. Reaper News. Isaac hopes major guilds worldwide will join hands to conquer this dungeon. War News. The hunter community is paying close attention to the Savior Guild and awaits further news. He speculated the Messiah Guild must be in shock after reading this news. Second picked up a stack of documents and recounted some matters as he predicted. They put pressure on us to participate in this event along with other guilds. I had to accept because this matter is not simple. He looked at the symbol of 2 golden dragons on the paper and recounted. The clan's sect from China has sent martial artist hunters of level 80 and above. Second listed a few names. The Great One Guild sent Master Rona to participate. Alice, an old acquaintance of yours, is also going there. Jay Jackson of the Frontier Guild also couldn't miss this dungeon raid. As for the British royal family, they also sent their highest level knights belonging to the Victory Guild to participate in this major event. The umbrella obscured his eyes, revealing only the slightly upturned corner of Kim Gujin's lips. All top-tier players. I'm not too surprised. On the other side, a few beads of sweat dotted Second's face as he remembered to say, "There's more." He flipped to a document page with a cross and wings symbol printed on it. Despite having a large number of hunters stuck in the level 7A dungeon in France, the Messiah Guild isn't just letting it go. They've requested to participate. Kim Gujin's eyebrows furrowed when he heard Second say, if they also participate in the dungeon in England, their manpower will be depleted this time. He parted his lips and asked him, who is their team leader? Second replied, Chas W. You've probably heard of him. Besides being a key member closest to Shanghai, he's also part of the Knights of the Round Table, I believe. Countless raindrops fell on the black umbrella. Kim Gujin uttered 2 words, that's good. Second was confused and asked loudly, what do you mean good? Kim Gujin smiled and explained, if they split all their forces to participate in raiding these 2 7th-floor dungeons, then we'll just have to make them regret it. Second sighed. It would be great if we could do that. Kim Gujin stood alone on the cliff, his eyes fixed on the dungeon gate. The rain from the sky grew heavier. A long while later, he turned and walked away, the hem of his coat blowing in the wind, allowing the raindrops to soak through. Early in the morning, the sun gradually rose from behind the mountains. The sky was extremely clear after yesterday's rain. In England, on the day of the level 7A plus dungeon conquest, a large number of people were gathered in front of the dungeon gate. On this side, the people Ian Wan and Sakura were standing together. From the Great One Guild, the 2 representatives, Carrie and Ellis, were already waiting. On the Conling Guild side, all 80 martial artist hunters of level 80 and above were present. Finally, there was the Messiah Guild with Cha Sungwoo as the leader. Li Jan and Carrie were the first 2 to approach the dungeon gate. They simultaneously looked up, staring at the huge gate before them. In a land surrounded by massive rock mountains, right in the center stood an extremely tall tower. From within it, a blinding light shot straight up into the sky. In the level 7A rank dungeon, the giant buffalo horn monster had just been defeated. It collapsed to the ground and dust filled the air. An information window appeared announcing, Menus, Master of the Labyrinth, has been defeated. Moving to the next floor, Li Jan and Carrie were standing in a dark corner of the grand hall. An information panel appeared in front of each of them. Li Jun crossed his arms and asked out of the blue, what's the date today? Carrie turned her head and answered him, it's raining. Hearing the answer, Li Jun said nothing more.
He had been leaning against a stone pillar all this time, but suddenly stood up straight. A cluster of light emanated from his palm. Immediately after, a sword appeared in Lee Sejuan's hand. His eyes glinted as he stepped forward, saying, "From the next floors onward, I must go first."
Carrie was stunned and uttered a single word, "Huh?"
She widened her eyes and asked with a slight hesitation,
"Then what about the other guild members?"
Li Young coldly walked past Carrie, replying, "The development of the guild members is important, but it's too slow." He tilted his head and declared, "From now on, the Savior Guild will have to face a plus-rank dungeon on the 7 floors.
Hearing that, Carrie was completely stunned.
Li Young glanced towards her.
"We must capture this dungeon before them."
His hand gripped the sword tightly. And after leaving this dungeon, Li Young flicked his cloak and stepped into the dungeon gate in front of him.
"We must immediately prepare for the next dungeon."
He narrowed his eyes and uttered a sentence, "Perhaps on the 8th floor."
While silently adding in his mind, "We will meet again."
Elsewhere, Kim Gujin in the form of Isaac was also looking at the glowing screen of the information panel. The content displayed was Land of the Dragon, number of floors in the dungeon 7 floors. Dungeon difficulty A+, maximum number of participants 500, participation condition level 140 or below, completion condition eliminate the master of the land.
Another line appeared on the information panel with a request survive for 10 days.
To proceed to the next floor, Kim Gujin brought a hand to his chin, contemplating a survival mission from the 1st floor. The corners of his lips lifted into a satisfied smile as he thought to himself, "How fortunate." A voice came from the other side, catching Kim Gujin's attention and making him turn his head.
"Are you Isaac?" Cho Zanu,
along with 2 others, was stepping out from the shadows. He walked up to stand opposite Kim Gujin and introduced himself. "I am Chosu of the Messiah Guild."
Cho Sungu extended one of his hands as a greeting.
"I look forward to your help." Kim Gujin remained motionless, just staring at the hand pointed towards him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally raised his hand to shake the other man's and replied, "I am Isaac." Cho Sungu's whole body emitted a dangerous aura and his eyes flashed with a red light full of scrutiny. Kim Gujin just smirked, his expression remaining natural as he faced him directly. Just then, not far away, a pair of legs and high heels appeared.
The person called out, "Oh my!"
Carrie Ruana, the guild master of Grade 1, appeared with 2 others. Her eyes were closed, and she crossed her arms, feigning reproach.
"Why are we the only ones being left out?"
Next, Carrie gestured towards Elise and Jay standing behind her and asked,
"I see some familiar faces over here now, don't I?"
She flashed a strange smile and continued to ask,
"This might be a bit much, but everyone must have seen it in the Dullahan dungeon, right?"
Jay's face was covered in sweat as he turned away without saying anything. While Alice standing next to him bowed her head very low and stuttered, "Long time no see, Isaac." Kim Gujin glanced at her with a probing look, silently reading a name in his mind, Alice Hien. He recalled their confrontational posture during their past encounter and silently assessed.
"Much more composed than before, huh?"
Kim Gujin spoke nonchalantly.
"Now I remember. No wonder you seem familiar."
He looked at the not-so-pleased expressions of Elise and Jay in front of him and said sarcastically, "It's a pleasure to meet you again." Just as Kim Gujin finished speaking, 2 more people appeared.
The voice of the one in front rang out. "So everyone is having a heart-to-heart here?"
Oh, gone along with a burly man approached.
"For now, we'll be comrades who go through life and death together, right?"
"We should greet each other properly first, shouldn't we?" The man clasped his hands together in a greeting gesture.
"A pleasure to meet you all.
Allow me to extend a greeting to everyone on behalf of the Cunningling Guild." Peter followed behind, raising a hand to introduce himself.
"On behalf of the Victory Guild, greetings to everyone.
I hope to receive everyone's help." Ian and one stood in the distance, gritting his teeth and asserting to himself, "They just got lucky." He bowed his head, his face contorted as he wondered to himself, how did the situation turn out like this? Kim Gujin stood in the center of the crowd, flung his arms wide, and began to announce, "Now that the representatives of all the guilds have gathered in one place, to boost morale, I propose a bet."
What do you all think?
A look of confusion appeared on Ung's face as he repeated the two words he had just heard.
A bet. Kim Gujin raised a finger to the sky to illustrate. That's right. The monster on the highest floor, the master of this dungeon.
He began to explain the dragon. Because of it, all the monsters on the way to the top floor are considered its guardians.
Kim Gujin analyzed.
As everyone knows, unlike other normal monsters, guardians usually gather in groups. He shifted his gaze and continued. Monsters of different races will team up to attack players. Everyone probably knows this already, but there's a survival mission on the first floor. Chosenu crossed his arms, his brows were upon together, listening to Kim Gujin speak.
So that means there will be a lot of guardians.
As if he had lost his patience, he asked bluntly.
So what is this bet you're talking about?
Kim Gujin replied cryptically.
It's simple. We've done something similar before.
His next words startled both Elise and Jay, who turned their heads since the people who joined the bet with me back then are all here today.
I'll be brief.
She looked at Kim Gujin standing before her, silently mumbling the two words he had just said.
A bet?
As Kim Gujin spoke, something slowly materialized in his hand. The guild that kills the most monsters.
Alice's eyes widened in disbelief as she silently exclaimed, "Could that be?" Kim Gujin raised the staff he was holding and declared, "We'll get Merlin's staff."
Ellis bit his teeth hard and silently swore, "Isaac, that bastard." Kim Gujin glanced down and proposed another condition.
Of course, nothing is free.
If you want to join this bet, the representative of each guild must put up a legendary great item equivalent to Merlin's staff as a wager.
Everyone stood motionless.
And the surrounding space fell silent after what he said. In his mind, On exclaimed, as expected of Isaac, but the man glanced towards Cha Sunwoo and thought, including my Messiah Guild.
There are a total of 5 guilds.
Oh Gong looked over at Elise, who have signed a secret pact to preserve our strength until we reach the top floor. He flashed a triumphant smile, calculating to himself, if nothing unexpected happens, the alliance between the 5 guilds. Before he could think of the outcome, a voice rang out, cutting off Ong's train of thought.
How interesting. He looked up silently, calling out a name, Rona. Kar's entire body was enveloped in a dark power as she took step after step forward.
The staff Isaac is holding originally belonged to our Great One Guild. Alice was frightened by that power and took a small step back, silently calling out to her guild master in her head. Kar's face was now contorted. Her eyes glowing as she continued, "Now you do this."
She glared angrily at Kim Gujin and asked, "You're definitely trying to provoke us, aren't you?"
He turned around, his face still calm as he denied it.
How could that be?
Ian Wan, standing in the distance, watched the suddenly tense scene before him.
He silently wondered, how did the situation turn into this? Oh Gong on the side was also affected by Kar's angry aura.
His face was covered in sweat as he thought to himself, look, anyone can see this is clearly a provocation. But very quickly, the corner of Carrie's lips lifted into an enigmatic smile. She retracted her aura, closed her eyes, and said, "You want to return Merlin's staff to us?"
"We won't refuse."
Carrie declared directly, "All right, we'll join the bet." Hearing this, Ellis's eyes widened, and he silently called out, "Guild Master." Carrie looked at Kim Gujin and continued in exchange.
"We have a request."
He curiously met her gaze and asked a request. Carrie waved her hand and stated her condition. "Currently, you have Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring. During the bet, we hope you won't use them." Kim Gujin in the form of Isaac didn't agree immediately, but provocatively asked back.
"Why? My own equipment and I'm not allowed to use it in front of others. Are you annoyed?" Lai Gina, disguised as Spiva standing behind, was slightly startled by his attitude. Carrie frowned and admitted frankly without hiding it. "That's right. I don't deny it.
But it's not just that, Isaac. You are a player whose strength can rival that of Guildmaster Lean. She stared at the person standing in front of her and asked in a loud voice, if you're betting against us, shouldn't there be some restrictions? Kim Gujin agreed immediately without any hesitation.
All right, I can do that. Li Jin was stunned by his answer.
Thinking to himself, if we don't have Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring, his face was drenched in sweat as he pondered. The guild's equipment effectiveness will be greatly reduced.
Quinn Gujin, will he be okay?
Suddenly, Ung from the side walked over to them and called out, Hey, who are you to decide that on your own? Hearing someone trying to stop her, Carrie turned her head with extreme speed. Her eyes widened, casting a sharp gaze at the man, a threat emanating from her pupils. Facing the dangerous look, Ung froze, his mouth escaped and speechless, only daring to call out silently in his mind, Lady Rona. Carrie bowed her head and uttered an assessment.
He seems pretty confident, doesn't he? Adding another condition shouldn't be a problem. Kim Woojin also replied, let's hear it first.
Carrie looked up and said, compare the number of guardians the remaining guilds can handle with just the Savior Guild.
That's the condition I'm proposing. Leg Iona at the side shouted indignantly.
The Savior Guild versus all the other guilds.
How is that possible? Hey, don't force it. Before he could continue his protest, a voice cut in.
What Lady Rona said makes sense. Cha Sunu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up from the beginning. Isaac's intention with this bet was to encourage us to ascend the floors as quickly as possible.
Wasn't it? He concluded. If that's the intention, then even if it's disadvantageous for him, there's nothing wrong with Lady Rua's proposal. Legion gritted his teeth, silently, cursing. Is this the alliance you guys were talking about? You think we're stupid? You think we'll accept? Kim Gujin, standing in front, just smiled. In that case, I want to ask a question.
Legion all looked at him in confusion. Kar's brows furrowed as she listened to Kim Woojin say, if by any chance I win. His words also reached Cho Sung-woo and the others. Even if I monopolize all of your legendary equipment, a tense expression appeared on Elise and Z faces as they waited. Kim Gujin continued, then you all, Legion's entire body went rigid. He could only silently utter the words, what like him, Ong and Peter, who were standing nearby were also frozen on the spot. Kim Gujin placed a finger in front of his lips and asked them, we'll have nothing to say, right? At the same time, elsewhere, newspapers were continuously releasing news. Hanung building collapses due to terrorism. A report from the Northgate scene. Hansung Group convenes a board meeting without representatives. On the 12th, the Hansung Group urgently convened a board of directors meeting to stabilize its stock. The CEO of the Hansung Group, also one of South Korea's representative players, Park Shanghai, was absent to attack the 7th floor dungeon. That occurred in France. The competition of the century is stirring up global discussion. The Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild. In an office shrouded in darkness, a mysterious figure sat in the chair in front of a brightly lit computer screen. The person's hand was on the mouse, moving it and clicking a few times. Suddenly, the ceiling light in the room lit up, startling Ju, who looked up. Second stood near the door, his hand still on the light switch, and looked at the person sitting in the chair, saying, sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you. He walked over to the desk and asked, why are you still here at this hour? Ju stuttered in reply. Actually, after saying just 2 words, she fell silent and lowered her head. Second, confused, scratched his head and wondered to himself what's wrong with the secretary. He shifted his gaze, noticing the content displayed on the computer screen. That's when Second seemed to realize something. And thought to himself. Articles related to the Messiah Guild and the Hanung Group. As expected, it's because of the vaccine. He tilted his head and offered with a friendly smile. It's late now. Let's wrap up for today and go have a party. Well, it's called a party. But it's really just the 2 of us. What would you like to eat?
Secretary Li Ju, still slow to react, asked back blankly. What I want to eat? Second patted his chest and affirmed. That's right. Whatever Secretary Li wants to eat. I'm splurging.
Ju said nothing, her eyes shining with a probing gaze as she stared at him for a long time.
Second was covered in sweat and asked nervously, scarily, why are you looking at me like that?
Finally, Ju replied to him, all right.
Upon receiving the answer, Second let out a long sigh of relief.
In the evening, the sky above was as dark as ink on the sidewalk next to a tall building. There was a night food stall set up with yellow tents. On the table was a steaming hot pot of fish cake stew. Next to it a plate of spicy rice cakes with an appetizing red-orange color. And on both sides were the bowls of glistening golden noodles. Second looked at the food on the table, the corner of his lip twitching slightly as he called out.
Secretary Li Ju answered him yes.
Second hastily tried to explain, it seems you think I'm frugal and have misunderstood me.
I'm actually very rich. We don't have to eat like this just for a celebration.
Ju gently placed the wooden chopstick she was using to pick up food down on the table. I know you're very rich, Director. She lowered her head and continued. Whether it's the money from the dungeon-related bets you've made until now, or the sponsorship funds in the account under Isaac's name that I manage.
Ju's voice echoed inside the airy. It's not that I think you're obsessed with money. It's because I just want to help.
Her eyes were fixed on a certain point because I know that both you, Director, and I share the same goal.
Second, sitting in the opposite chair, just looked at Ju in silence.
After an unknown amount of time, he rubbed his chin and brought up Secretary Li about the matter related to your father.
Second's next words made Ju's eyes widen the questions about the dragon hunter. Have you heard everything? The hands resting on her lap now clenched tightly.
Ju lowered her head without saying anything, and the entire space was suddenly enveloped in silence. Years ago, the soul on a skyscraper. The top of the highest floor had the words Han Sung written on it. In the spacious room, a man in a black suit stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight from outside shone on him with a blinding glare. On the desk was a nameplate with the words Hansen Group CEO Lee Jin-soo.
The man, as if hearing a knock on the door, slightly tilted his head and then signaled, "Come in."
The wooden door of the room was pushed open and a woman in office attire stepped inside, calling out, "Director." The man, still looking out the window, listened as she reported, "The chairman is looking for you." After hearing what the woman had said, the man slowly turned around in the vast meeting room with the words Han Sung displayed prominently on the screen behind them. One man stood with his head bowed in a corner while beside him, two others sat in black armchairs, flipping through documents in their hands. On the white paper was a chart and an accompanying line of text, stock value of the Hans Group.
A dissatisfied voice echoed in the room.
This is ridiculous.
Director Kim's face was covered in sweat.
He could only bow his head in silence. The man sitting in the chair called out, "Look here, Managing Director Kim." He slammed the stack of documents onto the table
and shouted angrily, "How many times have I ordered you to block the eyes and ears of the press?"
Director Kim, full of anxiety, squeezed his eyes shut and replied tremblingly, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." The chairman of the Hanun Group, Parko, lifted his chin to look at him and asked loudly, "Then why is the news still leaking out like this?" The document contained countless articles with titles such as "Citizens Who Have Awakened." Supernatural abilities are gradually becoming players.
The latest research by the Hans Group points to a strange global phenomenon.
A large conference was held at Gwangbomon Plaza with the government making some demands for the government and the Hansung Group to announce their research results. After many days of protests, the stock value of the Hansung Group plummeted, putting great pressure on the Kospi Index. There is some speculation that a gate has appeared beneath the Hansung Group.
Liang Man, sitting on the other side,
was also reading the contents of the document over here. Park Ji-hang-ho continued his scolding.
"Why is the government office which promised to cooperate with us staying so quiet?"
He continued to yell loudly.
There's been a riot downstairs since early this morning.
Looking down from the window, a crowd of people had gathered holding up signs. Large corporations don't care about the safety of citizens, only their own interest.
Park Young-ho continued to ask, why couldn't you stop the source of the information? The signs held by the protesting citizens below. Headlines such as, what is the handsome group hiding?
Review your own research.
Handsome group out. Are experiments on living players real or not?
Vote for the government to investigate thoroughly. Park Yang-go stood up from his chair, a stack of documents in his hand with this pile of news.
Do you think? He threw the pile of documents straight into Director Kim's face.
You deserve to sit in that position. Ling Man, who had been silent until now, was startled and looked up, glancing towards them.
The documents scattered in the air.
A stream of red blood flowed from Director Kim's nose as he fearfully replied, I sincerely apologize.
Please give me one more chance.
In a panic, he quickly bowed low, promising, I will immediately find the source of the news leak and rectify it right away. I will also deploy all available personnel to resolve the situation. Liang Man, who was sitting, also stood up and called out persuasively, Chairman, please calm down. It doesn't seem like Director Kim intentionally caused this after all. He is one of the key members who has contributed to the group for a very long time. Director Kim's face was drenched as if he had taken a bath. He listened as the other man spoke. I'm sure this news came as a bolt from the blue for Director Kim as well.
Ling Man reached out
and pulled the man in front of him up straight.
Director Kim, please lift your head.
Next, he smiled comfortingly. Work has been a bit stressful lately, hasn't it? You've tried very hard. Le Man then instructed, I will continue the discussion with the chairman, so you go ahead and take care of things. Director Kim was still dazed, glancing to the side, and calling out, Chairman Lee. But he quickly regained his composure, closed his eyes, and raised a hand to push up the glasses on his nose, replying, Thank you very much, sir.
Le Man tilted his head and asked the man sitting in the chair, Can I let Director Kim go now?
Chairman Parko's eyes were half closed and he crossed his arms, agreeing, Yes, tell him to go. Then the wooden door of the meeting room was pulled open and then closed, making a resounding noise. When only the two of them were left in the room, Park Yang-go, with a displeased look,
turned around and complained.
Look here, Chairman Lee. You're just soft. You looked towards Leon Man who was bending over to pick up documents on the other side and reminded him.
I've said it before, haven't I? You shouldn't be so kind to your subordinates.
Park Yang-ho rested a hand on his forehead and began to analyze. If you keep forgiving them, it will only make them become dependent, knowing that if they make a mistake, they'll be let off the hook anyway. Liang Man lowered his head without a word, only placing the documents he had just picked looked up from the floor onto the table. After an unknown amount of time, he finally looked up and called out, Chairman Park.
Young-ho heard the call and asked, What is it?
Liang Man's face became extremely serious as he proposed as a longtime confidant.
Let me give you some sincere advice.
Park Yang-ho raised a fist to cover his mouth and asked back, Advice?
Why? Are you so serious all of a sudden? Are you going to lecture me again? Ling Man concluded directly. Although the current situation is extremely perilous, it can also be seen as an opportunity.
Park Yang-ho repeated the two words he had just said.
Opportunity. Do you mean there's a silver lining and every cloud? Man flatly denied it.
Of course not, Chairman.
Do you realize what the biggest obstacle is?
He looked at the sign with the words Messiah Project hanging on the other side and asked cryptically of the Messiah Project we are collaborating on with the government. Park Yang-ho rubbed his chin, pondering the biggest obstacle. The corner of his lips twitched slightly. He began to consider and then made a guess. Perhaps the players. Park Yang-ho contemptuously assessed. They are simply those who were lucky enough to awaken. His fist clenched and slammed down on the table as he asked.
They are too arrogant. And never listen to what others say. Am I right?
The hand on the table of Park Young-ho trembled from using too much force.
If the number of players wasn't so rare and valuable, we wouldn't have to face their arrogant attitude.
Lee Young-man lowered his head in agreement with him.
Chairman, you are right.
His eyes narrowed dangerously.
However, among them, Lee Young-man uttered a name, Lee Jan.
His presence is the biggest problem.
Elsewhere, on a large crackstone pillar, there was a symbol before.
In the basement, the ground was now littered with the countless corpses of monsters. Lee Jan's clothes and face were also covered in blood. He opened his mouth and gasped for long breaths. In a corner of the basement, a large group of people had gathered in front of the dungeon gate.
Lee Jun's eyes flashed as he stepped forward and gave an order to the rest.
Before they jump out of the gate, do a full scan of the gate's level. Lee Jun stood a short distance from the gate while another subordinate slowly approached it. Jordan took off his helmet, revealing his shiny bald head. Jordan's eyes flashed with a white light as he used hunter skill.
Silence simulation begin. From his body, another person with an identical face split off.
Jordan's clone launched himself, jumping into the dungeon gate in front of him. Inside the dungeon, sunlight shone down from above. The clone dashed forward as fast as lightning. After running for a while, he stopped, stomped his foot hard on the ground, and leaped high into the air. Jordan's clone stood on a high tree branch, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings.
Outside the gate, Lee Jun stood behind him, arms crossed, and asked, "What do you see?"
Jordan placed a finger beside his eye and replied, "The dungeon has one floor level B.
I'm still searching for. And analyzing the boss," he added. "Other than that, there's nothing special."
Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jordan's clone seemed to sense something strange and turned his head. Outside, Jordan suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his head with both hands and screaming in agony.
A mass teammate, seeing this, walked over to him and asked with concern, "Hey, what's wrong?" Jordan's whole body trembled uncontrollably as he stuttered.
"I think there's a flying monster behind the gate," he continued in fear, "and it's a species I've never seen before." Inside the dungeon, a long-beaked creature flew over and snatched the clone's entire body into its mouth. The teammate shook Jordan's shoulders and shouted, "Hey, snap out of it."
Lee Jan, standing not far away, spoke up. "An undiscovered flying monster." "Ha! There's no doubt about it." He flashed an excited smile.
"I'll have to ask Chairman Lee to postpone the attack on the dungeon." In the meeting room, Lee Sun-man reported the special defense team gathering all the players including team leader Lee Se-jun. The members of the Messiah Project have failed their mission. His voice echoed in the meeting room and they are requesting to postpone the attack time bit by bit. After hearing this, Park Ong-ho rubbed his chin and sank into thought. Lee Young-man's words carried outside. If they keep delaying like this, the dungeon breach under Hanung might get out of control and affect the outside. At the same time, a pair of black shoes appeared in the hallway in front of the meeting room door. In the room, Lee Sun-man urged, "You have to make a decision now."
"I'm flying to France tonight."
The pair of black shoes stopped in front of the meeting room door.
Lee Sun-man's voice carried through and will recruit more players to replace Lee Se-jun there. Next game, Park Yeon-ho's question. A player to replace Lee Se-jun. Have you targeted anyone yet?
Lee Man replied to him.
Yes, there's a young man who has caught everyone's attention. The sole survivor, Lee Jun, stood before the meeting room door with an angry face.
Hearing Lee Sung-man speak of the survival test when the dragon appeared, the meeting room door, which had been tightly shut until now, was suddenly pushed open by a strong force from outside. Both people in the room, Park Yeon-ho and Lee Sun-man, were startled and looked towards it.
Lee Jan's expression was extremely calm as he walked into the room and said, "I've come because I have something to report." The Sung-man frowned unhappily and asked in a loud voice, "Team leader Lee, I'm talking with the chairman, what do you think you're doing?" The corner of Lee Se-jun's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, "Because I have something urgent." The other man continued to ask, No matter how urgent it is, do you know this is a very disrespectful act towards the chairman? Li Jian replied nonchalantly. Is that so?
At that moment, Park Yangdo, sitting on the other side, had reached out and grabbed something.
Li Jian's eyes narrowed.
In the blink of an eye, something was thrown forcefully towards Li Jian, but he quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge it.
Parko stood fuming in anger.
The object he had just thrown slammed into the wall and fell to the ground.
Li Jian looked at the man before him and sneered. Being angry isn't good for your health, Chairman Park. If you continue like this, I won't be able to follow your orders.
Park Yong-ho's face contorted as he gritted his teeth after hearing his words.
He angrily cursed, "Hey, you bastard. Do you know where you are coming and going as if you own the place?"
Park Yangdo stood up from his chair, waving his hand and pointing. A guy like you gets to decide if your own business is urgent or not. Li Jian, seeing the situation was not good, stepped forward to stop him.
Advising Chairman, please calm down, will he say?
Jin also frowned in silence, Park Yong-ho's words reaching his ears.
Just because you're a player or something, and people are talking about you now, you look down on everyone. Park Ho was still shouting vehemently. Just you wait, just a little longer.
Suddenly, his voice was cut off.
A small cut appeared on Park Yong-ho's left cheek.
Liang Man saw the red liquid continuously flowing from the cut and cried out in alarm, "Chairman, there's blood on your face." He immediately turned his head, looking wearily at the person standing a short distance away. Li Jian, at some point, was holding a long sword in his hand, his body exuding a murderous aura.
Liang Man asked in a loud voice, "Team Leader Li, what are you doing?"
He spread his arms to shield the person behind him.
"This is crossing the line." Li Jun replied, "No."
His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "If I truly crossed the line?" Li Jian's voice echoed in the space. "Then the other half of the chairman would be lying on the floor right now."
Parko's eyes widened and his whole body began to tremble.
He raised his hand, not daring to touch the wound on his face. Red drops of blood dripped from the sharp blade.
Li Jian addressed the two of them.
"Chairman Park, DD Director Li, the times have changed.
Aren't you the ones who can't grasp the situation?"
he declared, "and also the security staff of this building are all my members."
"What?"
"What I mean is no fool would dare to step up and help you too." Li Jian directed his gaze towards Liang Man, who was protecting Park Yango, and directly warned, "If you say that nonsense one more time, I won't stop at just this level."
"Do you understand?"
He sheathed the sword in his hand and curled his lip.
"All right, we're all busy people, so I'll make it quick." Lu Man's attitude also softened as he asked, "All right, what's the urgent matter that brought you here?"
Li Jun sat down in a chair and pressed a button on the remote control.
"A problem has arisen at the gate on the 4th basement floor.
A flying monster species has appeared there for the first time." The projector's light turned on and he analyzed. "I can't continue the attack until I have a full grasp of the damage. If they fly through that gate, I don't know how dangerous it will be." Li Young came to a conclusion, "So I'll probably delay the attack longer than planned to investigate those monsters." Liang Man's eyes widened as he asked, "Hey, Team Leader Li, you said you would postpone the attack weeks ago.
Now you're saying it will be even later. If we can't contain the dungeon situation, monsters will continue to pour out." He wondered ultimately, "How much more time do you need?" Li Jun smiled nonchalantly and replied, "I don't know. I don't know about this either. I've said what I needed to say, so I'll be going now."
At the same time, outside the tall building of the handsome group, the bright sunlight shone down from above. Park Shinhai, wearing a school uniform, excitedly adjusted the strap of her backpack on her shoulder. She happily ran towards the revolving door to enter the building. Back on the side, the hand resting on the table had started to tremble. Park Jiang-ho called out, "Director Li." He lowered his head and ordered the matter we just discussed.
"Proceed with it immediately." Park Jiang-ho added, "Is it the flight tonight? We should prepare to depart now."
Director Lee's face was grim as he assured him, I know.
I will definitely complete the contract.
Over here, a pair of feet in black shoes were rapidly descending the steps of the emergency staircase.
One of Park Shin-hye's hands gripped the railing.
She stopped in her tracks. Her eyes focused intently ahead. Park Shin-hye stood motionless for a long time in front of the door. On the wall above, the symbol beer was written. Finally, she slowly reached out, wanting to grab the doorknob. Elsewhere, as Lee Sun-man got into the car, the person in the driver's seat spoke up. As the chairman agreed, Lee Sun-man signaled to the person, yes, let's go to Incheon Airport.
Second turned his head and grinned at him. I'll get you there as fast as I can.
Over here, Park Shin-hye's hand had touched the door handle and was about to open it. But before she could pull it, the door was pushed open and someone from the other side ran in. Park Shin-hye was thrown to the ground by the sudden force of the door. She sat on the ground with her head down as many people in black uniform rushed up the stairs.
Only the man at the back of the line noticed Park Shin-hye and asked, a civilian?
He loudly announced to the person at the front of the line, there's a civilian here.
The man leading the line was stunned and asked back, what a civilian? Why is a civilian here?
In the meeting room, only Park Young-ho was left in the quiet space.
The sound of an incoming call rang out. He took out his phone.
The screen displayed the caller's name as Special Security Team. In the emergency stairwell, the leading man urged hastily, hey, student, I don't have time to explain right now.
If you want to live, get up and run from here. Park Shin-hye, completely confused about what was happening, asked blankly, what's going on? Why?
All of a sudden, the man in the black uniform stood right at the door and reached a hand towards her.
Get up quickly.
Suddenly, a ferocious roar roared.
Park Shin-hye's eyes widened.
Her outstretched arm froze in midair. The man in front of her had been crushed by a giant foot. Blood pooling everywhere. Then several giant fingers gripped the doorframe. The monster bent down, revealing a ferocious face. It bared its sharp teeth, saliva dripping down. The monster's eyes glowed with a bright red light. It opened its mouth wide. Lunged towards the emergency staircase. At this very moment, an attack came from nowhere and red blood splattered everywhere. A small knife was embedded in the monster's forehead. Its entire body was thrown back into the basement, slamming hard into a stone pillar. Park Shin-hye was completely stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. She slowly shifted her gaze to the side. The man who was leading earlier had taken a few steps forward and called out to the newcomer with 2 words, team leader. Park Shin-hye's face was covered in sweat. As she looked up at the person standing on the stairs, Lee Se-jun, still maintaining a calm demeanor, stood high above and met her gaze directly.
Sejun asked flatly, who are you to be here? Hearing this, Shin-hye hesitantly replied, AI. The next second, she fell silent as she realized, is that Lee Jan?
He slowly walked down the stairs. With each of Siege's steps, the arm of the bleeding man lying on the ground gradually moved.
He quickly executed a move.
The unyielding fortitude skill has been activated, consuming mana to slowly restore stamina. This strange sight made Shin-hye openly surprised.
He's okay.
A moment later, she gently patted the soldier's shoulder and advised, don't act on impulse like that. While wiping the blood from his face, the man replied, yes, I'm sorry.
He calmly turned and said, I'm going up ahead. Stay on guard here.
As soon as he saw the monsters approaching, Sean sighed in frustration.
What a pain. Bring it on.
In a flash, they aggressively charged towards him. Even so, Se-jun only slowly drew his sword. Just as he was about to advance and fight, a fireball suddenly appeared, flying straight past Se-jun with its powerful, destructive. The fireball blocked the monster's path. He gently glanced back. The fireball skill has been cast. It turned out to be Shin-hye struggling to launch a supportive attack for Se-jun. She was constantly panting with exhaustion.
Not enough mana left to cast skills. A guard saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "What's this?" The other guard immediately realized, "Is this a rare magician class?" Sean calmly praised, "Nice skill."
While he had his back turned, a monster escaped from Shinhai's fireball.
It aggressively lunged as if to attack S.
With just a light slash, he split the monster's body into tabs. At the same time, it caused a nearby water pipe to leak. Water continuously sprayed out from the pipe, but it seemed to have no effect on the destructive power of the fireball.
Finally, an expression appeared on Sean's face. "I'm getting interested now."
At the same time, at the airport, Second's cheerful voice rang out.
"You've arrived." While sending a message, Jin-soo replied, "It's fine."
Sitting in the car, he began to advise, "It's a long journey.
Be careful on the road."
Hearing that, Jin-soo quickly replied, "Okay, I know, but for the issues that can't be resolved right away.
If you have time, could you go over to my house and check on my daughter? I'm a bit worried since I'm going far away. You know her anyway." Second immediately agreed. "I will."
The next second, Jin-soo continued to say, also before he could finish the news, and the car announced underneath the Hanung Building's parking garage in Seoul.
"There is a large fire of unknown origin. The area has been sealed off by authorities.
There are many rumors about whether a dungeon gate has appeared there.
People working in that building are currently trapped and unable to escape."
In a flash, Jin-soo shouted, "Seek, turn the car around now."
Second quickly replied, "Yes, I'm on it."
Faced with this urgent situation, his face showed clear worry.
Why did this have to happen at this time? Back at the Hanung Building, Yango was rushing towards the helicopter.
Just as he sat down inside, he received an urgent call with an annoyed tone.
Yang Ho answered the phone. "What is it?"
On the other end of the line was Sejun's voice.
"You're quite busy, aren't you, Mr. Chairman?" He said with amusement, "I just sent you a picture. Take a look right away. If you run away at a time like this, you'll regret it." Hearing that, Yango curiously opened it to see a picture.
He opened his eyes wide with worry.
This is.
It turned out that the figure in the picture was more familiar than ever.
It's Shinhai.
She was powerfully using magic to fight alongside Jun's team.
Yango's hands trembled as he continuously zoomed in on the photos as if to confirm.
How could Shinhai be at the site of the fire?
Was his daughter also an awakened one?
Sean spoke excitedly at first. I was a bit suspicious and didn't recognize her. It turns out she's the chairman's daughter.
She's a talented magician. She has a talent completely different from an ordinary person like you. Yango became furious. Bastard! Why is my daughter there? Why don't you get her out of that fire right now?
He didn't agree and just smiled lightly, saying, "The situation here is quite complicated and I still have a lot to do." As he spoke, a ferocious monster moved out from within the gate. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Cin continued to entice, "You can only understand if you're here in person."
I can't leave this place.
Without hesitation, Yango rushed out and ordered, "Wait there."
I'm coming right now. The helicopter pilot cried out in alarm, "Chairman, where are you running to?"
While running, he suddenly discovered an emergency cabinet.
Yang Ho quickly opened it.
Holding an axe in his hand, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "That bastard Sean." At the same time, Second's car had arrived.
As soon as he stepped out of the car, Jin-soo was stunned by the scene before him. Second also spoke with worry.
"Brother, this is going to be difficult."
The next second, Jin-soo took out a small suitcase.
He suddenly hesitated for a moment. Jin-soo thought worriedly, "I hope I don't have to use this."
Realizing what he was about to do, Second immediately lunged forward.
"Wait, brother. Rushing in there now would be crazy. We should leave this to Lee Jun and get out of here." Even so, Jin-soo calmly replied, "Sai-chan, thank you for your concern."
But how can that be?
From the very beginning, Lee Jun had no intention of controlling the gate.
If we just leave it be, the surrounding damage will increase.
Seconds still tried to persuade him, but without letting him say another word, Jensa stated firmly.
Besides, my daughter goes to school in the city.
I can't put the future of someone important in someone else's hands.
Don't worry about me. Go now.
Hearing this, Sean gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart.
Damn it. The next second, he shouted a warning.
I'll go and find someone who can help until then.
Don't do anything reckless. Do you understand?
Jin-soo didn't answer, but just gave a light signal and quickly entered the building.
Right.
Now on the beefer floor of the Hanung building, Sjun's team was gathered in front of the dungeon gate. From behind, Shinhai thought to herself, "Lejun, this isn't a level of strength that those above would just turn a blind eye to. If I learn well from that man, I'll become stronger and stronger, and I'll become famous quickly."
Then Siege's teammate spoke up, asking, "Team leader, are we going to attack right now?"
He replied firmly, "No, just wait a little longer." These words from Sjun made Shinhai cry out in alarm.
"Wait, what did you say? If we just wait like this, the monsters will."
With a casual tone, he began, "If the monsters escape from the dungeon break,
how will the situation inside the gate change?" As soon as she heard this, she realized, you couldn't be.
Before Shinhai could finish her sentence, Sejin explained, "It's a pity that the citizens are in danger. But we must ensure our own safety before we can attack the next dungeon. You can't force players to sacrifice themselves unconditionally. The useless lives of those who don't receive the spotlight should be sacrificed to bring about some value, however small."
Could it be that the lives of us awakened ones are the same as theirs?
At the same time, Ju at home heard the news from the radio.
Emergency news.
An explosion has occurred in the vicinity of Seoul. The situation of the dungeon break is gradually becoming clear. She was still texting Ju to check on him.
"Dad, you've already boarded the plane, right, Dad?
Reply when you get this message." Then she slowly approached the window. As soon as she looked outside, Ju let out a gasp. It turned out the horrifying scene at the Hanung building had also caught her eye, making her think, "Wait, will Shinhai be okay?
Could she have gone there?" Back at the Hanung building, Jin-soo was seriously questioned. "Say that again." "What are you saying?" Sean calmly replied. "I said I'm not attacking now." Hearing that, he couldn't believe it and yelled, "What do you mean? If you want to handle the breach, you have to attack immediately." Even so, he slowly asked, "I want to ask. Is the chairman's intention that it's okay for the people selected for the Messiah project to die here?" This question made Jin-soo fall into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, "That's not what I mean, if necessary. We must minimize it as much as possible. Your strength is to protect the people." Siege retorted sharply. "Don't spout such arrogant words. No matter how you put it, it's still that it doesn't matter if we die. To protect the people, we have to enter the dungeon for any reason." His distortion of words angered Jin-soo. "You know better than anyone. That's not what I meant. The Messiah project was created to protect the people, to help and nurture players who have the responsibility to protect the people. Did you think it was created for your safety and livelihood? Don't be delusional. Before something major happens, enter the dungeon." Hearing that, Siege flashed a cunning smile. "You'll have to take responsibility for those words." Then his team members approached. It seems their appearance made Jin-soo's eyes widen in surprise. It turned out that Shinhai had heard the entire conversation. "Daughter," he exclaimed worriedly. "Shinhai, why are you?" It seems Sjun had achieved his goal. He spoke with satisfaction. "Did you hear that?
sacrificing us for the sake of useless people who can't protect themselves.
That's the face of this hypocrite.
Jin-soo tried his best to persuade her. Shinhai, you must not fall for his sophistry.
Why are you in such a dangerous place? Come here quickly.
But unfortunately, Shinhai had already been indoctrinated with Shun's twisted ideas. Even though she had turned her back, he still tried to run towards her.
Shinhai.
Suddenly, Jin-soo froze in his tracks. In front of him was a monster flying past. It quickly passed through the floors of the building. It seemed the monster was trying to get outside.
Seeing this,
Jin-soo thought wordly, no, if the monsters get out. On the staircase, a figure was hastily running down. It turned out Yango was trying to find Shinhai Lee-jun. In a fit of extreme rage, he suddenly sensed something strange.
Yango thought fearfully. Could it be?
As soon as he glanced behind him, he opened his eyes wide in terror. At some point, a monster had escaped from the building and was flying in front of Yango. Its eyes were filled with bloodlust. His face turned pale.
Damn it! The monster aggressively rammed its head into the building where Yango was standing.
Jin-soo heard the terrifying sound and turned his head. The next second, he reached into his jacket pocket and took out a remote control.
I can't drag this out any longer.
Without hesitation, Jin-soo raised his voice in a threat. Right now, beneath our feet, the basement is filled with bombs. If you don't attack immediately, I'll blow it up to seal the breach.
Everyone, get down to the basement now.
Despite being threatened, Sean just smirked lightly. He slowly spoke. You seem more naive than I thought. Even if you detonate it, the gate won't disappear. It seemed Jin-soo was determined, but it can seal off this area.
It's enough to buy some time. Shinhai cried out in alarm. Are you crazy, uncle? You want to drag everyone down with you?
He immediately softened his voice in apology.
Shinhai, I'm sorry.
I didn't know you got dragged into this, too. But if I don't do this, I can't prevent a greater disaster.
The next second, Sejun replied gloomily. I know.
Go ahead and do it. Everyone down at the basement, prepare to attack. A nearby soldier immediately said, Yes, sir. While everyone was hastily moving, he announced,
I will talk to the chairman and then follow. Shinhai also began to leave with trembling legs.
As if filled with many worries, she turned and stared intently at Sejun and Jin-soo. Over there, he was coldly summoning his power. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, glared at Sejun and tried to act unafraid.
Back to the present.
After hearing the whole story, Ju said in a low voice, to be with my father until the embark Shinhai and Lee-jun. As she said this, she suddenly remembered, because I have the testimonies of those who joined the Messiah Project.
I'm sure of it.
Before meeting the dragon hunter in person, now I understand why the director hid all of this from me.
Ju's sadness left Second at a loss for how to comfort her.
Secretary Lee, before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted, It's not your fault, Chairman.
It's just that. Pausing for about a second, Ju continued, seriously, what should I do from now on? I'm satisfied with finding that answer.
At the same time, inside the dungeon, a massive fire was raging. Alice was constantly panting with exhaustion.
Not enough mana.
Suddenly, her vitality was restored.
Skill Magician's Fountain of Knowledge, which increases magic power, is being cast.
The energy recovery rate is rapidly increasing. It turned out to be Carrie with a triumphant smile who had assisted Alice.
She thought confidently, that's right.
With the support of a skill enhancement master, even Isaac is no match for them. The next second, Elise slammed the weapon in her hand into the ground. She emitted an extremely formidable aura of power.
The light from that flame attracted the monster's attention.
It aggressively lunged as if wanting to swallow Elise whole. As if she had anticipated it, she smirked with a satisfied smile.
The monster still didn't know what was waiting for it. In the blink of an eye, the monster took a full hammer blow and lost a few teeth.
It turned out that Alice was only responsible for attracting its attention.
The attacking would be left to her teammate, none other than Jay Jackson.
As soon as he killed the monster, he turned his head and gave a thumbs up. Elise, even more unrestrained, continued to use her magic, completing the skill casting process. The flames of her spells seemed to want to sweep through the entire forest. This noise seemed to have reached Gina's ears. He hastily spoke up.
"There's something. Are you playing a pet tracing game?" Gina's strange question made Gujin curious.
"Why do you say that?"
Without hesitation, he angrily yelled, "That bonehead has been taking the last hits all this time.
All for one guy, so the hunting has slowed down.
Look at these stats. We're the only ones falling behind." As Gina spoke, the leaderboard appeared.
Isaac said we could take on all the other guilds by ourselves.
And yet, you're showing off like this. We're done for. The legendary equipment is going to be stolen. And you're playing a Petrian game at a time like this. I'm asking why you're feeding all the kills to that guy.
I shouldn't have trusted this guy. So frustrating.
While Gina was still yelling in frustration, Gujuin gently tore the paper in his hand.
The representative of the shadow world has acquired the deadline skill. This strange action of his made him suddenly stop in his tracks. Immediately after the system displayed information, Death Knight Ownership Condition Rep. Representative of the shadow world. Ownership level 100 to 100 or higher. Effect transforms a Skull Knight that has killed 44,000 for 144 monsters into a Death Knight. After reading the information, both of them slowly approached the Skull Knight under Yongwan's surprised gaze. Wu Jun gently touched its head. The next second, above the Skull Knight's head, it appeared number of monsters killed 44,457. A question suddenly appeared on his screen. Summon Death Knight. Yes. No. After reading it, Wu Jun slowly broke into a satisfied smile. A notification appeared with a text. Do you want to summon the deadline? 2 options appeared here. Yes or no. An index finger lightly pressed the screen, selecting yes. Gina's eyes widened as he stared at the light emanating from that notification screen. This time, a powerful aura emanated from the Skull Knight's body. Wu Jin standing beside him saw this and smirked. Yengguan standing nearby also widened his eyes and frowned, looking in that direction. The aura being emitted grew stronger, swirling high into the air. Then an extremely powerful light radiated out in all directions. Then with a whoosh, both the aura and the light vanish.
Gina, standing below, stared up in astonishment. Oh!
At this moment, another leg began to slowly descend from the sky. He slowly set his foot down on the ground and the surrounding dust was blown away.
This was the deadline. He strode majestically towards the group. Seeing the Death Knight approach, Gina said to Gujuin, "So that's how it is, huh? My colleague had a plan all along." He didn't answer him and just stood still. Suddenly, the Death Knight knelt on one knee before Gujin. Gina asked excitedly again, "Well, then are we going to take this guy and start the slaughter now?" Just then, another notification appeared. Some in the messenger's book. Death Knight was still kneeling below, silently, awaiting Yujun's command. But then he put it into his inventory. The Death Knight just faded away. Gina was extremely confused and asked loudly, "What the hell are you doing? You work so hard to create a new weapon. So why are you putting it away? Weren't you going to use that to catch up with the other guilds?" To his surprise, Gujuin just smirked and replied, "I've already made my move and secured the top spot. Now you just focus on the mission on this first floor. It's not the Death Knight that affects the outcome of the bet. But it's Lu Jana, that person." Hearing that, he was taken back and pointed at himself. "Me? Just then, on another side, the goblins and gorillas suddenly sensed something in unison. They immediately turned and ran straight back. The whole pack of beasts ran one after another in the opposite direction into the forest. J. Jackson saw this and said with a triumphant smile, "It seems you've learned to fear the power of this, Jackson, huh? Good. Now try to run away." Just then, Alice Hien walked over, frowning, and asked, "Jackson, do you notice something strange? How many times has this happened now?"
Hearing that, he turned his head and said, "They probably know that no matter what, this body seems to be unable to hold on much longer." At this moment, Alice was thinking to herself.
Some types of monsters with high intelligence will know to flee before being hunted.
But this situation seems a bit different. Just then, a strong light appeared in the middle of the forest.
Gina was holding a strange object in his hand. He cried out in frustration, "It's a dud again. Damn it."
The scene changes back too many months ago on the 6A+ floor of the Sphinx dungeon.
Gina was standing with his arms crossed talking to someone. It was tough getting this. "Is there anything good in here?"
The other person upon hearing this tossed up a bundle of something and replied, "Not sure."
Gina took what the other person had just given him.
Quite surprised.
"What's this? Why are the options like this?" "This is the deathly music box with no level restriction.
Legendeer uses the user's stamina to spread a deadly echo over a large area. Effect makes all monsters in the dungeon consider the user as the primary attack target.
This effect only works on the user's current floor." After learning the specs and how to use this item, Gina told the other person in frustration, "What's with giving me such a useless thing? Now do whatever you want.
It not only reduces my stamina, but also makes me the bait."
What a vicious item.
Only an idiot would use this, an idiot. Remembering the scene from the past, Gina angrily gritted his teeth and turned to look at Wujuan, only to see him just shrugging and smiling. Just then, another person walked over and slowly began to speak. "You're making pointless bets again, making things difficult for us for no reason.
No matter how outstanding you are, you can't overturn the results now. Even though I don't know what you Gujin are planning," he glared at Gujin. "I'm pulling out of this. Don't drag Park Yong-won into this meaningless plan of yours. Who knows if something goes wrong this time and your name hits the floor.
Then the alliance or whatever will all be for nothing."
To his surprise, hearing that, he smirked and turned back to say, "Is that so? Then go ahead and try doing things your way."
In his mind, Wu Jin was thinking, "Park Yong-won, you're also about to lose your consciousness and your passionate struggle." It's unknown what in that sentence touched a nerve with Ainun, but he furiously yelled, "What are you showing off for at this point?" With that, he charged straight forward. At the same time, a horde of goblins aggressively charged out from nowhere.
Facing them, the beasts in the forest also charged forward in unison. From a circle in the middle, countless more goblins and wild beasts now rushed. Ian Wan stared ahead, astonished, and thought to himself, "What is this?
Where did this terrifying number of troops come from?" The scene abruptly shifts to another area in the forest where a group of people are moving.
Henry, walking behind Sung Woo, suddenly spoke up, "Why are you so quiet? It's making people uneasy."
Hearing that, he turned his head and thought, something strange.
All those monsters suddenly vanish. Just then, a soldier shouted loudly, "Guildmover over there."
Sungbu glanced in the direction he pointed astonished and thought to himself, where did so many of them come from? Why didn't they spot us? Immediately, he leaped in that direction and ordered after them. The group of them dashed through the dark forest of the night. Sunu led the way, flying forward and looking straight ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter astonishment, as if he had just seen something. In front of Sunan now was a very fierce battle between the forest beast and the goblins.
He thought to himself, "What is this?"
Suddenly, at this moment, another person's voice sounded from behind him.
"The deathly music box. I've seen it once while browsing the black market.
Back then, I thought it was a useless item, But I never expected some madman would use it like that. This person looked down at the people below and thought to himself. I heard Isaac is a stubborn and obstinate fellow with no subordinates who truly follow him.
So he even has subordinates willing to risk their lives like that. These guys are all crazy.
Carrie Rowena gritted her teeth and looked down below while on a survival mission on the 7th floor of a dungeon. They dared to boldly use that thing in such an open place.
Normal people would never do that.
In the forest, smoke billowed up. Park Yong-won, wiping sweat with his hand, thought, this madman, Isaac.
He dragged me along to pull this kind of stunt, didn't he?
He looked at the group of people and then said to himself, this is truly a near-death experience.
Legion's eyes lit up as he laughed and asked, how many is this? Is this the benefit of being tormented to death?
Kim Gujin looked at him and smiled. He turned his head and said, what a pity.
Kim Gujin looked at the leaderboard and said, compared to everyone else's results, it's a huge gap.
Cho Sunungu gritted his teeth and thought, this bastard Isaac, is he playing games?
With us.
Kim Gujin waved his hands and said, I'm really sorry about this.
I only proposed this bet to encourage everyone.
Carrie Rua looked at him with extreme anger.
Kim Gujin continued, and yet, I accidentally won.
He looked at the treasures and said, but a bet is a bet.
I'll use this item for a good cause.
Suddenly, Kim Gujin narrowed his eyes. His attention was caught by a shield lying on top of the other treasures.
Kim Gujin wondered to himself, Galahad's cursed shield.
He pondered, I can't believe I got an item from the Knights of the Round Table series.
My luck is still so good, right? Let's think about the items options. The system displays Galahad's shield. Item grade legendary.
The shield of the Knight of the Round Table, Galahad, known as the Cursed Shield, will curse all those who covet the holy relics of the Round Table, causing them to die a tragic death.
Effect when used curses enemies within a 3m radius, reducing their current health by 5% per second.
The user of the item also suffers a similar curse.
Kim Gujin assessed, this is more like an offensive weapon than a defensive tool, huh?
The user is also affected. Suddenly, a voice spoke up.
Wait a minute.
Kim Gujin slightly turned his head to look.
Oh Gong spoke with annoyance. This bet doesn't count.
Kim Gujin slammed the shield onto the ground and asked him, doesn't count.
Is there a problem? Oh Gong hesitated. The monsters we were supposed to hunt.
He suddenly yelled loudly. All ran towards the Savior Guild.
Continued speaking while looking towards the other guilds. The Messiah Guild was affected too.
And also Great One Frontier Victory.
All the guilds were hindered, weren't they? He continued. In that case, it can't be considered a fair bet. Kim Gujin calmly asked Gong back. Hindered? Concentrating the monster wave to one spot. I used an item with the taunt effect. Is that also a problem?
He waved his hand and said, fine.
A crazy item that affects the entire map is indeed a hindrance.
But suddenly, Kim Gujin's voice turned harsh.
Let me ask you this. The monster wave we created with the item's effect.
He questioned Gong among the guilds here.
Is there any guild that could have withstood them? Kim Gujin smiled and asked, is there?
His words left the members of the other guilds completely speechless. Seeing them so tense, Kim Woojin clapped his hands once as he created a screen in front of him. He said, so, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize I had pushed everyone so hard.
You don't need to be so timid.
Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of everyone at the same time. They opened their eyes wide to look. The screen displayed a warning.
All guardians have been dealt with.
The 10-day survival mission has been forcibly shortened to 4 days.
Opening the gate to the next floor, people asked each other, what's this? Forcefully ending the survival mission. This is the first time I've ever seen this, they discussed animatedly. Did we do that? That's insane. It was only possible because someone led the way. If it were just us, there's no way.
In the distance, the towering gates suddenly lit up. Kim Gujin walked past Ung and said, "So, I'll assume there's no problem with the result of the bet." He touched the spatial gate.
Kim Gujin turned his head back and said, "Let's move to the next floor." He smiled and confidently opened the door.
A figure shimmered behind the light.
Frank Sorrow silently looked at the pile of sand at his feet.
He reached out and scooped up a handful of sand, then let it fly away in the wind. Franz Washer asked himself, a few years ago, this place used to be the largest wine-producing region in the world. He looked at the sand-filled space around him and sighed to himself.
And now it's so desolate.
Robert approached and spoke. "How long do you intend to wait here, sir?"
Franwashiro replied, "How long? Let's see. I'm not sure."
He looked into the distance and said, after leaving the gate in front of that villain, he said,
"Now I can only stand here and watch like this." Frank Soiro asked Robert, "Isn't it very painful?"
He replied,
"Please don't worry too much, sir. You've done your best."
He continued, sending the main players of the Messiah Guild in there in the end.
"Your efforts will pay off."
Robert hesitated.
"And someday the people will understand."
But Francis Shiro cut him off.
"It's not about that."
He clenched his palm and said, "Right now, I don't even understand my own heart anymore."
Franz Shiro recounted a few years ago. "A Korean man said he wanted to meet me.
If at that time I had settled everything and gone to Korea to meet him," he continued, "then maybe the one entering there and shedding all their dignified appearance."
Frank Soiro questioned, "Wouldn't it be Lee Sean but me? I'm having that ridiculous thought right now." He continued, "In the end, I'm just like them. Still just a hypocrite pretending to be good." Robot looked at him in silence.
Then he suddenly spoke decisively.
"No, that's absolutely not true."
He said, "For all these years, I have been the one closest to you.
So, I understand very well. You are different from those people."
Robert emphasized.
"No matter what choice you make in the future and what that choice means to you, it will be proven to the world."
Francois Shiro said nothing.
He just smiled. UK Dungeon A plus 7th floor dungeon 2nd floor dungeon 3rd floor. Dungeon 4th floor. Dungeon 5th floor.
The door to the next floor has opened.
Everyone gathered at the Gate of Light. Cho Sung-woo stood before the gate. He glanced back.
Kim Gujin was standing with his arms crossed, looking at him and smiling.
Chosu clicked his tongue in annoyance. Scene change.
In a sand cave, Oh Gong spoke up. "At this rate,
we'll clear the 5th floor by tomorrow." "Everyone knows that, right?" he asked. "The pretense of cooperating with Isaac ends after one more floor. What are you all planning to do now?" he wondered. "After we reach the 7th floor, we'll go back to joining forces to attack Isaac as planned, right?"
Carrie made a sound as if to speak, but then stopped.
Cha Sun-woo placed a hand on his chin and thought. J. Jackson and Alice Hien were also silent. Ung asked anxiously, "Why is no one saying anything?" He gritted his teeth and thought, "God damn it. I knew this would happen. This bunch of cowards." Carrie spoke up.
"Considering the Savior Guild's current combat power, it will be very difficult for us alone to handle Isaac."
Sho Sung-gu added, "That's right. Even if we could successfully eliminate Isaac, we would suffer great losses in the process."
He continued, "And we don't even know what kind of dragon will appear on the 7th floor."
Cha Sun-woo questioned, "Are we really going to risk our lives here just to catch one Isaac?" Oh Gong could only remain silent, unable to respond.
Despite his tough talk, Cho Sung-gu was also struggling internally, he told himself.
"But if we can eliminate Isaac here, it would be for the best. If not, finding his weakness would also be good."
Cho Sung-gu thought as he pushed open the gate,
The important thing he calculated is to get out of here alive first. The system displayed a warning to proceed to the next floor. Deal with the boss. Everyone watched intently.
Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, sending dust flying towards everyone. Everyone raised their hands to shield themselves from the dust.
Chozanu thought to himself, this can't be happening. Carrie asked fearfully, why?
Before them was a massive red dragon, flapping its wings as it landed on the ground.
It let out a ferocious roar. She pondered. The dragon was supposed to be on the 7th floor.
Why did it appear here? While everyone else was panicking, Kim Woo-jun stood still, calmly looking at the dragon.
Calculated, damn it. Now we probably don't need to worry about Isaac anymore.
It's only the 6th floor, and a fire dragon has already appeared. He turned his head to look at him and thought, no, that's not right.
Maybe this is for the best.
He smiled slightly and calculated, if it's a fire dragon, it could reduce Isaac's combat power.
Suddenly, Kim Go-jun turned his head and asked him, what are you talking about?
Oh Gong waved his hand timidly and replied, nothing.
You start the attack. He looked at the man with a weary expression and asked, what? What about you guys?
Oh Gong immediately replied, of course, we'll also prepare.
You go first. Kim Go-jun smiled. He said to himself, it's too easy to see what they're thinking.
He thought further. Everyone here has their own ambitions.
Kim Go-jun contemplated. If you want to survive by only acting on what you personally want, that's not enough.
He silently assessed, passing the 6th floor.
There's something much scarier waiting. Kim Go-jun stepped forward towards the dragon. He and Lee Jin were the only two who advanced.
The rest of the group stayed behind and watched them summoning the Book of the Dead. Kim Go-jun took the glowing book in his hand.
Lee Jin asked excitedly, is it finally time to use the new weapon? He calmly replied, yes. The Book of the Dead can resurrect a Death Knight. The Book of the Dead can resurrect a skeleton army.
A black smoke appeared and gathered around the book. Suddenly, a red cloak appeared and flew in the wind.
Death Knight knelt down respectfully before Kim Go-jun.
He spoke, greetings, master.
Your command. Lai Jana at the side wondered in amazement. What? It can talk. It's sentient. Kim Go-jun smiled and said, here is the first mission I'm giving you. He pointed towards the red dragon and commanded, consider that lizard your opponent.
Kim Go-jun added, feel free to show me your strength and then return.
Death Knight's eyes glowed brightly.
Suddenly, a voice spoke up.
Wait.
Kim Go-jun turned his head to look. Lich appeared before his eyes.
He asked him, Summoner, what should your child do?
Kim Go-jun replied, gently, for now, you just watch.
He pointed towards Death Knight and said, right now, it's this guy's solo stage.
Death Knight stomped his foot hard on the ground and then questioned, insolent magician, what the hell are you to dare speak so rudely to the master?
Lich angrily had but a Death Knight and shouted, what? A mere fragment of a knight dares to judge me? Jana at the side thought to himself, what kind of act are those two putting on?
Kim Go-jun placed his hand on his chin and contemplated. He looked at the two bickering and told himself, I did hope they would get item buffs, but I didn't think it would be to the extent of having a Death Knight entities like this.
Kim Go-jun considered, it's a bit of a shame.
One of these two should have been the original form of Deadline.
So, it should have been a skeleton knight, right?
Suddenly, Ligina pointed and exclaimed, Isaac, how long are you going to let them be like that? The other guilds are already starting to fight. On the other side, the red dragon was roaring fiercely. Below its body, smoke and dust billowed up. Carrie shouted in order, we have to pin its body down before it flies up.
Continue the attack. Ice magic was created to hold the dragon down.
Wooden stakes grew from the ground, wrapping around the dragon's body.
Everyone gathered together to attack. The dragon.
Alice also joined the attack and she was taking a short break. She panted heavily with exhaustion. Suddenly, Jay shouted loudly, "Don't let your guard down, Alice." She turned her head to look at him, completely unaware that the dragon beside her was swinging its tail violently. By the time Alice realized and looked back, the tail was already right in front of her. A loud noise echoed along with a cloud of dust and smoke. Alice heightened closed her eyes in fear. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and looked forward in surprise. Z appeared and used a shield to protect her. Alice spoke up. "What's wrong?" The man replied. "That was too dangerous." She poked her head out from the ground. All around, people were lying scattered. Carrie gritted her teeth and questioned herself. "Damn it, it's not making a dent." Casting recovery skill, she used her power on everyone. The surrounding allies all had their stamina restored. They stood up again and ran towards the dragon. It rolled its eyes and looked around. One by one, members of the guilds jumped up and slashed at the dragon's body. Sharp sword strikes rained down one after another. The dragon shook its head once and sent the group flying. Chosungo quickly landed on the ground. He gritted his teeth and thought, "That last attack used all my strength." The person next to him asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Chosunu frowned and replied, "I'm still okay for now." Suddenly, an intense stream of fire was unleashed. He opened his eyes wide to look. The flames died down, leaving only black smoke and dust blowing in the wind. Ogong from afar shouted, "Hey, Messiah Guild, I think we should retreat first." Chosunu replied shakily, "Retreat? What retreat?" He turned his head and said with an angry expression, "The situation is like this, and you're still saying that nonsense?" The man explained, "If we continue like this, there's no chance of winning. Let's wait, regroup, then attack on a smaller scale and find the fire dragon's weakness." Shango growled, "Stop talking nonsense. While it's still on the ground, let's focus our attacks. If we let it spread its wings and fly into the air, half of our forces will have to stand by and watch." Ogong hesitated, but Cho cut him off by holding his sword in front of the man's face. "If you don't fight, I'll kill you first. Know that." He continued, "Forget about Isaac or whatever. Survive and get out of here. Then we'll figure it out." Ogong used his hand to push the sword away and said, "I understand. Put this away first." In his heart, the man thought, "This damn bastard. He just won't listen." Suddenly, from behind, the Death Knight rushed past. Ung turned to look at him with a stunned expression. Death Knight has used the chains of death. He slammed the chain hard onto the ground. Then Deadline gripped the chain and swung it mightily. Chosu and Ung were stunned when they saw it. Death Knight swung hard and the chain was immediately launched straight ahead. It wrapped around the dragon's neck. An orange light traveled from Death Knight's hand to the chain. Then when it turned red, he immediately pulled the chain hard. The dragon's neck was chained tightly. The chain pulled tight, causing it to bleed. Ogong thought in surprise. Is he crazy? What kind of trick is that? The dragon with its neck tightly bound wanted to breathe fire and discomfort. Ogong observed the Death Knight and thought to himself, what kind of trick is this? He wondered, fighting that dragon alone? Ogong continued to think, and he can even subdue it. It's too absurd. Carrie turned around and shouted, "What are you all doling for?" She shouted, "Whoever has recovered, start attacking." Everyone attacked at once, launching fire at the dragon. Immediately, a large explosion occurred above its head. Chosunu roared. "We have to charge too." Ong hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute." The man fell silent and thought for a moment. Then he also raised his sword and charged, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Ahead, the smoke and dust were thick and black. In the smoke, a light flashed. The dragon breathed fire, breaking through the smokescreen and shooting straight towards the group of people. The fire was spewed down, sweeping across the ground. Oh Gong fearfully dodged the flames. The man exclaimed in awe using fire breath. Then he somersaulted to dodge the attack. Oh Gong looked at the battlefield left behind by the dragon's flames and said to himself, as expected, continuing to attack like this is truly a foolish thing to do. Unbeknownst to him, the flames had caught onto his body. Ong yelped. It's hot. On the other side, the dragon was still furiously breathing fire at the group. It suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, Death Knight jumped onto its head, his hand tightly gripping the chain. Death Knight spun his sword powerfully. He stabbed it straight into the dragon's face. A loud roar echoed. Death Knight flipped off the dragon's head. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ae and Kim Gu-jin stood below watching. He said to himself as expected. Kim Gu-jin silently calculated after attacking its eyes to narrow its vision. He then used the injured eye as a blind spot to hide. He assessed it himself and attacked its wing. Kim Gu-jin flashed a cunning smile and thought to himself, he's just as vicious as I am. Suddenly, Lich spoke up. Summoner Hong questioned, how long do we have to stand here and watch the army of the dead is waiting to fight? He smiled and replied, even if you didn't ask. I was about to end the feature testing process. We need to finish off that lizard. Lich and the army of the dead let out a powerful roar. Scene change. The sky has brightened. Lai Jana is on his knees, having to stab his sword into the ground for support. Chozanu beside him also collapsed inside. It's finally over. Lai Jana, wiping the sweat from his face, said that was truly an exhausting fight. The dragon was completely defeated, but all around people were also lying scattered. Kim Gu-jin walked over and lightly touched it, silently remarking, a fully grown dragon is truly incomparable to a hatchling, even though all 5 guilds went all out to focus their attacks, but the damage is only at this level. Suddenly, Cho Sung-woo stomped his foot hard on the ground. Legion wondered to himself, why are those guys coming here again? Chozanu spoke up. There's a problem, asked back. What problem? He immediately replied, on the 7th floor. Even stronger monsters are waiting. Chosa said hesitantly. But our side has suffered great losses. He said seriously so. He said with a worried expression. I hope the Savior Guild will send some players over to the other guilds to help reorganize the teams. If it's you, you can summon more skeleton legions, so you should still have enough combat power. Kim Gu-jin placed his hand on his chin and thought, they want to disperse the Savior Guild's forces when we reach the 7th floor. Ha! Legion at the side also felt something was strange and said to himself, what's wrong with the guys from the Messiah Guild all of a sudden? Suddenly, he flashed a self-satisfied smile and thought, interesting. Kim Gu-jin replied, all right, I'll send people over. The other man was surprised and wondered. What? Chozanu spoke up. You're as magnanimous as your name suggests. But Kim Gu-jin cut him off. In exchange, I also have a condition. Chosu was startled and questioned, what condition? He replied nonchalantly, the forces will be split into 2 teams. Spasa and the Messiah Guild will be 1 team. Chozanu was taken back and exclaimed, what? Kim Gu-jin continued, and everyone else besides us will be in another team. Hearing that, he immediately thought to himself, is he walking into the tiger's den on his own? Chozanu smiled wickedly and told himself, then I'll just have to change the plan, huh? Chozanu stepped forward, extended his hand, and asked, so, is that acceptable? He immediately grabbed his hand. Kim Gu-jin smiled confidently. Cho Sung-gu also smiled and said, I accept the condition. A large crowd of people gathered at the glowing gate. Park Yong-won silently looked around. Sakura, who was walking, turned her head to look at him and said, what is it? If you have something to say it now. He spoke up, do you know what kind of trick Isaac is planning? She immediately replied, does that even matter now?
Sakura pointed forward and said, right now. We don't even know what will appear on the next floor. So, what's the point of asking what Isaac is thinking?
Park replied with an annoyed expression.
What's the point, you ask? If that's the case, should we just follow Isaac's orders? He questioned. So, you'll obey her unconditionally? Sakura hesitated. That's.
Park Yong-won continued. The reason Isaac wants to split into two teams.
He continued, if it's not to abandon us when things get inconvenient, what else could it be?
Hearing that, she was slightly startled.
Sakura turned her head towards Kim Gujuan. Could it be that guy, Isaac?
She looked straight at Kim Woo-jin.
Everyone gradually moved through the gate of light. Chozanu suddenly stopped.
He turned his head to look back.
Kim Gujin was smirking. Chozanwoo turned away and also flashed a cunning smile. He walked into the gate just like that. Scene transition in front of the gate.
Only Kim Gujin and Lina remained.
He spoke up.
They've all gone up, Lee Gina said slightly.
Now it's just us. Let's get ready to go. He smiled and replied, not yet. We still have things to take care of here. He wondered what he should do.
Lee Jinai watched as Kim Gujin approached the dragon. He gently placed his hand on its body.
Legina questioned. Surely he doesn't intend to do that.
Kim Gujin didn't answer, simply turning his head to smile and look at him. In his mind, he thought, back then, I failed because my skill rank was too low. As a hatchling, I had to give it up to find materials to craft a weapon.
Kim Yujin amused. Now I can finally use it.
Use skill.
Skeleton soldier.
The dragon's body slowly dissolved, revealing its white skeleton.
Legion A watched in utter astonishment.
The dragon's bones were enveloped in a shroud of black smoke.
Dragon summon successful.
The dragon, now a majestic white skeleton, appeared. A single flap of its wings created a gust of wind that blew away the surrounding dust. Kim Gujin commented with face looks pretty good on the outside. A mysterious black smoke emanated from the skeletal dragon's entire body.
Liga was so overwhelmed that he stammered. Is this for real? Scene change. The dragons land highest floor.
The group spoke up.
We've finally reached the top floor. Everyone get ready. It could appear at any moment.
They reminded each other not to let their guard down.
A gust of wind blew, kicking up dust.
Alice gripped her bow tightly and told herself, it's finally time. Suddenly, a foot stepped onto the ground. She looked on in shock. Alice thought to herself, a shadow like that is in a dragon emerged from the dust with a powerful presence. He slammed his blade into the ground.
Alice created a fire. As she charged forward, she thought, this is unexpected, but if it's not a dragon, what's there to be afraid of?
The flame she launched flew straight towards him. He took the full brunt of the attack. Alice turned her head and shouted, snap out of it.
Why aren't you attacking?
The system announced, the Master of Excalibur has confirmed your hostility. He swung his blade once, wiping away the flames engulfing him. His body was completely unharmed.
Alice panicked. What does Excalibur mean? The system appeared again. The Master of Excalibur will now engage you in battle. All stats of all individuals will be reduced by 25%. She was stunned, thinking, what is this?
Suddenly, Alice's eyes widened in shock. She froze. Fat appeared in front of her. At some point, he raised his blade, preparing to strike her down.
Alice squeezed her eyes shut, asking herself, damn it, is this how I end? Suddenly, there was a loud bang.
She slowly opened her eyes. The man with blonde hair flowing in the wind was standing protectively in front of Alice. That person was none other than Kim Woo-jin. He used his shield to block Fai's blade.
He was slightly surprised.
Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin looked incredibly stern. The sword in Kim Woo-jin's hand suddenly glowed. He swung it fiercely, knocking him backward. The system displayed, "The Master of Excalibur has confirmed your hostility.
All opponents of Excalibur will have their stats reduced by 25%.
The ring on Kim Woo-jin's finger suddenly disappeared. He wondered about the ring.
The system appeared.
King Arthur's ring is beginning to resonate with Excalibur. Suddenly, the blade in Faye's hand began to move violently.
Stat reduction failed.
King Woo-jin thought to himself.
Excalibur.
My past life's memories are resurfacing.
Amused.
If my memories are correct, this guy shouldn't have appeared for a long time. The dragon hunter used Banung back then and narrowly escaped death several times at the hands of the dragon knight who wielded Excalibur. Kim Woo-jin recalled that after that, he successfully cleared the dungeon and obtained Excalibur, but for some unknown reason, he couldn't use Excalibur.
He glanced down at the ring and assessed. Now I know the reason. Could it be that King Arthur's ring is the key to deciding the master of the sword? Back in the present, he stood majestically with his blade facing King Woo-jin.
He gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. He leaped, charging straight at Kim Woo-jin, swung his sword to strike Kim Woo-jin, but he used his shield to block the blow. He repeated his earlier move, slashing at him with a sword in his other hand. Was sent flying backward. He turned his head slightly startled. The others leaped up in unison to strike him. He used his blade to block the three swords coming down on him simultaneously.
An explosion erupted. The other three immediately jumped back. Cha Sun-woo spoke up. It's really not too difficult. The system displayed.
The Master of Excalibur has confirmed your hostility. Instantly charged forward and slashed at the other two in succession.
He immediately rushed towards Cho Sun-woo as well.
He used his sword to block Fai's blade, but his sword was snapped into by the attack. The broken piece of the sword flew past to stun Cho Sun-woo.
He looked up in panic.
Raised his blade, preparing to strike down once again. Kim Woo-jin appeared just in time. He used his shield to block the blow for Cha Sun-woo, sending him flying back. He used his sword to brace himself, sliding a long distance.
Kim Woo-jin said, "I'll defend."
He told him to attack.
At the same time, Cho Sun-woo's sword was restored. Suddenly, Lena shouted, "What should we do on the side?"
Kim Woo-jin turned his head and said, "While the two of us keep this guy busy, you command the others and take care of what's above."
Carrie asked, bewildered. "Above? What are you talking about? Is there something in the sky?"
Suddenly, his eyes widened. A fireball was descending from the sky. Carrie shouted, "Don't just stand there gawking.
Put up a defensive shield."
The magic staffs immediately cast their spells. They created a shield above their head.
Alice stammered. "Wait, could that thing be?"
The fireball crashed down.
Its destructive power truly immense. Even with the shield, it still sent many people flying. Black dust and smoke covered everything.
A moment later, the wind blew away some of the dust, revealing a desolate scene with people lying scattered on the ground. Alice struggled to sit up, coughing violently. Suddenly, Alice's face showed extreme fear. The silhouette of a dragon appeared in the smoke. It let out a roar, creating a whirlwind that blew away all the smoke and dust. System notification: the dungeon master Hook Long has appeared. Hook Long's poisonous gas has covered the battlefield. Life stats are gradually decreasing. Kim Woo-jin and Cho Sun-woo stood side by side, looking at the dragon. Cho Sun-woo thought to himself, so, the dungeon master is a different monster after all.
Now I get it. From the very beginning, the Dragon Knight wasn't the opponent I needed to defeat. Cha Sun-woo pondered. The real monster is over there. He calculated in his head.
So, while I and Ajax stall for time here, the rest need to focus on an all-out attack. Chosen Wu looked straight at Kim Woojin.
He gave a sinister smile and schemed. Does this mean his back is wide open?
Chosen Wu gripped his sword tightly and asked himself, Isaac, just wait a little longer. He thought, after this attack wave is over, I'll give you a stab in the back.
Chosen Wu stepped forward and continuously slashed at Kim. Gujin watched him in silence, then suddenly broke into a smile. Kim Gujin charged forward as well.
On the other side, the Black Dragon was confronting the group of people. They shouted at each other to attack it in unison. Hickel long breathed out a fierce flame.
Lena turned his head in panic. The Black Dragon's flames immediately swept away quite a few people. Sakura turned and yelled at Parkin.
He and she ran away together. As for Kim Woojin, he was still using his shield to block F's attacks.
Chosu was also fighting alongside him against the enemy.
He jumped in and slashed as the sound of clashing blades rang out several times. After a while, Hickel long roared in pain.
It finally collapsed. The system appeared. The dungeon master has been defeated.
A voice exclaimed, that was fast.
Everyone immediately started cheering with joy.
Carrie reminded them before leaving the dungeon, make sure to bring the injured with you.
Park Yong-won looked around and calculated. I guess about half of us survived. He turned to Sakura and said, let's rest for a bit.
Then we'll figure out how to divide the rewards. She replied, of course, a 7th floor.
A plus-ranked dungeon should have items of a corresponding level.
Park Yang-won thought to himself. In the end, the fewer people left in a dungeon raid, the more benefits we get. Just the materials from this dragon's corpse are worth a fortune.
Park Yong-won wondered, but the reward distribution will definitely center around Isaac. Where on earth did he disappear to?
Off to the side, Kim Gujin and Chosungu were still facing off against each other.
He stood majestically facing him while Chosungu had already knelt down. Kim Gujin looked in silence.
His body emitted a mysterious black aura. Kim Gujin stepped closer to him. He spoke.
It was a bit tough, but it was a worthwhile fight. Chosungu was motionless, gradually fading away. The moment Kim Gujin touched the blade, Chosungu's body disintegrated into dust. The system appeared.
King Arthur's ring has resonated with Excalibur.
The ring on Kim Gujin's hand lit up.
The system announced, congratulations, you have become the new master of Excalibur. He lifted the blade, holding it in his hand along with his shield. Kim Gujin looked at it and thought, in the end, a sword like this is fitting for a false messiah.
The system displayed, you are the first to complete the hidden quest of the King Arthur legend. The Master of Camelot effect has been activated. The cooldown for Galahad's necklace, and the blessing of the sun has been removed. Your party members will share the effect of Lancelot's ring. The mana recovery of Merlin's staff is doubled.
The piercing ability of Pearl's spear is doubled. The damage of the curse on Galahad's shield is also doubled. Cha Sung-woo struggled to his feet.
Looking at Kim Woo-jun, the system announced a level up. He was smiling happily.
Suddenly, Kim Gujin's eyes widened.
Bloodshot veins appearing.
He had been stabbed through the back with the sword.
Blood dripped onto the ground. Chosungu let out a wicked laugh. He yanked the sword out forcefully. Kim Gujin stumbled.
Collapsed to the ground.
Chosunu laughed loudly and said, "You fool." He roared, "Don't you know the strongest enemy is always behind you?"
Suddenly, Chosungu felt a sharp pain.
He looked down and saw a gash across his stomach. Chosungu fell to his knees. He glanced around, thinking to himself, it was clearly just me and Isaac. Chosu exclaimed in a panic, "What on earth is happening?" Suddenly, a dark figure appeared and spoke, "What's happening?" "You've been tricked." Yanj took off his hood and said, "You fool. Someone like you thought you could kill Sir Isaac." Chosunu asked in shock, "How are you alive?"
He turned his head and said, if that's the case, in front of Chosu was just a white skeleton wearing Isaac's clothes. The system displayed illusion rank cast a spell on a corpse to create a clone of the subject. The clone and the subject can switch places at any time.
Skill effect.
One corpse can be summoned each time.
Duration 2 hours. He roared in anger.
You couldn't fool the Messiah Guild, so you play me instead.
Where is that bastard, Isaac? Yench pointed and said with a laugh, he's been over there the whole time. Chosanu exclaimed. What? Kim Woo-jin was standing behind him with a murderous look in his eyes. Chosanu turned around in fear.
Kim Woo-jin spoke coldly as expected.
Someone like you is exactly as I predicted, he said sternly. Now I should probably give you a title? He asked in a panic, what title? Yuan Jaka leaned in close and said, what else? A title to deal with that person? Chosanu angrily growled, you bastard.
He swung his sword, trying to slash Yuhanj, but he quickly dodged. After that blow, Chosungo collapsed due to the wound in his stomach.
Yanj mocked, did I cut too lightly? You still have so much energy. Suddenly, a black gate appeared behind him. The system displayed, Gate of Hell. Hellgate usage condition, representative of the world of darkness. Level 180 or above.
Effect, summons the Gate of Hell and binds the enemy with chains. The gate swung wide open.
Black chains shot out from within.
They wrapped around Cho Sun-woo's arms and legs. He struggled violently.
Yuan Jaka laughed and said, from now on, let's play a fun game together. Kim Gujin stood silent, watching Cho Sun-woo being dragged into the gate. He thought to himself, Cho Sun-woo's memories are worthless now anyway.
He turned away coldly and mused, I already know everything about his relationship with Li Jian and Park Shanghai.
These fights to extract information are meaningless now.
Kim Gujun calculated seriously because the next fight will be an all-out battle. He turned to Li Jiona's side with the Legion of Skeleton Knights.
Scene change. News headlines reported in unison.
Isaac earns a fortune from the dragon kill and dungeon raid. Rewards. The Savior Guild now ranks higher than the Messiah Guild. The Savior Guild and Messiah Guild begin their race to conquer the 8th floor. A joint statement from the World Player Association.
The meaningless competition between major guilds should stop. Now is the time to attack the 8th floor. Who will be the first to successfully conquer the A-rank 8th floor dungeon?
Oh, Sek-chan sat silently in his office reading the newspapers. He thought to himself, finally, the 8th floor.
They've made it this far.
He stood up from his chair.
Sek-chan walked to the window and looked outside, pondering. After successfully conquering the 8th floor dungeon, only the 9th floor remains. He thought deeply. The only 9th floor dungeon in the world.
The image of a door with a cross in the center appeared in his memory. The system displayed, defeat the final boss and save this world. Sechin clenched his fist and told himself, successfully clear that dungeon and the game is over. He silently pleaded, please just wait a little longer. Suddenly, a voice called out, Director. He turned to look.
Lu announced, I'm heading out now. She turned to leave. Sean hesitated for a moment.
Then he called out, Secretary Lai. He said awkwardly, be careful.
Second continued also, if this goes smoothly, then it will really be. I mean, let's all have a celebration together. Ju smiled gently.
She replied, of course. At the 8th floor of a B-rank dungeon, the system announced, all 222,000 to 120 monsters have been eliminated. Kim Gujun stood silently looking at the system screen.
He held out his hand and a black aura enveloped it. Summon Death Knight.
Suddenly, a whirlwind of energy erupted from Kim Gujin's hand. Li Jin standing beside him placed a hand on his chin and thought the skeleton army has captured 120,000 monsters.
It takes about 40,000 to create one Death Knight.
He calculated, so that means he can make 5 more death knights now. Suddenly a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Below, the dust was thick. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a death knight on one knee. Then as the dust settled further, it became clear that many other death knights were also kneeling before Kim Gujin. He exclaimed, "Not bad." Leg Iona behind him muttered to himself, "What do you mean not bad? With this many, you could conquer the world by yourself." Kim Gujin suddenly spoke, "But it's still not enough." He pulled a weapon from the system screen. Kim Gujin threw it straight to the ground. The Death Knight looked down. Kim Gujin pointed behind him and ordered, "Once you have your weapon, in line back there." He reached out and touched the weapon. Suddenly, his body began to change. The Death Knights behind him experienced the same thing. He smiled and said, "Now then." Kim Gujin turned around with Li Jana by his side and his formidable army behind him. Kim Gujin roared, "We're going to meet the Messiah." That evening, the television news reported, "Josangu of the Messiah Guild has died in the dungeon." Li Jin stood on a high floor of the opposite building and saw the news report. He turned his head coldly. A lone light shone on the chair. Li Jun thought to himself, "Weaklings." Images flashed through his mind. Li Jun walked, patting the back of the chair and thinking, "Useless." Then he slammed his hand on the table and told himself, "Inferior." His eyes showed clear indifference. A thought surfaced in his mind, "Your peace. Your salvation is merely something I control." Li Jun walked coldly past the fallen people, but a sudden flash of light made him flinch slightly. He cast a quick glance behind him. He thought to himself, "It's obvious. It's always been obvious." Suddenly, the person who had collapsed earlier stood up. The person's body gradually dissolved and transformed into the shape of Kim Woo-jin. Li Jun smirked and thought to himself, "Isaac." A while later, he sat silently at a glowing round table. Park Shin-hye entered, accompanied by another person. She said, "Master Park Shin-hye said everything was ready." Lee Run spoke, "Thank you for coming." Not Hiro replied, "I don't want to work with you anymore either, but this needs to end." He responded, "That's right." Lee Young continued, "Besides, this is also the last chance to restructure world power." Park Shanghai gestured and introduced, "Also, the Sword Saint's disciple Sakura wishes to lend us her strength." Ly-song stood up abruptly and said, "Thank you for coming with us. Now, let's go to the 8th floor." In another development, the news displayed on screen. Messiah Guild and Savior Guild form an alliance. Everyone was focused on the news. The decision was made to attack the world's first A+ rank, 8th floor dungeon. Other news was also shown. The Dragon Hunter has also decided to join forces. The news was announced everywhere. Everyone who read the news silently prayed. The news report came on again. Finally, the heroes who will save the world have gathered in one place. Scene change. A gate of light emitted a strong wind that swept across the land. A newspaper reporter announced, "I am standing right in front of the entrance to the 8th floor of the 8th dungeon. Outside the barricades, people are gathering to pray for the hero's safe return." A reporter from another station was also updating. "You can see long lines of people while holding candles in prayer." Suddenly, a black car sped towards them. Kimojin, along with Li Jana and Yuan Josh, stepped out of the car. They closed the car doors. The three of them walked forward with cold expressions. Fran Wajiro adjusted his glasses. He stood sternly before the gate. Park Yong-won and Sakura were also standing beside him. Kim Jin, Lee Jin and Johan Jaku approached the gate. A large crowd had gathered there. Suddenly someone stepped out of a car. Kim Jin turned to see a figure approaching. He remained silent in thought. The other person came face to face with Kim Jin. It was Lyson. Behind him were Park Shin-hye and Natu Hajiro. The two of them faced each other, neither speaking a word.
Finally, Li Jin extended his hand first. Kim Gujin glanced down at it.
He also extended his hand to shake his. The scene was broadcast live on screen. People everywhere witnessed it and the fans went wild.
The bright flashes from cameras continuously shone on the two of them.
Inside the 8th floor of the A+ dungeon, Kim Gujin silently looked at Lyson.
He did the same. The crowd below was buzzing with discussion.
Jordan thought to himself, finally, the 8th floor of the A dungeon.
After clearing this place, only the 9th floor remains.
He told himself to be able to accompany Master Li Jun in such a meaningful place. Mizzen beside him called out, "Hey, you seem overly tense." Meanwhile, Jordan, oblivious to his surroundings, was moved to tears, thinking only, "This is an honor for my family." Seeing this, she exclaimed in alarm, "Jordan."
Mizzen asked him, "Why are you crying?"
From a distance, Ljina pensively watched Kim Gujin.
He asked himself, will Kim Gujin be okay?
Suddenly, Fran Yujiro placed a hand on his shoulder.
Lena, startled, turned around. Fran Yujiro asked him, "You seem a bit tense, don't you?"
He reassured him, "Relax your face, otherwise people will think you're about to die."
Legina thought, the dragon hunter. He stammered, "You know me?"
He replied, "Of course I know you well." Fran Wiro leaned in closer and said, "I'm counting on your help, Mr. Gina."
Park silently watched them from afar.
Suddenly, Shakir spoke up. "Hey, what happened to all those people who were worried Isaac would use us and then toss us aside?" She laughed sarcastically. "I was even wondering if there might be another gifted strategist among us." He was rendered speechless by her words.
Sakura approached and said, "But it seems Isaac still trusts us in his own way."
She continued, "Like how he let us join and forces as allies with the Messiah Guild." Sakura continued, "And bringing us to such an important place," Park Young-won replied. "I'm not so sure about that," he thought to himself. If that's not the case, he pondered.
Could it be that he's not going all out like us either? For example, hiding someone. Scene change. Lai Sai-run spoke.
"Well then," he said. "As discussed before, the 1st floor will be attacked by our Messiah Guild."
Kim Gujin replied, "All right."
After speaking, the two turned in opposite directions and walked away. Suddenly, Lisrun stopped and said, "Ah." He continued, thinking back, "I just remembered I forgot something since the guilds are taking turns attacking the floors." Hearing this, Kim Gujun turned his head.
As he turned, Lai Sai-dun lunged forward and said, "It seems unnecessary."
He stabbed Kim Woo-jin forcefully with his spear. The system displayed, "You have been struck by the spear of Loninus." He was completely stunned. Kim Gujin tried to grab the spear with his hands. Lai Sang growled because the Savior Guild. The system announced the effect of the spear of Loninus has been activated. Skills and items cannot be used. He said again, "From today." Janina from a distance saw this and shouted, "Ajax!" Park Young-won and Shakira were equally shocked. Myson covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Jordan beside her was also utterly stunned. Lai's jump pulled the spear out of King Gujin. He collapsed to the ground as the former said, "Will forever." Li Jun said coldly, "Disappear from this world." He raised the spear high again, aiming to strike down one more time. Kim Gujun frowned slightly. A loud noise echoed. He had summoned a Death Knight to block the blow for him. Li Jun's spear was blocked by Tross swords. He laughed and asked, "You don't want to die so easily." Janina rushed forward. He punched the ground hard. Lai Sai ran immediately, dodging. Ja asked, "Isaac, okay?" But what he saw was Kim Gujun trembling, collapsed on the ground. A piece of Li Jun's spear was still embedded in his back. Li Jun wondered. The spear of Legioninus. Li Jun swung his spear. It instantly created a whirlwind that sent the Death Knight and Legion of flying. He braced his hands, sliding a long distance to stop. Ljanina thought to himself, just the sword or alone.
How can it be so terrifying?
Suddenly Park Shin-hye called out, "Master!" A section of the ground exploded. Kim Gu-jin was enveloped by magic caused by a seal.
Otto used the power of sealing.
Instantly, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Seeing this, Lino worriedly thought Kim Gu-jin.
The Park Shin-hye smiled with joy.
The system displayed activating Bifrost to barrier magic. The system continued to display Bifrost's skill rank legendary can be used by players level 150 and above.
A path of light connecting the human world and the divine world.
Unholy creatures cannot cross this path.
Effect.
While the skill is maintained, no one can enter the barrier. While the skill is maintained, those inside the barrier cannot exit.
Maximum duration 6 days. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them.
Park Shin-hye turned her head to look. Her people immediately understood and cast magic in unison, launching fireballs towards Kim Gu-jin. The fireballs flew straight towards him. Park Shin-hye chuckled to herself.
All right.
Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down, dispelling the fireballs. She was startled when she witnessed that scene. The pillar of light slammed straight into the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Park Shin-hye shielded her face and wondered that thing just now. Her eyes widened as she stared. The dust cleared, revealing a long spear stuck firmly in the ground.
His subordinates were knocked down and scattered by the shock wave.
One of them ran up to Park Shin-hye and asked,
"Vice Guild Master, are you all right?"
Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching.
Atal looked back in fear.
Franero pulled the spear from the ground.
He spoke before coming in.
"I had anticipated the situation to some extent."
Manhwa Recap growled. "But you people have really crossed the line. Have you come to your senses yet?" Park Shin-hye thought. The dragon hunter is on Ajax's side. She spoke out. "Come to our senses. That's something that a traitor to the Messiah Guild like you."
Park Shin-hye flicked her hand and continued.
"She be doing?"
Her subordinates saw the signal and rushed forward.
Park Shin-hye thought to herself, "Fine, this was within my predictions anyway."
Manhwa Recap stood firm, ready to battle them.
He gritted his teeth.
Then he gripped his spear tightly.
Manhwa Recap thrust forward powerfully.
Park Shin-hye's men were sent flying by him. They flew away like kites with their strings cut.
Another group attacked France from behind. He glanced down.
His legs had been frozen at some point. Manhwa Recap turned to look at Park Shin-hye. She gave a cunning smile. At the same time, her subordinates charged forward, shouting, "Die!" An explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. One soldier was slashed and fell, wounded.
One by one, the others followed.
Park Shin-hye stared in surprise with wide eyes. The system displayed the skill of the immortal warrior, Dragon Scale, has been used.
Manhwa Recap looked at her coldly. Scene change.
Other members of the Messiah Guild are also attacking members of other guilds allied with Kim Gu-jin.
Dust and smoke filled the air. Someone was thrown dozens of meters away. The remaining people were stunned, not understanding what was happening.
They whispered worriedly among themselves.
Mizzen asked Jordan, "What's suddenly happening?" He hesitated and replied, "I don't know either." Chaotic thoughts were running through his mind. Why did Master attack Isaac?
Dong jumped up from the rubble, wiping dirt from his face with his hand.
Dong turned around and shouted, "What are you idiots standing around for?" He yelled, "Can't you see our guild is under attack?"
Jordan was stunned as he realized the current situation. He asked himself, "We're being attacked." At the same time, the other side shouted, "Focus all your power on attacking."
They continued to roar. From now on, all players who oppose the Messiah Guild will be completely eliminated. Mizan asked in fear, Jordan, what should we do? The members of Kim Gujuan's guild asked each other in panic, is it okay to do this without any reason?
The other person replied, damn it.
Once you start, you have to see it through. Jordan and Michelle looked around at everyone awkwardly.
He felt helpless as he watched people begin to charge forward. Jordan remained silent in thought. Finally, the battle truly erupted. The two sides began to attack each other. Park slammed his sword into the ground. He wondered what the hell is going on.
Shakira responded to him. It seems they're determined to eliminate us.
The two of them were surrounded by members of the Messiah Guild.
Jang Timu stepped forward and said, what? You thought you wouldn't be back? Backstabbed just because you're a woman. This is what trash like you always do, isn't it?
Park Yong-won was left speechless by his words.
Shakira beside him was also angry but remained silent.
The battle was still raging fiercely, but after a while, many had fallen. Park Yong-hwan was also exhausted.
He fell heavily to the ground.
Park Yong-won was
completely unconscious.
Shakira, just like him, collapsed from exhaustion.
Jang Timu walked over and looked at the two of them.
He thought to himself, they'll hold out for so long against so many people, these vicious bastards.
Jang Timu raised his sword high, intending to strike them down.
He laughed while thinking, but let me escort you off the stage.
Suddenly, Jang Timu took a hard punch.
It sent him flying dozens of meters.
Jang Timu lay unconscious on the ground.
Legion growled, you think you can kill my subordinates with just a few of you, he said angrily, even if he's weak or even if he doesn't listen to me.
The others who heard this thought, what do you mean weak?
Legiana continued, even if he's not as handsome as me, he pointed to himself and declared loudly, even so, he is still a member of my guild. A member of the Messiah Guild, retorted, this arrogant guy is all talk, charge.
After a while, they were beaten to a pulp by Lai Jia.
With a flick of his hand, he sent one of them flying.
Liga said, you nobodies. Come on, let's end this quickly. They looked at him in terror and said, there's someone like that, too.
Lena glanced towards Kim Gujin and thought, we're running out of time over here. But just as he was about to move, they rushed in and surrounded him from all sides.
Lena was surrounded in a circle. He asked himself, when did so many of them get here?
Lena laughed and said, all right.
I was hoping trash like you would show up.
As he charged forward, he said, this is what a real fight feels like, right?
Lena threw a punch.
One after another, he sent them flying with his punches. Suddenly, Lena was startled. He stared with wide eyes. A beam of light shot straight into his chest.
Lena was hit and fell to the ground.
He tried to look towards the one who shot him. Not Hajiro stepped forward and shouted, fall back. He approached step by step.
Not Hiro stood before Liga.
He spoke, get up, you monster. Not Hajiro continued, I know you won't be taken down that easily. Legion immediately slammed his hand on the ground. He used the force to sit up and punch Hiro.
He easily dodged the blow and said, if it's you.
Not Hiro slid backward while drawing his bowstring.
In an instant, he shot 2 arrows into Legina's back.
By the time he turned around in shock, it was already over.
Not Hiro said coldly, then hunting you should be fun. The system displayed. The skill Silent Hunter has hit with explosive arrow. The arrow stuck in Lena's back suddenly glowed. Then it suddenly exploded.
The explosion caused him to lose consciousness. Not Hiro, while drawing another arrow, said, not yet. He shot another arrow that released a pillar of fire towards Ligino. Even though he was heavily injured, he still tried to endure. He threw himself to the side.
Liga exclaimed, "Ho, that was dangerous."
Not Hajiro replied, "I didn't expect you to dodge an arrow from this distance."
He continued, "That's right. If I had been able to take you down, then that man would probably still be alive.
Not Hajiro ordered his subordinate behind him, kill him.
The subordinates immediately charged forward to attack Legina.
He thought to himself, damn it, there are too many of them.
Legina's eyes widened.
He grabbed one of the members. Then he used him as a shield. In his mind, he mused. But that brat Kim Woo-jin and I have overcome. Laina smiled as he recalled situations that were much more difficult than this.
Lai's Jun was suddenly silent. He asked, how's the situation? Magi's son Nelton replied, I think it will be resolved soon. Got to continue. The Vice Guild Master is facing the Dragon Hunter. The Divine Archer is dealing with Isaac's subordinates.
Magi's son continued, furthermore, Guildmaster, you have already dealt with Isaac's entire skeleton army.
He smiled and said, once the Vice Master's barrier is down and Isaac's death is confirmed, it'll be completely over. Mag said with confidence, even if Ajax isn't dead yet, he won't be able to do anything. Lai's Jan hesitated. How boring. He turned to leave. Mag quickly called out Guildmaster.
Li Jan ordered, go help the Vice Guildmaster or the Divine Archer.
He bowed and replied, yes, I understand. Mag turned and leaped away. Lyson's face darkened.
He thought to himself, Ajax, what a disappointment. He looked towards Kim Gujin and thought, I thought you knew everything.
Li Jan wondered, will it really end here? In another development, Lai coughed up blood. His entire body was riddled with arrows shot by not Hiro. Lena spoke, I'm telling you, you can stop now.
He pulled the pile of arrows out of his body with his bare hands and said, these toothpicks can't kill me. The great Spacha not Hajira replied. How can you still stand after all that? He asked himself. Or has he not been hit by a single fatal arrow yet? Lena cursed silently. I'm just saying that to sound tough. Not Hiro saw him fumbling to take something out and thought, so, he wants to use a weapon now. Interesting. But Laya took out a piece of cake. He quickly put it in his mouth, thinking to himself, I've lost too much blood. I'm reaching my limit. Not Hajiro's face went blank at the sight, while Legiona told himself, but this is no reason to despair. He suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, you're underestimating me. Not Hiro immediately drew his bow to Laina while throwing the piece of cake into his mouth. Calculated the moment the Divine Archer is completely defenseless. He watched intently as not Hiro released his hand from the arrow. His eyes widened. Legion calculated in his head. This is the moment when his hand releases the arrow. Legional launched himself forward. He pushed off his feet forcefully to gain momentum. Not Hiro was slightly startled, he wondered he's not dodging, but facing it head-on. Legina charged forward, letting the arrow pierce his heart. He exclaimed, if I can't dodge it. Legina swung his fist with immense power and shouted, then just let it hit me. The arrow suddenly glowed. The system appeared. The Silent Hunter skill has hit with an explosive arrow. The arrow exploded, engulfing Legion in smoke and dust. Not to Hiro said with contempt, you fool. But as the smoke cleared, Legion's hand was revealed, still clenched in a determined fist. He charged forward, punching hard towards not Hiro. Lena suddenly stopped, looking up in astonishment. His hand trembled as he tried to reach Noah Hiro, but couldn't. The sound of shattering glass rang out, and an invisible barrier in front of Ligina shattered. Sakura appeared. The flying fragments came from the Hod she was holding to shield not Hiro. The system announced, the Silent Hunter skill, Stealth, has been cancelled. Lena wondered, what's with this one? Sakura held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Her sword suddenly emitted a black aura. The system displayed, the Silent Hunter skill has activated Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike skill rank unique effect can be activated after cancelling Stealth. Can deal a fatal blow to the opponent on the next hit. The damage of the first hit after canceling stealth can be up to 1000%.
Effect duration 1 minute. Sakura swung her sword fiercely, forcing Liga to retreat. The attack wounded him. Liga crouched down using his hand for support. Sakura turned to Hajiro and said, "Are you all right? Please allow me to finish this man with one final blow."
Meanwhile, he was thinking to himself, I can't believe he could get through the explosion to attack.
Sakura threw her shield to the ground. She walked towards Lina, thinking to herself, what a formidable monster. Just one blow and my arm feels like it's about to break. Sakura raised her sword high, intending to strike down.
She calculated, but now it's over. Suddenly, Sakura saw Liga smile faintly.
She was startled and wondered, he's still smiling?
Suddenly, blood splattered.
Sakura turned her head in fear to look.
The blood was not Hiro's.
He was just as panicked.
A purple sword had stabbed not Hiro from behind without him noticing. Liga managed to say, just as planned. In his head, he thought, I've always wanted to try saying that line. On the other side, not Hiro was completely stunned at being stabbed from behind. Yenjosh appeared smiling and saying, "Cuck."
Not Hajiro fell forward, trying to look behind him. He saw Yuan Jox holding a cap. Not Hajiro thought, a cap has his helm of invisibility.
He lost his strength and collapsed completely.
Not Hajiro thought to himself, I guess I'm getting old. This was something I could have predicted.
Yanj watched him smiling. Meanwhile, Sakura screamed, "Mom, master." She dropped her sword and ran quick.
Sakura hugged not Hajiro tightly and wailed. Legiona struggled to his feet. He looked at Sakura then turned his head away, thinking, even if she's an enemy. This feeling is truly detestable.
A sound made Liga turn his head back in shock. A splash of blood appeared.
Sakura also collapsed next to not Hajiro. Yanj had coldly cut her down. Legiona asked in panic. Hey you, why would you? He replied nonchalantly. Please come to your senses, senior. Do you think they'd be grateful if we spared them? Yuan Joffs continued.
She's the type to stab us in the back the moment we show an opening, he said sternly. Meaningless sympathy, Yuan Joffs continued.
Is something you'd be better off forgetting? Legiona was stunned and thought, sympathy. He looked at his own hands and wondered, what on earth was I thinking? He looked at not Hajiro and saw Korra again.
And reassured himself.
That's right.
This is a battlefield.
Legina turned away, asking himself. A battlefield to end this damn game that always encourages people to kill.
He walked away with Yanch thinking just to fight over an item or a few skills.
Scene change.
Franwashiro is still fighting the Messiah Guild's forces to prevent them from attacking Kim Gugun.
He let out an exhausted breath.
Park Shinhai observed him from a distance and noted to herself, his abilities are truly worthy of his title.
Ada thought to herself. But having to protect someone is a different story. To do this for a stranger like Isaac. How foolish.
Park Shinhai raised her hand and calculated. It's obvious he's been past his limit for a while now.
It's time to end this. The subordinates charged forward to attack Francio again.
He gritted his teeth and remembered.
In the evening, Ju and Li Gina came to see Francois Rowe.
He exclaimed, "Floor 7A+."
She replied, "Yes." He adjusted his glasses and said, "If that's true, it's truly outstanding."
Ju smiled while Liina adjusted his shirt and observed his surroundings. Franis Shiro continued, "And it hasn't been long since they cleared the 6th floor." He crossed his arms and said, "To be honest, I'm quite ashamed.
Someone like me being hailed as a hero of France just to save my own life. I delayed the attack on the 7th floor. What kind of great person is Isaac to be able to do this?" Liina suddenly spoke. "Hey old man. Manhwa asked, annoyed, old man?
He pointed to himself and said, Kimuno Isaac's goal is the same as ours.
So you have to choose. Liga questioned, will you choose to feel ashamed and run away like you are now, or will you choose to become a true hero?
Hearing this, Francois Charon froze. Legion added with great confidence.
This might be a bit redundant, but if you're a man, you choose to be a hero even if you're about to die, right?
Back in the present, Francois chuckled to himself and thought, you said about to die, right? He roared and unleashed his power.
The system appeared. Immortal Warrior's Skill Warrior's Roar activated.
The force of his power created a gust of wind that made Maji-sung shield his face. He thought to himself, an old man on the verge of death. Still putting on a show with his roars. Franwajiro held his shield in front of him before firing a long beam of light. Maji-sung dodged and wondered, where are you aiming, you fool? He and his accomplice charged at France. They both stabbed him with their swords at the same time. Franwajiro coughed up blood.
Maji laughed and asked, is that all you've got for a final blow?
Franwajiro replied with a smile. Either way, it seems everything is settled.
The man looked behind him in astonishment.
The beam of light from before had hit Park Shanghai. Her clothes were in tatters and she dropped her staff to the ground. Park Shanghai, as she collapsed, thought, crazy, are you crazy?
How is this possible?
Even with an emergency barrier, she recalled the moment she had used a spell to block the attack. Finally, Park Shanghai collapsed completely unconscious. The system displayed barrier magic.
Bifrost has been dispelled.
Park Shanghai was defeated and the barrier imprisoning Kim Gujin vanished with her.
Maji watched helplessly as the barrier disappeared. Franwajiro gave a satisfied smile.
He thought to himself, all right.
Maji, however, thought angrily. That last attack was aimed at the Vice Master. He growled. How dare this bastard?
Magi swung his sword fiercely, intending to cut down Franwashiro and shouted, die. He saw the man's sword in front of him, but it was too fast to counter. Suddenly, the sword stopped right in front of France's eyes.
Maji's body was restrained by black chains.
Not just him, but the other members of the Messiah Guild were also bound by the chains and dragged away in unison.
Yuanja playfully stuck out his tongue, taunting them. Meanwhile, Legion stepped forward and supported Kim Gujin.
The clash of swords and shields echoed everywhere. A member of the Messiah Guild slashed at a member of the Savior Guild. He was cut down and collapsed to the ground. The attacker raised his sword to finish him off.
But suddenly, a flaming arrow flew in and sent him flying. Mizzen rushed over and asked, are you okay?
She quickly used a healing spell on him. Mizzen, not noticing someone was behind her, focused on shouting, Jordan, come help. She glanced behind her and hesitated, injured. The enemy was right behind her and swung his sword down. Blood splattered.
He was knocked far away. Mizzen's eyes widened.
Luckily, Jordan had arrived in time to save her.
He asked Han, are you okay, Mizzen?
That was close. Ko, standing nearby, also said, I told you not to let your guard down.
If you keep this up, you'll be the one who gets hit.
Mizzen replied with tears in her eyes, but the injured man struggled to raise his hand and said, I don't want to die.
Please save me.
However, he immediately lowered his hand and stopped breathing.
Witnessing that scene, Mizzen couldn't hold back her tears. She said in a low voice, answer me, Jordan. She asked through her tears, why do we have to point our swords? Each other like this.
He looked at her in silence. Nizen continued, we said we would work together. Images of them stabbing and slashing each other flashed by. She sadly questioned, so why do we have to worry about killing each other like this?
Why on earth? Jordan stammered that suddenly there was a loud noise. Jordan instinctively turned his head towards it and looked. He witnessed Park Shanghai being hit and wondered, Vice Master Park Shanghai?
She collapsed to the ground.
Jordan quickly thought, if that's the case, then the barrier.
He continued thinking that it had been broken.
Jordan glanced towards Kim Gujin and saw him being supported by Lee Jina.
Meanwhile, Lee Jina was also anxiously thinking about Kim Gujin, this Kim Gujin guy.
He recalled their discussion in the parking lot.
He had exclaimed the spear of loneliness.
Kim Gujin replied, that's right.
Compared to all the powerful skills Lu Jump possesses, that spear is the most dangerous. Legion thought to himself.
Confronting the spear of loneliness that Lu Jie possesses is a suicidal act.
Yenjosh spoke up.
If that's the case, then it's simple. He laughed and said, I'll use Hades' helm of invisibility.
Then get close and finish him off quickly.
That should work, right?
He continued, if that doesn't work, I'll throw in a few of my dirty tricks.
Legion immediately agreed. That sounds reasonable. He thought to himself, if we do as this guy says, we should have a chance of winning, right?
Suddenly, Kim Gujin interrupted, no. The two of them looked at him in surprise at the same time. Kim Gujin explained, those dirty tricks won't work on him. He pondered silently because that guy has the Eye of Horus, which is similar to the Eye of Anubis.
The Eye of Anubis, skill, rank, legendary. The Eye of Isis, mother of
all things, who controls all principles and oversees all things.
It can filter out all impurities and falsehoods.
Effect can keep the body aware during illusions and distinguish lies. He gritted his teeth and assessed as expected.
There's only one way. Kim Gujin spoke up. Let me be the bait. Yanjast stunned. What? Liga also exclaimed. But Kim Gujin calculated Li Jan is a perfectionist. If he sees me expose an opening, he will definitely use the spear of loneliness to attack me. He emphasized.
After making sure I'm neutralized, Park Shinhai will immediately trap me in a magic barrier. Kim Gujin continued, then they will eliminate the Rose Hunters and the Savior Guild, which has lost its leader.
He placed a hand on Legiona's shoulder.
While he was surprised, he said, Ligna, I'm counting on you. Back in the present, Li Jin looked at the injured Kim Gujin. Tears in his eyes, he thought to himself, this guy, he imagined Kim Guji saying, Li Jinha, you are a comrade so trustworthy that I can entrust my life to you. Lena fantasized, he values me that much. Suddenly, Kim Gujin placed his hand on Li Jinha's shoulder.
He said wearily, I'm really sorry. Lena replied awkwardly, hey, what's with that? It's giving me goosebumps. We're comrades. It's no big deal. Suddenly, Kim Gujin bit him hard on the neck.
The system appeared using the vampire skill of the representative of the world of darkness. Using the blood-sucking skill of the representative of the world of darkness, he forcefully sucked Li Jia's blood.
The system announced, stamina has been restored to its maximum level.
After that, King Gujin unleashed immense power, having recovered by sucking blood. While Li Jana went limp, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said,
now I feel truly alive again.
He ignored Lena, who had collapsed to the ground. The system displayed the skill blessing from the river Styx of the immortal warrior has been activated.
Janina was also healed. But he still shouted angrily, hey, you bastard.
Kim Yujin walked away and said with a laugh, I told you I trusted you.
He walked up to Franu. Kim Gujin extended his hand and said, thank you for your help.
He smiled and took his hand.
Franero said, it was nothing. No need to thank me. Kim Gujin turned around coldly and said, well then. He walked towards Lis Jan and said, shall we start the game?
When he saw him he laughed and said, yes, this is how it should be. Li Jun thought to himself as he said, I've waited a long time to meet my only rival again. He looked at him and thought entertainment.
Me.
Isaac, summon Book of the Dead. Kim Gujin held the book in his hand and thought, there's no reason to hide my strategy anymore. He smiled and asked himself after returning to the past.
This is the first and the last time. The book suddenly emitted a powerful black aura. Kim Gujin calculated. I'm betting everything on this. The aura spread out everywhere. It also emitted a blinding blue light. Will I say Jan silently observed it all? Everyone present also watched in amazement. From within the smoke, a skeletal dragon emerged majestically. It let out a loud roar. Relic appeared. He rode on the back of a wyvern, raising a glowing staff high. Other wyverns were also summoned. There were also fire golems. The majestic skeleton knight legion also arrived in droves. Manhwa Jiro was overwhelmed by Kim Kujin's formidable forces. Everyone was astonished. They thought to themselves, the infantry strength is already disparate, and now there's this dragon, too. This is just absurd. Kim Gujin raised his hand to signal. Legend shouted, let's go. As soon as the words were out, Franuizer and the Skeleton Knight Legion charged forward. The dragons in the sky and the fire golems also charged ahead. Seeing the Savior Guild's forces, the Messiah Guild members lost heart, thinking, we can't win against them. A member knelt before Lis Jan and said, Guildmard. He glanced behind him coldly and swung his sword in that direction. Instantly, the arc of Lei Jun's sword created a long wave of energy that sliced off the fire golem's arm. Seeing this, the member was stunned into silence. The rest whispered to themselves, that's right. As long as Guild Master Lei Jun is here. They gripped their weapons tightly and thought. Our Messiah Guild will not lose. Lais Jun spoke. Everyone fight with all you have. He growled. That is my command. The members of the Messiah Guild immediately roared, charge. The two sides clashed. The scene was utter chaos. A skeleton knight swung its sword forcefully. A member of the Messiah Guild also charged forward to attack and the two clashed. Small explosions erupted across the battlefield. Wyverns flew everywhere while the skeletal dragon breathed fire from above. Lisa June Slow stepped forward. He exuded a black aura and gave a sinister smile. Suddenly, Lisa Edun accelerated, running at high speed towards Kim Gaijun. He called out Ajax's name. He looked at him silently and thought, Lei run. Suddenly, a Death Knight stepped out and blocked the way. He growled, you are not allowed to get any closer to the master. Lais Jun frowned in anger. He slashed fiercely with his sword. The Death Knight immediately raised its blade to block the blow. In an instant, Lais Jun charged in front of the Death Knight, ducked down, and pulled his sword back to build momentum, creating a beautiful sword technique, but his sword only managed to cut a part of the Death Knight's blade, not sever it completely. Lais Jun remained silent with a displeased expression. Suddenly, another Death Knight flew in from above. Lais Jun glanced behind him. The Death Knight used a thunder hammer to strike from above. A powerful lightning strike came crashing down. Kim Gujin stood and watched in silence. Lais Jun was unfazed and easily blocked the second Death Knight's attack. Both of them were extremely surprised. At that moment, the other Death Knights also came back to help. Kim Gujin thought to himself, I wonder if this combined attack method is a good way to temporarily restrain a monster. Likely say Jun, but the effect doesn't seem very good. He continued to calculate. If the Death Knights focus all their power here, then the other fronts won't be able to hold out for long. Kim Gujin turned and walked away. A surprised Yuhan Jaku asked, Where are you going, Sir Isaac? He remained silent. The system displayed, you are the first to complete the hidden quest of the King Arthur legend. Lancelot's ring nullifies all negative effects. Merlin's staff strengthens your magic power. The cooldown for Gawain's neck and the blessing of the sun has been removed. The victor's blessing from Excalibur has been activated. The piercing ability of Pearl Spear is doubled. The damage of the curse on Galahad's shield is doubled. King Arthur's ring strengthens the power of the Round Table, activating the Master of Camelot effect. The effect from the Knight of the Round item series has been activated. Kim Gujin smiled as a blinding power emanated from his chest. Both rings on his hands also radiated a marvelous energy.
The sword in his hand received that power and also began to glow brightly. The skeleton knights were heavily affected by that power.
The two death knights also glanced in that direction.
He and that power were now one, ready to fight without fear. Kim Gujing called out, "Oh, Death Knight warriors!" He requested, while watching the Death Knights fighting Lee Se-jun, "Come to me."
A Death Knight raised its thunder hammer, about to attack.
A giant bolt of lightning from the hammer aimed straight at him, and immediately after, Li Jian used his sword to slash instantly. He scowled, looking on with a puzzled expression. Li Jian was silent before the sight of the Death Knights surrounding Kim Gujin. He slammed his sword hard into the ground. Then he looked on with an incredibly ugly expression. A thought crossed his mind as expected of Li Jian. Fighting the Death Knights at once was still quite easy for him.
A Death Knight, Nelson said, "Master, please give the order." Kim Gujin pointed forward and ordered, "Everyone split up and help our allies."
He replied, "As you command." After knowing what to do, all the Death Knights left in unison. Lee Se-jun gripped his sword.
He looked towards him and asked, "Are you planning to fight me directly?"
Li Jun said with a cunning smile, "Interesting, even if you're equipped with a bunch of legendary items and covered in a halo." Suddenly, a system voice announced, "The Guardian of Pure Light is very interested in this battle." He said contemptuously, "In the end, that arrogance will be the death of you." But King Gudian just looked on coldly without saying a word.
Another system announcement came. The representative of the world of darkness is very interested in this battle.
Immediately after, Lis Jun shot forward at lightning speed.
He relentlessly attacked him with his sword.
The two swords clashed, creating screeching sounds. Li Jian fought with a smile as if he thought he could win.
The opposing Kim Gujin was struggling to block his sword.
The system voice rang out.
Excalibur challenges the one with hostile intent.
All abilities of the hostile one are halved. Suddenly, Li Jun sensed something. His sword now emitted a strange black aura. Then, Li Jun was pushed far away by him. He used his leg to brace himself while his body radiated a dense black aura. Then, suddenly, the scene was just a cloud of thick dust.
An announcement was heard.
Using the skill hands of the savior from the Guardian of Pure Light, Dung continued to charge forward as a flying immune to all ability-reducing effects.
Restores all stats reduced by the Excalibur's challenge effect.
The system repeatedly said, using the skill blessing from the savior of the Guardian of Pure Light.
Kim Gujin just stood and watched.
All effect resistance abilities increased by 1000%. As he charged forward, he immediately moved away. All defensive abilities increased by 1000%. Using the skill Final Judgment of the Guardian of Pure Light, Li Jun was about to unleash his power on him.
Increases damage to the opponent by 10,000% while the skill is active.
It seemed as if Kim Gujing couldn't block it, but right after, a shield appeared just in time, and an explosion of power erupted.
The damage exceeded the armor's durability limit.
The shield appeared in his hand, activating absolute defense mode.
The item is absolutely indestructible. Li Jun suddenly smiled. He continuously attacked Kim Gujin while he had to constantly dodge.
He found it hard to block continuously and eventually fell to his knees. Li Jun seized the opportunity and charged forward to finish off Kim Gujin. His power formed the massive source.
Using the vampire's skill.
Suddenly, he felt a bit confused.
Kim Yujun was no longer there, just bats flying in the sky. The bats quickly flew away under Li Jun's watch.
A sharp slash was executed. He slashed it where the bats were flying.
The flying bats formed a whirlwind surrounding Lion.
While surrounded, he turned his attention to something else. Kim Gujin had transformed into a skeletal dragon and bit him.
Li Se-jun quickly threw him far away. Kim Gujin tumbled to the ground. Li, watching from afar, was extremely worried. Kim Woo-jin, is he really okay? He couldn't stop thinking.
He said he would face him alone, but his opponent is Li Jun after all. Li Jun glanced down with cold, sharp eyes. He said, seriously, stop playing these games.
I'm sick of it. Kim Gu-jun sat down exhausted.
He smiled brightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sorry to make you feel that way, but Kim Gu-jun immediately stood up.
Against you, I naturally have to use all sorts of tricks. He said nothing more.
Then the system voice rang out again.
Poisoned by hemotoxin, poisonous blood.
He pursed his lips.
It's just heotoxin.
The system announced using the skill of the Guardian of Pure Light. Li Jun seemed to grow stronger. Increased immunity thanks to the blessing from the Savior has completely suppressed the heotoxin in the body.
Kim Gu-jun just looked on without replying. Li Jun asked contemptuously, well, have you used up all your tricks?
Kim Gu-jun held his sword, standing tall before him. A terrifying murderous aura radiated from him. Kim Woo-jin replied with overflowing danger, not yet. A system voice said, blood mist skill of the representative of the world of darkness has been used. A blood-red mist spread through the air. The system chime poisoned by hemotoxin. Li Jun just considered it child's play. All these pointless tricks.
Another announcement. Heotoxin in the body has been completely suppressed. Thanks to the blessing from the Savior.
The blood mist mixed with the air accompanied by Kim Gu-jin's rapid movements.
He lazily followed with his eyes. He flickered in and out of sight before Li Jun.
When he slashed his sword forward, he only hit the ant monsters, not Kim Gu-jin. He smiled, of satisfaction.
Solomon's ring has been used right now. Li Jun was being swarmed and restrained by ant monsters.
He said angrily this pathetic joke again. Then Li poured all his power into his sword. The light sword of the Guardian of Pure Light has been manifested. He swept the entire area, creating a large whirlwind.
The ant monsters couldn't withstand and were destroyed.
Their corpses rained down from the sky.
Kim Yuji scowled as expected of Li Jun.
The area where he stood was now cracked into many pieces.
Li Jun glared. If you don't have any more tricks, then he slowly approached. Then you can die. Li Dun leaped high into the air to move.
Soon after, he was near him. But Kim Gu-jin wasn't scared at all and smiled brightly. The corpse explosion skill of the representative of the world of darkness has been manifested. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred. Before him was now just a giant cloud of dust.
Did Kim Gu-jin suddenly realize something?
A massive source of energy shot through the dust cloud. It aimed powerfully at him, knocking him down. Fortunately, he managed to stand firm again.
Kim Gu-jin looked down with worry.
Then a giant hand grabbed his head. Li Jan's muscular body slammed him to the
ground. He grabbed him like a frog. So the difference in status between job classes is unavoidable, huh?
Then Li run mercilessly threw him far away.
Kim Gu-jin lay motionless. He continued his contemptuous remarks. Is that all you've got to be so arrogant? What a disappointment.
From a distance, a loud shout was heard, Sir Isaac. Right behind Li Jun were numerous chains aimed straight at him. He wouldn't let it go easily. Li Jun used only a single slash. Those chains emerged from a bottomless door nearby. Yuhan Jaku was about to take a blow from that sword and then he was struck by that sword. Li Jun continued to walk without bothering to look back. He approached Kim Woo-jin's weak body. Li Jun spoke. I had the high expectations. He was about to kick him a few times when he suddenly noticed something. Lisa Jun looked at him. That mask. Then a force from behind tried to ambush him. When he sensed it, Li Jun turned to look. Right above his head now was the ambushed skeleton soldier. Its sword point was aimed straight at him. Very quickly,
Li Dum blocked it.
The two sword points scraped against each other, creating sparks.
He still wouldn't give up. You think you can fight me with just the strength of a skeleton soldier? Seizing the opportunity, he dealt him a slash.
Li Sun's hands slowly let go of the sword.
He glared at Isaac.
The skeleton soldier's sword slid past Li Jun's and then he was struck by the skeleton soldier's sword point.
Li Dun's legs had to constantly stay firm. He looked down. This is struck by the spear of loneliness. All effects from skills and items have been nullified.
Li Jun's armor also fell off.
Skill Hands of the Savior has been nullified.
Immunity to all ability reducing effects has been removed.
Skill Blessing from the Savior has been nullified.
Defense and immunity have returned to their original state. The skill Final Judgment has been nullified. Damage has returned to its original value.
Excalibur challenges the one with hostile intent.
All abilities of the hostile one are halved. Then he coughed up blood.
The hemotoxin had spread throughout his body. Blood fell, forming a large puddle.
He still tried to stay rational.
The Spear of Loneliness. I need to pull it out quickly. Lies. Young grabbed it, intending to pull it out. That's right. Once I pull it out, I can suppress all the hemotoxin.
Nothing that can kill me exists in this world yet. His eyes gleamed with something bright. What appeared was a screen showing defense 1684, 842, immunity 1320, 660, stamina regeneration per second 140 to 701. Li Jun smiled with satisfaction. So no matter how much the challenge effect reduces my stats, no weapon can penetrate this layer of defense. He collapsed in front of Kim Gujin. Li Jun forced a smile.
You must be really bitter, huh? What a blow, right?
You wanted to finish me off with your own hands. His hand reached for the sword beside him but forgot to use its power. He picked up the mask and remained silent.
Then a voice said, I know.
A small space appeared next to Kim Gujin's hand. So you were prepared. He quickly tried to strike him with a sword. And then the two sources of power met. Li Run's sword fell, sticking firmly into the ground. He glanced at the other sword, seeming to realize, could this be? Another sharp sword appeared, hit by the curse of Ban. All immunity reduced by 90%. All defense reduced by 90%. Li Jun's eyes widened. Ban, then he was dealt a fatal blow by Kim Gujin. Kim Gujin coldly looked at the collapsed body in front of him. The system displayed a notification. The representative of the world of darkness is satisfied with the outcome of the battle. The people from the guilds were stunned. Master Lazagan Lazan is dead. Kim Gujin lowered his eyes. The system announced again. The skill loudspeaker has been used on everyone. He spoke clearly. Everyone drop your weapons. All players of the Messiah Guild and the Savior Guild from now on. I will not forgive anyone who continues to treat each other as enemies. We have sacrificed too much already. Our path forward has now been decided. We must quickly save the injured and prepare our forces. Kim Gujin glanced at Park Shanhai, who was being treated. He continued to climb to the 8th floor. From now on, the only enemy we must face is the horde of monsters in the dungeon above. Clang, an axe fell to the ground with a deafening noise. Jordan spoke up. I want to stop, too. We didn't come into this dungeon to die. Mizzen turned and agreed. That's right. I really don't understand why we had to fight ourselves. Another blade was dropped. After that, swords, spears, and all weapons were laid down. In the vast emptiness, a sharp sound suddenly tore through the sky. Faint remnants fell and quickly vanished, returning the world to absolute silence under the endless blue. 8th floor plus dungeon.
Legion glanced over and asked, "Hey, Isaac, you want to trust the people from the Messiah Guild and let them come with us like this?"
Park Shin-hye is still alive, you know, especially those in the Royal Guard.
They were very loyal to Lis Jama.
Kim Woo-jian replied with a smirk.
I'm not so sure.
If there were such loyal people, they would have stood up and fought us. But since they laid down their weapons like this,
where would you find such loyal people anymore?
He tried to convince him.
Well, that's true.
But whether we can trust them enough to fight alongside them is another matter. After hearing this, Kim Gujin reassured him.
It's fine.
He patted the head of a skeleton soldier and continued.
I have good colleagues in an army that will never betray me, right? It seemed Li Jana had regained his confidence. He shouted, "All right, let's go."
All sounds faded, returning time to absolute silence. About 2 months later, a crowd of porters surrounded them shouting, "Dungeon clear."
Someone asked, over there. Li isn't there. Where is Master Lion? Kim Gu-jun stood on the stage. He spoke into the microphone in a solemn voice.
The great hero Li Jan has fallen inside the dungeon. He left me with these last words. He said he felt immense regret for not being able to.
Some reporters were moved to tears.
Kim Gu-jun's voice continued to ring out, "Put an end to this game."
And I said to the late Sean, the Savior Guild, and I, along with the other members of the Messiah Guild, we will definitely defeat the 9th floor boss and put an end to this game. Second sat watching the news on a small screen. And after hearing his words, he smirked.
Second thought to himself, the day has finally come. The voice of Kim Woo-jin continued to echo in his ears, making him recall the happy moments with Sue, his boss. Elsewhere, his speech was still ongoing.
We will save this world that way. I will forever remember that noble heart of Lean.
After it ended, Kim Gujin silently thought to himself, Lean, you should die with the title of the world savior from where everything went off track.
It has been set right. A figure appeared behind Park Shin-hye, calling out Shanghai.
She turned her head and replied JJ Sue.
Ju asked Park Shanghai in a cold tone, can you tell me the truth now? Like this? Maybe we can't. She panicked and trembled, then collapsed to the ground. News was broadcasting all over the city. Isaac plans to attack the 9th floor in 1 week. In a restaurant, Legend yelled in anger, how can we be eating black bean noodles right before such a big event?
What the hell are black bean noodles? At least you should treat me to some beef. Kim Gu-jin helplessly frowned and urged, hurry up and order.
He looked at the menu and asked back, you're treating right?
He gestured with his hand as if to say, go ahead and order. Seeing that expression, Lin thought to himself, this guy, I was going to let it slide, but today I'm definitely going to eat until I'm stuffed. He made his decision.
I'd like to order. Please give me everything from here to here.
Suddenly a pair of hands pulled out the chair next to him and a voice said, you've already ordered.
Kim Gu-jin looked up, sir. Lena also chimed in. So it's you, old man.
Second casually sat down next to him and started a conversation.
That look of yours is making me a little uncomfortable. Liga immediately explained, what's wrong?
It's only natural for people to be interested in shiny objects.
After a moment, he asked in a serious low voice, have you made any plans? For after the game ends.
A plate of food was placed on the table and the staff said, here is your food.
Second continued, the abilities of all players will disappear. The staff cut in again. This is the 8 treasure mixed vegetable dish.
He was a bit impatient, but tried to continue sharing in the future. Guilds will lose their function.
The voice introducing the menu continued beside them.
And this is the young jank and the chili sauce you ordered. Second shouted in frustration, oh, for goodness sake, Kim Gu-jin sitting opposite him.
Smirked and replied, I heard you established a company called Pandora.
Are you saying you've already thought about the problems that will arise after the game ends?
He nodded. Yes, after the game ends, most players will be unemployed.
So, I created a new work environment for them to develop their skills instead of going astray, thus maintaining world peace.
Laina, who was gobbling down his black bean noodles, chimed in. So that's what Pandora is. I thought you were just going to collect the funds and run. Thump. Second bonked him on the head.
He composed himself and continued the story.
I've already prepared everything. Now all you need to do is go attack the 9th floor and come back safely.
Kim Gujin thought for a moment, then finally replied, I can finally see the end of this long game.
Second agreed. Yes, I've been thinking the same thing lately.
This must be happening because of some transcendent being that we can't comprehend. They might still be somewhere up in the sky right now watching what we're doing down here.
But when people see this scene, they probably think that if things continue like this, they won't be able to see the ending. If you were the one playing the game and the character refused to obey and didn't want to finish, what would you choose?
Kim Gujin replied honestly in a cold tone. Either I quit the game or I delete the character and start over from the beginning.
Hearing a satisfactory answer, he laughed. That's right. I think so, too. Lena, while eating, looked at him and thought, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, Second's phone rang with an incoming call.
He looked at the screen and shouted an alarm.
Oh my, I have an emergency call. Hello. Stood up and went to a corner to talk. What about that? Kim Gujin was silent.
Then he also stood up and said to Lee Gina, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Second glanced back and saw Kim Woo-jun walking out of the store.
He smirked and walked in the opposite direction. Time slowly passed.
As if suddenly realizing something, Liga said, wait a minute.
Could it be? Did they ditch me? Hey, you scumbags. Since when?
No one knows, but the human world began to experience unusual changes.
The first thing everyone noticed was the auras.
Along with them came the appearance of dungeons and monsters. Being a superhuman would grant people powers and help them awaken as players.
The auras that humans knew were mainly divided into two types.
The Almighty God who gives humans the strength to fight against monsters in dungeons, or the Calamity who appears to destroy the world. No one knew how these superhumans chose their subjects.
Only that at that time,
halos of light fell from the sky. After that, a system information screen appeared before them. Some people who were deeply interested in these strange phenomena that suddenly appeared speculated that all of this was just a game for the gods or superhumans.
There are a total of 6 commonly known auras.
First, the one who hears the voice of all things.
An aura that leads to contracts with various spirits. Second, the keeper of knowledge. An aura that allows one to use destructive magic with just a wave of a hand or an incantation. Third, the resilient warrior, an aura that grants unparalleled strength and enduring vitality.
Fourth, the assassin hunter, an aura that enhances agility and extends the 5 senses to their limits. These are the 4 auras commonly known to humans, and only a few were chosen as the protector of pure light, who grants omnipotent power in attack and defense, and the one who brings the power of the dark magic curse. The emissary of the shadow world. To defeat Lian, Woo-jun shows the aura of the emissary of the shadow world. From then on, his arduous journey began. And after a long and arduous process, he successfully got his revenge. He killed Sejin with his own hands. Right now, Gujin was standing before a massive dungeon gate. He turned around, muttering a sentence, now there's only one target left. A determined glint flashed in Gujin's eyes.
Put an end to this game.
In the real world, at Second's office, he was engrossed in the news on his phone. Director Park Shanhai of Hansung Group has resigned. From now on, every move of Hansung Group will surely be watched by everyone.
After watching the news, Second put his phone down, thinking to himself, Scary Lee will be fine.
He stood up and looked out the window silently, hoping she'll probably get through it.
The evening sunset was gradually falling. its faint light embracing the city cemetery building.
Ju and Shinhai stood with their heads bowed before a portrait in an airy box. Shinhai looked like a child being punished for wrongdoing, her face full of remorse, tears welling up. She gently touched the picture. It was Ju's father. She spoke with regret in her heart. Uncle Ju stood behind her, her face cold and silent. She recalled their previous meeting when Shinhai had collapsed and cried. She shed tears of remorse.
I'm sorry, Ju. Everything you said was right.
Tears fell like pearls to the ground.
She miserably admitted her fault.
It's all my fault that things turned out this way.
Shinhai sat on the ground. I'm truly sorry. Then she came closer, kneeling and hugging Ju's legs, begging for forgiveness. The memory ended.
Back at the city cemetery, Ju spoke softly. Shinhai, she said.
After that day, I've also thought a lot.
These words startled Shinhai, who turned her head, wanting to hear what she would say. Ju watched the sun disappear behind the mountains and confided about whether I could forgive you. Finally, she coldly gave Shinhai an answer, but it seems that's not possible. She could only bow her head in acceptance. After all, it was her fault. She couldn't force Ju to forgive her. She took a step forward. I probably won't be able to forgive you, Ju added, at least, not right now. Hearing this, Shinhai was surprised. A glimmer of hope rising in her heart. She looked up, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes.
Ha!
Ju coldly handed her a business card. If you're truly reflecting on your actions, then show me with your actions. Shinhai held the business card in her hand, confused and hesitant.
It was Ju's business card with the title of CEO of a company called Pandora.
Ju reluctantly invited Shinhai.
Come to Pandora.
It's a place established to prepare for the chaos that will come after the game ends. In the past, Shinhai's father and Ju's father had worked together to create the Messiah project.
And now, the newly established Pandora had deep roots.
Ju said, it's the business that inherited the assets of my father and yours. To her utter surprise, Ju continued, if you still have people who are important to you, then protect their future with your own hands. Thinking of their fractured friendship, she said softly, if you do that, then who knows?
Maybe one day we can go back to how we were before.
Hearing this, a tear streamed down Shinhai's cheek. She knew this was the last chance her best friend was giving her. After saying her piece, Ju turned and left.
Think about it and then contact me.
Leaving Shinhai standing in the cemetery, clutching the business card tightly in her hand. She bit her lip and cried loudly, crying for her belated regret. Crying because she felt unworthy of Ju's forgiveness. Finally, Shinhai knelt on the ground, sobbing for a long time. Not long after, the TV reported that the heroes were gathering to attack the final dungeon.
In his office, Second watched the news anxiously. The day to attack the final dungeon has finally come.
The host contrasted with the scene at the site.
Heroes from all over the world have gathered before the dungeon gate.
I hope you will succeed in raiding the final dungeon, in accordance with the wishes of Li Si, who bravely sacrificed himself in the 8th floor dungeon not long ago. But the contrast was understandable because in front of the giant gate was a protective barrier. Only the heroes were allowed to enter. Outside there was no shortage of curious onlookers, and helicopters hovered in the sky, reporting the news inside a car. A leg trembled uncontrollably, the heel of a shoe tapping nervously on the floor.
Yuan Jacques looked over and asked with a smile, Senior, are you nervous?
Gina, in his identity as Spa, reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on and immediately retorted nervous. I'm the type of person who hasn't known the meaning of the word nervous since birth.
Okay.
Yanj didn't believe him, covering his mouth to chuckle. Seeing the two of them start to joke around again, Woojin, in his identity as Isaac, silently agreed with Yanj. His words.
I'm extremely nervous.
Then his gaze fell downwards.
Well, everyone feels the same way. Because of this moment, Gujuin's hands were also trembling with excitement and nervousness. The final floor of the final dungeon.
He clenched his fist, telling himself, even someone like me who died once before its threshold feels this way.
It's finally here. He felt curious. What will be behind that gate? But Gujin wasn't afraid at all.
On the contrary, he found this challenge quite exciting.
I'm curious.
A clicking sound was heard as the car door opened. The trio dressed in stylish suits stepped out.
After adjusting their attire, someone stepped forward.
That person was the leader of this campaign.
Wuan in his identity as Isaac,
the hero who appeared before the public. From a distance, Francois Giraud smiled and waved a greeting. The group of three consisting of Jordan, Kale, and Mizzen was ready.
Even difficult figures like Sakura and Ian Wan accepted Gujin as the leader this time. Gujin quickly walked to the gate leading into the dungeon. He turned to look at everyone, smiled, and gestured, "Well, then shall we go?"
They stepped into the gate wearing suits, but when they emerged from the other side, the heroes were already equipped with armor and weapons. Inside the gate was a massive dark cave. The only light came from the glow of the gate itself.
Gina looked around cautiously. This as he realized something, immediately turned his head to look at Gujin and thought in amazement. It's just as that guy said.
Not long ago, inside the 8th floor of dungeon, Gina and the skeleton army had barely managed to defeat a massive giant boss. At that time, he was panting heavily, sweat streaming down his face, but he still had the energy to pound on his tired waist and turn to scold Gujuin behind him. "Hey, at this rate, the skeleton army will be wiped out." Unexpectedly, Gujin replied flatly, "You've worked hard." Gina astutely noticed that he seemed unhappy, so he cleared his throat twice. "You right back at you. You worked hard, too." He rolled his sore shoulders. The 8th floor was this tiring.
How much more tiring will the 9th floor be? Do you know anything about the next dungeon? Win answered nonchalantly, "Not much." Gina felt his question was a bit redundant and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Huh? What's this? Why did I think he would know something?" Gujuin thought to himself from the 1st to the 8th floor.
"It has always been underground caves." He voiced his speculation. "It will probably be a series of connecting caves." Thinking of the massive gate from his previous life, he added.
"And there will be a very large gate." Gujin narrowed his eyes, telling himself, "Even I don't know what's behind this gate." Hearing his speculation, Gina frowned. "Caves a gate? What are you talking about?" Wu Jun didn't answer but smiled mysteriously. He raised his hands and shrugged. "I just have a feeling." This attitude was very provocative. Gina was stunned for a moment. "What?" Then by the time he could react, Jin had already left. "Hey, where are you going? You know something, don't you?" And a flashback to the present. Gujuin carefully scanned his surroundings. He silently assessed the dark cave before him. So far, it's the same as before. Then he found a tall rock and climbed onto it. Gujuin stood on high ground, gathered everyone, and began a meeting. "All right, now we'll have a short meeting about the upcoming plan." Just as he mentioned the 1st floor, the beeping sound of the system suddenly rang in his ears. A red screen appeared with a notification: "A system error has occurred. The conditions for raiding the 1st floor have been forcibly met." The sudden incident made Gujuin frown. "What? A system error?" he thought in disbelief. And right after that, a series of error messages appeared. "The conditions for raiding the 2nd floor have been forcibly met. The conditions for raiding the 3rd floor have been forcibly met. The conditions for raiding the 4th floor have been forcibly met. The conditions for raiding the 5th floor have been forcibly met. The conditions for raiding the 6th floor have been forcibly met. The conditions for raiding the 7th floor have been forcibly met. The conditions for raiding the 8th floor have been forcibly met.
Below, the other players also stared blankly at the series of notifications appearing before them. With bewildered, confused, and dazed eyes, no one knew what to do now. Everyone received the same error notification, and their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. And the final notification was the conditions for entering the 9th floor have been met.
Ian Wong furrowed his sharp eyebrows. What? What is this? Even Yenjox couldn't help but ask, what's going on? As usual, when they didn't know something, they asked Eugene. Gina whispered, "Hey, Kim Gujuan, what's this all about?" He was also at a loss. This had never happened before, so how would he know the answer? So he replied, "I don't know either." Their solid support said he didn't know. Gina thought he misheard what.
At this moment, a dim line appeared. It gradually transformed into a large white gate that appeared right in the middle of the group. Regardless of what was happening, Gujin decisively decided to enter the 9th floor first. A rumbling sound echoed as the giant gate materialized before the group. Torches on both sides blazing to life. Standing before this familiar yet strange gate, Gujin carefully calculated. He had never heard of a system error. A chill emanated from beneath the gate, a dark and terrifying aura. He frowned, thinking to himself, what on earth is inside there? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Gina tried to force a smile. "Hey, Isaac, you're not nervous, are you? Judging by your expression, you're definitely nervous." Even though he himself was so nervous, he was sweating bullets. Gina still acted tough. "Don't be too scared. Let me spasiba." Wu Jun saw his leg trembling, but he still boldly said, "Let me protect you." He smiled. A good partner like this is really rare. Wu Jun turned around without a word, leading the way towards the gate, telling himself, "That's right. This time, I'm not alone. I have many comrades, including Ian Wong and Sakura. I have Yuhan Jacques and Frana ready to support me." Then Wu Jun confidently stepped forward, inking to himself, "Let's end this game." He gently placed his hand on the large stone gate. Then he pushed hard. The seemingly heavy door was gradually pushed open with a creaking sound. At the same time, the system sent a notification. "The final battle has begun." The group went inside. Beyond the large stone gate was a massive palace with a wide but dark hallway. Gina looked around cautiously. "I don't see anything." Yanj nodded in agreement. "That's right." But then a sudden whoosh sound was heard and the torches on the walls lit up. Then a warm flame erupted, illuminating a small area around the torch. The torchlight spread automatically like a chain reaction running along the spacious hallway. Thanks to the light, Jordan was startled. He had seen something. Beneath the stone pillars were bodies lying scattered about, the bloodstains still very fresh. What? What are these things? There was even the headless corpse of a monster several times their size. Just as Ian Wang was examining the giant corpse in front of him, there was a sudden noise from behind. He was on guard and immediately spun around. Only then did he notice at the end of the hallway was a thorny throne. That thing on the throne was a man dressed like a Greek god with his foot on the head of a boss monster. He gave a mysterious smile, his voice slightly chided. "You're too late." Wu Jun said nothing, just stared at him with suspicion. He appeared. The other players were visibly worried. "What is this?" Holding to swords, Yan Wong gritted his teeth. He exclaimed in his mind, "Who the hell is that guy?" The next second, before Yan Wong could even draw his twin swords, they were shattered by a surge of power. The attack with its terrifying destructive force shot past Gujin, who fortunately managed to dodge in time. As Wu Jun glanced over, his eyes widened in horror. With just a single blow, the entire ground was heavily devastated. Right after that, the sight of Ian Wang kneeling on the ground entered his vision. Gina was also hit and looked astonished.
Manhwa and the others couldn't escape the grasp of the god of light either.
Even though he had injured so many people, he calmly remarked, "I thought one blow would be enough to end it cleanly."
As soon as the god of light finished speaking, Gujuan's heavy footsteps echoed.
It seemed he had been angered.
"What on earth are you?" Following his words, skeleton soldiers and golems quickly appeared. The next second, the god of light spoke. "Interesting."
After he snapped his fingers, a stream of power began to gather in the air. Seeing this, Gujin immediately focused on the stream of light.
Gina and Yanj also looked up worriedly, observing intently.
The reflection of that terrifying magic stream was visible on France.
Those glasses.
In the blink of an eye, the god of light's power stream grew larger than ever. Sensing the time was ripe, he gave a satisfied smile. Without hesitation, that stream of power exploded and rained down on the ground where everyone was standing. Fortunately, Wu Juan had used his shield in time to block the blow. Even so, he coughed up blood.
"They're all gone." Thinking that all his comrades were gone, Wu Jun collapsed. Were they completely annihilated?
Sitting on high, the god of light spoke coldly.
"A piece of trash that likes to show off. You were too arrogant and ruined my fun."
Under his hateful gaze, he continued.
"It can't end this easily. Right, Isaac?" "Oh no, I mean Kim Gujin."
As soon as he heard this name, Gujin was shocked in thought.
"How do you know?" he asked in a low voice. "What on earth are you?"
The god of light replied condescendingly. "I don't need to answer a piece of trash like you.
I hope you can entertain me more next time."
As soon as he finished, he made a hand gesture.
The god of light's vague words made Gujin look astonished. "Next time."
Before he could think any further, Gujin was crushed to the ground by his power. He thought in terror, "I'm going to die like this."
In his final moments,
Wu Jun could only see the arrogant figure of the god of light in the system's notification.
Player Kim Gujuan has died.
Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and was revived.
Game start. Gujuan didn't understand what was happening. He was still in a daze.
But just a second later, Gujuan realized what had happened.
He immediately looked around.
The scene was exactly the same.
Like a persistent prankster, the god of light curiously asked him, "How does it feel to be revived? Aren't you used to it by now? You already experienced it once before."
Wu Jun quickly grasped the key point, time reversal.
He was starting to get a feel for it now. The power was so immense that even the most elite members couldn't withstand it and were annihilated.
And the system error from the beginning.
Thinking of this, the image of the system popped up. System error has occurred.
After a 2-second pause, Gujuan fell into deep thought again.
Now there was clear rage and hostility towards him and the absurd identity of this guy. Without hesitation, Wu Juan smirked and began to expose him quite different from that other aura. "Aren't you? Did I cause you trouble by killing Li Sijin? Is that right, protector of pure light?"
As he predicted, veins popped on the god of light's face as if he'd been driven mad.
"Trouble me? A mere mortal thinks they can trouble me. How arrogant. But you really can get on my nerves." "That's right. I'm feeling very annoyed right now. Now I'm just letting off some steam."
As soon as he finished speaking, Gujin was sent flying and bounced around like an out-of-control spinning top. He slammed hard onto the ground, coughed up blood, and was sent flying again. Seeing this, the god of light said excitedly, "Just like how you humans find pleasure in stomping on insects, this is just a game to us." Gujuan was continuously returned to the same spot under the control of the god of light. Panting heavily, he thought to himself,
"How many times has it been now?"
As Gujin thought, his first death quickly flashed before his eyes.
The second time wasn't much better.
Then came his death by his sword of light. The scene of his bitter demise appeared repeatedly. Gu Jin's fresh red blood spilled all over the ground. Not stopping there, the god of light made him bleed once more. Wu Jun winced in pain.
The next second, he thought to himself, who would have thought he would personally join the battle? But if that's the case, then that guy is also on the opposite side. The god of light suddenly made a loud noise as if to attract Bu Jin's attention.
Immediately after, he spoke excitedly.
You seem to have a lot on your mind. Could it be? Are you thinking about those pieces of trash or those weaklings who break with a light touch? Do you think they can help you? The only way for you to get out of here at this point. The god of light suddenly used his overwhelming power to control Gu Jun.
He forced him to kneel on the ground. With a contemptuous tone, the god of light spoke as to kneel down and cow. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jun was forced to put both hands on the ground and do as the god of light said. His cow was so forceful that the ground around him shattered into pieces. Although he couldn't control his own body, Gu Jun still managed to glare at him with hatred. The god of light didn't care and continued, "Beg me to spare your life."
At the same time, Wu Jun began to speculate.
His form disappears in the blink of an eye.
Could it be that this isn't his real body? As soon as he had a clue, he immediately tried to stand up. Gu Jun boldly smiled. First, I need to provoke him a little more.
This strange sight immediately caught the god of light's eye. He asked, confused.
You're laughing. Have you finally gone mad? Just as planned.
Wu Jun raised his voice and replied, "No, I just find it funny.
A being with such immense power like you can't do anything to a mere mortal like me. You can only scream and get excited. You're just like a human."
It seemed he had succeeded. The god of light slowly stood up. This bastard wants to run his mouth until the very end.
Hunt fine.
Two swords of light appear before him along with an incredible stream of power.
The god of light fiercely issued an ultimatum. Now even begging is useless. Let me grant you the death that has been repeating over and over and over.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jin was sent flying by the two swords. His eyes rolled back as if he had died. A moment later, Gu Jin's body was floating in a void along with a strange red panel. The next second, he slowly opened his eyes. Gu Jin's eyes immediately widened as if he had just seen something incredible. It turned out he saw the red notification panel from before.
Player Kim Gu Jun has died. In the blink of an eye, the system announced again.
A system error has occurred. Following that, the system screen shattered into 100 pieces. From a distance, Wu Jun saw a flash of light.
He tried to open his eyes wide as if not wanting to miss a single image. The dark space was now as if enveloped by the entire galaxy.
The stream of light quickly gathered at one point. A second later, the god of darkness appeared.
Along with it was the system's announcement.
The emissary of the shadow world descends. She said nothing and quietly observed Gu Jin as if he had already expected it.
He immediately spoke up reproachfully. You're later than I thought.
Emissary of the shadow world.
The god of darkness asked in surprise. You knew I was coming. Being tossed around like that.
Then you still had time to think.
Gu Jin's tone was full of confidence.
That madman out there is throwing such fit.
So, I figured my own aura couldn't just sit back and watch.
Hearing this, the god of darkness gently remarked, "How interesting.
You really are worthy of being the kid I chose."
Then he became serious again.
Alright, what can you do for me right now?
As soon as Wu Jun finished speaking, she stretched out her hand without hesitation. It turned out the god of darkness had transferred her power into his heart.
She calmly spoke. Unfortunately, this is all I can do for now.
It seemed Gu Jin had achieved his goal.
It's fine.
This is enough so that he could quickly deal with the god of light. The god of darkness urged, "Alright, I know you still have many questions, but let's put out the fire first and talk later."
Wu Jun also agreed. All right. Outside on the battlefield, the god of light was calmly watching Gujum annihilated once again. He fiercely cursed, "You piece of trash. Provoking and insulting me so ridiculously." The next second, the god of light confidently snapped his fingers, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't use his power like before. The god of light frowned. What is this? Why won't it activate? Suddenly, he fell silent and thought, is my power starting to decline? As soon as he finished the thought, the god of light furiously slammed his hand on the throne. Damn it! At the same time, a familiar yet dark stream of magic entered his sight. It turned out Gujin had returned, stronger than before. The god of light immediately noticed that form. Could it be that he has joined into? With everything going according to plan, Gujin became even more confident. What's wrong? Surprised that something didn't go as planned. Despite this, the god of light showed no fear. On the contrary, he even smirked mockingly. The god of light's laughter grew louder and echoed throughout the dungeon. After laughing his fill, he gritted his teeth and said, "It seems you've received help from the emissary. Is that why you're so arrogant? Even so, it doesn't change anything." Regardless of the god of light's assertion, Gwyn calmly retorted, "Is that really so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately concentrated power in the palm of his hand. That stream of power quickly transformed into a sharp sword, no less formidable than his own. The next second, the god of light ferociously launched an attack. His stream of power grew even larger. He didn't flinch and immediately used the sword in his hand to stab straight into the center of the attack. Gujuan's effort paid off. The god of light's power stream was split in two. He finally showed a look of astonishment. Gujuan exclaimed excitedly, "Now it's starting to be worthwhile." His arrogant words made the god of light grit his teeth. He couldn't help but say, "Worthwhile, you say?" Without hesitation, the god of light shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He angrily charged directly into battle with Gujin. The two streams of power constantly clashed, creating a sound more incredible than ever before. His equal strength made the god of light feel much more anxious. The wounds on his body couldn't heal as quickly as before. Although he was in the middle of a fight, Gujuan promptly noticed this detail. "I'm not mistaken. The cycle is getting shorter." The god of light had no idea Gujuan had another plan. He deepened his voice and roared, "You damn rat! You dare to be so arrogant with just that? Let me finish you." The god of light's relentless attacks forced him to use all his strength to dodge. From a distance, he calmly observed his own techniques continuously attacking Gujin. In the blink of an eye, the attacks filled the entire dungeon with smoke. The god of light thought worriedly to himself, as my power really diminished to this extent. While the god of light was still thinking, Gujin spoke from behind him. Just as I predicted, the god of light's eyes widened in great surprise. The next second, he delivered a clean slash. The god of light's shoulder was quickly sliced in half. He had to use a considerable amount of power to heal himself. Finally, the god of light became afraid. "I can't afford to lose any more power." However, he stubbornly said, "Wadi, too much." In an instant, the wound was healed and returned to its normal state. Despite the god of light's tough talk, Wojuan was calculating in his head. The aura escaping from that wound just now, and his reaction and multiple time reversals, the scattered corpses. So that's how it is. As soon as he realized the key point, he spoke without hesitation. "You have a limit to the use of your power. And now that power source is gradually running out." The secret being exposed by Gujin made the god of light fall silent. The change in his expression was caught by him. I guessed right, as if to infuriate the god of light further. Gujin continued to provoke him. "That's right. Even for an aura manipulating space and time at will is no ordinary feat. If your power is limited, then I'd be more than happy.
As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a gate made of bones. From the gate, iron chains shot out at high speed. They aimed straight for the god of light and wrapped around him tightly.
Even though he tried to resist, he couldn't escape the chains' binding.
Through the gaps in the chains, the god of light's eyes showed clear hatred. In just a moment, his entire body was locked tight within the chains. Wu Juan told himself that he had to persevere until he had exhausted all his power. Immediately after, the god of light scream rang out.
His immense stream of power surprised Wu Juan.
The next second, all the chains were blown apart by the god of light's magic. As soon as he looked up, he saw it. The figure of the god of light was bursting with energy.
All right, I have to admit, you have sharp eyes.
I want to slowly crush you for ruining my fun, but because of these damn limitations, I have to make do with the spiritual body of this level. I wanted to hold you in my hand and play with you before killing you.
But that's enough for now.
I'll kill you before I run out of power.
Seeing this, Wu Juan internally marveled at how different his presence was from before.
Then the god of light lunged forward.
He angrily thrust his spear into Wu Juan's stomach.
This blow made him cough up blood in agony. It seemed the god of light was still not satisfied. I wanted to stab you straight through the heart and kill you, but you're still lucky. At this point, he pushed down even harder with more force. This agony made Wu Juan grit his teeth and went in this life or death situation. A familiar system sound suddenly rang out. This is as soon as the system appeared, he firmly gripped the god of light spear. The immortal warrior welcomes you. The immortal warrior has transferred a portion of his power to you.
Wu Juan gently pulled it out without a single wound.
Seeing this, the god of light gritted his teeth and couldn't stop his arm from trembling. He roared in fury after the aura of a vulgar guy like you. Without letting the god of light finish his sentence, he confidently replied, "It seems my side is growing larger."
Hearing these words from Wu Juan, he asked in confusion, "What?"
The next second, Wu Juan gripped the god of light spear tightly. With just a light pull, he was lifted high into the air. He ferociously threw a punch. The god of light was immediately sent flying.
Immediately after, Wu Juan smirked and said, "You've really been doing whatever you want for a while now."
As if not understanding what he was saying, he was still astonished.
"What?" In the blink of an eye, the system appeared again. The voiceless hunter looks at the protector of pure light with contempt.
The voiceless hunter has transferred a portion of his power to you.
Wu Juan's tone gradually became mocking.
Otherwise, why would you be so despised by the other auras? The god of light couldn't refute anything and could only stare at him with hatred.
Then, Wu Juan suddenly spun like a whirlwind.
Seeing this, he cautiously watched his movements. The next second, Wu Juan swooped down from above with a blade in his hand. With a single blow, he sliced the god of light spear in half.
Half of the spear fell to the ground with a resounding clang.
While he was clutching the spear, the system continued to appear. The one who hears the voice of all things glares at the protector
of pure light.
The one who hears the voice of all things has transferred a portion of his power to you.
Wu Juan said with great satisfaction.
If the other auras are on my side, then that's great news for me. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, using the power of the one who hears the voice of all things.
From beneath the ground, giant thorny vines appeared all at once.
They tightened around the god of light, causing him to scream in pain.
The god of light shouted unwillingly, "How dare you do this to me?"
It seemed he still had some power left to break these vines. Even though the god of light had created a new spear, the system's announcements didn't stop. The keeper of knowledge despises the protector of pure light. The keeper of knowledge has transferred a portion of his power to you. Despite his struggles, Wu Juan remained confident.
It's far from over. The god of light still didn't understand. What?
It turned out that while he was still bewildered, the ground where the god of light was standing had been surrounded by a magic circle. The flames from the magic circle made him scream in agony. The stream of magic grew more and more intense under Gujuan's calm observation. After a while, the flames died out, leaving only thick smoke billowing throughout the dungeon. The collapsed figure of the god of light was gradually revealed as the smoke cleared.
With a calm tone, Wu Juan approached. I'm telling you.
He paused for about 2 seconds to observe his condition.
The next second, Gu Juan grabbed the god of light's head. He yanked his head up forcefully.
Wake up, Isaac. Seeing the god of light stay in a dazed state, Wu Juan said, this won't do. But wanting to repay everything he had done to him and his comrades, he boldly slashed at him. Gu Juan's blow made the god of light scream loudly. He criticized in a low voice, you're already writhing after just that.
How absurd. What should I do?
The feeling of death being right before your eyes.
This is your first time.
A complete contrast to his initial arrogance. The god of light now only stammered and begged, wait.
Please spare me. If this continues, it will really be the end. Can you find it in your heart to have mercy and spare me?
These shameless words made Gu Juan fall into deep thought. But not noticing his annoyance, the god of light clasped his hands humbly.
I promise I will never set foot in this place again. Despite his attempts to beg, Wu Juan didn't say a word. He frowned and growled. You've ruined all the fun.
Auras, what should I do?
A second later, a void circle appeared at Gu Juan's call.
From behind him, the auras appeared simultaneously.
The immortal warrior immediately spoke up. Let us handle that guy.
By the way, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Kim Wu Jin.
Upon hearing these words, Wu Juan realized. Could it be that you are the immortal warrior?
Hearing this, the aura around him gradually dissipated. Then the immortal warrior exclaimed excitedly, you recognize me right away. The previous life was a bit regrettable, but this life, we really had a proper fight. Thanks to you, I had a lot of fun, Win replied calmly.
All right, you've helped me as well.
His straightforward attitude pleased him.
You're still the same.
If you're okay with it, just leave that bastard for us to handle. The ones who are dissatisfied with that guy are not just one or two.
Of course, it's because he has done many unacceptable things.
We will punish him brutally.
As soon as the god of light was mentioned, Wu Juan replied in a low voice, is that so?
After glancing at the scene of him being tightly bound, he continued, do as you wish. A moment later, the immortal warrior pointed behind him.
All right. Then you should probably hear the details from this person.
It turned out to be the god of darkness who spoke.
Let's end it here.
Immediately after she revealed her true form, Kim Wu Jin, the god of darkness, slowly began to speak.
You must have a lot of questions. Where should I begin?
Hearing this, Wu Jun didn't reply, but fell into deep thought. Immediately after, the immortal warrior spoke up.
Well, then you two can have a slow chat. We'll be taking our leave first.
Then the god of darkness calmly said, let's start from when you died at the hands of Lion. At this point, she summoned a large screen.
Shall we?
The god of darkness began her story. You probably already know this, but the world was once in the hands of Lejuan. He monopolized power, neglected the dungeons, and of course, monopolized the items as well. If you didn't submit to him, even ordinary people were no exception. Images of C from the past appeared as she spoke. It was as if he was the king. No, the god of this world. We of course were also dissatisfied with his actions. Except for that protector of light. After a long discussion, we decided on two things, to restart this game once more and to choose a player to confront Lean to end this game. Hearing just that much, Win was curious.
What was your reason for choosing me? This question made the god of darkness smile gently and enigmatically.
Then she began her explanation. You were the one with the strongest desire for revenge against Lejuan, and you were also the player with the ability to end the game.
The god of darkness's firm tone made Gujin look astonished. That person is Kim Gujin.
It was truly difficult at that time. Even for an aura, preserving a person's memories and reversing spacetime is not an easy task.
Wu Jun continued to grasp the key point. Then how could that crazy aura do it continuously without hesitation?
She snapped her fingers and replied, because the scope of his spacetime manipulation is limited to this dungeon only. It doesn't affect the outside world. After all, the scales are different. This incident was also very strange for us.
An aura directly fighting a player and even tampering with spacetime on his own.
But because he kept reversing time, it created a loophole, allowing us to transfer a little power to you.
And if we couldn't do that, we would have had to find a way to step in and stop him anyway. But it seems you also predicted that we would join the game.
Wu Juan bowed his head politely. It was just one of the hypotheses.
It was just luck. A moment later, he asked curiously, so, what will happen to the Protector of Light now? After a two-condominium pause, the God of Darkness replied. After draining all his power, then revoking his status as an aura.
Following her words, Wu Juan's eyes widened as he looked down at the ground. It turned out the God of Darkness had created a bottomless pit right beneath this dungeon. In a flash, she continued, then we plan to imprison him in this deep pit.
What do you think?
Hearing this, Gujin said with satisfaction, that's great.
If that's the case, then the game is over. How do you plan to handle the world? The God of Darkness said humorously, handle it? We didn't plan for that. Isn't it just a matter of letting things follow their natural course for you people? Returning to how it was before we interfered, wouldn't that be fine?
He immediately scratched his head and complained, you're annoying to the very end.
Gujuan's comment didn't anger her at all.
On the contrary, the God of Darkness laughed.
Auras have always been like that.
We play to our heart's content.
But never consider the consequences. But you don't need to worry too much. Humanity will find the answer just as they always have. He asked in a low voice, is that so?
Suddenly, the God of Darkness became serious again.
King Gujin, let me ask you this. Will you regret the abilities you will lose?
This sudden question made Gujin fall silent for a moment, but just a second later, he stated firmly, how could I?
I've achieved my goal.
Plus, in this life, I've gained reliable comrades.
So, what is there to regret?
Just as the God of Darkness expected, she praised him gently.
Good, that's more like you. I'm leaving. Is there anything else you want to say?
Just as she turned to leave, Gujin spoke up.
Thank you for everything. The God of Darkness's face showed clear surprise at his sudden thanks.
Without letting her reply, Gujin continued, even though I was just a plaything for you all. Without your goodwill, I couldn't have gotten my revenge so easily.
Now I'm done.
You're done with your business, so hurry up and get out of here. His grateful yet blunt attitude amused the God of Darkness.
All right.
Instead of leaving, she summoned her power and said to Gujin, then consider this a final gift. The gentle stream of magic from the God of Darkness caught his eye and illuminated the entire dungeon. As soon as she left, particles of magic began to fall to the ground all at once. They entered the bodies of the players who had died earlier.
In just a moment, Gujin's comrades were revived.
Seeing this, he thought in amazement, everyone. As he sat up, Yang Wan exclaimed in confusion, what on earth happened? Even without knowing what was happening, Gina's worried shout rang out, boss.
He looked around in alarm.
Hey, Kim-gu, Isaac, are you okay? Where is that guy?
Before Gina could finish speaking, the system's announcement rang out.
His face showed clear panic. The others were no exception.
Even Ian Wong was shocked. The game.
It turned out the system screen had announced, the game has ended. He couldn't believe his eyes.
It's over. The next second, Ian Wong shakily turned towards Gujuan.
He thought to himself, that monster-like guy.
Could he have been defeated by Gujin?
A moment later, the system appeared again.
All item effects have disappeared. Items in use have been disabled. In the blink of an eye, Win returned to his true form. This sight made Ian Won's face turn pale with anger. Isaac is Kim Gujin.
Soon, the entire dungeon erupted in chaotic whispers. Everyone's eyes were wide with astonishment.
No one understood what was happening.
Lena shouted, his voice cracking with panic.
What on earth is going on?
However, King Gujin continued to walk, ignoring him, yelling from behind.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Franwajiro was so angry he was speechless. You? He spoke calmly. I have a favor to ask you.
His sharp gaze was fixed on the person in front of him.
His mind in turmoil with conflicting thoughts, not knowing how to make the right choice.
After a moment of contemplation, Franwajiro finally made a decision. He gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes becoming determined.
Franwaro spoke. If that's what you want, then fine.
Outside, when the space gate lit up, cheers erupted everywhere.
Cleared the 9th floor dungeon.
They're out, the reporters continuously flashed their cameras, trying to capture the most precious moments.
One person exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Dragon Hunter." The person next to him curiously asked, "Where is Isaac?"
At this moment on the stage, he gently adjusted the microphone. Franwajiro spoke seriously.
It has been a long journey.
Thanks to the efforts and sacrifices of many people, we were able to defeat the 9th floor boss and end the game.
Franwajiro's voice was low.
However, the one who saved and led us, Isaac, and his comrade Spasa sacrificed themselves while completing this dungeon. His words stunned all the reporters, some involuntarily swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on their foreheads.
Scene change. In a crowded restaurant, the noise suddenly died down. All eyes were glued to the large screen on the wall.
France continued, before his last breath, he said this to me. After this game ends, the world will surely fall into chaos, so we must have countermeasures in place. Back at the dungeon, Franwajiro was still continuing his speech, and he had already thought of a suitable person.
Immediately,
Second stepped onto the stage and introduced himself.
Hello everyone, I am Director Osen, the one operating the Pandora Enterprise.
He continued to speak to prepare for the chaos that will befall the world after this game ends.
Second's words made Kim Gujin and Lee Gina, who were watching from a corner, very satisfied.
It's all he clearly declared following the will of director Lee Jin-soo of Hansung Group, who passed away in an unfortunate accident. At the same time, in a quiet room, Park Shin-hye was sadly drinking. Hearing her father's name on the TV, she was startled, unconsciously staring at the screen. And the late chairman Park Jung-ho of Hansung Group.
We have established this enterprise. Second swore loudly. We promise to do our best to maintain world peace.
At this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Kim Woo-juan's lips.
Then he quietly turned and left.
Pandora headquarters. 6 months later, the sky was clear and warm sunbeams cascaded down the massive glass building, creating a strangely peaceful scene. Inside at the transaction hall, as soon as number 102 appeared, a man immediately hurried to the counter. He gently wiped away the beads of cold sweat, trying to stay calm, but the anxiety was still visible on his face. The teller smiled friendly.
You've been waiting a while, haven't you?
We finished checking your application for job-seeking assistance for players. She pushed the card in front of the man. The subsidy is scheduled to be transferred to your account today. He clutched the card tightly in his hand, his eyes red with emotion.
Really? Is that true?
My abilities disappeared along with the dungeons.
I've had a very hard time because I couldn't find a job.
The man suddenly shot up, bowing his head respectfully.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The teller was flustered and quick. Lai waved her hands.
No, not at all, she explained awkwardly.
Pandora was created by everyone working together to help people like you.
I hope you will strive to continue your precious life. Suddenly, the sound of a fist slamming on a table in anger echoed nearby, making the two of them jump and turn around.
No, why can't I? Jiho angrily questioned, are you looking down on an unemployed person like me? Didn't you say I could get benefits if I came here?
He continued to slam his fist on the table and that I'd get compensation if I returned items. The teller, frightened, tried to calm the person in front of her.
That's not it, he explained. The process is a bit more complicated for those with a criminal record. Jiho roared in frustration, shut up.
He ordered in a commanding tone, shut up and give me the money. At the same time, Legion had gently patted Jiho on the shoulder and said softly, there are many people here.
Don't be like that. Let's talk over here. He spun around and shouted, what now? Jiho quickly raised his hand. How dare you touch me?
His attitude seemed to be exactly what he wanted. The corner of his lip curled up slightly.
Then Lena turned and slammed Jiho to the ground.
He was furious, veins popping on his forehead, growling.
Is this how you treat customers?
He smiled friendly.
I told you to speak properly, didn't I, dear customer?
Soon the morning sun had cast its rays all over the Pandora headquarters.
Legenda knocked on the door of the CEO's office.
A voice from inside called out, come. He quickly pushed the door open and walked in.
You're eating while you work.
Seeing the pile of documents as high as a mountain, Lena's face turned pale.
All right. Take a look at these documents and handle them slowly, Jumli asked. Is it time for your shift change?
She continued to check the documents, the sound of her pen scratching on the paper.
There weren't any problems with the support team at the counter, were there? He pointed a finger at himself, his voice full of pride.
There was a small issue, but I took care of it. If it weren't for me, I don't know who would protect the world. Liga gestured wildly, describing, let me tell you, that guy was about this tall, but I just pulled his arm and flipped him, and he went right down. His abilities must have disappeared, but my body still feels the same as it too.
It makes me miss going into dungeons so much.
Ju stopped writing, placed her pen down neatly, and said sarcastically, if that's all it was, then he was stunned, his eyes wide, huh?
It's because Director Lee didn't see it with her own eyes. She bluntly proposed. Then how about I pass on the message that Mr. Lee Gina also wants to gather for a mission? Lai Gina quickly protested. No. That's not it. He asked curiously. By the way, where is that guy now? Ju's hands were gently clasped together.
At least, she continued. He's working in a place that's more strenuous than yours.
Legion's face fell. I'm having a hard time too.
Scene changed to a desolate scrapyard shrouded in darkness, making the place even more silent. A man was thrown hard to the ground, a pain cry escaping his throat. On the other side, Yen Jocks had cleanly dealt with the remaining men. He pulled down his mask, smiling brightly.
Boss, the site is all taken care of.
Immediately after, the wooden crates were quickly opened. Inside, countless items of all shapes and sizes were revealed.
Yanjox turned around, his eyes shining with excitement.
These guys this time have a lot of items, he scoffed. Whether it's the buyers or the sellers of these powerless items, they're all a bunch of fools.
Yan scratched his head. Well, it's pretty much handled. Let's go back. I'll call someone to finish up. Kim Gujin immediately agreed. All right, let's go. The next day at Pandora headquarters, sunlight reflected off the glass panels, sparkling like brilliant gems.
At this time, everyone was gathered in the meeting room.
Second spoke in a deep, warm voice. Everyone has worked hard on the investigation.
He pointed at the pile of photo reports. It's true that these guys have had a lot of items recently.
Second wondered aloud. I don't understand where they're getting so many things.
Lena popped a snack into his mouth and Leslie replied, it's probably because of the rumor that some items still have their effects. Ju explained, there's also a faction within this organization that's targeting Pandora subsidies, which is why they're looking for items like this. He sighed wearily, holding his forehead. These headaches, even without them I have enough to deal with.
Second complained, and the company has so many expenses, it's really tiring. Kim Gujin asked coldly, money, how much do you need? He looked up at him, exclaiming in surprise, huh? Well, the more capital the better.
Kim Woojin's chair immediately slid back as he shot to his feet, enthusiastically offering, then I'll go get the money for you. In Park Yong-woo's office, certificates and commemorative trophies were displayed solemnly on a shelf without a single speck of dust. He sat silently at his desk, his eyes downcast. Suddenly, Secretary Kim's panicked voice rang out, immediately grabbing Park Yong-won's attention. I already told you, you can't just barge in like that. Instantly, the office door flew open with a creaking sound. Kang Bijin quickly walked in, greeting cheerfully, long time no see, Park Yong. Seeing him, he couldn't help but be stunned. His voice filled with horror.
Kim Gujin, how did you get here? She stammered an explanation to director. I'm sorry. These people suddenly. Park's voice low. It's fine. You may leave. Secretary Kim whispered, yes, sir.
He stared at the group before him, his face grim, his jaw clenched as if to crush the rising rage within him.
Kim Gujin leaned in and said, it's nothing else. I just need money. Park Yong-won was stunned. What? You just drag a bunch of people here and demand money.
He picked up the commemorative photo of the charity agreement signing for his Phoenix Fund using the title of one of the heroes who cleared the 9th floor to establish the Phoenix Fund. He continued with the reputation of a hero like that. Organizations never hesitated with their support funds.
However, this hero forged the books and embezzled relief money.
Kim Woojin's next words made him instantly anxious, his already tense face contorting even more to line his own pockets.
What will the organizations think when they learn the truth? Park Yong-won shouted angrily. What is this bastard talking about? Give any proof?
He glanced back, his voice full of confidence. And if I do, at this moment, a sliver of doubt arose in his heart.
He disappeared and then suddenly reappeared like this, it must be. Park Yong-won told himself, he can't possibly know about my secret safe. That's right. He must just be putting on a show. As if regaining his courage, he immediately retorted, this bastard really dares to say anything. I'm telling you, Kim Gujin, I admit you're skilled. Park Won discreetly pressed the emergency button hidden under his desk. His voice full of sarcasm, but after losing all our abilities, we're all just ordinary people. He roared in frustration. Think I'll be scared just because you brought the cronies with you? Hearing this, Li Jin and Yu Han Joks were furious, shouting in unison, what do you mean, cronies? Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps was heard from outside the door. Many of Park Yang-woo's subordinates heard the emergency bell and quickly rushed to the rescue. In no time, they were surrounded by that group of people. Kim Gujin sighed softly, you really haven't changed. He quickly ordered, get them for me. However, a moment later, the scene before his eyes left Park Jang-won stunned. His face drained of all color. In a short amount of time, his subordinates had been defeated, lying scattered on the floor. Very quickly, his secret safe was found. Yang cheered happily. Boss, there's a safe here. Looking at the pile of money inside, Ligna muttered, just how much did this guy take? He waved the ledger. Hey, King Yuji. I found the books. Kim Gujin immediately instructed, good work. Take the money and take pictures of all the documents. Seeing his assets being taken right before his eyes without being able to do anything, Park Yong-won was completely helpless, trying to stop them in vain. No, you can't. That's my money in the blink of an eye. Everything was taken clean without a trace. In the following days, news spread through the newspapers. Director of the Phoenix Fund, Park Yong-won, transfers support funds to Pandora. I want to share the spirit of charity with everyone.
Seeing the news on his phone, Kim Goo-jin smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, Yuan-jak had appeared in front of him at some point, speaking softly, "Boss, the location for the next mission has been decided. The departure time is midnight, but it seems it can be postponed."
He leaned his hand on the table. I'm about to get busy again. Then Kim Goo-jin quickly left. I have something to do.
I'll meet you at the starting point later.
Scene change. By now it was late afternoon. The sunset died. Everything golden.
Lai's voice echoed from a building.
Once again, welcome to Pandora. Inside a press conference was taking place.
The continuous flashing of cameras mixed with the bustling noise of the reporters created an atmosphere that was both hectic and tense. Finally, the press conference ended. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he saw a familiar figure.
Kim Goo-jin Lena asked curiously, "What do you need me for?" He replied, "Are you done? If you are, let's go eat."
He ran his fingers through his hair, his voice skeptical.
What's this? Are you planning to make me pay for everything again like last time?
Kim Goo-jin's face fell, and he turned as if to leave.
If you don't trust me, then just pretend I never asked. Lee Jin panicked and made an excuse. Let's go. I'll go.
But at that moment, his gaze suddenly froze. Down in the audience, Michelle was laughing and talking happily with a man, her eyes sparkling with joy.
A reassuring smile appeared on Kim Goo-jin's lips. Then he turned and left. He hurried after him. So, what are you treating me to?
Soon, the two of them were settled down for a meal at the Emperor's Beef Restaurant. He couldn't stand it anymore and glanced at the person opposite him.
Hey, don't you think this is too much?
Kim Goo-jin, while grilling meat, generously said.
Order whatever you want. Don't worry about the price. Liga asked cautiously. Really? For real? He nodded. Yes.
In a flash, the trays full of meat were neatly finished off.
Kim Goo-jin stood up with his phone. I'm going to take a call for a bit and then I'll be back. Legit didn't respond, still diligently chewing meat.
His chopsticks moving swiftly. Suddenly, his eyes widened.
Only now did Lee Jr. realize that something was wrong.
A sense of unease rose, making his heart beat faster.
Legit jumped up angrily. Wait, is this guy planning to take a call and ditch me again? He quickly walked to the cashier. Excuse me. Did you see a fierce-looking guy who just went outside?
The cashier replied hesitantly, I saw someone who was on the phone and just walked out. He hissed in fury. Kim Goo-jin, that guy, making me. Suddenly the cashier pulled out a hand.
Duh. But that person left a note. Lai froze. What?
He quickly opened the paper, his eyes immediately falling on the words.
I have an urgent matter and had to leave first. I've already paid for all the meat in the restaurant for today. You can pack up the rest to take home or do whatever you want with it. Legion was moved to tears. Hikim Woo-jin at the same time.
At Pandora headquarters, a brilliant golden light shone from a room on a high floor, radiant amidst the encompassing darkness. At this time, Ju was still engrossed in her work, completely unaware of the time passing. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling her.
Ju stared straight ahead and asked softly, "Who is it?"
Immediately after, a figure slowly emerged. Park Shanghai bowed her head. Long time no see, Ju.
Her voice continued to echo, Have you been well?
Park Shanghai spoke awkwardly, You're so busy, and I just showed up suddenly without contacting you first like this.
I'm sorry.
She unconsciously fidgeted with her fingers, avoiding eye contact.
Ju, I'm very grateful that you made that offer to me, but I'm really worried about whether people. Park Shin-hye's face was tense.
Her voice, a whisper, can forgive me for what I've done in the past.
Ju stood up abruptly.
Shin-hye, admitting your mistake, sincerely repenting. And returning to the right path is difficult for anyone, and you've already taken the first step on that difficult path. Ju placed a hand on her chest, sincerely offering her help with just that sentiment. I'm willing to help you, just show me that you're helping others and truly repenting. She slowly stepped forward.
One day other people will also understand your heart. Ju took her hand, just like I understand you.
Park Shin-hye froze, her gaze unconsciously fixed on the hand that was tightly holding hers. In that moment, tears of joy rolled down her cheeks.
Thank you, Ju. The next morning, warm sunlight shone throughout the Pandora headquarters.
In the CEO's office, Oh Second sat behind a large desk, his eyes quickly scanning through each document.
Suddenly, the office door burst open. A loud click echoed abruptly, shattering the quiet atmosphere.
He immediately looked up, his gaze fixed on the person who had just opened the door.
Director Lee, what's the matter?
Ju said flatly.
I have someone I want to introduce to you.
Immediately after, Park Shanghai timidly stepped forward, her face lowered, her eyes avoiding his. Seeing the figure before him, Second couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes wide. She was flustered, gently tucking her bangs behind her ear, her voice polite. Hello, my name is Park Shin-hye. I'll be in your care from now on. He was still in shock and softly uttered, okay. Then she quickly stepped closer, placing a file on the desk in front of Second. These are the documents that need approval this month, he whispered.
It seems you've handled everything, Director Lee. Ju immediately turned to leave. Please check them quickly and get them approved for me this afternoon. Second was stunned, thinking to himself, is she dumping this on me?
Seeing Ju pulling Park Shanghai away, he hurriedly called after them.
And wait, Director Lee. Second quickly opened the documents to look, sign helplessly. Honestly, she's as cold as ever. When the report's lines came into view, he couldn't help but be stunned.
Second quickly pressed a button on his phone, his voice full of anger.
Legina, get this guy up here right now.
A moment later, Liga was in the office still munching on some sausages. What's up? Instantly, a file was thrown at his face without any mercy.
He roared in fury. Hey, who was it that said they would work hard to earn money? Me. What's with this food bill? Are you an ox? Second was furious. 20 million won for a month's food bill. Does that sound right?
He rubbed his face and replied bluntly, so what?
It's food for my body. Legion all bent down to pick up the paper from the floor.
When you work hard, of course you get hungry, he shouted. You still have your abilities or something.
How are you eating more and more?
He placed the file back on the table, confidently, saying, I get it. I'll try to cut it in half. But Second's next words were like a knife stabbing straight into Gina's heart.
Half of what? Cut it down to a quarter. He angrily pointed towards the door. Get out. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, the phone suddenly rang.
Second answered the phone, his attitude changing instantly, his voice friendly.
Well, how long has it been? You must have been busy.
Fran Yujiro laughed loudly. Compared to you, I still have it easy, he asked.
How are things over there?
He replied cheerfully.
Thanks to Pandora's manpower and financial support, things in France have stabilized quite a bit.
The information Mr. Gujuan provided was also very helpful to us. Francois Giraud continued, thanks to him, I was able to recover all the items that were being traded illegally on the border. I'll send them to you soon.
The information this time seems to be solid, right? Second chuckled.
We also received a lot of support from Kim Woojin, but let me tell you this.
Sometimes I find it very strange.
He was surprised.
Ha! Is something wrong? Second expressed his concerns. How should I put this? The information that friend brings is too accurate, isn't it?
It's as if he's watching right from the scene.
France was confused. What? Isn't that a good thing? He pondered.
At first, I didn't think he was a bad person, so I wasn't worried. But I have a feeling he's hiding something from us.
He teased. Oh, second is getting old, so he worries about everything. Ha!
All right, let's let Mr. Gujin handle that himself.
Let's plan to have a meal together next time. Hearing these words, his eyes lit up. Of course, you're treating, right?
Franwajiro shouted angrily.
Fine, my treat. You cheapskate. Send my regards to Mr. Gujuan. Second hung up, muttering to himself. That's right.
He'll probably know how to handle it himself. At the same time, a helicopter whizzed over a forest in the dark night. Its blades churning the still air, leaving only the sound of the fierce wind.
Inside, Yenj curiously asked, Boss, what do these guys do this time to need our help?
Kim Gujin explained, illegal item trading, kidnapping, imprisonment, torture, and illegal experiment on them. Suddenly his eyes turned sharp and cold.
A bunch of extremely evil people. This time we have to approve them.
Soon the two of them were at the transaction site. Behind a large tree, Kim Gujin softly ordered, Cover me, Yen. He had also loaded his gun.
Yes, boss.
Immediately after, the two of them sprang into action.
Yanjax immediately opened fire. A relentless barrage of bullets ringing out. Caught by surprise, the men in front couldn't dodge in time.
They were immediately hit, falling to the ground in a panic. The remaining few quickly ducked behind wooden crates, firing back while constantly cursing, creating a chaotic and dangerous atmosphere. Sensing danger approaching from behind, one man immediately spun around, his eyes wide with fear. But before he could react, a dry, sharp sound cut through the air like a blade. In an instant, they were taken down by him, lines scattered on the cold ground. With no strength left to resist, Kim Gujin quickly pushed open the door and went inside. The scene before him left him speechless. Time seemed to stop before the brutal sights. The imprisoned people were huddled in iron cages, trembling with fear. On the other side, another group had been brutally tortured. Corpses were piled up like mountains. Blood flowed like rivers, staining the entire ground red. The gun in Kim Gujin's hand invalorously fell to the ground. He quickly drew his knife, gritting his teeth in anger.
I can't handle this cleanly anymore. Kim Gujin moved like lightning.
His body whizzing past each enemy, leaving behind only their shock and inability to react. In an instant, they collapsed, fresh blood spraying out, painting ghastly red streaks in the air. He approached the corpse of one man, his long shadow covering the body. Kim Gujin grabbed his corpse, his eyes cold and emotionless.
Yuan Jox glanced around, praising, That's quite a lot. He took out his radio. Yen, here, I'm done. Requesting backup.
Seeing the dying hostages in the iron cages, he immediately changed his request. Medical support seems more urgent. Suddenly, his gaze unconsciously drifted behind him. At this moment, Kim Gujin was shrouded in streams of dark energy. A moment later, he threw the corpse to the ground.
Kim Gujin spoke. Yuan, it looks like we're about to get busy again. I found their base. Are you ready? Yanj replied seriously. Yes, sir.
Always ready, he said with a satisfied tone.
Good. Kim Gujin's eyes lit up in an instant.
A dark aura rose from the depths of his eyes, filled with killing intent.
Then let's go.
He was momentarily stunned, frozen when he saw the familiar sign. Yan's face lit up, his heart filled with joy. Following the boss was the right decision. He growled.
Let's go hunt some trash.